You were born into an imperial family that even the dynasty dared not provoke. But on the day of your grand wedding, the child of destiny boldly came to snatch the bride. Seeing this, you raised your hand and slapped him, thinking, snatching a bride from the head of my imperial family. If I don't show you some color, you won't know what the strongest villain in the Xiantian continent is, relying on being the direct disciple of the first beauty saint king, right? Now, I command him to serve this young master for 3 days, and your elder brother is a prince of the Great Zhou, right? I will directly replace the Great Zhou dynasty. What child of destiny? When they see this young master, they all kneel down. Right now, you look at the ice-cold beauty standing in front of you, a smug smile appearing on your face, thinking, so what if she is the female lead? She still has to obediently become a tool for my family to continue the lineage. On the other side, Yi Chen, the child of destiny, was already so angry that he crushed the wine cup in his hand into powder. Looking at the woman he loved being taken away by a wastrel like you was simply a great humiliation. He kept pouring wine into his mouth, his eyes growing redder, and the gentle and charming face of Lu Ruyen kept flashing in his mind. At this moment, a loud voice from Li Guan came. The ceremony is complete. Send her into the bridal chamber. At this moment, Yi Chen could no longer hold back, and with a bang, he smashed the wine table and roared, I do not agree to Lu Shiji's marriage. She can only be my woman for this lifetime. The sudden voice drew everyone's attention to Yi Chen. The crowd gasped, wondering where this person came from, daring to disrupt the wedding of the young master of the Jun family, not fearing that the Jun family would annihilate his entire clan. At this moment, Lu Ruyen saw your extremely cold face and knew that if this continued, Yi Chen would undoubtedly die. So she gently bit her red lips, pressed her delicate body against you, and said, Husband, let's hurry to the bridal chamber. You squinted your eyes, your gaze sharp like a venomous snake, making one involuntarily shiver. Lu Ruyen trembled in fear and said, I dare not. You snorted coldly, Humph, I doubt you dare. Once this troublemaker is dealt with, I will properly punish you. Yi Chen, who was nearby, gritted his teeth in anger at how you treated his beloved. Just then, a prompt sound rang out. The female lead has been taken by the host. The child of destiny loses 50 points of luck, and the host gains 50 points of villain value. Hearing this, you looked at the 550 points of luck value remaining above Yi Chen's head and felt secretly pleased. Wasn't this experience value being delivered to you? Suddenly, your aura erupted violently, surging towards Yi Chen like a tide, and you shouted, Kneel before this young master. Under your terrifying pressure, Yi Chen's knees slammed heavily onto the hard stone bricks. He struggled to lift his head and shouted to the sky, I refuse to submit. His voice was hoarse, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. You sneered, not willing to submit? Very well. After saying that, you lifted your right foot and directly stepped on Yi Chen's head. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, Yi Chen's head was pressed into the ground, his entire face distorted. You mocked, aren't you very arrogant? Don't you like to pretend? Even when given the opportunity, you are still useless. Yi Chen looked at you with anger in his eyes and shouted, I am an outstanding disciple of the Tianling Academy. You cannot treat me like this. If you kill me, the Tianling Academy and my master will make you pay a bloody price. Hearing his threatening words, you glanced at Xiao Ruoyu not far away and said, Xiao Fairy, you rebellious disciple, are you saying that both your Tianling Academy and you will protect him? Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly shook her head and explained, Young master, you misunderstand. This matter has nothing to do with our Tianling Academy. He is indeed a disciple of this holy king. He has offended the young master, and as his master, this holy king cannot escape responsibility. But please, young master, for the sake of this holy king, spare his life. You deliberately showed a look of surprise and said, Since Fairy Xiao has said so, this young master will give you face and let him go. However, Fairy Xiao must agree to one condition of this young master. Xiao Ruoyu first frowned slightly, then her expression returned to calm as she gently parted her red lips and said, I wonder what the condition of the young master of the Jun family is. You replied, My condition is very simple. Fairy Xiao only needs to serve this young master for 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed as if they had heard the most unbelievable thing. Although Xiao Ruoyu was still a maiden, she was already over 200 years old, and no one expected you to propose such a condition. At this moment, everyone was looking at Xiao Ruoyu, waiting for her response. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was completely enraged, shouting, Bastard, I'll fight you. He had secretly coveted Xiao Ruoyu's beauty, but unfortunately, his current strength was only at the peak of qi refining. He had vowed that once he reached the Saint King realm, he would definitely take Xiao Ruoyu into his harem. I just didn't expect that not only did you forcefully take his senior sister as a concubine, but you also want his master to serve you in bed. The 2 women he cherishes as treasures have been taken away by you, and his heart is almost about to explode with anger. As he screamed madly, he swung his fists and charged at you, vowing to take revenge and clear his name. However, you directly grabbed his throat, and no matter how Yi Chen struggled and resisted, it was of no use. You said to Xiao Ruoyu, "Fairy Xiao, this young master will only give you half a stick of incense to consider. If you haven't made a choice by then, this young master will send your beloved disciple on their way." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's face turned pale, and she fell into a difficult dilemma in her heart. On one side was her disciple's life, and on the other was her own chastity. After pondering for a moment, she finally sighed and chose to yield. "Young master, I am willing to serve you for 3 days, but I hope you can keep your promise and spare Yi Chen." Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's answer, the surrounding crowd couldn't believe their ears. Someone murmured, "I must have heard wrong just now." Fairy Xiao actually agreed. This is the #1 beauty of the great Zhou, the holy king, and she is willing to serve a young brat. You laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, since the fairy has agreed, how could this young master go back on his word?" After saying that, you let go of Yi Chen. You knew very well that Xiao Ruoyu was of the Kuei water body, while Lu Ruyan was of the heavenly fragrance body, both top-tier furnace body qualities. You were eager to see how much your cultivation would improve with the support of these two great furnace bodies. At this moment, the more you thought about it, the more excited you became. Your eyes burning as you stared at Xiao Ruoyu, like a vicious wolf seeing a tender lamb, and said, "Fairy Xiao, are you ready?" Under the gaze of the crowd, you picked up the two fairies and headed towards the bridal chamber. The crown prince and Jun Yu's faces darkened upon seeing this scene. To say they had no thoughts about the two women would be a lie, but they merely had thoughts and were not qualified to compete with you. Although the crown prince was the son of the emperor of Great Zhou, he was not a legitimate son. His mother was just a lowly palace maid. In contrast, you were the only legitimate son of the national general Jun Badian, who firmly held the military power of Great Zhou, to the extent that even the emperor of Great Zhou did not dare to offend him easily. Jun Yuza was also gritting his teeth, filled with resentment. The crown prince said, "I didn't expect that this time we let Yi Chen take action. Not only did we not humiliate Jun Lintian, but instead sent Xiao Ruoyu to his bed. I have long said that Jun Lintian is a madman, and we are simply not his match. You didn't believe me, but I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." He couldn't bear to see the two women he had been thinking about being sullied by you. Watching the crown prince's departing figure, Jun Yuza revealed a sly smile, thinking, "Jun Lintian, you dare to touch the women that the crown prince has his eyes on. I want to see how many lives you have." On the other side, Yi Chen was looking at your back, extremely frustrated, secretly swearing in his heart, "You, with the surname Jun, don't get too proud. You are just relying on your identity to bully others. Wait for me. I will use my strength to show you that my talent is no worse than yours, and in the future, I will not lose to you." The child of destiny, Yi Chen, had his Dao heart damaged, losing 50 points of luck, and the host gained 50 points of villain value. Hearing the system's voice, you smirked and did not pay attention to Yi Chen, because you had more important things to do. You carried Xiao Ruoyu and Lu Ruyan into the wedding room and roughly threw the two women onto the big bed, saying, "No wonder you are one of the top beauties of the Great Zhou, truly a rare gem. Don't be afraid, I will take good care of you." As you spoke, you reached out to touch the two women's fair and smooth skin, and said, "As long as you obediently submit to this young master will not treat you unfairly." Meanwhile, outside, Yi Chen heard the shouts of the two women in the room and could no longer hold back. He drew his sword and rushed towards the wedding room. A few guards at the door saw Yi Chen's actions and quickly reacted, drawing their long swords to block his path. At that moment, a purple-red electric arc fell from the sky, landing on Yi Chen's head. Suddenly, Yi Chen's aura surged, and the long sword on his back flew out on its own, hovering in front of him. This kid, after taking a beating from the young master of the Jun family, actually broke through from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, and even learned the method of controlling objects that can only be mastered in the later stage of the Wheel C realm without a teacher. What a monstrous talent this is! Yi Chuan grinned at the corner of his mouth, staring at the several guards as he said morosely, "Those who stand in my way, die." As the words fell, a look of horror appeared on the faces of several guards, who felt the aura emanating from Yi Chen's body, which seemed to be not weaker than theirs in the slightest. A mere foundation stage waste. What a big mouth! A guard snorted coldly and shook his head disdainfully, then swung the long sword in his hand to look at Yi Chen. The other two didn't have any nonsense and followed closely behind, waving long swords in their hands, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Yi Chen's vitals. "Die!" Yi Chen let out a low roar. In the next second, the long sword was unsheathed and shaken, and with a powerful sword aura, it shot towards the several guards. But, before the several guards could catch their breath, their right hands, which were holding the long swords, were all dropped to the ground. Chapter 6, Young Master, I'll give you a son. I'll be damned. This rash young man even seriously injured the Jun family guards. Isn't this looking for death? Who says otherwise? The Jun family is the #1 family in my great Joe. Their strength is even more terrifying than we can imagine. This kid deserves to die if he messes with the Jun family. It's a pity that such a demonic genius is going to die young. Watching Yi Chuan lightly decapitate a few guards, the guests in the flower hall murmured. They thought that Yi Chuan had gotten into trouble, and it would be hard for him to walk out alive today. Seeing this, the corner of Jun Yuje's mouth on the side curved up slightly, revealing a sinister smile of a man who had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Where did that wild boy come from? How dare he hurt my Jun family's guards? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice resounded in the ears of the crowd, followed by a majestic pressure that enveloped Yi Chen. Bang! Yi Chuan directly lying on the ground, body trembling, bones issued creaking sound, as if at any time will be crushed in general. Yi Chuan, who felt as heavy as a Tarzan pressing down on him, gritted his teeth to support himself and lifted his head with difficulty to look in the direction of the source of the sound. He saw a woman wearing a red palace garment with a deep aura walking slowly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sinister venom, obviously a person with an evil heart. What scares Yi Chen the most was the dangerous aura that the woman gave him. This person was none other than the great Princess Zhou Rulin of the Great Zhou dynasty, the dear sister of the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and also the main mother of the Jun family, the real mother of Jun Lintian. The Grand Princess had a fiery, dimpled figure, and with her red palace dress, it made her entire person look like a flaming rose, seductive and incomparable. In addition to the Grand Princess's temperament as well as her looks, what was even more remarkable was that a dazzling golden sword made of a convergence of auras emerged behind Zhou Rulin, which represented the fact that Zhou Rulin was already a quasi-emperor realm immortal cultivator. You're the Yi Duan who robbed the wedding and caused trouble? The Grand Princess came in front of Yi Duan and looked down on him condescendingly as she asked. Not bad, I am Yi Chen. Enduring the tremendous pressure, Yi Chen still had no intention of giving in, staring straight at Zhou Rulin and coldly saying, your son Jun Lintian forced my senior sister to be his concubine, forcing my senior to serve him for 3 days. Your Jun family is bullying people too much. How dare you? When is it your turn to interrupt when my Jun family's young lord acts? At those words, the Grand Princess fiercely took a step forward and chided. Bang! She raised her foot and kicked Yi Duan off, hitting the wall hard. In Zhou Rulin's eyes, Jun Lintian was her only child. She had given all her love to Jun Lintian and would certainly not allow anyone to speak ill of Jun Lintian. Yi Chuan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and glared at her with a face full of grimace. I, Yi Chuan, am a man of honor and will never be humiliated. Today, even if I fight to the death, I will still demand justice. Wow! Before the words fell, Yi Chen struggled to his feet, his eyes staring at Zhou Rulin with a fierce battle intent. Yi Chuan knew that his power was not enough in front of Zhou Rulin, but no matter what the outcome was, he had to fight to the death. Otherwise, he, Yi Chuan, would not even be willing to die. Get on your stomach. The quasi-emperor realm pressure on Zhou Rulin's body erupted once again, suppressing Yi Chen to the ground, unable to make any resistance. At the same time, she stretched out her slender index finger and pointed it at Yi Chen, coldly saying, as for how to dispose of you, let my son decide after he cavorts with your senior sister and master. Sound of escaping laughter. When Yi Chuan heard the word cave, he directly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Mother asterisk 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 her, that's my girl. His eyes showed a fierce light as he roared angrily. I, Yi Chuan, will not share the same fate as your Jun family. Uncommon? Zhou Rulin's pretty face sank as she raised her jade hand. A large hand solidified with aura, heavily slapping Yi Chen's distorted cheeks as she said disdainfully. A mole cricket, and you also presume to fight against my Jun family? Snap! Zhou Rulin's slap smacked heavily on top of Yi Chen's cheek. 5-finger palm prints instantly appeared on Yi Chuan's cheeks, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth interspersed with 2 teeth. Yi Chuan hated his teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Zhou Rulin, but he couldn't get rid of the fate of being suppressed. He could only endure Zhou Rulin's humiliation. I, Yi Chuan, swear that one day, I will trample your Jun family under my feet and get back all that I have lost. Yi Chen's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, Griffins are griffins after all, forever living in their own delusions. After she said that, she raised her jade hand and instructed a few guards behind her. Send this boy who doesn't know the sky and the earth into the cold water pool and let him taste the bitterness, so that he won't talk crazy here and affect the guest's appetite. Today was her son's wedding. She didn't want to get blood on the wedding. Otherwise with her character, Yi Chen would have died a million times already. Nah! Several guards took the binding immortal rope and after tying Yi Chen up, they grabbed him and quickly left the flower hall and headed to the backyard of the mansion. After seeing the guards take Yi Chen away, Zhou Rulin withdrew the powerful aura on her body and turned to the guests in the flower hall, arching her hand and saying, Gentlemen, sorry for disturbing your meal. Please continue with your meal. In the scene just now, although the guests felt some complaints, they did not say much due to Zhou Rulan's status and ate in silence. The banquet continued as the Jun family's maids and servants continued to bring in dishes. Each dish was a fine product with an extraordinary, mouth-watering flavor. However, Jun Yuje didn't have any appetite at all as he kept pouring wine as if he was drinking plain water. Zhou Rulan's defense of Jun Lindian put him in a terrible mood, and at the same time, he understood that even if he knelt down in front of Zhou Rulan and Jun Lindian and begged for forgiveness, the two of them would not change their minds about getting him killed. He clearly remembered the image of how his mother was beaten alive by the Grand Princess. Over the years, he had been targeted and suppressed at every turn by Zhou Rulan, and he could barely get any cultivation resources from the Jun family. One could only imagine the humiliation and cynicism he had suffered in the Jun family. Over the years, he had been cultivating hard, and he had given too much for revenge, even going off the deep end and nearly dying because of it. However, he was due to the fact that his mother was only a maid, causing his cultivation talent to be extremely poor. He was 25 years old, and his cultivation had been stuck in the chi practicing realm. However, a month ago, he discovered that he had suddenly awakened a special ability. All treasures would display a color in front of him. The darker the color meant the higher the value of that treasure. Because of this ability, he had picked up a lot of leeks at roadside stalls and obtained a lot of cultivation resources. Zhou Rulan, Jun Lintian, you wait for me. One day I will make you mother and son bury my mother with me. Jun Yuje looked up into the void and murmured in his heart. In the bridal chamber, young lord, give me, concubine to give you a son. Sensing that Jun Lindian had an urge, Lu Ruyan softly seduced and deliberately lifted her chest, causing her proud snowy peaks to sway. After these few hours of fighting, she had completely fallen under Jun Lin Tian's lustful authority. Since she couldn't change her fate of becoming the Jun family's young lord's woman, she might as well let Jun Lintian enjoy his pleasure, so that she could at least be the first to give Jun Lintian a son. This way, her family would definitely receive more support from the Jun family. Chapter 7, The Young Lord is Strong. Ruyan Lu was a very intelligent woman who knows how to make trade-offs and weigh the pros and cons. Since you can't struggle, you might as well lie down and enjoy it. What's more, Jun Lintian's cultivation talent was almost demonic, and he was the young master of a super family. Such an outstanding man. Being her Taoist partner would also be something to be proud of. Since you want to give birth to a son for this young master so badly, then this young master must satisfy you properly. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was completely conquered by himself, Jun Lindian smiled evilly and, Ruyan, you, seeing his beloved disciple suddenly compromising with Jun Lin Tian, Xiao Ruoyu froze. Jun Lintian insulted his beloved disciple in this manner, and Lu Ruyan, as the person in question, actually chose to give up her dignity and give Jun Lintian a son. This was simply unlike Ruyan Lu's usual character. Master, I'm the young lord's concubine. It's only a matter of time before I continue the lineage for the Jun family. One day earlier or later, it makes no difference. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's doubts, Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained. Besides, not only does the young master have a strong background, his cultivation talent is exceptional. Bin, such an excellent man, an absolute rarity. The disciple is unwilling to miss. As the words fell, Lu Ruyan's eyes burned as she stared at Jun Lindian in front of her, her delicate body trembling slightly. His own man is really handsome, than the academy of those pride I do not know how many times better. So a big golden son-in-law, even if she today bitter, but also to firmly grasp. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't close her mouth in shock, completely unable to imagine that Lu Ruyan would change so quickly. What? Fairy Xiao has an opinion? Sensing Xiao Ruoyu's dissimilarity, Jun Lintian frowned slightly and teasingly asked a rhetorical question. Concubine, don't dare. Seeing Jun Lin Tian's icy cold eyes, Xiao Ruoyu shook her head and lowered her Jin head, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan secretly rejoiced in her heart. It's true that it's still the young master who is powerful. With just one sentence, he scared the master not to dare to speak. This life, my concubine will follow you in this life. Humph, if you don't dare, then honestly listen to this young lord. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's face showing a look of fear, Jun Lintian was secretly delighted in his heart, reaching out to clamp his hand on her jaw and said in a domineering manner, in these 3 days, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay in this young master's room. Got it? Listening to Jun Lin Tian's tone that did not allow for rejection, Xiao Ruoyu shyly responded, concubine knows. Next, Jun Lin Tian began to discuss life with the two women again, until late at night when the wedding reception was long over. Only then did Jun Lin Tian step out with one hand on the wall and the other on his waist. Ouch! My old waist. The Saint King realm is surprisingly so powerful. Jun Lin Tian sighed at Xiao Ruoyu's toughness. The ancients really didn't lie to him. There are only tired oxen in the world. not plowed fields. Just as Jun Lin Tian walked out of the bridal chamber not too far away, he saw a familiar face walking towards him. Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he did not look well, the Grand Princess was concerned. Hearing his mother's voice, Jun Lin Tian was startled and looked backward sheepishly, seeing no one in the four corners of the room. Before he snapped, "Mother, my child is just coming out to get some air." He wouldn't dare tell his mother what really happened. If it were to be rumored that he, the young master of the Jun family, had lost to two women, he would surely be laughed at by outsiders. The Grand Princess seemed to have read his mind and softly said, "Lin Tian, although you are newly married, you are still young after all. This aspect needs restraint. Don't mess up your body. The matter of perpetuating the flame for my Jun family cannot be rushed." Ahem. Mother, child knows. Upon hearing his mother's sage advice, Jun Lintian coughed dryly and sardonically touched his nose in embarrassment. At this moment, he even wanted to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. Since he came to this world, this was the only thing he felt ashamed of. Lin Tian, the mole that caused trouble during the day. I had him thrown into the cold water pool, whether to kill or keep him. You go and deal with it. Just as Jun Lin Tian was embarrassed, the Grand Princess suddenly thought of something, and after a moment of contemplation, reminded, my child will take care of it. After learning that Yi Chen, the experienced baby, was still around, Jun Lingtian's eyes instantly lit up as he ran towards the backyard. Looking at Jun Lingtian's departing back, the Grand Princess' beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, "My son Lintian, I hope you can grow up quickly. This world is still not peaceful after all." After saying that, she tapped her toes and her figure disappeared into the night sky. The two girls, Xiao Ruoyu and Lu Ruyan, were ready to clean up their bodies after seeing Jun Lintian leave, when they suddenly realized that a silhouette had appeared in the room and were startled. When they saw clearly that it was the Grand Princess, Xiao Ruoyu and Lu Ruyan both breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully saluted. "See you, ma'am." The Grand Princess just nodded her head gently. She began to measure up the two women's posture, and the more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. They were both stunning beauties who had fallen in love with the country. TSK, worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties of my great Zhou dynasty. This beauty and figure alone is indeed attractive enough. No wonder my family, Lin Tian, has taken a liking to you, master and disciple duo. The Grand Princess exclaimed in admiration. "Your ladyship is flattered." The two women reddened their pretty faces and lowered their heads as they replied shyly. "Ruyan, what are you shouting at this palace for?" The Grand Princess suddenly turned her gaze to the low-browed Lu Ruyan and asked. Being asked by the Grand Princess, Lu Ruyan was first stunned, and then realized that she quickly changed her words. "Mother, well, that's right." Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess nodded with satisfaction. "Very happy. Ruyan is a person who has been here before. My mother can kindly remind you of one thing. As a woman, some sufferings are to be suffered. After all, the continuation of the flame is our woman's primary task." "Mother, Ruyan understands." Lu Ruyan's pretty face became even more blushing, and her head was almost lowered to the floor. Although she also wanted to continue the lineage for the Jun family and even wanted to be the first to carry Jun Lin Tian's child. But this kind of thing is not for her to decide as a woman. This would have to be done through Jun Lin Tian's efforts, coupled with her extreme cooperation, and in the end, it would have to depend on the heavens. It takes time, place and people to achieve what you want. Just understand. Looking at Lu Ruyan there with her pearls hanging, the Grand Princess nodded in relief, then looked at Xiao Ruoyu and urged, "Fairy Xiao, how is my family's Lin Tian's combat power?" "Your ladyship, the young lord is a strong fighter, and my concubine almost didn't manage to fight." Xiao Ruoyu had a red face and whispered, thinking back to before. His master and disciple had fought with Jun Lin Tian from daytime to late night for more than 5 whole hours. If he wasn't in the Saint King realm, he would probably have collapsed long ago. "Cluck, worthy of being my son, I'm really strong in every way." Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She was an extremely strong woman and naturally wanted her son to be a strong man as well. Chapter 8, Master. It's not that easy to get pregnant. The Grand Princess looked at Xiao Ruoyu with a satisfied face and secretly said, "Such a big ass. At a glance it's the material for giving birth to a son. It's not worthy of the woman my family, Lin Tian, has his eye on." Feeling the Grand Princess's unapologetic gaze, Xiao Ruoyu blushed and lowered her head, not daring to raise it at all. Seeing this, the big princess suddenly reminded in a serious tone, "Since Xiao Fairy promised to serve my family Lin Tian for 3 days, then these 3 days Xiao Fairy is my son Lin Tian's woman. Remember not to do that hurt my Jun family bloodline thing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face flushed red to the roots of her ears, itching to find a hole in the ground to drill into. How could she not hear the meaning in the Grand Princess words? The pair of mother and son, the Grand Princess and Jun Lin Tian, were very overbearing and strong, and did not allow her the slightest chance to resist. "Ma'am, my concubine understands." Xiao Ruoyu bit her red lips helplessly and could only stiffly respond, "Just understand." The Grand Princess smiled faintly, turned around and left the room. After the Grand Princess left, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't hold back any longer and directly paralyzed on the bed couch, her face expressionless and her eyes lifeless. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Lu Ruyan wrapped her arm around her and asked with concern, "We're all like this now. Doesn't senior master wish to carry young lord's child? To stay by young lord's side forever? Love is the biggest obstacle to our progress as immortal cultivators. Of course master is unwilling to carry a child." Xiao Ruoyu bitterly shook her head. "It's just that the attitude of the Grand Princess is too overbearing to allow for a half-hearted refusal. What about you, master?" "Alas, for today's solution, we can only take one step for now." Xiao Ruoyu sighed grudgingly. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan, however, pursed her red lips and laughed. "Master, you don't have to be too wary. It's not that easy to get pregnant, otherwise the Grand Princess wouldn't have only one child for the young lord." "Ruyan, you seem to be making a lot of sense." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes snapped brightly as she said in surprise, "Yes, oh, the master is over 200 years old. How could she let that little man, the young master, get pregnant with a baby? He, the young lord is still a little man, and I don't know who has just been screaming that he can't stand it. You dead girl, how dare you make fun of master? See if master doesn't clean up this tie hoof of yours." "Ah, master forgive me, master forgive me." The two women laughed and wriggled together. At this moment, Junlin Tian had already arrived at the cold water pool. Upon seeing Yi Chen tied to a pillar of shin iron, his entire body soaked in the cold, bone-chilling, 1,000-year-old cold water, with only his head drooping on the surface of the water, Junlin Tian instantly broke out into a wide smile. He walked quickly to Yi Chen, patted his shoulder, and laughed. "How is it? Do you like the gift that this young lord gave you?" "Pust." Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Chen opened his eyes with great difficulty, and what met his eyes was Junlin Tian's smile, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. "Junlin Tian, you are despicable and shameless, acting out of character." He glared angrily at Junlin Tian and cursed. During the day, Junlin Tian had promised his master, Xiao Ruoyu, to spare himself in front of everyone, but the great princess had caused him to be brought to this cold pool and tied herself to the top of a cold iron pillar. Such despicable tactics are nothing short of shameless. Junlin Tian was not annoyed in the slightest. Instead he laughed up in the air and sneered, "Yi Chen, Yi Chen, you have a little bit of brain, okay? This young master promised to let you off temporarily, but you don't know how to appreciate your honor, and later on, you continued to make trouble. My mother dealt with you in this way, there is no excuse for it. You're being sophomoric." Yi Chen was furious. Junlin Tian was clearly playing a scoundrel, but he was trying to dump the black pot on his head. He immediately yelled, "I want to see my master." "Ha ha, do you think you're still qualified to see your master now?" Seeing this, Junlin Tian laughed arrogantly, stretching out his right hand to grab Yi Chen's hair, pressing his head underwater, and said fiercely, "Your master's daughter is now this young lord's woman, and I believe that she will soon be opening up a new branch for my Jun family." "Well, you asshole." Yi Chuan struggled continuously and endeavored to raise his head, but he was suppressed to death by Junlin Tian. "Ding, the son of Qi, Yi Duan, has an unstable Dao heart and has lost 50 points of Qi. The host has gained 50 points of villain value." Hearing that wonderful prompting sound from the system in his head, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of an evil smile. "Experienced babies are just great. A little excitement and you've hoarded yourself 50 villain points for nothing." Looking at the 450 Qi luck values left on Yi Chen's head, he was a little excited and hot-eyed. Now that he was still in the novice stage, these Qi luck values were very useful to him. He let go of his own right hand, and Yi Chen's head was finally exposed to the surface of the water, and was continuously breathing in large gulps of air. "Junlin Tian, you despicable villain." Yi Chuan shook off the water stains on his face and stared at him with a gloomy gaze as he said in a chilling manner, "Junlin Tian, I'm telling you, when I leave from here and regain my strength, I'll one day kill you with my own hands." "Oh, really?" At those words, a sharp dagger appeared in Junlin Tian's right hand at some point and was looking at him with a playful expression. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face changed greatly. What do you want to do? But you promised my master to spare me. Don't mess around. What do I want? Don't you know?" Junlin Tian hemmed and hawed, waving the dagger in his hand. As soon as the words fell, the dagger in his hand flashed. Then Yi Chuan's right index finger detached from the palm of his right hand and floated on the surface of the water. The pain of the broken finger was intense, causing Yi Chuan to let out a heartbreaking scream. His eyes were scarlet, his face was distorted, and his back teeth were all clenched. itching to break the person in front of him into pieces, then swallow his flesh and drink his blood. June Lintian ignored him and instead picked up the broken finger floating on the water and removed a ring that had been placed on the broken finger, placing it in his hand and playing with it with a teasing expression. That's all you're relying on if you want to get away from me. Looking at the ring that June Lintian was playing with in his hands, Yi Chen's pupils flickered with essence and his heartbeat could not help but accelerate. It was the biggest secret on him and his biggest dependence. I didn't expect to be noticed by June Lintian. He hid the panicked expression in his heart and said lightly, "Shameless villain. I don't know what you mean by that." June Lintian had been paying attention to the expression on Yi Chen's face, and when he saw that there was some panic in the depths of his eyes, he was even more certain that he was right. He hemmed and hawed and continued to play with the ring in his hand as he teased, "Don't pretend, Yi Duan. This young master knows the secret of this ring." Chapter 9, The First Beauty of the Ancient World, Yue Ji. If this young master's guess is correct, this ring is not a simple ring. There is someone hidden inside, or a great beauty. The more June Lintian spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly stopping, his eyes tightly coalescing on the ring, greedily licking his lips, teasingly saying, "But then, this ring, originally, did not belong to you. Shoo away." Hearing June Lintian's words, Yi Chen felt his entire body being shocked like 5 thunderbolts and his entire body froze. Of course, how is this possible? How did June Lintian know that the ring wasn't his and that there was a beautiful woman hidden inside the ring? But he had never told anyone about the secrets in this ring. Even to his master Xiaoruoyu he had not mentioned a word about it. Ding! The chance of Yi Duan, the son of Qi, was robbed by the host. 300 points of Qi were lost, and the host gained 300 points of villain value. Hearing the system's prompt, June Lintian was happy in his heart, not realizing that this ring was so important to Yi Chen. It accounted for a whole half of his Qi luck value. "You, exactly how did you know?" After being shocked, Yi Chen was filled with doubt. Upon hearing this, June Lintian grinned a cold smile, interrupting Yi Chuan's words and mocking, "Hey, you don't need to know about this. However, I still know some of your secrets." "What?" Yi Chuan once again opened his mouth wide, his face full of incredulity. June Lintian said with a smirk, "The only reason why you dare to come and rob this young lord of his marriage today is because you are relying on your 2 brothers with different surnames, right? You." June Lintian's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky exploding in Yi Chuan's ears. His eyes rounded and his mouth opened, wanting to question. Yi Chen's reaction was completely expected by June Lintian as he continued to laugh teasingly. "But it's a pity that you've overestimated that punk of a brother as well as the 2 grand emperors of the great Zhou dynasty. You treat them like brothers and they treat you like a cutie, as pawns. No, it can't be. They'll come for me." Yi Chen shook his head with a look of disbelief in June Lintian's words. The 3 of them were sworn brothers, and the Grand Prince and June Yuje would not leave him alone. Great Prince Zhou Mingyuan's reputation is far and wide, and is the most hopeful prince among the many princes of Great Zhou to seize the throne, and behind him is the support of the Prime Minister, who is the head of the 100 officials, and his power is overwhelming. June Yuje was the June family's eldest young man, although he was a concubine, but in recent times he had obtained a lot of chances and his cultivation was steadily advancing, so he believed that he would squeeze June Lintian out of the June family's young master position in the future. These 2 elder brothers of his own with different surnames could never abandon him, and would surely help him to leave, and would never sit back and do nothing. "Ha ha, Yi Chuan, you don't really think they'll come to save you, do you?" June Lintian snorted with a look of disdain. "They let you come forward to steal the marriage. It's nothing more than them not being able to come down and take a shot themselves. They're just borrowing you as a white glove. Now that the bride kidnapping is just a joke, will they still come forward to rescue your worthless outcast? Look how long it's been. Have you seen either of them in person?" The more June Lintian spoke, the more agitated he became, constantly rubbing salt into the wounds in Yi Chen's heart as he knew he had succeeded when he saw a look of despair gradually spread across Yi Chen's face. At this moment, Yi Chuan's face was filled with despair and sadness. The whole person was like a lost soul, drooping his head and murmuring with his head down, "Are they really unwilling to save me?" Ding! The son of Qi, Yi Duan's Taoist heart collapsed. 150 points of Qi were lost, and the host gained 150 points of villainous value. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his head once again, June Lintian saw that Yi Chen's Qi luck value had directly turned to 0 as he drained it dry. The corner of his mouth hooked, revealing a smug smile. "Yi Chuan, you can go on your way now. Remember to reincarnate in your next life and be a smart person. Don't be easily fooled into being used as a gun. Quick slick up." As the words fell, June Lintian directly slashed Yi Chen's neck with his dagger. Yi Chen seemed like a soulless puppet, not resisting at all, allowing June Lintian to end his life. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood splattered and stung bright red. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen directly lost his vitality and died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of fortune, Yi Dust, and obtaining his golden finger, the Big Dipper battle intent. Asterisk 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 still play like this? Junlin Tian was inwardly ecstatic and then opened the system panel. Host, Junlin Tian. Identity, young master of the Jun family. Cultivation level, 8th level of the Chakra C realm. Physique, Chaos God body. Cultivation technique, Great Desolate Scripture. Magic treasure, Xiansha sword, heavenly rank. Golden finger, Big Dipper's battle intent, in times of crisis. It can break through cultivation and can fight across levels. Villain value, 600. After seeing the information on the panel, Junlin Tian revealed a satisfied smile. As long as he killed the son of Qi, he would be able to obtain the golden finger of the son of Qi, and this setting was simply too favorable to him. Killing one person is a crime, but slaughtering 10,000 people is a crime. Those sons of Qi, just wash your necks and wait for Laozi to chop them. Junlin Tian gathered his emotions and turned his head towards the courtyard where Jun Yuje was, grinning. Big brother, I've put up with you for a long time, and since you're restless on your own, I'll have no choice but to send you on your way. Little brother. One of Junlin Tian's goals was to drain the chi value from Jun Yuje's body before sending him on his way to meet the King of Hell. After ordering his men to dispose of Yi Chen's body, he came to the study while playing with the ring that Yi Chen had left behind. After injecting the spiritual energy from his body inside the ring, Junlin Tian instantly felt a strong pressure descend, followed by the ring flickering with light, releasing a burst of ancient, heavy aura. Come out, Tsukiheim. Junlin Tian opened his mouth indifferently, and immediately a wisp of white mist floated out from the ring, and a red dress that floated like a fairy, emitting a tantalizing odor, and an overwhelmingly beautiful appearance appeared in front of Junlin Tian. She was none other than the Yue Ji that Junlin Tian had spoken of, the number one beauty of the ancient world and a great power at the ceiling level of battle prowess. However, at this time, she was not her true body, but a wisp of residual soul that had been surviving by relying on the spiritual energy within the cultivator's body. See you, young lord. Yue Ji knelt on one knee and said in a humble manner. Junlin Tian waved his hand, signaling Yue Ji to get up. Thank you, young lord. Yue Ji slightly owed her body and stepped aside. She had skin like cream, delicate features, a shapely figure, shiny black hair that fell softly over her shoulders, and a pair of autumn eyes that flashed with intelligence and wisdom. Even if it is now only a wisp of residual soul, it is still magnificent, making thousands of men crazy and infatuated. After sizing up Yue Ji, Junlin Tian let out a deep breath, calmed the throbbing in his heart, and slowly spoke. Yue Ji, do you want to recover your physical body? That is, to come alive in the true sense of the word? Slave wants to. Hearing this, Yue Ji nodded her head firmly without thinking. As long as young master helps Nu Jia restore her flesh, young master can do whatever he wants. This young master can do whatever he wants? Hearing Yue Ji's promise, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked, revealing an evil smile as he said. Chapter 10, Future Empress Donghuang Qingxue, Seeking Followers. N. As long as young lord makes a request, slave will agree to it. Yue Ji nodded slightly. She was now in the state of a remnant soul. She had no choice at all, and there was no other way but to place her hopes on Junlin Tian. Then what if this young lord wants you to submit to me and become this young lord's woman? Junlin Tian smiled wickedly, revealing a hint of playfulness. Slave willing. Yue Ji's pretty face was slightly red, but she still nodded her head in agreement. After the ancient gods and demons war, she had been in the state of a remnant soul for millions of years, and had long since grown tired of being in this immortal state. Ha ha, count on your discernment. Following this young lord won't make you suffer. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian smiled excitedly and immediately took out a delicate jade bottle from his bosom and handed it over, instructing, there are 3 extreme great god nurturing pills in here, so take them first. Slave, thank you young lord. Yue Ji was overjoyed, stretching out her jade hand to receive the jade bottle, and without hesitation, she took one out of it and stuffed it into her mouth. The extreme god nourishing pill melted in his mouth and flowed into Yue Ji's body. Afterwards, a majestic medicinal power spread all over her body, soothing her as if she was in the clouds. What a miraculous spirit nurturing pill! In front of it the chi nurturing pill is trash. In a few moments, Yue Ji perceived that her residual soul seemed to have solidified quite a bit, and she couldn't help but be surprised. Nourishing pill? Hearing Yue Ji's words, Junlin Tian skimmed his lips in disdain and said, that guy Yichuan, he was just fooling you with a lowly chi nourishing pill before? Yue Ji didn't dare to hide anything and nodded, explaining, the chi nourishing pill that he gave to my slave, although it has some effect on my slave, it's simply weaker than the extreme spirit nourishing pill that you, young lord, gave me. After saying that, Yue Ji lifted her beautiful eyes to look at Junlin Tian with a look of gratitude and said, young lord's favor, my slave will never forget it. The little man in front of him was not only the legendary chaos body, He was also the young master of the imperial clan family of the eastern wasteland human race, and his future was bound to be boundless. After restoring her flesh in the future, she would be able to become the woman of such a powerful man. Yue Ji did not have the slightest resistance in her heart. She was originally the #1 beauty of the ancient world who had lived for millions of years, and was incredibly intelligent, knowing what kind of man she should choose to attach herself to. Looking at Yue Ji depending on the choo-choo moving appearance, Jun Lintian licked his lips, secretly said, "TSK TSK, worthy of being the first beauty of the ancient times. Being in the state of a remnant soul is so tantalizing. If it really recovers its physical body, it is estimated that one can't hold on to it either." Thinking about the scene of himself pleasuring Yue Ji with her after she recovered her flesh, Jun Lintian could not help but swallow his saliva. After leaving the study, Jun Lintian once again returned to the bridal chamber. Upon seeing the beautiful scene where the two women were bathing inside the large bathtub, Jun Lintian's greatsword pointed directly to the heavens. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Jun Lintian couldn't wait to shed his clothes and quickly rushed towards the large bathtub. "Ah, young lord, why did you burst in again, you big, bad man?" Seeing Jun Lintian's sudden appearance caused the two women to scream nonstop and hurriedly get up, wanting to escape. "Demon girl, where to escape?" Seeing this, Jun Lintian let out a loud roar and jumped into the barrel, a pair of iron arms encircling the two women's delicate bodies. "Young lord, let go, my concubine is so hot." The two women were shy. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian hemmed and hawed, revealing a lecherous smile as he said, "Let go? It's too late. No one can escape tonight. Humph. Let's see if you're a bad guy and you can still be a monster." Looking at Jun Lintian who was already sleeping like a dead pig, Xiao Ruoyu lightly hummed. Then, she and Lu Ruyan combined their efforts to flip Jun Lintian over and use a wet towel to help him wipe his body clean. Throughout the entire process, the two women were like newlywed wives treating their husbands. Their movements were very gentle, without any hint of dislike. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face slightly reddened as she fiercely glared at Jun Lintian. This bad little man, as if on purpose, didn't leave her alone at every turn. Her heart was set on the path of cultivation, pursuing the supreme way, but now being bullied so badly by the little man in front of her made her want to find a crack in the ground. At the same time a touch of resentment inevitably rises in the back of the mind. On the second day, after opening his eyes, Jun Lintian bullied some more and finally got up leisurely only after the sun had risen. Another great day. Jun Lintian stood at the entrance of the bridal chamber, looking at the blazing sun in the sky, and couldn't help but yawn. He was a little sleepy from last night's toss and turn combined with the morning's morning walk. However, today he had an important thing to do. That would be to go and ruin his big brother Jun Yuze's good deed. According to the plot of the original story, a powerful auction will be held in the Hall of 10,000 Treasures today. It was at this auction that Jun Yuze utilized his heavenly treasure eyes to acquire a great chance of his own, the Regulus sword. At the same time, he also helps the first daughter of the Eastern royal family, Dong Huang Qingxue, to retrieve the Eastern royal family's lost ancient clan-supporting magic treasure, the Dong Huang Bell. In the end, the Eastern royal family agreed to marry Dong Huang Qingxue to Jun Yuze in gratitude for the incident. As for Dong Huang Qingxue, she was the heavenly Tao saint body, the future empress, and after Jun Yuze married her, he practiced dual cultivation with her day in and day out, and even awakened his desolate ancient saint body. With the two major cards of the Xian Yuan sword and the desolate ancient sacred body, Jun Yuze ended up becoming one of the 10 heavenly emperors of the Tianxian continent. When Jun Yuze became one of the 10 heavenly emperors, he exterminated Jun Lintian and the Grand Princess, avenging the killing of his mother in the past. Going by the reader's vision, it's as cool can be. But since Jun Lintian had crossed over, how could he let the plot still walk according to the original? You dog author, how could I let Jun Yuze get Regulus and awaken the desolate ancient sacred body? Regulus and Dong Huang Qingxue both belong to me, no one can take them away. Although the original did not specifically describe how Jun Yuze discovered the Regulus sword and the East Emperor clock, he, Jun Lintian, was no cutie pie. As long as they followed Jun Yuze, as long as he had his eye on something, they would all be snatched up through bidding. Who made him less rich than his old man? Soon, Jun Lintian arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. Looking at the early hour in which the sale was to be held, he went to the back room. When the hallmaster of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, Sun Mainyang, saw Jun Lintian, she directly knelt down on one knee and clasped her hands respectfully. "Slave, see you young lord." Mainyang get up. Seeing Sun Mainyang's performance, Jun Lintian nodded with satisfaction before faintly asking, "Have all the arrangements been made for the auction to be held today?" "Please don't worry young lord, the slaves are all arranged." Upon hearing this, Sun Mainyang said with a solemn expression, she was the hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. specializing in matters large and small of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, as well as the Grand Princess's subordinates. This 10,000 Treasures Hall was the property of the June family, the Grand Princess to be precise, but the vast majority of people in the outside world did not know about it. June Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Well done. But now you go and add one more rule: any person whose value is less than 1 million upper grade spirit stones will not be allowed to participate in this auction. Hearing that June Lin Tian had actually proposed such harsh terms, Sun Mainyang hesitated. After all, it was against the rules. Bang. Seeing this, June Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped heavily on her arched buttocks, frowning slightly as he said unhappily, "What? This young lord's words, Mainyang doesn't even listen to them now?" Chapter 11. Mainyang wouldn't dare. Mainyang lightly bit her red lips and lowered her eyebrows. As this palm went down, a fiery pain came from her arched buttocks. Mainyang's beautiful eyes stole a glance at June Lin Tian in a pitiful manner, secretly saying, "Young lord, how did you know that I have this kind of fetish? Could it be that young lord has thoughts about himself in that way?" At the thought of this, Sun Mainyang's heart thumped and her cheeks were as scarlet as blood, making her look particularly seductive. She purposely bent down, letting a piece of snow white in front of her chest, exposed to the bottom of June Lin Tian's eyes, causing June Lin Tian to have a heart attack. "It's so big. Never mind. I'll take my time to train you, little vixen, later." June Lin Tian retracted his gaze and said with a straight face, "What are you doing frozen here? Why don't you go now?" Bang. The words were followed by another heavy slap of the big hand on the arse. Young lord, Mainyang will go too." Sun Mainyang let out a cry of shock and hurriedly covered her ass to escape. While running, he said in his heart, "It seems that the young master really has that aspect of himself. Fortunately, he is still a virgin. As long as he is attached to the young master, then he doesn't have to work so hard all day long to deal with all kinds of smelly men." Hey! Looking in the direction Sun Mainyang left, June Lin Tian played with the teacup in his hand. The corners of his mouth sketched out an evil smile as he murmured in a low voice, "Big brother, you forced me to do all of this." Achoo! June Yue, who was on his way here, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he frowned and muttered, "It must be that girl Qingxue, thinking about herself." He meets with Donghuang Qingxue during a trial and gains the beauty's favor with his own charisma. So after getting out of the secret realm, the two of them constantly had some correspondence. This time, when he participated in the auction house held by the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, it was June Yue who took the initiative to invite Donghuang Qingxue to join him. The reason for this was to show a wave of Tong Tian Bao eyes in front of the girl he liked, so as to win Donghuang Qingxue's favor. Although June Yue's character was cold, he was extremely infatuated with Donghuang Qingxue and cared very much about his position in her heart. "Qingxue, when I'm at this auction, I'll show you how powerful I am and then propose to you." June Yue narrowed his eyes slightly, determination flashing in his eyes. "Qingxue, you must become my June Yue's woman in this life." Soon he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. At this moment, outside the door of Wan Bao Tang was so lively and crowded with people, and there were quite a few sons and young ladies of the world's families who were entering the interior of Wan Bao Tang in an orderly manner. Looking at these people, June Yue bristled with disdain. In his eyes, these people were trash compared to himself, and if they weren't relying on their family's power, they were nothing. He raised his neck condescendingly and took a step toward the inside. "Kid, stop." Just as June Yue was about to step into the threshold of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, a guard in armor suddenly reached out and blocked his path. Seeing the guard stopping him, June Yue's brows furrowed in displeasure. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing June Yue's questioning, the guard said with a brutal face, "If you wish to participate in this auction, you must be worth more than 1 million upper grade spirit stones." After he finished speaking, he looked June Yue up and down with a disdainful gaze for a few moments before the corner of his mouth rose and he teased, "With this poor look of yours, can you come up with 1 million upper grade spirit stones?" June Yue's figure was not stout, and was even a bit thin, giving off a sickly look. How could this guard not connect it with the disciples of a large family? "You seek death." Being taunted by the guard, June Yue's face turned blue, his eyes icy cold as he stared at the guard with a grim expression. "If you dare to say anything more, believe it or not, I'll make you eat your words." He was the Grand Duke of the June family. When had he been reduced to the point of being mocked by a tiny guard? Inside the family, being suppressed and targeted at every turn was just fine. Outside, June Yue would not lose his dignity. Not to mention that the girl he cared most about hitting would also be here today, so he was even less likely to hold back his anger. "Humph, you're the one looking for death." The guards glanced at him coldly and sneered nonchalantly. "Let me tell you, this is a rule that our hall master just issued. If you don't want to die, you'd better get the hell out of here right away, or don't blame us for being impolite." Seeing this guard being rude and unreasonable, Jun Yuje was enraged and could not wait to rush up and teach the scarred a hard lesson. Enough! However, right at this moment, a dainty voice rang out from within the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. This is the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. Please be quiet and keep order. Don't affect the other guests. With the sound of the voice, only Sun Mainyang, dressed in white, slowly paced out from the inside. Sun Mainyang's figure was slender and moving. Her skin was fair and tender, as if it could be blown away, especially that graceful and elegant physique, causing the many male cultivators to gulp a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, the entire outside of Wan Baotang's door was plunged into silence without a single sound, and everyone stared blankly at Sun Mainyang. This scene was so shocking. Who would have thought that the hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures would be so pure and holy? It was truly breathtaking. Even Jun Yuje, after seeing Sun Mainyang, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his eyes showed greed. He had heard before that this Wanbao Hall's hall master was surnamed Sun, but he hadn't expected it to be a woman, much less a holy great beauty. Sun Mainyang's long skirt fluttered like a fairy descending, beautiful and stunning. At this moment, Sun Mainyang exuded a noble and holy aura that made people hold their breath. Being dignified in front of people and flirtatious in front of Junlin Tian, these were the two sides of Sun Mainyang. Ahem. Seeing this, she coughed gently and said indifferently, "Everyone, Wan Bao Tang, am organizing an auction, so I hope that all of you will be quiet." At those words, the many male cultivators closed their mouths. Hall Master Sun, my son is attending an auction held by your hall, but he was stopped by this guard from entering for no reason. Is this how your hall entertains its guests? The moment Sun Mainyang's words fell, Jun Yuje's voice rang out abruptly. Hearing Jun Yuje's voice, Sun Mainyang's willow brows knitted lightly as she turned to look at him, and instantly her face blushed as she said, isn't this the Jun family's eldest young man?" Hearing Sun Mainyang speak in a complimentary manner, Jun Yuje proudly raised his head, condescendingly swept around and said with a flamboyant demeanor, "This prince can go wherever he wants to go. Hall Master Sun, these doggy lackeys of yours actually dared to stop me. They simply deserve to die." As soon as Jun Yuje's words fell, a majestic and powerful pressure was suddenly released, violently assaulting towards the guard. These guards standing outside were just ordinary people who knew some martial arts, and Jun Yuje was doing this because he wanted to establish himself in front of the crowd. Pus. Eroded by this tremendous pressure, the guard's throat surged and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale and terrified as he looked at the arrogant and infinite Jun Yuje. "Seek death." Right at this moment, Mei Nyang struck, raising her hand and slapping her palm on Jun Yuje's body. A huge spiritual energy burst out, blasting Jun Yuje several meters away. Chapter 12, Someone Must Be Counting on Me, Request for Follow-Up Readings. Feeling the intense pain coming from his internal organs, Jun Yuje screamed miserably as intense pain surfaced on his face, his eyes filled with resentment. Hiss. Seeing Sun Mainyang's sudden move to seriously injure Jun Yuje, the crowd of onlookers outside the door all sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts setting off waves of shock. This hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures had actually made a move to seriously injure the Jun family's youngest. That's a super family with a great emperor guarding it. Although the power of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures was very powerful, it was far from the Jun family that had the emperor realm at its helm. The melon-eating crowd did not know Jun Yuje's position in the Jun family and naively thought that he was highly valued by the family and that the Jun family would definitely not be kind to him after being seriously injured by Sun Mainyang. TSK. This beautiful hall master of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures has too much guts, doesn't she? Even daring to beat up the Jun family's youngest. That's the youngest member of the Jun family. Now there's a show. There was a lot of head shaking and sighing. However, just because the people who eat it don't know about it doesn't mean everyone doesn't know about it. Sun Mainyang knew that the Grand Princess had always suppressed Jun Yuje, and Jun Lintian had always been at odds with his own half-brother. Since there was a chance to strike this Jun family's great young man this time, she was certainly willing to go along with it and sell Jun Lintian a favor. She was going to be Jun Lin Tian's woman in the future. And so it was that Jun Yuje had just retaliated against his own men when he was struck by her thunderous blows. Looking at Jun Yuje's wretched appearance, Sun Mainyang did not show the slightest bit of pity. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, outlining an icy arc. There was simply an insurmountable chasm between this Jun family's great young man, compared to Jun Lintian. This kind of person, if you don't give him a little color, he doesn't know how to do things in a low-key manner. Hall Master Sun, what do you mean by this? Jun Yuje wiped away the blood spilling from the corner of his lips, stared viciously at Sun Mainyang, and cursed through clenched teeth. This Gongzi is only slightly out of hand, kindly teaching you a lesson for this disobedient dog under your hand. At this moment, his chest was burning with rage, itching to immediately rape Sun Mainyang before killing her. Oh, teaching a dog a lesson? Upon hearing this, Sun Mainyang sneered and said in a chilling voice, "You have to look at your master when beating a dog." What qualifications do you have to lecture this Hall Master's people? Hearing her mockery, Jun Yujae's face was incredibly gloomy, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and said hatefully, Hall Master's son, today you'd better give this Gongzi an explanation. Otherwise, I'll make sure that your life is worse than death. An explanation? What account does the Grand Duke want? Seeing this, Mei Yang clasped her hands to her chest, pretending to look pitiful, and weakly said, the Great Duke should not bully the little girl. Oh. Looking at her supple appearance, Jun Yujae's evil fire rose, and Sun Meinyang's panting appearance could not help but appear in his mind. Looking left and right and realizing that Donghuang Qingxue was not in sight, Jun Yujae could no longer control the fire of lust within him, his eyes glowing as he looked at Sun Meinyang and said lewdly, as long as Hall Master's son agrees to come to my Jun family tonight to converse about his life with my son once. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent and everyone was shocked. How could they not hear the meaning of Jun Yujae's 6 words, talking about life once? It turned out that the Grand Duke of the Jun family had taken a fancy to the gorgeous Sun Meinyang. TSK, I didn't realize that the Jun family's great young man's target was this Wanbao Hall's gorgeous Hall Master. Isn't that normal? Hall Master's son is so beautiful, and based on my many years of experience, she's still a virgin, so it's estimated that no man can resist her temptation. Where did the flower monk come from? His eyes are so poisonous. Alas, the son of a powerful family is good. Hook a finger. Want to sleep with which beauty? Is a matter of words. How much money you have determines how many times you can rip off the belt of your pants. The ancients have never deceived me. Just when everyone was thinking that Sun Meinyang would give in, Sun Meinyang, however, gave Jun Yujae a despicable look and secretly said, "Humph, really a waste. Jun Yujae and Jun Lintian are brothers." But Jun Lintian just patted her buttocks twice, and didn't show the slightest desire to possess her at all, so it is clear that his determination is extraordinary. On the contrary, Jun Yujae was like a hungry wolf who had never seen a beautiful woman before, revealing a lecherous gaze at the first sight of himself and thinking of bullying his way into possessing her body. In comparison, the two brothers are instantly recognizable. Humph. Seeing Jun Yujae's lewd to the core appearance, Sun Meinyang's pretty face went ice cold as she angrily said, Grand Duke, please respect yourself. What? Are you unwilling? Jun Yujae questioned in a cold voice, a flash of ferocious anger in his eyes. Sun Meinyang remained in the same light demeanor and said in a calm tone, Oh, what does the Jun family young master mean by that? Could it be that the Jun family young master is implying to this hall master that he wants to sow his wild oats in the Wanbao Hall? When she finished speaking, her gaze flickered, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold aura vaguely swept across. This waste of goods, does he really think he's a big shot? Posing in front of her. Seeing Sun Meinyang flip out, Jun Yujae's eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold as he reminded, Humph, is this Gonzi something that your Wanbao Hall can mess with? Cluck cluck cluck. Hearing this, Sun Meinyang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly, the pair of beautiful rabbits on her chest, trembling up and down along with it, full of temptation. What are you laughing at? A touch of hostility surfaced between Jun Yujae's brows. He didn't like it when people spoke to him with such an attitude. Upon hearing this, Sun Meinyang looked at Jun Yujae with a smile on her face and teased, the Grand Duke of the Jun family is so powerful. You're nothing but a wasteful outcast in the Jun family, and you're even pretending to be a big-tailed wolf in front of my old lady? Crashing sound. Once these words came out, the surrounding crowd of melon eaters clamored up. Each face was filled with intense astonishment, full of unimaginable. What's going on here? Are my ears mishearing? What? The master of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, to say that the Jun family's youngest is a wasteful outcast? This is so tigerish. Daring to call the Jun family's youngest a waste. This is crazy. This tiger, not only did she reject the courtship of the Jun family's youngest, but she also dared to insult the Jun family's youngest. It seems that this one Bao Tang doesn't want to live anymore. Alas, the Jun family is the #1 family in my great Zhou dynasty. Where can the 10,000 Treasures Hall afford to offend them? The crowd was whispering and talking. They all felt that Wan Baotang as well as Sun Meinyang were finished. Sun Meinyang humiliated Jun Yujae in such a way. I'm afraid that she couldn't wait for the night to fall. Tomorrow the entire capital would spread the word that the Wanbao Hall had offended the Jun family. Moreover, Jun Yujae being the Grand Duke of the Jun family, the Jun family would definitely not let go of the Wanbao Hall. Hearing Sun Meinyang's words, Jun Yujae raised an eyebrow, his expression gradually solidifying as a flash of dismay appeared on his face. How this woman knew everything about his position in the Jun family. It must be which one is counting himself behind his back. Monstrous hatred flared in Jun Yujae's eyes as he swept his gaze sinisterly across the room. Chapter 13 Dongwang Qingshuet appears. Being gazed at by his icy gaze, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but shiver and all instinctively took a step back. However, Amongst the many onlookers, Jun Yuje did not notice anything unusual. Afterwards, he slowly collected the anger on his face and replaced it with a gentle and elegant posture as he softly said, Hall Master's son has misunderstood. This male is only here to participate in the auction house organized by your hall. After saying that, he didn't wait for Sun Mainyang to reply, so he took a step towards the inside of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, trying to take the opportunity to get this off my chest. Grand Duke, wait! Sun Mainyang stretched out her jade hand and stopped Jun Yuje, looking at him with a smile or not, teasingly saying, please take out 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Today, there was no way she would let Jun Yuje muddle through so easily. Hall Master's son, do you really want to make things difficult for this Gonzi? Being a man is a good way to meet in the future. Seeing this, Jun Yuje's face turned cold. It's not that this hall is going to be hard on you, but rules are rules. Sun Mainyang shook her head and said in a resolute tone, those who wish to participate in this auction must be worth more than 1 million upper-grade spirit stones, so if you don't want to cause trouble, quickly take out your spirit stones. Hall Master's son, you're deliberately targeting my lord. Everyone in all of Great Zhou knows that my lord is worth more than $1 million, but this is the first time my lord has heard of such a strange rule for attending an auction. Saying this, Jun Yuje turned to look at the surrounding melon eaters and inquired aloud, everyone come and judge, is what this prince said right? Right, the Grand Duke is right. Heaven forbid that's the way to do business. Who says it isn't? This kind of thing can only be done by the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. The crowd hurriedly agreed, looking at Sun Mainyang with a look of contempt. Seeing this, the corner of Jun Yuje's mouth sketched out an arc of triumph as he turned to look at Sun Mainyang once again and said with a leathery smile, Hall Master's son, you heard it just now. That's what everyone thinks, so please ask Hall Master's son to abolish this unreasonable rule. Meh. Seeing that Jun Yuje wanted to force himself to make concessions by holding public opinion hostage, Sun Mainyang laughed coldly and sneered nonchalantly, Grand Duke of the Jun family, don't you think that this tactic of using public opinion to force this Hall Master's hand is very underhanded? After saying that, she swept the crowd with a grim gaze, teasingly saying, this mountain was planted by me, this road was opened by me, in this Wanbao Hall's acreage, my son Mainyang's words are the rules, and no one will be of any use to me. Hearing Sun Mainyang's domineering declaration, the crowd was dumbfounded, looking at her with shock and scorn. This beautiful hallmaster is too tough. Jun Yuje's fists were clenched tightly, his heart burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. Right at this moment, a young man wearing a long black robe, from Jun Yuje's side, strutted in and was not questioned or blocked by anyone. Seeing this scene, Jun Yuje's eyes lit up. He pointed at the young man's back and angrily said, Hall Master's son, then how did he get in? That one is the young master of the Li family in the capital. The Li family has assets of over 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. As the young master of the Li family, of course he can go in. Sun Mainyang glanced indifferently and sneered. If, Grand Duke, you were the Jun family's young master, you could certainly go in as well. TSK. Unfortunately, Grand Duke, you are not, so there is nothing this hall master can do. You, Jun Yuje's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Mainyang. Big Gonzi. You don't talk to a small woman anxious eyes. If you can't get this 1 million upper grade spirit stone, the small woman can introduce you to go to the Elephant Nun Hall. By virtue of the big Gonzi such a posture, it will be very popular with the customers there. To ensure that the big Gonzi will soon be able to earn enough of this 1 million upper grade spirit stone. At that time, Sun Mainyang licked her red lips, revealing an evil smile as she continued to irritate Jun Yuje. Enough! Jun Yuje's entire body was shaking with anger. At this moment, his heart was filled with grief and anger. Why is he not the young master of the Jun family? He was obviously the Grand Duke of the Jun family, so why would he be humiliated inside his own family, where even the maids and guards looked down on him? Why did he have to be humiliated and made difficult by a woman when he had only come to attend an auction? Note, Zhangguquan harmonization, Zhangguquan, also known as the male greenhouse, specializing in women or men with dragon and yang's love to go over to have fun. Ding, the son of Qi, Jun Yuje, has a loosening of his Dao heart and has lost 50 points of Qi value. The host has gained 50 points of villainous value. In the backyard of the Wanbao Hall drinking tea, Jun Lin Tian suddenly heard the system voice coming from his mind. The corner of his complacent mouth rose slightly, licked his lips. Evil, a small paragraph AO, worthy of being Main Yang. This young master a little bit of her through. It seems that in the future you have to reward her. Hearing Sun Main Yang's words, everyone's gazes towards Jun Yuje suddenly changed. Especially some rich wives from rich families looked at him with strange, interested gazes, as if they had seen prey and were eager to pounce on him. At this time, many of the melon eaters could also see that Sun Mainyang dared to publicly humiliate the Grand Duke of the Jun family 3 times over. Really, because the Grand Duke of the Jun family was not at all well received in the Jun family. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be possible to take out a mere 1 million top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Jun Yujae's image in their hearts hit rock bottom. TSK. I didn't realize that the Grand Duke of the Jun family was really a waste. Such goods. How dare they come out to participate in the auction? It simply insults the word Jun family. Ha ha ha. To be humiliated by a woman. Shame on you. Serves him right. Who made this punk not stay in the Jun family properly and come out to humiliate people? He might as well have died earlier. What a vegetable and fun-loving. The crowd of onlookers were talking and looking at Jun Yujae with more and more disdain. Hearing the piercing taunts of the crowd, Jun Yujae's face grew paler and paler, his chest heaving violently as he had clearly reached the limit of his violent anger. Just then, a familiar voice entered Jun Yujae's ears. Aunt's son, why are you here too? Jun Yujae turned around and realized that it was the goddess of his heart, Donghuang Qingxue. At this moment, Donghuang Qingxue was wearing a long white dress, floating like an immortal, as if it was an orchid in an empty valley, beautiful and unassuming, giving people a feeling of nobility and elegance. The entire scene was eclipsed up and suffocated under the reflection of her stunning face. She was walking slowly with lotus steps, a light smile hanging on her absolutely gorgeous face, giving off a feeling of gentleness like water. One could not help but want to get close and be deeply infatuated. Donghuang Qingxue came closer, and after seeing the pale Jun Yujae, her willow brows slightly knitted as she said, "Grand Duke, what happened to you?" The soft and delicate voice is as moving as a babbling brook. Upon hearing this, Jun Yujae knew that Donghuang Qingxue and Sun Meinyang were familiar with each other, and was immediately delighted, shaking his head and saying, "Qingxue, I'm fine. It's just that I just had some misunderstandings with Hall Master Sun before. Well, the misunderstandings are lifted now." Oh. Hearing these words, Donghuang Qingxue didn't ask much about what the misunderstanding was, and only nodded slightly, then raised her eyes to Sun Meinyang and said, "Aunt's son, since it's a misunderstanding that's been cleared up, I'll be going in with the Grand Duke to participate in the auction. You can go in, Qingxue, but not the Grand Duke of the Jun family." However, Sun Meinyang refused dryly, saying in a cold voice, "As I said just now, anyone who is a Grand Duke of the Jun family and can take out 1 million upper-grade spirit stones can only enter this." Chapter 14, Hooking Up with Donghuang Qingxue in front of Jun Yujae, request for follow-up reading. Donghuang Qingxue's pretty face froze up slightly, her eyebrows lightly frowning in thought for a moment. Then she said, "Aunt's son, why don't we do it this way? How about that 1 million top-grade spirit stones of the Grand Dukes? I'll pay for him?" She knew Jun Yujae's current situation in the Jun family, and asking him to come up with 1 million top-grade spirit stones was never going to be possible. With a good heart, she did not want to see Jun Yujae make a fool of himself here. Hearing this, the surrounding melon eaters were all in an uproar. The haughty and saintly Donghuang Qingxue was actually going to help the Grand Duke of the Jun family? Isn't this a flower on top of cow dung? Were the eyes of this fairy in front of her blind, that she could even look at such trash as Jun Yujae? Jun Yujae, on the other hand, was ecstatic and hurriedly said, "Qingxue, thank you. Don't worry, I won't let you down later at the auction." At those words, Donghuang Qingxue merely smiled and nodded slightly. This pouring smile made Jun Yujae even more excited, itching to immediately fly up and hug Donghuang Qingxue, telling her of his bare and sincere heart towards her. "Silly girl, you helped him?" Sun Meinyang snorted and said, "He is just a waste. While you are the first daughter of the high and mighty Eastern royal family, if you like him, even if I agree, I'm afraid that your mother's hurdle, you won't be able to pass it." "Aunt's son, what are you talking about?" Donghuang Qingxue's pretty cheeks instantly turned red, full of shame and unsightliness, and she complained in a low voice, "I'm just an ordinary friend with the Grand Duke, the one who says it has no heart, but the one who hears it has a heart." And when he heard Donghuang Qingxue say that she was just an ordinary friend with him, Jun Yujae's heart twitched a few times so hard that it ached immensely. His face fell instantly silent, his fists clenched. Although, he knew that he was still just an ordinary friend with Donghuang Qingxue at the moment, hearing it from Donghuang Qingxue in person still made it very difficult for him. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Jun Yujae secretly swore in his heart, "Qingxue, in this life, I, Jun Yujae, must have you. Really just a casual friend?" Hearing Donghuang Qingxue's explanation, Sun Meinyang half-heartedly glanced at Donghuang Qingxue and then coldly snorted. In order to irritate Jun Yujae severely, she deliberately bit out the words ordinary friend very heavily. "Aunt's son, if you keep this up, Qingxue will ignore you." Seeing Sun Meinyang grabbing onto this topic and not letting go, Donghuang Qingxue pouted. "You silly girl, isn't auntie afraid you'll be tricked by some trash?" Sun Meinyang glanced at Jun Yujae, who was standing by the side, and teasingly said, "If you want to find a Taoist couple, auntie can introduce the Jun family's young lord to you." He is the most outstanding heavenly pride of the young generation of our great Zhou dynasty. He reached the Sea of Wheel realm at the age of 20. Handsome and handsome. If you marry him, you will be the young lady of the Jun family. Aunt's son. Qingxue hasn't considered the issue of a Taoist couple for the time being. Donghuang Qingxue saw Sun Meinyang talking more and more without any boundaries, her pretty face crawling with redness, and hurriedly interrupted her to continue. Sun Meinyang laughed and said, "It's okay, take your time to consider it, you're still young anyway. I heard that the young master of the Jun family seems to like you quite a lot. You should seize this good opportunity." Jun Yuje was silent on the sidelines, but his heart set off monstrous waves. How could one's own brother, Jun Lin Tian, also have his eyes on Donghuang Qingxue? No, if this continues, Donghuang Qingxue might be led astray by Sun Meinyang. Thinking of this, Jun Yuje took 2 sharp breaths, suppressing the emotions that were churning within him, and tried to squeeze out a hint of a smile as he looked towards Donghuang Qingxue and laughed. "Qingxue, I told you that my own brother, Jun Lintian, is a ruthless person. If you marry him, you definitely won't be happy in the future. So you have to think about it clearly." Jun Yuje's words clearly had the intention of reminding Donghuang Qingxue, but more than that, he wanted her not to agree to marry Jun Lintian, or else she would surely suffer in the future. Hearing Jun Yuje's words, a flash of disgust surfaced on Donghuang Qingxue's beautiful pretty face. Bang. Just then, 5 fingerprints surfaced on the left side of Jun Yuje's face, and he was directly slapped back a few steps by Sun Meinyang, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Hall Master's son, you. Covering the left side of his fiery and painful face, Jun Yuje said with a grim expression, "What do you mean by this? The Jun family's young master, a modest gentleman, is kind and gentle." But at some point, the capital began to rumor that he was violent and ruthless in his actions. Sun Meinyang's face was frosty, and she drank coldly. "So everything is your own brother, behind the scenes, and now you still want to come and hoodwink my Qingxue? Simply delusional." Before the words fell, a terrifying killing intent filled the air, causing the atmosphere of the scene to become extremely cold and depressing. Feeling the fluctuations in the aura emanating from Sun Meinyang's body, Jun Yuje's face changed drastically, trembling with fear and horror. Sun Meinyang was a genuine Avatar realm powerhouse, and with such strong strength alone, she could completely pinch herself to death easily. "Coo of a dove." Swallowing his saliva, Jun Yuje said warily, "Son, Hall Master's son, I have no intention of offending you." Humph. Sun Meinyang was too lazy to bother with him and turned her head towards Donghuang Qingxue, taking her hand and admonishing her. "Qingxue, Auntie reminds you to stay away from this kind of trash who only lies in the future, lest you suffer losses when the time comes." Aunt's son, Donghuang Qingxue's pretty face was scarlet and she wanted to speak. The atmosphere of the scene seemed very awkward. Right at this moment, a man slowly walked out from inside the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, and when he saw Jun Yuje, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "Big brother, why are you here?" The visitor was dressed in a brocade robe, handsome and dashing looking, and was none other than the Jun family's young master, Jun Yuje's own brother, Jun Lintian. Seeing Jun Lintian, Jun Yuje had a complicated expression on his face as he directly glanced his head away, pretending that he did not see Jun Lintian. Seeing Jun Yuje ignoring himself, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he turned his gaze to Donghuang Qingxue on the side and said with a smile on his face, "Is Miss Qingxue also here to participate in this auction? As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea." Donghuang Qingxue had poor senses towards Jun Lintian because of her previous influence from Jun Yuje, but since Jun Lintian took the initiative to greet her, culminating very well, she nodded her head slightly and smiled back. "Yes, Jun family young lord, worthy of being the future empress, this temperament, this appearance, this body, this young master is about to lose his grip. No wonder this good big brother of his, who was so enamored with her at first sight, married her, did not go anywhere, and practiced dual cultivation with her day in and day out." Seeing Donghuang Qingxue, Jun Lin Tian could not help but feel some sighs in his heart. He collected his thoughts and said with a faint smile, "Miss Qingxue, when you have the chance in the future, why don't you come and sit in my Jun family? I'll treat you to tea." Donghuang Qingxue faintly hummed and didn't say anything more. Seeing this scene, Jun Yuje's face grew more and more ugly. Nima, this kid was too shameless, right? How dare he recklessly hit on the woman he was looking at in front of himself. Chapter 15. Meinyan wants to give birth to a son for the young lord. Jun Yuje's fists were clenched tightly, anger rising in the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to rush up and beat Jun Lintian severely. However, due to the fact that Jun Lintian was stronger than him, he could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. At this moment, Jun Lintian seemed as if he didn't notice Jun Yuje's sinister gaze and was still talking happily with Donghuang Qingxue, looking like he was in love with his wife. However, he didn't forget about business, and after chatting with Donghuang Qingxue for a few moments, he flicked his gaze to Sun Mainyang at the side, and said with a smile on his face, "Hall Master's son, give this young lord face, and let my big brother participate in this auction." Sun Mainyang's eyes darted around, and after a moment of contemplation, she said with a smile, "Since the Jun family's young lord is so sincere, then let's make an exception for the Jun family's youngest junior to attend." Although she did not know why Jun Lintian had temporarily changed his mind to let Jun Yuje in, she still did as she was told. "Thank you, Hallmaster's son, for making it happen." Jun Lintian hurriedly clasped his fists and said with a satisfied smile, "Can Hallmaster's son go to the back hall for a chat? This young lord has a business to discuss with Hallmaster's son." "Young Master Jun, this way please." Upon hearing this, how could Sun Mainyang not hear the meaning outside of Jun Lintian's words as she smiled and raised her hand in a gesture? Immediately, with a flirtatious smile, she led Jun Lintian towards the back hall. Seeing this scene, Jun Yuje frowned tightly and couldn't help but mutter in the bottom of his heart, "What is this Jun Lintian up to? To actually make an appointment with Sun Mainyang? Could it be that they have some kind of relationship? Or is there some kind of conspiracy?" Cough cough. In the middle of his thoughts, a sharp pain struck him. Jun Yuje's face turned pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, while he couldn't help but suck in cold air, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, is today a bad year?" Before, he was taught a lesson by Sun Mainyang, and just now, he received a slap from her. "Grand Duke, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Donghuang Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face flickered with worry as she hurriedly asked in a soft voice, "I'm fine." Jun Yuje waved his hand and insisted through clenched teeth, "It's good that you're fine. This time it's thanks to the help of the Jun family's young lord. Otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to participate in this auction together." Bah! Upon hearing this, Jun Yuje spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said morosely, "The Jun family's young lord? He is nothing but a hypocritical hypocrite. Qingxue, you should not be fooled by this villain." "Grand Duke, you're..." Donghuang Qingxue's willow eyebrows rose up, a few points of disbelief permeating her delicate face. Obviously, it was Jun Lintian who had kindly pleaded with Sun Mainyang just now, and that was what allowed Jun Yuje to obtain the qualifications to enter the auction. Now Jun Yuje was biting back and scolding Jun Lintian behind his back. This behavior was really disgraceful. Seeing the puzzled look on Donghuang Qingxue's face, Jun Yuje shook his head and said seriously, "Qingxue, you're still young and simply don't understand the perils of the human heart. I can guarantee that Jun Lintian definitely has other plans. We must not take this lightly." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Donghuang Qingxue thoughtfully responded softly and stopped asking more questions. However, the eating crowds around us weren't buying it. They could be considered abhorrent to Jun Yuje's behavior of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, and they opened their mouths to condemn and abuse them. This Grand Duke of the Jun family, he's so damn not a thing. That's it. Obviously the Jun family young master helped him. Now it's good. Directly a favor will be revenge. Simply, damn it. I was quite respecting this Grand Duke of the Jun family before, but I can't imagine that he's actually so despicable and dirty in his bones. How can such scum have the nerve to live in this world? Bah! Obviously being a villain himself and calling the Jun family's young lord a villain. Lao Di has never seen such a brazen person. The murmurs were endless. These voices reached Jun Yuje's ears, and although they displeased him, he did not care. After all, in Jun Yuje's heart, he could care less about anything except Donghuang Qingxue and avenging his mother's death. Therefore, the abusive accusations of the people present could not affect his state of mind halfway at all. "Qingxue, let's go in for the auction." This was, Jun Yuje opened his mouth and said, "Eh?" Donghuang Qingxue nodded slightly, and the two of them walked into the Hall of 10,000 Treasures one after the other in this manner. The back room of the Manpower Hall. "Young Lord, Mainyang did such a good job this time, and even taught Jun Yuje a lesson for you. How are you going to reward Mainyang?" Sun Mainyang stood in front of Jun Lintian, playfully blinking her eyes as she daintily asked. Jun Lintian laughed out loud, reaching out and wrapping his hand around Sun Mainyang's slender waist, letting her sit on his lap, and leaning in to whisper in her ear, "What kind of reward does Mainyang want?" "Mainyang likes young lord and wants to have a son for him." A bright aura swept through Sun Mainyang's eyes, her delicate body softly pressed against Jun Lintian's body as she exhaled like orchids. Feeling Sun Mainyang's temperature and temptation, Jun Lintian breathed heavily and his lower abdomen was unbearably hot. "Mainyang wants a name?" Jun Lintian asked as he suppressed the restlessness in his body and licked his dry lips. Sun Mainyang's red lips raised in a charming arc and smiled seductively. "Mainyang doesn't want any name. She only likes to be the little woman behind the curtain of the young master." As the words fell, Sun Mainyang's body was soft, her eyes were mesmerized, and a tantalizing light smile emerged from the corner of her mouth. She reached down and stroked her dress, revealing a large expanse of spring. Seeing that white skin, and the deep gully, Jun Lintian almost couldn't control himself and lunged straight up. However, in the end, Jun Lintian endured and smiled evilly. Don't worry Main Yang, after the auction is over, I will definitely give you an explanation. As the words fell, Jun Lintian resisted the urge to push the door and leave the room. He knew deep down that if he didn't leave, he was probably going to be eaten by Main Yang. He had already been exhausted by the two women yesterday, and he really didn't have much energy now. Unfortunately, he was so weak on the soles of his feet that he almost fell to the ground. At this point, he realized that he was poisoned, or spring poison. Maynard, you. Jun Lintian turned to look at Sun Mainyang and said unhappily, this young man said he would give you an explanation, but you can't rob me hard. Looking at Jun Lintian's somewhat angry appearance, Sun Mainyang's mouth sketched out a smirk of triumph as she murmured, young lord, you've already been poisoned by the spring poison, and only Mainyang can help you detoxify at this point in time. You. Hearing these words, Jun Lintian's head buzzed and his entire face instantly turned red beyond recognition. He now had a hot, dry, evil fire all over his body, wanting to find an outlet and vent it out ruthlessly. However, he was extremely restrained. Young lord, don't be afraid. Main Yang will come to cure you of the poison right away. Main Yang only needs a child. It's not like she's going to ask for a name. Seeing this, Sun Mainyang smiled charmingly and slowly stepped closer to Jun Lintian. She thought that Jun Lintian was still a virgin and was even more excited inside. The first woman of the Jun family's young master. This is the dream of many women in the Great Zhou dynasty, right? Chapter 16, What a charming little goblin, begs to be followed. As he watched Sun Mainyang gradually approach, Jun Lintian's face turned redder and redder and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This demon woman, she's simply horrible. As she spoke, Sun Mainyang reached out and tugged at the skirt around her waist. In a flash, the red gauze skirt on her body slipped off, and a perfect, white, jade-like petite body was presented in front of Jun Lintian's eyes. Gulp! Looking at Sun Mainyang's tantalizingly delicate body, Jun Lintian's throat moved slightly as he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Young lord, Main Yang is so beautiful and still a virgin. Are you willing to let me marry another man? Sun Mainyang softly whispered, unshedding. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian instinctively shook his head. He certainly did not want to see such a sexy and enchanting Main Yang become another man's plaything. If you don't want to give it up, just promise to give it to Main Yang. Sun Mainyang took hold of Jun Lintian's palm and dragged him to the bed to lie down. With that, Sun Mainyang leaned down and stretched out her slender index finger, teasing Jun Lintian's earlobe. Feeling a wet and silky touch coming from his earlobes, Jun Lintian was suddenly in a state of mind and his breathing was heavy. He wanted to struggle, but was surprised to find that his body couldn't actually make any strength. Jun Lintian knew very well that his condition was the result of being hit by the spring poison. He was unwilling to fall like this, and hurriedly reminded, Main Yang, you quickly detoxify this young master. Look at the young lord monkeying around. Upon hearing this, Sun Mainyang stopped teasing and glared at Jun Lintian with a pout. This kind of thing can't be rushed. As the words fell, Sun Mainyang directly pounced on Jun Lintian's arms and began to undo the sash on Jun Lintian's body. In an instant, Jun Lintian only felt the evil fire within his body grow even more. Especially the snowy touch on the front of his chest made him horny. Thank you young lord for your gift. Main Yang won't let you down. Sun Mainyang's beautiful eyes glanced at Jun Lintian. At this time, the spring poison in Jun Lintian's body was also completely and cleanly detoxified by Sun Mainyang. Main Yang, after resting for a while, go and help this young lord monitor the movements of my big brother Jun Yuji's side, and if there's anything going on, immediately transmit your voice to me. Jun Lintian commanded under his breath. For Jun Yuji, this experienced baby, how could Jun Lintian let it go? He would definitely kill Jun Yuji with his own hands when he drained him of his fortune value. Main Yang obeyed. Sun Mainyang nodded and got up from the bed, picking up the clothes on the ground and putting them on. However, Sun Mainyang had just put one on when she realized that there was something strange. Sun Mainyang's pretty face was flushed and a little flustered, and after glancing at Jun Lintian, she pouted. Young lord, when Mainyang has finished with the matter, you will have to make it up to Mainyang once. And, don't worry, this young master promised to compensate you twice. It's always okay. Jun Lintian agreed without thinking. He wasn't that petty of a man. Since Sun Mainyang had given herself for the first time, he would definitely be responsible to the end. Anyway, his Jun family was a large family, so there was still no pressure to raise one more woman. What's more, Main Yang was quite pretty, considered a heavenly beauty, and liked himself so much that he wished to give himself children. How could he, as a normal man, refuse such a reasonable request? Main Yang thanked young lord. Sun Mainyang smiled sweetly, and then, with elegant steps, she walked towards the outside. Soon, she disappeared from Jun Lintian's sight. what a charming little leprechaun. Looking at Sun Mainyang's disappearing silhouette, Jun Lintian revealed an infatuated gaze. However, he didn't forget his purpose and rolled out of bed, put on his clothes and prepared to go to the auction site. At this time, the auction had not yet begun, but the place had already been crowded with people, because, today, the auction held by the Hall of 10,000 Treasures this time was very large in scale, and there would be many unseen treasures appearing in the auction. The two of them, Jun Yuje and Donghuang Qingxue, chose to sit in a position in a relatively quiet corner. I didn't expect so many people to come here today. It's really lively. As she watched the constant stream of people entering the auction hall, a faint trace of excitement surfaced on Donghuang Qingxue's face. As she was the first daughter of the Eastern royal clan, she had lived a carefree life and rarely came to such lively scenes. Hearing Donghuang Qingxue's words, Jun Yuje couldn't help but say, "Qingxue, the auction hasn't even started yet. When it does, you'll know what it means to be truly lively." Donghuang Qingxue nodded gently, her beautiful eyes revealing a light of anticipation. Seeing this, a doting smile appeared on Jun Yuje's face. Just then, he suddenly smelled a strong smell of rouge and powder, and the smell also seemed somewhat familiar. He looked up and saw that at some point Sun Mainyang was standing in front of Donghuang Qingxue. "Ha, what brings you here, Aunt Sun?" Seeing Sun Mainyang, Donghuang Qingxue looked happy, a bright smile on her pretty face. "Silly girl, Auntie is still not uneasy about you, afraid that you won't be deceived by certain people and not realize it." Sun Mainyang touched Donghuang Qingxue's head and skimmed her lips. The certain people she was referring to were naturally Jun Yuje. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Jun Yuje on the side, the corner of her mouth sketching out a teasing smile. "Grand Duke, is this hall right?" At those words, although he hated Sun Mainyang in his heart, on the surface Jun Yuje still squeezed out a stiff smile and snapped, "Hall Master Sun, you're joking. Qingxue is so smart and beautiful, how could anyone possibly lie to her?" "Oh, I hope so." Sun Mainyang snorted coldly and sat between the two. Seeing Sun Mainyang act as a light bulb, Jun Yuje's face became extremely cloudy. Sun Mainyang was clearly here to pick a fight. Could it be that her plan had been recognized by her? No way. There was absolutely no way that his ability to awaken the heavenly treasure could be exposed. The only possibility was simply that this Sun Mainyang was just protecting Donghuang Qingxue, not wanting to allow herself to have any interaction with Donghuang Qingxue. In that case, it would be better to stay put and observe first. Figuring this out, Jun Yuje's mind turned slightly, then regained its composure. At that time, letting Sun Mainyang also witness her own power together, perhaps she might even be able to obtain the heart of this full-bodied mature beauty full of charm. In one fell swoop, the two women were taken down together and slept under a big blanket, enjoying the happiness of those who are in the same boat. Spinning around, he cast his gaze into the distance. Suddenly, his face sank, his fists clenched with hatred. This was because he realized that Jun Lintian was slowly walking towards the auction hall. "Grand Duke, what's wrong with you?" Donghuang Qingxue noticed Jun Yuje's change and asked suspiciously. Jun Yuje gritted his teeth and said, "It's that scumbag." Chapter 17, Wu on Air. The little princess of the former dynasty of the Kingdom of Wu, the young master of the Jun family? What is he doing here? At those words, Donghuang Qingxue's willow brows knitted lightly. Jun Lintian was the Jun family's young master. There should be no shortage of heavenly materials for cultivation. There was no need to participate in the auction at all. "I'm not sure. Let's take a look first." Jun Yuje took a deep breath and said, "Oh." Donghuang Qingxue nodded her head slightly and followed Jun Yuje to focus her attention on Jun Lintian, only to see that Jun Lintian was glowing, a faint smile on his face as he scanned the auction hall for a few rounds. Suddenly, a young maid in a long white dress greeted her and made a gesture of invitation to her, saying, "Jun family young master, this way please." Jun Lintian nodded gently, and then accompanied by the maid, walked straight towards the heaven-sized box. A few moments later, Jun Lintian followed the young woman into the heaven-sized room and closed the door. Seeing this, Jun Yuje's pupils shrunk slightly as a trace of shock surfaced on his face. Surprisingly, it's a heaven-sized box. Jun Lintian is actually qualified to enter the heaven-sized box. Looking at Jun Lintian's disappearing back, Jun Yuje gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was covered in anger, and intense jealousy welled up in his heart. To know, many big families of the head of the family can only have ordinary box, only like the great Zhou dynasty emperor can have access to the heaven-sized box qualification. However, Jun Lintian is just a playboy, and what makes him a heaven-sized box? Could it be that scumbag that has gained Sun Mainyang's favor, has even taken her? Recalling, just now, Sun Mainyang's walking posture, Jun Yuje came to a realization. Damn villain, to be so shameless as to eat a woman's soft food. The more Jun Yuje thought about it, the angrier he became. his forehead veins bulging with anger to the extreme, and Dong Huang Chang Shui, who was sitting beside him, also sensed Jun Yuze's mood swings as she queried, "Grand Duke, what's wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Jun Yuje hastily gathered his emotions and smiled bitterly. "Qing Xue, I'm fine, let's continue watching the auction." He had just gotten so excited that he almost revealed his emotions. After all, the towering image he had managed to erect in Dong Huang Qing Shui's heart could not be ruined. As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Jun Yuje planned to personally trample Jun Lindian under his feet when he was strong enough. Oh, hearing Jun Yuje's reply, Dong Huang Qingxue didn't have any more doubts and nodded her head obediently. On the other hand, Sun Mainyang, who was in charge of monitoring Jun Yuje on the side, had long since noticed Jun Yuje's mood swings, but she paid no attention to it and continued to monitor. On the other side, inside the heaven-sized box, Jun Lin Tian looked around and realized that there was no one else besides him and the young maid. After a slight hesitation, Jun Lindian opened the door and said, "Give this young lord a list of the items for today's auction." Upon hearing this, that young maid nodded slightly and took out a list of auction items from her storage ring and handed it to Jun Lin Tian. After Jun Lin Tian carefully examined the area, he did not find a single clue of the Regulus sword or the Eastern Emperor clock. Seeing this, he frowned. Did this list of auction items leave out some other bids? Reporting to the Jun family young master, the slave girl can confirm that all of today's bidding items are on this list. The young maid respectfully explained. Okay, this young lord knows. Seeing that the expression on the maid's face did not have any abnormalities, Jun Lin Tian knew that she was not lying. He cast his gaze at Jun Yuje's back through the window of the compartment, licked his lips, and smiled evilly. "Big brother, you treasure-seeking rat, don't let your younger brother down later." Then, Jun Lindian placed the list of auction items on the table and looked up at the young maid, startled to find that the number above her head had reached 5,000, a whole 4 times more than his elder brother Jun Yuje's chi luck value. This is not a proper great chi heroine. How could he let it go when he came across it? So he pretended to ask casually, "What's your name, girl?" Reporting to the Jun family's young lord, the slave girl's name is Linglong, one of the stewards of the heaven-size box. The young maid owed her body slightly and said, hearing the other party's words, Jun Lintian immediately brightened up, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he smiled, listening to Miss Linglong's accent. "It seems that she is not from my great Zhou dynasty." Linglong bowed her head slightly and humbly said, "The slave girl is from Nanhai City." "Nanhai City, isn't that the capital of Wu?" Hearing Linglong's reply, Jun Lintian was even more convinced of the speculation in his heart. Although Linglong had concealed it well, he was still able to vaguely sense that there was spiritual energy flowing in Linglong's body, and her breath was very thick. There was no doubt that this maid's cultivation had already reached the Wheeling Sea realm. In the original story, the former royal family of Wu was bloodied by rebels in one night, but a young princess named Wu Wanair, under the protection of her guards, escaped to heaven. She has been living in hiding in the capital city of Great Zhou under the name of Linglong. Eventually Wu Di, the protector general of the kingdom of Wu, overthrew the reign of the current royal family of Wu, found Wu Wanair and assisted her to become the first female emperor of Wu. No wonder the chi luck value was frighteningly high, so she was the future female emperor of Wu. At this moment, Jun Lin Tian was very excited in his heart. If he got Wu Wanair while she was down and out, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to control the entire Wu kingdom in the future? This kind of splash of riches is simply too tempting. Jun Lintian secretly swallowed his saliva, forcing himself to calm down, calming his agitated mood, and opened his mouth. "Miss Linglong, this young lord is very interested in the items you are auctioning off, so why don't you help this young lord introduce them first?" After saying that, Jun Lin Tian took out a Qiankuan pouch and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Linglong's eyes instantly became fiery. After all, she was now living alone in seclusion in the Great Zhou, and her life was rather strained. Plus she still had to find a way to raise funds for the restoration of her country. It made the pressure on this young princess of the former dynasty of Wu very great. "Thank you, young Lord Jun." After taking a deep breath, Linglong suppressed her excitement and pointed to the items on the list, recounting in detail. "This armor is a 5th grade spiritual weapon of the Xian rank, the purple Lin armor, which can enhance a martial artist's defensive ability by 20%. Linglong rattled on, her voice pleasant to the ear. How could Jun Lintian be in the mood to listen to these introductions? He was drunk and instead took the opportunity to sneak a peek at Wu Wanair, only to see Wu Wanair at this moment, wearing a long white dress. Her skin was fair and snowy, and her face was like a peach blossom. A head of black beautiful long hair draped over the shoulders, appearing smooth and wonderful. 2 willow-like eyebrows curved into a good-looking arc, agar nose and pink lips slightly curved, sketched out a faint arc, giving a person a kind of quiet and gentle feeling. Not only that, but her skin was crystal clear and blown out. as if it could be pinched with a light touch. Jun Lin Tian couldn't help but swallow as his eyes sizzled. Ahem! He coughed dryly, forcing his thoughts back, then picked up his teacup and drank to hide his embarrassment. He didn't dare to look further down, or he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep it up and do something bad. Fortunately, this was a private room, and the people outside couldn't even see the scene just now. Otherwise, the young master of the Hallow Jun family would be confused by a maid, and it would definitely be a laughingstock when it was spread out. Young Master Jun, which lot do you like? Perceiving Jun Lingtian's fiery gaze, Linglong's heart thumped and her pretty face blushed with shame. However, she had to tough it out because Jun Lingtian's status was very honorable and she had to serve carefully. Clang! As a gong sounded in the hall, this auction house officially began. Chapter 18, Separating Donghuang Qingxue and Jun Yuje, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Immediately afterward the auctioneer walked up to the raised platform in the hall. She was a full-figured, fair-skinned woman in a colorful dress, picked up a glazed bottle on the table, smiled daintily at the crowd and said, VIPs, tonight's auction officially begins. The first lot is presented by the slave personally. The name of the liquid inside this glazed bottle is called 9 Orifices Stone Milk, which is a rare elixir that enhances the body of the person taking it. After listening to the auctioneer's introduction, everyone present revealed a look of shock. This was a rare elixir, and its preciousness was comparable to that of an extremely high-grade elixir. For this auction, the starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. The sweet voice of the auctioneer once again reached the ears of the crowd. 100,000 spirit stones, 120,000 spirit stones, 150,000 spirit stones, 200,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, an offer was immediately made. In that instant, the bidding soared from 100,000 spirit stones to 200,000 pieces. Such a speed of increase in price made even Jun Lingtian smack his lips. Worthy of an auction. It's really scary. Young Master Jun, do you need an offer? Seeing that the bidding was getting more and more intense, Linglong turned her head to look at Jun Lingtian and inquired. Upon hearing this, Jun Lingtian saw that Jun Yuje had not participated in the bidding, so he shook the folding fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, No, this young lord is not interested in this thing. Oh, Linglong nodded obediently and said nothing more, continuing to watch the others compete. Jun Lingtian also continued to admire Linglong's poise. After intense bidding, the bottle of 9 Orifices milk was finally sold for 550,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer was full of joy and said, Ladies and gentlemen, next, we will proceed to the auction of the second lot. It is very extraordinary. With 1,000,000 years of age, I believe everyone will like it even more. The second lot is, the ancient bell of Qixia Temple. As the words fell, several guards combined their efforts to move out a huge bronze ancient bell that was ancient and heavy. The bronze ancient clock was 3 feet high, the surface carved with dragons and phoenixes. It looked lifelike, and the clock contained an awe-inspiring cool and ancient atmosphere. Qixia Temple Ancient Bell. Base price 100,000 spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. When the auctioneer finished his introduction, a hush came over the venue. Ha! To take out a broken clock, you call that a treasure? The Qixia Temple has long been extinct for thousands of years. Taking out a treasure like this, who knows if it's worth anything? Yeah, this ancient stuff. I guess it's not even trash, right? In my opinion, that poor bastard must be crazy to come up with such a piece of crap for auction. The crowd was murmuring, and it was clear that they all did not look favorably on this bronze ancient bell, considering it to be a piece of junk. 100,000 spirit stones. However, right at this moment, Jun Yuje suddenly opened his mouth to make an offer, because he saw that the color of this ancient bell in his eyes was gold, and it was obviously a top-tier magical artifact, associated with the East Emperor Bell, the clan-suppressing artifact of the East Kingdom that had disappeared for millions of years. It was highly likely that this ancient bell was the East Emperor Bell, only that it had a disguise on it. If, in the end, he auctioned it off and gave the Donghuang bell to Donghuang Qingxue, then Donghuang Qingxue would surely be grateful to him and even give her body to him. Just as Jun Yuje was beautifully and secretly rejoicing, a sneering voice came from the side. Asterisk. There's even a fool who spends 100,000 spirit stones to buy this piece of? Isn't that the Grand Duke of the Jun family? What a stupid person. What an idiot. Look, isn't it Donghuang Qingxue sitting next to the Grand Duke of the Jun family? He wouldn't purposely spend money on a pile of scrap iron to please a beauty in order to win her heart. Ha ha ha. The crowd looked at Jun Yuje and mockingly murmured, all of them thinking that he had gone mad. Even Donghuang Qingxue, who was on the side, furrowed her willow brows and looked at Jun Yuje with a puzzled expression. In her eyes, Jun Yuje was a modest gentleman with brains and ambition. Seeing this, Yue Ji smiled and explained, Qing Xue, this isn't just any broken copper or iron. It's an antique that has been passed down from the Qixia temple, and it should be priced quite well. He thought about giving Dong Huang Qing Xue a heavenly surprise afterward. So it is. Dong Huang Qing Xue nodded indistinctly. Yue Ji's explanation was barely passable. The Grand Duke of the Jun family is bidding 100,000 spirit stones. Does anyone else want to raise their bid? The auctioneer smiled as he swept around and opened his mouth to inquire. However, the scene was silent. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and no one stepped forward to raise the price. Seeing that no one had raised the bid, the auctioneer's expression was a bit disheveled as he announced, since there are no bids, then this treasure goes to. At this moment, Yue Ji, a rich smile emerged from the corners of his mouth, as if he had already seen Dong Huang Qingxue take the initiative to throw herself at him. Wait, this young lord offers 200,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out, interrupting Yue Ji's fantasies. The source of this voice was none other than Jun Lintian in the heaven-sized box. Seeing this scene, Yue Ji's face sank, his eyes carrying a murderous intent as he looked in the direction of the heaven-sized box and rebuked, Jun Lintian, why are you doing this to me? Oh, big brother, you're going a bit overboard with that. Jun Lintian leisurely crossed his legs and teased, the items in this auction, whoever has their eyes on them can bid for them and the highest bidder gets them. So how did it come to your mouth that I am against you? You, as always, are brutal and overbearing, but this is an auction. You can't be allowed to fool around. Hearing these words, Yue Ji was so angry that he was trembling with rage, but he was powerless to do anything about it. More than money, Jun Lintian threw him off by 100,000 miles. Then strength. Jun Lintian had reached the Sea of Wheel realm and he was only in the late stage of chi practicing, so he could not beat him at all. The scene of blood brothers turning against each other made a crowd of eaters in the hall sigh. The Grand Duke of the Jun family has gone too far to be so overbearing. Who says it isn't? How can a Grand Duke of the Jun family be as brutal as a street barker? The Jun family's young lord is really something too, to be so courteous to such a brutal and rude big brother. Or if it were me, I wouldn't teach him a good lesson. Gee, looks like we're in for a treat. Hearing the crowd's lopsided accusations, Yue Ji gritted his teeth, his fists pinched and cackled with indignation in his heart. It was clear that he did not have the slightest status in the Jun family, and was targeted at every turn by the Grand Princess and Jun Lintian, the pair of mischievous mother and son. Well, he's the real victim here. How come now? He's become a brutal and unreasonable bully? Even Dong Huang Qingxue, who was on the side, began to look at him with strange eyes. Qing Xue, don't listen to that scumbag Jun Lintian, stirring up trouble. Perceiving Dong Huang Qingxue's dissimilar mother emperor, Yue Ji hurriedly defended. Grand Duke, stop talking. Qingxue trusts you. However, just as Yue Ji opened his mouth, Dong Huang Qingxue interrupted him with an expressionless face. It was obvious that she didn't fully believe Yue Ji's words. Ah, Jun Lintian, I will get back today's disgrace one day. Seeing this, Yue Ji clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Chapter 19, Yue Ji who came to his senses. Seeing the anger and unwillingness in the depths of Yue Ji's eyes, Sun Mainyang skimmed her mouth with a look of disdain. A waste is a waste, not as powerful as the Jun family's young master, and still not convinced. A mere waste of a 25-year-old who is still in the chi practicing realm wants to compete with the young master? It's a fool's errand. A loser. You want to win the heart of my Qingxue? It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. At that moment, the auctioneer saw that Yue Ji was no longer bidding, so he shouted with excitement. Congratulations to the young master of the Jun family in the heaven size box, who has won the ancient bell of the Qixia temple at the high price of 200,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the auctioneer immediately had 4 guards carry the ancient bell of the Qixia temple and send it to Yue Ji in front of the heaven size room. Jun family young master, this is the ancient bell of the Qixia temple that you auctioned off. Please inspect it. A guard fawned. Well done. Here's your reward. Jun Lintian nodded in satisfaction before taking out 400 spirit stones from his bosom and throwing them at the feet of the 4 guards. Seeing Jun Lintian's actions, these 4 guards had their eyes widened. 400 spirit stones, worthy of being the young master of the Jun family. He was indeed bold. Even those rich people's sons and daughters, although they were rich, they were not seen to have rewarded themselves with so many spirit stones. Thank you, young master Jun clan, for the reward. Looking at the 400 spirit stones at their feet, the 4 were so excited that they were about to faint, kneeling on the ground in gratitude and kowtowing repeatedly. Okay, you guys go. Waving his hand, Jun Lintian signaled them to hurry up and leave, and then carefully observed the ancient bell of the Qixia temple, which was 3 feet high, in front of his eyes. He knew that this ancient bell of the Qixia temple was most likely the East royal family's lost treasure of the town, the East Emperor bell, which was of inestimable value. Junlin Tian reached out and caressed the ancient bell as if he was caressing a most precious treasure. Lovingly, it emitted a faint glow and was inscribed with arcane and complicated patterns. Junlin Tian could tell just by using mental probing that it did indeed have the aura of a million years of history. This level of magic weapon, if put into the world of immortal cultivation, will definitely set off a bloody storm, attracting countless immortal cultivators to rush. This time, count yourself lucky to be discovered by this young lord, and you will be able to regain your former glory. Junlin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a beastly light as he murmured and whispered. Looking at the way Junlin Tian was very interested in this big clock, Wu Wan'er, who was on the side, did not open her mouth to ask about it, although she was a bit puzzled. If Junlin Tian didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. After all, she knew that there were some things that she shouldn't ask, so as not to upset Junlin Tian. Next, all kinds of strange and weird treasures were presented for auction one after another. Although the prices of the treasures up for auction were quite high, Jun Yuje couldn't muster half an interest. At the moment, he had been harboring a grudge against the fact that the Eastern Emperor's bell had been taken away by Junlin Tian, and he could not forget about it. And at that moment, the auctioneer suddenly lifted the red cloth, revealing a statue inside. The statue was more than 2 meters tall, with a full body of golden armor and a long sword hanging from its waist, making it powerful and majestic. Gentlemen, this following lot is the statue of the last human emperor heart of our human race. Oh. The auctioneer smiled in a mysterious manner and said, the human emperor's heart. It is said that he was sacrificed to protect our human race in the first place, and after his death, his body was transformed into this statue after endless years. At his chest, he still has the fatal wound from the battle back then, and every night, it glows with a golden luminescence. As he spoke, the auction pointed his jade finger toward the statue's chest, and the guests present could clearly see the bull-sized wound on his chest. Hiss! Looking at the shocking wounds, everyone here couldn't help but huff and puff, their eyes widening in shock. Such a horrifying wound. What kind of pain had this last human emperor endured? Seeing the stunned expression on the faces of the crowd, the auctioneer revealed a smug smile, twisted her water snake waist, and continued her introduction. The human emperor heart, after death, was transformed into this statue, which has been 1,000,000 years old, and by placing it in your home, you can ward off any evil spirits and ghosts, and increase your family's luck. At those words, the originally stunned crowd was in an uproar again. Gosh, in that case, I'm going to buy it. Not only that, such a good thing should be brought back to the family to be enshrined. Yes, I agree. In an instant, the entire auction hall was abuzz with guests. For this auction item, the starting price is 200,000 spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer announced with a smile, I'll offer 211,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, there was a middle-aged man, who did not hesitate to call the price. It was obvious that he was determined to win the statue of Emperor's heart. 230,000 spirit stones, 240,000 spirit stones. The price of the Emperor's heart statue continued to rise upwards as the crowd continued to compete in the bidding session. Jun Yuje, who was in the corner, had his pupils shrink the moment he saw the Emperor's heart statue, and his heart snapped, because the statue showed two colors in his eyes. The Emperor's heart statue showed green except for the sword at his waist, which showed gold. It is evident that the real value of the Emperor's heart statue is the sword. The saber that displayed a color of gold could be imagined to be a divine weapon of some sample rank. Jun Yuje's heart thumped and his face could hardly hide his excitement. Previously, his chance had been taken away by Junlin Tian, and this overwhelming chance, he must grasp it. After a month of picking up leeks at the ground stalls, he had made quite a bit of money and had roughly 800,000 or so spirit stones in his hands. Although the crowd was interested in the statue of Emperor's heart, as the price reached 500,000 spirit stones, the number of people calling for the price was significantly less, and the scene gradually quieted down. 520,000 spirit stones, 530,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Jun Yuje's eyes glowed with a scorching light as he kept staring at the Emperor's heart statue. Since everyone didn't know the true value of this Emperor's heart statue, it was a good time for him to pick up the pieces. He was just about to raise his card for an offer, but just as he was about to raise his hand, he gave it up again. He remembered Junlin Tian and knew that this brother of his was not a light. If he raised his hand to make an offer now, then Junlin Tian would most likely grab it from him. Compared to who had money, how could he, Jun Yuje, as the young master of the Great Zhou's first family, Junlin Tian, possibly compare? In the end, he might end up hitting a basket of water and giving Junlin Tian a dowry for nothing. At that moment, he looked at Dong Huang Qing Shui on the side, and with a twinkle in his eye, a plan came to him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said in his mind, "Humph, Jun Lin Tian, let's see if you can still use me to pick up the pieces this time." Chapter 20 A gap between Donghuang Qingxue and Jun Yuje, request for follow-up reading. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Donghuang Qingxue, who was at the side, and said in a low voice, "Qingxue, can you help me go bid to help me auction off this emperor's heart statue?" Hearing Jun Yuje's words, Donghuang Qingxue frowned as she seemed somewhat puzzled. "What? You don't want to?" Seeing this, Jun Yuje's face instantly chilled as he indifferently said, No, it's just that I think why don't you go bid yourself? If you're short of spirit stones, I can lend them to you first." Donghuang Qingxue shook her head and softly said. Upon hearing this, the expression on Jun Yuje's face, only then did he ease up quite a bit, lowering his voice and explaining, "If I open my mouth to bid, that despicable kid Jun Lintian will absolutely fight me for it." Donghuang Qingxue frowned slightly, but seeing Jun Yuje's hopeful expression as he looked towards himself, he could not help but soften his heart. She gently nodded, then raised the offer plate in her hand and spoke out, "I offer 560,000 spirit stones." Jun Yuje saw Donghuang Qingxue agree, and his heart burst with joy. In this way, he had perfectly circumvented the targeting of that despicable villain, Jun Lin Tian. Although this practice had the suspicion of taking advantage of Donghuang Qingxue, in front of the overwhelming chance, Jun Yuje couldn't care less. All he wanted to do right now was to photograph this emperor's heart statue. Then he would quickly raise his strength and kill Jun Lintian's mother and son to avenge his mother's death. Unfortunately, Jun Yuje had never thought in all his calculations that there was a secret son of Jun Lintian sitting right next to him. A hint of teasing flashed in Sun Mainyang's eyes when she saw the words Jun Yuje was talking with Donghuang Qingxue. This Jun Yuje, on the other hand, thought that he was too smart and was able to conceal his actions from the world. But in reality, his every move was in the young lord's calculations. For Jun Lintian, Sun Mainyang had long been submissive to the ground. Not only handsome, her family background was incomparably powerful. Her cultivation talent was demonic, and her brain also belonged to that kind of top-notch cleverness. If one is pregnant with the seed of such a wonderful man, then one's children are also wonderful. She hurriedly transmitted the conversation between the two of them to Jun Lintian in the heaven-sized box. After listening to Sun Mainyang's voice transmission, Jun Lintian, who was sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, revealed a playful glint in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth was even outlined in an evil arc. This Jun Yuje was quite the chicken thief, actually thinking of using the Donghuang Qingxue offer as a way to circumvent his own targeting. However, he had arranged for Sun Mainyang, the secret son, beforehand. No matter how powerful Sun Monkey is, he will never be able to escape Buddha's five-finger mountain. I wonder, as this young lord once again snatches the amazing opportunity from your hands, I wonder if your Tao heart will collapse. With this in mind, he lazily shouted, "This young lord is offering 600,000 spirit stones. Who else wants to snatch the statue of the human emperor from this young lord's hands?" His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the entire audience to hear clearly, even including Donghuang Qingxue, Jun Yuje and the two of them. Upon hearing Jun Lin Tian shout the price, the entire auction house was silent and silent. No sound rang out. Everyone fell silent, looking in the direction of the heaven-size box, their eyes filled with shock and scorn. The meaning of Jun Lintian's words had been made very clear. Whoever dared to continue to raise the price was provoking him and making an enemy of the entire Jun family, and he would definitely not let it go. Seeing that the crowd in the hall did not even dare to fart, Jun Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, being a supervillain is just awesome. You can do whatever you want. So what if he's the son of luck? You're still at his mercy?" Jun Yuje's face grimaced when he heard Jun Lintian shouting the price. His fists clenched and creaked. He always had the feeling that something seemed wrong somewhere, but just couldn't tell. It was as if Jun Lintian was deliberately targeting him, singing against him every time. Could it be that he knew that he needed the emperor's heart statue, so he was deliberately competing with him? However, he did not believe that Jun Lintian had such an ability. After all, the news that he had asked Donghuang Qingxue to photograph the emperor's heart statue was kept secret. So how did Jun Lintian obtain the information? On the side of Donghuang Qingxue, seeing the unwilling look on Jun Yuze's face, she pondered for a moment before raising the bidding card in her hand once again and voiced, 611,000 spirit stones. Hiss. When Donghuang Qingxue shouted out the price, the crowd in the hall let out a sound of cold air being drawn. They all stared at Donghuang Qingxue with wide eyes, an unbelievable expression on their faces. Who the hell is this woman? She's got a lot of nerve, doesn't she? To dare to openly call out the Jun family's young lord was simply looking for death. Moreover, her bid was only 10,000 spirit stones higher than Jun Lintian's. Was she not afraid of the Jun family's retaliation afterwards? Even if she had a distinguished family, she couldn't carry the Jun family's revenge. For a moment, there was a lot of talk in the auction house. All of them were stunned by this move by Dong Huang Qingxue. Since Miss Dong Huang Qingxue is unconvinced, then this young master will play with you properly for 620,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Jun Lintian, who was sitting inside the box, said in a bland tone. His face remained flat as usual, seemingly unconcerned with Dong Huang Qingxue's actions, but the people in the hall all knew that the Jun family's young lord was angry, and angry at that. Hearing these words, Dong Huang Qingxue fell silent. Jun Lintian was warning her that if she dared to continue to raise the price, she was not putting his Jun family in her sights, and that she would certainly be unable to eat at that time. Thinking of this, Dong Huang Qingxue clenched her shell teeth tightly and ultimately chose to give up on continuing the bidding. Although she was from a prominent family, the power of the Jun family behind Jun Lintian was quite a bit greater than her Eastern royalty. Once she had completely offended Jun Lintian, she, the Eastern royal family, would definitely not be subjected to a bloodbath of general retaliation. Although she wanted to help Jun Yue, she could only stop for the sake of her family's interests. Seeing Dong Huang Qingxue's silence, Jun Yue could not help but be anxious. Although he was the Grand Duke of the Jun family, due to the fact that his mother was only a maidservant, she simply did not give him an education in worldly affairs. So, there was no understanding at all of the unspoken rules between the families. It wasn't clear at all what Dong Huang Qingxue's scruples were. In his opinion, Dong Huang Qingxue's silence meant that she had a favorable impression of Jun Lintian, or that she was browbeaten and ambiguous with Jun Lintian. He couldn't help but curse angrily in his mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at the overwhelming chance right in front of him, but he was unable to obtain it. This suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. Damn, what a couple of dogs. He kept cursing the two of them, Dong Huang Qingxue and Jun Lintian. In his mind, Jun Yue pondered slightly, forced down the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice to Dong Huang Qingxue, Qingxue, this emperor's heart statue is very important to me. Help me once. I must get it. Count me as begging you. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Qingxue sighed, lightly biting her red lips as she shook her head and said, Grand Duke, this emperor's heart statue Jun family young lord is determined to win, and even if I were to make a move, I wouldn't be able to compete with him. Instead, it will completely offend the entire Jun family. Jun Yue's heart was even angrier when he saw that Dong Huang Qingxue was no longer offending Jun Lintian for him. What is offending a tiny Jun Lintian to you, Dong Huang Qingxue? But this statue of the emperor's heart, for me, is an unparalleled chance that is enough to change my destiny. I am willing to fight against the entire Tianxian continent for you, Dong Huang Qingxue. But you, Dong Huang Qingxue, actually dared not offend a despicable person for me. I give you my heart and soul and you do this to me? At this moment, Jun Yue's mind somewhat collapsed. Chapter 21. Oh, what are you doing? Ding! The son of Qi, Jun Yue's Dao heart has loosened, losing 50 points of Qi value. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 villain points. Hearing the system voice ringing out in his head, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he looked towards Jun Yue, who was in a state of fury in the hall, and sneered, Big brother, your temperament is too subdued, isn't it? In the auction hall, Jun Yue's entire face became distorted as he stared at Dong Huang Qingxue with a morose gaze and said hideously, that despicable villain, Jun Lintian, is clearly trying to seize my supreme opportunity, and you're not willing to help me? Looking at this Jun Yue, who had previously acted like a modest gentleman in front of himself, and who was now turning into a look like a devil crawling out of hell, Dong Huang Qingxue felt both strange and a little scared. This emperor's heart statue was her bid. How could Jun Lintian possibly know that he was bidding for Jun Yue? What's more, the current situation was that Jun Lintian was determined to take down this emperor's heart statue, and her financial resources were simply no match for Jun Lintian. If she continued to compete with Jun Lintian, it would only result in her family being at war with the Jun family, something she was not willing to see. But that was betrayal in Jun Yue's eyes. The woman he has always regarded as a forbidden woman actually has an ambiguous relationship with his mother's murderer. Dong Huang Qingxue looked at the grim look on Jun Yue's face and softly persuaded, Grand Duke, you need to calm down. The Jun family. Unfortunately, how could Jun Yue, who was in a state of fury, calm down? The anger deep in his heart had long since caused him to completely lose his mind. Jun Yue growled angrily towards Dong Huang Qingxue, Calm? How can you let me be calm? Dong Huang Qingxue, I really misjudged you. Originally I thought you were different from other women, but I didn't realize that you are also a woman who is a bully and tends to favor the weak. Go ahead and continue to browbeat and flirt with that villain Jun Lintian. From now on, you and I are done with each other. No more. I will make you regret the choice you made today. A short-sighted woman like you will never know what you're missing. I, Jun Yue, swear to the heavens that one day I will make you two dogs. Bang! A crunching sound resounded through the auction hall. Looking at Jun Yujae's red eyes, as hideous as a wild beast as he stood there humiliating himself, Donghuang Qingshue's petite body trembled with anger, and her beautiful eyes were even more filled with aggression, sorrow and anger. She had never imagined that Jun Yujae would even say these words. At this moment, Jun Yujae was as if he was an evil spirit. How could Donghuang Qingxue not compare him to that modest gentleman she had met in the secret realm? Could it be that this is his true nature and that it was all a disguise before? Seeing this scene, the entire room was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open in shock as they stared blankly at Donghuang Qingxue and Jun Yujae. In their minds, Donghuang Qingxue was a noble and elegant, gentle and kind first daughter of the Dong royal clan. What's more, he hadn't thought that this pair of young men and women who had been talking and laughing before would fall out because of a statue of the emperor's heart. This slap had knocked away all of Jun Yujae's pride, causing him to lose face and be embarrassed to the extreme. How dare you hit me? Jun Yujae covered his cheeks and revealed a sinister smile as he said, "You poisonous woman." After saying that, he raised his hand and was about to whip it towards Donghuang Qingshue's pretty face. Bang! Just then, a foot viciously kicked Jun Yujae in the chest, knocking him to the ground with a cry of pain. The crowd followed their gazes, and when they saw who it was, their pupils contracted violently. The person who kicked the person was unexpectedly Jun Yujae's own brother, the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lintian. Could it be that both of these brothers were in love with Donghuang Qingxue? Big brother, you forget that this is an auction house. What kind of man are you bullying a woman? Jun Lintian stuck his hands in his pockets and looked down at Jun Yujae with a cold face. Jun Yujae was kicked to the ground and struggled for a moment before he could barely sit up. He wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth and glared at the two of them, Jun Lintian and Donghuang Qingxue, with hatred. His eyes were scarlet red, his hands clenched his fists, and he angrily cursed, "Donghuang Qingxue, you, in vain, I pampered and loved you as if you were a treasure, and you betrayed me. What a..." At those words, Donghuang Qingshue's petite body trembled in anger. Her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't expect Jun Yujae to actually look at her like this, which made her completely lose her last shred of hope in Jun Yujae. Ding! The son of Qi, Jun Yujae, has a gap with the heroine, Donghuang Qingxue, and has lost 50 points of Qi value. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 villain points. Hearing the system's voice, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly, knowing that it was time for him to make his appearance next. Bang! Jun Lintian slapped Jun Yujae hard in the face, sending him flying, smashing the tables and chairs behind him and falling on top of a pile of broken items. Jun Lintian. Jun Yujae crawled out of the rubble in a sorry state and roared angrily, "What qualifications do you have to hit me? Ha!" However, Jun Lintian gave him a teasing smile, then slowly walked to Donghuang Qingshue's side, put an arm around her soft and boneless waist, lightly smiled and said, "Qingxue, don't listen to this crazy dog barking. I'll give you one thing." Before Donghuang Qingshui could react, Jun Lintian directly snapped his fingers. Immediately after that, those 4 guards, carrying the ancient bell of the Qixia temple, came before Donghuang Qingshui. "Young Master Jun, what are you?" Feeling the large hand placed on her waist, Donghuang Qingshui said with a slight frown on her willow brows. Her body involuntarily tensed up and tried to escape, but Jun Lintian's large hands firmly grabbed hold, and no matter how much she struggled to free herself, it was to no avail. This young master of the Jun family was also too overbearing. How can a man and a woman hug her in public? "Qingxue, don't be afraid. The gift I'm giving you guarantees that you'll like it very much," Jun Lintian said with an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. At those words, Donghuang Qingshui frowned in confusion. Although she was curious, she did not refuse. After all, Jun Lintian had just made a move to help her and she was too embarrassed to refuse. "Qingxue, extend your right hand," Jun Lintian said with a beaming smile. "Oh." Donghuang Qingshui stretched out her slender jade hand and stared at Jun Lintian suspiciously. Seeing this scene, the crowd all looked at the two curiously, wanting to know what kind of medicine Jun Lintian was selling in his gourd. "Qingxue, close your eyes first," Jun Lintian said with a serious expression. Donghuang Qingshui hesitated for half a second and closed her beautiful eyes in accordance with his command. With that, Jun Lintian pulled up Donghuang Qingshui's right hand, placed it near his mouth, and viciously bit on his index finger. In an instant, crimson blood dripped down onto the ancient clock face of the Qixia temple. What are you doing?" The sudden and intense pain caused Donghuang Qingshui to be unable to stop herself from screaming out, "Buzz buzz buzz." However, without waiting for her to continue complaining, the ancient bell of the Qixia temple, which was 3 feet tall in front of her, let out a buzzing sound. Chapter 22. What a toad wants to eat swan meat. Request for follow-up reading. A violent vibration came out, and the ancient bell bloomed with a bright golden aura. Seeing this, An inexplicable feeling of emotion rose in Dong Huang Qingshue's heart. She was able to sense that Jun Lin Tian was using her blood to open the restraints within the ancient clock. Instead, she shared a certain closeness and familiarity with the ancient clock in front of her. Rumble dash. Suddenly, the ancient bell emitted a dull, thunderous thud that shook the entire auction house. In the next instant, only to see the originally calm surface of the ancient clock, suddenly emerged dense complex patterns, emitting a dazzling luster. Buzz off dash. Immediately afterward, the ripples on the surface of the ancient clock gradually lit up, releasing ripples after ripples. It seems to be calling for something. Seeing this miraculous scene, all the people present had their eyes widened and were filled with horror. They had never seen such a subtle scene. Could this ancient clock have given birth to a spirit and produced an artifact spirit? Even those ancient sex sanctuaries rarely have artifact spirits, and I didn't expect that we'd run into one today. Incredible! Such a miracle! Numerous martial artists murmured, all of them excited, their eyes dropping. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid it would shock the entire Tianxian continent. Qingxue, quickly place your right hand on the ancient bell, Jun Lin Tian hastily reminded. Aha! Donhuang Qingxue took a deep breath and gently pressed her right hand, which was bleeding, onto the ancient bell of the Qixia temple. Buzz off. In a flash, the ancient bell of the Qixia temple once again emitted a buzzing sound, and then released a bright golden light that enveloped Donhuang Qingxue. Wherever the golden rays of light went, rich fluctuations of spiritual energy flowed out from the surface of Donhuang Qingshue's body, as dreamy as a fairy. What kind of aura is this? It's so strong. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing around her body, Donhuang Qingshue's pretty face was dumbfounded and filled with dismay. This majestic and pure spiritual energy was moisturizing and washing the meridians in her body. Immediately afterward, an old man floated above the ancient bell. He stroked his beard and looked at Donhuang Qingxue below him and nodded benevolently. Worthy of being my lord's descendant, he is truly different. Hearing this, Donhuang Qingxue froze. My lord? What do you mean? Seeing her confusion, Jun Lintian smiled and explained. Qingxue, this is the artifact spirit of the East Emperor Bell, Elder Zhong. At those words, Donhuang Qingxue nodded in realization. It turned out that the white-haired old man in front of him was the spirit of his own family's lost clan-suppressing artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had been lost for millions of years. Latecomer Donhuang Qingxue, greetings to Elder Zhong. Returning to his senses, Donhuang Qingxue respectfully bowed his hand and said, Girl, thou art my lord's queen. No need to be polite. Zhong Lao stroked his beard and laughed. What's more, just now, you awakened me by using the Eastern Emperor's lineage essence blood, which allowed me to see the light of day again, and I still have to thank you. He hadn't expected to wake up and see the light of day one day after sleeping for millions of years. The late generation does not dare to take credit. Hearing Elder Zhong's words, Donhuang Qingxue humbly waved her hands and said, all of this is because young Master Jun Clan told Qingxue to do so. Oh, turning his gaze to Jun Lintian who was on the side, Zhong Lao was slightly surprised. Kid, I can't imagine that you are quite discerning. Fancying my girl? As an old demon who had lived for millions of years, he could see what Jun Lin Tian was attempting at a glance. Ahem. Hearing Elder Zhong's words, Jun Lintian coughed dryly, his handsome face suddenly becoming embarrassed. This old man, simply too direct, came up to point out his own intentions. In vain is he thick-skinned again, also a bit overwhelmed. But old me also thinks it's quite a match. Don't you think so, Qingxue girl? Elder Zhong strangely surveyed the duo and grinned. Elder Zhong, what are you talking nonsense about now? At those words, Donhuang Qingshue's pretty face flushed crimson as she pouted. Ha ha ha. Seeing Donhuang Qingshue's incredibly shy expression, Elder Zhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. My lord, I don't agree with you being together. Donhuang Qingxue is my lord's woman. Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the crowd looked in response to the sound and saw Jun Yue, his face full of cold arrogance, walking over with a single step. Although there was a conflict between him and Donhuang Qingxue today, it did not mean that he had completely given up on Donhuang Qingxue, not to mention the fact that now his own younger brother, Jun Lintian, had stepped forward to intervene. Jun Yue's voice caused the faces of the surrounding crowd to stutter slightly, revealing a look of disgust. I poo. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. A waste of space. You also want to marry Miss Qingxue? Who do you think you are? Humph. This punk is starting to spread his wildness again. Let's all wait and watch the show. The surrounding crowd sneered, staring at Jun Yue with a face full of contempt. Jun Yue's arrogant and domineering demeanor had long made them resentful. Oh, big brother, I advise you that you'd better get the hell out of here. Seeing this, Jun Lintian frowned and indifferently swept a glance at him as he said in an icy tone, if you dare to bully Miss Qingxue, don't blame this young lord for not remembering the love of a brother. Ha ha ha. Brotherly love? Hearing this, Jun Yuje laughed out loud as if he had heard some funny joke, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He raised his head, his gaze teasingly staring at Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian, you despicable villain. You've been bullying me, your elder brother, at every turn since you were a child, and even now, even my Qing Shui, you're trying to snatch it away from me, and now you're talking to me about brotherly love? You're Kyosu? Upon hearing this, Jun Lindian pulled Dong Huang Qing Shui into his arms and said with a disdainful look on his face, Miss Qing Shui has never been married. When did she become your woman? You. Jun Yuje was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth and pointing at Jun Lintian. Jun Lintian, this is a matter between me and Qing Shui. It is not your turn to interrupt. After saying that, he turned his gaze towards Dong Huang Qing Shui and softly cried out, Qing Shui, you should know my heart for you. As long as you are willing to marry me, I promise to make you a high and mighty princess. Looking at Jun Yuje's affectionate appearance, Dong Huang Qing Shui did not feel a trace of warmth, but instead felt a wave of nausea. This Jun Yuje is simply a mad dog. On the front foot, in front of the crowd, he called her and tried to slap her, and on the back foot, he put on a smiling face and proposed to her, which is simply a two-faced villain. How had she been blind in the first place? Treating Jun Yuje as her important friend. The corner of Sun Mainyang's mouth rose slightly when she saw the look of disgust on Dong Huang Qing Shui's face, so she glanced contemptuously at Jun Yuje and deliberately stirred up trouble. Qing Shui, this Jun Yuje was so paranoid just now. You don't want to offend the Jun family's young lord, but he suspects that you are having an affair with the Jun family's young lord. So it's obvious that this person is narrow-minded and a person who is carving out righteousness. Chapter 23, A Complete Break. This person with a rough life is most likely to be paranoid in nature. They can be said to do whatever it takes in order to obtain a little bit of chance. Before, they intentionally pretended to be a humble gentleman in front of you, but they just wanted to climb up to you, the first daughter of the Eastern royal family. In their eyes, you are a pawn that can be discarded at any time. You shut up. Upon hearing Sun Mainyan's provocation, Jun Yuje's face instantly darkened as his eyes erupted with an intense cold aura. How could he, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, accept being denigrated by Sun Mainyang in such a manner? Qing Shui, look at the kind of eyes he has now. After being torn away from my hypocritical mask, he is infuriated, and he can't wait to eat me like that, thanks to the fact that you weren't cheated out of your body by him. Sun Mainyan's words were like a poisonous needle piercing hard into Dong Huang Qing Shui's heart. She hadn't thought that Jun Yuje would be so despicable that he would even use her for the sake of profit. She had been completely disappointed in Jun Yuje. There was no good feeling at all, only sadness and remorse remained. Jun Yuje, I'm telling you, there's no way I'll ever agree to marry you. Dong Huang Qing Shui's beautiful eyes contained tears as she stubbornly glared at Jun Yuje, indignantly saying, I will never like a selfish, ungrateful person like you. Just die with this heart. After saying that, he even deliberately leaned towards Jun Lin's arms, deliberately letting Jun Yuje die. Feeling the virginal fragrance coming from his arms, Jun Lintian's heart jumped wildly and he secretly praised, worthy of being the future empress, this feel, this fragrance, tsk. At some point, his salty hands had already touched Dong Huang Qing Shui's arse. Feeling Jun Lintian's strange hand, Dong Huang Qing Shui's delicate body trembled and her pretty face turned even redder. Lowering her head and biting her red lips lightly with her shell teeth, Wu Wanner, who was on the side, was too embarrassed to continue watching and glanced her gaze to the side. Jun Lin Tian, you. Seeing Dong Huang Qing Shui and Jun Lintian being incredibly close, Jun Yuje went crazy with jealousy, his eyes covered in blood. He had never even held Dong Huang Qing Shui's little hand, but now Jun Lin Tian was taking advantage of Dong Huang Qing Shui recklessly in public. How could this be tolerated? Rumbling. As the words fell, Jun Yuje violently revolved the spiritual energy in his body, and a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy swept through the entire auction hall like a tidal wave. A fierce and overbearing pressure loomed down towards Jun Lintian, carrying a cold killing chance. Foundation stage? Feeling the aura that erupted from Jun Yuje's body, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly and his face was filled with a disdainful expression. Although Jun Yuje was able to break through the chi practicing stage and reach the foundation establishment stage in the face of adversity, which could be said to be excellent, it was still not enough to look at in front of a supervillain like him. A mere early stage of foundation establishment dared to call out to him at the late stage of the Wheeling Sea realm, looking for death. In the next split second, Jun Lintian's figure shifted and rushed out as a stump. Swish! Jun Lintian's speed was too fast, so fast that one could not react, and almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Jun Yuje's body, and with a fancy-free punch, he ruthlessly smashed down on his cheek. Bang! A muffled sound came from Jun Yuje as he flew straight out and fell several meters away, spitting blood from his mouth. At this point, the entire room was silent and uncontrollable. On everyone's faces, A look of shock appeared as they gazed stonily at Jun Lintian for a long time, finding it difficult to avert their eyes. Jun Yue is at least at the foundation establishment stage, but he can't even block a single move from the Jun family's young lord. The young lord of the Jun family is too strong. One move kills in seconds. What did the old man see? A 20-year-old at the Sea of Wheel realm, worthy of being the Jun family's young master. His cultivation talent is demonic. A moment later, the crowd reacted and murmured. His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually loud, spreading to every corner of the auction hall, as if he was deliberately speaking to certain people. After learning that Jun Lintian was a 20-year-old demon whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the Sea of Wheel, Wu Wan'er felt a wave of admiration for Jun Lintian deep in her heart. Jun Yue, who had slowed down, struggled to get up from the ground, covering his hot and painful cheeks, looking at Jun Lintian with a resentful face. Jun Lintian, you actually sneak attacked me. Hearing this, Jun Lintian faintly swept a glance at Jun Yue and said disdainfully, shameless trash like you, do you still need this young lord to sneak up on you? After saying that, he took a step and walked slowly to Jun Yue, staring icily at Jun Yue as he sneered, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my big brother, I wouldn't mind giving you a ride. In fact, he couldn't wait to tie the knot over Jun Yue right now, but he just coveted the value of the chi in his body. Plus he still had to maintain a good image of the Jun family's young master in front of the crowd in Donghuang Shui, in preparation for subverting the great Zhou royal family in the future. Seeing the icy killing intent that flashed through Jun Lintian's eyes, Jun Yue couldn't help but gulp, his eyes becoming somewhat fearful as he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He's really scared. Jun Lintian's strength, it was too strong, so strong that it suffocated him. This time it was considered a gutter. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself, Donghuang Shui, you will definitely regret this. Taking a deep breath, Jun Yue glanced at Donghuang Shui, put down his harsh words, turned his head and fled the auction hall. Jun Lintian did not stop it as he did not want to waste time on Jun Yue. Shui, how are you doing? His eyes fell on Donghuang Shui's pretty and delicate little face. Jun Lintian asked with gentle concern, young lord, I'm fine. Donghuang Shui lightly bit her red lips and shook her head with reddened eyes. Previously, he had listened to Jun Yue's words and thought that Jun Lintian was a villain with very hot tactics and selfishness. Now it seemed that the real scumbag was just Jun Yue himself. He was the one who deliberately maligned Jun Lintian in front of himself. Donghuang Shui silently lowered her head. She recalled the several encounters she had with Jun Lintian today. The latter was graceful and had always defended himself. Thinking of this, Donghuang Shui couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. Jun Lintian did not seem to have any shortcomings except for the fact that he liked to take advantage of himself, and at this moment, in the depths of her heart, she also had so much goodwill towards Jun Lintian. Ding, the son of Qi, Jun Yue, has completely broken with the heroine, Donghuang Shui, the son of Qi, Jun Yue, has lost 500 points of Qi, and the host has gained 500 points of villain value. Hearing the system voice ring out again, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth grinned as he secretly said, TSK, worthy of being the future empress, influencing half of the Qi of the son of Qi, Jun Yue's Qi. In just one day, Jun Yue had lost 650 points of Qi luck value. Now he had also lost the support of Donghuang Shui, the future empress. It's safe to say that his own brother is about to go off the deep end. To be fair, his own brother could be considered a good person. Although he had been suppressed by his own mother since he was a child and had been humiliated since he was a child, he had a firm mind and was as quick to avenge evil as he was to kill, and there had always been a great righteousness in his heart. These are a few strengths that can easily gain favor with others, but living in such a condition, he had one fatal weakness in his character, which was over-intentioned bigotry, especially when facing himself and his own mother. Jun Yue could easily lose his mind and be suspicious of everything. Thinking of this, Jun Lintian laughed lowly in his heart. My good big brother, my brother will send you on your way soon, so that you and your mother will be reunited underground. Chapter 24 Main Young poisoned? Begging to be read. Lin Tian. Thank you. As Jun Lintian pondered, Donghuang Shui suddenly raised her head and looked at Jun Lintian with complex eyes. Just now, if it wasn't for Jun Lintian standing up for himself, I'm afraid that he would definitely still be humiliated by Jun Yue right now. Thinking of this, Donghuang Shui's mood was even more mixed, not knowing what to say. Perhaps she could only use the most sincere attitude to express her gratitude. What are you thanking me for? We're such good friends that we don't need to be polite. Jun Lintian waved his hand and said with a bashful expression, Qing Shui, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he gave a wink to Sun Mainyang and walked towards the auction hall. Hearing these words from Jun Lintian, Dong Huangqing Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as a strange emotion vaguely crossed her heart. Junlin Tian had treated him really well, but now how could he suddenly just say leave? Didn't you like to take advantage of yourself just now? In vain. She was too intelligent to guess what was in Junlin Tian's mind at the moment. Sun Mainyang immediately understood in seconds after seeing the look Junlin Tian gave her hints, so she bid farewell to Dong Huangqing Shui at the first opportunity. Qing Shui, Auntie still has things to do, so she won't be accompanying you. After saying that, she did not wait for Dong Huangqing Shui to reply and hurriedly followed Junlin Tian's footsteps towards the back hall, because Junlin Tian wanted to fulfill his promise to her and compensate himself twice. Seeing this, Dong Huangqing Shui frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell for a moment. Since her aunt was gone, she naturally lost interest in the next auction. After taking the Eastern Emperor bell back into her ring, she got up and walked towards the outside of the auction hall. She had just stepped out of the auction hall when she realized that the two of them, Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang, were walking towards the back hall of the Hall of 10,000 Treasures, one after the other, and she immediately stopped in her footsteps to leave. Did they have something important to discuss? Dong Huangqing Shui secretly guessed in her heart and could not help but speed up her steps to quietly tail behind both Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang. She'd like to see what they want. See no one in the four. Sun Mainyang bowled directly forward to embrace the arm of Junlin Tian, the whole delicate body against Junlin Tian's shoulder, pampering like opening. Young master, do not go so fast. Well, wait for concubine. Oh. Sun Mainyang's delicate body was tightly pressed against Junlin Tian, and that strange feeling spread all over his body, causing Junlin Tian to almost spurt out a nosebleed. Junlin Tian's breathing instantly accelerated, and in his heart, he cursed a vixen, but on his face, he made a look of indifference and said, "Don't worry, this young lord has always been true to his word." Upon hearing this, Sun Mainyang smiled flirtatiously. Her heart was sweet and happy. She loved Junlin Tian's domineering style. Whenever such times came, she always felt that Junlin Tian belonged to her alone. She lightly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Junlin Tian, winking her charming eyes and deliberately seducing. "Young lord, where are we going?" Junlin Tian raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly doting tone, "Of course it's to see the power of my great treasure sword." He had long ago ordered the statue of the emperor's heart to be carried to Sun Mainyang's boudoir, in order to quietly study there where the Regulus sword was hidden. Upon hearing this, Sun Mainyang mistakenly thought that Junlin Tian wanted to have a double cultivation with her, and her cheeks suddenly blushed, her beautiful eyes flashing with bright colors as she pouted. "Young lord, why are you in such a hurry? Ha ha ha, can I not be in a hurry? That's my great sword." Hearing Sun Mainyang's words, Junlin Tian laughed out loud, in a soothing mood. Joking aside, Regulus was an ancient divine weapon and ranked before the East Emperor bell. How could this make him not anxious? He stretched out his other hand and gently pinched Sun Mainyang's sharp chin, teasingly saying, "Later, this young master will let you see for yourself the power of my great sword." Sun Mainyang blinked her big watery eyes at Junlin Tian and said shyly, "As long as it's the young lord's great treasure sword, needless to say, it's sure to be incredibly powerful." Just an hour before the auction started, she had tested Junlin Tian's great treasure sword with her own physical body, knowing full well that its power was immense. It was simply not something that a weak woman like her could fight against. She still vaguely remembers the way she was screaming and crying for mercy. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but blush for a moment while her heartbeat accelerated. "Hey!" Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian hemmed and hawed and said condescendingly, "It's good that you know. Regulus is an ancient divine weapon, can it not be powerful?" This. Seeing the two of them, Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang, flirting with each other, Dong Huangqing Shui, who was secretly observing from the corner, instantly widened her beautiful eyes and was filled with shock. How could she not have thought that Junlin Tian would have an ambiguous relationship with her aunt? And, between the two of them, they seemed familiar, especially since it was clear that there had been more than one action between them. "This can't be right. This will never happen," Dong Huangqing Shui muttered, her face full of shock, her heart filled with disbelief. This is simply unthinkable. She was aware of her aunt, how high her eyes were, and that he would not even look at a man from his usual family. Although Junlin Tian was excellent, her aunt was after all already in her 50s and Junlin Tian had just turned 20. The difference in age between the two was too great. Furthermore, her aunt had always been clean and would never do anything improper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained a virgin all these years. Could it be that Junlin Tian had given Auntie an aphrodisiac? But, that's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Junlin Tian was the young master of the Jun family, the future head of the first family of the Great Zhou. How could he possibly do such a sordid thing as drugging? Unless Junlin Tian was a moralistic hypocrite. The more he thought about it, the more Dong Huangqing Shui realized that it was possible, because she had known her aunt since she was a child. to be a very conservative woman who would never make a move to actively seduce a man. A scene came to her mind that shocked her. One could only see Junlin Tian flirting with her aunt as he flung her down on the bed and violated her wantonly. The aunt, on the other hand, didn't have a single ounce of resistance, and could only pant and take it passively. Thinking of this, Dong Huang Qingxue instantly felt a vicious chill run down her spine from the soles of her feet, and she didn't dare to think any further. But no matter what the reason was, she had to stop Junlin Tian and never allow him to defile Sun Mainyang. With this in mind, she stared viciously and angrily at Junlin Tian's back, biting her red lips tightly as she muttered, "Junlin Tian, you bastard, I'd like to see what you, a hypocrite, want to do to my aunt." She lifted the hem of her skirt and quickly and quietly followed the pair, wanting to find out what was going on. Previously, a hint of good feelings towards Junlin Tian that had just sprouted in the bottom of her heart had vanished at this moment. At this moment, Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang both walked side by side into Sun Mainyang's boudoir in the back hall. Crunch! The room was closed from the inside. Chapter 25, Concubine, so fond of young master. The moment the door of the room was closed by Junlin Tian, the corner of Sun Mainyang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile of scheming success. She knew that Junlin Tian and the others would not let herself go. She must firmly grasp Junlin Tian's heart so that he could not leave her. Better to be pregnant with his child so that this little man wouldn't abandon himself for the rest of his life. Hearing the sound, Dong Huang Qingxue hurriedly hid under the window and listened with bated breath. "Main Yang, come and see if this big sword of mine is big?" Junlin Tian pointed at the 80-centimeter long sword at the waist of the human emperor's heart statue and asked Sun Mainyang. Sun Mainyang glanced down, smiled charmingly, nodded, and exclaimed, "It's really big." Hearing these words, Junlin Tian's heart blossomed with excitement, because he was already pretty sure that the sword at the waist of the emperor's heart statue was the legendary Regulus sword, one of the 10 divine weapons of the ancient world. He gently stroked Regulus with his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "This great sword of mine is just great. It's really good." Hearing that Sun Mainyang had a displeased face, she casually made a perfunctory remark. Originally in her mind, as soon as Junlin Tian entered her boudoir, he would take the initiative to beg for dual cultivation with her. Now, that had thought that as soon as this guy came in, he was looking around this broken statue left and right, looking up and down. There was not the slightest indication to her, a big, petite beauty standing on the sidelines. That's just abject neglect. It really pissed her off. However, on second thought, she still had to maintain a good image so that she would not be disliked by Junlin Tian, so she had a smile on her face that I could see. Seeing this, Junlin Tian mistakenly thought that she was interested in the Regulus sword, so he rushed at her and said, "Main Yang, come over here and touch this big precious sword of mine to see if it's powerful or not." At those words, Sun Mainyang frowned slightly, not understanding what kind of medicine Junlin Tian was selling in his gourd. However, she continued to walk towards Junlin Tian in a well-behaved manner. Seeing Sun Mainyang walk up to her, Junlin Tian grabbed one of her jade hands and pressed it towards the Regulus sword. "Ouch! Go easy on me. It hurts." Due to Junlin body heaven moving too fast, it hurt Sun Mainyang's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. "Hey, sorry, I'm a little anxious. How about a quick touch of my big sword?" Hearing this, Sun Mainyang finally understood that Junlin Tian was trying to get himself to touch the sword at the waist of the emperor's heart statue, and blankly glanced at him, saying with a sly grudge, "Young lord, you are so bad." However, she didn't refuse and slowly stretched out her jade palm, covering the top of the Regulus sword. Dong Huang Qingxue was even angrier when she heard the conversation between them. "Indeed, Junlin Tian, how dare you drug my aunt with aphrodisiacs, and shamelessly asking my aunt to touch his great sword. Simply nasty and shameless." Dong Huang Qingxue clenched her silver teeth and growled lowly in her heart. The conversation between the two of them, Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang, had completely disappointed her. She had never expected Junlin Tian to do such despicable things. At this moment, she hated Junlin Tian. She really didn't expect Junlin Tian to be such a clothed beast. It simply refreshed her perception of men. Dong Huang Qingxue clenched her pink fists and stared morosely at the door of her boudoir. At this moment, she had secretly decided that no matter what, she would stop Junlin Tian from hurting her aunt. "He, young lord, your great sword is so big, I can barely hold it, that's for sure. This is this young master's great sword. Concubine, I love young lord's great sword so much." Once again, there was an unsettling conversation in the room. Dong Huang Qingxue stood up with a swish and ran to the door of the room, tapping on it with all her might. Bang bang bang. The sudden tap on the door startled both Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang. "Who?" Junlin Tian droned in a deep voice. At the same time, a wink was passed to Sun Mainyang to raise her vigilance. Hearing Junlin Tian's voice, Dong Huang Qingxue gritted her teeth and droned as if venting. "Junlin Tian, you moralistic hypocrite, get out here." At this moment, Dong Huang Qingshue's heart was filled with anger and self-blame. Why had he not recognized Junlin Tian's true side earlier and subsequently let Sun Mainyang go into the tiger's mouth? Upon hearing Dong Huang Qingshue's angry roar, Junlin Tian and Sun Mainyang both raised their heads to look in the direction of the doorway. Seeing Dong Huang Qingshue outside the door, who was frantically pounding on the door of the room, the two of them knew each other with different faces. A flash of surprise flashed in the depths of Sun Mainyang's eyes, and then she returned to her normal self. On the contrary, Junlin Tian revealed a flash of surprise, followed by his face from gloomy. Where had he offended Dong Huang Qingshui? He was fine when he left just now. How long has it been since he cursed himself? Seeing the room fall into a silence, not a single movement was made. Dong Huang Qingshui slapped the door of the room with great vigor while cursing with rage. Junlin Tian, you despicable, shameless, unscrupulous, pig and dog worse than beast. In vain, I, Dong Huang Qingshui, trusted you so much, yet you did this to my own aunt. You beast, don't let my aunt go yet, or I'm not done with you. The more Dong Huang Qingshui cursed, the more unpleasant it became, and almost every unpleasant word was used. Crunch, a sound. With a puzzled face, Junlin Tian opened the door of the room. Humph, you hypocritical hypocrite, see how this girl will clean you up later. After saying that, she walked around Junlin Tian towards the boudoir, ready to rescue Sun Mainyang who had been poisoned by the aphrodisiac. Junlin Tian stood still, looking at Dong Huang Qingshui with a confused face. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. After Dong Huang Qingshui rushed into the boudoir, what met her eyes was Sun Mainyang standing next to the emperor's heart statue fully clothed, surveying herself with puzzled eyes. Seeing this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and muttered darkly, luckily she came in time, or else this bastard would have gotten his way. Afterwards, she turned her head and glared fiercely at Junlin Tian, saying, Junlin Tian, you're so disgusting, thanks to me trusting you so much, I didn't expect you to be such a beast. At those words, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he was dumbfounded. Who did he or she invite? How is it that as soon as you come in, you're somehow chopped up and scolded? What did you do wrong? Seeing the bewildered Junlin Tian, Dong Huang Qingshui became even more infuriated in her heart as she coldly said, Junlin Tian, don't think that I don't know that you secretly drugged my aunt with aphrodisiacs, and then tried to take advantage of her while you had the chance. Luckily, I came just in time, otherwise wouldn't my aunt have been spoiled by you? Hearing Dong Huang Qingshui's accusation, Junlin Tian instantly came to a realization. So that's why. No wonder this girl was looking at herself cross-eyed. It turned out that all of this was actually a suspicion that he was trying to force himself on her aunt. Qingshui, you're overthinking it. Just now I was just chatting with your aunt. You mustn't wrong a good person. Thinking of this, Junlin Tian said with a straight face, although I, Junlin Tian, prefer beauty, I also take it in my own way, and I don't care to do this kind of behavior that is worse than that of a beast. Ha! Dong Huang Qingshui looked disbelieving. Chapter 26, You're shameless. Begging to be read. Seeing Junlin Tian's righteous demeanor, Dong Huang Qingshui frowned slightly, feeling that there might be something fishy about this matter. But on second thought, he had just heard it all outside the house. Junlin Tian had been shamelessly asking her aunt to touch his great sword. Humph! I don't have time to listen to your sophistry. Today even if you are wrongly accused, then you must pay the price. With this in mind, Dong Huang Qingshui coldly swept a glance at Junlin Tian, and immediately flipped her wrist, taking out a silver white soft whip, and without hesitation, she lashed towards Junlin Tian's body. Whoosh! The white soft whip brought a strong wind towards Junlin Tian's body. Humph! Seeing Dong Huang Qingshui come for real, Junlin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a light humph, his entire body shooting out like an arrow off the string, easily dodging the attack of the white soft whip. Pop! The soft whip landed on the floor, leaving a deep mark. Looking at Junlin Tian who had disappeared in place, Dong Huang Qingshui's willow eyebrows rose up and a trace of anger surfaced on her cold as ice pretty face. Junlin Tian, you asshole, get out here. Who? Junlin Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind Dong Huang Qingshui. Looking at Dong Huang Qingshui, who was close at hand, Junlin Tian revealed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and said in a low, hoarse voice, Dong Huang Qingshui, are you calling this young lord? As the words fell, a majestic and terrifying spiritual energy erupted from within Junlin Tian's body. He violently reached out a large hand and swept Dong Huang Qingshui's delicate body into his arms. Junlin Tian was a Lung-Hai realm powerhouse, and the might that erupted at full strength was extremely terrifying, enough to destroy mountains and rivers, destroying them and causing the heavens to change color. Feeling herself being embedded in Junlin Tian's arms with his large hands, Dong Huang Qingshui's pupils suddenly tightened, a strong sense of shame and anger rising in her heart as she hurriedly struggled, wanting to get rid of Junlin Tian's bondage. Junlin Tian, hurry up and let me go, Dong Huang Qingshui said in shame. The more she struggled, her petite body instead leaned tighter into Jun Lintian's arms, and in the end, her entire body was pressed against Jun Lintian's chest. At this moment, Donghuang Qingxue completely froze. Damn lecher, get off me quick. After reacting, Donghuang Qingshue's pretty face blushed as she angrily rebuked Jun Lintian. She was the first daughter of the Eastern royal family, one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Zhou dynasty, and had never held hands with any man since she was a child. However, now that she was actually being hugged tightly by a strange man and felt little Jun Lintian making mischief down there, it made her so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. However, Jun Lintian did not pay any attention to those angry curses from Donghuang Qingxue. His gaze greedily stared at Donghuang Qingshue's exquisite and perfect features, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his face as he said, "Donghuang Qingxue, you'd better settle down a bit, pa." After saying that, the other palm of his hand fiercely slapped Donghuang Qingshue's arse. "Ah, you." Under the pain, Donghuang Qingxue couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Her heart was about to explode with anger, and her pretty face was a scarlet blush, intertwined with shyness. Feeling the cue bouncing feel coming from his hand, Jun Lintian couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. TSK, not worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties in my Great Zhou. It's just not the same. No wonder in the original story my big brother married her and didn't go anywhere. Every day he double cultivated with her. It would be if he were to change into his own estimation also. Just like that, Jun Lintian ghosted another shot. Pop! Another crunching sound came out, and Donghuang Qingxue screamed out in pain again. "You're shameless!" Donghuang Qingshue's eyes full of killing intent glared deathly at Jun Lintian as she gritted her teeth and said, "Jun Lintian, if you don't let go of me, don't blame me for being impolite." "You're welcome?" Jun Lintian raised an eyebrow, a teasing look crossing the corners of his mouth. Donghuang Qingxue glared angrily at Jun Lintian and warned in a cold voice, "Jun Lintian, don't think that just because you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. I, the Eastern royal family, am equally not to be messed with." "Oh, so what?" Jun Lintian still had an indifferent expression as he said in a light tone. Donghuang Qingxue clenched her red lips with a face of shame and indignation, but there was nothing she could do about it. The fight between the two happened so quickly that Sun Mainyang, who was on the side, froze for a long time before reacting. When she saw the two of them in a tussle, she was in a hurry. "Young lord, you go out for a while. Let me explain this matter to Qingxue." Saying that, Sun Mainyang secretly gave Jun Lin a you-know-what wink. Jun Lintian nodded in understanding, then let go of Donghuang Qingxue and walked towards the door. "Jun Lintian, you lecherous thief, wait for me." Donghuang Qingxue rushed at Jun Lintian's back and gave a viciously petulant cry. Boom! The door to the room was brought up from outside by Jun Lintian. "Auntie!" Seeing Jun Lintian leave, Donghuang Qingxue flung herself into Sun Mainyang's arms and commiserated, her eyes vaguely brimming with tears. Sun Mainyang was heartbroken, and hurriedly wrapped Donghuang Qingxue in her arms, soothing up. "Qingxue, there is aunt and don't be afraid." "Oh, auntie, not only is Jun Lintian he bullying you, he's also bullying me." Donghuang Qingxue cried in Sun Mainyang's arms, unable to stop the tears from sliding down her stunningly beautiful face. For her to be humiliated by a Jun Lintian when she was the first daughter of the first line of the Eastern royal clan was a disgrace to the Eastern royal clan. "Hey, Qingxue, don't cry." Sun Mainyang sighed lightly, softly coaxed Donghuang Qingxue said, "Qingxue, you don't worry, auntie will do it for you. Can't let the Jun family young master bully you for nothing." "Aha!" Upon hearing this, Donghuang Qingxue nodded her head obediently, then lifted her pearly pretty face and looked at Sun Mainyang without blinking. "Ha, auntie, the aphrodisiac you were given, the drug has lifted?" Looking at Sun Mainyang, whose complexion was clear and without any semblance of abnormality, Donghuang Qingxue asked in astonishment. Obviously, outside the door earlier, his own aunt was like an aphrodisiac, speaking those shameless words with Jun Lintian. However, Sun Mainyang's state at this moment clearly did not have a trace of signs of being hit by an aphrodisiac. Hearing Donghuang Qingxue's words, Sun Mainyang's pretty face slightly reddened, and with her jade finger, she gently knocked on Donghuang Qingxue's brain, and snapped, "You girl, you're not big. What kind of messy thoughts are loaded in this brain?" "Auntie, the conversation you just had with that guy Jun Lintian, I heard it clearly outside." Donghuang Qingxue slyly spat out her tongue and retorted, "You." At those words, Sun Mainyang's pretty face rolled even hotter, and she was speechless for a while. This girl has really grown up and actually learned to spy. Luckily, just now Jun Lintian was only talking to her about the sword at the waist of the emperor's heart statue. If she really had double cultivation with herself, and was broken by this girl, then how could she still be a human being in the future? "Ah, auntie, I've recognized you. Didn't Jun Lintian make a move on you just now and take advantage of you?" Seeing that Sun Mainyang was silent, Dong Huang Qingxue immediately guessed the answer and said with a look of righteous indignation, Jun Lintian, this bastard, I'm going to go find him to argue now, Dong Huang Qingxue said, turning around and wanting to rush out of the room, looking for Jun Lintian to settle the score. Chapter 27, What a Womanizer. Seeing this, Sun Mainyang was anxious, hastily pulled Dong Huang Qingxue, and said bitterly, Qingxue, stop, I have not been poisoned with aphrodisiacs at all, not to mention the Jun family young master, he is not that kind of a villain. Auntie, are you afraid of him? Dong Huang Qingxue lightly bit her red lips and said, silly girl. Sun Mainyang touched Dong Huang Qingxue's hair and said gently, what kind of character does Auntie have? It's not like you don't know. What man has been able to take advantage of Auntie for a single moment over the years? Then what is the meaning of Jun Lin Tian letting Auntie touch his great treasure sword? Dong Huang Qingxue continued to pursue. At those words, Sun Mainyang's cheeks flushed slightly and she stammered, Qingxue, you've misunderstood. That's just. Sun Mainyang couldn't say anymore, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. Just what? Dong Huang Qingxue continued to pursue the question with an unforgiving look. Ahem. Seeing Dong Huang Qingxue's look of breaking the pot, Sun Mainyang awkwardly coughed dryly a few times and awkwardly said, the great treasure sword that we are talking about is the sword that is worn around the waist of this emperor's heart statue. When Dong Huang Qingxue heard this, she hastily cast her gaze towards the sword at the waist of that emperor heart statue and said suspiciously, just such an ordinary to the core sword is worth the two of you discussing for so long? Common? Hearing Dong Huang Qingxue's words, the corners of Sun Mainyang's mouth twitched a few times, nearly failing to hold back. What kind of vision is this girl, anyway? It was surprising to think that the matching sword at the waist of the emperor's heart statue was something ordinary. Emperor Xin was the last human emperor of the human race during the ancient times, and he was transformed into this statue after his death, so his sword would be an ordinary thing? Qingxue, do you know how precious the sword worn around the waist of the emperor's heart statue is? Sun Mainyang patiently explained. Could it be special? Dong Huang Qingxue asked suspiciously. Here you go, try it with. With that, he reached out and removed the sword hanging from his waist and handed it to Dong Huang Qingxue, instructing, hold it well, don't drop it. The moment she received the Regulus sword from Sun Mainyang, Dong Huang Qingxue's entire body froze, because, not only was the Regulus sword incredibly heavy, at the same time, the stern sharpness radiating from within the sword caused her breath to stagnate a bit. At this moment, Dong Huang Qingxue felt like she was holding a 10,000-foot sharp blade. At the same time, in her mind, came Zhong Lao's shocked voice, girl, that kid's vision is remarkable. This sword in your hand is a big deal. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Qingxue raised an eyebrow and secretly transmitted a voice to inquire, Elder Zhong, what is the origin of this precious sword? Although she wasn't clear about the exact origin of this Regulus sword, since Zhong Lao had called it extraordinary, it must not be simple. Zhong Lao seemed to have anticipated that Dong Huang Qingxue would inquire about the origins of the Xianyuan sword, and immediately began to narrate, introducing Dong Huang Qingxue to the Xianyuan sword in detail. Regulus sword, the first of the ancient sacred weapons of the ancient race, is extremely powerful and is the supreme divine weapon of the human race, also known as the Sword of the Holy Way. Legend has it that Regulus is the world's greatest sword given to Emperor Xianyuan by the gods of heaven, and was forged by the gods by collecting the Chaos Meteorite. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon and stars, and the other side is engraved with 3 rivers and grasses. On one side of the hilt is written the art of farming and animal husbandry, and on the other side is written the policy of unification of the 4 seas, which contains infinite power. According to records, when Emperor Xianyuan wielded the Xianyuan sword, the 9 heavens thundered, the wind and clouds surged, and the sun and moon did not shine, as Zhong Lao recounted. Dong Huang Qingxue listened quietly, and the more she listened, the more shocked she became in her heart. She did not expect that the sword at the waist of the emperor's heart statue in Jun Lintian's hand was actually the divine weapon of Emperor Xianyuan, the first strongest person of the ancient race. Then why has this Regulus sword sunk for so long without being discovered by the world? Dong Huang Qingxue inquired with a heart full of curiosity. Girl, the secrets of Regulus are far more than these. These are the top secrets of the ancient race. I'll slowly tell you later. Zhong Lao sighed and then whirled around and said, girl, you quickly put down the Regulus sword, or you will suffer a backlash. Why? Dong Huang Qingxue was puzzled. Girl, this Xianyuan sword has already possessed a spirit. It has already recognized its owner. No one is allowed to touch it except for the holder of the sword. Otherwise it will kill it. Zhong Lao solemnly reminded. What? This sword has a spirit. Dong Huang Qingxue was surprised. The originally ordinary-looking Regulus sword had turned into a supreme treasure in her eyes. Girl, whatever. Let's put it down. Okay, thanks for the mention, Elder Zhong. Responding, Dong Huang Qingxue slowly placed the Regulus sword back into its scabbard and took 2 steps back. In fact, Elder Zhong also knew that only those who carried the bloodline of the human emperor could use the regular sword, so it was evident that Jun Lintian was not simple, but he would not tell Dong Huang Qingxue this news for the time being. Pitbulls are not guilty. Once the matter of Jun Lintian carrying the bloodline of a human emperor spread out and was known by some well-intentioned people, then the entire Jun family would also be plunged into a situation of no return. Since the ancient divine and demonic war, there has never been a human emperor in this Tianxian continent. Jun Lin Tian was the only person who possessed the human emperor's bloodline, and if he was truly discovered, he would definitely invite endless killings. Qingxue, Auntie didn't lie to you, did she? Seeing Dong Huang Qingxue put down the Xianyuan sword, Sun Meiniang said with a smiling face, Auntie just now, with the Jun family's young lord, we're discussing this great sword. It's your thoughts that are too filthy to associate with it. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Qingxue spat out her tongue and playfully said, Humph, it's not because he took advantage of me in the auction hall before, causing me to mistake him for a rogue. Ha ha, girl, that's your fault. He, Jun Lintian, only likes beautiful women. How would he be like you who thinks nonsense? Sun Meiniang couldn't help but tease. Auntie, just don't make fun of me. Dong Huang Qingxue pouted. Good, Auntie won't make fun of you. Sun Meiniang smiled and shook her head. Then, with a straight face, she said, Qingxue, what do you think of the Jun family's young lord? Dong Huang Qingxue was slightly stunned. Auntie, for good reason. Why are you asking this? I'm not afraid you'll suffer. Upon hearing this, Sun Meiniang smiled lightly and said, just now, the Jun family's young lord took advantage of you. We can't just let him off the hook. Dong Huang Qingxue pondered slightly for a moment and replied seriously, quite handsome looking, and his cultivation is also strong at a young age. Compared to the other family disciples of Great Zhou, it is indeed considered excellent. However, I appreciate his character in doing more. Just now it is obvious that I am wrong. He did not too much with me. Visible his broad-mindedness. Just him what? Sun Meiniang asked after him with a concerned look in her eyes. Dong Huang Qingxue pursed her lips and was silent for a moment. Said, it's just that he's too fraternal. I heard that he made a man to forcefully take the first daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan, as a concubine, and also led Lu Ruyan's master to serve the bed for 3 days. It's really a philandering carrot. Cluck cluck cluck. After hearing Dong Huang Qingxue's words, Sun Meiniang couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker, laughing with a flamboyant smile, a pair of beautiful rabbits on her chest undulating up and down with it. Chapter 28 Young Lord. Auntie, what are you laughing at? Is this not considered philandering? Seeing this, Dong Huang Qingxue pouted her red lips and questioned, silly girl, you're still young and there are many things you simply don't understand. Sun Meiniang dotingly rubbed Dong Huang Qingxue's hair and continued to explain, Jun family young lord, there are more women around him, but this in turn, is even more proof that, he is very good. What kind of person is that Lu Ruyan's master? The Great Zhou's #1 beautiful Saint King. How high is his vision? But in the end, was he not still bowed down by the Jun family's young lord's aura? Auntie, I understand all these truths, but I always feel that this kind of philandering man is unreliable. Dong Huang Qingxue skimmed her small mouth. Silly girl, don't underestimate the young master of the Jun family. Although he has many women around him, they are all good women, and Auntie has never heard of him strolling through those windy places. Sun Meiniang said in a serious tone. She was very optimistic about Jun Lin Tian. Aha, this one does. Dong Huang Qingxue nodded. Girl, I see that you don't seem to reject marrying Jun Lin Tian. Sun Meiniang suddenly looked at Dong Huang Qingxue playfully and teased. Who said that? I just can't accept the fact that he's a philanderer. Dong Huang Qingxue said arrogantly. Ha! Sun Meiniang smiled faintly and said, Qingxue, you have to know that a man has the strength and background to give his woman more than enough security. It's hard to find a second man like Jun Lintian when he misses out. You have to hold on to. Auntie, Qingxue is ignoring you. Seeing Sun Meiniang getting more and more outrageous, Dong Huang Qingxue was so humiliated and angry that she huffed and ran towards the door of the room. Looking at her leaving silhouette, Sun Meiniang shook her head and laughed. He, this girl's skin is still too thin. Dong Huang Qingxue had just stepped out of the room and hadn't gone far when she saw Jun Lintian standing in the courtyard admiring the flowers and grasses in the courtyard in a leisurely manner. Seeing this scene, Dong Huang Qingxue's heart tightened as she hurriedly lowered her head and quickly ran in another direction. Miss Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Why did you run away when you saw this young lord? It's not like this young lord bullied you. Jun Lin Tian was puzzled. Seeing that she had been discovered by Jun Lin Tian, Dong Huang Qingxue could only stop her steps unwillingly, turn around and walk towards Jun Lin Tian. Looking at Jun Lin Tian's uncharacteristically dignified and calm demeanor, a hint of complexity flashed through Dong Huang Qingxue's beautiful eyes. Because of her previous misunderstanding of Jun Lin Tian outside the room, she had a great deal of prejudice and resentment towards him, even though just now in his aunt's boudoir, June Lintian wanted to explain, but she was so overwhelmed by anger that she did not give June Lintian any chance to explain. A little bit of guilt naturally arises deep inside. She lifted the hem of her skirt and slowly walked to June Lintian, dropping her head, and said in a low voice, "Young Master June, it was me who misunderstood you before. Please forgive Qing Shui." Hearing Dong Huang Chang Shui's apology, June Lintian was a little surprised. Originally, like himself and Dong Huang Qing Shui, this kind of born in the family gate valve of the direct lineage of children, all are not high-minded and proud of the generation, will not be easy to give others to bow down and admit their faults. What's more, Dong Huang Qing Shui's previous misunderstanding of himself was not empty. Put yourself in Dong Huang Qing Shui's shoes and think about it. He can also misunderstand when he hears words at the door that make it sound like a slur. He just didn't expect Dong Huang Qing Shui to take the initiative to apologize to him. This is a very intelligent, simple and kind-hearted girl to befriend. After a brief moment of disorientation, June Lintian waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's alright, I didn't take this matter to heart. Miss Qing Shui doesn't have to be so." His tone of voice and demeanor was gentle to the extreme, causing Dong Huang Qing Shui to feel like a spring breeze, as if he was a big brother next door. This was coupled with June Lintian's handsome appearance, his angular silhouette, and the superb aura emanating from his body. At that instant, Dong Huang Qing Shui's pretty face flushed, her heart flustered a little, and her heart beat wildly. Seeing Dong Huang Qing Shui's shy appearance, June Lintian couldn't help but chuckle and secretly paid. Is Laozi's charm that great? He retrieved his thoughts and sighed softly. June Yue, that is my own big brother. Since young he lost his mother. His character is a bit radical. These years the pressure on him is too much, he said, shaking his head. It didn't go any further and didn't say another bad word about June Yue. This caused Dong Huang Qing Shui to be somewhat touched. June Yue had been whispering in his own ears about how June Lintian had suppressed him and counted on him. And before that, he was even being unreasonable in the auction hall. Not only did June Lintian not kill him, he only took a few shots to teach June Yue a lesson. And now June Lintian instead sighed that June Yue was like this because of his stress and radical character. Brothers, who was right and who was wrong? Who was superior and who was inferior? In comparison, immediately see the difference. Dong Huang Qing Shui raised her head and gazed at June Lintian's side face as she realized that she was suddenly interested in this strange yet masculine man in front of her. Her pretty face was scarlet as she lowered her head and softly said, "June family young master, thank you for retrieving the East Emperor Bell for my East Royal family. A great favor is not to be thanked. Qing Shui will surely bring someone to personally thank you at home on the next day. Qing Shui has something to do at home, so she will leave first." Upon hearing this, June Lintian merely nodded gently and watched her leave. This Dong Huang Qing Shui is still somewhat interesting. Looking at Dong Huang Qing Shui's departing back, June Lintian stroked his chin and said in his heart, "But this future empress has changed her attitude towards this young lord. It is something to be proud of." Retracting his thoughts, June Lintian walked towards Sun Mainyang's boudoir. There was a beautiful woman there waiting to be enjoyed. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you don't break through. Hey, demon, then don't blame this young master for being merciless. Let's give you a taste of the great sword. Upon entering the room, as expected by June Lintian, there was already a delicate and tantalizing body lying on the bed. Sun Mainyang wore a red dress that revealed her perfect figure. Her slender legs were bare, and her skin was white and smooth, glowing. Seeing that stunningly beautiful face, June Lintian couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, his heart thumping, itching to pounce on it right now and savor the delicacies. However, June Lintian eventually controlled the bathing fire in his heart. He sat on the edge of the bed and grabbed one of Sun Mainyang's jade hands, the softness of which made June Lintian fall in love with it. Feeling June Lintian's warm palm caressing her jade hand, Sun Mainyang's face flushed slightly as a strange feeling surged up from her heart, making her mind swirl. The corners of June Lintian's mouth sketched out evil arcs as his right hand moved down Sun Mainyang's white and delicate neck. Moving slowly, gradually, Sun Mainyang's entire little face turned red, her breathing quickened, her pair of charming phoenix eyes brimming with water. Wanting to speak and panting, the arc of June Lintian's mouth rose more and more wickedly. With that, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Sun Mainyang felt as if her soul was floating. She closed her eyes, her delicate pink lips lightly opened and murmured, "Young lord." Chapter 29, The Grand Prince's Poisonous Plan. Well, a moment later, June Lintian's hand abruptly stopped. He stared at Sun Mainyang's delicate red lips, hesitating whether he should kiss them or not. All of a sudden, the entire room was suddenly plunged into a dead silence, with only a burst of weak, wandering wailing sounds remaining. This sound, as if a spring breeze had brushed through, blew away the dry heat outside the house. Young lord, feeling that June Lintian was a bit impulsive, so Sun Mainyang hurriedly demanded, For a request like Sun Mainyang's, he would definitely agree to it. Even if Sun Mainyang didn't mention it, he would still be like that. The Grand Prince's residence. Brother Yuza, why do you have the leisure to come to my residence today? Looking at Jun Yuje, who had a wretched look on his face, Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Mingyuan, who was wearing a dark yellow python robe, asked with a smile. Jun Yuza picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip as he said angrily, I just met that scumbag Jun Lintian at the auction held by the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. Hearing that Jun Lintian was delaying his son, the Grand Prince's eyes sank violently as a flash of viciousness flashed through his eyes. What? Did Jun Lintian have a conflict with you? The Grand Imperial Prince raised his eyebrows and asked with a cold snort. Jun Yuje nodded and gritted his teeth. Not only is he at odds with me, as long as it's something I'm looking at, he will collectively snatch it from me by raising the bidding. Speaking of this, a strong look of jealousy and resentment surfaced on Jun Yuje's face. His own unparalleled opportunities had all been snatched by Jun Lintian. Even his most beloved woman was hooking up with Jun Lintian in an ambiguous manner. Thinking about this, Jun Yuje was furious. Jun Lintian, you've bullied people too much. Che, what is this emperor when it comes to anything? At that, the Grand Prince skimmed his mouth. Full of concern, Brother Yuze, don't be discouraged. It's just a few valuable auction items. In the future, more to participate in some large-scale auctions. What kind of good things can't be found? The reasoning is so reasonable. But I found out that this guy Jun Lintian is not honest. Hooking up with the female owner of that Wan Bao Tang, the two of them have been eyeballing each other really disgusting. The thought of Jun Lintian being courted by those beautiful women wherever he went made Jun Yuje furious, so he complained to the Grand Prince. What? Hearing Jun Yuze's words, the Grand Prince stood up violently. His expression furious. How could the two of them come together? Simply not putting this emperor in his eyes. Great Prince, why are you angry? Seeing Zhou Mingyuan so stormy, Jun Yuje frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Brother Yuza, that Wan Bao Tang's female boss is an extremely beautiful thing. Do you know that this prince has pursued her 3 times? But that doesn't even look at me. And now she's actually hanging out with that Jun Lintian guy. Doesn't that mean that Jun Lintian is 100 times and 1,000 times better than this prince? Thinking of this, the Grand Prince felt a tightness in his chest, a suffocating discomfort. This can't be possible. Great Prince, who in the entire Great Zhou knows about your charms? Jun Yuza shook his head, unable to believe what the Grand Imperial Prince had said. Although Jun Lintian had some strength, in terms of looks and charisma he was simply not as good as the Grand Prince. What's more, the eldest prince was the eldest son of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, and was the most promising of the many emperors to seize the throne and ascend to the great throne. The female owner of this Wan Bao Tang, unless she was blind, would not let go of such a golden father. Oh, I know you are surprised, but the truth is the truth. With the nature of Jun Lintian, I suspect that sinister villain, Jun Lintian, has already put that to sleep. Speaking of this, the Grand Prince's face grew more and more ironic, and the anger in his heart rubbed off on him. What? Jun Yuje was shocked and couldn't believe it. If Jun Lintian really slept with the female owner of the Wan Bao Tang, then the beam between Jun Lintian and the 2 Grand Emperors was finally knotted. But it was a godsend for him. Bringing the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty down to fight against Jun Lintian together was nothing less than a heavenly good thing for himself. Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Jun Yuje's mouth. So what if he lost to Jun Lintian at the auction this time? He would still win in the end anyway. Damn you, Jun Lintian. You even dare to sleep with the woman that this emperor has his eyes on. This emperor will definitely break you into pieces and thwart your bones. The Grand Imperial Prince clenched his fist and roared lowly, his body filled with killing intent. Grand Prince, I think we must find a way to stop Jun Lintian from continuing to be arrogant and domineering. Seeing this, Jun Yuje looked at the Grand Prince and suggested in a sinister manner, I suggest we dispatch assassins immediately and kill him. Sending assassins to kill Jun Lintian? Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince shook his head and refused, not to mention the fact that an ordinary assassin can kill Jun Lintian or not, even if by some fluke. Do you take my aunt and my uncle as a pose? You are? Once the 2 of them find out a single trace, will they let us go? These 2 people that the Grand Prince was talking about, one was the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou, while the other was the Great Zhou's Great General of Xinhua. These 2 people are not oil lamps. Subordinates have a group of elite personnel specializing in collecting intelligence. A slight carelessness will lead to fire. Since we can't send an assassin to assassinate Jun Lintian, should we just let that guy get away with it? Seeing that his ploy was not working, Jun Yuje's face turned ugly. Of course not. The Grand Prince's eyes flashed with precision. The corners of his mouth rose in a sinister arc as he slowly said, since we can't send an assassin to kill Jun Lintian in secret, let's do it openly and honestly. Kill with honor? Upon hearing this, Jun Yuje's brows furrowed lightly as he said in confusion, that's right, kill it fair and square. The corner of the Grand Prince's mouth lifted up in an icy arc as he said, "Do you know what everyone in my great Joe hates the most? This is still think about it. It must be a devil cultivator." Yue Ji blurted out. However, as soon as the words fell, he seemed to realize something. His complexion was violently stunned, and he looked at the Grand Prince in astonishment, and asked in a lost voice, "Grand Prince, you should not." "You guessed it." The corner of the Grand Prince's mouth brought up a vicious arc as he laughed. "June Lintian is unkind, so don't blame this prince for being unrighteous. As long as we sit down in public and confirm that he was taken over by a demonic cultivator, and then we order our experts to exterminate him, even if the Grand Princess and the Grand General know about it afterward, they won't be able to do anything with us. Great Imperial Prince is wise." Upon hearing this, Yue Ji gave a thumbs up, agreeing, "Great Prince, just brilliant." As long as June Lintian died, then Dong Huang Qing Shui would still be her own. There was also Ruyan Lu and Ruoyu Xiao. Although both of them had already been played with by June Lintian and had become broken shoes, it was still fine for him to use them as female slaves and have some fun. Humph, this imperial prince will make that villain June Lintian's life worse than death. A cold light flashed in the bottom of the Grand Prince's eyes. Then he commanded June Yue, "You go to, now." Chapter 30, Madness. June Yue hurriedly bid him farewell after listening to the Grand Imperial Prince's instructions. Looking at June Yue's departing back, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth hooked, revealing a smug smile as he murmured in a low voice, "June Lintian, this time, I'll see how many days you can bounce around." The door to Sun Mainyang's boudoir was closed tightly, and a burst of panting sounds came from inside the room. "Young lord." Sun Mainyang turned her head and looked at June Lintian with affection, pleading, "Yes, thank you young lord." Seeing that her request had been fulfilled, Sun Mainyang said with a look of gratitude, "This is what this young lord should do." At those words, June Lintian shook his head in some embarrassment and said, he was a little confused as to why the women of this era were so grateful for this most common thing between a man and a woman. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was just cool to have male power in a metaphysical world. June Lintian was leisurely lying on the bed, enjoying Sun Mainyan's massage. Her figure was dimpled and curvaceous with tantalizing curves, and her skin was fair and delicate, glowing. At this time, Sun Mainyang was wearing a thin set of gauze clothes, half-naked puffy peaks. Her skin was crystal clear, radiating a fatal attraction. "Young master, do you want to compensate your slave once more?" Sun Mainyang lay prone in front of June Lintian's body and asked in a soft tone. "No, this young lord has to go back." June Lintian shook his head and rejected Sun Mainyang's proposal before saying, "You rest, this young lord will leave first." Sun Mainyang's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness, and she said unwillingly, "Young lord, you helped my slave today. My slave will remember young lord's kindness for the rest of my life, and I will only wish to follow by young lord's side from now on." Bang. Upon hearing this, June Lintian satisfiedly slapped Sun Mainyang's arched buttocks heavily and smiled faintly. "This young lord knows what you have in mind." With that, he got up, dressed, and headed out of the room. Looking at June Lintian's departing back, Sun Mainyang lightly bit her red lips and murmured softly, "Young lord, Mainyang must be the first to give birth to a son for you," she said, looking down with a winking smile. It was all a bit bittersweet, but it was the path she had chosen for herself. June Lintian had just returned to the June clan when a gorgeous woman walked up to him and saluted with her hands clasped in front of her. "Young lord, Mangyao has something important to report. Go to the study." June Lintian scanned the surroundings, knowing that this was not the place to talk, and ordered. With that, the two of them walked forward and backward towards June Lintian's study. "Mangyao, now you can talk." After arriving at the study, June Lintian sat down on a chair with a big horse and said to June Mangyao in front of him. Upon hearing this, June Mangyao respectfully said, "Reporting to the young lord, my subordinates, in accordance with your previous instructions, captured the demonic cultivator named Crazy Demon you mentioned in a private house in the western suburb of the capital." But what? June Lintian frowned slightly. Just as my subordinate was about to arrest that demonic cultivator, the Grand Duke happened to arrive and explained something to this demonic cultivator. June Mangyao said expressionlessly, "Big brother dares to get involved with demonic cultivators. It seems like he really isn't afraid of death." Upon hearing June Mengyao's words, June Lintian instantly narrowed his eyes, a cold aura erupting in his eyes as he said in a sinister manner, "According to the plot of the original story, this demonic cultivator was just a hidden son of the Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Mingyuan. He had only sent someone over, wanting to control this demonic cultivator and then have him turn against him at a critical time to serve himself, in a game of surprise. But he didn't expect that his elder brother would also be involved with demonic cultivators, which was a bit intriguing. Are you sure that the demonic cultivator named Crazy Demon is the one you're looking for?" A moment later, June Lintian collected the cold aura in his eyes and continued to ask, 1,000 times over. That devil cultivator's appearance is exactly as you described it, young lord. Jun Mengyao nodded her head and swore with assurance. At those words, Junlin Tian's gaze was grave. He had never thought that his elder brother would be involved in this. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Jun Mengyao and asked, "Where is the mad demon man now?" Jun Mengyao replied, "Young lord, in order to prevent this matter from being discovered by others, my subordinates have imprisoned the crazy demon inside an abandoned broken temple." Well done. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded approvingly. "Go, take this young lord over to take a look. Please, young master, come with my subordinate." After saying that, Jun Mengyao led Jun Lindian to an abandoned and broken temple in the western suburbs. Passing through the dilapidated wooden door, Jun Lindian slowly stepped in, his eyes surveying the dilapidated temple that was filled with the smell of decay, only to see that the inside of this broken temple was littered with miscellaneous items that looked extremely dirty and disorganized. Junlin Tian frowned and looked around, wondering, why is there no one there? Did the mad demon escape? "Young lord, come with me this way." Jun Mengyao seemed to have long anticipated Jun Lingtian's reaction, only to see that she raised her feet and walked towards the depths of the broken temple. Soon, they stopped in front of a stone wall. "Open!" Jun Mengyao let out a cold cry and raised her hand to slap at that stone wall. Anum! Rumbling. It was accompanied by a roar that resounded throughout the empty stone room. That stone wall, surprisingly, turned inward. Immediately after that, a dark room appeared in front of the two of them and Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian took the first step into the interior of the stone room and a foul odor hit his nose. What met Junlin Tian's eyes was a scene of devastation. There were broken walls everywhere, table and chair after table shattered all over the place, except for the walls, which were still intact. The place was a ruin. Soon in a corner, an old man in a black Taoist robe was spotted. He was pudgy and dusty, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and dying on the ground, unconscious. "Mengyao, wake him up." Junlin Tian stared indifferently at the man on the ground and drank coldly. "Young lord, wait a moment, my subordinate will wake him up." At those words, Jun Mengyao squatted down and reached out to pinch the man's neck, forcing him to wake up. When he opened his eyes to see the two people in front of him clearly, his pupils shrunk violently. "Who are you guys? Why are you torturing the old man like this?" The old man roared angrily. Don't worry, we are just curious. Crazy demon, you are originally a demonic cultivator. Why do you dare to blend into my great Zhou capital?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he said with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, a wary look appeared on the mad demon's face as he stared dead on at Jun Lindian and asked, "Who exactly are you? How do you know the old man's name?" Not only do I know that you're crazy demon, but I also know that your master is our great Zhou's grand imperial prince," Junlin Tian teased. Chapter 31, Husband, I miss you so much. "You're talking nonsense. Old me doesn't even know any grand prince." Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Crazy Demon immediately vetoed. Although his mind was alarmed, his face remained calm. "Humph. Wu Chongning, do you think this young lord is a little cutie? Do you? Since you said you don't recognize it, then well, this young master will give you one last chance, whether you say it or not." Seeing his feigned composure, Junlin Tian smiled contemptuously and drank coldly. "Who the hell are you? How do you know my real name?" After seeing that his real name, which had not been mentioned for decades, was known by Junlin Tian, Mad Demon's face changed slightly and he could not help but open his mouth to inquire. At this moment, he was completely flustered because the black-clothed youth in front of him was just too bizarre. It was as if he himself was all but naked before him, without a single secret to tell. Looking at the shocked Crazy Demon in front of him, Jun Lindian smiled faintly and said, "In this world, there is no secret that can be hidden from me. Everything you have done, this young lord knows all about it. What do you want?" Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Crazy Demon instantly felt a chill all over his body. The black-clothed youth in front of him was definitely a ruthless character. If he wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. "Submit or die," Junlin Tian said in a harsh tone. After a few moments of contemplation, Crazy Demon bowed towards Junlin Tian and said respectfully, "Greetings, master." He thought, well, as a demonic cultivator can't escape death in the end, it is better to die than to live. Very good. Seeing the mad demon yielding to himself, Junlin Tian hooked his lips in satisfaction and smiled. "Say, my good big brother, what was it that I was looking for you just now?" "Ah, master, you are the young lord of the Jun family?" At those words, Crazy Demon's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Junlin Tian incredulously, looking agitated. The Jun family, as the #1 family in the Great Zhou dynasty, a family that possessed the guardianship of a great emperor, was extremely powerful. In particular, The Jun family's young master was of exceptional talent, and was known as a peerless demon that would not be encountered in a million years in the Tianxian continent. Now that this legendary Jun family young lord had suddenly appeared in front of him and had even become his new master, could he not be excited? What? Don't believe it? Looking at the shocked mad demon, Jun Lintian indifferently smiled and said, Upon hearing this, Crazy Demon hurriedly shook his head and respectfully said, I wouldn't dare. Jun Lintian glanced at him indifferently and said, there's no need to talk nonsense. Let's get to the point. Hearing Jun Lintian's words, Crazy Demon immediately gathered his emotions and respectfully said, back to the master. The Grand Prince, let your elder brother bring a letter to the little one. In the 10 days after the Sky Spirit Academy School Celebration General Assembly, let the old man suddenly show up, randomly kill a few Sky Spirit Academy's disciples, create chaos, and then let the people under his command catch, and finally identify the master as you being taken over by the old demon of Xinhua. Finally, sit down in public with the fact that I was taken over by a demonic cultivator, and then finally order those experts to kill me in front of everyone? Jun Lintian interrupted to ask. Yes, master. Mad Demon nodded respectfully. The corner of Jun Lintian's mouth drew a playful arc as he said, such a scheme is truly sinister and vicious enough. Young lord, then what should we do now? Should we tell young lord mother? Jun Mengyao asked with a slight frown of worry on her willow brows. After all, the Grand Princess only had such a son, and if there was really anything wrong with her, she would die for nothing. No, how can such a small matter require my mother's personal attention? Jun Lintian waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, a mere Grand Prince and my punk of a brother also want to use this kind of scheming and calculating to deal with this young lord. It's simply delusional. Then young lord, how do we deal with their poisonous plans? Jun Mengyao continued to pursue. Let's give them a will-o'-the-wisp. Jun Lintian revealed an evil smile. Will the trick be done? At those words, Jun Mengyao and Crazy Demon both had puzzled looks on their faces. That's right. Seeing this, Jun Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly and a chilling cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Crazy Demon, for the things ahead, you will do as the Grand Prince commands, but in the end, you will replace the person that the old demon of Xinhua has taken over the body, by this young lord to my elder brother. I obey. Crazy Demon nodded respectfully, but there was a strong look of worry on his face. What's wrong? Seeing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth curled slightly. After the mad demon raised his head to look at Jun Lintian, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, but master, if I were to identify your elder brother on the spot as having been taken over by the old demon of Xin Underworld, I'm afraid that the Grand Prince would kill me on the spot as well. This devil cultivator identity of his should never be exposed to the world. What's more, in order to create chaos that day, he had to intentionally kill a few Sky Spirit Academy disciples with low cultivation levels. What's more, it will be regarded as a thorn in the side of everyone's eyes and a thorn in the flesh. I want to get rid of it. Even though he was a demonic cultivator, he was of course afraid of death. To defect to Jun Lintian was nothing more than to live longer. But if he was going to die left and right, why would he bother to go through the extra trouble? As if he could see the thoughts in Mad Demon's mind, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Jun Lintian's eyes, but his face was piled with a smile as he said, my Jun family is the #1 family in Great Zhou. Even the royal family of Great Zhou can't take how my Jun family is. My Jun family secretly protects a demonic cultivator. This strength is still there. Not to mention that this young master still has quite a lot of things that he needs you to do in the future. So how could he possibly allow you to send you to your death? It was only after hearing Jun Lintian's explanation that Mad Demon let go of the worries in his heart. With the power of the Jun family, it really wasn't that difficult to bail him out as a demonic cultivator. And besides, there were some things that the Jun family's young master was inconveniently doing, so he was the best white glove. But then Jun Lintian suddenly said, however, you must now make a heart demon oath of eternal allegiance to this young lord. At those words, Mad Demon's expression stiffened violently as he hesitated. Master, once, the heart demon vow was made, his life and death would be at the whim of Jun Lintian. What? Don't you want to? Jun Lintian's gaze gradually turned cold as he coldly hummed. In that case, then you can be on your way. No, it's not. Master, I'm willing. I'll take the heart demon vow now. Feeling the icy cold killing intent emanating from Jun Lintian's body, Crazy Demon hurriedly fell to his knees, bit through his right index finger, tremblingly raised his right hand to point to the void, and solemnly began to make the heavenly demon oath. I, Wu Chongning, swear by my essence blood that from now on, I will always be loyal to the Jun family's young lord, and if I go against it, I will fly away in ashes. Right at this moment, Jun Lintian felt that in his sea of consciousness, there was one more thing. He knew that Crazy Demon had not played any tricks and nodded his head in satisfaction. Only after a long time did the mad demon put down his right hand and secretly wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Looking at June Lintian apprehensively, he said, "Master, my little one has already made a heart demon oath. I hope that master will fulfill his promise. Don't worry, this young master has always been true to his word." June Lintian patted Crazy Demon's shoulder and consoled in a serious tone. "Do well, and in the future, this young lord will definitely let you return to the mountains in style and glory, enjoying glory and wealth." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master," Madman said with tears of excitement. As a demonic cultivator, he was suspicious by nature. Before, he was worried that June Lintian would do that unloading thing afterward. After all, slandering one's elder brother for being taken over by a demonic cultivator and finally committing fratricide. It would definitely be a shocking scandal if it was spread out. Now that June Lintian had asked him to make a heart demon vow, he instead let go of his last doubts. "Here's a bottle of extreme healing pill. After you eat it and recover more or less, go back to your original residence. Don't let the Grand Prince and my big brother discover a hint of it." After saying that, June Lintian pulled out a bottle of white jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Crazy Demon, indifferently saying, "Remember, when you see this young lord outside, it's like seeing a stranger. Understand?" Crazy Demon took the jade bottle and carefully put it away in his sleeve, hastily agreeing, "Please rest assured, master, I understand." June Lintian turned around and looked towards the entrance of the dark room. His eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of his mouth hooked. "My good big brother, since you're still going after the Grand Prince as a foreign aid, then I won't blame my brother for not being able to tolerate you. Just sit down in public and confirm that you were taken over by a demonic cultivator and then kill you. Even if Lord Father finds out, he won't blame me. After all, I'm acting on behalf of heaven, cutting down demons and eliminating devils. Besides, even if Father Sama suspects me, so what? You're already dead, dead without proof." The more June Lintian spoke, the more excited he became, and a hideous smile appeared on his face, as if he had already foreseen June Yuji's tragic end. See this scene. The corners of Crazy Devil's mouth twitched, and he only felt a chill run down his spine. "Couldn't help but feel a chill at the back of my mind. It is said that we devil cultivators are cruel and merciless and treacherous as foxes, but compared to the Grand Prince as well as the two June family brothers, it was simply small and weak. That's ing black and mean. All a bunch of hellish demons in human skin." It was at this moment that Crazy Demon truly realized that he was simply a kind angel compared to June Lintian and the others, pure and flawless. "Well, this young master is leaving first." June Lintian put his hands behind his back and walked towards the door. June Mengyao hurriedly followed. Back at June's house, June Mengyao stopped June Lintian and asked, "Young lord, do you really intend to bail out Crazy Demon after the deed is done?" "Bail him out for what?" Upon hearing this, June Lintian's eyebrows rose slightly as he shook his head. "He's a demonic cultivator. He'll only be a scourge if he stays in the world. Wouldn't I be giving myself a hard time by keeping him around?" Seeing June Lintian's flat denial, June Mengyao frowned. "Young lord, then that was just to get his guard down and get things done." Upon hearing this, June Lintian gave a slight grin and teased, "He's a devil cultivator. He's also worthy of making conditions with this young lord. In this young lord's eyes, only the dead can keep secrets. Isn't that right?" As the words fell, June Lintian walked towards his room without looking back. There were two other delicate beauties there waiting to be pampered. Looking at June Lintian slowly disappearing back, June Mengyao stood in a daze. It was only after a half-loud nursing that he let out a sigh and murmured in a low voice, "Young lord, it really has grown up. It's not the same as it used to be." With a swish, she disappeared as well. At night, the moonlight tilts down. June Lintian tiptoed towards his room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he abruptly heard the sparse sound of water flowing from inside, as well as the sound of a woman's delicate laughter. The voice was familiar. It seemed to be Ruyan Lu's. "Is it, like, in the shower?" Thinking of that fragrant image, an evil fire rose in the military order's heart and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. "Master, don't make a fuss. Wait for husband to come back. Ruyan, you still have the nerve to say, he is your husband, and not the husband of master. Master doesn't care. Senior, in fact, you're my husband's woman. Why don't you just marry him? This huge June family has endless cultivation resources for you to enjoy." When he heard that Lu Ruyan was persuading her master teacher to marry him as well, in June Lintian's mind, Xiao Ruoyu's bumpy and tantalizingly delicate body suddenly surfaced, and suddenly his heartbeat accelerated and he was breathing heavily. June Lintian swallowed a few times again, suppressing the wild lust within him and taking a deep breath. He wanted to hear exactly how Xiao Ruoyu answered. He pressed his ear to the door of the room, holding his breath and listening, only to see Xiao Ruoyu pretentious anger. "Aya, you this dead girl, how so bad? You and not do not know. Master Zun heart in the cultivation of a road. For children and women have no interest in the slightest. You will spare Master Zunit. Disciple we're bad. Master, you are just deceiving yourself. You and my husband clearly have a husband and wife, but still do not recognize. At this time, inside the room, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face had turned red with shame, and she hurriedly shouted, "Dead girl, what are you talking nonsense about? Hurry up and shut up for Master." Master, what are you ashamed of? My disciple has long seen through your heart, so don't hide it. Xiao Ruoyu's heartbeat became even more violent, and she panicked. You dead girl, if you talk any more nonsense, believe it or not, Master will teach you a lesson right now. Junlin Tian straightened his messy clothes and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock knock. The sudden sound of a knock on the door directly caused the two women inside the house, Lu Ruyan and Xiao Ruoyu, to jump in fright. Who? Both women shouted out at the same time. Ahem. Junlin Tian coughed lightly twice and said, "It's me." Hearing that it was Junlin Tian's voice, Lu Ruyan was immediately overjoyed as she got up from the bathtub and ran towards the door of the room to open the door for Junlin Tian. Ruyan, you. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu's heart tightened. She hadn't taken a good bath yet and this Junlin Tian was about to come in again, so she wanted to speak out to stop it. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ruyan had already opened the door and welcomed Junlin Tian in. Husband, you finally gave up and came back. My concubine missed you so much. As soon as Junlin Tian entered the room, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to wrap her arms around him, hooking her hands around Junlin Tian's neck and blowing hot air in his ears as if she was pampering him. Junlin Tian was so hot from her that his body was tingling, the blood in his body was churning, and a flame was rising in his belly, as if he wanted to burn the clothes on his body. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, saying, "Silly daughter-in-law, I'm not back to accompany you. Hate. People don't believe it." Lu Ruyan pouted her red lips and hummed as if she was pouting. "Oh, why would I lie to you?" Junlin Tian dotingly rubbed Lu Ruyan's green silk in front of her forehead and softly said, "It's more like you're thinking about my master." Ruyan Lu muttered in a tasteless manner. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian awkwardly scratched his head and said, Both want. Chapter 32. Humph. My concubine knew that husband has been thinking of my master. Lu Ruyan feigned anger as she pulled Junlin Tian and went to the bathtub, pointing at Xiao Ruoyu inside. "Go on. The person you can't forget is right here." With that, he directly pushed Junlin Tian inside the tub. "Ruyan, you." Junlin Tian was caught off guard and sat on his butt in the tub with a splash. All of his body, including his hair, was wet. Seeing Junlin Tian's dilemma, Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Giggle giggle giggle. It is surprising that the tiger was teased by the kitten without being powerful. This stinky girl, how dare she tease herself? Let's see how I can clean her up tonight. Saying that, he fiercely stretched out his arms and hugged Lu Ruyan's willow waist, carrying her into the tub as well. Yeah, Lu Ruyan was caught off guard, letting out a cry of surprise. Her delicate body fell into Junlin Tian's arms in a smooth manner, her two white and straight jade legs, passing over the top. Her skin was white and warm, like jade. Moreover, the body exuded a faint fragrance, making Junlin Tian a little infatuated. Ah, husband, concubine. Lu Ruyan struggled to break away from Junlin Tian's bonds, but Junlin Tian was so powerful that he did not allow her to resist for even half a second. Moreover, the more she struggled to break free, the more Junlin Tian's mind wandered. The two's skin touched, causing their skin to become instantly sensitized for a battle. Husband, feeling the difference, Ruyan Lu said shyly. Her hands encircled Junlin Tian's neck, her body trembling slightly as she appeared a little agitated. Junlin Tian looked down and realized that the two were in an extremely ambiguous position at this time. Lu Ruyan's hands rested on her own shoulders, her snowy whites leaning tightly against Junlin Tian's chest. Seeing that Junlin Tian's entire body was wet, Lu Ruyan began to help Junlin Tian remove his clothes. Husband, you're a bit late coming back today. Is it because you have a new love? So you've cold-shouldered your concubine from your master? Lu Ruyan tenderly picked up the dry towel next to the tub and wiped away the water stains on Junlin Tian's face, gently biting her shell teeth as she asked shyly, "How could it be? For my husband, I think of you masters and disciples every day." Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian's eyes carried a hint of doting as his mouth smiled. As the old saying goes, newlyweds are like glue. In ancient times, those pairs of men and women who did not know each other before marriage, after they got married and had the reality of husband and wife through the wedding night, their relationship would continue to heat up. At the moment, himself and Ruyan Lu were the best examples, although Lu Ruyan was forcibly nabbed by herself, but through yesterday's one day of life exchange. At this time, she had completely dropped a heart on herself, even thinking about having children for myself. Just as Junlin Tian was pleased with himself, he suddenly felt his back resting against something soft, then a woman's cry came to her ears. "Yeah, you, It was only then that Junlin genius realized that Xiao Ruoyu was also inside the bathtub. Since the tub was already small, it was slightly cramped with 3 people in it now. Xiao Ruoyu's jade hand pushed Junlin Tian's back. Junlin Tian turned his head to look and realized that Xiao Ruoyu in front of him. Her exquisite delicate body was emitting a glistening white fluorescence under the candlelight, just like a sheep's fat jade that was as warm and slippery as a sheep's fat jade. Moreover, because the space in the tub was too small, Xiao Ruoyu was unable to straighten her legs at all, causing her 2 jade legs to stay curled up together. Now that he was squeezed like this by Junlin Tian, he straightened up. All of this made Junlin Tian a little embarrassed and unsure of how to react. Can you stay away from? Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face blushed as she shyly said to Junlin Tian. Ahem, this is not good. At those words, Junlin Tian smiled sarcastically. At the same time the body was deliberately leaning back. Humph, you're doing this on purpose. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu immediately ranted without any good humor. A pair of pink fists continuously pounded on Junlin Tian's back. However, she didn't use any force at all. It was like scratching an itch. After all, Junlin Tian was the Jun family's young master. She wouldn't dare to mess around. Cluck cluck cluck. Lu Ruyan, who was in Junlin Tian's arms, could not help but laugh when she saw the scene. Alright, let's go to bed and explore the human justification. Seeing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned, revealing a smug smile. Immediately after that, he directly took the 2 women in one hand and carried them in his arms towards the big bed. Young lord, you, Xiao Ruoyu turned around and glared fiercely at Junlin Tian. This guy, Junlin Tian, was just too hateful. As for the apprentice on the side, every time she begged Junlin Tian to give it to her, Junlin Tian just wouldn't give it to her. This made her feel that Junlin Tian was doing this on purpose. Unfortunately, she was all about cultivating immortality, and was not interested in this matter of male love at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be over 200 years old and still be in her boudoir, unmarried. Ahem, I wasn't thinking that you'll be leaving this young lord in a couple days, so I'm afraid you'll suffer? Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, Junlin Tian grinned. Humph. Xiao Ruoyu snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to him. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu, Lu Ruyan on the side was envious. She was clearly Junlin Tian's concubine. Why was her husband still so biased? The fact that Junlin Tian had given his master teacher every single time made her a bit tasty. I don't want to be biased, but at least I want to get my share of the rain. Junlin Tian lazily leaned back on the soft collapse. Left and right her light gauze slipped off the fragrant shoulders of the delicate beauty. Chest as snow white, attracting reverie. Lu Ruyan, her charming eyes gazing at Junlin Tian, softly said, "Husband, it's time to rest." Junlin Tian nodded lazily, stretched out his waist, and with his right and left hands, he wrapped the beautiful ladies on both sides into his embrace, murmuring softly, "Go to sleep." Cluck cluck cluck. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan and Xiao Ruoyu smiled one after another and closed their beautiful eyes. The moment, 2 women stood on the roof of the room opposite Junlin Tian's wedding room. Yaoer, how long did the young lord make merry with the 2 girls just now? The grand princess, who was dressed in palace attire, gazed in the direction of Junlin Tian's wedding room, and after a long period of silence, she suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Jun Mangyao immediately replied respectfully, reporting to the master mother. The young lord has spent the night with the 2 women for more than 2 hours. Worthy of being my son, a full 2 hours. It seems that it is not far from the day when this palace will hold a grandchild. After saying that, the grand princess sidled over to Jun Mangyao and said, Yaoer, when are you going to give my son a bedding? At those words, Jun Mangyao's pretty face instantly turned red beyond recognition. Immediately kneeling down on one knee, she slowly said, Mangyao, it's all up to the master mother to make the decision. She was an orphan. It was the grand princess who took her in and raised her to be what she is now. In her heart, the grand princess's orders were just like her own mother's orders. When the grand princess heard this, she nodded with satisfaction and said, You are the body of extreme yin, a natural stove body. The higher your cultivation, the more your yuan yin will help my son. You still have to continue to work hard to cultivate. Jun Mengyao's pretty face became even redder when she heard the grand princess's admonition, but she continued to listen attentively with her head lowered. As for that matter of the Heavenly Spirit Academy in 10 days' time, do as my son wishes. He has indeed grown up, and there are some things that he has to be allowed to do personally. After the grand princess finished speaking, without waiting for Jun Mengyao to reply, she disappeared above the roof, vanishing without a trace. Jun Mengyao looked up into the void and murmured, Master Mother, Mengyao will definitely not let you down. Early the next morning, Junlin Tian woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was cradling 2 extremely tantalizingly delicate bodies in his arms. The 2 women were sleeping quietly. He felt a bit of back pain. It seemed that although he was a chaotic god body and cultivated extremely fast, He didn't want to do that kind of life of hard cultivation. He opened the system panel. Host, Junlin Tian. Identity, young master of the Jun family. Cultivation level, 8th level of the Chakra C realm. Physique, Chaos God body. Cultivation technique, Great Desolate Scripture. Magic weapon, Xianyuan sword, the first of the 10 divine weapons of the ancient times. Xiansha sword, heavenly rank. Gold finger, Big Dipper's battle intent. Villain point, 1250. Seeing that the villain points had accumulated to 250, he felt secretly happy. These were all things that he had squeezed out of those sons of Chi bit by bit. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and opened the system mall, wanting to make a big purchase and spend some money. Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, 1W villain points. Yin Yang Sacred Body, 1W villain points. Heavenly Tao Sacred Body, 1W villain points. Supreme Bone, 5,000 villain points. Heavy Pupil Divine Eye, 5,000 villain points. None of the things inside the system mall were heaven-defying and mouth-watering. He desperately wanted to collectively pack these heaven-defying things. As long as he possessed these, then he would be able to sweep across the entire Tianqian continent. However, when Junlin Tian saw the prices underneath these heaven-defying items, his eyes rolled in surprise. It's a bit of a nasty pit. So expensive. I worked hard to get the road 1250 villain points. In front of these anticlimactic things are simply not enough. When he was ready to give up, he suddenly saw something in the bottom corner of the system mall and was deeply attracted to it. Polygon, 100 villain points. Note, take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. The old man bet. Junlin Tian spent 100 villain points to buy a treasure pot. Upon seeing the grand prize displayed inside the Treasure Bowl Awards, which was something heaven-defying like the Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, Junlin Tian was thrilled beyond measure. King's Landing, the system opens the pot of gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb healing elixir. Sound of escaping laughter. Nima. Black to the house. Again. Once again. Junlin Tian spent 100 villain points to buy a treasure pot. Junlin Tian, I would like to sacrifice 100 years of the Grand Prince's lifespan in exchange for my chi. And the system opens the treasure pot. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation rune. My day. It's a nasty, shady store. I don't believe it anymore. Keep them coming. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extremely good pregnancy pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extremely good pregnancy pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb healing elixir. 7 voices in a row rang out in Junlin Tian's mind. His face couldn't have been darker. Looking at the 350 villain points he still had left, Junlin Tian wanted to cry. African nonce is probably not as black as his face. One last time. Just one last time. Junlin Tian held back the anger in his heart and spent 100 villain points to buy a treasure pot. King's Landing, the system opens the pot of gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yin-Yang Sacred Body. Immediately, a warm heat flow surged into all of Junlin Tian's limbs and bones, and the blood veins that had originally closed due to fatigue gradually awakened and returned, causing him to feel energized. Quack quack. Junlin Tian was laughing wildly in his heart. This was a top-notch dual cultivation holy body. That is, by snapping and complementing yin and yang, one could rapidly raise one's cultivation level. It was simply a heaven-defying physique, specifically tailored for people like him who were unwilling to raise their cultivation through normal hard cultivation. However, a female cultivator who dual cultivated with this type of physique would also be able to gain quite a lot of benefits. Although they could not raise their cultivation level as fast as Junlin Tian, they would still be more than 100 times more than that gained from normal cultivation. I can't. I feel like my body is filled with yang yin qi. It feels like it's going to burn me to death. Junlin Tian sighed darkly. Worthy of being one of the top 10 heaven-defying physiques, practical work produces true knowledge. I must personally do some practical work, he said as he bullied his way up. You, Xiao Ruoyu, who was still asleep, was startled by his sudden movement. Upon seeing clearly that it was Junlin Tian who was the culprit, a look of shame and indignation washed over his face as he complained. Your own daughter-in-law is right next to you. Why do you always look for me? Upon hearing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned as he shamelessly said, Who made you the #1 beautiful saint king of my great Zhou? Bah! Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't help but spit lightly. Having couldn't help her pretty face blushing as she snapped, You are really a bad person. Hey, this young lord is a bad guy. Junlin Tian revealed a shameless smile. I'm still letting Fairy Xiao taste enough of this young lord's badness. After saying that, he deliberately made a little forceful use of it. You're shameless. After seeing that Junlin Tian was not ashamed, but rather honored, Xiao Ruoyu said with shame and urgency, According to the agreement, when this Saint King leaves tomorrow at noon, we should never meet each other. She now just wanted to get out of Junlin Tian's clutches earlier. in front of Jun Lin Tian. Where was she a saint king? She was just a weak girl who had been bullied. Fairy, do you want to leave this young lord so badly? At those words, Jun Lin Tian furrowed his brows and said with some displeasure. He and Xiao Ruoyu had already had multiple conjugal affairs in a few days, and even if they weren't in love, they still had a few moments of intimacy. He didn't hate Xiao Ruoyu, and even appreciated this incredibly gorgeous Great Zhou's #1 beauty. I guess that's what they say about love over time. So for Xiao Ruoyu wanting to completely sever her relationship with herself, Jun Lintian still had a few moments of anger and irritation in his heart. Since you want to get out of this young master's clutches, then I won't blame this young master for being unrighteous. With this in mind, Jun Lintian used his hand to stuff a red elixir into Xiao Ruoyu's mouth and covered her red lips, forcing her to swallow it. What did you just give this Saint King to eat? Xiao Ruoyu's face changed slightly. Her eyes flashed with a touch of panic as she asked with a trembling voice. Chapter 33, Young Lord Yu. It's nothing. Don't worry, it's not poison and it's only good for you. Jun Lin Tian revealed an evil smile and said, this young lord can't afford to let anything happen to you. The #1 beautiful Saint King. Xiao Ruoyu was just about to say something. Then, her entire pretty face turned red and her breathing intensified. The body unconsciously leaned back and helplessly glared back at Jun Lin Tian. You bad man. We will never see each other again. That's what you said. In the future you'll cry and come begging for this young lord. Xiao Ruoyu wailed in pain, her pretty face all flushed. Uncontrollably, he complained about Jun Lin Tian 1,000 times in his heart. This little man, relying on the fact that he was the young master of the first family of Great Zhou, even dared to bully her, a Saint King realm powerhouse. Not only did he force himself to perform that conjugal act with him, but it never ended. If it wasn't for the sake of saving her beloved disciple Yi Chen, she wouldn't have committed herself like this. Although she was a bit bitter these 3 days, her beloved disciple had finally preserved his life, and when she returned to the Heavenly Spirit Academy, she would make sure to keep Yi Chen away from this demon. As long as the master and disciple duo stayed away from this devil, they didn't believe that they could still be glued to Jun Lin Tian. You're, again. Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face was impatient with shame and indignation as she turned her head to complain. Hey, Jun Lin Tian smiled triumphantly and evilly. Aren't you tired? Xiao Ruoyu droned. It's not tiring, you see. Yikes, how do you? Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This little man was obviously only at the wheel and sea realm cultivation level, and before, he had to rest a little bit before he could continue exchanging his life with them. But now how come he didn't even need to rest? Is this still human? Stallions probably aren't even that good. Xiao Ruoyu wailed in her heart. When she thought that she would have to suffer again later, Xiao Ruoyu felt another wave of fear deep inside. She was scared. Really scared. Home Xiao Ruoyu's tearless appearance. Jun Lintian smiled triumphantly and said, Fairy Xiao, according to the booking, there is still 1 day left for you to completely belong to this young master. At this moment, Jun Lintian was as energetic as if he had been pumped with chicken blood and was going crazy with excitement. The yin-yang sacred body was simply too powerful. Through the dual cultivation with Xiao Ruoyu just now, not only did he not feel a hint of fatigue, but instead, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly increasing. What more rest is needed? The red elixir she fed Xiao Ruoyu just now was the extreme good pregnancy pill that she obtained inside the system treasure pot. Plus Xiao Ruoyu still had to stay with her for more than a day. He had to give this Great Zhou's first beautiful Saint King a good lesson. Thinking of leaving without the permission of his Jun family's young master was simply impossible. As long as you're pregnant with his child, let's see if you, a high and mighty fairy, won't fall to earth obediently. Oh, you asshole, I hate you, Xiao Ruoyu cried out in sorrow. She felt like she was definitely going to die in this little man's hands today, because she was simply no match for this little man in front of her. Jun Lin Tian would not care about the sadness and complaints in Xiao Ruoyu's heart. His aim was simple and rough, to get Xiao Ruoyu pregnant, the woman whose vision is high. Once she has a child, she doesn't think about the unrealistic stuff anymore. She just has to live a good life with the father of her child. That's what his old man told him himself. Back then, her mother, the Grand Princess, is also an extremely far-sighted strong woman, but married to Jun Haoten and pregnant with Jun Lintian, is not still at home obediently raising children? Therefore, Jun Lintian firmly believed that as long as Xiao Ruoyu gave birth to a son or daughter for herself, she would definitely stay quietly in the Jun family in the future and become a virtuous mother. In the room, Xiao Ruoyu was pressed and tossed. The anger in her heart had long since disappeared, already completely and utterly dead in the water, allowing Jun Lin Tian to act recklessly. She only wished the time would pass a little faster, that she could leave the Jun family earlier and get rid of this demon's clutches once and for all. Let you want to run away. This young master has done so much. I don't believe you still can't get pregnant. When the time comes, and you find out that you're pregnant, I'll have you crying and kneeling and begging this young master to give you and the child a name. Thinking about this, Junlin Tian could not help but reveal a bright smile. Just then, Junlin Tian's face suddenly became stunned. He felt that the aura in his body was expanding rapidly, and he felt that he was about to break through the peak of the Sea of Wheel and strike towards the Divine Bridge realm. He then hastily closed his eyes and exercised all the spiritual energy in his body to impact towards the Divine Bridge realm. Junlin Tian felt a majestic power fill his entire body, causing his mind to become empty and instantly break through the bottleneck. Divine Bridge realm. Junlin Tian opened his eyes and saw that he had stepped into the Divine Bridge realm, and a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. TSK, worthy of the yin-yang saint body, through a simple 3 hours of dual cultivation, he easily broke through the bottleneck of a few months. Moreover, his physical body had been tempered by the yin-yang sacred body, making it quite a bit more powerful than ordinary immortal cultivators of the same realm. Although he did not have the supreme physical strength of the desolate ancient sacred body, Junlin Tian was still quite satisfied. Just now, seeing that Junlin Tian had finally let himself go, Xiao Ruoyu let out a sigh of relief and fell limp on the bed with a weak look. She vowed that when the agreed-upon deadline had arrived tomorrow, she would immediately leave and never want to have anything to do with Junlin Tian again. This devil is like a god of war possessed today. That aspect of the battle is too powerful. She stole a glance at Junlin Tian and couldn't help but skim her lips as she looked at Junlin Tian's toned body. Not only was this devil's body stout, even his skin was exceptionally fair, and even had a hint of crystal and luster, as if it were sheep's fat jade. Xiao Ruoyu muttered in her heart, "This devil, when did he possess such a robust body? Fairy Xiao, are you still satisfied with this young lord's gift?" Seeing this, Junlin Tian suddenly stuck his head to Xiao Ruoyu's ear and flirted. Seeing Junlin Tian come over, Xiao Ruoyu's brows flashed with a hint of panic as she said, "What do you want?" Chapter 34, Fairy Xiao, you don't want to? Hey! When Junlin Tian heard this, he smiled evilly and wrapped his arms around Xiao Ruoyu's slender willow waist, carrying her into his arms and said, "What does this young lord want? Can't Fairy Xiao guess?" Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xiao Ruoyu's pretty face swished scarlet with shame. This devil is so shameless that he wants it again. No, definitely not a yes. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly struggled, ready to escape from Junlin Tian's clutches. She couldn't be inside Junlin Tian anymore or she would definitely get pregnant. It was a pity that she had underestimated Junlin Tian's determination to communicate with her in life. And even more so, she had underestimated the terrifying nature of the yin-yang sacred body. After all, just now, Junlin Tian had raised his own cultivation to the first level of the Divine Bridge realm cultivation by working together with Xiao Ruoyu for 3 hours. Tomorrow at noon Xiao Ruoyu would be leaving, so of course Junlin Tian would not let go of the only one day left. After all, the chances of being able to double cultivate with a great sage realm fairy were few and far between. Although Ruyan Lu was also his woman, but her cultivation level was only at the foundation stage. The effect of dual cultivation with Ruyan Lu was much worse than Xiao Ruoyu. Therefore, when he woke up in the morning, he gave Lu Ruyan a sleep point at the first time, letting her continue to slumber, preventing her from waking up and disturbing his good deed with Xiao Ruoyu. Fairy Xiao, you don't want to? Seeing the struggling Xiao Ruoyu, Junlin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a somewhat icy tone, "Could it be that you want your beloved disciple Yi Chen to die?" Feeling the murderous eyes of Junlin Tian, Xiao Ruoyu shivered and cursed in her heart, "Damn devil," threatening her with Yi Chen's life every time. Forget it. Anyway, she had been married to him so many times, so if she endured for one more day, she would be completely liberated. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu stopped struggling, looked up at Junlin Tian, and said, "Jun family young master, what do you need to do to let me go?" Xiao Ruoyu's voice was breathless with a hint of supplication, looking pathetic. Seeing this, Junlin Tian's heart trembled with some intolerance, but for the sake of his own plan to rapidly increase his cultivation, he could only condescend to this great Zhou's first beautiful Saint King, as long as Immortal Xiao follows the previous agreement. Tomorrow at noon, this young master will definitely let Immortal Xiao leave and will never go back on his word. In order to dispel Xiao Ruoyu's wariness, Junlin Tian solemnly said word for word, "Good, this Saint King trusts the young lord." Xiao Ruoyu nodded her head and immediately stopped struggling. Although she loathed men to the core, she was also clear that since Junlin Tian had promised to release himself tomorrow, he would certainly keep his promise and stop bullying himself. Xiao Ruoyu's quietness was a great surprise to Junlin Tian. This fairy Xiao was not as wriggly as the average woman, but instead, she behaved in an unusually calm manner. This aura was something that Junlin Tian appreciated quite a bit. Subsequently, Junlin Tian was no longer polite. Time just disappears so quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, after 12 hours had passed, Xiao Ruoyu finally waited for her moment of liberation, not caring about those at all. She immediately put on her dress and ran out of Jun's house without looking back, like she was fleeing from a magic cave. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu, who was in a sorry state and far away, the corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth revealed a wicked arc as he muttered, "Fairy Xiao, in a month's time, you'll still take the initiative to return to this young master." Until after leaving the Jun family, Xiao Ruoyu still didn't slow down and sped all the way back to the Xiao mansion in the end. As soon as she entered, she threw herself into her mother's arms and cried bitterly. Seeing her own precious daughter in such a wretched state, Xiao mother was startled and hurriedly asked, "Ruoyu, how did you get into this miserable state?" "Mother, Looking at her mother who was worried about herself, Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face, but she couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips. This was because she knew that once she told her mother about these 3 days, it would definitely cause her to be frightened, and more than likely, she would go after the Jun family. But the Jun family is a large family, and its power is spread throughout the entire Great Zhou. It is not something that she, a small Xiao family, can fight against. Instead of that, I'd rather carry it all myself. Ruoyu, tell mother, what exactly happened?" Mother Xiao grabbed Xiao Ruoyu's shoulders and shook them a few times. She had loved her daughter since she was a child, and seeing Xiao Ruoyu in such a sorry state, she was naturally worried. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruoyu forced a smile. "Mother, no, nothing is wrong. You don't have to worry about me." After saying that, without waiting for Mother Xiao to reply, Xiao Ruoyu rushed towards her room. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's back as she left, Xiao mother was filled with doubt and secretly said, "What's wrong with this child today? Why is he so silent? Has he encountered something bad?" In the middle of the boudoir, Xiao Ruoyu removed her long skirt and all that was on her body, and stood up with her naked and delicate body. Her skin was like sheep's fat jade, glowing and emitting a tantalizing luster, and she had a very tall, curvy figure that gave her an incredibly attractive look. "Jun Lin Tian, you have ruined this Saint King's chastity. This Saint King will never forgive you for the rest of his life." Staring at herself in the mirror, Xiao Ruoyu murmured hatefully, then jumped into a side tub. Guldan. The tub was filled with warm water, and Xiao Ruoyu ruthlessly scrubbed her body. She wanted to wash away all the traces that Jun Lintian had left on her during these 3 days, and did not want to have anything to do with that demon. With this in mind, she exercised the spiritual energy within her body. Do not let these seeds of evil take root. It took a full hour. When Xiao Ruoyu stepped out from inside the bathtub, her body was already too clean to be clean, as if she was a holy saint, out of the dust. Anyway, finally got rid of that devil. Wiping the water stains on her body, Xiao Ruoyu let out a long breath of turbid air. After wiping it off, she changed into a brand new white long dress and tied up her wet hair. Her whole person looked very refreshing, revealing an ethereal feeling. After doing so, Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the room and came to the gazebo outside the compound. The gazebo was well decorated, and there were various kinds of pastries and tea on the table. Xiao Ruoyu sat on the edge of the table, her eyes gradually becoming dull as she gazed at the pastries on the table. These 3 days of experience had left her as if she were in the middle of a nightmare. Not only was the physical body occupied by Jun Lin Tian, even the soul seemed to have been devoured. It's all so horrible. What's going on? Right at this moment, she suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in her body had undergone a radical change, and the originally precipitated spiritual energy actually boiled at this moment. Chapter 35, Husband. Spiritual energy was like hot magma, rioting crazily. This is a sign of breakthrough. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes widened as she couldn't believe it for the millionth time. She was able to clearly sense the surging spiritual energy within her body, which seemed to be faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. This turn of events immediately startled Xiao Ruoyu. One must know that she had already attempted to break through the 3rd level of the Saint King realm before, wanting to cross over into the middle stage of the Saint King realm, but as a result, she failed and did not succeed. It left her frustrated and helpless, but at this moment, the surging spiritual energy in her body excited her again. She hurriedly closed her eyes and gathered her energy in preparation for a breakthrough. Shoo away. That spiritual energy in his body was like a flood that broke the dike, surging and erupting, raging wildly, only to see the skin on Xiao Ruoyu's body instantly blossom with a bright and dazzling haze. Her skin was as red as if it was engorged with blood, and she was covered in white steam. Her head of beautiful, black, 3,000 green silk was windless. She was like a supreme enchantress, so beautiful that she eclipsed heaven and earth. Cut it out. Just as Xiao Ruoyu broke through to the 4th level of the Saint King realm, an empty sound came from her mind, and then her consciousness returned to normal. What's going on here? Why would I somehow advance? Xiao Ruoyu was puzzled, not understanding how she had advanced in an instant when she was clearly still soaking in the tub just now. Moreover, She vaguely felt that the spiritual energy within her body seemed to have undergone some sort of qualitative change. Is it because of that red pill that little man gave me? Xiao Ruoyu thought of the words June Lintian had given him, saying that that red pill would only benefit him. Her eyes flickered for a moment, then suddenly became complicated again. Although June Lintian had done the conjugal thing to her countless times in these 3 days, he had ultimately helped her break through to the 4th level of the Saint King realm. It's a favor, but she was now caught in a tangle, not knowing how to repay June Lintian for this favor. That little man, as the young master of the first family of the Great Zhou, seemed to have no shortage of anything. The only thing he looked at was his looks and body, but he was all about cultivating immortality and didn't want to talk about his children's love. Ugh, sighing, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't help but think, that's just it. I'll take it as a favor owed to him, and I'll return this favor when I encounter a suitable opportunity in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu packed up and took a step towards the outside of the courtyard. Xiao Ruoyu left the June family at midday, but it was her apprentice, Lu Ruyan, who suffered. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was being pushed by June Lintian. Husband, where is my master? When she saw that only herself and June Lintian were left in the room, Lu Ruyan was a little surprised and turned her head to June Lintian behind her. She fled in haste at noon today. Once the 3-day deadline was up, June Lintian looked at Lu Ruyan with a smirk on his face, a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Although Ruyan Lu was only a foundation stage cultivator, it was better to have than not to have. He didn't want to waste his yin-yang holy body, compared to the hard cultivation day and night. This way of making him feel comfortable and quickly raising his cultivation level was definitely not something he would easily let go of. Hearing June Lintian's words, Lu Ruyan's pretty face suddenly flushed slightly. She naturally understood the meaning contained in June Lintian's words. Master is also really leaving me alone. She lowered her head and muttered, husband, you're really something too. You're so powerful. Why did you let go of a supreme beauty like my master? Hearing Lu Ruyan's slightly complaining voice, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on June Lintian's face. Is your wife jealous? In my husband's heart, my Ruyan is the best. How can she be compared to other women? June Lintian held Lu Ruyan's slender white jade hand and dotingly touched her hair. Husband, is that true? Ruyan Lu raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. That's natural. In my husband's heart, no one is 1/1,000,000th as much as mother, June Lintian seriously assured. Listening to June Lintian's deep confession, Lu Ruyan's delicate body could not help but tremble a few times. She had never imagined that she held such a high position in June Lintian's heart. It was even more important than her master, Xiao Ruoyu. At this moment, Lu Ruyan then felt her heart melt, although she knew that June Lintian would marry many women in the future. At this moment, June Lintian only belonged to her, Lu Ruyan, alone. Husband, let's continue. My concubine must give you a son, Ruyan Lu said with a flushed face. The whole pretty face seemed to be on fire. She could not wait to have a child with June Lintian to solidify her position in June Lintian's heart. Upon hearing this, June Lintian raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. This kind of request, I will definitely help you fulfill it. There were no plastic bags in this world anyway, and he wasn't in the habit of putting them outside. As for whether or not Ruyan Lu could conceive his child, this had to depend on the will of God and was not something he could influence. Concubine, thank you husband. Upon hearing this, Ruyan Lu let out a beautiful smile. The snow-white and slippery skin was covered with a faint pink halo, a look of pity. He, my lady, this look of yours compels my husband to communicate with you about your life. Ha ha. Seeing Lu Ruyan's charming demeanor, June Lintian's eyes instantly turned scarlet. Nasty. Lu Ruyan scolded angrily, but did not resist, instead meeting June Lintian's eyes and showing off her delicate curves. She just loved the way June Lintian looked at her obsessively. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were currently no other women around June Lintian to completely monopolize him. Gulp. Seeing this, June Lintian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ha ha ha. A loud, evil laugh spread throughout the house. Husband, concubine, husband, June Lintian and Lu Ruyan, after a 5-hour-long exchange of life, communicate from daytime until late at night. On the side, June Lintian was in high spirits, without the slightest sign of fatigue. Once again, June Lintian experienced the power of the yin-yang sacred body. Not only would he not be tired, but he would rapidly increase his cultivation in physical and mental pleasure. This is an amazing cheat. At this moment, he had already reached the 2nd level of the Divine Bridge Realm cultivation. There were still 8 days left until the school anniversary of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. These 8 days were enough for him to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge Realm. Husband, concubine is tired. Ruyan Lu crouched down on the bed and pleaded weakly. Chapter 36, This Emperor has his eye on your woman. Why don't you obediently give it to me with both hands? Her entire body flopped onto the large bed, panting with exhaustion. The corner of June Lintian's mouth grinned. revealing an evil smile. Metaphysical world, where male power reigns. Regardless of what kind of heroine you are or what kind of beautiful Saint King you are, aren't you still becoming a tool to perpetuate the flame of my June family? At this moment, he realized that being a supervillain was awesome. You can do whatever you want. 8 days later, Celestial Spirit Academy. It was a crowded time. Today, it was the school assembly for the millionth year of the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. As a result, today's school celebration extravaganza attracted countless former students to come and congratulate them. Some of them were high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, some of them were leaders of large clans, and some of them were wealthy merchants. All in all, today's school ceremony was a lively event with a lot of high-profile guests and talents. For such an occasion, the royal families of various countries also sent emissaries to congratulate them, which can be described as a great deal of noise. In addition to the royal family, the 4 great academies of the Eastern Wasteland were rarely gathered together. Note, Tianji Academy, Tiandong Academy, Tiandao Academy and Tianling Academy are known as the 4 major academies in the Eastern Wasteland. Among them, the Tianji Academy and the Xuanwu Empire's royal family were the most popular. In particular, the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire's royal family, Xian Feng, was known as the most outstanding genius of the millennium. Now, he was also representing the Xuanwu Empire to participate in the Tianling Academy school celebration ceremony. In this regard, the emissaries from various countries secretly speculated that perhaps the purpose of the Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince's trip was to demonstrate his strong talent in cultivation, thus destroying the sharpness of the younger generation of cultivators in Dezhou, thus establishing himself as the absolute top image of the young generation of the Xuanwu Empire. After all, between the two, the Great Zhou dynasty and the Xuanwu Empire, they had always been at odds, and the fights on the surface and in the dark had never been broken. The Xuanwu Empire had suffered a lot of losses, so the younger generation of the Xuanwu Empire had long held their anger. This time, by using the Sky Spirit Academy School Festival to show the strength of the Xuanwu Empire's young generation, it wasn't a bad idea. It was only that the many emissaries thought that Xian Feng had come to participate in the Sky Spirit Academy School Festival. I'm afraid that the reason for his visit was still more for the sake of making a name for himself and building up his prestige, adding some weight to his future takeover. At this moment, Xian Feng's gaze kept falling on Xiao Ruoyu, who was leading the way. As the first beautiful Saint King of the Great Zhou, she was arranged by the dean to receive the delegations of various countries on the day of the Sky Spirit Academy's million-year anniversary ceremony. The moment he saw Xiao Ruoyu, Xian Feng was happy. Although there is no shortage of stunningly beautiful women from the various countries' missions that came this time, but compared to Xiao Ruoyu, it was still a step behind. Who is he? He was the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire, hailed as the most brilliant genius of the millennium. His woman must be a woman of great beauty. This made him even more determined to take Xiao Ruoyu down. Xian Feng pushed away the people who were in his way one by one and squeezed his way to the front. He smiled at Xiao Ruoyu and arched his hand. Fairy Xiao is truly magnificent and admirable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu nodded slightly and said indifferently, "The 10th prince is polite. Please follow me to the VIP area." Although Xian Feng's words were touting herself, there were no waves in her heart. She didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards a royal son like Xian Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that it was due to her status, she would have whisked her sleeve away long ago. But even so, his attitude towards Xian Feng remained cold. "Good, please also ask Fairy Xiao to lead the way in front." Sensing Xiao Ruoyu's indifferent attitude, Xian Feng did not get angry, but instead revealed a bright smile. In his thoughts, Xiao Ruoyu must be shy. Therefore, he appreciated her more and more. While a flash of heat flickered in the depths of his eyes, he believed that it wouldn't take long for this Xiao Ruoyu to fall at his crotch. Xiao Ruoyu nodded and stepped forward to lead the way. Some of the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty saw this scene. How could they not know what Xian Feng was trying to do? But they did know that Xiao Ruoyu had long been Jun Lin Tian's woman. This Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince. This was to take food from a tiger's mouth. The 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire versus the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lintian. I'm afraid we're in for a good show today. For a while, numerous civil and military officials, in low voices, have been discussing. Not only that, even the president of the Heavenly Dao Academy, Lin Changsheng, was frowning, a ray of essence shining through his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. And just after Xiao Ruoyu led the crowd into the interior of the Heavenly Spirit Academy, suddenly, a clamor came from the distance. Hearing these movements, Xiao Ruoyu stopped her steps and looked toward the distance in confusion. Instead, some of the officials of Great Zhou's eyes lit up. They had guessed what was going on. Sure enough, a few moments later, two groups of people came from the distance. A wave of people, the leader of which was none other than Zhou Mingyuan, the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the man following him was none other than Jun Yuza, the Grand Duke of the Jun family. The two were talking and laughing. The other wave, however, was led by a young man and woman. The male wore a long black robe, valiant and handsome, with an angular face as if carved. The woman is a white long dress, skin like fat, features beautiful, like a painting out of the people generally, giving a sense of ethereal and vulgar. The two stood together as if they were a divine couple made in heaven. Upon seeing these two, the Grand Prince, Yue Ji, and the people from the Heavenly Spirit Academy immediately changed their faces, seemingly extremely scandalized. Especially the moment Yue Ji saw Jun Lintian appear, his face turned extremely ugly. It was clear that he was Jun Haotian's first son. Why did Jun Lintian take away everything that originally belonged to him? Look, the Grand Prince and the Jun family's young lord are both here. A great Zhou official on Xiao Ruoyu's side exclaimed. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing and instantly saw the Grand Prince and Jun Yue walking this way. Young master of the Jun family? Hearing those 4 words, Xianfeng's brows furrowed. He followed suit, casting his gaze into the distance. The Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Mingyuan, he recognized, but the black and white young man and woman on the other side parallel to him. He was indeed rusty, but that white-skirted woman, she was indeed beautiful in her looks, a great beauty on the same level as the Xiao Ruoyu in front of her. In particular, she exuded a transcendent aura that caused some of the young men around her not to be able to help but look sideways. Such a supreme beauty should be as far as a supreme heavenly pride like him was worthy of having. TSK, I didn't expect 2 absolute beauties to appear at today's Heavenly Spirit Academy school celebration ceremony. That's interesting, he couldn't help but murmur in his mind. At the same time, in his heart, he also regarded that white-skirted woman as a woman he must get his hands on. As for the man in black, he was directly ignored. This prince has taken a fancy to your woman. Why don't you obediently give it to me with both hands? Chapter 37 Young Lord, you. With this thought, the corner of Xianfeng's mouth lifted up in an evil arc. But the next moment, the look on his face froze, only to see that black-robed man slowly walking towards Xiao Ruoyu. Reaching out and wrapping his hand around her slender waist, he softly said, Fairy Xiao, the young lord has missed you these past few days. Jun Lintian's tone was incredibly gentle, as if he was a brat in love. This appearance fell into Xianfeng's eyes, causing his entire face to twist. That's a bit of an intimate shout, isn't it? The Tianxian continent he remembered was that between husband and wife. There was no one who dared to say such abrupt words in public like this. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu again, surprisingly, she didn't reject it either, but instead, her pretty face showed shyness. Young lord, you. Xiao Ruoyu just had a red face and symbolically pushed a few times. Seeing that Jun Lintian would not let go, she could only give up and let him embrace her. This, in a blink of an eye, everyone in the arena, including the great prince of Great Zhou, Xian Feng, Jun Yue, and the others, all froze in their tracks. With an expression of living hell, he looked at the two of them, Jun Lintian and Xiao Ruoyu. In particular, Xian Feng, the Xuanwu Empire's 10th imperial prince, had his eyes widened in utter fury. He took a step forward and blocked the two men's path, saying angrily, asterisk. Who is this guy, actually daring to rob the woman that this emperor has his eye on? As for Xianfeng's words, when they fell into the ears of the people of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, they caused the corners of their mouths to twitch a few times. In his heart, he sighed, this Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince was really brave. Doesn't he know the temper of the Jun family's young master? Going up to the road like this to pick a fight is purely too long. Asterisk off. As expected, the next scene made the messengers from the other countries dumbfounded. Jun Lintian's gaze was cold and unrelenting as he swept a glance at Xian Feng and icily spat out 2 words as if 10,000 years of frost had descended, causing one's body to grow cold all over. Holy, kid, what the did you say? You dare to tell this prince to get lost? Xian Feng froze for a moment, then burst out with a cry, his face filled with incredulity. Who is he? The 10th prince of Xuanwu, the status of the noble incomparable, who see him on weekdays do not respect a million. Moreover, just now, it was the other party who had first offended him by robbing the woman he had set his eyes on, and it was fine if he didn't care, but now the other party was scolding him to get lost, which was simply outrageous. Not only Xian Feng, even the surrounding emissaries from the other countries were stunned, and their gazes towards Jun Lintian took on a few moments of pity. The black-robed youth in front of him looked like he was a disciple of one of the great families in the Great Zhou dynasty, possessing monstrous power and incomparably strong cultivation resources, and he was probably an arrogant and domineering, unseen master on weekdays. But today, this kid has kind of kicked the bucket, in terms of being more arrogant than anyone else. In this eastern wasteland, aside from the several imperial princes of the Xuanwu Empire, they had yet to see anyone else more so than them. Seek death. Jun Lintian's gaze suddenly narrowed, a dangerous coldness flickering in the depths of his eyes as killing opportunities filled the air. He saw the bright 5,000 chi points on top of Xianfeng's head and knew that this was a powerful son of Qi. But he had insulted himself and Xiao Ruoyu, and this bastard was destined to be a dead man. Thus, the moment his gaze landed on Xianfeng, a terrifyingly monstrous baleful aura burst forth. Raising his hand, he slapped out. Space shook and a mountainous force erupted from Jun Lintian's palm, transforming into a violent gale of wind and attacking Xianfeng fiercely. Snap! A clear and loud slap sounded, and Xianfeng's entire body was sent flying out. A mist of blood sprayed out in midair, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground as if he were a kite with broken strings. Hiss! Now all the emissaries from the various countries sucked in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. Oh my god, how is this possible? The Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince is less than 30 years old. His cultivation has reached the peak of the Wheel and Sea realm, only one step away from that God Bridge realm, which can be called a great pride. How was the black-clothed kid in front of him, killed in a second with a single move? No, that black-clothed kid, it seems like he didn't use any martial arts at all. Hiss, a demon. When did this great Zhou produce such an amazing demon? At this moment, the emissaries from all the countries exclaimed out in shock, each and every one of them shocked by this scene. Originally, he thought that Xianfeng was already strong enough, but he didn't expect that this strange kid in front of him was not inferior at all, and was even better than that. This is just monster level. There was an extra trace of awe in the gaze that looked towards Jun Lintian, and the pretty face of Xiao Ruoyu in Jun Lintian's arms instantly changed from shyness to shock. She clearly remembered that when he had left the Jun family that day, Jun Lintian's cultivation level was still only at the peak of the Wheeling Sea realm. It had only been a short 8 days since they had seen each other, but Jun Lintian's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the terrifying second level of the Divine Bridge realm. This cultivation talent, I'm afraid that the entire Tianqian continent wouldn't be able to find a second person. At this moment, she looked up at Jun Lintian with more than a few different colors. Such a peerless demon. As long as he didn't fall in the middle of the journey, he would surely become the most dazzling star of Tianqian continent in the future. Ahem. Xianfeng struggled to get up. He touched his hot and painful cheeks. His eyes opened wide, almost wondering if he was dreaming. Brat! How dare you hit this emperor? He growled angrily, feeling the pain in his face as if he had received 1,000 cuts. He was the first son of the Xuanwu Empire's emperor. How noble his status was. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? This young lord's woman. You also want to get your hands on her? This is where you don't know the heights of heaven. Jun Lintian's face was expressionless with indifference in his eyes. He did not want to get into it with this person, but the other party just bumped into the gun, not to give him a lesson, and how to be willing to rest. You. At those words, Xianfeng burst into a rage. He was just about to open his mouth to curse. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind. A sentence came out. Don't you call yourself a young master, still learning to act like a pussy? This prince will now let you know that in front of the imperial royal family, your lineage is nothing but a fart. His face was full of mocking sneers and his eyes were filled with contempt, as if he recognized that Jun Lintian was just an ordinary lineage heir of an ordinary lineage family and was just putting on a show. After saying that, Xianfeng mouthed into the void above his head. Where is Xiantian? Buzz. As the words fell, the void trembled violently. Only a burly golden armored guard appeared in the void, exuding surging and powerful fluctuations. He had a hawkish nose and shadowy eyes, clearly not a good person. 10th Prince, subordinate is here. He bowed his head slightly, his tone respectful. The moment Xiantian appeared, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. This golden-armored man named Xiantian was precisely one of the 4 Saint King commanders of the Xuanwu Empire. Commander Xiantian, with an extraordinary strength that had long since reached the peak of the Great Saint realm. Within the Xuanwu Empire, only those great men of the quasi-emperor realm could suppress him. Chapter 38 Fairy Xiao. Are you alright? TSK. I didn't expect Xianfeng to be so highly regarded by Emperor Xuanwu that he would allow Xiantian to act as his protector. With the protection of the Xian Heavenly Commander, even if the power of the lineage behind that brat is even more monstrous, it's not enough to worry about. This is natural. I have heard that Commander Xiantian has vaguely touched the edge of the quasi-emperor realm, although he has yet to completely cross over into the quasi-emperor realm. But with this, his combat power is several times that of his peers, and he can even have a battle with an ordinary early-stage quasi-emperor. 10th Prince Xianfeng is truly blessed to have Commander Xiantian protecting his path. The many emissaries stared at Xianfeng with envy and jealousy and disgust. At the same time, the gaze towards Jun Lintian was filled with pity. It was true that Jun Lintian was strong and demonic, but so what if he was even stronger? Facing a peak great sage powerhouse, the result still couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Not far away, Jun Yue and the Grand Prince both glanced at each other with cold smiles at the corners of their mouths. They knew that Xianfeng, as the first son of Emperor Xuanwu, must have a protector by his side. They just didn't expect it to be a bigwig of Xian Tian's level. Now the enemy of the two of them, Junlin Tian, would probably not end up well. At this moment, Xian Tian, standing in the void, his cold gaze swept the crowd below, disdain showing in the bottom of his eyes, as if he did not place them in his eyes. Take this brat who doesn't know the sky and the earth, and take him down for this emperor. Xian Feng pointed at Junlin Tian and condescended. As you wish. The corners of Xian Tian's mouth spread out in a cruel arc. Immediately, he stretched out the 5 fingers of his right hand and grabbed at Junlin Tian through the air. In an instant, a majestic aura surged out and condensed into a sharp giant claw that ripped through the void and enveloped Junlin Tian. Before the giant claw descended, the pressure contained within it made it difficult to breathe and made his skin tingle. Young lord, run away, I'll stop him. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu lightly bit her red lips and blocked in front of Junlin Tian's body, her beautiful eyes flickering with a resolute color as she daintily shouted out. Before the words fell, her slender white right hand flipped, and a large hand of emptiness appeared towards Xian Tian's large hand of emptiness. Although she was at the 4th level of the Saint King realm, she was at a similar level to Xian Tian, but she was unwilling to see Junlin Tian get injured in front of her. Rumbling, the void exploded, the strong wind stirred, and the two raging auras ruthlessly impacted together. Pust! Xiao Ruoyu stifled a snort and retreated after spitting out blood. On the contrary, that Xian Tian was still suspended in the void, not moving at all, breaking Xiao Ruoyu's attack with just one strike. As you can see, the gap between the two is like a chasm. This Xian Tian really is a powerhouse with 1 foot in the quasi-emperor realm. Sacred King Xiao is no match at all. Not only that, this is just a casual strike from Xian Tian. I'm afraid that his true fighting strength is even more terrifying. This time the Jun family's young master. I'm afraid that he will. A crowd of great Zhou immortal cultivators, with their heads down, were talking. Humph, a mere 4th level of the Saint King realm, and you dare to be rampant in front of this commander. Xian Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy cold as he said, since you're eager to find death, then this commander will give you a ride. With a wave of his large sleeve, a surge of aura soared wildly out of his body, transforming into a 100-foot-long river that poured down towards Xiao Ruoyu. Rumble. At that moment, the entire area was in a state of flux. The aura torrent formed by the rolling aura was like a giant mountain crushing down, suffocating people. Young master, go away. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of panic as she desperately resisted this terrifying aura, but she was simply unable to resist it by half. Go, Junlin Tian let out a cold laugh and said proudly, is this young lord not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Naturally he cannot abandon his woman to escape alone. After saying that, he walked slowly to Xiao Ruoyu and stopped her behind him, his deep eyes looking at the rushing torrent of aura without any fear. In that case, you all go to hell. Xian Tian snorted coldly, a teasing look flashing in his eyes. Boom click. With a wave of his big hand, the huge wave of aura accelerated steeply, carrying the power to exterminate everything as it rumbled and slammed into the duo of Junlin Tian and Xiao Ruoyu. Not good. Get out of the way. The faces of the crowd of onlookers changed wildly and hastily drew back to avoid being affected by the aftermath. However, the giant wave of aura was too huge and covered an extremely wide area, so where would it be so easy to run away? In the blink of an eye, the two of them, Junlin Tian and Xiao Ruoyu, were submerged and disappeared into the eyes of the crowd. Egu, what a tragedy. Isn't this Jun family young lord very powerful? How come he can't even dodge? Who let him not know how to behave and offend His Highness Xianfeng? Not bad. His Highness Xianfeng is the first son of Emperor Xuanwu. How noble is his status? How can he, a son of a worldly family, compare to others? Watching this appalling scene, some people with evil intentions gloated. Humph, a dog that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. How dare he try to steal a woman from His Highness Xianfeng? He deserves it. Seeing this scene, the corner of Jun Yuje's mouth grinned, revealing a pleased smile. This time, Junlin Tian is completely lost. The Grand Emperor also smiled and nodded. Do you all want this young lord to die so much? Right at this moment, Junlin Tian's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd. What? The sudden sound startled the crowd. The only thing that could be seen was a handsome young man in a black robe, standing at the same spot, and it was clearly Junlin Tian, and besides him, there was the stunningly beautiful woman next to him tightly pulling on his arm, her beautiful eyes filled with tears and watering. That's impossible. How could he be unharmed? Shouldn't they be in pieces? Upon seeing the two, Jun Yuje and the Grand Imperial Prince's pupils shrank in shock. Just now, the two of them, Junlin Tian and Xiao Ruoyu, had been swallowed up by Xian Tian's aura torrent. In theory, it was only right that Junlin Tian would die without a doubt, with no bones left in his body. This, Xian Tian also froze, and after a few seconds of stagnation, his eyes suddenly rounded, filled with unbelief. How is this possible? No, it's not true. How can you be safe and sound? Immediately, Xian Tian let out a hysterical roar, his eyes covered in blood, shaking his head crazily, simply unable to accept the facts in front of him. How overbearing and ferocious his attack was, not to mention that Jun Lintian was a mere divine bridge realm. Even if he was a Saint King realm powerhouse, he was afraid that he would meet an untimely end. Humph, to think of killing this young lord with this amount of strength is simply a fool's errand. Jun Lintian playfully glanced at Xian Tian, who was heeding the roaring, then turned his head to ask Xiao Ruoyu and said gently, "Ruoyu, are you alright?" Xiao Ruoyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, her pretty face blushing. "Thank you, I'm fine." The moment Jun Lintian stepped in front of her just now, she was touched. It seemed to feel like I had been misunderstanding the little man. "It's okay." Jun Lintian nodded slightly, then swept his gaze toward Xian Tian in the void and indifferently said, "Old pitiful Xian Tian, if you dare to injure my young lord's woman, then go to hell." His tone was flat, but it was filled with a strong killing intent. Chapter 39, Leave your sister behind to serve the young master. Her woman, but his taboo. No one must touch. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. Milky arrogant little child, you are only an early stage of the God Bridge. At those words, Xian Tian's eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike again to teach Jun Lintian a lesson, but he hadn't finished his sentence. Wow! A wisp of a sword blade suddenly appeared in the void and whistled out, instantly spanning a distance of 10,000 meters and piercing through Xian Tian's chest. Pust! A scarlet blood jetted out. Xian Tian's entire chest collapsed in and he flew backwards for thousands of meters before crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire wall trembled violently. Smoke and dust filled the air, and debris flew across the room. When the dust cleared, the scene inside was revealed, causing the scene to fall into silence once again. One could only see Xian Tian lying in the ruins, his body covered in tattered clothes and drenched in blood, dying in a sorry state. How is this possible? Looking at this shocking image in front of them, the crowd was all dumbfounded, their eyes almost falling out. The Xian Heavenly Saint King, one of the four great commanders of the Xuanwu Empire, had lost to a brat at the early stage of the Divine Bridge. Unbelievable. At this moment, there was a cutthroat murmur in the room. What did old me see? A Divine Bridge realm brat defeating a peak great sage powerhouse with just one move? Are my eyes blind? Ba Buddha. What kind of day is it that has opened the eyes of heaven for old Diamond? This is a demonic level genius. The crowd was jaw-dropped and shocked. Xian Feng's expression stiffened on his face as if he was petrified. He could not figure out no matter what, why Jun Lintian, who only had the cultivation of an early stage of the Divine Bridge, was actually able to erupt with a battle power that was comparable to that of a peak great sage. This is a situation that has never occurred before. Xian Feng, the Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince, was even more wide-eyed, feeling that the scene in front of him was so unreal. Xian Feng, Xian Tian is dead. Right at this moment, Jun Lintian's icy voice came, causing Xian Feng's body to tremble. Now it's your turn. Impossible. You must have used some kind of demonic technique. Otherwise how could you have killed Commander Xian Tian in a single move? Xian Feng growled angrily, preferring to believe that he was dreaming. When did this young lord say that Xian Tian was killed by this young lord's own hands? Seeing this, Jun Lintian skimmed his mouth and sneered coldly. It wasn't you who struck. Then who struck? When these words came out, Xian Feng was instantly confused. Everyone saw that after Jun Lintian issued the order to kill Xian Tian, a rapid strand of sword-on suddenly appeared in the void, killing Xian Tian. Now Jun Lintian was saying that it wasn't him who made the move. Who the hell did that? It's the throne. Right at this moment, an old voice abruptly sounded. In the next moment, an old man appeared in the void out of nowhere. It was none other than Jun Lintian's protector of the Dao, Jun Lintian's youngest uncle, Jun Yishui. Ah, it's the Jun family's prosperous paragon. One of the old men recognized Jun Prowler and immediately exclaimed. The crowd was shocked, and they instinctively took a step back. Quasi-Emperor Luce, renowned in the Tianxian continent, a genuine peak quasi-emperor powerhouse, was the pro-uncle of the current Jun family head, Jun Haotian, of the Jun family's collateral lineage in the Great Zhou dynasty. Rumor had it that Jun Yi's strength was unfathomable, and he had rarely made a move in his life, because those who saw him strike had become dead under his sword. Little uncle, Jun Lintian respectfully bowed and said, he had always had great respect for Jun Yi, his elder. He knew that Jun Prowler had always been guarding his safety from the shadows. Young lord, there's no need for that. Seeing this, Jun Yi nodded slightly, then looked at the crowd below and said indifferently, this seat is the protector of my Jun family's young lord. Which other ungrateful one dares to bully my Jun family into having no one? When these words came out, the crowd was as quiet as a chill. and they couldn't help but shiver in the bottom of their hearts. Although the prosperous paragon didn't strike again now, it didn't mean that there was no might. After all, they had just seen the peak Saint King commander of the Xuanwu Empire, who didn't even know who had made the move to kill himself. Moreover, the forces behind the Jun family were more than they could afford to mess with. So it's the prosperous paragon emperor. Xianfeng swallowed his saliva, his forehead sweating as he said, "The late generation has eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me, senior. Humph, it's useless for you to talk to the old man." Jun Easy coldly laughed, pointing at Jun Lintian below. "The young lord is the future hope of my Jun family. How can I allow you and others to lightly insult him? How you are to be disposed of today is up to the young lord." Hearing these words, Xianfeng's face suddenly changed, and a full head of sweat flowed down his face. He did not expect Jun Lintian to have a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse protecting him. Today he can be considered to have mentioned the iron plate. After he had sorted out his thoughts, he clasped his hands together and said to Jun Lintian, "Young master of the Jun family, I have offended you much before. I hope that you will not be too lenient. Strike that." He took out the storage ring on the middle finger of his right hand and handed it over, saying in a low voice, "The things inside this storage ring are rightfully given to you as a way of suppressing your shock. Please also accept it." Jun Lintian raised his eyebrows. Xianfeng's actions and attitude made him feel surprised. According to his anticipation, Xianfeng would definitely struggle desperately to resist and eventually be abused by himself. But the more Xianfeng held back like this, the more Jun Lintian felt that leaving him behind would be a great scourge in the future after all. Because, it's the dogs that don't bark that are the most dangerous. Who is he? Tianxian Continent's #1 supervillain. Of course he wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. Ha! Jun Lintian suddenly revealed a wry smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said aloud, "Since you sincerely admit your mistake, this young lord is not an unreasonable person. All you need to do is kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call me grandpa 3 times, and leave your sister, Princess 19, behind to serve this young lord, and today's matter will be written off." Saying that he had a finger pointing to a pretty woman hidden among the ambassadors of the countries. The crowd followed Jun Lintian's finger, only to see a woman, tall, wearing a red palace dress, curvy, charming face, noble and elegant temperament. This woman was none other than one of the 4 great beauties of the Xuanwu Empire, the 19th princess Xianlinger. At the same time, she was also a cultivation wizard with outstanding talent, carrying the 9 heavens' immortal body. "You seek death." Hearing Jun Lintian's words, Xianfeng's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He had never expected that Jun Lintian would actually dare to humiliate him like this, and even treat his 19th sister like a plaything in general. "What? No?" Jun Lintian seemed to have guessed Xianfeng's reaction and said with a faint smile, "Well then, the score between you and I will have to be settled." Having said that, Jun Lintian swept his gaze across the crowd present and continued, "Anyone else who was not convinced, feel free to come forward. This young lord guarantees that you will be made to walk in and leave sideways." Chapter 40, Don't Touch the Princess. When these words fell, the room was silent. The emissaries of the countries looked at me and I looked at you, and no one moved first. Kidding aside, the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lintian, was known to be ruthless. The ferocity of it is horrendous. "What? Scared?" Seeing that no one dared to come forward again, Jun Lintian snorted and then his gaze fell on Xianfeng. Seeing Jun Lintian staring at him, Xianfeng gritted his teeth, bent his knees and said in a trembling voice, "Young Lord Jun, I kneel for you. I hope you spare me and my sister." Kneeling down to Jun Lintian in public was the last bottom line he could achieve. After all, he was the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire, the first son of Emperor Xuanwu. "Oh, these aren't enough." With an evil smile on his lips, Jun Lintian shook his head, his voice, with an overbearing aura that could not be denied. "Don't you go too far," Xianfeng roared, his eyes as cold as swords. When had he, the 10th highness of the Xuanwu Empire, ever suffered such an insult? Excessive? The corners of Jun Lintian's mouth contained a mocking arc as he faintly said, "This young lord has even more over the top yet. Like, stripping your sister naked right now." "No, don't, please spare my sister. She's still young." Xianfeng was so frightened that his body trembled and hurriedly fell to his knees, wailing and begging for mercy. "Little?" Jun Lintian instantly moved to Xianlinger's body, wrapped his arms around her slender willow waist, stared at her towering heights, and lustfully said, "Can this be called small? This young lord is very satisfied with this size. You, bastard, get off of me." Suddenly being embraced by Jun Lintian, Xianlinger lost her color in fear and screamed shrilly, "Anum!" Bang! Seeing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth grinned as he used his right hand to heavily slap Xianlinger's arse hard. TSK. Worthy of being the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. Such appearance, this body, ga material, Smelling the virginal fragrance coming from the young girl's body, Junlin Tian's eyes flashed with a blaze. No, please, spare me. Xianlinger's pretty face flushed red and her beautiful eyes misted up. Oh, no need to beg. Hearing this, Junlin Tian teased. From now on, you will be this young lord's maid, serving this young lord with a bath and shower every day until this young lord gets tired of it. As long as you are obedient, this young lord might even consider letting you go. With that, he turned to look at Xian Feng again and sneered. How about it? Did you agree or not to the conditions just now? Xian Feng's pupils shrunk as he heard this, and deep hatred welled up within him. Junlin Tian, simply too deceitful. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't say no. If he dared to resist, it was expected that next year, today, would be the day of his own sacrifice. But if he didn't resist, his dignity would be completely gone. And how would he be able to gain a foothold in the Xuanwu Empire in the future? What to do? What to do? Xian Feng's heart was in turmoil as his mind frantically pondered on countermeasures. After thinking for a long time, Xian Feng slowly closed his eyes and knelt down in front of Junlin Tian, heavily kowtowing 3 times as he said in a deep voice, "Grandfather is above. Receive a bow from your grandson." Ding! Xian Feng, the son of Qi, has a loosening of his Dao heart and has lost 50 points of Qi. The host has gained 50 points of villainous value. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Junlin Tian knew that his stimulation was having an effect. Ha ha ha, my good grandson. Seeing Xian Feng literally kneeling down in front of him and singing his conquests, Junlin Tian immediately looked up to the sky. A look of excitement appeared on his face as he teased. I really didn't expect you Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince is actually so spineless. This young lord admires it. But don't worry, this young master is true to his word. You can leave now. As for your 19 sisters, this young master will just laugh at them. After saying that, Junlin Tian hugged Xianlinger a little tighter. 10th brother, save me. Hearing this, Xianlinger completely panicked and exclaimed in shock. Linger, wait for brother. Hearing Xianlinger's call, Xian Feng's eyes cracked. However, he did not dare to disobey Junlin Tian's orders and could only pray silently that Xianlinger would be safe in Junlin Tian's hands. Swish! He stomped the ground violently with both feet, transforming into a black aura and swept out, instantly disappearing into the distance. Escape! The only chance to stay alive now is to hold off. When he returned to the Xuanwu Empire, he would definitely encourage his father to mobilize all the experts to besiege the Jun family and Junlin Tian, to recover 100 times the shame that he had encountered today, watching her own brother leave her behind to escape. Xianlinger's entire delicate body went limp. She was in tears and her heart was cold. How could she not have expected that her proud elder brother would even disregard her at this moment in order to stay alive? Oh, so you have such a good brother. The corner of Junlin Tian's mouth raised in an arc, rubbing salt into Xianlinger's wounds. Afterward, he lowered his head and came close to Xianlinger's ear, whispering, do you know what kind of girl this young lord likes? The ones with big boobs and round asses like you are the best. At first glance, they are the material to give birth to a son. Roll, beast. Hearing Junlin Tian's disgusting remarks, Xianlinger desperately struggled, trying to push Junlin Tian away while opening her mouth to curse. Asterisk 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 even if this young master is worse than a beast, he is still a million times better than your own brother. Junlin Tian let out a cold snort and slapped Xianlinger's cheek as he said grimly, since you're so reluctant, then after this young lord attends the Sky Spirit Academy's school celebration ceremony, I'll turn around and let you see what a true beast is. You. Xianlinger covered the right side of her face with her jade hand and stared at Junlin Tian in shame. She was spiteful and willful, but not stupid. She certainly understood what Junlin Tian was saying. Princess 19, don't worry, this young lord will definitely let you know what it means to be a pillar. Junlin Tian licked his dry lips and reached out towards Xianlinger's seductive and plump petite body. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Seeing this, Xianlinger let out a mournful cry. She was afraid, very afraid. She was still young. She didn't want to lose her innocence. She didn't want to be defiled. But, again, she didn't have the slightest power to resist. Xianlinger cried and waited in despair for a miserable fate to befall her. Mengyao, send the 19th princess, first, to the eastern compartment. Seeing Xianlinger tearfully glaring at herself with deep humiliation and anger filling her eyes, Junlin Tian commanded Jun Mengyao who was not far away. Upon hearing Junlin Tian's order, Jun Mengyao directly stepped forward and used the immortal binding rope to tie Xianlinger up. Xianlinger struggled violently, but it was not half effective. Soon after, Jun Mengyao took Xianlinger away. On the other side, Xian Feng, who had just escaped from the Great Zhou dynasty's Kyoto, escaped from ascension to heaven, raised his voice to the sky and said, Junlin Tian, you wait for this emperor. Today's shame will be returned 100-fold in the future. Yes? Just then, a cold voice came from behind him. causing Xian Feng's body to explode with chills. P.S. The book's later plot. Interested can add the introduction of the Q Group 8142388869. Chapter 41, the show's about to begin. Xian Feng hurriedly turned on guard. Who? Come out, and guess who I am? An indifferent voice came from June Prowler as he slowly surfaced from the shadows. It's you? Seeing the icy cold eyes of June Easy, Xian Feng was instantly startled. Senior, the June family's young lord. Hasn't he already promised to spare this emperor's son? How come he has gone back on his word? At this moment, Xian Feng's face was terrified, scared out of his wits. If Junlin Tian changed his mind again and allowed June Prowler to kill him, he wouldn't have half a hope of retaliating. He was the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire. How could he die so easily? There were still so many beautiful women in Tianxian continent that he hadn't even gotten a kiss yet. How could he be willing to leave? Humph. What do you think? Looking at the terrified and clueless Xian Feng, the corners of Jun Yaoyao's mouth slightly went up, seeming to smile and not smile. My young master, of course, speaks his mind. Just let the old man come to invite the 10th prince to be a guest in my June family. Ha! At those words, Xian Feng immediately winced. Going to Jun's house as a guest would be like throwing yourself into a trap. Where did he dare to stay? Pulling out his legs and preparing to ratchet and run. Only, he had just taken a few steps when June Prowler's icy voice, once again, drifted over. 10th prince, don't bother with those little thoughts. In the hands of the old man, can you escape? You. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng's face turned blue, his heart suffocated, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. At this moment, Xian Feng felt like he was going to collapse. He did not expect Junlin Tian to be so despicable and shameless. Unfortunately, without waiting for Xian Feng to think more, Jun Yixian grabbed him and performed the art of skydiving as he flew towards the Jun clan. No, don't take me back. Seeing June Prowler grabbing himself away, Xian Feng instantly roared in horror. If he were to fall into the hands of Junlin Tian, he would surely die an extremely miserable death. But, Jun Easy didn't pay any attention to him at all as he continued to fly towards the Jun family. Instead of half despising Jun Lindian for this kind of ruthless sleight of hand, June Prowler was very appreciative. Against the enemy, either do not do it. Once you do it, you have to cut off the roots and eliminate all future problems. Celestial Spirit Academy. As the crowd watched, the scene of Jun Lintian ordering his men to kidnap Xianlinger, the 19th princess of Xuanwu Empire, in public, all of them revealed shocked expressions. Although there were quite a number of male cultivators who wanted to fight for Xianlinger, they were too intimidated by Jun Lintian's lewdness to make a move, and could only stand in place and murmur. The Jun family's young lord is also too unethical to snatch another country's princess in public. It's simply lawless. Humph. Is this what is called a disciple of a powerful family? Not bad. The style of a super family like the Jun family is truly disgraceful. Poor Princess 19. I guess she's going to become a tool for Junlin Tian to vent his lust tonight. For a while, the male cultivators on the sidelines shook their heads and sighed. Regarding what happened to Xianlinger, they could only lament the fact that creation and destiny had changed. Not long ago, Xianlinger was still the high and mighty Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, enjoying the pursuit and envy of all male cultivators. But now, she had been reduced to such a state, and might even lose her body to Junlin Tian. And the two of them, Jun Yue and the Grand Prince, who were on the side, glanced at each other, and saw a deep look of shock and scorn in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected that Junlin Tian's protector of the Dao would be a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. What's more, he didn't expect that Jun Lintian would be so bold as to not put the Xuanwu Empire's royal sons and princesses in his eyes and take them at will. Such a Junlin Tian caused them to involuntarily develop a strong sense of fear. They believed that if they continued to provoke Junlin Tian, they would end up no better than Xian Feng. Thus, after the two exchanged glances, they silently withdrew from the crowd and disappeared. For all of this, Junlin Tian naturally saw it, but did not stop it, only sneered coldly. He had already noticed the difference between the two, but was just too lazy to pay attention to it. As for Jun Yue and the two Grand Emperors, Jun Lintian did not put them on his mind at all. The people he was most concerned about were still Xiao Ruoyu and Lu Ruyan. Fairy Xiao, Ruyan, let's go. After saying that, he led a beautiful woman with one hand and walked towards the inside of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Seeing Jun Lintian's behavior, the male cultivators on the sidelines were envious and sighed. This is what a man should be like, embracing the right and the left, lying drunk on a beautiful woman's knee. Upon hearing this, both girls nodded their heads obediently and allowed Junlin Tian to lead them inside. On the other hand, Jun Yue and the Grand Prince, who had left Junlin Tian's line of sight, the two of them sneaked in an unoccupied place and began to quietly conspire. Grand Prince, when do we get Crazy Demon started? Jun Yue clenched his hands into fists and said with a fierce face, if I don't solve that as soon as possible, I am afraid that the night will be long. Hearing Jun Yuje's words, the Grand Prince's eyes were gloomy as he said, Don't worry brother Yuje. I will immediately give orders to Crazy Demon through the summoning jade. This time, we must sit on the hard evidence that Jun Lintian is a demonic cultivator. However, Great Prince, that has a strong protector like Jun Prosperity behind him. I'm afraid that, even if it's confirmed that Jun Lintian is a devil cultivator, those same King Realm experts you brought won't be able to kill him. Although, he very much wanted Jun Lintian to die immediately, he was still very wary of Jun Prowler. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince laughed up into the sky and said, Brother Yuza, this is something you don't understand about a group of towering mighty ones like Jun Prowler. They are the ones who value their feathers more than their own lives. Grand Imperial Prince, what is the why of this? Jun Yuza said with some confusion. Seeing this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned as he laughed. Once Jun Lintian sits down after being seized by a demonic cultivator, we'll just kill him, and Jun Prowler won't even show his face. Therefore, as long as we make a big deal out of it, even if the Jun family wanted to intervene, it would simply be impossible. After all, demonic cultivators are everyone's enemy, and it's impossible for anyone to take the side of a demonic cultivator, worthy of being the Grand Prince. It's just different. A strike is a kill. Upon hearing this, Jun Yuje grinned widely. Jun Lintian, I'll see if you die this time or not. He. This emperor will give orders to Crazy Demon now. After saying that, the Grand Prince pulled out a summoning jade from his bosom and quickly injected spiritual energy to give an order for action to Crazy Demon, who had been hiding inside the Heavenly Spirit Academy a few days ago. Meanwhile, in a certain remote corner of the Heavenly Spirit Academy, a male cultivator whose entire body was covered in a wide black robe suddenly frowned. He took out a sound transmission jade from his bosom and after checking it out, a hint of an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, These guys can't help themselves now? What a great show! As he collected the evil smile on his face, his entire body instantly turned into a puff of black mist and disappeared in place. Chapter 42 Elder, I'll give you a son. This person is none other than Madman. After getting the order, he started the abuse at the first opportunity. His first target had long had his eye on a pair of young cultivators who were secretly double cultivating inside the grove of the One-Day Spirit Academy. At the moment, oblivious to the fact that danger was already approaching them, with an evil smile on his lips, Crazy Devil floated into the grove like a wisp of a ghost. The male cultivator's eyes were red and subtle distortions appeared on his face. The female cultivator, who also seemed to sense the change in the male cultivator, turned her head over and reminded, Senior brother. Although she liked her senior brother, the two were not yet married, and she didn't want to get someone killed at this time. Senior sister, it's all come to this. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator promised, Don't worry, senior brother Chang will take responsibility for you. Hearing his words, the female cultivator's eyes flickered, and she ultimately chose to believe his senior brother's promise. TSK, surprisingly, they are still a pair of young lovebirds at the early stage of chi cultivation. It's really cheap for this seat. Seeing the scene of spring in front of him, Crazy Devil's eyes were on fire, greedily staring at the group of young cultivators, his mouth watering. Then, he silently came behind the male cultivator and slammed his palm towards the back of his head. The male cultivator suddenly felt pain in his head and then lost consciousness. Sound of escaping laughter. After a muffled sound, the young male cultivator's head flew out with a swish. Blood was sprayed all over the place, and the scene was extremely brutal. Elder brother. Seeing this, the female cultivator screamed and hurriedly pulled up her long skirt to cover her delicate body. Then, she turned her head to glare angrily at Crazy Demon and chanted, Who are you to dare trespass into my Heavenly Spirit Academy, and killed my senior brother? Jia. Facing her questioning, Crazy Demon let out a strange laugh, licked his tongue and said, Little girl, weren't you enjoying yourself just now? You still ask who this seat is? Don't you like it? Humph. Crazy Devil's arrogant attitude angered the female cultivator. She snorted coldly and droned, Cut the crap, hurry up and tell me who you really are. At those words, Crazy Devil's eyes narrowed into slits as he lewdly surveyed her, licked his lips, and said, Oh, you don't need to know. You're mine now anyway. With that, he waved his right hand. A powerful spiritual force swept the female cultivator into his arms. Yikes, get off me. With a terrified scream, the female cultivator struggled desperately. However, her struggles seemed so pale in the face of madness. A few moments later, when she stopped struggling and leaned back against the madman's arms with flushed cheeks, she was completely out of energy. Looking at the beautiful Yukai in his arms, Crazy Demon's mouth grinned as he laughed evilly. He, this chick is definitely good. You're shameless. Sensing the other party's move, the female cultivator was so frightened that she lost her face and cried out, Help! Unfortunately, no matter how much she begged for help, it didn't help. This was because Crazy Demon had long ago set up soundproofing formations around the area. Unless he personally removed the formation, no one would ever think of disturbing his good deed. TSK, really a special thing. This seat cannot wait. Crazy Devil rubbed his fingers and laughed obscenely. Before the words left his mouth, he bent his head straight down and kissed him. Ah, no. Seeing this, the female cultivator immediately lost her face in fear. GGG. Seeing this scene, Mad Demon gave a hideous, strange laugh. This one wasn't his own woman anyway, so it was just a broken shoe. Later, after he enjoys it, he still has to kill it. Gradually, a strange atmosphere filled the air. That female cultivator knew that she would not be able to escape from Crazy Demon today, and only hoped that she would be able to keep her alive after making Crazy Demon happy. After an incense stick was burned, it was obvious that Crazy Demon couldn't carry on any longer. Please, don't. That female cultivator also seemed to have realized the state of madness, so she hurriedly pleaded. Jia, elder, please spare my little girl, okay? Seeing the expression on Crazy Devil's face return to its previous grim state, the female cultivator pleaded. My little daughter is willing to go with you and serve you as an ox, only wishing that you don't kill me. The female cultivator cried pitifully, hoping to escape her doom. Her prayers, however, did nothing to make the madman change his mind. Jia, although you do have some good looks, but this seat is a devil cultivator. Are you sure you want to follow this seat? Mad Demon licked his dry lips and sneered. My little girl is willing. The female cultivator nodded. Then, as if she had gone out of her way, she raised her head and said with longing, Senior, as long as you are willing to take my daughter with you, my daughter is willing to be your furnace tripod. Hearth? Hearing the other party's offer, a flash of excitement swept across the bottom of Crazy Demon's eyes as he laughed. Your offer is good. In that case, this seat will reluctantly accept you. Seeing Crazy Demon agree, the female cultivator revealed an ecstatic look. Then she couldn't wait to climb on top of the Crazy Demon. These are the so-called female cultivators of the so-called famous sect? It's simply too cheap. It was worse than those women of their demonic cultivation. Those female cultivators among their demonic cultivators. One by one, their eyes are high and proud. If they don't have some real skills, those pussies simply refuse to look at you squarely. Towards a male cultivator of Mad Demon's strength, no one would even look at him amongst the demonic cultivator women. Madman cursed. That female cultivator also put up a fight in order to survive, constantly pleasing this Crazy Devil, as if the Crazy Devil was her Taoist, forgetting that this old man in front of her had killed her favorite senior brother before. At this moment, she had thrown away all shame for the complete sake of her belief in living. Jia. This time it wasn't a wasted trip after all. The madman closed his eyes in satisfaction. Although he had met many good women before, it was the first time he had encountered this kind of woman who was so desperate and proactive in pleasing herself in order to let herself spare her life. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of moving around this time, he would have really wanted to keep this female cultivator by his side and use her as a furnace. After all, such a young and beautiful female cultivator as one's cauldron was also something to be proud of. It's also a lot easier on yourself. That way he wouldn't have to risk his life by going out and wandering around looking for pussy will women to douse his fires. After half a column of incense, Mad Demon's eyes glowed red. Seeing this, the female cultivator turned her head around, her beautiful eyes stretching out as she laughed delicately. Senior, I'll give you a son. Chapter 43, Master. I can't. Ha ha ha. Giving this seed a son? Upon hearing this, Crazy Demon first froze for a moment, then grinned and said, that also depends on whether you have that ability. Saying that, he slapped his hand hard on the female cultivator's arse. Although this female cultivator wasn't a virgin anymore, she had good posture and a material body, and Crazy Demon enjoyed pleasure on her. Elder, I can do it. Seeing this, the female cultivator was very proactive. Her charming eyes stared at Crazy Devil and seduced. Senior, looking at the other party's pretty face, Crazy Demon's eyes narrowed slightly, licked the corners of his somewhat dry mouth, and said evilly, since you said so, then this seat will fulfill you. Thank you, senpai. Seeing this, the corners of that female cultivator's mouth rose slightly, and she said with a smug look on her face, Slave will definitely not let you down, and will definitely give Senior a big fat brat. Seeing this, Madman knew it was time to send her on her way. He then stretched out his right hand and directly slapped at this female cultivator's chest. Bang. With a muffled sound, the female cultivator flew directly backwards several meters away and crashed heavily into a large tree. Sound of escaping laughter. The female cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood, which stained her long skirt red. The female cultivator stared with wide eyes and a puzzled look on her face as she said, Senior, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that she would give her predecessor a son? And that her predecessor had given it to her. So why did her predecessor have to make a move to kill her? if you want to give birth to this seat is still afraid that you won't be able to give birth. Upon hearing this, Crazy Demon looked at her coldly and sneered. Do you really think that, if this seat gives it to you, it will agree to take you with it? Elder, you're lying. Weren't you happy just now? Hearing Mad Demon's mockery, the female cultivator retorted angrily. Indeed, just now this seat was high-minded, but this seat was in a playful frame of mind. Seeing this, the corner of Crazy Demon's mouth grinned with a look of disgust. Letting you give birth to this seat, son. This seat is too dirty. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Although Crazy Demon was a devil cultivator, his brain was not stupid. Therefore, in his heart, he simply did not believe that the female cultivator could give him a son. Even if he really got pregnant today, it would still be the seed of the female cultivator's elder brother, and it would have nothing to do with him at all. What? You dare to trick me? At those words, the female cultivator's face changed drastically, finally understanding the meaning of Mad Demon's words. Turns out he didn't want to leave alive at all. You are so innocent. Hearing the female cultivator's questioning, Crazy Demon shook his head and smirked. Jia. How can you negotiate with a demonic cultivator? But this is also quite good. At least this seat has been happy quite a few times. Ga. You shall not die. After seeing Crazy Demon reveal his ugly face, the female cultivator cursed angrily. Jia. This seat will give you one last ride. After saying that, Crazy Demon walked over to the female cultivator and twisted her head off. After doing this, Madman disappeared into thin air. He was also going to kill some of the students of the Heavenly Spirit Academy who had fallen behind and use them to create chaos. Just as he was searching for his prey, he noticed a beautiful woman in her 30s dressed in an extremely bewitching manner in front of him, leading a man in his 20s towards a room. That beautiful woman looked beautiful. Her body was filled with a rich immortal charm, especially her breasts and buttocks, which made it impossible to take one's eyes off of her. That kid looks like a student of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. His cultivation level is still only at the body practicing realm, so it is estimated that he has only been in the Heavenly Spirit Academy for a short while, but the look is quite handsome and dashing, and there is still a yuan yang in the body that has not been dispersed. Apparently, it was a child boy. TSK, I didn't expect to run into two fat sheep. Seeing this scene, Crazy Devil's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his tongue, his eyes blazing. In any case, he was curious about what happened next to the pair. With that thought in mind, Madman quietly approached. Bang. After the two of them entered the room, that beautiful woman directly closed the door from the inside and pressed her petite body against the door. Senior, what are you doing closing the door? Looking at the blazing eyes of the beautiful woman, the man was visibly frightened. Cluck. Seeing this, the corners of the beautiful woman's mouth grinned, and with a charming smile, she said, Master has been waiting for several years, and has finally waited for you, this precious disciple, and now, it's time for you to repay Master. Repayment? The boy obviously didn't understand the meaning of the beautiful woman's words. His brows slightly knitted in confusion. Master, how do you want my disciple to repay you? Cluck. Hearing her disciple's inquiry, the beautiful woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. Of course it's for you to repay your master with your body. After saying that, the beautiful woman stretched out her jade hand and held up the man's chin, her breath exhaling. Ha! The boy was stunned by the sudden action of the beautiful woman. He never thought that his beloved master would be so spontaneous. Master teacher, it won't work. Seeing that the beautiful woman was getting closer and closer, and could smell the strong scent of rouge and powder on her body, the man hurriedly stepped back and said nervously, What, you still don't want to? Seeing that the man had the intention to retreat, the beautiful woman's willow eyebrows suddenly rose and she said unhappily, No, there is no reluctance on the part of the apprentice. Seeing that his master seems to be angry, the man hurriedly denied it, and at the same time, he was also anxious. Apprentice only promised to be to junior sister Xiaoye, and later on, to become a Taoist couple with her. Humph, don't use Xiaoyu as an excuse. Master told you that even if the Heavenly King comes today, you'll still have to become Master's person. The beautiful woman finished with a firm tone and once again approached towards the man. At the same time, a strong might slowly spread out from her body. After feeling that majestic might, the man was instantly stunned. His body stood there stiffly, constantly swallowing saliva, because, in his opinion, the master teacher in front of him was strange and terrifying. Normally, how did that gentle master teacher become like this? Seeing the man's face showing fear, the corner of the beautiful woman's mouth sketched out an enchanting arc. In the next second, she raised her plain hand, and with a flash of palm wind, she wrapped the man into her arms. Apprentice, Master knows that you like that girl Xiaoyu. As long as you obediently listen to Master, Master will not tell Xiaoyu about what happened between us. The beautiful woman lowered her head and gently kissed the man on the cheek, smiling sarcastically. Senior, are you telling the truth? Upon hearing his master's promise, the man froze again, somewhat unable to believe his ears. He thought his master would monopolize him and keep him captive. Of course, when has master ever lied to you? The beautiful woman was in the man's ear, her breath exhaling like orchids. But you have to obediently listen to the words of your master and obey him. Oh. Chapter 44, My slave is willing, please fulfill me. Master, the man, somewhat sheepishly, said, lol. Master will be gentle. Seeing the man's shy appearance, the beautiful woman had a smile on her face. Soon, the two are honest with each other. After seeing the arrogant figure of the beautiful woman, the man's eyes instantly rounded. The beautiful woman's skin was white and delicate, as if it was as smooth as gelatin, blowing and breaking, simply more tender than the skin of a baby in the secular world. The air of the room was filled with the scent of lingering pleasure. Apprentice, is master beautiful? After seeing the man's blazing gaze, the beautiful woman raised her beautiful eyes and proudly said, she loved it when a man showed that look. In front of him, it means that she's charismatic. Master, you're so beautiful. The man nodded instinctively in admiration. He hadn't expected his master's father to be so beautiful when he removed his long skirt. Cluck cluck cluck. Hearing her disciples' praise, the beautiful woman's face was full of spring and her smile grew brighter. Master, I'll have to do this again in the future. When the man became enlightened, he was at once a little reluctant to leave his master, and began to threaten boldly. He wanted to monopolize his gorgeous master teacher and didn't want any other man to have her. And, from now on, whenever you want to, come and find master. Seeing that the man was mesmerized by herself, the beautiful woman's heart was incomparably pleased, and she continued to promise, don't worry, master won't treat you poorly, and will guarantee that you'll return happy. Then thank you, master. The man scratched his head nervously. Soon, the man got a little punchy. If Master Gong knew, he'd still beat me to death. The man was a bit abashed and spoke weakly. Don't mention that loser to my mother. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned slightly and said with a displeased face, old mother has been with him for 10 years, and she hasn't even become a mother. It's just as well that you're helping old mother fulfill her wish of becoming a mother. Master, is this really okay? Hearing the beautiful woman's complaining words, the man's eyes steeply lit up and asked tentatively, sure. Seeing this, the beautiful woman glanced at her mouth and said compulsively, wouldn't it be better for master to give birth to a big fat kid for you, and let your punk Master Gong raise it for you? Master, let's do this. Hearing the words of the beautiful woman, the man was as excited as if he had shot chicken blood. Every man has the evil thought of getting someone else's wife pregnant with his child and then letting someone else raise it. Outside the window, the crazy devil who took in this scene, inwardly couldn't help but sigh. TSK. I didn't realize that these prestigious and righteous sects were doing something sordid like male thieves and prostitutes behind their backs. Master and apprentice are having an affair, and not only are they going to give their husband a cuckold, but they're also going to carry the apprentice's child and then let their husband raise it. I'm afraid this kind of thing can only be seen in novels. Since you want a child so badly, old man can also help you out. Although, lamenting that the beautiful woman's husband was so pitiful, the crazy demon also wanted to help the beautiful woman realize her wish of becoming a mother. After all, isn't it a beautiful thing to have a man help you raise your child when you're pregnant with his child and don't have to raise it yourself? Madness in action. He would hate for the man to go ahead of himself and give it to the beautiful woman, who, hearing the commotion coming from outside the window, the beautiful woman hurriedly pushed the man aside and pulled up the brocade quilt to cover her delicate body, and at the same time, the door to the room was pushed open. Crazy devil walked in with a slow pace. Who are you? After seeing the visitor clearly, the beautiful woman's pretty face turned white and she lost her voice and screamed. How could she not expect a strange man to appear in her room? Moreover, the other party's breath was far too powerful than his own. It alarmed her to no end. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that this seed is here today to help you fulfill your wish of being a mother. Madman spoke conspiratorially. Then he walked over to the bed, grabbed the man, and ripped his head right off. You killed someone. After seeing her disciple killed in front of her eyes, the beautiful woman lost her face in fear and cried out in shock. However, Crazy Demon wasn't the least bit worried about being discovered, as he had long ago set up soundproofing formations around the house. If I'm a demonic cultivator who doesn't kill people, am I still here to save them? After throwing the man's body aside, Crazy Demon coldly glanced at the beautiful woman and snorted. What do you want? Looking at the crazy demon in front of her, the beautiful woman trembled up in fear and drank delicately. What do you say? Crazy devil let out a sardonic laugh and walked towards the beautiful woman. Don't, please spare me, senior. Looking at the crazy demon close at hand, the beautiful woman closed her eyes in fear and screamed. I am willing to serve, senior. willing to serve senior as an ox. However, the expected pain was delayed. This caused the beautiful woman to open her beautiful eyes and look towards the front in confusion. Where is everyone? In this moment, she froze. The man in black who had been in front of his eyes a moment ago had disappeared. Just as she was breathing a sigh of relief, an icy voice suddenly rang in her ears. Are you looking for this seat? At those words, the beautiful woman was once again taken aback. The moment she reacted and turned around, her pupils plummeted to the size of pinpoints, only to see that the madman had appeared behind her at some point, and had already removed his black robe and was lying on the bed. Elder, what are you? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman trembled and asked tentatively, weren't you going to be a mother before? Upon hearing this, the corner of Crazy Demon's mouth grinned and said with a sarcastic smile, it just so happens that this seat can fulfill this wish. The beautiful woman immediately understood what Crazy Devil meant, knowing that he was being looked at by this demonic cultivator. As long as he could make this demonic cultivator happy, he wouldn't have to die. Bang. Seeing that the beautiful woman was frozen, not knowing what she was thinking, Crazy Devil slapped his hand hard on her arse, urging, what are you waiting for? Don't hurry up. Being slapped by Crazy Devil like this, the beautiful woman's delicate body trembled violently, not daring to disobey half a point, and hurriedly knelt in front of Crazy Devil. Slave is willing to. I beg senior to fulfill my wish. As soon as the words left her mouth, the beautiful woman began to stand up. Chapter 45, Master, look how bad your husband is. He just bullies your disciple. Women really are all cheap. No wonder that boy was tricked into getting his hands on you just now. Seeing that the beautiful woman's demeanor was masterful and obviously a repeat offender, the corner of Crazy Demon's mouth revealed an evil look. Seeing the beautiful woman in this state, a flash of satisfaction flashed across the madman's face. With that, no more thoughts. Haven't you been clamoring for a son? Crazy Devil wrapped his arm around the beautiful woman's willow waist, with an impish face, and attached his ear. Since that kid was killed by this seat, how about this cause is continued to be accomplished by this seat? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's heart burst with fear, but on her face, she still put on a pleasing demeanor, and said shyly, please also ask for the senior's gift. Good. Since you are so sensible, this seat will not be polite. At this moment, Crazy Demon no longer had any scruples. Elder, you're awesome. Seeing Crazy Devil's behavior, the beautiful woman cursed in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and still had an intoxicated look on her face, even reached out and offered to hug Crazy Devil's neck. The beautiful woman straightened her messy hair and leaned back on the bed, looking at Crazy Devil with a charming face. Senior, are you still satisfied? She was very intelligent and naturally knew what Crazy Demon liked. Thus, she was so hypocritical. Nice. Madman looked at the beautiful woman appreciatively and nodded with a smile. Senior, why don't we continue? The beautiful woman was dainty and seductive. No, this seat is tired now. Smiling, he shook his head. He still had important things to do. He couldn't consume too much energy on this beautiful woman. Oh, seeing Mad Demon's refusal, the depths of the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes revealed a faint color of disappointment. Bang. Seeing this, Crazy Demon slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse and threatened, you still don't have time to go, or when this seat regrets it, you'll be too late. Elder, slave will leave now. Hearing the Crazy Devil's words, the beautiful woman was so scared that she hurriedly put on her long dress and ran outside the house. I hope you're pregnant with my baby. Looking at the appearance of the beautiful woman fleeing in panic, the corner of Crazy Demon's mouth rose slightly and murmured. He was a demonic cultivator and knew that this mission was dangerous, and that his little life might be accounted for at the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Therefore, after he heard that the beautiful woman wanted to be a mother, he steeped his heart in a plan to let the beautiful woman leave him a queen, so that even if anything happened to him, he would have no regrets. The other purpose of letting the beautiful woman go was for her to spread the word about her killing so that she could finish this mission as soon as possible. As expected, after escaping, the beautiful woman fled to a crowded area. Seeing the beautiful woman's face of fear and the messy hair, the Grand Emperor knew that the madman had acted, so he stepped forward to stop the beautiful woman and inquired, I'm the Grand Prince. Why are you so flustered? Great Prince, I'm a teacher from the Heavenly Spirit Academy. The Heavenly Spirit Academy has mixed in a demonic cultivator who is killing people everywhere. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman looked nervous as she said to the Grand Imperial Prince, seemingly trembling gently from fear, please help us and catch that demonic cultivator. After saying that, the beautiful woman plopped down and fell on her knees in front of the Grand Imperial Prince. What? Devil cultivator? The eldest prince first pretended to be surprised, then said with a straight face, quickly take this prince over to take a look. This prince would like to see the clear sky. Which devil cultivator ate the ambition and leopard gall, dared to commit murder in the Heavenly Spirit Academy? Seeing that the great imperial prince was willing to help, the beautiful woman was relieved and hurriedly climbed up from the ground, leading the way in front. Great imperial prince, please follow me. Since the beautiful woman had rushed to escape earlier, she only had a long skirt over her body, so the moment the beautiful woman got up, the Grand Emperor saw her pair of beautiful rabbits. Seeing the beautiful woman's snow-white skin and towering peaks, the Grand Emperor's eyes lit up and his mood was a little excited. I didn't expect this beautiful woman to be this material, and so flirty. A thrill ran through the Grand Prince's heart. He was originally a foppish prince, and although he had played with quite a few small courtesans, he had rarely encountered such a special level of mature women like Mei Mei. Perceiving that the Grand Prince was looking at her with a somewhat fiery gaze, the beautiful woman frowned slightly, but did not say anything, instead continuing to lead the Grand Prince towards her house. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, the Grand Prince and Yue Ji led a group of guards to the room where the madman had killed the beautiful woman's male apprentice before. After checking around, they only saw a headless corpse, and the crazy demon had long since disappeared without a trace. Continue to find it for this imperial prince. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the devil cultivator for this emperor. Seeing that there were no clues in the room, and that the crazy demon's trail could not be searched for, the Grand Prince let out a cold snort and shouted angrily, "Yes, sir!" The guards answered in unison, and then they scattered in all directions, searching for the mad demon. Soon the bodies of that pair of young Heavenly Spirit Academy siblings were also discovered. Then more students' bodies were found. All of the dead were students of the Sky Spirit Academy with low cultivation, and their heads had been twisted off alive with extremely cruel means. One of the great prince's mid-Saint King's guard commanders had captured the crazy demon who was committing the murder in the first place in a remote corner. Looking at the mad demon who was bound by the immortal binding rope, a treacherous smile appeared at the corners of their mouths after both the Grand Prince and Jun Lintian glanced at each other. It was because they knew that today, Jun Lintian would definitely die. Go! Take this demonic cultivator and these corpses and follow this emperor to find Dean Lin. With a command, the Grand Imperial Prince led the crowd in a big swing towards Jun Lintian's side. Everything is ready for the east wind. Today, he wanted to see Jun Lintian die in front of him. At this moment, Jun Lintian was sitting on the VIP seat with his left and right arms around 2 beauties, watching the school performance on the stage. From time to time, he used his salty piggy hands to take some small advantage on the 2 girls, Lu Ruyan and Xiao Ruoyu. Master, look how bad husband is. He just bullies his disciple. Lu Ruyan muttered her red lips and complained with a petulant gesture. Ruyan, you have the nerve to say that you can't manage your own husband well. Not only is he bullying you, but he's also bullying Master I along with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu rolled her eyes and unceremoniously demolished Jun Lintian's stage. He, what do you two have to complain about? This young lord has never been biased. It all rains and falls. Seeing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth grinned as he shamelessly laughed. You. Upon hearing Jun Lintian's shameless words, both women were flushed with shame. The 2 pairs of pink fists continuously greeted Jun Lintian. The faces of the people on the sidelines showed envy. Worthy of being the young master of the Jun family, it was just awesome to be able to enjoy the happiness of all the people. Just then, the Grand Prince and his party arrived at the high stage where the performance was taking place and bellowed, "Where is Dean Lin? Chapter 46 Tell me quickly, who is he?" This voice of the Grand Imperial Prince instantly attracted the attention of the entire crowd, who looked towards that high platform. "See you, Great Prince!" Seeing that the Grand Imperial Prince was looking for him, Lin Changsheng immediately rose from his seat and bowed to the Grand Imperial Prince. "Dean Lin, this person is the demonic cultivator who murdered 16 students at the Heavenly Spirit Academy." The Grand Imperial Prince pointed to the mad demon who was bound by the immortal binding rope on the side and said with great righteousness. Saying that, he gave that mid-Saint King commander a look. The other party brought up the bodies of the 16 students who had been killed one by one. Ah, so many people died. This person has a black sinister aura. A demonic cultivator without a doubt. This devil cultivator deserves to die. He is simply heartless, even killing students. That's it. It's too wild. Alas, it's a pity. These students are the most outstanding seedlings of the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Seeing this scene, the crowd cursed and looked at Crazy Demon with eyes filled with hatred and contempt. Seeing 16 corpses dressed in the attire of the students of the Heavenly Spirit Academy placed on the high platform, Lin Changsheng's heart sank violently. What's going on? Lin Changsheng raised his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman standing on the stage and asked, "Dean, here's the thing." The beautiful woman saw what she had seen and said it all. "Damn you." At those words, Lin Changsheng couldn't hold back any longer as he flew through the air to Mad Demon and slapped him hard on his cheek. The slap used quite a bit of power and directly slapped Crazy Demon to the ground, half of his face caving in. Sound of escaping laughter. The Crazy Demon spat out a large mouthful of blood. Losing a few of his teeth, raised his head and looked viciously at Lin Changsheng, laughing, "Old piker, if you have the guts, kill this seat." "Kill you? You think I wouldn't dare?" Lin Changsheng's eyes erupted with fire. He really wanted to kill Crazy Demon right now. "Oh, go ahead and kill them. Those students of yours will never live again anyway. Ha 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 ha." Crazy Demon was not the least bit afraid of Lin Changsheng and laughed maniacally, because he knew he couldn't die. At this moment, neither the Grand Prince nor Jun Lin Tian would let him die. This world is so cruel. The strong have absolute power and strength. Who will fear you? Kill him. Kill this murderer and avenge those dead students. Kill this. With the madman's clamor, it deeply pierced the hearts of the crowd, and they responded, shouting and fighting to the heavens. Seeing this scene, Crazy Demon scanned the people around him for a while, and suddenly smiled evilly and said, "Hee, there are really quite a few people who want this seat to die. It's a pity that this seat can't die. Ah, I'll kill you." Seeing that Crazy Demon was still so arrogant, Lin Changsheng couldn't hold back any longer. He directly raised his right hand and was about to slap at Crazy Demon's head. With this palm, Crazy Devil's head would definitely turn into a watermelon. Wait! Right at this moment, the Grand Prince held Lin Changsheng's wrist and stopped him. Seeing this, Lin Changsheng withdrew his right hand and looked at the Grand Prince with a puzzled expression. "Grand Prince, what are you doing?" "Dean Lin, wait a moment first," the Grand Imperial Prince said indifferently. Seeing that the Grand Prince didn't tell him explicitly, Lin Changsheng couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter and nodded his head before standing aside. "Dean Lin, just now, have you thought about why this demonic cultivator appeared in Tianling Academy? According to reason, today is the day of Tianling Academy school celebration. The school will come to many masters. If this demonic cultivator's brain isn't broken, it's impossible for him to come out on his own to seek death, isn't it? Logically speaking, he should have stayed away from the Heavenly Spirit Academy a long time ago, but why did he just barge in and go on a killing spree here?" At that moment, the Grand Imperial Prince reminded with seeming concern. Hiss! Lin Changsheng sucked in a breath of cool air at his words, and it was only then that he realized that Crazy Demon had quite a few secrets on him. Hearing the words of the Grand Imperial Prince, the others gradually stopped shouting and killing. Yeah, since he was a demonic cultivator that everyone shouted at, why would he run to the Heavenly Spirit Academy to kill people? There must be some unknown secret hidden here. Seeing that Lin Changsheng's crowd realized the seriousness of the matter, the Grand Prince nodded slightly, walked over to Crazy Demon, and said morosely, "Say, who are you? Why did you break into the Heavenly Spirit Academy?" Bah! Upon hearing this, Crazy Demon deliberately spat a mouthful of blood towards the Grand Prince and sneered, "Who do you think you are? Should this seat answer you if you ask?" After he finished speaking, he spat a few mouthfuls of blood toward the surrounding crowd. "What prestigious sects? You're all just a bunch of hypocritical villains." Bang! The Grand Prince raised his hand and slapped Crazy Demon as he said viciously, "Since you're not going to do this until you're forced to do it, don't blame us for being impolite. Someone come and use the soul-searching technique on this demonic cultivator." "Yes, sir." That mid-Saint King commander walked towards Crazy Demon with large strides. The soul-searching technique was a secret technique that could be used to check the other party's memories by means of searching their souls. But once the soul-searching technique was used, the person would be completely wasted and would directly turn into a cutie. Slow down. Seeing that the Grand Imperial Prince was actually going to come and get real with himself, Crazy Demon immediately changed his words. Spinning around, he looked at the Grand Imperial Prince and said, "This seat has recruited. Humph, don't tell the truth yet." Seeing this, the corners of the Grand Prince's mouth rose slightly as he glanced at Jun Lindian below from the corner of his eye with a smug look on his face. This seat has risked its life to come to this Heavenly Spirit Academy in order to meet with another fellow traveler. And as for killing those students, this seat was looking at them as an eyesore. Madman lowered his head and elaborated. "Fellow travelers?" Everyone was shocked at these words. No wonder this guy would risk his life to come to the Heavenly Spirit Academy. So it turns out that there is another demonic cultivator hidden here. Everyone instinctively looked to the others beside them, as if trying to spot a hint of what was going on. "Husband, where exactly do you think the other demonic cultivator is hiding?" Under the stage, Lu Ruyan wrapped her arm around Jun Lintian and asked curiously, "I don't know, but that guy sure is shady and unusual." Jun Lin Tian, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled and shook his head. A big show is starting, and unraveling the outcome all at once would be pointless. The audience has to be allowed to take a good look at the process. "Grand Prince, Jun Yue, I'll let you two eat a shocking melon later." A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth. He wanted to see what kind of a look would be on the faces of the two men as they faced the final scene. "Where is your fellow traveler now, and do you recognize him?" Lin Changsheng hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. His worst fears had come true after all. Of course this seat recognizes him, otherwise I wouldn't have come to risk my life to come and meet him. Mad Demon said with a calm face. Come on, tell me, who is he? At those words, Lin Changsheng grabbed Crazy Demon's neck and lifted him up. It's him! Crazy Demon pointed his finger to Jun Yuze, who was ready to see Jun Lin Tian's joke. Chapter 47, My lord has no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me? Seeing Crazy Demon's finger pointing at himself, Jun Yuze instantly shivered in fear. Is this guy crazy? Jun Yuze stared wide-eyed, his face full of horror, and secretly said in his heart, it was all arranged before. The play wasn't acted like this. Wasn't it said that he would identify Jun Lin Tian? As soon as Crazy Demon's words left his mouth, the gazes of the surrounding onlookers were also cast in unison. Jun Yuze was the eldest son of the Jun family, although he was usually unassuming, a waste of cultivation, and had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage some time ago. No one knew that he was a devil cultivator? Grand Duke of the Jun family. You! The crowd all revealed a stunned look of amazement, a million times amazed. Jun Yuze, you're actually a demonic cultivator. At that moment, an angry chorus of curses suddenly came from the crowd. The crowd followed the sound of the voice, and it was Jun family's young lord, Jun Lintian, only to see a handsome face covered in frost, his gaze icy cold as he stared at Jun Yuze and angrily rebuked him. Thanks to my Jun family raising you for several years, you are a demonic cultivator, trying to harm my Jun family. If father knew about this, he would definitely not spare you. As these words of Jun Lintian fell, Jun Yuze's face instantly turned pale. Devil cultivators, but everyone has to kill them. What to do? Jun Yuze's heart was filled with trepidation, his forehead instantly covered in beads of sweat, not understanding where exactly this had gone wrong. Seeing Jun Yuze's flustered expression, many people let out mocking murmurs. He, Grand Duke of the Jun family, you are actually a demonic cultivator. What a disgrace to the Jun family. How dare you call yourself the Grand Duke of the Jun family, but to secretly cultivate a demonic cultivator. You are simply a disgrace to the Jun family. For the Jun family to have an heir like you is simply too disappointing. You should cut yourself to thank the world. Ha ha ha. In the face of the crowd's various questioning taunts, Jun Yuze laughed indulgently. He swept a glance at the crowd with the same disdainful gaze and sneered. I'm a devil cultivator? Oh, what makes you guys say I'm a devil cultivator? Do I have half a bit of Yin Fury Chi on me? Having said that, he also purposely ran his entire body's spiritual energy and released it outside his body, wanting to show off some of his pure spiritual chi. The moment Jun Yuze's words came out, everyone closed their mouths. Jun Yuze's body was not tainted with half of the Yin Fury's chi, but instead was an immortal and noble appearance, and indeed did not look like a demonic cultivator. All of them were frowning as they sized up Jun Yuze with a grave expression on their faces. However, Jun Lin Tian was grinning with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the moment Jun Yuze tried to prove his innocence, Jun Yuze had lost. Bang! At this moment, the great prince who had reacted from his dismay on the side became enraged and raised his hand to slap Crazy Demon's face, angrily reprimanding, You demonic cultivator, this emperor asked you to point out fellow travelers, but did not ask you to bite people here. Today, you must give this prince the name of your fellow travelers, or else this prince will make you suffer the death by 1,000 cuts. The Grand Imperial Prince was completely enraged, and his words were filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Crazy Demon was considered to have completely recognized the ugly face of the Grand Prince. Just like what the Jun family's young lord had said, the Grand Prince was nothing more than wanting to use him and then discard him. At this moment, Crazy Demon placed all his hopes of survival on Jun Lintian. Sound of escaping laughter. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jun Yuze with disdainful eyes as he said, Everyone knows that your Jun family's Grand Duke is a waste of cultivation, and under the Jun family's large amount of cultivation resources, his cultivation has been stuck at the cultivation stage for a full 25 years. Why did your cultivation skyrocket some time ago, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop? When these words came out, the surrounding onlookers were all stunned, carefully pondering over Mad Demon's words. They seemed to make sense. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This Jun Yuze is very unusual. Immediately afterward, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards Jun Yuze with a strong sense of skeptical scrutiny. Jun Yuze's body went cold when he was gazed at by such a gaze, and he couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if his secrets had been pried into by someone else. Although he was able to break through to the foundation establishment stage only after he had awakened the Tongtian treasure eyes himself, he had obtained quite a lot of cultivation resources by selling them upside down. However, he couldn't reveal the secret that he had awakened the Tongtian treasure eye to the crowd. This was the foundation of his life and the basis for his rise to power in the future. At this moment, his pretty face was red and suffocated, and he could not say anything with reason. Seeing this, the Mad Demon's face revealed a touch of smugness as he continued. Can't explain why, right? Then this seed is here to reveal the secrets in your body. because you were taken over by a demonic cultivator, and that's why you don't have a in fury aura on you. Upon hearing this, the crowd came to a realization. I see. No wonder Jun Yuji's cultivation would have skyrocketed some time ago. If he was taken over by a demonic cultivator, everything would make sense. Coupled with Jun Yuji's low status in the Jun family, his presence was very low. That is, after being taken over by a demonic cultivator, he would generally not attract the attention of others. Jun Yuji was indeed an ideal target for demonic cultivators to take over. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they looked at Jun Yuji with a look of wariness and deep disgust. And at this moment, Jun Lindian also said aloud, Jun Yuji, what else do you have to say? No wonder you, a waste of space, suddenly gained a great deal in your cultivation. It turns out that you have been taken over by a demonic cultivator. Say, who the hell are you? You are slandering. Upon hearing this, Jun Yuza became completely anxious. His eyes red as he grabbed Crazy Demon by the neck and roared angrily, Crazy Demon, this prince has no grudges or enmity against you. Why are you trying to harm me? Cough cough. Crazy Demon was strangled, coughed twice, and pretended to be miserable. The Grand Duke is useless. We are all exposed. Hearing that the mad demon was continuing to victimize himself, Jun Yuji's heart was completely enraged as he growled lowly, you're spitting blood. Saying this, he lifted up the mad demon, scanned the crowd around him with a shadowy eye color, and cried out, I am Jun Yuji, the Grand Duke of the Jun family. I have never been taken over by a demonic cultivator. Unfortunately, to his dismay, not a single person stood up to believe him, all staring at him with a wary look on their faces, because in their opinion, Jun Yuji was being exposed and doggedly jumping over the wall. Seeing the eyes of the crowd, Jun Yuji had a sad look on his face. He's telling the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe him? Why? Cthulhu, what did I, Jun Yuji, do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Ding, the son of Qi. Jun Yuji's Dao heart has collapsed. 100 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 100 points of villain value. Hearing the voice coming from the system in his head, the corners of Jun Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly. His good big brother is about to be finished. As expected, Jun Yuji turned his hateful gaze towards Crazy Demon and stared at him with spiteful eyes. Crazy Demon, since you've slandered me, you don't want to live either. Chapter 48, his favorite woman. With that, he gave his right hand a push. Cough cough. The mad demon was strangled, struggling violently and breathing hard, his cheeks suffocating. He hastily looked at Jun Lin Tian for help and struggled to utter a single word. Save. It was just a pity that Jun Lin Tian would not step in to save him at all, because only the dead keep secrets forever. Moreover, once Crazy Demon died, it further solidified the fact that Jun Yuji was taken over by a demonic cultivator. Seeing that Jun Lin Tian just stood aside and sneered, with no intention of stepping in to save himself, Crazy Demon knew that he had been abandoned by Jun Lin Tian. There was a click. With a crisp ringing sound, Jun Yuji directly crushed the Crazy Demon's neck. Boo! The body crashed to the ground, splattering dust. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Seeing Crazy Demon being silenced by Jun Yuji, the surrounding onlookers could not help but draw in a cold breath as they took a few steps backward. Jun Yuji had gone so far as to exterminate Crazy Demon, an important witness, on the spot in order to plug their mouths and noses. Big brother, no, I should call you Devil Cultivator now. Seeing that Jun Yuji had really killed the Crazy Demon, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth grinned as he said in a deep voice, do you choose to cut yourself or do you choose to need this young lord's hand? The way he looked at Jun Yuji was like looking at a dead man, because once Crazy Demon died, the matter of Jun Yuji being taken over by a demonic cultivator had been nailed down. I'm your big brother. Hearing Jun Lintian's words, Jun Yuza yelled hysterically, Jun Lintian, I am your own brother. How can you be so ruthless as to put your own big brother to death? Oh, you're my own big brother? Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth hooked as he sneered. How do you prove that you are my elder brother and not a demonic cultivator who has taken your body? How can I prove that I, Jun Yuji, am myself? Jun Lintian's words deeply pierced Jun Yuji's heart, causing him to suffocate to the extreme. It's obvious that I am Jun Yuji, but I'm seen by everyone as having been taken over by a demonic cultivator. This kind of furious and nowhere to vent his pain caused a distorted expression to appear on Jun Yuji's face. He turned his gaze for help, to the Grand Imperial Prince on the side. Yes, there was still the Grand Prince, who would surely be able to help prove it to himself. He was his sworn brother, and he would definitely help himself at this time. Thinking of this, he grabbed the arm of the Grand Prince and said excitedly, Grand Prince, you can definitely help me prove that I am Jun Yuji and have not been taken over by a demonic cultivator, isn't that right? However, to his dismay, the eldest prince frowned, shook off his hands, and said expressionlessly, Demon cultivator, this joke is not funny at all. Although he was the Grand Prince, there was no way he could help Jun Yuje prove it. After all the evidence now pointed to the fact that Jun Yuje was the one who had been taken over by the demonic cultivator. Moreover, Jun Lintian was the young master of the Jun family, and the Jun family was powerful and influential. In the matter of Jun Yuje, if he helped Jun Yuje to prove it, it would be a slap in everyone's face and a disgrace to the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Such a stupid thing, he would not do. What? The Grand Prince actually thought he was joking? Jun Yuje stared at him with wide, frozen eyes, his mind buzzing and exploding. At this moment, Jun Yuje felt like he had been abandoned by the world. Ding! The son of Qi, Jun Yuje's Dao heart has collapsed. 100 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 100 points of villain value. Looking at Jun Yuje's appearance, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as a hint of mockery flashed from his eyes. Who does Jun Yuje think he is? How could the great prince of the Great Zhou dynasty tear his face off with the Jun family for your mere commoner son? Furthermore, everyone present today was a person of honor. If it was known to other countries' royal families that the Grand Prince was taking sides with a demonic cultivator who had been seized, then the reputation of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty would be stigmatized. And once such a scandal was rumored, it would surely set off shockwaves throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, no matter how much Jun Yuje begged, the Grand Prince remained indifferent. Even his eyes leaked a hint of dislike and contempt. This guy, how so stupid. In a fit of pique, how the crazy devil this important witness to kill directly. This is not to tell everyone here is no silver 302. This is good. Sitting on the fact of being taken over by a demonic cultivator. Jun Yuje, it's over. Thinking of this, the Grand Prince shook his head and turned around to lead the people away from the high platform. Seeing the Grand Prince's cold response, Jun Yuje instantly felt like a boulder was pressed against his chest, unable to catch his breath. Just as he was despairing, he glanced at a silhouette out of the corner of his eye, the one he had longed for. Donghuang Qingxue. By the way, Donghuang Qingxue can prove that I am Jun Yuze. I fought with her together in the secret realm. She knows me better and should know that I must be Jun Yuje. Like a person who had fallen into the water and grabbed the last straw, he shouted towards Donghuang Qingxue on the stage. Qingxue, I'm sure you know that I'm Jun Yuje, don't you? His eyes blazed incomparably, his entire body trembling as he waited with anticipation for Donghuang Qingxue's reply. This abomination actually asked for help? At this moment, Jun Yuje, with his head full of black hair draped over his body, was trembling, and his entire face had begun to distort, in a sorry state that was not flattering. Seeing Jun Yuje with this appearance, Donghuang Qingxue was first stunned, followed by disgust to the extreme. I've heard that after being taken over by a demonic cultivator, a person's disposition will undergo a drastic change. The Jun Yuje at the auction held at the Hall of 10,000 Treasures that day was a different person from the Jun Yuje in the secret realm. It all makes sense now that I think about it. It turned out that the wonderful Jun Yuje she remembered had long since ceased to exist, and had long since been replaced by a demonic cultivator who had taken his place. Although Donghuang Qingxue didn't have any semblance of feelings for Jun Yuje anymore since that day when they parted ways at the auction, deep in her heart, she still hoped that he would be well. I just didn't realize that the deceased was long gone. Qingxue, I know I hurt you in the past, but you have to know that I didn't mean to do that. I just adore you and don't want you to get involved with other men. Seeing Donghuang Qingshue's delay, Jun Yuje became even more anxious. He kept pleading, trying to win back Donghuang Qingshue's heart. Qingxue, you know, before that, how I came step by step in the Jun family. That period of time when I fought side by side with you in the secret realm was the best memory of my life. Enough, stop pretending. Jun Yuje, you're dead. Seeing this, Donghuang Qingxue couldn't stand it any longer and drank coldly. The moment you were taken over by a demonic cultivator, Jun Yuje was already dead. With that, she raised her head and scanned the crowd. Everyone, please rest assured, I, Donghuang Qingxue, will definitely not let this demonic cultivator go. Shoo away. After hearing such desperate words from Donghuang Qingxue, Jun Yuze's face was ashen. There was a clear collapse of faith within the whole man. His sworn brother, his favorite woman, all left him at this time. It was a feeling that made him almost breathless. Chapter 49. My good brother, it is time for you to be on your way. Ding, the son of Qi, Jun Yuje's Dao heart has collapsed. 150 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 150 points of villainous value. Looking at Jun Yuje's angry and nowhere to vent his anger, Jun Lintian was greatly pleased in his heart. My good brother, how does it feel to be wronged and misunderstood by everyone? In fact, the matter of Jun Yuje's body being taken over by a demonic cultivator obviously had quite a few loopholes. As long as a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse came and grabbed Jun Yuje's body, and used his divine sense to check out a Tom. However, just now, Jun Yuje had killed the demonic cultivator Crazy Demon directly, and in the eyes of the crowd, Jun Yuje was silencing and trying to destroy the evidence. Even if there was a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse who was willing to help Jun Yuje prove it, it would not help, but would instead stir up the public's anger and would have an effect on his reputation, because people will only believe what they see with their own two eyes, more likely to believe what they want to believe. Plus, those peak quasi-emperor powerhouses were all towering great powers who didn't even bother to participate in such matters that would tarnish their feathers. At this moment, on the high stage, Jun Yuje's face was pale, his entire body disheveled to the extreme, his eyes reddened, teardrops ticking down his cheeks, an expression of grief. Jun Yuje was really about to cry out. He didn't expect that his sincere explanation would get him this kind of end. Being spat on by everyone, he has spent his life walking on thin ice, practicing chivalry and avenging evil, but in the end, he was spurned and vilified by all. His own sworn brother left him and stood by, not caring if he lived or died. His favorite woman, at this time, was the same as everyone else, thinking that he had been taken over by a demonic cultivator and wanted to kill him. He suddenly felt the world was too dirty. His life and death enemy, Jun Lintian, was standing with his hands clasped on his chest, sneering at himself. At this moment, he finally realized that all of this was a trap that Jun Lintian had set for himself behind the scenes. Single-handedly hatched this amazing plot. Jun Yuze raised his eyes to look at Jun Lintian and gritted his teeth. Second brother, you're really ruthless, to have such a poisonous plan to count on me. But don't worry, there will be a day when you'll get your retribution. Jun Yuje did tell the truth of the matter, but alas, none of the people present believed him. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth hooked, revealing an icy expression as he angrily shouted, "Demon, don't try to demagogue the people here. My elder brother is dead. Today I will avenge him and kill you with my own hands to console my elder brother's spirit in heaven." Looking at Jun Lintian's look of righteousness, an expression of appreciation and admiration appeared on everyone's faces. Worthy of being the Jun family's young master, to be so righteous at this time is truly a model for my generation. The Jun family's strict style is truly worthy of its name. That's right, young Master Jun's family deserves the respect of each and every one of us. The crowd spoke out to praise Jun Lintian's high moral character. It seemed to them that although Jun Yuje had been taken over by the demonic cultivator, this body was still Jun Yuje's. Previously, they were worried that Jun Lintian would come out in favor of Jun Yuje because of this. Now it looks like they're doing it in a small way. Jun Lintian's pattern had completely exceeded their imagination. Ah, are you all blind? All of this was planned by this despicable villain, Jun Lintian, in order to frame me, Jun Yuje. Seeing this, Jun Yuje completely jumped up and down, pointing at Jun Lintian and shouting hysterically, "Devil cultivator, shut up! You're all dead in the water and you still want to bite back." To actually slander the Jun family's young lord, truly a devil, cunning to the core, presuming to turn black and white upside down. Demon, you're still talking tough, you really can't see the coffin. Jun Yuje's reaction, in the eyes of the crowd, was a sign of a dog jumping over the wall and running out of steam. Devil, this young master advises you not to climb up and slander people. This young master is just like everyone else. He just wants to kill you and get rid of the evil for the people. Jun Lintian glanced indifferently at Jun Yuje, then turned his head to look at the crowd below the stage, arched his hand and said aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen, I still ask you to be witnesses. Today I will definitely behead this devil to prove the innocence of my Jun family." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly waved their hands. Young Lord Jun's family doesn't need to be like this. This matter has nothing to do with the Jun's family. It's all because this demonic cultivator set his sights on the Grand Duke and seized his body. That's right, young Lord Jun needs not be polite. We will do our best to cooperate fully with you in strangling this devil. Listening to the chatter of the surrounding crowd, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that his plan to discredit Jun Yuje was a complete success, even if his old man wanted to find the truth afterward. Seeing this scene, Jun Yuje was completely flustered. There was only one last way before him now, and that was to flee. Although this escape undoubtedly admitted that he was the one who had been taken over by the demonic cultivator. In the future, they can only be like other magic cultivators, hidden in the dark corners of the world to survive for the rest of their lives. But as long as he's alive, there will be a day when he can turn the tables. Because he had the heavenly treasure eye as a dependence, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, and when he cultivated to the legendary Great Emperor realm, he would stand at the very top of the Tianxian continent. At that time, what bull ****** Jun family, what Jun Lintian, all of them would have to die. His word is the only truth in this world. Jun Yuje glanced at Jun Lintian with spiteful eyes before transforming into a residual shadow and flying outside. That speed, as fast as lightning. Devil, where to escape? Seeing that Jun Yuje had actually chosen to flee, A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth. What he was waiting for was for Jun Yuje to escape on his own. He tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure shot out like an arrow. Ah, not good. The devil has escaped. If Jun Yuje didn't run away, there would still be a slight chance of proving his innocence, but at this point, there was no longer any possibility for him to do so. Seeing Jun Yuje fleeing in public, the crowd was enraged. Damn it, the devil has escaped. Chase after him. Absolutely cannot let him escape, or else he will surely harm the people in the future. Everyone go after him. We can't let him get away this time. Catch the devil and cut it into 1,000 pieces. Devil, suffer. Instantly, the scene became chaotic. A group of people chased after Jun Yuje in the direction he had fled. Jun Lin Tian had long been on guard against Jun Yuje. How could he allow Jun Yuje to escape? It didn't take long for Jun Lin Tian's figure to appear not far behind Jun Yuje, and was continuously closing the distance between the two. Seeing this, Jun Yuje was scared out of his wits. He knew that there was only one word for what would happen to him if he fell into Jun Lintian's hands: death. He desperately pushed the spiritual energy in his body. Jun Yuje's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Jun Lintian, it was far worse. Soon, Jun Lintian had arrived behind Jun Yuje. My good brother, it's time for you to be on your way. Jun Lintian spoke indifferently. Then his right palm formed a claw and snapped at Jun Yuje's neck. This claw, containing enough energy, was enough to easily break Jun Yuje's neck. Seeing this, Jun Yuje's face suddenly changed as he hastily activated his spiritual energy and immediately flew to avoid it. However, Jun Lintian's speed accelerated even more, not giving Jun Yuje any chance at all. Chapter 50, Xianlinger, this is not up to you. Immediately after that, Jun Lintian grabbed Jun Yuje's neck. Ka-ching! Jun Yuje didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his neck was already broken by Jun Lintian and he fell limply. The son of a generation of Qi, Jun Yuje, perished, and after Jun Yuje perished, Jun Lintian did not drop his guard. His hands formed a seal and a terrifying aura surged out from within Jun Lintian's body. Sound of escaping laughter. He twisted Jun Yuje's head off and removed it from his neck, and all of a sudden blood sprayed wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Jun Yuje, and obtaining his golden finger, the eye of heavenly treasures. Hearing the prompts coming from the system, Jun Lin Tian knew that Jun Yuje was completely dead this time. Humph, big brother, do you think you can turn over a new leaf? Dream on. Jun Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Jun Yuje's head in his right hand and said disdainfully. He then opened the system panel. Host, Jun Lin Tian. Identity, young master of the Jun family. Cultivation, 3rd level of the Divine Bridge Realm. Physique, Chaos God Body. Cultivation Technique, Great Desolate Scripture. Mana, Xian Yuan Sword. Xian Sha Sword. Golden Finger, Tong Tian Treasure Eyes. Big Dipper Battle Intent. Villain Value, 650. After seeing the information on the panel, Jun Lin Tian revealed a satisfied smile. He had completely obliterated Jun Yuje after draining him of his chi value. One less threat on his side. The next step would be the Grand Imperial Prince and the Xuanwu Empire's 10th Imperial Prince Xian Tian. Hey, you two experienced babies, wash your necks and wait for this young master to plunder. When the crowd came after them, they saw Jun Lintian holding Jun Yuje's head in one hand and Jun Yuje's headless body in the other. This bizarre image immediately stunned everyone, causing them to freeze in place without daring to move. What the hell is going on here? Not only did Jun Lin Tian capture the fleeing Jun Yuje, he actually took Jun Yuje's head? Jun Lintian looked at the shocked crowd, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an evil arc. Then he raised his eyes and swept the crowd in a circle, slowly spitting out an ice-cold sentence. This young lord is as good as his word, and this is what a demonic cultivator deserves to end up with. Looking at the murderous aura on Jun Lin Tian's body, all of them trembled. Such a Jun Lin Tian was unnerving. Bang! He threw Jun Yuje's body straight to the ground. Afterwards, Jun Lin Tian took out another handkerchief to wipe the blood splattered on his palm. This devil is dead through and through, so feel free to verify that. Jun Lin Tian looked around with a bemused gaze, as if what had just happened was just a trivial matter that did not affect him in the slightest. The crowd looked at each other, all silent. If it were up to them, they'd do the same thing. After all, Jun Yuje had already been taken over by a demonic cultivator. Devil cultivator, the nature of the vicious cruelty and thirst for killing, once the devil cultivator stared at, can only cut off the roots and roots. Seeing the crowd's delay in taking action, Jun Lintian raised his eyebrows high, a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that you all don't believe in what I'm saying? Or perhaps you are afraid? After saying that, Jun Lintian's aura steeply increased, and the terrifying oppression caused the crowd to take a few steps back. I, Lin Changsheng, will be the first to say no to anyone who dares to distrust the words of the Jun family's young lord. Suddenly, a bellowing sound came from the sky, and then Lin Chongsheng, the president of the Heavenly Spirit Academy, stepped into the air and appeared in front of Jun Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. He admired Jun Lin Tian for this kind of righteous behavior. At this moment, of course, they would support Jun Lin Tian. Besides, if they really feared the demonic cultivator, wouldn't they look like too much of a wimp? Therefore, he had to step up to the plate. Although Jun Lin Tian's actions were ruthless, they were in line with his style of acting as the young master of the first family of the great Zhou, Lin Chongsheng. Then his gaze coalesced on Jun Yuji's head in Jun Lingtian's hands, and he spat lightly. Devilish cultivators, everyone deserves to be put to death. His voice was powerful, with an intense solemnity and fortitude. With Lin Chongsheng's words, the emotions of everyone present all rose. That's right, everyone deserves to be executed. Devil cultivators are heinous. Everyone deserves to be executed. Devil cultivator, deserves to die. Devil cultivators should go to hell for eternity. The crowd cried out in agitation. Poor Jun Yuji had to carry the curse for eternity even after his death. Thanks guys. Jun Lintian clasped his fists at the crowd. Jun Lintian, owe you all a favor that I will definitely repay in the future. This young lord has important matters at home, so I will leave first. After speaking, Jun Lintian transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of the Jun family. Looking at the direction in which Jun Lin Tian disappeared, the crowd did not leave for a long time. This move by Jun Lintian not only saved the crisis of the Jun family's damaged reputation, but also pulled together the friendship of the crowd, killing two birds with one stone. Only, he was in a hurry to get back at this point, and the crowd knew what he was going back for. One of the mouths grinned and murmured, "TSK TSK. It seems that the innocence of this Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess doesn't seem to be able to stay." Who says it isn't? But it's said that Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess is as beautiful as a flower. Thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Alas, if I could marry her, I would be willing to die at once, even if I were asked to do so. Ha ha, you think you're the young master of the Jun family, worthy of being the young master of my great Zhou's no one family? Even the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess is able to force herself on her. TSK, I'm impressed. The moment Xianlinger was bound by the immortal binding rope and was thrown onto the large bed by Jun Mengyao. Her clothes were disheveled and her cheeks were flushed with a look of springtime and lust, especially that stunning face was even more delicate and charming, attracting people to commit crimes. She glared at Jun Mengyao with an angry face and sneered. You think that by forcing this princess into submission with such tactics, you can make me willingly serve your young master? Don't be delusional. At those words, the corners of Jun Mingyao's mouth twitched. She really wanted to slap Xianlinger's face. However, she couldn't do that right now. She wanted to hand over a perfect Xianlinger to Jun Lintian in one piece. Xianlinger, it's not up to you. Jun Mengyao sat on a chair and crossed her legs, looking at Xianlinger with a smile on her face. Do you know what those two pills, one red and one black, that I gave you earlier were? What is it? At those words, Xianlinger's face grew paler and paler, and her body was trembling slightly. She always felt that the two pills Jun Mengyao had forced on her earlier were not simple, but she couldn't say exactly what it was. Just a vague guess that it was some kind of poison. Oh, don't worry, neither of these pills are fatal. On the contrary, they are good for you. Speaking of this, Jun Mengyao purposely paused and continued. That black one is the harmony scatter. As for the red one, it's the pregnancy aid pill. Jun Mengyao's voice was calm, but falling into Xianlinger's ears was like a bolt from the blue. Xianlinger's face suddenly changed as she clenched her lips and angrily roared. You're despicable and shameless. Chapter 51, Princess 19. I wish you a good pregnancy. This woman clearly wanted her to get pregnant with Jun Lingtian's child and wanted to trap herself in the Jun family forever. You call that mean? Hearing this, Jun Mengyao laughed softly twice, a sinister glint flashing through her beautiful eyes as she moved closer to Xianlinger and lowered her voice. After Princess 19 successfully carries my family's young master's child, you will definitely come to thank me. Do you know how many foxy girls there are in this Tianxian continent who want to climb into my young lord's big bed? Hearing this, Xianlinger's face turned pale. I'd rather die than obey. Die? Jun Mengyao snorted and shook her head. I advise you that it would be better for you to die begging for death. This harmony pill and pregnancy pill, after the strongest martyrs take them, they will surely get pregnant. It doesn't matter if you die, but do you want to give up the child in your belly? Speaking of this, Jun Mengyao raised her hand and patted Xianlinger's shoulder. Princess 19, good luck with your pregnancy. Dropping these words, Jun Mengyao raised her head and left. She would like to see what would become of the 19th princess when she performed that conjugal act with Jun Lin Tian. Those two pills, but the grand princess had instructed herself that she must feed them to Xianlinger. At a glance, it was clear that the grand princess had taken a liking to Xianlinger's beauty and qualifications and wanted to keep her in the Jun family and by her son's side. She is nothing more than an enforcer. Asshole. Looking at Jun Mengyao's disappearing silhouette, Xianlinger couldn't help but curse. Jun Mengyao, this poisonous woman, was really vicious, actually giving her such a powerful drug. Humph, this princess will never give in. Xianlinger clenched her pink fists in exasperation, her eyes spitting fire. Unfortunately, her body was gradually becoming hot, wanting to find a man to perform that conjugal act. Ah, what's happening to me? How did it get like this? As the medicinal properties of the acacia sand gradually began to take effect, Xianlinger's body was unbearably hot and dry. Her face was blushing, and her mouth was dry. Noticing the abnormality rising within her body, Xianlinger frowned slightly. This Jun family's medicine is really ruthless. Although Xianlinger's heart was incomparably angry, she was unable to suppress that impulse. No, this princess absolutely cannot do that. Absolutely cannot give her innocence to that disgusting man, Jun Lintian. Xianlinger bit her red lips tightly, trying to drive away those chaotic thoughts in her mind. However, the potency of that medicine was so violent that it was simply not something one could resist by will. However, in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xianlinger was already red in the face, and the clothes and skirts on her body were all faded, revealing her white and rounded skin. At this moment, where does it look like half of the image of the high and mighty princess? Just like a hungry and thirsty, Xianlinger's sanity was completely lost. The only thing in her mind was that crazy burning fire of lust, and she was eagerly searching for a vent. Suddenly, Xianlinger's gaze turned and her sight locked onto the doorway of the room. Hopefully, a burly man would walk in outside and properly detoxify her. When Jun Lintian returned to the Jun family, he went straight to the cold water pool that was separated from the eastern wing by a wall. Xianfeng had long been tied to a Xian iron pillar with Xian iron chains, and his entire body was submerged in a cold pool of frigid water. Seeing this, Jun Lintian walked over, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile as he sneered. TSK, the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire. I didn't expect to have today. Humph. Xianfeng closed his eyes and snorted coldly, not taking care of Jun Lintian. I didn't expect the 10th prince to be quite tough. Seeing Xianfeng's duck's mouth die hard, Jun Lintian raised an eyebrow. However, later on, this young lord will be going to have an in-depth discussion about life with Princess 19, so I wonder if eldest brother-in-law has anything he wants to urge you to do? You're despicable. At those words, Xianfeng's eyes snapped open, and his eyes were crimson. He had never expected that this shameless beast in front of him would dare to hit Linger's sister. Mean and shameless? Jun Lintian sneered. Why does this young lord need others to comment on what he does? As the words fell, he lifted his foot and stepped on Xianfeng's face, grinding it hard. The pain spread to every inch of his body, causing Xianfeng to stifle a grunt. Jun Lintian was a demon, striking at the drop of a hat, simply not speaking of martial virtues. After torturing Xianfeng for a while, Jun Lintian withdrew his foot. He squatted down, grabbed Xianfeng's hair, and laughed joyfully. Eldest uncle, when I perform conjugal acts with the 19th princess later on, I will definitely work 100 times harder to try to get her pregnant with my Jun family's bloodline as soon as possible, so that your nephews can meet you earlier. Oh, Jun Lintian, you shall not die. Hearing that Jun Lintian wanted his sister to get pregnant, Xianfeng could no longer hold back and snarled at Jun Lintian. If you dare to touch my sister, my father will never let your Jun family go. It was as if that gaze wanted to kill Jun Lintian by 1,000 cuts. Ding, the son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 50 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 50 points of villainous value. Hearing the system voice in his mind, coming from him, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly. The reason why he did not kill Xiantian immediately was because of this. He was always the frugal one, and the experienced baby must have been milked for all it was worth before killing it. Seeing this, he knew he had to add more fuel to the fire. Ha ha ha. At those words, Jun Lintian laughed up into the sky and looked down at Xianfeng in mockery. Do you think my Jun family would be afraid of your father? What kind of family is his Jun family? A family with a great emperor guarding it. Not to mention that his father was in control of the military power of the great Zhou dynasty. Would you be afraid of going to war with the Xuanwu Empire? You, Xianfeng was suddenly speechless. You even have your little life in this young master's hands now. How dare you threaten this young master? If it wasn't for the fact that you're the 19th princess's elder brother, this young master would have gotten you killed a long time ago. After saying that, Jun Lintian let go of Xianfeng's hair, stood up and stood with his arms crossed. His back was straight, his handsome face was covered with fortitude, and his eyes were vacant, as if he were a god or goddess, towering over the heavens. 10th prince, this young lord hates threats the most. So, Jun Lintian narrowed his black eyes. The pupils of his eyes were deep like ancient pools, bottomless, vaguely coalescing with storms, causing one to tremble with fear. So, just stay obediently in this cold water pool, and this young lord will now go and carry out the great man-making plan with Princess 19. After speaking, Junlin Tian stepped away. Xian Feng's eyes were filled with hatred. He could not wait for Jun Lintian to be thwarted, but his entire body was bound by the Xian iron chains, making him unable to move, and he could only watch as Jun Lintian walked further and further away. Bastard! Junlin Tian, get your ass back here! Xian Feng growled angrily at Junlin Tian's back. Ding! The son of Qi, Xian Feng's Dao heart has loosened. 50 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 50 points of villainous value. Junlin Tian's speed was so fast that he almost disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open, and Xian Linger was lying naked on the bed. Chapter 52 Xian Linger. Her chest, however, was still covered with a piece of tulle, revealing a large area of snow-white and seductive skin, causing people to think about it. Suddenly intruding on the scent of an unfamiliar man, Xian Linger frowned her pretty brows, then stretched them out and chanted softly in a delicate manner. The scene that suddenly crashed into the room caused Junlin Tian to be stunned in place with a look of dismay. Xian Linger was lying on the couch. Her robe had long since been undone, leaving only her close-fitting blasphemous pants to cover her private location. Her long, slender, straight, long legs and jade feet displayed in the air. The snowy, smooth skin glowed seductively. TSK, worthy of being the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. Seeing this, Junlin Tian licked his somewhat dry lips, touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. It was thought that Jun Mengya should have given it to Xian Linger. The purpose was to prevent Xian Linger from being in a lucid state and would refuse, thus disturbing his sexual interest. This girl. Thinking about this, Junlin Tian helplessly smiled and shook his head as he said, boing boing. There was another sound of petulance as Xian Linger twisted her body. Her mesmerized beauty eyes filled with longing as she slowly lifted the thin veil covering her body and slowly sat up. Junlin Tian's eyes were fixed on Xian Linger's delicate body. He was constantly swallowing saliva at his throat, and the blood in his body began to flow faster. He didn't expect that Xian Linger would be such a special thing. Please, help me, will you? Seeing that Jun Lintian did not make any moves, Xian Linger threw a charming wink and pleaded, if you just help me, I will promise you anything. Speaking of this, a blush surfaced on Xian Linger's delicate face. Really? Junlin Tian raised his sword brows and deliberately asked. Of course it's true. Xian Linger's delicate voice was full of compulsion as she lightly bit her red lips and laughed. This princess speaks her mind. Good. Since that's the case, then this young lord will fulfill you. At those words, Junlin Tian swallowed his saliva. The corners of his evil mouth grinned, and he smiled sarcastically. He rushed towards Xian Linger and wrapped her delicate body into his arms. After checking around, Junlin Tian frowned tightly and murmured in a low voice, this girl, Meng Yao, how much aphrodisiac has this been put down? If he had not rushed back in time, this Xian Linger wouldn't have been burnt alive into a little cutie. Yikes! Smelling the strong manly scent coming from Junlin Tian's body, Xian Linger felt her body was so hot and dry that it was difficult for her to endure her love. So she wrapped her hands around Junlin Tian's neck and sent a tantalizing kiss. Hiss! Seeing this, Junlin Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, only to feel a strong electric current running from his tailbone into his brain, and his entire person instantly turned into a stone sculpture. Xian Linger's figure was really good. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold, so people couldn't help but want to kiss her. Ouch! Just as Junlin Tian was about to do something to Xian Linger, he felt a wave of pain coming from his shoulder, so much so that he almost screamed out in pain. Damn it! Xian Linger actually used her teeth to viciously tear his clothes, accidentally biting his shoulder. Although Xian Linger's power was not great, it still caused Junlin Tian a lot of pain. Since Xian Linger didn't know anything about men and women, she only wanted Junlin Tian to help her cure the poison. It was so hard to see such a man as Junlin Tian appearing in front of her. How could she not be excited? Finally, with her efforts, Junlin Tian's jacket had come off, revealing his robust muscles and sturdy chest. Looking at such a magnificent man-person close at hand, Xian Linger's eyes gradually became mesmerized, and an intoxicating scarlet redness climbed on her pink cheeks. Please help me. Xian Linger winks and pleads. Hey. Sure enough, it's still a fledgling. Seeing this, Junlin Tian laughed evilly. The 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire, her ice-clear body was handed over to him. Hearing his own sister's miserable screams coming from within the house, Xian Feng, who was in the cold pool, violently shuddered his body. Ah, damn you, Junlin Tian, you let my sister go. Xian Feng's eyes were scarlet as he roared up to the sky. He couldn't wait to rush over and save his sister. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free of the Xian iron chains at all. One could only watch his sister being bullied by Junlin Tian. Ding! The son of Qi, Xian Feng's Dao heart has loosened. 50 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 50 points of villainous value. Junlin Tian, who was in deep communication with Xian Linger, suddenly heard the system voice coming from his mind, and the corners of his mouth grinned as he secretly said, TSK, is this even possible? He had already guessed that it should be the miserable scream Xianlinger had just let out that had pierced Xianfeng's heart, causing him to break down a bit. In that case, then this young master will give you a little bit more of a kick in the pants. At that thought, he smiled evilly. How about it? Do you need this young master to continue helping you? Please help me. Upon hearing this, Xianlinger's pretty face flushed red as she lightly bit her teeth and said without hesitation. At this moment, she had been completely swept off her feet and was only thinking that Junlin Tian could help her and make herself happy. There was not the slightest hint of the dignified and reserved air of before. Bang. Feeling the pain coming from her arched buttocks, Xianlinger let out a delicate hum. Her cheeks flushed red, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips as she blurted out, please help me. Towards the end, Xianlinger almost shouted, ha, good baby. Seeing Xianlinger being so obedient, Junlin Tian laughed excitedly. Wait for this young lord to help you properly. Words fall. Xianlinger was incredibly shy. She didn't reject it. Instead, she was very much looking forward to it, because that's what she wants. Hey! Seeing that Xianlinger did not reject herself, Junlin Tian let out a wicked smile and extended his salty piggy hand. Xianfeng stood in the cold pool of water, hearing the rattling inside the room getting louder and louder, his face getting more and more gloomy. At this moment, Xianfeng's heart felt as if it had been pierced through by a million arrows with severe pain. He let out a grunt of pain. He knew that Xianlinger must have suffered abuse. Junlin Tian, I'm going to break you into pieces. Xianfeng roared in rage, frantically tearing at the Xian iron chains. Unfortunately, it was simply useless. Ding! The son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 50 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 50 points of villainous value. Hearing the system's voice, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly. His experienced baby was giving him experience again. He asked Xianlinger loudly, you let this young lord? Chapter 53, Princess 19 is so enthusiastic. Then this young master will do as he pleases. Xianlinger had long since lost herself. Where did she care about so much at this time? Hastily urging, give it to this palace. She only begged Junlin Tian to help her cure the poison. Hey, are you sure? Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian deliberately smiled badly and shouted, please. Xianlinger nodded and exclaimed shyly, ha, this young master likes it. Junlin Tian laughed and then agreed to Xianlinger's request. Oh, thank you, young lord. Xianlinger narrowed her beautiful eyes and said with a happy face, Junlin Tian, what the hell have you done to my sister? This emperor wants you dead. Xianfeng, who was in the cold water pool, trembled with anger when he heard those unpleasant sounds coming out of the house. Her sister, for some reason, would be so tight as to do that kind of metamorphosis with her own life and death enemy? Inside the house, she also took the initiative to let Junlin Tian take pity on her. He knew that these must be the work of Junlin Tian. If not for the fact that he was now bound in this cold pool of water, he would have hated to rush over and chop Junlin Tian into mincemeat. Ding! The son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 100 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 100 points of villainous value. Hearing the voice coming from the system in his head, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly. This move totally works. As long as he tortured Xianlinger, letting Xianfeng in the cold water pool hear voices and stimulating Xianfeng's mind, the other party would be able to send a steady stream of villainous points to himself. Although the soundproofing array he had set up could only allow the sound inside the house to be heard over the cold water pool, while Xianfeng's angry roar in the cold water pool could not be heard in the house in the slightest. However, he could use the system alert sound to determine if the actions he did had any effect on Xianfeng. Looking at Xianlinger's delicate appearance, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly with a sense of accomplishment. He had actually made the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess accept herself of her own accord. If this gets out, don't mention how awesome it is. Bang. He slapped his hand hard on Xianlinger's arse and smiled evilly. 19th princess, do you still need this young lord's help? Young lord's help is needed. Hearing Junlin Tian's inquiry, Xianlinger didn't even think about it and directly nodded her head. Please, young lord, help me. Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xianlinger's eyes flickered as she begged loudly. At this moment, she still had not recovered half of her sanity and only thought of Junlin Tian helping her to cure the poison as soon as possible. As for the rest, Xianlinger couldn't even consider it. TSK, worthy of being the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, to be this brave. Seeing Xianlinger's seductive appearance, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked up into an arc as he laughed evilly. Damn Junlin Tian, damn Jun family, you returned my sister. Hearing those unpleasant sounds coming from inside the house, Xianfeng, who was in the cold water pool, had his entire face twisted and distorted. At this moment, his heart was filled with remorse. He should not have come to the Great Zhou dynasty to participate in the Tianling Academy school celebration ceremony, much less bring his sister, much less offend this despicable villain, Jun Lintian. Unfortunately, it's all too late now. Not only was he himself captured, but even his sister was suffering the abuse of Jun Lintian in his room. Ding, the son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 100 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 100 points of villainous value. The system's beep right now was the sound that Jun Lintian wanted to hear the most. He had harvested the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire's Qi points as a way to gain villain value, and he had simply earned a fortune. He once again slapped hard on Xianlinger's body and spoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Aha. Xianlinger twisted her head and nodded with winks. The hunky man fascinated her too much to do anything more than allow a quick cure for her poison. Therefore, every time Jun Lintian opened his mouth to inquire about her, she didn't even have to think about it and hope that Jun Lintian would help her cure the poison. Oh, since the 19th princess is so enthusiastic, then this young lord will respectfully follow my orders. Hearing Xianlinger's words, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose as he smiled. Saying so, he agreed to Xianlinger's request. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy in his body boiling up in an instant, as if it was a blazing fire, burning everywhere in his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Jun Lintian seemed to understand something and instinctively exploded. This 19th princess's 9 heavenly immortal body really lives up to its name. Just twice, a strange aura flashed in his eyes and he murmured in a low voice. Originally, he was still thinking about how to quickly raise his cultivation level, but no, he sent it to the door himself. Shoo away. Then he sat on his knees, preparing to break through to the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm and step into the middle stage of the Divine Bridge. In just a few seconds, a huge vortex was created in his dantian, crazily sucking in the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Feeling the surging spiritual energy fluctuations within his body, Jun Lintian could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Nima, happiness came too suddenly. Originally, he had only planned to, with the help of Xianlinger's 9 heavens immortal body, raise his cultivation level. However, he didn't expect that after just 2 sessions, he had reached the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Divine Bridge, which caused him to be ecstatic. While everyone else had spent their entire lives in hard cultivation, he was able to obtain a rapid increase in his cultivation level day after day. The system produces a fine product. The yin-yang sacred body was just awesome. Jun Lintian praised something in his heart, and then began to absorb the surrounding aura madly. Boom! The golden light outside of Jun Lintian's body became more and more radiant, as if he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. As Jun Lintian frantically devoured the surrounding aura, a huge vortex formed in the void on the roof. This amazing scene instantly attracted the attention of the Grand Princess and Jun Mengyao. They stood by the cold water pool, staring at the room where Jun Lintian was, their expressions of astonishment incomparable. Although they did not know what was happening, they vaguely felt that Jun Lintian should be making a breakthrough. My son has the stature of a great emperor. Gazing at the huge aura vortex in the void on the roof, the Grand Princess's beautiful eyes flooded with tears. Her heart thrilled with excitement that was hard to hide. She believed that with Jun Lintian's talent, he would definitely be able to step onto the pinnacle in the future and become the absolute overlord of the entire Tianxian continent. And Jun Mengyao, who was beside her, also looked adoring. Jun Lintian was her young lord and also her future man. Chapter 54, Your sister is a bitch. Buzz. Finally, after the void vortex on the roof stopped rotating, Jun Lintian's eyes slowly opened and blossomed with eye-catching light. Call out. At this moment, the layer of golden colors surrounding the surface of Jun Lintian's body gradually faded away. A dense spiritual light permeated from his body, causing people to not dare to look directly at him. The 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Feeling his cultivation level, Jun Lintian nodded his head in satisfaction before he dropped his attention to Xianlinger. At this time, Xianlinger's delicate body was weak and boneless, her body was limp, and her face was bright red, as if she was a ripe apple to be loved. Exhale. Seeing this, Jun Lintian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and with a light wave of his palm, he wrapped Xianlinger into his arms. He never thought that the Yuan Yin of the 9 heavens immortal body would be so powerful. At this moment, although Xianlinger's Yuan Yin had been taken away by herself, continuing dual cultivation with the 9 heavens immortal body should still be useful to her. Anum. Bang. Jun Lintian slapped Xianlinger's arse heavily and smiled evilly. 19 princesses, do you still want this young lord's help, too? At those words, Xianlinger directly nodded. So what should you do? Seeing Xianlinger being so sensible, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he flirted. Hearing this, Xianlinger obediently turned her body and twisted her head, her charming eyes wagging her tail as she begged for mercy. Please help me, young lord. Her face was scarlet and delicate, like a peach blossom in full bloom, tantalizing, making people want to pounce on her and nibble a few bites. He, seeing as you're so obedient, then this young lord will reluctantly help you out. Junlin Tian let out an evil laugh before leaning down and placing the key into the lock hole. Thank you, young lord. Feeling Junlin Tian's key inside the lock hole, Xianlinger's cheeks blushed with shyness. Immediately afterward, Xianlinger was closing her beautiful eyes. Soon there were speech-inducing sounds coming from inside the house, as well as some kind of special rattling that was evocative. Young lord is really great. Seeing this, Jun Mengyao by the cold water pool exclaimed with envy. Mengyao, you guard here. This palace will leave first. When the grand princess heard those voices in the room, her pretty face was red with embarrassment and she hurriedly barked at Jun Mengyao. He said, and left without looking back. It was true that she was not fit to listen to her own son's room here. Although she was a bit shy, her heart had been happy for a long time. It's probably not far from the day she'll have a grandchild. Ling Tian, you have to work hard. Don't let your mother down. Looking at the back of the grand princess as she left, Jun Mengyao's pretty face also blushed, where she wanted to guard here, but the grand princess commanded down, and she couldn't disobey, so she could only honestly stay where she was and wait. All of you Jun family deserve to die. Suddenly, Xianfeng's icy voice came from his ears. Jun Mengyao turned her head to take a look and instantly frowned, only to see that at this moment, Xianfeng's eyes were red, his body was covered in veins, and his entire body was in a state of madness. TSK, I didn't expect the 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire to end up like this. Seeing this, Jun Mengyao sneered and fearlessly met Xianfeng's resentful gaze. You servant girl, how dare you mock this imperial prince? At those words, Xianfeng growled angrily, struggling to pull at the arcane iron chains that bound him. LOL, 10th prince, so what if I mock you? Jun Mengyao glanced at him disdainfully. You're a lost dog now, and that sister of yours is also a. Shut up. Hearing Jun Mengyao insult Xianlinger, Xianfeng became furious and said, bastard servant girl is not allowed to insult my sister. Cluck cluck cluck, do I need to insult her? Upon hearing this, Jun Mengyao covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear those filthy words coming from your sister? At this moment, she probably wishes that my young master ruthlessly communicates with her about her life. After all, she has lost her virginity and definitely needs a man to comfort her. Cluck cluck cluck. After saying that, Jun Mengyao couldn't help but laugh softly, and that pair of beautiful rabbits followed suit, undulating up and down in a beautiful manner. Those words of hers were murderous. Every word was like a sharp needle, piercing Xianfeng's heart and causing him immense pain. Sound of escaping laughter. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pain in his chest. Ding! The son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 150 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 150 points of villainous value. At this moment, Jun Lintian, who was communicating with Xianlinger about his life, was stunned when he heard the system prompts coming from his mind. This Xian Tian is giving away experience again? I didn't do anything myself. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in his mind. Then he murmured in a low voice. It should be that girl Mengyao who is stimulating Xian Peak. A really good girl who thinks of helping herself out whenever she can. And, in the future, this young master will also let her taste the power of the great treasure sword. Thinking of this, Junlin Tian could not help but feel a surge of dark joy. This side of the cold pool. Che, it's no fun. Seeing Xianfeng spitting blood in anger, Jun Mengyao bristled. 10th prince, I forgot to tell you something. I wonder if you want to hear it. Come on. At this moment, Xianfeng's breath was much weaker, and he had a sad and desperate look on his face. He knew that Jun Mengyao would have no good words in her mouth, but it was about Xianlinger, so he had to care. Actually, I fed Princess 19 a special elixir earlier, so I think it will have an effect soon. Jun Mengyao stared at Xianfeng with a smile on her face as she continued. When the time comes, you'll have to thank me. Bitchy servant girl, what kind of elixir did you give my sister? As soon as Jun Mengyao's words fell, Xianfeng's eyes instantly widened as his eyes turned scarlet. Cluck cluck cluck. Don't be in a hurry, 10th prince. Looking at Xianfeng's appearance, Jun Mengyao covered her small mouth and laughed softly. I just fed Princess 19 a small pregnancy-aiding pill is all, to help her conceive my young master's child earlier. Ah, you beasts, how dare you do such a thing to my sister? Upon hearing this, Xianfeng clenched both his fists and roared with a grimace. If he wasn't bound with Xian iron chains, I'm afraid that right now, he would have already rushed up to fight Jun Mengyao for his life. Ding, the son of Qi, Xianfeng's Dao heart has loosened. 200 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 200 points of villainous value. At this moment, Xianfeng really couldn't tense up. In this way, as long as her sister was pregnant with Jun Lingtian's child, then Xianlinger would be forever trapped inside the cage that was the Jun family. Moreover, with the bond of a child, Xianlinger's heart towards June Lintian would definitely slowly appear to soften, and over time, she might end up choosing to accept her fate of being with June Lintian. Inside the house, bang, June Lintian slapped Xianlinger's arse heavily again and deliberately flirted. Do I need to put it inside? Please, young lord, put it inside. Feeling that June Lintian's key had grown a few points larger, Xianlinger knew that June Lintian was impulsive, so she twisted her head and pleaded. Chapter 55, The June family's kid isn't simple. TSK. What a? Seeing this, the corners of June Lintian's mouth rose slightly with a smug look on his face. Then he gave all of the white pearls all to Xianlinger. Boing boing. At this time, Xianlinger stifled a grunt and shivered as she winks and said, by the cold water pool, 10th prince, you can't blame me for this. Hearing the voices coming from inside the house, June Mangyao shrugged her shoulders and said, who told your sister, Princess 19, to be too horny? You listen to actually beg my young master to perform that conjugal act with him, and you keep asking my young master to put it inside. TSK, what a? Sound of escaping laughter. Listening to June Mengyao's wanton tirade of abuse, Xian Feng was so angry that he trembled, then spat out another mouthful of blood. Bastard servant girl, if this prince doesn't kill you, this prince vows not to be a man. Humph, a waste of space, one who has become fish meat on the board himself, and still attempts to take revenge. Truly delusional. Plus, do you think you have a chance? As she spoke, June Mengyao flicked her wrist and grabbed Xian Feng's hair as she teased. When your sister's stomach is filled with my June family's bloodline, do you think she'll still follow you? Not to mention. After a pause, June Mengyao laughed evilly. Do you think that your father, the emperor, would start another war with my great Zhou dynasty for the sake of a royal son of yours? Sound of escaping laughter. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Xian Feng's face instantly paled and he spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He knew that what June Mengyao had said was right. This time he had really lost, completely failed. Even if his father knew that he and his sister were trapped in the June family, at most he would send someone to ask for them, and on the surface he wouldn't dare to tear his face off with the June family, let alone go to war with the great Zhou dynasty for the sake of the two of them. After all, her father had so many heirs, and there was no shortage of the two heirs, him and Xianlinger. What's more, the June family was powerful and held the military power of the entire great Zhou dynasty, and tearing up with the June family would not be half beneficial to the Xuanwu Empire. At that thought, Xian Feng's face paled to the extreme, his heart filled with indignation, resentment. All of this was caused by June Lintian. June Lintian, I want you to die. Xian Feng raised his eyes fiercely, his eyes reddened as he looked towards the room and growled madly. You destroyed everything this prince had. One day, this prince will definitely double back. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng's Dao heart has loosened. 100 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 100 points of villainous value. June Lintian, who was in the middle of an in-depth exchange of life with Xianlinger, grinned at the corners of his mouth when he heard the system's voice. He knew that he would have to work twice as hard to plow through, or else he didn't know when he would be able to drain Xuanfeng's Qi luck value. The thought of it immediately made his Qi a few points larger. Ah, young lord you. Sensing June Lintian's dissimilarity, Xianlinger twisted her head in winks as she said, East Royal. As one of the top families of the Great Zhou, the East Emperor clan's mansion was naturally not small, occupying the best location in the east of this city, and outside the dream entrance of the East Emperor's residence was heavily guarded. On the plaque at the entrance were written 3 big golden letters East Emperor's Mansion. At this moment, inside the family head's study in the East Emperor's residence, Father, the June family's young lord has been coming and going very closely with Qingxue these days, and it seems that the June family's young lord is interested in Qingxue in that way. A middle-aged man was reporting respectfully to the old man sitting on the chair. The old man was none other than the patriarch of the Eastern Emperor clan and the state master of the Great Zhou dynasty, Donghuang Bunsei. He was a late-stage quasi-emperor powerhouse, but the most terrifying thing about him was his calculations and scheming. Over the years, the Eastern Emperor's lineage had risen in his hands and developed into the behemoth it was today. That June clan kid isn't simple. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Wenqing's slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a wise and refined light as his right index finger continuously tapped the armrest of his chair. To be able to look at that girl Qingxue is enough to see that he has a poisonous vision. Indeed, my family's Qingxue, that girl's natural talent is so intelligent. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Qingxue's father, Donghuang Taining, also nodded his head in agreement. In order to curry favor with Qingxue, the June family brat has even given Qingxue the Eastern Emperor clock, the clan-suppressing artifact of my Donghuang lineage. So it's considered to be that brat's heart. Humph, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Donghuang Wenqing stroked his whitened beard and said in a deep voice, I'm only afraid that June clan brat has another purpose. Who is he? The state master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Where could June Lintian's little thoughts escape his eyes? Then father, do you mean to keep Qingshui away from that Jun clan brat? At those words, Dong Huangtaining frowned slightly, then asked tentatively. No. Dong Huangwenshan directly waved his hand and said, not only should we not stop it, but we should also try our best to facilitate this marriage. Hearing this, Dong Huangtaining's brows condensed into a rope as he queried, Father, didn't you say that this brat's motives were impure? So why did you still facilitate him to be with Qingshui? Ha! Dong Huangwenchang glanced at his own son and smiled meaningfully. This Jun clan brat is extremely deep in his city. His methods are ruthless. He is a lord, and the Jun clan is expected to go further in his hands. Our Eastern royal family's marriage with it will surely gain great benefits in the future as well. Further, upon hearing this, Dong Huangtaining, his eyes rolling in surprise, exclaimed, what father means is that the Jun family will replace the Great Zhou imperial family? Now that the Jun family controlled the military power of the entire Great Zhou, wouldn't it be a step further to replace the Great Zhou royal family? Oh, that's for sure. Dong Huangwencheng stroked his beard and smiled confidently. That kid is the most demonic existence I've ever seen in my life. His future accomplishments are absolutely unlimited. If my guess is good, he's probably already begun to lay out his plans. Hiss. After hearing Dong Huangwencheng's words, Dong Huangtaining couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. So soon he began to covet the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Can he really do that? Although his heart was shocked. However, Dong Huangtaining still shook his head and said bitterly, Father, you may be too high on that Jun family kid. A few days ago he directly wiped out his own big brother, Jun Yue Ji, who had been taken over by a demonic cultivator. In public, for the sake of righteousness, this kid should be a good person? Ha ha ha, good people? Hearing this, Dong Huangwencheng abruptly tilted his head and laughed loudly, teasingly saying, Son, where are the good guys and bad guys in this time? What you see with both eyes is just what others want you to see. Speaking here, he paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, that Jun clan brat is merely looking for this excuse to completely eradicate the threat on his side. Do you think this kind of person would be a good person? No. No way. Hearing Dong Huangwencheng's analysis, Dong Huangtaining's mind conjured up that cold and unfeeling appearance of Jun Lintian. Chapter 56 What are you doing? His body still shivered. In the next second, a rich color of worry surged in Dong Huangtaining's eyes. Father, then you still agree to let Qingshui marry him? If Qingshui knows about it afterward, with Qingshui's nature you know, since he knew that Jun Lintian was this kind of poisonous person, Dong Huangtaining did not want to push his woman into the fire pit. Oh, this matter is out of her hands. Just as Dong Huangtaining's words fell, Dong Huangwencheng interrupted. Our Dong Huang clan has been dormant for too long? It's time to go out and move our muscles. Furthermore, what that Jun clan kid has his eye on, do you think it's okay not to give it? Saying that, the corners of his mouth revealed a wry arc as he continued. Coupled with the fact that niece Qingshui is also interested in that Jun clan brat, there's even less room for rejection in this matter. Over the years, my Eastern Emperor lineage has gradually risen to prominence, but I, the Eastern royal family, have offended quite a few people in the process. The old man is alive and well now, and those fellows don't dare to touch my East royal family. But in a few hundred years, when the old man is gone, do you think they will spare my East royal family? Listening to his father's explanation, Dong Huangtaining had a guilty look on his face, hung his head, and said, Child, I've let father down. He knew it was his own incompetence, not having the same ability toward his own father, which had caused his father to labor. Seeing this, Dong Huangwenshan waved his hand and said, This has nothing to do with you. This world is meant to be a man-eating world. You have done nothing wrong, and by allowing that girl Qingshui to marry that Jun family brat, the old man is leaving behind a strong umbrella of protection for my Dong Huang family. In that case, let us arrange to do as you wish. Father, Dong Huangtaining sighed, that girl Qingshui has been pampered since she was a child and doesn't know the ways of the world. I hope that when she arrives at the Jun family, she won't suffer any disadvantages. Oh, don't worry, all these years your father and I have watched Qingshui all the way. She's not as fragile as you think. After saying that, Dong Huangwencheng stood up and waved his hand. Alright, let's leave this matter to your full responsibility. And, don't worry father, my son will definitely get this done. Dong Huangtaining nodded heavily, and immediately exited the room. He knew that the only way out was to marry his daughter to Jun Lin Genius, or else the entire Eastern royal family might be wiped out in 100 years. After Dong Huangtaining left, the expression on Dong Huangwencheng's face gradually became clear and cold, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Jun clan brat, don't let the old man down. Whether or not my Eastern Emperor lineage can rise depends on you. He was a wise man and knew what he wanted. Although Jun Lin Tian's ruthless wrist, as well as the vicious heart, but those are only to outsiders, to their own people but very favoritism, especially his women. Therefore, after seeing through this point, Dong Huang Wenshan then made up his mind to marry Dong Huang Qingxue to Zhu Lintian, even as a concubine, because it was only by climbing the tree of the Jun family that they, the Eastern royal family, could truly take off. As for what would happen if Dong Huang Qingxue married into the Jun family, he was not very concerned, because in Dong Huang Wenshan's opinion, as long as Jun Lintian loved his granddaughter, would he let her suffer? After all, in this world where the strongest man is honored, a big fist is the hard way. At night, the moon and stars are thin. Inside the Jun family's mansion, the lights were on. Snap! Jun Lintian slapped his hand heavily on Xian Linger's arse and said icily, "Princess 19, are you convinced?" Ah! Feeling the pain coming from her ass, Xian Linger had a face of shame. It had not been long since she had just, after the medicinal properties of the harmony scatter in her body had completely disappeared, realized that she was sitting with Jun Lintian, her enemy, in the matter of life exchanges. The angry petite body trembled, itching to kill the enemy in front of him. Jun Lintian, you asshole, you let this palace go. Xian Linger twisted her head and stared angrily at Jun Lintian, her face full of humiliation. All these things that happened this afternoon and into the evening were worse for her than killing her. Humph. Regarding Xian Linger's shouting and cursing, Jun Lintian did not pay the slightest attention to it, but only gave a cold snort, and then used the immortal binding rope to bind Xian Linger up. In the next moment, he grabbed Xian Linger's white and tender chin and said grimly, "Bitch, this young master told you that you won't be able to escape this time. I advise you to be sensible and obedient. Otherwise, I won't blame this young master for roughing you up." He, Jun Lintian, even if this palace dies, I will not do that meticulous thing with you. This beast. Hearing Jun Lintian's words, Xian Linger bit her red lips tightly, her beautiful eyes spewing fire as she said word for word, Hey, it's not up to you." Seeing this, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Ah! Seeing this scene, Xian Linger couldn't help but scream out. Jun Lintian, on the other hand, was glowing as if this was not desecrating Xian Linger at all, but as if he was mechanically performing some sort of task. Fine sweat showed on Xian Linger's forehead. At this moment, Xian Linger couldn't help the flushing of her pretty face. At this moment, in front of Jun Lintian, she was a lamb to be slaughtered, to be held by Jun Lintian. And when Jun Lintian saw this scene, an excited lustful light flashed on his face. He didn't expect that this usually high and mighty 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire actually had such a flirtatious and seductive side. You don't. Xian Linger turned her head and reminded. This was because she clearly remembered Jun Mengyao giving her a pregnancy aid pill. Unfortunately, how could Jun Lintian listen to him? Ah, you're shameless. Seeing this, Xian Linger roared in exasperation. Ha, this young lord is this shameless. What can you do to me? Jun Lintian let out a wild laugh. Woohoo! Xian Linger cried, tears sliding down her eyes. She was bound by the immortal binding rope and could not move at all, just like a fish on a plate to be held by Jun Lintian. Jun Lintian, this palace and you are irreconcilable. Her eyes were scarlet, filled with intense hatred. When Jun Lintian heard her words, he coldly said, the two sides are incompatible? This young lord hates it when people threaten me. Asterisk. This young master will let you taste how powerful my wrist is. After saying that, he walked over to the round table and picked up the candles placed on the seat, which were burning, before walking like Xian Linger. Ah, what are you doing? Seeing that Jun Lintian was holding a burning candle and was approaching her step by step, Xian Linger screamed in terror. Chapter 57. Ah, you, with a hideous smile on his face, Jun Lintian said, what for? Of course it's to let you experience some of this young lord's methods and then immediately recognize your fate. As the words fell, Jun Lintian raised the candle before moving closer towards Xian Linger. Ah, no! Feeling the oncoming heat wave, Xian Linger was so frightened that her body struggled violently and cried out repeatedly. Unfortunately, her power was too weak and could not shake Jun Lintian in the slightest at all. Don't? This young master is going to do it. Let's see who doesn't want it later. With that, Jun Lintian directly pressed Xian Linger. Hey! Seeing Xian Linger's snow-white buttocks, Jun Lintian licked his somewhat dry lips and said with a hefty smile, Ah, help! Somebody! Seeing this, Xian Linger screamed in horror, but her cries for help were especially dismal in the dead of night. Whoever dares to come and spoil this young master's good deed, this young master will exterminate his entire family. Jun Lintian roared up with a face full of ferocity, his voice revealing viciousness and dominance. Ah, Jun Lintian, you! What have you done to my sister? When Xian Feng in the cold water pool heard Xian Linger's cry for help, a monstrous rage rose in his heart and he roared angrily towards the house where Jun Lintian was. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid that Jun Lintian would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Ding! The son of Qi, Xian Feng's Dao heart has loosened. 200 points of Qi have been lost, and the host has gained 200 points of villainous value. Hearing the voice coming from the system in his head, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned. Hiss, you. Xianlinger's eyes were wide with shame, but she was unable to resist. Hey, this is just getting started. Seeing his masterpiece, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked while he sneered. Ah, you, this palace will not spare you even as a ghost. At those words, Xianlinger once again let out a desperate cry. No matter how miserable her screams were, Junlin Tian still did not stop the movements in his hands, but instead became more and more passionate. Gee, looking at the scene in front of him, Junlin Tian secretly praised it in his heart. Asterisk 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 you shall not die. This palace will not let you go even as a ghost. Xianlinger was so grief-stricken that tears fell like rain. She was the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. Her status was so noble, enjoying the pursuit of countless young talents. Now it is a strange shame to end up in such a situation, and she knew that she couldn't escape this night. At the thought, she suddenly closed her eyes, tears slowly streaming down her face. She didn't want to live anymore, and only wished it would end sooner to relieve her inner bitterness. As for the Xuanwu Empire, she couldn't care less. Her heart, long dead. Ha ha, it's cheaper for you to die like this. This young master is going to make your life worse than death. Seeing Xianlinger in this state, Junlin Tian laughed out loud with a morose look on his face. He raised his hand and threw the candle to the side of the bonsai bush, picking up Xianlinger as he did so. You. Xianlinger's eyes widened with a look of shame and indignation. You're surprised, aren't you? This young master tells you, from the moment this young master saw you, everything about you is destined to belong to this young master. You are destined to not escape the clutches of this young master in this life. Seeing Xianlinger's angry expression, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he said sinisterly. With that, he reached out and grabbed Xianlinger's 3,000 green threads. What are you going to do? Sensing Junlin Tian's movements, Xianlinger tried to dodge with all her strength. Unfortunately, she was just too weak to use any of her strength. Give up resisting. Be a good girl and be this young master's woman. It doesn't smell good. Junlin Tian let out a cold laugh before violently pulling Xianlinger's 3,000 green silks, causing her to raise her snow-white jade neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The mouth says no, but the body is still so honest. Seeing this, he gave Xianlinger's arse a heavy slap and grinned. Boing boing. Xianlinger stifled a grunt. Her eyes flashed with humiliation and pain, and tears rolled down her face. Woohoo! Xianlinger knew what he was trying to do and cried. She had eaten Jun Mingyao's pregnancy aid pill, and if Junlin Tian continued, she was bound to get pregnant. The thought of being pregnant with the child of this life and death enemy made Xianlinger feel a wave of nausea. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it at all, and she could only passively endure it. Humph! Seeing Xianlinger crying, Junlin Tian did not have the slightest bit of compassion on his face. In his mind, Xianlinger was a plaything of his own. Looking at Xianlinger, Junlin Tian's eyebrows rose slightly with a sense of accomplishment. What about the heroine? Still not obediently become his young master of the Jun family, the tool to release the evil fire? At this moment, he experienced the joy of being a supervillain. Seeing Junlin Tian's arrogant and domineering demeanor, Xianlinger was so angry that her throat became sweet and she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Hey, is this a coma? It's so boring. Seeing that Xianlinger actually fainted, Junlin Tian could not help but skim his mouth with a look of contempt. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a sharp knock at the door of the room. Who? Hearing the commotion outside the door, Junlin Tian frowned and asked, Young lord, the Grand Prince came over with His Majesty's imperial decree, and the Grand Princess asked the slave girl to ask you to come over. At the sound of voices, a soft, pleasant word rang out of the door. The Grand Prince? Upon hearing Jun Mengyao's report, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked as he let out a cold snort and said, Humph, this young lord would like to see what this fellow wants? He didn't believe that at this late hour, the Grand Prince would bring himself any good news. One look and you know you're here to pick a fight. However, he, Junlin Tian, was not to be messed with. Since the other party dared to come and provoke, how could he, Junlin Tian, be afraid? Chapter 58, Want to steal a woman from this young master? Pulling on a long black robe, he opened the door to his room. The person who caught his eye was Jun Mengyao, who stood playfully under the eaves of the house, a white dress, standing in a pavilion. Although she was wearing a long white dress, she still couldn't hide the delicate curves of her delicate body, especially the proud peaks on her chest, which rippled between breaths, were mouth-watering. Jun Mengyao had a clear appearance, with two crystal-clear eyes set in her small goose-egg face. Under the upright agaric nose, the pink and red cherry lips, as if a budding rose, exuded a seductive fragrance. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as milk, making Junlin Tian unable to take his eyes off it. especially the proud curvature of her chest, which trembled continuously as she breathed, as if it was about to break out of her clothes. Seeing June Lindian staring at himself with a burning gaze, June Mengyao's pretty face slightly blushed as she lowered her head. Ahem. It was only after a moment that June Mengyao coughed gently, lifting her beautiful eyes to June Lindian and whispering, "Young lord." Upon hearing this, June Lindian instantly returned to his senses before barking out to June Mengyao, "Mengyao, help me watch over Xianlinger, just don't let her kill herself." "Well, young lord, don't worry, I'll never let anyone hurt the lady," June Mengyao respectfully said, her voice full of determination. She thought that June Lindian had already taken a liking to Xianlinger, and this was just a way of urging herself to take more care of Xianlinger. "Don't worry about her so much, just don't kill yourself." Seeing that June Mengyao misunderstood his meaning, June Lindian shook his head and explained, Young lord." June Mengyao froze for a moment when June Lintian said this. However, she was just about to say something when she was interrupted by June Lintian. "Well, you go in first, this young master is leaving." Dropping a sentence, June Lintian directly left. Looking at June Lintian's departing back, June Mengyao froze in place, a strong doubt rising in her heart. She always felt that today's young lord was a bit different from usual, and seemed to have become a bit violent. Ugh! She shook her head and sighed softly. Then he took a lotus step and crossed into the room. Bang! She turned and closed the door to her room, then walked over to the large bed. Hiss! When she saw Xianlinger's condition, she was shocked by the scene in front of her, but her eyes rounded, only to see Xianlinger's clothes in disarray, lying naked on the edge of the bed couch, her entire body as motionless as a dead fish. The white skin was chillingly green and purple, and those white pearls were still hanging there. Seeing this scene, June Mengyao's face changed drastically as she did not understand what exactly had happened in the room before. This Xianlinger had obviously suffered inhuman abuse. She was relieved when she checked Xianlinger's condition. Thank goodness it's not dead. She slapped her forehead with a pang of gratitude. She was curious, though, what had happened. Ask her when she wakes up. After pondering for a long time, June Mengyao secretly thought. Immediately, he went to the table and poured a cup of tea, sitting in a chair and waiting quietly. At this time, the night was already deep and the moonlight poured out, shining on June Lin Tian's body. His silhouette was drawn long in the moonlight, looking extremely bizarre. Inside the June mansion, a quiet and elegant courtyard, the lights were on. Two men are sitting below at this time. One of them was older, around 60 or 70 years old, without half a beard, and looked like an old eunuch in the palace. The other was the Grand Prince, and the Grand Princess sat on the main seat. Grand Duke, you have also been in the palace for more than 20 years. You know the rules. This imperial decree has been brought by the miscellaneous family for such a long time. Why is the young lord delayed in showing up? The old eunuch was pulling his duck voice, urging towards the Grand Princess on the main seat. If this delays the big event, the old slave will have no way to go back and explain to His Majesty. Knowing that the Grand Princess was not something he could easily mess with, he moved out to the great Zhou Emperor. Eunuchly, take it easy. My family, Lin Tian, should be here soon. Seeing the old eunuch's anxious appearance, the Grand Princess smiled and comforted. This palace has long since sent someone to invite them. Although there was a smile on her face, a touch of coldness flashed through the depths of the Grand Princess's beautiful eyes. She hated this old eunuch's croaking. If not for the fact that the other party was her own brother's beloved eunuch, she would have ordered him to be dragged down and caned. Oh, I hope the young lord arrives soon. Eunuchly touched his white eyebrows and said with an expectant face. The old slave is still waiting to go back and resume his orders to His Majesty. Hearing Eunuch Li's words, a cold aura flashed under the Grand Princess' eyes. This Eunuch Li said Your Majesty on the left and Your Majesty on the right, which was nothing but threatening and luring. Do you really think that they are soft mother and son? The Grand Princess coldly grunted in her heart, and continued to perfume Eunuch Li on the surface without showing any trace. On the side, the Grand Imperial Prince was constantly surveying the lavish arrangement of this flower hall with his eyes, his heart filled with jealousy. Although he was a noble prince, he only had those fixed monthly stipends, and his mansion was just average. This June family was worthy of being the #1 family of the Great Zhou, and the luxury of this June family's decorations was comparable to his father's palace. It caused a pang of imbalance in his heart. He was the high and mighty Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. What made June Lintian more luxurious than the place he lived in? As long as he brought down the June family, he would certainly not hesitate to swallow all of the June family's possessions. Thinking of this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth lifted into a sinister smile. At that moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Eunuch Li was instantly refreshed for a few moments and immediately turned his head to look. The Grand Princess and the Grand Prince, too, both looked along. When they saw June Lin Tian, their eyes lit up. Lin Tian, you're finally here. The Grand Princess's eyebrows rose slightly as she shouted in a joyful tone, "My child pays his respects to his mother." Junlin Tian walked into the flower hall with large strides and bowed towards the Grand Princess on the main seat and said respectfully. As for the Grand Prince and that old eunuch, he didn't even bother to look at them. For these two people, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Lin Tian, come to mother's side. Seeing her son, treating herself with such respect, a flash of appreciation flashed in the eyes of the Grand Princess. My child obeys my mother's orders. At those words, Junlin Tian walked slowly to the Grand Princess and stood next to her right hand. Seeing that the rightful owner had arrived, the old eunuch and the Grand Imperial Prince glanced at each other before standing up from their chairs in unison. The old eunuch pulled out the golden imperial decree from his bosom, unfolded it, and, with a cockney voice, read it out. By the grace of God, the emperor said, I heard that the Xuanwu Empire 19 princesses, to come to the Jun family, my eldest son Zhou Mingyuan, and 19 princesses are very good match. Special decree ordered my son to come here to meet 19 princesses back to the palace to face the saints, and talk about the two countries to create the marriage contract thing. Sheen this, as his last words fell, a touch of sarcasm crossed the bottom of Junlin Tian's indifferent eyes. This old dog, Zhou Huang, it seems that he wants to snatch Xianlinger from this young lord on behalf of his own son. Chapter 59, Xianlinger is my son's. Does this old dog really think he's 3 years old and so easy to fool? Junlin Tian raised his head and glanced at the old eunuch, and after glancing at that Grand Imperial Prince, the corner of his mouth curved out. Seeing the gaze he cast, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned, revealing a wicked smile. Seems to feel like he's winning. Grand Princess, why doesn't the young lord kneel down to receive the decree and thank you? The old eunuch raised the imperial decree high in the air and glanced condescendingly at the skimming Grand Princess and Junlin Tian. At those words, the Grand Princess was ready to get up and kneel down to receive the decree, but she was pulled back by Junlin Tian. Mother, there's no need for this. The Grand Princess turned around in confusion, but saw Junlin Tian shaking his head. Seeing Junlin Tian's actions, the old eunuch first froze for a moment, followed by his face darkening. Why is this Junlin Tian so ignorant? How can receiving His Majesty's decree be such a child's play? Even the etiquette of kneeling, this Jun family's young lord was unwilling to perform. If an ordinary person dared to do this, they would probably have been taken down by the imperial guards long ago. Young Master Jun, what do you mean by this? The old eunuch's face turned blue as he pointed his orchid finger at Junlin Tian and said angrily. Yet in the very next second, with a swish, Junlin Tian appeared in front of him. Click! Junlin Tian directly broke the old eunuch's orchid finger. Ah! Bright red blood gushed out instantly, and the old eunuch let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground, letting out a mournful scream like killing a pig. Everyone in the room was stunned to see this unexpected situation. The Grand Imperial Prince, in particular, was completely dumbfounded. Just now, he had been complacent, thinking that Junlin Tian would immediately kneel down to receive the decree and then hand Xianlinger over to himself. Except, this guy doesn't follow the normal routine at all. Directly to the old eunuch at his father's side. You should know that this eunuch Li is his father's side, the most trusted person. Even if the courtiers in the court saw eunuch Li, they needed to bow respectfully and with an excellent attitude. But the Junlin Tian in front of him, even without even blinking his eyes, directly broke eunuch Li's little finger. It's simply audacious, not only bold, but arrogant. The Grand Prince even clenched his fists tightly. A dark aura flashed quickly in his eyes, and his mind turned 100 times. This Junlin Tian was so arrogant that he refused to even acknowledge the decree and was really arrogant. For such a person to be allowed to stay in the Jun family would definitely be a scourge in the future. Seeing the scene in front of her, the Grand Princess' beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. She had just been worried that her son didn't know what he was doing, but now that she saw that he had actually acted so decisively and ruthlessly, the Grand Princess was relieved instead. This son of hers hadn't let her down after all. The Jun family would definitely grow stronger and stronger when it was placed in his hands in the future. Jun family young master, you. Eunuch Li held his broken finger and stared at Junlin Tian with a face full of indignation. Shut up! Before his words could be uttered, Junlin Tian gave a cold chorus, frightening the old eunuch into a shiver, not daring to say another word. Mother, please be seated. Junlin Tian retracted his gaze, and after indifferently sweeping eunuch Li and the others, he pulled the Grand Princess, and sat down on the seat. Seeing that Junlin Tian actually dared to ignore them, the fire in the heart of the Grand Prince rose up. What are you doing, Grand Prince? Junlin Tian slammed the table. Bang! The wooden table instantly turned into pieces and scattered on the ground. Frightened, the line of imperial guards escorting eunuch Li and the Grand Prince in the Great Hall could not help but take a step back. They also did not expect the Jun family's young lord to be so domineering and arrogant. The temperature inside the flower hall dropped a dozen degrees steeply. Inside the flower hall, The silence could be heard as a pin fell to the ground. Those imperial guards, all of them held their breath and hung their heads low, not daring to meet Junlin Tian's eyes. They were afraid that if they annoyed Junlin Tian, they would suffer along with him. Ahem. Meeting Junlin Tian's grim eyes, the Grand Prince only felt a chill down his back. He laughed dryly twice, stiffly suppressing the anger in his heart, and smiled sarcastically. Oh, cousin, don't misunderstand. Cousin, I am also just following my father's order, coming to pick up Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess back to the palace. When he finished speaking, he stole another glance at Junlin Tian. However, he found that Junlin Tian was still staring at himself with a cold gaze, with a thick fury hidden in the bottom of his eyes, which was creepy. Grand Prince, this young lord doesn't have a cousin like you who steals his cousin-in-law. Hearing the words of the Grand Prince, Junlin Tian snorted coldly and replied disdainfully. Xianlinger is now this young lord's woman, and whoever dares to covet, then I will not blame this young lord for being ruthless and turning the other cheek. Junlin Tian's tone was gentle, but every word was powerful. That powerful aura, which seemed to carry a lingering aura of solemnity, swept across the entire flower hall, causing the people present to resist, cowering for a moment. What? The moment these words came out, the Grand Prince's face turned livid. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to force Junlin Tian to give in and take Xianlinger away from Junlin Tian, disgusting Junlin Tian for once. However, he did not expect that Junlin Tian would dare to reject the holy decree. He even let out a bold statement that whoever dared to hit Xianlinger's idea, he would get him. This ing punk is just looking for death. Junlin Tian, don't forget that the place you are standing under your feet belongs to my great Zhou dynasty. It belongs to my father. Do you think that with your mere Jun family, you can really stand up to my great Zhou dynasty? The Grand Prince's gaze was filled with sinister venom as he gritted his teeth and said, Today, if you don't hand over Xianlinger, this prince will make your life worse than death. Oh yeah? A touch of bloodlust crossed Junlin Tian's slightly narrowed eyes, and then a hint of cold mockery was revealed. This young lord, just standing right here, let's see what you can put up with me, he said, raising his head and chest. His tall and sturdy body was like a mountain, standing there like a god. He just stood there, looking out of the corner of his eye. Hiss. Hearing this, the people present sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too rampant for the Jun family's young lord. First, he injured uniquely, and now he is not putting the Grand Prince in his eyes. Could it be that this young master of the Jun family was crazy? Bold. Upon hearing Junlin Tian's provocation, the Grand Prince burst into a rage. Men, take Junlin Tian down for this emperor. Upon hearing the Grand Imperial Prince's order, the surrounding Imperial guards rushed in at once. They drew their swords and prepared to capture Junlin Tian. Humph, just a bunch of clowns. Junlin Tian's eyes glanced at them with icy coldness, with undisguised contempt in his eyes as he snorted coldly. You want to take him down with these numbers? Idiot. Go! The Imperial guards could not help but immediately wielded their weapons and surrounded towards Junlin Tian. Seek death. Right at this moment, the Grand Duke took the initiative, and with a shake of her slender white jade wrist, a snowy long sword instantly surfaced in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were icy cold, and with a wave of her right hand, her long sword swiftly stabbed out. Chapter 60, Princess 19. You're finally awake? In a flash, the powerful blades whistled out, aiming straight for the necks of those Imperial guards. At this moment, the strong aura of the great Princess Quasi-Emperor realm all erupted out. Soon, the flying swords cut a scar of varying depths on those people's necks. Ah! Those Imperial guards immediately let out miserable screams as blood spurted out and spilled. The remaining people, seeing this, couldn't help but stop their attacks. How come? Seeing this scene, the Grand Prince even rounded his eyes and looked at the Grand Princess in shock. How could his own aunt, who had always known how to hold back, suddenly become so irrational? How dare she kill so many Imperial guards in public? Does she really have no regard for her father's face? The Imperial guards are representing the royal face. If she did this, wouldn't she be telling father that she didn't even care about the face of the royal family? Thinking of this, the indignation in the heart of the Grand Prince grew stronger and stronger. Clenching his fists and secretly deciding that he must not spare the family of Junlin Tian and the Grand Princess. Ming Yuan, this palace warns you that you'd better curb your dirty mind. Feeling the Grand Prince's resentful gaze, the Grand Princess turned around, her eyes looking at him with coldness, and said icily, If you dare to hit my son again, this palace guarantees that you will die. After saying that, she stopped looking at the Grand Prince and left the flower hall straight away. That's her attitude. In front of the great Zhou dynasty and her son, she chose to stand on Junlin Tian's side without any hesitation. After all, in her heart, Junlin Tian was her only son and everyone else was an outsider. Nothing in this world is more important than the well-being of one's son. Mother. After seeing the Grand Princess leave, Junlin Tian's lips quirked as if he wanted to call out to the Grand Princess. However, he He finally shut his mouth and allowed the Grand Princess to leave. He knew that the Grand Princess was prepared to let him handle the follow-up matters on his own. Junlin Tian turned around and looked at the Grand Prince with a cold gaze. "You, what are you doing?" Being stared at by Junlin Tian's icy cold eyes, the Grand Prince only felt a shiver run through his body and a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Couldn't help but take a few steps back to avoid the other man's sight. With a swish, Junlin Tian appeared in front of him. Pop! In the next second, a sharp pain came from his left cheek, his ears buzzed, and half of his cheek instantly swelled up, red like a pig's hoof. "You!" The Grand Prince covered half of his cheek and glared at Junlin Tian with a face full of anger. His hallowed status as the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty was so noble that he would be sought after wherever he went, and he had never been treated like this before. Pop! Without waiting for the Grand Prince to finish, Junlin Tian slapped him again on the other half of his cheek. 2 incisors flew out with blood mixed with crumbs. "You actually dare to hit me?" Looking at the incisors that had fallen to the ground, the Grand Prince was completely furious. Junlin Tian actually dared to slap himself. It's just a strange shame. He raised his head and tried to return the favor. Unfortunately, Junlin Tian's movements were faster than his, reaching out his right hand to directly choke him, and lifted his entire body. Gollum! Gollum! With his throat in a chokehold, the Grand Prince struggled with difficulty, but was still unable to break free. His legs kicked and stomped haphazardly, his face reddened, and his eyes were filled with panic and despair. This Junlin Tian had too much guts. Was this an attempt to kill him? He doesn't want to die. Ahem! Finally, the Grand Prince couldn't help but cough out and spoke with difficulty. Release me, cough, or else. Although he was scared, he still attempted to threaten Junlin Tian in the hope of escaping past the point of no return. Ah, the Jun family is revolting. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Li's eyes glared round and pulled that male duck voice to roar shrilly. Junlin Tian actually wanted to kill the Grand Prince. This is crazy. Put! Junlin Tian kicked the Grand Prince in the chest without mercy. The Grand Prince's ribs were broken, and crimson blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Aha! The Grand Imperial Prince desperately shook his head, his face suffocating into a saucy purple color, but he could not say a word. Junlin Tian did not give him a chance at all. Only moments before he was about to suffocate and pass out did he slowly release his grip. Bang! The Grand Prince fell to the ground and coughed violently, his face pale to the core. Grand Prince! Your Highness! The Imperial guards next to him hurriedly ran over and helped the Grand Imperial Prince up, asking with concern. Ding! The son of Qi, Zhou Mingyuan, has loosened his Taoist heart and has lost 50 points of Qi. The host has gained 50 points of villainous value. At this moment, Junlin Tian appeared in front of Eunuch Li, staring at him dead in the face with his morose eyes. Old eunuch, what did you just say? Nonsense. His face was gloomy and his tone was low, filled with a strong killing intent. Hearing his words, Eunuch Li's heart jumped. His face revealed a look of awe, and he said in a trembling voice, miscellaneous. Family, didn't say anything. Old eunuch, you can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Seeing Eunuch Li's horrified appearance, a teasing look appeared on Junlin Tian's face. My Jun family is not something that a castrate like you can slander. After saying that, he kicked Eunuch Li over and then stared at his hands with an icy gaze. You, what are you doing? Being stared at by Junlin Tian's bloodthirsty gaze, Eunuch Li's entire body shivered in fear, and an ominous omen immediately arose in his heart. Click, click, ah! In the next second, accompanied by a miserable scream, his hands broke off with his wrists. Boo-hoo! Junlin Tian grabbed the 2 broken arms and threw them ruthlessly on the ground, laughing coldly. Doesn't the old eunuch like to falsely accuse people? So I will waste your dog's claws today. Looking at the broken arm on the ground, Eunuch Li almost fainted from the pain. This time, Junlin Tian's methods were even more brutal. Both of his hands had been torn off alive by Junlin Tian, and the pain that drilled through his heart made him wish to die immediately. Junlin Tian, you are being disobedient. The Zhou Emperor will not let you go. Eunuch Li clutched his bloodied arm with both hands, gritting his teeth and eyes spitting fire. Won't leave me alone? Junlin Tian stood in front of Eunuch Li, looking down on him with a condescending disdain. Eunuch, do you think my great uncle would make things difficult for his nephew for the sake of a crippled man like you? When he said the last sentence, a wry smile appeared on his face, causing Eunuch Li's back to chill and infinite fear to well up in his heart. You! He raised his head and glared viciously at Junlin Tian, his eyes filled with the colors of resentment and hatred. At this moment, his heart was filled with monstrous killing intent towards Junlin Tian. Sooner or later, he would make Junlin Tian pay. Junlin Tian, however, was too lazy to bother with him anymore and directly turned around to leave. As for leaving this old eunuch with a dog's life, it was just to leave the last shred of face for Emperor Zhou. At this time, it was not the time to completely tear his face off with his great uncle. Backyard. East Room, Princess 19, you're finally awake? Chapter 61 You're the Shameless Woman. June Mengyao stood in front of the bed and looked at Shenlinger with an icy face. Ah, you. Shenlinger rubbed her head, feeling that her body was sore and weak, as if she had gone through some sort of great battle. Seeing June Mengyao who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was startled. How did she get here? Where's that demon? June Lin Tian? Why are you here? Shenlinger asked with a wary face, pulling one side of the tool in her jade hands and covering her delicate body to prevent the spring light from leaking. Ha! Seeing this, June Mengyao, the corners of her mouth flooded with indifferent teasing colors. What? The things you did with my young master that you couldn't see, even I have to avoid them? Hearing June Mengyao's barbed words, Shenlinger sheepishly averted her eyes and muttered in a small voice, what could I possibly do that would be unseemly for you to do? Poof! June Mengyao snorted coldly, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she said contemptuously, a 19th princess of the Xuanwu Emperor, unashamedly stealing my family's young master's seed, how shameless. After saying that, she used her jade finger to point at those white pearls on Shenlinger's body. Hearing June Mengyao's accusation, Shenlinger pursed her red lips in aggravation, her eyes gradually moistening as tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Seeing this scene, June Mengyao skimmed her mouth in disdain. Load! Keep loading! If it wasn't for the fact that she had heard Shenlinger take the initiative to ask June Lindian to put it inside before outside, and now that she saw Shenlinger in this pitiful state, she would have thought that she had heard wrongly before. Come on, don't be a crybaby. Seeing Shenlinger put on this pitiful appearance, a trace of disgust flashed through June Mengyao's heart. I guess you're probably stealing joy inside now that you're pregnant with my family's young master's child. Don't pretend to be a self-chased martyr in front of me. I heard it all with my own ears how you cried out to seduce my young master before. The tool on Shenlinger's body was semi-transparent, from which one could vaguely peep into the pink scenery inside. And looking at it, June Mengyao felt that Shenlinger was very flirtatious. You're the shameless woman. At those words, Shenlinger's pretty little face instantly turned red with shame as she angrily glared at June Mengyao and gritted her teeth. When did I ask your young master to put it inside? It's all because he forcibly wanted to exchange his life with me. Okay, in the end, every time you force the white pearl to this palace, the one who is shameless is your young master. She was the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, still an unmarried girl, and couldn't stand that sort of thing at all. Therefore, when she came to her senses, she felt disgusted every time June Lin Tian forced a life exchange with him. As soon as she thought that she might be pregnant with that devil June Lin Tian's child, a burning rage rose up in the bottom of her heart and she could not wait to kill June Lin Tian by 1,000 cuts. This asshole, he's an animal, LOL. Seeing Shenlinger so agitated, June Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. I grew up with my young master. What kind of character does my young master have? Would I not be clear? My family's young master wouldn't do those beastly things. It must be you who took the initiative to pander and seduce my family's young master. After saying that, June Mengyao didn't bother to talk nonsense to Shenlinger as she turned her head towards the door. Stop! Seeing June Mengyao about to leave, Shenlinger hurriedly chirped. Those sneering words of June Mengyao pierced her heart deeply. She was the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. How had she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? What? Are you not convinced and want to fight me? Upon hearing this, June Mengyao stopped her steps and turned around, her eyebrows slightly raised as she contemptuously said, I advise you to obediently lie on the bed and take care of my June family's bloodline. This is the root of your future foothold in my June family. You, being taunted and mocked by June Mengyao in this manner. Shenlinger's chest trembled violently in anger. Look at all this. Could it be that I did all this myself? Shenlinger lifted the thin veil covering her body, revealing the bruise marks on her snow-white skin. What made those bruises? Seeing those scars on Shenlinger's body, June Mengyao's eyes stared in confusion. The wounds on Shenlinger's delicate body were clearly not from a human. It's wax oil hot. At the mention of the injuries on her body, Shenlinger's tears fell again. This matter is all because of that demon June Lintian. He is not human at all, to the extent that he scalded this palace's delicate body with that kind of thing. Speaking here, her eyes scratched through a thick murderous streak as she said word for word, one day, I want your June family to pay for their blood. Hearing Shenlinger's words, which were filled with resentment, June Mengyao was secretly shocked in her heart. What did Shenlinger just say? She even wanted to take revenge on the June family. Was she not afraid of death? Although she did not like Shenlinger as a woman, after all, she was June Lin Tian's nominal woman and the daughter-in-law that the Grand Princess had her eye on. But she didn't want June Lin Tian to marry a snake charmer back. It seems the villain has to be her. Blood for blood? June Mengyao's eyebrows rose slightly, staring squarely at Shenlinger as she solemnly said, I advise you to forget your hatred before it's too late. The June family's power is far beyond your imagination. Besides, you're pregnant with my family's young master's child. When the time comes, do you want your own child to be without a father? Now that the entire Tianxian continent knows that you're my family's young master's woman, and you're still carrying my Jun family's bloodline in your body, do you think you'll still have a foothold when you return to the Xuanwu Empire? Speaking here, Jun Mengyao deliberately paused, quietly observing Xianlinger's reaction. She believed that these words should be able to touch Xianlinger. As expected, as soon as her words fell, Xianlinger froze, frowning tightly with her willow brows, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing this, Jun Mengyao continued to add more fuel to the fire. Think about it. What's wrong with being my family's young master's woman? The child in your belly will be my Jun family's young lord in the future. I think you understand the reasoning behind the mother's son. What's more, now that you've lost your chastity, even if you escape from my Jun family, which other man in this Tianxian continent would be willing to marry you, as long as you live a good life with my young master and give him children? Even if you want the stars in the sky, my young master can pick them for you. Listening to Jun Mengyao's persuasion, Xianlinger fell into deep thought. Although she was the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire, with an unrivaled status, but now, just like Jun Mengyao said, she had lost her virginity to Jun Lintian and was pregnant with his child. There were only two paths to take before her now. It's either that or die and leave this world with the baby in your belly. Either she can be Jun Lin Tian's woman peacefully, teach her husband and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Why should this palace believe you? Only after a long time did Xianlinger slowly raise her head, her eyes burning as she stared at Jun Mengyao. As long as this palace gives into softness, Jun Lintian will stop torturing this palace? Chapter 62. What? She's pregnant. When she thought of the previous scene where Jun Lintian had scalded her delicate body with wax oil, her delicate body could not help but tremble as a look of horror appeared on her pretty face. When she thought of Jun Lin Tian's fierce look at that time, she despaired. Jun Lintian's kind of perverted tactics really scared her too much. She would rather choose to die than to endure Jun Lintian's perverted torture again. Ha! Seeing this, Jun Mengyao let out a cold laugh and walked over to Xianlinger, having a jade hand pinching her delicate and compact chin, teasingly saying, "Do you think you still have the right to choose now? Let me tell you, don't expect to escape my young master's grasp, or else you'll even have the luxury of death." Xianlinger's lips were lightly bitten, her head hung low and she was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Xianlinger jerked her head up, her gaze resolute as she looked at Jun Mengyao. "This palace promises you that it will conceive an heir for the Jun family. But what?" Upon hearing this, Jun Mengyao's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked. "However, this palace hopes that Jun Lintian will treat this palace and the child inside this palace's belly well, and then after the child is born, he will devote all his efforts to cultivate the child in this palace's belly." Xianlinger stared at Jun Mengyao with a serious face, as if she wanted to hear an affirmative answer from her. "Don't worry about this. As long as the child is born, my Jun family will definitely not treat you and the child poorly." Jun Mengyao's expression was indifferent as she said without thinking. She knew what the Grand Princess had in mind, but she wouldn't say it at this time. This would only make Xianlinger get carried away. Yes, after getting the answer she wanted, Xianlinger's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally fell. She took a deep breath and her jade hand instinctively touched her belly. She did want to die once and for all before, but when she thought about the strong possibility that she was already carrying a child in her stomach, she hesitated a bit, because that would be cruel to the baby in your belly. After communicating with Jun Mengyao, she also figured it out. Not only does she want to live, she wants to live in style. This was still Jun Lin Tian's flesh and blood. If she really returned to the Xuanwu Empire secretly like this, would Jun Lin Tian spare his child? The thought of the child being born in 10 months inexplicably brought a sense of excitement and anticipation to her heart. Seeing this expression on Xianlinger's face, Jun Mengyao felt a pang of emotion in her heart. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. Even if there were 1,001 reasons why she wouldn't, the woman would choose to hold back for the sake of her child and stay by the side of one of her own men whom she didn't like, because all she wants is for her child to have a father's love and a complete home like any other child. Knock knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Xianlinger instinctively covered the muslin over herself. Her petite body couldn't help but shrink a little, obviously knowing that it was Jun Lintian who had returned. After seeing Xianlinger's reaction, the corner of Jun Mengyao's mouth sketched a shallow arc, since the young master, but also quite anxious actually so quickly back, presumably thinking of continuing to exchange life with Xianlinger. An inexplicable emotion rose within her. Crunch! Jun Mengyao walked to the door and opened the door to Jun Lintian's room. Introduced to his eyes was the indignant look in Jun Lin Tian's eyes. At this moment, Jun Lin Tian's face was as dark as ink, his eyes were red and frightening, and his body was haunted by a solemn aura of murder. "Young lord, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Jun Mengyao's willow eyebrows rose in confusion. Jun Lin Tian did not chime in and directly stepped into the house towards Xianlinger. Seeing this scene, Jun Mengyao shook her head helplessly and closed the door to the room. *******. I didn't expect you to be so charismatic that even the Grand Prince fell under your stone skirt. As soon as he stepped into the room, June Lintian glared at Xianlinger furiously. Hearing June Lintian's angry scolding, Xianlinger was so scared that her face turned as pale as paper and subconsciously curled up her body, moving a few points inside the bed. You stay back. Seeing Xianlinger in such a timid manner, June Lintian became even more irritated. His pace quickened, and in the blink of an eye, he walked to the side of the bed, stretching out his long and slender arm, grabbing towards her neck. All because of this woman in front of him, he had to advance the conflict between him and Emperor Zhou. Although he was not afraid, this feeling of being led by the nose was irritating. Seeing June Lintian pressing closer and closer, Xianlinger screamed and hid in the innermost part of the bed couch. Oof! Seeing Xianlinger's evasive actions, June Lintian's mouth sketched out a sarcastic cold smile, and with a flip of his palm, he took out an immortal binding rope, which he nonchalantly placed around Xianlinger's slender neck. Then, with a pull on the rope, he said viciously, I didn't expect you to be so flirtatious. What are you doing? Being caught by June Lintian with a rope around her neck, Xianlinger struggled a few times, but was never able to break free, tears streaming down her face. What on earth has this palace done wrong? She really couldn't figure out why June Lintian was still so ferocious to her when she had clearly followed their instructions and given June Lintian an heir. June Lintian smiled wickedly and said in a cold tone, Doing something wrong? What have you done yourself that you are not clear about? Xianlinger shook her head in tears and choked. This palace is not clear on what exactly has been done. Please explain, young lord. Since you're obsessed, then this young lord will fulfill you. As he spoke, June Lintian's right hand exerted a fierce force. Young lord, stop. Just as June Lintian was about to give Xianlinger a bit of a lesson, June Mengyao hastily drank to a halt. Hearing June Mengyao's words, June Lintian's movements lurched and he turned his head to look. Seeing June Mengyao standing aside, his handsome face instantly turned cold. It seemed to want June Mengyao to give herself a reasonable explanation. Young lord, Princess 19 is carrying your child in her belly. You can't do this to her. Meeting June Lintian's icy cold gaze, June Mengyao was not afraid and slowly said, What? She's pregnant. June Lintian's face changed as he heard this, his eyes widening in disbelief. That's right, it's exactly your child she's carrying inside her belly, because the Lord's mother asked me to give her a pregnancy-boosting pill. June Mengyao repeated, her gaze tightly fixed on June Lintian for fear that he would suddenly rise up and harm Xianlinger. The Grand Princess had instructed her not to let June Lintian do anything to harm Xianlinger once the two of them were in the same room. That pregnancy-assisting pill, but she knew the effect was immediate. After hearing June Mengyao's explanation, June Lintian was completely dumbfounded. His own mother seemed to have taken a liking to Xianlinger as her daughter-in-law, and even had June Mengyao feed Xianlinger a pregnancy-assisting pill beforehand. Having been inside Xianlinger so many times herself, she thought that she must be carrying his child in her stomach. Thinking of this, June Lintian's originally hideous and terrifying face slowly calmed down. His heartbeat followed suit and returned to normal, leaving only a face full of incomprehension. Chapter 63, 10th Prince. Congratulations, you're going to be an uncle. How did his mother take a liking to Xianlinger? He also wanted Xianlinger to continue the fragrance for the June family. What the hell is going on here? He couldn't think straight, but now was not the time to pursue these issues. The priority now was not to hurt Xianlinger, so that she wouldn't do anything to harm the child in her belly. With that thought, he let go of Xianlinger. Seeing June Lintian let go of Xianlinger, June Mengyao let out a secret sigh of relief. She was really worried that if June Lintian did something to harm Xianlinger, there would be no way to explain to the Grand Princess. After Xianlinger gained her freedom, she panicked and hid in the corner of the bed, curling her petite body together and surreptitiously surveying June Lintian in fear. I'm going out for a bit. I won't be back tonight. Seeing this, June Lintian touched his nose and snapped, Mengyao, you are responsible for taking care of Princess 19. After saying that, he left the east room without looking back. Seeing June Lintian completely disappear in the doorway, June Mengyao gently breathed a sigh of relief. After walking out of the room, June Lintian looked up into the night sky. Tonight, the moon is full, the stars are twinkling, and the sky is clear. Xianlinger's sudden pregnancy caused June Lintian to be somewhat stunned. Originally, she had thought of killing Xianfeng after draining the chi luck value from him by torturing Xianlinger. Now it looks like plans will have to change. He couldn't torment Xianlinger anymore. Although he hadn't taken Xianlinger seriously before, he couldn't say the same thing now. Xianlinger was pregnant with her own child, so she couldn't abuse her. And you can't break her heart. After all, that wouldn't be good for the baby in her womb. June Lintian also had to settle Xianfeng in advance, or else Xianlinger would probably be heartbroken if she knew that she had imprisoned Xianfeng. With that thought, he took a step toward the cold pool. You shall not die. Xian Feng, who had originally drooped his head, the moment he saw Jun Lintian appear, his eyes snapped open and he roared with incomparable anger. 10th Prince, don't get excited. This young lord has come to tell you a good thing. The corner of Jun Lintian's mouth grinned as he gazed teasingly at Xian Feng and said, I reckon that you will be overjoyed when you hear this. What good can come out of your dog's mouth? Xian Feng stared suspiciously at Jun Lintian, guessing what kind of medicine he had in his gourd. 10th Prince, congratulations on becoming an uncle. Jun Lintian patted his hand on Xian Feng's shoulder, narrowed his eyes and laughed. Sound of escaping laughter. You're so mean. At those words, Xian Feng was so angry that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes scarlet as he stared at Jun Lintian and growled. His own sister was not only taken away from her innocence by the in front of her, but also pregnant with this child. That was the last thing he wanted. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng, has lost his Dao heart and lost 200 points of Qi. The host gains 200 points of villain value. Hearing the system voice coming from his mind, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly. That's not enough. 10th Prince, you're going to be an uncle. Why aren't you happy? The corner of Jun Lintian's mouth hooked as he grabbed Xian Feng's hair and teased. Don't you like your little nephew? After saying that, he laughed wildly up to the sky, looking extremely arrogant and cocky. You shall not die. Feeling the intense pain coming from his scalp, Xian Feng's veins rippled on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and glared at Jun Lintian, itching to eat him alive. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng, has lost his Dao heart and lost 100 points of Qi. The host gains 100 points of villain value. Looking at the furious Xian Feng, Jun Lintian was not the least bit surprised, but instead revealed a brilliant smile. 10th Prince, what do you think your father and the people of the Xuanwu Empire would think if they were to know that your sister is pregnant with this young lord's seed? With a playful and wicked smile on his lips, Jun Lintian continued to provoke. Oh, I forgot. I will publicize to the outside world that it was you who sent Xian Linger to this young lord's bed. At those words, Xian Feng shuddered, his eyes red, his fists clenched and cackled, as if he would be unable to hold back and pounce on Jun Lintian in the next moment. Jun Lintian, don't you dare talk nonsense. How could this emperor push his own sister into the fire? Seeing Jun Lintian slinging on his head, Xian Feng's heart churned with anger as he coldly rebuked. And, the 10th Prince doesn't recognize it? Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he smiled sarcastically. Don't you remember that you gave Xian Linger to this young lord in public at noon today at the Heavenly Spirit Academy? I didn't. Seeing Jun Lintian rehash the old story, Xian Feng denied it, his face reddening. That was all forced by you. This prince was not able to do anything about it. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng, has lost his Dao heart and lost 100 points of Qi. The host gains 100 points of villain value. Ha ha ha. Jun Lintian sneered and shook his head. 10th Prince, you are so amusing. I forced you and you betrayed your own sister? In your eyes, you're a selfish little man who can go to death for anyone but yourself. Shut up. I didn't. Hearing Jun Lintian's accusation, Xian Feng became anxious. Although every word of Jun Lintian's was the truth, he just didn't want to accept this matter. And even more so, he didn't want to admit that he was that kind of a scumbag. If he admitted it, it would mean that he had killed his sister with his own hands. He didn't have the courage to admit it. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng, has lost his Dao heart and lost 200 points of Qi. The host gains 200 points of villain value. Hearing the system prompts in his head, Jun Lintian grinned and continued to stimulate Xian Feng. Because you consider yourself to be the only hope for the Xuanwu Empire's royal family, and only if you ascend to the throne as the emperor can you make the Xuanwu Empire stronger. So, even if it's at the expense of your own sister, you're still righteous. You don't deserve to be an elder brother at all, and you're not qualified to be the heir to the throne. After saying that, Jun Lintian stared at Xian Feng with a look of contempt. Although he himself was bad, he was plainly bad, and not like these sons of Qi, who thought that because they were sons of Qi and had been favored by the heavenly Dao, they could sacrifice others to achieve their own success, and they are full of benevolence after doing all these dirty things. Think you're doing it with a clear conscience. It's almost like being and making a fool of yourself. No, I didn't. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng's face was hideous and terrifying, roaring like an evil spirit. Jun Lintian, this imperial prince is at loggerheads with you. Sooner or later, I will one day have to kill you, you despicable and shameless bastard. He clenched his fists, full of anger, almost wanting to level the entire cold pool. Ding, the son of Qi, Xian Feng, has lost his Dao heart, losing 300 points of Qi. The host gains 300 points of villain value. Kill me? Jun Lintian sardonically touched his nose and teasingly said, you are trying to kill in silence, aren't you? in order to prevent the world from knowing the ugly face of you, the Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince, chapter 64, TSK, worthy of being the great prince's fiancé? Surprisingly so materialistic. Sound of escaping laughter. No, it's not what you said. At those words, Xianfeng could no longer hold back and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The Junlin Tian in front of him. What kind of devil was he, that he had touched his own to the core? At this moment, in his eyes Junlin Tian was like a demon, killing and killing with those irritating words. But he was just a human being, and when faced with death, even a mole cricket knows how to steal life, let alone he is still a human being, a son of Qi, the towering 10th prince of the Xuanwu Empire, the person most likely to inherit the throne of the Xuanwu Empire. He can't die. Ding, the son of Qi, Xianfeng, has lost his Dao heart and lost 200 points of Qi. The host gains 200 points of villain value. Don't worry, 10th prince, this young lord will keep these secrets for you. After all, you are my child's uncle. Junlin Tian caressed the sleeves of his coat and said indifferently. Sound of escaping laughter. Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xianfeng once again collapsed and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, it's not enough that my own sister was scourged by you devil. You want my sister to give you children. It's just beastly scum. He wants revenge. Junlin Tian, this imperial prince will definitely not let you go. Xianfeng stared with eyes as big as copper bells and gritted his teeth. Yes? Junlin Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. This young lord will wait and see, but you don't have a chance. Why? Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xianfeng was stunned and shocked. Because, this young master is going to let you go to the western heaven right now? With that, Junlin Tian slowly raised his right hand. What do you want? Seeing this, Xianfeng's nerves tightened and he asked vigilantly. It was obvious that he had realized that Junlin Tian might want to kill him. It's time for you to be on your way. Junlin Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with Xianfeng. His palm gathered up spiritual energy and slapped towards his forehead. Looking at the palm that was getting closer and closer, Xianfeng screamed miserably, his voice shrill to the extreme. Bang! Junlin Tian's slap fell, snapping Xianfeng's head right off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Xianfeng, the son of fortune, and obtaining his golden finger, Shadow. Hearing the prompts coming from the system, Junlin Tian knew that Xianfeng was completely dead this time, but was a bit puzzled by this golden finger. Shadow? After seeing the note behind the golden finger, Junlin Tian smiled. This golden finger might not be useful to others, but it was very useful to him. Who is he? Super villain. Bruji. With this skill he will be able to silently feel into the boudoir of those thousands of young ladies or even in the palace. When I think of my own great uncle, that harem of 3,000 beauties. Junlin Tian then grinned with an impish smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph, Grand Imperial Prince. Since you want to steal Shanlinger from this young lord's hands, then I'm sorry, but this young lord stole your fiancé first. Junlin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced in the direction of the Grand Prince's mansion and said morosely, he's never been one to take revenge overnight. Remembering back in Blue Star, as a rich second generation, he was scolded by an elite who had climbed up from the bottom to become the middle of the society that he was just a waste relying on his old man to support him. At that time, he gave the social elite a fat beating, but after thinking of the social elite's defiant look, he had a plan at that time, spent $1 million, slept with that social elite's girlfriend and didn't bring a plastic bag to put inside the whole time anymore, eventually knocking her up. In the end the girlfriend of that social elite was pregnant and demanded that the social elite be held accountable. After learning that his girlfriend was pregnant, that social elite even thought it was his own doing and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau on the same day to get a marriage license with his girlfriend. Unbeknownst to him, not only was he green by Junlin Tian, he also gave Junlin Tian a son to raise without compensation. In this life, Junlin Tian also thought of this mischievous ploy and wanted to try the effect on the Grand Prince. He then opened the system panel. Host, Junlin Tian. Identity, young master of the Jun family. Cultivation level, 4th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. Physique, chaotic divine body. Yin-yang sacred body. Cultivation technique, great desolate scripture. Mana, Xian Yuan sword. Xian Sha sword. Gold finger, Tong Tian Bao eyes. Big Dipper battle intent. Dark shadow. Villain value, 3150. After seeing the information on the panel, Junlin Tian revealed a satisfied smile. Although he had only extracted 2,500 chi points from Xianfeng, he was satisfied. After all, compared to the health of the child in Xianlinger's stomach, all of this was nothing. Children of Qi are everywhere in this age. Without this one, find the next one. But one's own child hurts. After throwing Xianfeng's body to a guard to deal with, Junlin Tian disappeared into the Jun family. He would take advantage of the night and use the golden finger of the shadow to sneak into the Prime Minister's residence. It was because Luo Wunshan, the prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, was the biggest supporter behind the great prince. In order to let the grand prince take a peace of mind, Luo Wenshan betrothed his own granddaughter, Luo Xinyue, to the grand prince. However, at this time, Luo Xinyue and the grand prince had still only entered into a marriage contract, and according to the worldly rules, the two of them hadn't even held their little hands now. So at this time Luo Xinu was still a virgin. This was what Junlin Tian wanted. He wants to be one step ahead of the grand prince, eat Luo Crescent's head phlegm hot, and find a way to make Luo Crescent pregnant with his own seed. He fished out the good pregnancy pill he had drawn from the treasure pot from his bosom, and the corner of his mouth grinned, revealing an evil smile. Grand Prince, this is not something you can blame on this young lord. Junlin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly, who made you covet this young lord's woman? It's reasonable for this young lord to return the favor like this, isn't it? At this moment, Luo Xinyue was lying on the bed in a thin white nightgown, falling into a deep sleep, oblivious to the fact that danger was approaching step by step. In the dead of night, the whole world was so quiet that the chirping of birds and insects could be heard clearly. With a flash of his figure, Junlin Tian swept towards the courtyard where Luo Xinu lived like a ghost. Rustle of skirts, a dark shadow flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Junlin Tian leapt up the high wall and tumbled through the window into Luo Xinu's bedroom. Looking at the sleeping Luo Xinu, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth raised in a cold arc. His eyes flushed red. At this moment, Luo Xinyue's delicate face was lightly flushed and her breathing was steady. Her sleeping posture was even more tantalizing, with her two slender jade legs stretched out, perfectly outlining her charming curves, especially that pair of beautiful rabbits. They were crying out for attention, undulating up and down with Luo Xinu's breathing, and on her left chest, a blood-red peony loomed as if to signal her beauty. Looking at this beautiful scene in front of him, Junlin Tian gulped and swallowed as his throat rolled. TSK, it's worthy of being the fiancé of the Grand Prince, but she's so material. Junlin Tian licked his somewhat dry lips, his eyes blazing as he stared at Luo Xinu, who had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. Chapter 65. Oops, you're so bad, Mr. Big Prince. Junlin Tian had never considered himself a good person, and since he had decided to do bad things, he had to be ruthless to do so, and he wasn't afraid to take responsibility. Anyway, Luo Wenshan and the Grand Prince had no evidence afterward. Pat yourself on the back and no one would dare stop you. Besides, how could he fight with himself with that wimp, the Grand Prince? Thinking of this, Junlin Tian no longer hesitated, and after quickly retiring the clothes on his body, he pounced on Luo Xinu. He gently pulled down Luo Crescent's nightgown. Looking at Luo Xinyue's white and smooth skin, his heart thumped. Junlin Tian's eyes were fixed on Luo Xinu's chest, only to see that the blood-red peony was very beautiful. He couldn't help but extend his salty hand. The sleeping Luo Crescent Moon let out a wooing sound and slowly opened her eyes after sensing the difference. When she saw a man staring at her with burning eyes, she screamed out in shock. Ah, succubus! Luo Crescent screamed in terror as she stretched out her right foot and kicked towards Junlin Tian. However, Junlin Tian was well prepared and after easily dodging the attack, he grabbed Luo Xinu's neck. You dare to plot against this young lord. I think you're tired of living. Junlin Tian grabbed Luo Xinu's neck with one hand, and with the other hand, he pulled out the harmony pill and the good pregnancy pill from his bosom, forcefully stuffed them into Luo Xinu's mouth, and forced her to swallow them. He hadn't really expected that Luo Crescent Moon would react so strongly. She was simply a rigid and fiery woman, and almost his little Junlin Tian was injured. Luo Xinu felt her throat burning with pain, but she looked at Junlin Tian in front of her with dead eyes. She really did not understand why the Jun family's young lord had become the way he was today. Before, her impression of Junlin Tian was still quite good. Now it seems that I was too simple to know what was going on. Junlin Tian was actually a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. Ahem, what did you feed me? Luo Crescent Moon was choked and gasped for air, and inquired with a fearful and difficult face. Seeing the expression of fear on her face, Junlin Tian's heart flowed freely. The corner of his mouth curled up as he smiled and said, "It's nothing, you'll actively fall in love with this young lord later." Bah, Junlin Tian, don't be delusional. This girl would rather die than like you scum, not to mention that I am the fiancé of the Grand Prince. Luo Xinyue glared at her beautiful eyes and clenched her teeth firmly. There was no way she could just give in to the other party. She was the fiancé of the Grand Prince, and for the first time she was going to be handed over to her future husband in one piece. As for the lecher in front of her, she would never let the other party succeed. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this young master will not only take your yuan, he will also give you a heavenly gift. Hearing Luo Xinu's words of rejection, Junlin Tian's complexion sank for a few moments as he coldly grunted. At that time, your fiancé, the Grand Imperial Prince, will all be grateful to thank this young lord. Isn't it a happy scene for everyone to have Luo Xinu pregnant with his own seed? And for the Grand Prince to directly rejoice in the joy of being a father? After saying that, he loosened his hand that was squeezing Luo Xinu's neck. Luo Xinyue, who had gotten free, hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover her delicate body that was leaking spring light, her petite body cowering towards the inside of the bed and couch, a pair of big beautiful eyes, looking at June Lintian vigilantly. June Lintian, if you dare to make a mess, this girl will call out for someone. Ha! Upon hearing this, June Lintian sneered. You can shout as much as you like. This young lord would like to see if there is anyone coming to save you if you shout your throat out. You, Luo Crescent Moon's angry eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Ha! Shout. Go ahead and shout. It's best to shout the entire Chancellor's mansion. This young lord would like to see how you'll end up at that time. Seeing Luo Xinu's furious appearance, June Lintian reached out and cupped her delicate and small chin, teasingly saying, "Ms. Luo, you are indeed good looking, just a bit stupid in the head. This young master can tell you clearly that you are destined not to escape tonight." Before he touched in, he had already arranged a soundproofing array around Luo Crescent's house. Even if Luo Crescent shouted her throat out, it was useless. At those words, Luo Crescent stared at the man in front of her with indignation, itching to eat the other party's flesh and drink the other party's blood. At this moment, in her eyes June Lintian was a demon that had crawled out of hell. Just like what June Lintian said, she really didn't dare to raise her voice to ask for help. After all, a man appearing in her room so late in the night, once word got out, her reputation would be ruined. Fame is life in her eyes. June Lintian, you, let go of me or I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Luo Crescent Moon droned viciously. He, do you think this young lord is scaring you? Seeing this, June Lintian sneered coldly. If you dare to resist, this young lord will spread the news of you cheating on me last night all over Kyoto, and your reputation will be ruined then, even if you marry the Grand Imperial Prince. What kind of Grand Imperial consort do you think you are? Where should the face of your Chancellor's house go? Your parents will also be reviled by the people of Kyoto. June Lintian, you are despicable and shameless. Listening to June Lintian's word-for-word threats, Luo Xinu hated to tear his mouth apart, but she did not dare to act rashly, because she knew very well that if she annoyed this demon in front of her, the other party would definitely add to the story of tonight. Each other. Hearing Luo Xinu's insults, June Lintian snorted without a care in the world. You see what this is? After saying that, he pulled out a shadow-retaining jade from his bosom. What is this? Looking at the staying shadow jade in front of her eyes that was glowing with a faint blue light, Luo Xinu was filled with confusion and simply did not understand what exactly June Lintian wanted to do. Hey, this young master guarantees that it's what Ms. Luo wants to see the most. Upon hearing this, the corner of June Lintian's mouth hooked, revealing an evil smile as he said, after the words, with a snap, he injected a stream of spiritual energy into the shadow-retaining jade. Moment. A curtain of light manifested in front of the two. The scene on the light screen was none other than the Grand Prince's residence. The scene in the Grand Prince's bedroom to be exact. The Grand Emperor was currently wrapping his arms around the beautiful teacher from the Heavenly Spirit Academy during the day, and the two of them were being frank and honest at this time. Ah, you're amazing, Grand Prince. The beautiful woman twisted her head in winks in admiration. Ha ha, of course, I'm the Grand Prince. How can I not be awesome? The Grand Imperial Prince slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse and laughed triumphantly. Aya, you're so bad, Great Prince, the beautiful woman shyly whimpered. Then she stretched out her snow-white delicate jade arm and circled the neck of the Grand Imperial Prince. Ha ha ha, the playful sounds of the two filled the bedroom. Great Prince, aren't you engaged to Miss Luo from the Prime Minister's residence? Why do you need a concubine to serve you? The beautiful woman suddenly raised her beautiful eyes and asked in a puzzled manner. Moreover, aren't you afraid that Lord Prime Minister will know what's going on between us? Chapter 66, The Great Prince. You're so bad. Humph, Luo Xinyue that, this prince all with her all engaged, but that even a small hand do not let this prince touch. Hearing this, the great prince disdainfully cold snort, arrogantly said, as for the fear of the prime minister adults know well, that's even more need not worry about. The prime minister is just a dog raised by the side of this prince. When this emperor's son ascends to that 9-5 supreme being on top of 10,000 people, this entire great Zhou dynasty will still be at the mercy of this emperor's son? But, great prince, my concubine thinks that Miss Luo is quite pretty. The beautiful woman stared with a pair of beautiful eyes and asked tentatively, what's the use of being more beautiful? Hearing this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth hooked as he said in a cold voice, what's the point of only being able to look at it but not eat it? It's just a matter of painting a cake to quench your thirst. Oh, so that's it. At those words, the beautiful woman nodded. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up and continue serving this emperor. the Grand Emperor slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse, urging, "It's still you who are good enough to let this emperor have his fill." Having just returned from the Jun family with a gray head and a gray face, coupled with the fact that he hadn't taken Xin Linger from Jun Lingtian's hands, the great prince had a belly full of evil fire in his body, with nowhere to vent it out. On second thought, he remembered the beautiful woman from the Heavenly Spirit Academy during the day, so he hurriedly sent someone to invite the beautiful woman to his residence. Originally thought of using some coercion and seduction means, forcing the beauty of the woman to give in, which had thought that the beauty of the woman so on the road and very interested. The Grand Emperor suddenly felt that his personality was so charismatic that beautiful women began to throw themselves at him. Upon hearing the Grand Prince's urging, the beautiful woman smiled charmingly, then leaned over and kissed his thin lips, being kissed by a woman on her own initiative. The Grand Emperor was instantly excited and directly embraced her and pounced on the bed. "Oh, slow down, Grand Prince." A moment later, the beautiful woman suddenly shoved the Grand Imperial Prince and complained piteously. Seeing the appearance of the beautiful woman's desire to welcome and refuse, the Grand Prince became even more excited and immediately hugged the beautiful woman and communicated with her in-depth life up. A quarter of an hour later, "Great Prince, give it to me, my concubine will give you a son." Feeling some impulses from the Grand Imperial Prince, the beautiful woman twisted her head and winkingly mentioned, "Good." Hearing that the beautiful woman had actually taken the initiative to make this request, the corner of the Grand Imperial Prince's mouth grinned, revealing an evil smile as he directly agreed. Immediately afterward, the two had a life exchange. After finishing, the Grand Emperor lay on the bed and touched the soft face of the beautiful woman, smiling and surveying it. "That's a nice little face to look at, and an even better body. Does the Grand Prince like my concubine's face?" Hearing the Grand Imperial Prince's praise, the beautiful woman asked with a red face. The Grand Prince nodded with satisfaction and said approvingly, "Of course I like it. This prince hasn't touched a woman for a long time. You have to hold on to it." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded her head obediently. "Well, my concubine has remembered. Don't worry about it, Great Imperial Prince." After speaking, the beautiful woman used her long and slender legs to run across the Grand Imperial Prince's legs. Leprechaun. Seeing this, the Great Prince's eyes narrowed, rolled over and covered up, once again with the beauty of the woman intimately entwined up. "This emperor is going to make you go back with this emperor's things so that your husband can raise me a son." He had already made up his mind that he would plow hard on his own, make the beautiful woman pregnant with his own child, and give the beautiful woman's husband a big green hat. The beautiful woman wanted to be a mother, so of course she was very happy to carry the seed of the Grand Emperor. After all, the Grand Prince was the bloodline of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, and if one could conceive the Grand Prince's child, that child would also be of noble royal blood. Once the Grand Prince succeeds in taking over the throne and ascends to the 9th, the Grand Prince will definitely not treat her and the child in her belly poorly at that time. With this thought in mind, the beautiful woman winks and seduces. "Great Prince, my concubine is willing." "Hey!" Hearing the beautiful woman accept her suggestion so readily, the corner of the Grand Imperial Prince's mouth rose slightly, and with a hefty smile, he heavily slapped on the beautiful woman's arse. A is A. This beautiful woman underneath her, although she was long and beautiful and her body was superb, she felt just too lowly. He hooked his finger and this beautiful woman offered herself up and had to take the initiative to give him a son. However, he was only in a playful frame of mind, and had never even thought of taking responsibility for the child in the beautiful woman's stomach. "Yes, concubine is A." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman twisted her head, not at all angry at the Grand Imperial son calling her A, but instead winkingly nodded her head and acknowledged, "Please don't pity the concubine," and punished the concubine properly, and it was intentionally clamped to let the Grand Imperial Prince know her sincerity. Very good. Feeling the sincerity of the beautiful woman, the corner of the Grand Emperor's mouth grinned and said with an evil smile, "This emperor will definitely make your husband a turtle." After a bout of flirting, the beautiful woman snuggled up to the Great Imperial Prince's chest and delicately pouted. "Great Imperial Prince, would it be alright for my concubine to stay with you tonight?" "Oh, sure." The Grand Imperial Prince doted on and stroked the smooth back of the beautiful woman and said softly, "However, your performance tonight is very satisfactory to this Imperial Prince, so this Imperial Prince will also reward you." "Really? Thank you so much, Great Prince." Upon hearing the words of the Grand Imperial Prince, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she said ecstatically, "You're welcome. After all, you're my prince's woman now." The Grand Prince gently pinched the beautiful woman's agitated nose, the corner of his mouth hooked, teasingly said, "This prince's reward is that your husband is not allowed to touch you after going back this time. What does the Grand Prince mean by this?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyebrows frowned slightly in disbelief. Had, because this emperor will continue to look for you. Afterward, Seeing this, the Grand Prince slapped the beautiful woman's arse hard and smiled evilly. You will be the woman exclusively for this prince from now on. If your husband wants to touch you, tell him that this is this emperor's order, and if he doesn't obey, this emperor will make him disappear from this world forever. He was just having fun with the beautiful woman, but he was a man with a strong desire for exclusivity. One of your own toys that you don't want to share with anyone else, let alone a woman. And he also valued hygiene. If the beautiful woman went back to live with his husband as a couple, then the next time he looked for her, he would definitely not be clean, and he would not be sure whose child in the beautiful woman's stomach was in the end. He did not know that the beautiful woman had already performed the conjugal act with the crazy devil many times. It was even more unlikely that the beautiful woman would tell this matter to the Grand Imperial Prince. After all, that would just piss off the Grand Prince. Anyway, when the time comes, if she is really pregnant, she will bite the bullet and say that it is the Grand Prince's. Anyway, this matter, at present in this world, only she is also clear. Grand Prince, you're so bad. Chapter 67 Miss Luo, are you still willing to marry the beastly Great Prince? The beautiful woman smiled charmingly, glanced at the Grand Imperial Prince in a flirtatious manner, and said shyly, but my concubine just likes the way the Grand Imperial Prince is bad. Ha ha ha. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the Grand Imperial Prince couldn't help but perform that conjugal act, all of which could give him an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. By the way, when tomorrow morning this prince is going to send someone to escort you back, he will also inform your husband on the spot of this prince's intention, so you can just be your broad wife at home. Suddenly, the great prince seemed to think of something. His expression became serious. You will be this prince's exclusive woman in the future. You can only let this prince touch alone, know it? Saying this, the Grand Prince paused and said evilly, of course, if you can help this prince conceive an heir, this prince will not treat you poorly. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was secretly happy in her heart, but pretended to be worried. I'm afraid that my husband will blame my concubine. I'm afraid that my husband will dislike my concubine. She could be sure that as long as she was pregnant with the great prince's seed, then her husband would be cynical. This matter, this prince will arrange it. Hearing this, the Grand Prince waved his hand and said coldly, I believe that your husband is not the type of person who is unenlightened. Thank you, Grand Prince, for your understanding and love. Having received the assurances of the Grand Imperial Prince, the beautiful woman sighed in relief and her delicate body moved closer to the Grand Imperial Prince. In that case, Grand Imperial Prince, do we still need to continue? My concubine would like to give birth to a son for the Grand Imperial Prince earlier. She desperately hoped that her belly would be a bit more competitive and hurry up to give birth to an heir for the Grand Prince. To prevent the Grand Prince from disliking himself after he got tired of playing with himself, lest the night be long. Why, aren't you tired? The Grand Prince smiled evilly, stretching out a finger to tease across the beautiful woman's white cheeks. Flirting, didn't you just perform the conjugal act twice? Now you want to do it again so soon? Slave which is not. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman hurriedly shook her head to deny it, but the springiness on her face couldn't be hidden as she flirtatiously said, it's just that my concubine would like to give birth to a few more royal sons for the Grand Imperial Prince, and to do more things for the Grand Imperial Prince. Yes, seeing that the beautiful woman still wanted to give birth to a few more sons for herself, the Grand Prince smiled with satisfaction. Let's do it this way. Let's rest for a few moments to nourish our spirits, and then we'll have intercourse in a while. That's the kind of reasonable request that no man in his right mind would refuse. Well, thank you, Grand Prince. The beautiful woman pouted, and then she obediently lay down on the chest of the Grand Imperial Prince, her hands wrapped around his neck. Licking her seductive red lips, she winks and stares at the Grand Imperial Prince. The slender jade leg, inadvertently crossed between the Grand Imperial Prince's legs. Seeing this, the Grand Emperor's body shook and lowered his head to kiss the red lips of the beautiful woman. The next thing you know, you're married to a beautiful woman. In order to conceive the heir of the Grand Prince as soon as possible, the beautiful woman simply did everything she could, using all sorts of tantalizing and seductive means to keep the Grand Prince away from her. In room after room, the Grand Prince had put it inside as the beautiful woman had requested. In Luo Xinu's boudoir, TSK, this woman is really Thai enough. Looking at the appearance of the beautiful woman on the light screen showing off her style, June Lindian smacked his lips and couldn't help but praise her twice and said, it is estimated that the Grand Prince will be squeezed into dryness tonight, by the beautiful woman. This footage was what he had secretly recorded with the staying Shadow Jade when he sneaked into the Grand Prince's residence on his way to the Prime Minister's residence. I didn't think it would really come in handy. Ah, Luo Xingyue screamed when she realized that the male protagonist in the picture was her fiancé, the Grand Imperial Prince. How did this happen? This isn't real. Luo Crescent shook her head, desperately denying what she saw in front of her. She couldn't figure out what was going on no matter what. Although she didn't think much of the Grand Prince, she had never thought of betraying him. After all, the other party was his fiancée, and the two were bound by a marriage contract. Ms. Luo, do you want to keep playing dumb? Looking at the dumbfounded Luo Xinu, Junlin Tian reminded with a cold smile. No, I don't believe this is true. How could the Grand Prince do such deeds? Luo Xinyue kept shaking her head, still incredulous of what she saw in front of her eyes, murmuring, the Grand Prince, he shouldn't be that kind of casual man. Oh, that's because you don't know the Grand Prince. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian grinned and sneered. In the eyes of outsiders, the Grand Prince is gentle and modest, but in reality, he's nastier and more perverted than anyone else inside. And besides, he also likes more women than just the beautiful woman in the staying jade. At those words, Luo Xinyue trembled and stared at Junlin Tian incredulously. Seeing this, Junlin Tian pulled out another staying shadow jade from his bosom. With that, he injected spiritual energy into the shadow retaining jade. And the scene from earlier when the Grand Prince brought uniquely with the holy decree of the Emperor of the Great Zhou to come to the Jun family to demand Xianlinger surfaced. This, seeing that the Grand Prince was actually going to enter into a marriage contract with Xianlinger, Luo Xinyue's pretty face was flushed with anger. Obviously, when the marriage contract was entered into before, the Grand Prince promised to make himself the Grand Prince's consort in the future. But now it seems that it was all a lie. Xianlinger is the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. If the Grand Prince wanted to marry her, he would definitely set up Xianlinger as the Grand Prince's consort, and she could only be the youngest. Now looking at the picture of the Grand Prince and other women being intimate in the picture, Luo Xinyue's pretty face was red with anger. A small face rose to the color of pig's liver, and her body trembled terribly. She didn't expect that the Grand Prince, who was usually well dressed, would actually be such a nasty and shameless denizen in private. Not only that, he also engaged in inappropriate male-female relationships with other women behind his back, which is worse than a beast. At this moment, Luo Crescent deeply felt that she was blind and looking at the wrong person. It turned out that the great prince had always been gentle, noble and elegant, all of which was feigned. Watching the two obliviously entwined. Although the outside world had previously rumored that the Grand Prince was messing around with the maidservant of the residence, Luo Xinyue had made some guesses, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she was still shocked. It was the kind of thing she didn't even dream of fantasizing about on a regular basis. But the Grand Prince was even seeking pleasure with another woman, even a married one, and he also made this married woman pregnant with his seed, so that the married woman's husband could help raise his son. It's worse than a beast. She was his fiancée, and the Grand Prince had done such a thing behind her back, and he also wanted to marry the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess and make himself a junior. At this moment, she felt like a joke, and tears of aggravation continued to flow from the corners of her eyes. Ms. Law, you saw it all with your own eyes, didn't you? Looking at Luo Xinu who was watering at the side, Junlin Tian sneered. A beastly hypocrite like the Grand Prince. Are you still willing to marry him? Chapter 68. Hey, it's not your choice. Luo Xinyue clenched her silver teeth with a complicated gaze. She knew very well that it was impossible for her to withdraw from the marriage now, because she and the Grand Prince already had a marriage contract in place. It was almost a household name in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Once the marriage is repudiated, it is the same as hitting the face of the royal family of the Great Zhou Empire. Her Luo family will certainly be implicated in the 9 clans, and the people of the Luo family who are implicated will not be able to escape the blame. The Grand Prince's move was too underhanded, hitting Luo Xinyue's soft underbelly, so that she didn't dare to easily withdraw from the marriage. Young Master Jun, please keep today's matter a secret. After a long period of silence, Luo Xinyue slowly raised her beautiful eyes and said, I don't know how you obtained these images, but I hope you promise me not to leak these things out. Oh, Ms. Luo, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian was slightly stunned, and then asked back with a smirk, the Grand Prince is like this, and you still hope that these scandalous things about him don't get out and help him cover up? Do you want to marry the Grand Prince? What are you babbling about? Luo Xinu glared at Junlin Tian and said in annoyance, this matter, I naturally know how to deal with it, you only need to tell me the answer. Hey, if you don't tell this young master, on what basis will this young master promise you? Junlin Tian stretched out his right hand to pinch Luo Xinu's delicate and small chin, staring at her with a burning gaze and said, I have entered into a marriage contract with the Grand Prince, but there is no love between me and the Grand Prince. Seeing Junlin Tian's aggressive attitude, Luo Xinu looked miserable and said, but when his scandal spreads out, do you think I will regret the marriage or not? As she spoke, Luo Xinyue clenched her fists, her shell teeth biting her lips in death. Since seeing the hypocritical and dirty side of the Grand Prince, it was definitely a lie that she didn't want to regret the marriage, but knowing that this marriage contract, when it was entered into, was destined not to be cancelled, or else it would bring about a series of consequences that were not something she could afford. More importantly, once the matter of ruining the marriage spreads out, the emperor of the Great Zhou is bound to descend on her, and her parents will be implicated at that time as well. That was why Luo Crescent was hesitant. Junlin Tian hooked his lips in an evil smile and loosened his right hand that was pinching Luo Xianyu's jaw. Since Miss Luo doesn't want to ruin the marriage and wants to help the Grand Imperial Prince cover up these scandals, it's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. However, this young lord has one condition. On what terms? Seeing Jun Lin Tian suddenly loosening up, Luo Xianyu was surprised and could not help but ask after him. Actually, the offer is quite simple. Jun Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Luo Xianyu. It is Miss Luo who serves this young lord just once. After saying that, he directly pulled Luo Xianyu into his arms. Seeing this, Luo Xinyue's delicate face flushed crimson as she struggled. Jun Lintian, I'm warning you, hurry up and let go of me. Humph, you're an insatiable woman. Looking at Luo Xianyu's uneasily wriggling petite body, Jun Lintian's mouth sketched out an evil arc as he said, since you don't want to repent of your marriage and are worried about this matter leaking out, why don't you offer yourself up to this young lord? Listening to Jun Lin Tian's shameless words, Luo Xianyu had a face of shame and indignation. I did not expect Jun Lin Tian to make such an excessive request. Although she didn't have much affection for the Grand Prince, she absolutely could not allow herself to be defiled by anyone. Besides, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Can't she be touched by just anyone? This Jun Lintian wanted to taint her innocence on the basis that he was the young master of the Jun family. It's just delusional. Luo Xianyu tried to push Jun Lintian away with all her strength, but the gap between the two was too great, so she could not push away at all. You'd better behave, or I'll make you regret it. Seeing Luo Xianyu continuously struggling, Jun Lintian coldly said, you only have two paths to choose from. Either you obediently listen to my arrangements or this young lord will immediately spread the images in this shadow-retaining jade throughout the entire Tianxian continent. You're despicable. Hearing Jun Lin Tian's threatening words, Luo Xianyu cursed in anger, but the angrier she got, the closer her body moved into Jun Lin Tian's arms, which satisfied Jun Lin Tian. Ha ha, Miss Luo is right. This young master is just mean and shameless. This young master is letting you taste the taste of losing your chastity. Jun Lintian laughed evilly and said, Xianlinger is this young lord's woman. The Grand Prince covets this young lord's woman, so this young lord tastes his woman. This is a very reasonable request, isn't it? After Jun Lin Tian finished speaking, he lowered his head closer to Luo Xianyu and exhaled in her ear. What? Feeling the warm breath on her ear, Luo Xinyue couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps all over her body, and said with a surprised face, the 19th princess is your woman now? She had also heard a little bit about what happened at the Heavenly Spirit Academy during the day today. Now hearing that Xianlinger had become Jun Lin Tian's woman, she felt very surprised. It had only been less than a day and Jun Lintian had taken down Xianlinger, which was a bit unbelievable. Xianlinger is the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. Hey, what's so strange about that? Seeing the stunned and shocked expression on Luo Xianyu's face, Jun Lintian looked as if he had taken it for granted and arrogantly said, if this young master likes it, she is this young master's woman. But, hearing this, Luo Xianyu frowned and shook her head hesitantly. Xianlinger is the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. Her background is deep and strong. Even if many of the imperial sons of the Great Zhou have the intention to marry her as their wives, I'm afraid that there's no way to get it unless the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire nods his head. Ms. Luo, what is said does have some truth to it, but have you forgotten what my Jun family does? Hearing Jun Lin Tian's words, Luo Xianyu snapped into realization. Yes, Jun Lintian is the only heir to the Jun family. The Jun family was powerful in the Great Zhou dynasty, controlling the military power of the entire Great Zhou. The Zhou emperor had many imperial sons, but the Jun family only had one heir right now, and that was the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lin Tian. So in a sense, Jun Lin Tian was more honorable than those emperors of Great Zhou. Marrying a certain prince might just be a royal consort, while marrying Jun Lin Tian was the young lady of the Jun family, the future head mother of the Jun family. Miss Luo, it's your turn to serve this young master. Looking at Luo Xianyu who had fallen into silence, Jun Lin Tian once again said against her ear, don't. At those words, Luo Xinyue's petite body trembled as she screamed in panic. Hey, it's not your choice. With a cold snort, Jun Lin Tian pulled off the nightgown on Luo Xianyu without any pity. In a blink of an eye, the long white silk dress that was originally worn on Luo Xinyue's body instantly fell to the ground, revealing Luo Xinyue's delicate and seductive petite body. Seeing what was left of Luo Xinyue's bellyband and blasphemous pants, a flash of fire flashed under Jun Lin Tian's eyes. You get off me. Looking at the handsome face close at hand, Luo Xinyue was scared. The man in front of him would really do that beastly thing when he was mad. Chapter 69, June Lintian. You shall not die. Release you? Ha, what if this young lord doesn't let go? After saying that, June Lintian tore Luo Xinyu's red blasphemy without any pity. You, as her upper body suddenly became empty, Luo Xinyue couldn't help but let out a soft grunt, and her legs couldn't help but curl up. It felt like I was suffocating. At this moment, a strong sense of humiliation rose in Luo Xinyue's heart, and she couldn't stop the tears from slipping down. Crying about what? Seeing this, June Lintian said indifferently, later on, this young lord will have a good exchange of life with Ms. Luo. You won't be like this if you know the joys of room service. Rascals and animals. At this moment, Luo Crescent hated to find a block of tofu to crash into. How did she get into this devil's way? Help! Luo Crescent screamed in panic and tried to break free, but the power disparity was too great to be of any use. Seeing her scared look, June Lintian hooked his lips in satisfaction and smiled evilly. Miss Luo, this young master likes this look of yours. He had long coveted Luo Xinyue's beautiful appearance and graceful body, only in the way of Luo Xinyue's marriage contract with the Grand Prince, so he did not act rashly. But in order to get back at the Grand Prince, he had to act, and at this moment, Luo Xinyue was right up his alley. Seeing how she could not get rid of June Lintian's shackles, Luo Xinyue panicked in her heart and hated that her cultivation was too weak. If she had a strong enough cultivation, she would not have let June Lintian insult her even if she had to fight to destroy her marriage. Succubus, you'll never get away with it. Suddenly, Luo Xinyue looked at June Lintian with firm eyes and droned. Oh, you dare to threaten this young lord. Hearing Luo Xinyue's words, June Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly as he said morosely, it seems that you're still too tender. Ms. Luo. Since that's the case, then this young lord will let Miss Luo taste the power of this young lord's great treasure sword. As soon as the words fell, June Lintian's right hand violently grabbed and strangled Luo Xinyue's neck. Ah! Luo Crescent let out a scream. June Lintian's actions caused Luo Xinyue's entire body to freeze, her beautiful eyes glaring. She never expected June Lintian to be so brutal and unkind. She had kept her body like a jade for more than 20 years, but she never thought that she would be scourged by June Lintian today. The feeling made her feel like her sky had collapsed. How would this make her face the Grand Prince on her wedding night in the future? Once the Grand Prince was certain that she had been scourged by another man, he would definitely dislike her and be unwilling to take her as his wife, and it will be relocated to your own family. At that time, she would be the sinner of the whole family. Thinking of this, Luo Xinyue was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, and her beautiful pretty face was written with tears of aggression. Ms. Law, how does it feel? June Lintian pinched Luo Xinyue's chin and laughed evilly. You should be glad that this young lord is a compassionate person. Otherwise your situation would be even worse than it is right now. As for the Grand Prince, this young lord will play with him slowly. Succubus. Hearing June Lintian's words, Luo Xinyue gritted her teeth and said, don't be too happy. One day I, Luo Xinyue, will kill you. June Lintian smiled coldly. He, do you think I would be afraid of a small prime minister's residence of yours? Luo Xinyue was silent. Although June Lintian was overbearing, he was the young master of the June family. Could he not be compared to her as a prime minister's daughter? Her father's official position posed no threat to June Lintian. Instead, if something happened to her, Prime Minister Luo would likely be convicted for it. After figuring this out, Luo Crescent Moon's eyes dimmed. In this life, she was destined to be suppressed by June Lintian, regardless of strength, status, or position. Tonight, you are this young master's slave girl. June Lintian smiled with the corners of his mouth. Miss Luo, this young lord hopes that you will not try to escape. Otherwise, this young lord guarantees that you will regret it. As the words fell, June Lintian continued to exchange life with Luo Xinyue. June Lintian, you asshole. Luo Xinyue's whole body was shaking with anger. However, he couldn't do anything with June Lintian. June Lintian, I will definitely kill you. Clenching her pink fist, Luo Xinyue's heart was filled with intense hatred. She would never let this demon go. Ha ha, Miss Luo, don't worry. This young master won't let you down. Seeing the hatred in Luo Xinyue's eyes, June Lintian enjoyed this sense of conquest very much. At this moment, Luo Xinyue's skin was like snow, her eyebrows were clear, and with her exquisite features, she was simply a work of art, gorgeous and beautiful. Even if she had millions of anger in her heart, she couldn't hide the charming curves of her petite body. You let go of me. Feeling June Lintian's salty hands, Luo Xinyue finally broke down completely. Let go of you? Upon hearing this, June Lintian smiled evilly and said, let go of you. Where will this young lord find such a beautiful slave girl? With that, he hugged the beautiful rabbit. Jun Lin Tian, you shall not die. Feeling Jun Lin Tian's salty hands, Luo Xin screamed in shame. Oh, ha ha ha. This young master likes to hear your voice begging for mercy. This young master likes to hear your screams of pain the most. Ha ha. Seeing Luo Xinu's agonized appearance, Jun Lin Tian laughed even more freely. At this moment, Luo Crescent Moon had nothing but resentment in her heart. Jun Lin Tian, remember this young lady. One day, I, Luo Xinu, will make you pay. Well, Ms. Ro had her chance. Hearing Luo Xinu's words filled with hatred, Jun Lin Tian smiled evilly. Pa! In the next second, Jun Lin Tian slapped heavily on Luo Xinu's arse and said in a cold voice, Miss Luo, remember what you said, don't go back on your word. Ah! Feeling the pain coming from her ass, Luo Crescent Moon had a face of shame. At this moment, tears of humiliation flowed down from her beautiful eyes once again. Ha ha! Looking at Luo Xinu's aggrieved appearance, Jun Lin Tian's heart felt a surge of pleasure. After all, the one he had beaten was the fiancée of the Grand Prince. He didn't feel any guilt in his heart. It wasn't his woman anyway. Jun Lin Tian continued his deep exchange of life with Luo Xinu. Anyway, not being his own woman, Jun Lin Tian did whatever he pleased, not caring at all about Luo Xinu's feelings. Woohoo! Cries continued to come out of Luo Xinu's mouth. Jun Lin Tian, this guy was simply not human. There was not even the slightest thought of compassion for her, not caring about her feelings. His movements were extremely. Although she was miserable in her heart, there was nothing she could do to stop this and could only allow Jun Lin Tian to do what he wanted. Soon Jun Lin Tian began to rush. Don't you? Seemingly sensing Jun Lin Tian's reaction, Luo Xinu's delicate body stalled. Her beautiful eyes widened as she twisted her head around and pleaded. Her Yuan had already been mercilessly taken by Jun Lin Tian, but she couldn't let Jun Lin Tian put it inside. Otherwise, if she got pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child, how could she explain to her family and the Grand Prince? Chapter 70, A Slave is A. But she had overestimated Jun Lin Tian's character. Who is Jun Lin Tian? The supervillain of Tianxian continent. He never carries a plastic bag, either before or after crossing the border. Moreover, Luo Xinu was not his woman, but the Grand Prince's woman, so he would have even less qualms about it. What this young master wants to do, no one has ever been able to change it. At those words, Jun Lin had glanced at his mouth and said with a contemptuous smile. After saying that, he gave it all to Luo Xinu. Ah, you! Sensing Jun Lin Tian's behavior, Xian Linger's beautiful eyes widened and her pretty face was filled with panic. Then she twisted her delicate body, wanting to get rid of Jun Lin Tian. However, how could Jun Lin Tian let her have her way? His hands wrapped around Luo Xinu's delicate body in death, not allowing her to move a single bit. Seeing this, Luo Xinu's eyes reddened. Tears could not stop slipping out. She used all her strength to struggle, still to no avail. You! What do you want? Let me tell you, I'm the future Grand Imperial Consort. If you do this, His Majesty won't let you go, Luo Xinyu said with a trembling voice, a pitiful look that made the man unable to resist the desire to protect. Oh, the future Grand Imperial Consort? Upon hearing this, Jun Lindian let out a cold laugh and sneered. Luo Xinu, you really don't know how to be shameless. You are like this. Do you think that the Grand Prince will still want you when he finds out? Jun Lin Tian poked Luo Xinu's innermost vulnerable part with a single sentence. She is the fiancée of the Grand Prince. But what is the situation now? Her Yuan had been taken away by Jun Lin Tian. If the Grand Prince knew about it, he definitely wouldn't marry her and would even dislike her, right? Thinking of this, Luo Xinu's heart rose with intense sadness and helplessness. She suddenly realized that her life had completely lost its light at the moment. Originally, I thought that marrying the Grand Prince would be a happy one, but I never thought that today's events would actually happen. It was all Jun Lin Tian's fault. If it wasn't for Jun Lin Tian, the events of today wouldn't have happened. Jun Lin Tian, you beast, let go of me quickly. Luo Xinu forcefully suppressed the grief and anger within her and shouted towards Jun Lin Tian, but Jun Lin Tian simply ignored her. Hey, Miss Luo is ordering this young master? Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth grinned, revealing a hint of an evil smile as he said, it seems that you haven't tasted the power of this young lord's methods enough. You don't mess around. Seeing Jun Lin Tian's ferocious expression, Luo Xinu was scared and her petite body trembled. However, Jun Lindian did not care and his eyes were hot as he stared at Luo Xinu as if he wanted to eat her. Jun Lin Tian, I'm warning you, if you don't let go of me, believe it or not I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Seeing Jun Lin Tian's look of determination, Luo Xinu hurriedly threatened, don't you dare. Hearing Luo Xinu's words, Jun Lin Tian instantly became enraged as he coldly droned. This young lord advises you that you had better cooperate obediently. Or else this young lord will bring his men to slaughter the upper and lower levels of your prime minister's residence without leaving a single living soul. Towards the end, Jun Lintian's tone was suddenly icy cold, and a terrifying killing aura emanated from his body. Seeing this, Luo Crescent Moon's petite body trembled in fear, not daring to say anything more. She believed that if she dared to talk any more nonsense, Jun Lintian would definitely bring people to destroy her family, because Jun Lintian definitely had that strength. Her own death was nothing, but her parents and grandparents could not die, so she behaved herself. Miss Luo is finally honest, so this young master will not be polite. Seeing Luo Xinu quiet down, Jun Lintian was full of evil smiles as he once again communicated with Luo Xinu. TSK, it's worthy of being the yin-yang sacred body. It's just awesome. Jun Lintian sighed in his heart as he felt that his body had not doubled up. Luo Xinyue underneath was also secretly shocked. How was this Jun Lintian so powerful, without even the slightest hint of fatigue? Is this still human? Even the demonic cultivators who specialized in dual cultivation techniques were not as powerful as Jun Lintian. Luo Xinyue gradually became mesmerized, and the whole person gradually lost her mind in shame. Oh, she closed her beautiful eyes tightly and bit her red lips lightly to prevent herself from making a shameful sound. But how could she be a match for Jun Lintian of the Inferno Sun's sacred body? And she was defeated in no time. Her delicate body instinctively leaned towards Jun Lintian. TSK. I didn't expect Miss Luo to have such moments. Looking at the fawning Luo Xinu, the corners of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly, his eyes narrowing into a line as he immersed himself in extreme pleasure. The corner of his mouth grinned. He pulled out a shadow-retaining jade from his bosom, recording the scene of the two exchanging their lives at this moment in its entirety. He could slowly enjoy it himself later, and could also use it to bully Luo Xinu. He gave Luo Crescent a few close-ups of the fawning expression on her face at that moment. Also give those things some close-ups. Jun Lintian said in a fit of glee in his heart, if the Grand Prince sees his own fiancé's Yuaning being taken away by himself, he will probably be angered and spit out blood, but this could not be blamed on him in the slightest. After all, these were all brought on by the Grand Imperial Prince. If you covet his Jun Lintian's woman, then you must be prepared to be cuckolded. Payback for payback. That makes sense, doesn't it? For Luo Xinu underneath her, Jun Lintian did not have the slightest bit of sympathy either. Whoever made her grandfather stand behind the Grand Prince, then she as a granddaughter would have to pay the price for that. Having chosen to take sides, you have to pay the price for your choice. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. He wanted to let everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty know through this incident that angering his Jun family was a miserable end to all destruction. Give it to me. Sensing that Jun Lintian had stopped, the lost Luo Xinu began to take the initiative and demanded, TSK. What a? Seeing this, Jun Lintian slapped heavily on Luo Xinyue's arse. The corner of his mouth hooked slightly as he laughed evilly. How long has it been? And you've turned into this appearance. A slave is a. Hearing Jun Lintian's ridicule, Luo Xinu did not feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead she flirtatiously said, concubine only wishes to make young lord happy. Young lord can do whatever he wants. She was happy at the moment and wanted Jun Lintian to make her even happier. You know your way around. Seeing that Luo Xinu had gone soft, Jun Lintian nodded in satisfaction and continued, since this is the case, then this young lord will reluctantly pamper you. This, my slave thanks the young lord. At this time Luo Xinyue where there was just the high pride and innocence. Simply a complete, hey. Jun Lintian was also too lazy to say much to her, and with a hefty smile, he once again explored life with her, letting her know what a real man is. The Grand Prince's residence. Bitch. The Great Prince slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse and laughed evilly. Is this emperor powerful? Chapter 71 You shameless. Awesome. Of course. Feeling the pain coming from her ass, the beautiful woman winks so in reply. At this moment, she only wanted the Grand Imperial Prince to give more things to her so that she could get pregnant with the royal bloodline of the Great Zhou dynasty earlier. They might even all be future Great Zhou dynasty kings. As for whether or not the Grand Prince pleased her, she was indifferent. Slut. Seeing this demeanor of the beautiful woman, the Grand Prince had a smug look on his face and then laughed lewdly. However, this emperor likes ass like you. Encouraged by a burst of encouragement from the beautiful woman, the eldest prince began to feel a little impulsive again. The beautiful woman sensed the impulse of the Grand Imperial Prince and twisted her head to remind him. She didn't want her efforts to be all for naught. Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince had a smug look on his face and satisfied the beautiful woman's request. Bang! The Grand Imperial finally collapsed from exhaustion. Tonight, he had simply gone overboard in order to make the beautiful woman realize how good he was, but it was only 4 times before he reached the top. The beautiful woman blankly glanced at the Grand Imperial Prince with a grudging face. You can't get enough of it yourself. I also wonder if knowing so little will allow her to conceive the Grand Prince's child. The Grand Prince and Luo Crescent Moon. A pair of two people with a marriage contract, or having life exchanges with different people, at the same time. It's simply a scene of irony. In the Prime Minister's residence, in Luo Xinu's boudoir, after 2 hours of exchanging lives with Junlin Tian, the medicinal properties of the harmony scatter in Luo Xinu's body finally dissipated cleanly. Luo Xinyue was sobbing. It's over. If she was really pregnant with Junlin Tian's child, how could she still marry the Grand Prince? And what she was most worried about was that if the Grand Prince knew about all this, he would definitely not be able to spare her, and she's going to take her family with her. She couldn't help but wail and cry at the thought. Woohoo! Luo Xinu cried more and more, as if she had been wronged. Shay, you have nothing to cry about. Seeing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth skimmed as he said with a look of disdain. He wouldn't sympathize with Luo Crescent's suffering. Although Luo Xin was indeed pretty, she was the fiancée of the Grand Prince, and he had taken away her Yuan to get back at the Grand Prince. No matter how much Luo Xinu cried, Junlin Tian felt relieved. Watching the enemy's fiancée shed tears and grieve was simply more enjoyable than witnessing the Grand Prince in pain. Luo Xinu, who was on the side, was huffing and puffing while looking at Junlin Tian angrily. Junlin Tian, how could you do this to me? I've been completely destroyed by you now, and you've taken away my Yuan. You devil, demon. Luo Xinu angrily accused Junlin Tian. Unfortunately, Junlin Tian was calm and taunted. Your fiancé is playing with other women. Isn't it reasonable for this young lord to play with you? Junlin Tian's words left Luo Xinu speechless. This guy is so shameless that such words can be said in such a grandiose manner. How in the world can there be such shameless men? From the moment your fiancé coveted this young lord's woman, you should have expected this day to come. Junlin Tian simply disregarded the murderous gaze of Luo Xinyue at this moment. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently, it's just a pity that your fiancé didn't get his hands on you, while this young master did. Jia. He wasn't a good person in the first place, sleeping with other wives, something he had done a lot of in his previous life. What's more, there are not a few who got pregnant by him and let their husbands support them. In response, Junlin Tian did not have the slightest feeling of guilt in his heart. You crazy asshole. Seeing Junlin Tian so arrogant and domineering, Luo Xinu was furious and he sobbing. If I am pregnant this time, to what to do? Thinking that she might have been defiled in her chastity by this shameless man, Luo Xinyue was overcome with grief and bawled once again. What did she do wrong? She hasn't done anything wrong since the beginning. Her fiancé, the Grand Emperor, was screwing around outside, and she was still thinking of keeping her body for him. But why did Junlin Tian want to find himself, taking out all those wrong things her fiancé did on her? At the end of the day, she's still just a woman. Had she known it would end up like this, she should not have entered into a marriage contract with the Grand Prince in the first place. Looking at Luo Xinu in this state, Junlin Tian suddenly revealed a smile as he slowly stepped closer and said, what to do? This young lord does have a good idea. As she watched Junlin Tian approach step by step, Luo Xinu instinctively cowering her body towards the inside of the bed, because this man's identity and strength was too terrifying. She was afraid that the other party would do something to hurt her again. Moreover, she always felt that Junlin Tian did not have good intentions. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she asked tentatively, can you have any good ideas? Of course this young lord has a good idea. Seeing this, Junlin Tian sat on the edge of the bed and crossed his legs, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he said, if you are really pregnant this time, then just hold your big belly and let the Grand Imperial Prince take charge. Didn't he ask my woman to give him a son? You get pregnant one step ahead of Beauty Woman and surprise the Grand Prince with a happy father. Not only did you get your revenge, you also gave the Grand Prince a green hat. It's like killing two birds with one stone. You're shameless. After hearing Junlin Tian's words, Luo Xinu gritted her teeth and glared indignantly. How can this person be so cruel and shameless as to take her name and honor in exchange for benefits? She's pregnant with another man's seed, and asking her fiancé to take responsibility for it. She's crazy to agree to that. Once this gets out, her reputation will be wiped out. She would never allow that to happen. Ha. This young lord is thinking about you. After all, who would want to marry you when you're pregnant? Speaking of this, Junlin Tian's eyes slightly drooped and the corners of his mouth drew an evil arc. As soon as his words fell, Luo Crescent froze, her face brushed pale, her watery eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. One has to admit that Junlin Tian was right. If she was pregnant, which cutie would marry her? Junlin Tian, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Luo Xinyue screamed angrily. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Junlin Tian stood up, pinched Luo Xinu's delicate chin, condescendingly looked down at her, his tone cold. Then this young master would like to let you see if this young master can kill cleanly the several hundred mouths above and below this prime minister's residence of yours after your death. You are aware of this young lord's methods. Adding one more life is a life, and so are hundreds more. After saying that, Jun Lin Tian loosened his stranglehold on Luo Xianyu's hand and turned to leave. Looking at Jun Lin Tian's back as he left, Luo Xinyue was paralyzed and fell on the bed, her whole heart falling like an ice cave. Chapter 72, Your Majesty, I'll give you another son. She did not dare to imagine what would happen to her parents and the others after her death if it was really as Jun Lin Tian had said. Although she was arrogant and domineering, she was not a brainless person, and Jun Lin Tian's words just now scared her. Jun Lin Tian, you despicable villain. Luo Xianyu gritted her teeth and cursed angrily, wishing to kill Jun Lin Tian by 1,000 cuts and thwart his bones. Jun Lin Tian was unimpressed and continued to walk towards the house. This time, Luo Xinyue didn't block or resist. It was only her spiteful eyes that flashed with a deep and vicious aura. She will absolutely not let go of Jun Lin Tian this account. This account she will definitely get it back. Unfortunately, she did not know that Jun Lin Tian had fed her the good pregnancy pill beforehand. At this moment, deep within her belly, there were already 2 seeds of Jun Lin Tian that had quietly taken root and sprouted. This was Jun Lin Tian's purpose, to use the child to control Luo Xianyu, and then to alienate Prime Minister Luo Wanshan from the Grand Prince. The ultimate goal is to control Prime Minister Lo Man-san. Such a ploy is insidious and despicable, but it works. Jun Lin Tian believed that Luo Xianyu would definitely obediently follow the script he had designed. At that time, the Zhou Emperor would be completely hollowed out by his Jun family, ultimately accomplishing the goal of replacing him. Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Palace, Yangxin Temple. Your Majesty, you're so bad. Empress Su Ruyun of Great Zhou looked at Emperor Zhou Hao of Zhou and softly pampered her. What's wrong with me? Zhou Haosang wrapped his arms around Su Ruyun's slender waist and asked with a smile. Humph, Your Majesty, you clearly know what your concubine means by that, yet you deliberately pretend not to understand. Su Ruyun pouted and glared at Zhou Hao, her delicate red lips pouting. Very tempting. I am not a fool. I naturally know what Yuner is referring to. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a bad smile and said, but then, let's try it out tonight, and I'll see if you're even more tasty than before. With that, Jun Haotian took Su Ruyun into his arms and prepared to enjoy this beautiful night. Your Majesty, with a shy murmur, Su Ruyun obediently nestled into Zhou Hao's broad and thick chest, saying coquettishly, Your Majesty is so bad. Saying that, she took the initiative to retreat the tool on her body, skin's snowy body exposed in the air, crystal clear like jade carving is smooth and tender, with a glistening luster, especially the proud peaks, but also with the breath and slightly up and down movement, attracting people's imagination. Gulp. Seeing this fragrant scene, Zhou Hao gulped down his saliva and stretched out his slender right arm to tightly wrap Su Ruyun's slender willow waist and bully his way up. Yuner, you're so beautiful. Zhou Hao's warm nostrils sprayed on Su Ruyun's cheeks, causing Su Ruyun's cheeks to blush with shyness. Your Majesty, my concubine still wants to give you a royal son. Su Ruyun's coquettish voice was filled with sweet, springy colors. Really? Hearing this, Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows evilly. Are you sure? Ha? Su Ruyun raised her beautiful eyes to look at Zhou Hao and nodded shyly. With a doting smile on his lips, Zhou Hao lowered his head to kiss Su Ruyun's red cherry mouth. Your Majesty, the concubine wants it. Su Ruyun took the initiative to wring Zhou Hao's neck with her jade hand and smiled charmingly. She knew very well that as long as she gave birth to more heirs for Zhou Hao, the more solid her position in Zhou Hao's heart would be. Although she was now the Empress of Great Zhou, Zhou Hao had a harem of 3,000 beauties. Those Tai foxes were one better than the other at seducing people and had already given birth to many heirs for Zhou Hao. Even some palace maidens tried every possible way to seduce Zhou Hao and steal the dragon seed. The Grand Prince's mother, Consort Yen, had previously been a courtesan, and had managed to steal the dragon seed after secretly climbing into Zhou Hao's king-size bed on one occasion while Zhou Hao was drunk. A month later, when they found a successful pregnancy, they looked for Zhou Hao to take charge. By virtue of successfully giving birth to a son for the first time for Zhou Hao, the mother of the eldest prince succeeded in becoming a noble consort. The position was just below her as empress. Therefore, Su Ruyun was clear that if she wanted to firmly grasp the power of the empress, she had to give birth to more imperial sons to stabilize her position. She wouldn't allow any woman to take the throne of queen that belonged to her. She was the first daughter of the high and mighty Su family, and she was even one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Zhou dynasty. The appearance of the country, proud curved body, but also countless men for the crazy. She would never allow herself to lose to another woman. Although she had already given birth to an imperial son for Zhou Hao, she felt that it was far from enough. Many of those fox-charming children in the harem had already given birth to 3 emperors for Zhou Hao. Some more. She sensed a serious threat to her position as queen. So, tonight, It was already the second half of the night, and she was still waiting in Zhou Hao's chambers for him to finish his political affairs and perform the marriage act. I wish I had gotten pregnant with Shang Hao's child earlier. For the sake of her own position, as well as the interests of her family, Su Ruyun also put her best foot forward. Hey, Yuner, I'll give you whatever you want. Hearing this, Zhou Hao smiled lowly, holding Su Ruyun and collapsing on the bed. After some deep life exchanges, Your Majesty, you're amazing. Su Ruyun was lying on the bed, her eyes were mesmerized and her pretty face was flushed and flirtatious. Zhou Hao let out a low hum, his eyes excitedly hot. I've always been great. Yuner, let's do it again. Although Su Ruyun had given birth to an imperial son for him and had been a woman for a long time, at this moment, she looked like a little woman, causing Zhou Hao's heart to flutter with excitement. Some parts of it were as if they were virgins, and it made him a little obsessed. Your Majesty, Su Ruyun's face was red, and she opened her beautiful eyes to look at Zhou Hao and shouted in a low voice. As the words left her mouth, she slowly closed her eyes. Yuner, don't turn around, I am the husband. Seeing this, Zhou Hao looked at Su Ruyun with blazing eyes, his voice hoarse. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Ruyun smiled delicately and slowly opened her delicate body. As the words fell, there was another shaking in the room, as if the sky was falling. Your Majesty, sensing that Emperor Zhou was getting a bit impulsive, Su Ruyun hurriedly twisted her head around and winkingly reminded him. She didn't want all her previous efforts to go to waste. Hearing Su Ruyun's request, Zhou Hao nodded with a grin. In fact, there was no need for Su Ruyun to remind him. He would have given it to Su Ruyun, a man of skill. One should have many heirs so that one's lineage can continue. What's more, he was the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people in Great Zhou. Shouldn't he order more heirs? Your Majesty. Just then, a sharp shout came from outside the room. Chapter 73, I will make the Jun family completely subjugate to the Great Zhou. Who? Zhou Hao immediately grimaced and said unhappily. Su Ruyun's delicate body shook as she tried to leave Zhou Huang, but she was held down by Zhou Huang. Seeing this, Su Ruyun had no choice but to give up, maintaining the seductive position of lying on the bed. Your Majesty, it's the old slave, Eunuch Li outside the door said with a cockney voice. Hearing Eunuch Li's voice, Zhou Hao suppressed his anger and helplessly pulled the key out from inside the lock hole, and he gave Su Ruyun a wink. Su Ruyun understood in a second and immediately put a dragon robe on Emperor Zhou, while she herself pulled the quilt aside to cover her body, and blocked the exit with her jade hand. She didn't want her efforts to be in vain. Eunuch Li was an old eunuch who had been with the Zhou Emperor for decades, and in the entire Great Zhou Empire, apart from the royal clans and all the vassal kings, basically no one dared to do anything to Eunuch Li. Eunuch Li also knew the rules of the palace like the back of his hand. Since he had burst into his chambers in a panic so late at night, he must have something important. Come in. After squeezing Su Ruyun's arse, Emperor Zhou faintly said to the doorway. Su Ruyun, on the other hand, lightly bit her red lips and shyly glared at Emperor Zhou. Crunch! With a slight clang, the door to the room was opened from the outside by the guards. Greetings, Your Majesty, and good luck, Your Majesty. Seeing Su Ruyun wrapping herself in the bedding and a blush creeping over her pretty face, Eunuch Li knew that he had disturbed the two of them and hurriedly knelt down. Level off. Looking at Eunuch Li, who was kneeling on the ground, Emperor Zhou said coldly, if it wasn't for this guy's interruption, he himself would probably be able to come once more with Su Ruyun. This is the time and day. He is busy with political affairs. The evil fire in his body has not been able to find someone to vent. Tonight Su Ruyun is so hard to send himself to the door. He is ready to vent some of his own. In the end, he was interrupted by Eunuch Li, who was of course a bit displeased. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eunuch Li raised his head and respectfully said, say stop. What's the matter? So flustered, Emperor Zhou sat on the bed and asked with a frown. Your Majesty, it's bad. Something's happened. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Li knelt down once again and said with a sobbing face, the old slave will take His Majesty's holy decree along with the Grand Imperial Prince at night and go to the Jun family to ask the Jun family's young master to ask for the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. But, when he said this, Eunuch Li's voice became smaller and smaller, and hearing his words, Zhou Hao's heart thumped. Did something really happen? Say, but what? After taking a deep breath, Emperor Zhou coldly stared at Eunuch Li and asked, but the Jun family's young lord isn't willing to hand over the 19th princess at all. Upon hearing Emperor Zhou's question, Eunuch Li trembled and said, the Jun family's young lord even taught both the old slave and the Grand Imperial Prince a lesson. Bang! Assholes, the Jun family is simply too deceitful. Emperor Zhou fiercely stood up and roared after stomping the floor fiercely. The peak aura of a quasi-emperor on his body immediately filled the entire bedchamber. Under the strong pressure, the surrounding tables and chairs all turned into crumbs. As for Su Ruyun, who was the closest to Emperor Zhou, She was even shivering at this moment, clearly terrified. Although she also had the cultivation of the Avatar realm, she was far too different compared to Zhou Hao. At this moment, Emperor Zhou's eyes were red and he was clearly furious. The holy decree he had given as the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty had actually been rejected, and to teach his lapdogs and the royal son a lesson in public, the insult is simply too much to bear. The young lord of the Jun family also said. Just then, Eunuch Li's weak voice came, only to see him steal a glance at Emperor Zhou and somewhat stammered. He also said that the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire is his woman now, and that if anyone dares to hit Xian Linger's idea, they are going against his Jun family. Boom! As soon as Eunuch Li's words fell, he saw Emperor Zhou slam his fist into the wooden table at his side. In a flash, the wooden table exploded into powder. And then, Emperor Zhou said in a chilling voice, "TSK, that good nephew of mine, Jun Lintian. I haven't seen him for some time. I didn't expect him to be so rampant anymore. He doesn't even put me, his great uncle, in his eyes. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The old slave will bring someone to tie the Jun family's young lord over here." Feeling Emperor Zhou's anger, Eunuch Li was chilled and hurriedly said, "Tie it up?" At this point, Emperor Zhou had slowly regained his senses and shook his head. You think the Jun family is that easy to deal with? He had long wanted to hollow out or exterminate the Jun family, but he knew that with his current strength he could not move a single bit, and if he moved Jun Lindian he might face the crazy revenge of the entire Jun family. This kind of crazy revenge is something he can't afford. Dealing with the Jun family could only be done slowly, and now was far from the time to turn the tables with the Jun family. And what does His Majesty mean? Seeing this, Eunuch Li asked tentatively. After leaving the Jun family at night, he rushed back to the palace at the first opportunity and immediately went to the imperial hospital, allowing those eunuchs to treat the wounds on his hands before rushing to the palace of Nurturing Heart. He knew that he was just a dog by the side of Emperor Zhou, and that if he wanted to take revenge on Jun Lin Tian he would only have to look up to his master. Now that he saw Emperor Zhou's reaction, as if this matter was over, how could he be willing to do so? I will make the Jun family completely submit to Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, a grim smile appeared at the corner of Emperor Zhou's mouth as he said, "You go and deliver the few letters I have in my hands to these generals, and in addition, send a messenger to the Xuanwu Empire to inform their emperor that the 19th princess, Xian Linger, has already been forcibly occupied by the Jun family's young lord." Speaking here, a murderous streak flickered in Emperor Zhou's eyes as he continued. "Tell the Xuanwu Empire that if they want to save their 19th princess, they must agree to cooperate with me, or else what awaits them will be further oppression from the Jun family." With that, he pulled out several sealed letters from his arms. "Your Majesty is wise. The old slave will do it right away." After hearing Emperor Zhou's arrangement, Eunuch Li's eyes lit up. That's a triple whammy. Not only could he hollow out the Jun family, but at the same time tie the Xuanwu Empire to the Great Zhou's chariot, so that he could avenge himself in the end. Eunuch Li bowed and took the letter from Emperor Zhou's hands before turning around and walking out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart to carry out his mission. "Humph, I would like to see if you, the Jun family, dare to play hardball with me. If you really dare to do it, I will definitely let you die without a burial place." Looking at Eunuch Li's back as he left, Emperor Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of his mouth grinned as he coldly said, he had already decided in his mind that if the Jun family was insensitive, then he wouldn't mind destroying the Jun family and replacing them with his own people to take control of the Jun family. "Your Majesty, do you think, will the Xuanwu Empire agree? After all, the Jun family is in control of the military power of the entire Great Zhou." Looking at Emperor Zhou's somewhat distorted face, Su Ruyun lightly bit her red lips and carefully asked, Chapter 74 Empress wants to cooperate with Jun Lin Tian. So what if I say yes? What if I don't? Emperor Zhou sneered. It's fine if they are sensible. If not, I don't mind turning the Xuanwu Empire into a vassal empire of Great Zhou as well. At this moment, Emperor Zhou's voice was filled with moroseness, and he had clearly moved to kill. He is not a cutie pie. The Jun family's every move has long been under his watchful eye, and as long as the time is right, the military power under the Jun family's control will immediately return to his hands. For this reason, he was secretly pulling in a number of military generals. And of course, he also promised a lot of benefits. But as long as he gets the military power, this benefit is not worth anything to him. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Seeing that Zhou Huang was not willing to go into details, the intelligent Su Ruyun did not ask much, but just used her jade hand to cross over his great sword, and delicately exclaimed. As a woman, she wasn't interested in those military affairs either. She just wanted to be a good little woman. She had only one goal, to firmly fix her position in Emperor Zhou's heart, so that he could not leave her. Goblin, seeing Su Ruyun's behavior, how could Zhou Huang not know what this little vixen was thinking? So he immediately slapped Su Ruyun's arse and laughed. Your Majesty, you're so bad. Feeling the pain coming from her buttocks, Su Ruyun gently raised her beautiful eyes and poutingly blanked Zhou Huang. Ha ha ha. Looking at Su Ruyun's flirtatious appearance, Emperor Zhou burst out laughing and wrapped her in his arms. Soon, the two began to share their lives. After a long time, Su Ruyun crouched on his chest and drew circles. Your Majesty, you're so annoying. Oh, I hate it? Then what do you like about me? You hate that thing of yours. So you like it? No. So what is it that you like about me? His Majesty hates everywhere. Is that so? I'll try it again tonight and see if you like it. The corners of Emperor Zhou's mouth sketched out an evil arc as he once again exchanged life with Su Ruyun. The next day, early morning, when the sun rose, Emperor Zhou opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. Afterward, he looked down at Su Ruyun to the side, a hint of softness appearing in his eyes as he said, "Awake? You At this moment, Su Ruyun was lying lazily beside him with her beautiful eyes closed, her pretty face red. Last night she was forcefully pulled into a life exchange by Emperor Zhou, and nearly fainted due to the number of times. At this point, although he woke up, it was difficult to even lift his arm. Your Majesty, don't, my concubine is so tired. Su Ruyun lay there like a dead fish, not moving at all. Oh, well, rest then, and we'll continue this at night. Emperor Zhou gently pinched Su Ruyun's pretty nose and smiled dotingly. Then he put on his clothes and left the bedchamber. Looking at Emperor Zhou's departing back, Su Ruyun lightly bit her red lips and murmured in a low voice, Your Majesty, I didn't expect that you'd still favor the eldest prince, so don't blame the concubine. Through last night's conversation between Uniquely and the Zhou Emperor, Su Ruyun heard that the Zhou Emperor was preparing for the Grand Imperial Prince to marry Xianlinger, the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. One must know that Xianlinger was the first daughter of the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, born of the Empress. Her status was noble and incomparable. The Zhou Emperor's purpose of allowing the Grand Imperial Prince to marry Xianlinger was clearly an intention to establish the Grand Imperial Prince as the crown prince of the Great Zhou. How could she accept this? She was the Empress, and her own son should have been established as the crown prince. But the Zhou Emperor had shown no signs of registering a crown prince over the years, and instead had placed more hope in the Grand Prince's body. Although the Grand Prince's talent was truly amazing, and he vigorously recommended to enable the children of the Cole family, which was supported by the Prime Minister and many other civil ministers, saying that the Grand Prince had the demeanor of a benevolent ruler. If the Zhou Emperor made the Grand Prince the crown prince, it might be good for Great Zhou, but it would be a great disaster for the two of them, mother and son, because, after that, her position in the palace would completely collapse, and her son, the second prince, would only be an ordinary vassal king. Therefore, Su Ruyun firmly believed that the throne of the crown prince must belong to his own son and must not be seized by the eldest prince, whether it was for her son or her own future. She had to find a helper. The first person that came to her mind was Jun Lin Tian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Jun Lin Tian had already turned against the Grand Prince, then as long as she joined hands with Jun Lin Tian, then Jun Lin Tian would definitely help her get rid of the Grand Prince, thus allowing her son to sit as the crown prince. As for Zhou Huang, his character Su Ruyun knows very well, although the surface of her extreme favor, but very overbearing and autocratic. Once decided things, do not allow anyone to refute the change. Only after the death of the Grand Prince would the Zhou Emperor turn his attention to his own son. Once cooperation with Jun Lintian was 100% beneficial and harmless, and as for their partnership, as long as one was more careful, even if one was discovered, the big deal was to say that it was Jun Lintian who took the initiative to find him. Figured out the pros and cons of it, Su Ruyun's face showed a touch of light smile, slowly get up to return to their cunning palace, freshened up, changed the most beautiful clothes, and then let the palace maid to their own well-dressed. The purpose was naturally to leave a good impression on Jun Lintian and facilitate matters of cooperation with him. The Jun family residence. Last night's events were as if they hadn't happened, as Jun Lin Tian was still leisurely drinking tea in his own garden. Young lord. According to reports from the palace insiders, it is said that last night, after Uniquely went to His Majesty's bedchamber, he went in with a weeping face and came out of it happy. Jun Mengyao, who was on the side, was seriously reporting to Jun Lintian, and Uniquely sent a few imperial guards out of the imperial dynasty last night on a fast horse, as if they were heading in the direction of the various borders as well as in the direction of the Xuanwu Empire. Border? The Xuanwu Empire? Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian raised an eyebrow and then sneered. It seems that Emperor Zhou can't wait any longer. Since he, Emperor Zhou, wants to play, then let's play with him to the end. He didn't expect Emperor Zhou to be so indolent and want to deal with his Jun family so soon. You don't even think about who he is. Jun Lintian? He was a traveler who knew the original story by heart and knew the plot of the original story by heart. The reason why Emperor Zhou wanted to take action against his Jun family was simply because he was afraid that his Jun family's monopoly on power would threaten his throne. Against this general background, it would be justifiable if Emperor Zhou made his move in advance. Young lord, what should we do then? At those words, Jun Mengyao's willow brows knit slightly as she said with some concern, wait and see. The corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth grinned as he teased, send a message to my father. Once I give him those people on the list, once there is any windfall, they will be directly exterminated. This young lord would like to see what waves Emperor Zhou can make. He wasn't in a hurry at all. After all, right now they were in the dark, while Emperor Zhou was in the light. And although he knew in advance that those people would be unfavorable to the Jun family, but to rashly go out and kill someone without evidence would tarnish his Jun family's image in the military. Therefore, he chose to wait for the right moment first and wait for the right opportunity. Young lord, there's someone from the palace. Just then, a guard hurried over and reported to Jun Lin Tian. Chapter 75, Jun Lin Tian's lover Qingwan. Finally? Jun Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a wisp of essence as he sneered. Let's go and meet them. Soon enough, Jun Lintian brought Jun Mengyao to the Jun family's council chamber. Upon seeing that the visitor was just a small courtesan, Jun Lin Tian frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. He thought that Eunuch Li and the Grand Prince had brought someone to trouble him. The slave girl has met the young lord of the Jun family. After that courtesan bowed towards Jun Lintian, she respectfully said, the Empress word of command asks the Jun family's young master to quickly go to Kuan Ning Palace for an audience. With that, he pulled out a gold medal from his pocket and handed it to Jun Lin Tian. Oh, the queen summoned? Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian looked odd, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart after receiving that gold medal from the palace maid. He couldn't figure out why the Empress would be in a hurry to see him at this time when there was already a gap between himself and the Zhou Emperor. Is there a trick in this? With a few secret slurs in his heart, Jun Lintian nodded his head indifferently and said, got it. Then the slave girl will leave. The courtesan stood up and turned to leave. Young lord, do you really intend to go to the appointment? When that palace maid disappeared, Jun Mengyao asked with some hesitation. She always felt that there was something weird. There was definitely something fishy about the Empress of the Great Zhou summoning Jun Lintian today. It was most likely a trap waiting for Jun Lintian to go ahead and throw himself into the net. But seeing that Jun Lintian did not hesitate in the slightest, did Jun Mengyao think that Jun Lintian had the certainty to cope with the Empress's should-be tricks? Ha! Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian snorted and said disdainfully, do you think Empress Zhou would play any plots at this time? Hearing his words, Jun Mengyao shook her head in disbelief. However, this young lord would like to see what kind of medicine this Empress Zhou was selling in her gourd. After saying that, he took a big step towards the outside. Looking at Jun Lingtian's back as he left, Jun Mengyao opened her mouth as if she wanted to admonish again, but the words eventually swallowed back as they reached her mouth and lifted her feet to follow. No matter what, even if this trip was a hongmen banquet, she still had to go to the palace with Jun Lintian. With the Empress's gold medal in their possession, the two of them, Jun Lintian and Jun Mengyao, were able to move around the palace without any obstruction. As they passed outside the Evergreen Palace, they were suddenly shouted at by a 17-year-old girl. Brother Lin Tian. The young girl was dressed in a light blue long dress. Her appearance was playful and innocent, and she delicately shouted at Jun Lin Tian with a pitiful look. Green lawn? Turning back to see the shy and timid young girl in front of him, Jun Lin Tian's face expression stiffened a little. Brother Lin Tian, Qingwan didn't expect you to appear here. Are you here to find Qingwan? The young girl hung her head low, a pair of jade hands that had nowhere to rest, pinching the hem of her skirt, biting her pink lips, and said in an aggrieved manner. Looking at the young girl in this state, Jun Lin Tian's brows tightened. He couldn't figure out how the once proud and capricious, arrogant and domineering little cousin could have fallen so far now. Zhou Qingwan was born to Emperor Zhou in concubine Li. Yet, because she was the youngest daughter of the Zhou Emperor, she had been highly favored since she was a child. Unfortunately, Zhou Qingwan had mediocre talent and average qualifications, so at the age of 16, Emperor Zhou entered her into a marriage contract with the 9th prince of the Great Qian King's royal dynasty. It is agreed that when Zhou Qingwan reaches the age of 18, Qingwan will organize a wedding and marry far away from the Daqian dynasty. However, the original story says that Zhou Qingwan didn't agree to the marriage at all because she had wanted to marry her cousin Jun Lin Tian since she was a child. Zhou Qingwan at the age of 10, wedding day, wearing a cape, in this Changchun palace-owned boudoir hanged himself. Before committing suicide, he left a bloody letter written to Jun Lin Tian on the table, and the content of the bloody letter was sobbing word by word, all expressing his love for Jun Lin Tian. However, this bloody letter never fell into Jun Lin Tian's hands to the very beginning. At that time, when he read this paragraph in the original, Jun Lin Tian was also moved and cursed Emperor Zhou for not being a human being and unworthy of being a father. Even his own daughter's marital bliss was used to exchange benefits with other countries. Now that he saw Zhou Qingwan, Jun Lin Genius recalled a scene from the original, and did not know how he was going to deal with this matter. As a traveler, he knew that cousins couldn't marry each other, but there was no way to explain this clearly to Qingwan. After all, this is a world where cousin marriages are taken for granted. Kissing up. But now seeing Zhou Qingwan in this posture, Junlin Tian suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to help Zhou Qingwan out of her misery. After all, this girl was that deeply in love with herself. As for marrying Qingwan, he currently couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Brother Lin Tian, father has betrothed me to the 9th prince of the great Qian dynasty. What do you think will happen to Qingwan? Seeing that Junlin Tian did not answer for a long time, Zhou Qingwan's face immediately revealed a look of fear and anxiety, and she could not stop the tears from flowing down her face. Seeing this, a wave of guilt welled up in Junlin Tian's heart. Don't cry, brother will walk with you. Taking a deep breath, Junlin Tian collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, she reached out to wipe away the tear tracks on her cheeks and said excitedly, really? Great. Thank you brother Lin Tian. After saying that, she cheerfully took Junlin Tian's arm and dragged him towards the imperial garden. Junlin Tian sighed lightly, letting Zhou Qingwan pull his arm as he walked slowly towards the front. The imperial garden covers a vast area with 100 flowers. At this time of year the weather is warm and the flowers are blooming in beautiful colors. Only, the two were not in the mood to enjoy the view, especially since Junlin Tian was so preoccupied at the moment. He was even more irritated. Brother Lin Tian, what's wrong with you? Why are you always sighing? Zhou Qingwan blinked her eyes and cocked her head at Junlin Tian, asking with a puzzled expression. Junlin Tian shook his head and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a 10-year-old boy appear at the entrance of the imperial garden. Seeing this little boy, Junlin Tian frowned slightly, because this little boy he knew was the Grand Prince's own 4th brother, the 78th Prince of Great Zhou. Loser, why are you here too? When the little boy saw Zhou Qingwan, he had a look of contemptuous disgust on his face, and then he quickly walked towards Zhou Qingwan's side. Although Zhou Qingwan did not like this attitude of the little boy, she did not care about it and only shook her head and smiled at Junlin Tian. Then she wrapped her arm around Junlin Tian's arm and prepared to leave. Who knew that little boy had been staring at Zhou Qingwan? Money loser, stop! The little boy called Zhou Qingwan to a halt. The corner of his mouth grinned, and he said with a sinister smile, why do you want to be with your cousin? You're the one who has a marriage contract with the 9th Prince of Deqian. His words made Zhou Qingwan resentful. Zhou Qingwan turned around with a cold snort and continued to walk forward. Seeing Zhou Qingwan ignoring her, the little boy hurriedly ran over to block her way. My highness told you to stand still. Didn't you hear me? The little boy raised his voice again with a cocky look on his face. Chapter 76, A Special Affection for Qingwan. And then he raised his hand and pointed at the tip of Zhou Qingwan's nose, snapping, money loser, you'd better be sensible and obediently listen to this imperial prince. Otherwise, this royal highness will break your dog's legs and then sell you into the Hook Courtyard, making you the laughingstock of the entire Zhou kingdom. Splat! Junlin Tian had been looking coldly at the other party, his eyes flashing with a cold aura, when he couldn't help but give the little boy a count of big slaps. It's true that some people are born with bad seeds, so young to know how to bully his half-sister. What if he grows up? Zhou Qingwan was stunned, not expecting that Junlin Tian would take the initiative to protect himself, and her heart was suddenly sweet. Due to Junlin Tian's anger, this time he used all his force and the little boy was slapped to the ground. Covering his cheek for half a day, he glared indignantly at Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian, how dare you beat up this emperor for this money loser? The little boy was just about to open his mouth to vent a few words when he coughed violently and spat out a few teeth. He lifted his fat novel to touch a handful of blood on his lips and stared fiercely at Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian, you've taken a fancy to this money loser, haven't you? This prince will report this to father. At those words, Junlin Tian skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, get lost. Seeing Junlin Tian his ferocious eyes, the little boy was startled and hurriedly turned around to escape. Seeing this, Zhou Qingwan was relieved and complained in a low voice, Brother Lin Tian, why did you injure him? You guys are your cousins. He is not worthy. Junlin Tian responded coldly, he didn't mess with you. Why are you fighting him? He insulted you. Cupping Qingwan's delicate and compact chin with his hand, Junlin Tian returned with a serious face. But, being stared at by her crush, at such a close distance, Qingwan's cheeks suddenly turned scarlet with shame. She didn't dare to say more and panicked, lowering her head to avoid Junlin Tian's hot gaze. Junlin Tian, however, was unforgiving, cupping her delicate little face with both hands and gazing with a burning gaze. You are this young master's younger sister, and even if the whole world looks down on you, my brother will still protect you for the rest of your life. Junlin Tian's tone was resolute and loud, his expression solemn. In this life, he decided that he wouldn't let Zhou Qingwan suffer half a bit of harm, even if he was the enemy of the entire world. He wouldn't be afraid. Aha! Thank you brother Lin Tian. Zhou Qingwan smiled sweetly, her face turning even redder. She never knew that she was so lucky to have met such a good brother who loved her so much. At this time, Zhou Qingwan's heart was sweet and full of longing. She had already fantasized about growing old together with the beloved man in front of her, bearing him 10 or 8 sons. Looking at Qingwan's happy appearance, Jun Lingtian's heart was filled with fulfillment. He wanted to always have a smile on this little girl's face, even if she is naive and lively and naughty. Jun Lingtian leaned down and gently kissed Qingwan on her forehead and said softly, "Silly girl, remember that you are not allowed to say the word thank you to me in the future." At those words, Zhou Qingwan's pretty face was scarlet and delicate. She even forgot to reply. Jun Lingtian gently rubbed Zhou Qingwan's hair, then reached out his arm and wrapped it around Qingwan's slender waist, leading Qingwan towards the outside. It was already morning, and the sunlight poured through the branches and leaves on the two of them. Their shadows overlapped and entwined. Their shapes and figures were like a couple, looking deeply into each other's eyes. Jun Mengyao, who was not far away, looked at the backs of the two and murmured softly, "Young lord, it seems that he treats Princess Qingwan differently from others." Although she did not know what was in Jun Lingtian's mind, as a woman, she was clearly able to feel that Jun Lingtian had some sort of special feelings for Qingwan. This kind of affection transcends the love of a man and a woman, and is more like a kindred spirit. After all, the former Jun Lingtian was indifferent and unfeeling towards anything but was only different towards Qingwan. Only since some time ago, the young lord has become different. Now that he would take the initiative to protect Princess Qingwan, it puzzled Jun Mengyao. In front of Princess Qingwan, the young lord smiled a lot more. Jun Mengyao followed them out as she pondered. She always felt that Qingwan's relationship with the young lord was far from ordinary. On the other hand, Zhou Qingwan and Jun Lingtian chatted all the way to the entrance of the Changchun Palace. Jun Lingtian suddenly stopped and said, "Qingwan, you go back first." "Brother Lingtian, where are you going?" Seeing that Jun Lingtian was about to leave, Zhou Qingwan asked with big beautiful eyes. "I'm going back to the palace to make a trip to Cunning Palace before the Empress." Jun Lingtian smiled back. The depths of his eyes contained endless tenderness. "Brother Lingtian, this is for you." After Qingwan finished speaking, she took out 2 jade pendants from her bosom and hung the slightly larger of them around Jun Lingtian's neck. "What is it?" Jun Lingtian glanced doubtfully at the jade pendant hanging around his neck. "My mother begged 2 jade pendants from the presiding master of Linging Temple, and Brother Lingtian wore them to be able to protect Brother Lingtian for a lifetime of peace." Qingwan lightly raised her beautiful eyes and explained with a shy face, "So you were ready for this?" Seeing this, Jun Lingtian smiled. "Of course, this is my gift to you. How can I not plan ahead? What if Brother Lingtian likes it? Won't I lose out?" After saying this, Qingwan winked mischievously. You're pretty quirky." Jun Lingtian rubbed Qingwan's forehead. "Good, brother takes it." After saying that, he took out a communication jade from his bosom and placed it in Qingwan's heart, instructing with a serious face, "Qingwan, in the future, if you encounter trouble, remember to notify your brother at the first time. No matter what the matter is, your brother will never allow you to suffer from half of the wrongdoings." "Well, I will." Qingwan clutched that summoning jade dead in her hand, looked at Jun Lingtian with affection, and replied with a heavy nod of her head. It was just a precious gift from Jun Lingtian to her and a promise to guard her for the rest of her life. At that thought, the tears in her beautiful eyes rustled downward. "What? Can't bear to see your brother leave?" Seeing this, Jun Lingtian stretched out his fingers to tick off the teardrops that slipped from the corner of Qingwan's eyes, then took Qingwan's hand and smiled gently and dotingly. "No." Qingwan lowered this eyelid, even flooded with a faint peach color, pink and tender, extraordinarily attractive. "Well, I'm off. I'll see you some other time." Jun Lingtian spoke favorably, gently caressing Qingwan's little head. With that, he turned and left without looking back. In the moment he turned around, his eyes could no longer hold back the 2 lines of clear tears. Who says a man can't shed tears just before the time of sadness? Because just now when Qingwan shed tears, he was unexpectedly heartbroken. Perhaps he couldn't escape that fateful reincarnation after all, but in this life, he was going to change Qingwan's destiny. Even if he had to break the sky, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Chapter 77, Thanking the Empress for her care. "I don't know how long it will be before I can see my beloved girl this time away." Jun Lingtian wished to have this pure, kind and sincere relationship forever. In this life, he was burdened with an extremely heavy mission, shouldering the revitalization of his family, but he was willing to give all he had in exchange for Qingwan's happiness and well-being. At this moment, Jun Lingtian's eyes blurred his vision and his ears could not hear anything, but he still tried to walk forward with heavy steps, knowing that, after Jun Lingtian left, Qingwan wiped the tear tracks on her face clean. She didn't want others to see her lose her temper, and even more so, she didn't want Jun Lingtian to see her vulnerability, because that would only make Jun Lingtian even more upset. So she straightened her spine and walked slowly in the direction of the Evergreen Palace, but she didn't see that just a short distance away, beside the rocky wigwam, stood a familiar figure. This figure was no other than the Grand Prince's mother, Consort Yen Tang Yen. Tang Yen hadn't wanted to attend today's morning banquet, but she was too eager to find out where Qingluan was in Emperor Zhou's heart. Especially today's morning banquet, she saw Qingluan, which made her jealous. Therefore, she quietly trailed the two of them, Qingluan and Junlin Tian, to the imperial garden, but she did not expect to be startled by Qingluan and Junlin Tian's demeanor. At this moment, Tang Yen stared intently at Qingluan's side face, secretly gritting her teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you even hooked up with the Jun family's young lord. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Wait for it. Sooner or later, one day, this palace will make sure that you and your mother consort die without a burial place. In recent times, the Zhou Emperor had stayed at the Changchun Palace a lot of the time, so Tang Yen was jealous of Qingluan's mother consort, concubinely, even though she had only given birth to Qingluan, a princess, to the Zhou Emperor. But Tang Yen was afraid that if concubinely went on like this, she might give Emperor Zhou a royal son. That was the last thing she wanted. She would be extra attentive every time she went to bed and served Emperor Zhou comfortably. She has given birth to 5 sons to Emperor Zhou, and the eldest son, who is now the most popular candidate for the throne, is the one she gave birth to, Emperor Zhou. Therefore, the Zhou Emperor could only be hers alone. She even tried to get her hands on the queen's position. Previously, when Qingluan was 16 years old, she was constantly blowing pillow talk in the ear of the Zhou Emperor, marrying Qingluan far away to another country in exchange for Great Zhou's benefits. Emperor Zhou was mesmerized by her at the time, and in a fit of hot-headedness, he fixed Qingluan's marriage with the 9th prince of the Dacian dynasty. Therefore, at this moment, Tang Yen was calculating in her mind how to take revenge on Qingluan and concubinely in order to eliminate the pent-up frustration in her chest. Thinking of herself as a hallowed Yin Fei, how could she allow another woman to climb onto the emperor's dragon bed? Besides, that concubinely only gave birth to a princess for Emperor Zhou, so what right does she have to dominate his majesty? Moreover, this Qingluan did not abide by the ways of women. Obviously she had a marriage contract with the 9th prince of the Dacian dynasty. Why was she still hooking up with the young master of the Jun family, Jun Lintian? But she knew that her eldest son and Jun Lintian were mortal enemies, since Qingluan was so insensitive. Don't blame her. A vicious coldness appeared on Tang Yan's face as she wondered if she should devise a way to make Qingluan lose her virginity or cripple her, so that she would lose her name and fame, or better yet, be driven out of the palace and live on the streets. Thinking of this, the corner of Tang Yan's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. Humph, Qingluan and concubinely, this palace will make you regret coming to this world. You don't deserve to stay in the royal family, much less survive in this world. Jun Lin Tian sighed. Jun Mengyao looked at Jun Lintian with tears in the corners of his eyes and asked in confusion, "Young lord, what's wrong with you?" This young lord is blinded by the wind. At those words, Jun Lintian lifted his sleeve to wipe the tear stains from the corner of his eyes. Wind? Jun Mengyao frowned slightly and muttered in her mind, "Where is this demonic wind?" She had already guessed that Jun Lintian being so sad should be because of Princess Qingluan. However, if Jun Lintian did not say anything, she was not in a position to pursue the matter. After all, this was a matter between people's siblings, and it was not appropriate for one to ask more questions when one was just a slave girl. Soon, the two of them arrived at Kunning Palace. Jun Lintian alone lifted his foot and stepped into the inner hall while Jun Mengyao was waiting for him outside. Greetings to the Empress. All hail and peace to the Empress. Jun Lintian had just stepped into Kunning Palace and made a slight bow towards Empress Su Ruyun. Lintian, disclaimer and leveling. Jun Yashin smiled gently and gestured for him to sit on the soft couch to his right. Jun Lintian was not polite. After sitting down, his eyes swept around the entire hall. Apart from him and Su Ruyun, he did not find anyone here. I wonder what the Empress has summoned Lin Tian for? Lin Tian, do we still need to be so formal with each other? Su Ruyun personally got up and picked up a tea on hand to hand to Jun Lintian. Have a sip of tea first to moisturize your throat. Thank you, Empress, for your care. Jun Lintian took the tea, took a shallow sip and said, Lintian just feels strange. Why did Empress Mother call Lintian into the palace alone today? Can it be that you, Your Highness, have something to tell Lin Tian? Upon hearing this, Su Ruyun's phoenix eyes scanned Jun Lintian as she said in a clear and pleasant tone, Lin Tian is indeed intelligent. This palace does have a few words to advise you. Jun Lin Tian hurriedly stood up and bowed. Lin Tian listens to your majesty's teachings. You don't have to be so polite. This palace heard that you and the Grand Prince had some unpleasantness. This palace just want to remind you, the Grand Prince's lineage and the profoundly important to the Prime Minister and so on a bunch of civil ministers. You have to be careful to be on guard. Su Ruyun spoke in a slow and relaxed tone, but her every word was loud and clear. Although Jun Lin Tian was a meticulous strategist, he never liked dealing with courtiers. The reason why he was at odds with the Grand Prince Junji was also because the Grand Prince had been helping his deceased blood brother Jun Yuzhe, and also wanted to covet his Junlin Tian's woman. But the Empress Zhou in front of her was no good either. It was nothing more than seeing that he was in a state of hostility with the Grand Prince and wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to draw him in so that he could seize the throne for his own son and increase his leverage. Junlin Tian knew in his heart of hearts that he would never ally himself with a woman in the palace. These women have no power at all in their hands, except for the fact that they can only play mind games. To put it simply, it was in the fact that they were worthless in Junlin Tian's eyes. Therefore, although Su Ruyun's words reminded him, Junlin Tian did not appreciate it, so he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Empress Mother. Although Lin Tian and the Grand Imperial Brother have had a bad time, it's just a personal grudge between us, and between Junlin and the Grand Imperial Prince. It's not to the point of that kind of shouting and fighting." Junlin Tian's words were obvious. He did not want to get involved in the matter of the Great Zhou crowd of emperors taking over the throne. Seeing that Junlin Tian was like a cunning fox, not seeing the rabbit, Su Ruyun secretly gritted her teeth, itching to slap this ungrateful fellow to death. But she also knew that if she got angry, she would look petty instead, so she had to hold her tongue. Su Ruyun lightly bit her red lips and walked down from the phoenix couch to Junlin Tian. Chapter 78 Lin Tian, do you mean it? Lin Tian, this palace knows that you have misunderstandings about this palace. Although this palace is the Empress of Great Zhou, the honorary harem master. Su Ruyun reached out to hold Junlin Tian's shoulders and said in a delicate voice, "But you also know that those Tai foxes are one by one Tai in seducing your great uncle. The royal princesses are now no less than 100, and there will be more in the future. And your cousin and I have no one to help us in the palace. We are too weak to fight those people." After saying this, Su Ruyun took a handkerchief to cover her face and sobbed. At this moment, Junlin Tian already understood that Su Ruyun was deliberately acting to show herself, and disdained in his heart. But the surface work still had to be done. After all, Su Ruyun was the Empress of Great Zhou. Even if he was bored, he still had to pretend to be respectful. Lin Tian understands Empress Dowager's suffering, but this just shows one thing. Su Ruyun stopped crying, lifted her beautiful eyes and stared at Junlin Tian's cheeks with a burning gaze, asking with affection and a smile, "What is it?" Since those Tai foxes all rely on seducing men to be able to fly up to the branches and turn into phoenixes, they must have their own tricks. "Oh," Su Ruyun softly chimed, then asked, "Then according to Lin Tian's meaning, how should this palace cope? Since ancient times, it is a truth known to all that a hero can't survive a beauty, and the Empress certainly must utilize this advantage of her own." The corner of Junlin Tian's mouth revealed a wicked smile as he said, "Lin Tian, what do you mean?" Su Ruyun raised her showy eyebrows and seemed to realize something as well, saying with a look of hopefulness, "Do you mean for this palace to also have more children for His Majesty? Your Majesty may think so, but as to whether or not it will be effective, it will require your efforts." Junlin Tian did not answer Su Ruyun directly, but just smiled blandly and said, "Besides, with your Majesty's posture, you will certainly not lose to those Tai foxes." Lin Tian, how could this palace not understand what you are saying? Hearing this, Su Ruyun was disheveled, and her pretty face had a look of sadness. Wearing a dragon seed this is, and it's not something that this palace alone can accomplish, but also look at the Zhou Emperor and luck. After saying that, Ruyun sighed grudgingly and said in a rather lost tone, "Last night, she was the one who stayed overnight in Emperor Zhou's chambers, and there were still quite a few things there. As to whether or not she could conceive, it would depend on luck." Hey! Upon hearing this, Lin Tian glanced at Su Ruyun, smiled coldly, and said, "It's not like Emperor Zhou is the only man in this world." Ah! This! Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Su Ruyun let out a cry of shock. She stared at Junlin Tian with wide, beautiful eyes and a look of disbelief, seemingly terrified. "Finding another man and impregnating yourself, something like that. If you're found out and come here it's a beheading." "Lin Tian, what do you mean by that?" she asked tentatively, opening her red lips slightly. "Empress Dowager, what Junlin means is what you have in mind." Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded his head slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked, and he said evilly, "So the Empress Mother has to seize the time and try to conceive. This will not only win favor for yourself, but it will also solidify your position in the heart of the Zhou Emperor, knowing that there are quite a few foxy girls staring at your position as Empress of the Great Zhou. This is the era and there is no genetic testing technology. As long as Empress Zhou is pregnant, a bite is Zhou Huang's seed. Zhou Huang died will not know the truth." "Lin Ten, you're right." Lin Tian's words completely stirred Su Ruyun's deepest ambition. Su Ruyun's eyes glowed as she excitedly looked at Junlin Tian. "Lin Tian, do you have a way to help this palace?" "Naturally." Junlin Tian smiled evilly and came close to Su Ruyun's ear to murmur something. After hearing this, Su Ruyun's pretty face immediately turned scarlet. "This, workable?" Su Ruyun hesitated. She had originally only wanted Junlin Tian to help hide this secret of hers. Who knew that Junlin Tian actually had this idea? Su Ruyun couldn't help but hesitate. What if she was found out? Humph, you don't need to care about this. Lin Tian has his own way. Jun Lin Tian said arrogantly. Okay, then, please. After all, Su Ruyun could not resist the temptation of supreme power. Jun Lin Tian nodded slightly. Lin Tian takes his leave. He will come back to visit the Empress another day. I hope that the Empress will take care of her phoenix body. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. The way he told Su Ruyun was that after letting the bedding Zhou Huang for one night, he would find a guard to perform that conjugal act for the next few days and let the guard put it inside. I'm guessing I'll be expecting a baby soon. After carrying the baby for 10 months, giving birth, and signing the right time for the pregnancy, Zhou Huang just had 100 minds not to realize that he had been cuckolded and was helping to raise another man's son. Unfortunately, after Jun Lin Tian had just taken 2 steps, he was slapped unconscious from behind by Empress Zhou. Looking at Jun Lin Tian who had collapsed in his arms, the corners of Su Ruyun's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile as she muttered in a low voice. Lin Tian, you're still too young. Think that this palace doesn't know what you're playing in your mind? Since the idea was your own, how come this palace has to tie you to a bed? Nephews are like uncles. You and Emperor Zhou really do have a 7-point resemblance. As long as this palace carries your child, even if it is born like you, Emperor Zhou will certainly not be able to discover a hint of it. This palace happens to have served Emperor Zhou last night, so I will perform that conjugal act with you today. I hope you won't let this palace down. Looking at the exceptionally handsome Jun Lin Tian in her arms, Su Ruyun couldn't help but lick her tantalizing red lips. She had been searching for quite a few characters in her mind after hearing about Jun Lin Tian's scheme, but on second thought, wasn't the best candidate to make this matter 100 secrets without a single mistake standing right in front of her? It's just like stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it without any effort. Moreover, she had some of that layer of relationship with Jun Lin Tian, and she had used the shadow retaining jade to record the images of herself having life exchanges with Jun Lin Tian. Afterwards, there was the shadow retaining jade that forced Jun Lin Tian to help his son ascend to that position of crown prince. It's like a ploy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would she be able to successfully conceive and retain her position in the heart of the Zhou Emperor, but she would also be able to use this to force the Jun family to side with her son and help her son succeed in taking over the throne. With this in mind, Su Ruyun covered the cloak in her hand over Jun Lintian's body before carrying him into the bedchamber to the side of Kuan Ning Palace. Cluck! Little boy, you can't escape from this palace. Looking at Jun Lintian who was lying quietly on the bed, Su Ruyun smiled gently and said, she had no choice but to choose this path of no return in order to keep her high position as Empress and her son's position as Crown Prince. Spinning around, he retreated the clothes on Jun Lintian's body piece by piece. She asked to know how the capital of Jun Lintian's manhood was. Wow, that's a lot of Benjamins. Chapter 79. How dare you count on this young master? When the clothes on Jun Lintian's body were removed, Su Ruyun instantly covered her small mouth and couldn't help but let out a shriek. She did not expect Jun Lintian to possess such strong capital at such a young age. That brawny body, those strong, powerful muscles, was simply explosive and beautiful. Gee, it's good to be young. Su Ruyun's pretty face slightly reddened. Covering her small mouth with her luxuriant jade hand, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Immediately following her, she withdrew herself from a red dress. Empress Zhou couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, her willow eyebrows stretching out. Jun Lintian was counting on her, and she was not counting on Jun Lintian. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile, and between the flips of her jade hand, a shadow-retaining jade appeared in her hand. She wanted to clearly record the scene of her deep exchange of life with Jun Lintian, and then threaten Jun Lintian and pull him down when the time came, tied completely to his own ship of war. Although she had sacrificed the most, for the sake of that supreme power, as well as her son's position as the crown prince, she had put up a fight. Even if she did end up pregnant with Jun Lintian's child, it didn't matter. As long as she bit the bullet and said it was Emperor Zhou's, no one in this world would be able to tell the half of it. With that thought, Su Ruyun was already intoxicated and oblivious. It was only then that she realized that Jun Lintian was indeed a fighter amongst roosters. This little man is just amazing. Half an hour later, Su Ruyun got her wish. She instantly widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Jun Lintian with an unbelievable expression. Is this still human? As it was, she was not polite and continued with her great plan. At this moment, Jun Lintian, who was in a coma, felt as if he was floating in the sea. 1 hour later, when Jun Lintian woke up and saw a white light in front of him, he froze. Where is this place? By the time he reacted to the fact that he was lying in bed, his eyes snapped open. At this look, his pupils instantly contracted down and his eyes glazed over, only to see Su Ruyun was lying on her body with an intoxicated expression. Looking at the Su Ruyun in front of him, and then associating it with what she had done to him, a burning anger and killing chance rose in Jun Lintian's heart. Damn woman, how dare she count on him? Su Ruyun was also startled when she felt the changes underneath her, but when she saw Jun Lintian open his eyes, she suddenly smiled charmingly and said, Lintian, you're awake ah? Are you satisfied with this palace's service? After saying this, Su Ruyun stretched out her jade hand to draw circles on Jun Lintian's chest. Humph! Jun Lintian pushed away Su Ruyun, who was sitting on top of him, and then sat up from the bed. Just when Su Ruyun thought that she had counted on Jun Lintian and the other party was angry, she saw Jun Lintian bulldoze his way up. You're so bad. Su Ruyun originally thought that Jun Lintian was angry, but she did not expect him to mean this. Jun Lintian's behavior was very much at his whim as this woman was Emperor Zhou's rightful wife and had nothing to do with him. He communicated deeply with it life up without any compassion or guilt at all. What's more, this was all Su Ruyu's own fault. Those who dared to scheme against him, Jun Lintian, had to be punished most severely. How dare you count on this young master? Jun Lintian's tone was icy cold, as if it were 10,000 years of ice, freezing people for 3 feet. This woman, even let him be a stallion, such as not give color to see, in the future will not become more arrogant and domineering. The palace didn't. It's all you. When Su Ruyun heard Jun Lintian's words, she immediately became anxious and hurriedly shook her head in denial. Unfortunately, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Jun Lintian. After saying that, Jun Lintian no longer gave her a chance to explain, so he continued to communicate with him in depth. Oh, soon, Su Ruyun realized how powerful Jun Lintian was. This guy is not even human. Put it inside. Suddenly, Su Ruyun sensed Jun Lintian's impulse and hurriedly winks like silken exhales like orchids as she reminds. She didn't want to be halfway through something she had worked so hard on. Hearing Su Ruyun's request, Jun Lintian's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly knowing Su Ruyun's motives, but even without that, he wouldn't put it out there. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds and a happy ending to give Emperor Zhou a big green hat and also let him help raise his son? Besides, there are no plastic bags in this world. Since the host didn't mind putting it inside, how could he, as a guest, mind? Feeling that Jun Lintian had given those things to himself, Su Ruyun wanted to separate from Jun Lintian. However, the delicate body was deadlocked by Jun Lintian's hands. What do you mean by that? Seeing this, Su Ruyun had a puzzled look on her face, not understanding Jun Lintian's intentions. Jun Lintian sneered and did not say anything. He wrapped his arms around Su Ruyun while whispering something in her ear, only to see Su Ruyun's cheeks getting redder and redder with shyness, and in the end, her entire body curled up in Jun Lintian's arms. Who the hell is this guy and why is he so evil? Su Ruyun was puzzled in her heart, but for fear of annoying Jun Lintian and not cooperating with her to accomplish her great plan, she could only be good and let Jun Lintian do what he wanted. Although Su Ruyun, as the Empress of Great Zhou, had long since ceased to be a virgin, but now it's all charm and winks, coupled with the fact that the two of them had performed conjugal acts just now. She was like a blooming peony flower at the moment, colorful and seductive. Jun Lintian held Su Ruyun in his arms and moved his hand slowly. The smooth, delicate skin made him fond of it. Jun Lintian's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Who is she? The queen mother of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, being treated like this by another man, it was hard for her to bear this humiliation in her heart. Her face turned pale and her eyes were dull, as if she had lost her soul. However, when she thought of those foxy girls eyeing her position as empress, as well as wanting to take away the crown prince that originally belonged to her son, she ruthlessly gritted her teeth. Chapter 80 Empress Zhou's Coercion and Enticement. She must make those pay. It was all because they had forced her to do so, or else she wouldn't have needed to use her petite body to serve this evil young man. Jun Lintian. When Jun Lintian saw Su Ruyun's expression, he knew that she must be struggling inside. However, reality could not allow him to linger because he, Jun Lintian, was a super villain. Anything bad, he dared to challenge. Su Ruyun could not help but let out a cry of shock when Jun Lintian once again performed conjugal acts with her. Well, whether Su Ruyun was willing or unwilling, in the end, she could not escape being forced by Jun Lintian. However, she did not regret it, and even vaguely saw that there was some snickering. It was because Jun Lintian was simply too powerful, something she had never experienced with Emperor Zhou. Moreover, this would completely pull Jun Lintian down and side with the two of them, mother and son. As the young master of the Jun family, Jun Lintian was backed by the huge Jun family. It could be said that Jun Lintian's attitude represented the attitude of the Jun family. It was just that Jun Lintian was like a hungry wolf that could never be fed. Being young is great. Su Ruyun murmured a sigh of relief in her heart. It was estimated that this time she was pregnant with Jun Lintian's child and it was already on the board. Thinking of this, Su Ruyun put in even more effort. Let Jun Lintian be happy for a while. What about the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty? His own wife is not still by him to perform that conjugal act, and he has graced so many times. It is estimated that it does not take long. The belly will be big. When the time comes, Emperor Zhou will still have to raise a son for himself. What about the second prince? His own mother? Still lowly enough to take the initiative to ask himself to perform that conjugal act with her, and to seduce himself. Bang. Jun Lintian slapped his hand heavily on Su Ruyun's arse and said with an evil smile, asterisk will always be. After doing so, Jun Lin Tian separated from Su Ruyun this time. Empress mother, it's getting late, so Lin Tian takes his leave. After Jun Lintian was fully dressed, he looked towards Su Ruyun who was cleaning up the mess on the phoenix couch. A touch of playfulness appeared in his eyes before he faintly said, then turned around and prepared to leave the room. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did he meet Zhou Qingwan, but he also experienced the joy of bringing a green hat to Emperor Zhou. Lin Tian, you think that after performing conjugal acts with this palace so many times and within this palace every single time? Upon hearing this, Su Ruyun's pretty face immediately turned gloomy, her willow eyebrows raised, and she coldly said, do you think it's appropriate for you to just pat yourself on the back like this? She did not expect that Jun Lin Tian was actually planning to leave just like that. It was simply too much of a bully. What do you take her for? Those whores for sale in the greenhouses? Eating with such gusto, then turning around and leaving with your pants down. How in the world can such a good thing happen? Oh, then according to the Empress mother? Hearing Su Ruyun's words, Jun Lin Tian's footsteps lurched as he playfully asked, Lin Tian is foolish. Please show me what the Empress mother has to say. He wanted to see what this Su Ruyun wanted. Humph, Lin Tian, this palace is also too lazy to talk nonsense. If you promise to stand up to us mother and son in the future, today's matter will be settled. When Su Ruyun saw that Jun Lintian had stopped, she knew that he also had scruples in his mind, so she took the opportunity to threaten. Otherwise, this palace will go to the Zhou Emperor and report you, saying that you have been lusting after the harem, forcing yourself on me. At that time, let's see how you can still get out of the outdoors. Ha ha ha, you threaten me? Hearing Su Ruyun's words, Jun Lintian threw back his head and laughed wildly, his smile raging. He then stopped laughing, his eyes flashing with a shadowy and cold aura. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? After saying this, his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Su Ruyun. Che, don't you say such useless things. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jun Lintian, Su Ruyun didn't even show a hint of panic on her face. She just said lightly, I know that you, the Jun family, are powerful, but also you don't want this scene to be seen by the entire Tianxian continent, do you? After saying that, she pulled out a shadow-retaining jade from her bosom and injected it with her spiritual energy. At once there appeared in front of both of them the image that had made it impossible to look at them before. You actually used this sinister move? Seeing this, the pupils of Jun Lintian's eyes suddenly tightened. He did not expect Su Ruyun to be so shameless and despicable. This was to make use of the evidence of the staying shadow jade to allow everyone to come and see the ugliness of his Jun Lintian. This caused him to burst with rage, itching to slap Su Ruyun to death. But it was not Su Ruyun's opponent, and this was not the time to strike. It was true that he wasn't afraid of the people of the entire Tianxian continent looking at the jokes, but this kind of thing, the speed of spreading was extremely fast. I'm afraid that it would soon spread all over the Tianxian continent, and at that time, he would definitely lose his reputation. This was something he could never allow. The whole day to fight the eagle, but today was reflected to be Peck's scared eyes. Jun Lin Tian, if you obediently help my son ascend to the throne as emperor, I promise I won't publicize what you just did. Otherwise, when Su Ruyun saw the reddened look of Jun Lintian's eyes, a feeling of euphoria rose in her heart. It was not in vain that she used so many schemes and paid the price on her body to finally pull back a sentence. It doesn't matter what it takes as long as it gets the job done. Although she was slightly trembling in her heart as she was being stared at by Jun Lintian like a hungry wolf, her mouth remained fearless. She believed that Jun Lintian would not dare to do anything to her after she had the staying shadow jade. After all, it could be about the honor of the entire Jun family. Moreover, Jun Lin Tian's character. He himself knew better. He was someone who was not willing to give in. That's why she was emboldened to take out the staying shadow jade and force his hand. What makes think I'm going to give in? When Jun Lin Tian heard Su Ruyun's threatening words, he laughed indifferently. I, Jun Lin Tian, have never been threatened, not even by Emperor Zhou, unless, saying this, he deliberately paused, waiting for Su Ruyun's inquiry. Unless how? As expected, Su Ruyun hurriedly pursued after hearing Jun Lintian's words. She was afraid that Jun Lintian would not follow the norm and do something that she could not bear. Assisting someone else's son to become the emperor of the great Zhou. This kind of thing is of no interest to this young lord. But if it's assisting this young lord's son to become the emperor of the great Zhou, this young lord will still try his best to do it. After saying that, he swept his burning gaze indiscriminately over Su Ruyun's petite body. The intent has been very clear. Su Ruyun naturally felt his aggressive gaze and was instantly mortified. Lin Tian, you animal, beast. Chapter 81, Is my palace unworthy of giving you a son? Seeing Jun Lin Tian's naked gaze and expression, Su Ruyun gritted her teeth and cursed lowly. You curse, go ahead and curse. Anyway, this young lord doesn't mind being humiliated. After saying that, Jun Lin Tian undressed himself while walking towards the phoenix couch. Seeing this, Su Ruyun's mind raced, thinking about the pros and cons of this. Jun Lin Tian's intentions were obvious. That is, to get himself to give him a son, and then Jun Lin Tian would champion his son to become the next generation of Zhou Emperor. Although it seems a bit harsh, it makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Who would want to assist someone else's son to the throne? Putting himself in Jun Lin Tian's shoes was quite reasonable when he thought about it. She herself would still be the Empress Dowager at that time, while her son would still be the Crown Prince, but a son born with Jun Lin, not the second prince. To her as a mother, the palm of her hand was flesh, and which son became emperor didn't seem to affect her in the slightest. Upon thinking about this, Su Ruyun's pretty face revealed an expression of relief and pleasure. Good. This palace promises to give you a son. Such a request from Jun Lin Tian also made her completely drop her guard. She had little ambition to keep her position as empress and let her son become the next Zhou Emperor. She, as a woman, is not giving birth to any boy who is not her son anyway. A look of joy appeared on Su Ruyun's face, and in her heart, she secretly rejoiced at how wise her decision was. Deadly, he had this big fish, Jun Lin Tian, in his hand. She raised her head and gave Jun Lin Tian a charming look and a delicate smile. Stretching out her small slender white hand, she placed it on the neckline and gently pulled it, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and a tantalizing landscape. Jun Lin Tian's body stagnated abruptly, his eyes glaring round, his throat drying up as he licked his somewhat dry lips. When Su Ruyun saw this, a touch of mockery swept across the bottom of her eyes. It was true that none of the men were good, and with her own overwhelming beauty, she would take the bait with just one hook. Let's see where he's going to run this time. Thinking of this, Su Ruyun once again stretched her arm out, slowly teasing it upwards, seemingly with some sort of temptation. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Jun Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the palpitations within his heart, reaching out to hold Su Ruyun's white wrist, stopping her from continuing her ruffling movements. Seeing this, Su Ruyun's brows furrowed, her expression somewhat embarrassed as she looked at Jun Lin Tian and asked, What, Lin Tian, could it be that you think that this palace is not charismatic enough to deserve to give you a son? Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, with the Empress Mother's poise, as long as she hooks her jade finger, there are not many men in this world who can resist. Saying this he purposely paused and turned his words around and said, It's just that this young lord has already kissed the Empress Dowager many times. Moreover, my Jun family has a lot of affairs, and I've been here in the palace for a few hours now, so I really can't spare the time, so I hope that the Empress Dowager understands. Then you these days, come more often to this Kuan Ning palace to accompany this palace more, so that this palace can conceive your heir as soon as possible. Su Ruyun knew that Jun Lin Tian would not compromise easily, so she took a step back and said, as long as she could conceive Jun Lin Tian's son, could Jun Lin Tian, no matter how bad he was, still disregard his own son? Well, Jun Lin Tian deliberately pretended to be hesitant as he said, things are complicated in my Jun family, I'm afraid. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Su Ruyun directly used her pink fist to gently hammer on Jun Lin Tian's chest with a petulant expression. Little villain, are you planning to eat this palace dry? Su Ruyun's actions and demeanor were full of infinite charm, as if it could ignite the flames deep within Jun Lin Tian's heart at any time. However, Jun Lin Tian was not half as impulsive. Instead, he was even more calm. This young lord will take his leave for today, and will come back to visit Empress Dowager another day. Jun Lin Tian said that, and without waiting for Su Ruyun to speak, he pushed the door straight away. Looking at Jun Lin Tian's departing back, Su Ruyun's face instantly turned icy cold. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be able to endure it? Could it be because his early experiences have made his mind a lot firmer? Su Ruyun frowned and murmured as she blocked the exit with her jade hand. She did not expect Jun Lin Tian to be unfazed by her beauty, or perhaps she had overestimated her charm, or perhaps she had underestimated Jun Lin Tian's determination. Forget it, there's no use thinking about it now. She shook her head to clear it, and then whirled around to pick up a cup of tea that was sitting on the table and sipped it. It was only after she drank the tea that she felt more comfortable all over. After all, after performing conjugal acts with Jun Lin Tian so many times just now, she had lost a lot of water in her body. With that, she rose from her seat and went to the edge of the bed, laying her delicate body flat on the phoenix couch. Looking at the almost dark atmosphere outside, Su Ruyun fell into silence. Jun Lintian, this palace doesn't believe that you can really sit still. Since you're going to have to come sooner or later, then this palace will be here waiting for you. Poof. With a cold grunt, she stopped delaying and lay back on the bed with her eyes closed. After all, after being inside Zhu Lintian so many times, laying her petite body down flat so that she could get pregnant. As for the Zhou Emperor also inside her quite a few times yesterday, she didn't care in the slightest. Anyway, by the time she got pregnant, in front of Emperor Zhou, he bit the bullet and said that it was Emperor Zhou's, and in front of Jun Lintian, he bit the bullet and said that it was Jun Lintian's seed. Regardless of whether Emperor Zhou won in the end, or the Jun family did, she had the weight to save her life. In this way, she was getting back at both men. And why not? Thinking of this, Su Ruyun's heart was much more comfortable. At some point, a footstep came from outside, followed by a knock on the door of the room. Hearing this voice, Su Ruyun opened her eyes and faintly said, "Come in." Squeak! The door of the room was pushed open by the guards from outside, and a palace eunuch dressed in green walked in, bowed towards Su Ruyun, and said, "The slave girl has come by imperial decree to ask the empress to go to the Yangshin Hall to serve her bed. This palace will come right over after changing clothes." Hearing this, Su Ruyun nodded and said, "The palace eagle answered and left." After the palace eunuchs went out, Su Ruyun immediately rolled over and climbed up, and after carefully cleaning up the place, she organized her clothes and then rushed towards the palace of Nourishing Heart. Although Zhou Huang's ability in that area was not as good as that of Jun Lintian, but Zhou Huang was her nominal husband, and if she wanted to perform conjugal acts with herself, she had to agree to it as well. Originally thought that after a night of lingering, Zhou Huang was no longer able to do so, but I didn't expect him to continue to order himself today. If she were to be carried by Emperor Zhou a few times tonight, she wouldn't be able to determine whose child she was carrying in her belly at that time. Yangshin Temple. Emperor Zhou lethargically leaned on the dragon chair, his right leg resting on his left leg in a leisurely manner. In front of him on the imperial case is full of folders, all piled up into a mountain, fully occupied 2/3 of the place. Apparently he had been reviewing a lot of zigzags on a daily basis, oblivious to the fact that his wife, in a daytime today, had given him a big green hat, and was even pregnant with Jun Lintian's child in her stomach. Chapter 82. Where will this young master spend the night tonight? Your Majesty, the Queen has arrived. Just as Emperor Zhou was concentrating on the Zhangfu in front of him, a sudden voice came into his ears, waking him up from his thoughts. He frowned slightly and said, "Let her in." Soon, the door to the room was opened and Su Ruyun walked in from outside. She wore a gorgeous long dress, and her graceful and tight face, combined with her shapely figure, made her look dignified, elegant, and charming, worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties of the great Zhou. Even if she was not pregnant yet, she still revealed a strong maternal radiance that made people not help but love her. "I greet your Majesty. Long live His Majesty." A soft voice slowly sounded as Su Ruyun walked into the Nurturing Heart Hall and knelt down towards Emperor Zhou. Emperor Zhou scanned her and realized that her face was slightly pale, so he couldn't help but frown and asked, "What? Sick? Thank you for your Majesty's concern. My concubine is just mentally exhausted from last night's lack of sleep." Upon hearing this, Su Ruyun softly and weakly put in her pre-prepared speech and said, "I just specially ordered the imperial kitchen to boil some tonic soup. Your Majesty, drink it while it's hot." She raised her arms and handed Zhou Huang a bowl of soup, softly saying, "I'm a bit tired today. I can't drink too much." Emperor Zhou indifferently shook his head and gently pushed the soup to the side. "Oh, I understand." Seeing Jun Lintian's demeanor, a trace of disappointment flashed across Su Ruyun's face, but on second thought, since Emperor Zhou didn't drink it, she wouldn't force it. The queen need not be upset. When he saw a hint of disappointment flash across Su Ruyun's face, Emperor Zhou grinned and said, "The reason I asked you to come here today is because I want you to give birth to one more royal son for me." After saying that, unable to have Su Ruyun react, Emperor Zhou stood up from the dragon chair, pulled her palms towards the bed, and held her in his arms. "Ah, your Majesty, you." Suddenly being held in Zhou Huang's arms, Su Ruyun's pretty face instantly turned scarlet. She hastily struggled up, but realized that she was unable to resist Emperor Zhou's embrace, and was trapped in a deadly form. "Let go of me, your Majesty. This is the Hall of the Nurturing Heart. Let's go inside." Before the words were finished, her small mouth was sealed, and Zhou Huang directly kissed her red lips. As the kiss ended, she felt a little short of breath and her face was red, as if she was a ripe apple. Delicate. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhou's heart swirled, and he couldn't help but lower his head once again and pinch his reddish, pretty face. Su Ruyun let out a cry, her head dizzy, and allowed Zhou Huang to do his bidding. Anyway, Emperor Zhou wanted to impregnate himself, but it was a streak of no loss for her. She used all sorts of seductive tactics to bring out the deepest interest within Emperor Zhou. As expected, seeing this scene, Emperor Zhou couldn't hold back and directly put her down on the dragon bed to perform that conjugal act. Seeing the puzzled expression on Emperor Zhou's face, Su Ruyun secretly said, "Not good." With this thought in mind, she winks and blankly glances at Emperor Zhou, and delicately smiles. "Your Majesty, those were all made by myself during the day today. I hope that your Majesty won't blame concubine." What a leprechaun! After hearing Su Ruyun's explanation, a wicked smile appeared on Emperor Zhou's face before he engaged her in an in-depth exchange of life. Seeing this, Su Ruyun was relieved in her heart. As long as Emperor Zhou didn't know, it would be fine. She didn't care at all as to whose child she carried afterward. She has nothing but that high power in her eyes. "Young lord, why did you stay inside the Empress Mother's chambers for so long?" Seeing Jun Lintian walking away in front, Jun Mengyao inquired curiously. Although she had some vague guesses in her mind, she still wanted to get the exact answer from Jun Lintian. Hearing Jun Mengyao's question, Jun Lintian paused for a moment and turned to Jun Mengyao with a smile. "This young lord is just talking about some things with the Empress Mother, chatting about family matters and drinking tea." Oh. Hearing his words, Jun Mengyao revealed a look of sudden realization. "By the way, you will be my Jun family planted in the palace in the dark. Transfer a road Qingwan side. I'm afraid that silly girl will not be the opponent of those vixens, will be at a disadvantage." Jun Lintian suddenly thought of something and spoke out to command. "Young lord, do you think it's worth going through all the trouble for Princess Qingwan?" Jun Mengyao skimmed her lips in disbelief. Although she quite admired the feelings between Jun Lintian and Princess Qingwan, it was limited to admiration. After all, in her opinion, everything Jun Lintian did had to be done for the benefit of the Jun family first. There are still a lot of things you don't understand, Mengyao. Seeing this, Jun Lintian smiled and glanced at Jun Mengyao as he continued. "There are still quite a few secrets on Qingwan. It's not as simple as it seems to you. Wait until later, and you'll realize that Qingwan is actually just a pawn of this young lord." As he said that, a touch of tenderness appeared on his handsome face and said, "By the way, how is most Jing Xianlinger doing?" For the Jun Mengyao in front of him, who had grown up with him, Jun Lintian still preferred and trusted him. "Young lord, don't worry, Princess 19 is already much better, and her physique is rather unique. Even after this incident, it didn't affect her cultivation," Jun Mengyao said, revealing another hint of worry. "I'm just afraid that she'll turn into a withdrawn personality because of this. After all, this incident has dealt a great blow to her, and I'm afraid that it will take a long time for her to recover." After all, Xianlinger had gone from being the 19th princess of the lofty Xuanwu Empire to being forcibly captured by Jun Lintian and cruelly taking away her Yuan, making her a mother without any quasi-ben. For a girl, this was a fatal blow, not to mention that she was still the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. There's no need to rush these things, she'll adapt sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian smiled blandly and said without caring, he has never had a word of regret in doing things. Since he has already done it, he has to be brave to face the next results. For Empress Shou, he had even less compassion. Even if she got pregnant later, he wouldn't recognize it. This kind of snake-hearted woman can do anything. Hell knows whose child is inside her belly. This kind of woman is okay to play around with, but don't take it seriously, or you'll be the one who loses. Where is this young lord going to spend the night tonight? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the glimmering image appeared in his mind. Chapter 83. You're despicable. In the Prime Minister's residence, in Luo Xianyu's boudoir, Luo Xianyu was sitting in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her own haggard face in the mirror. The original beautiful and stunning appearance had turned a little dark and lost its color because of Jun Lintian's sobriety that took her last night. She propped her hands on her cheeks, her eyebrows furrowed and her cheeks flushed 2 shades of red, now contemplating a scene that had terrified her last night. Just during her pondering, a man's icy voice came from her ears. "Is Miss Luo missing this young lord?" Immediately afterward, her slender waist was tightly embraced by the man from behind. "Ah!" Suddenly hugged by an unfamiliar man, Luo Xianyu screamed in fear. However, when she reacted, she didn't move too drastically, but rather her delicate body trembled and her pretty face went pale. She slowly turned around, and when she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of her, the pallor on her face instantly intensified a bit more. Why are you in here again?" Luo Crescent Moon opened her mouth with a slight tremor in her voice, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Jun Lintian was the last person she wanted to see in her life. Last night, not only did he take away his Yuan, this bastard didn't die, but he also kept on internalizing himself, wanting himself to carry his child. In her mind, Jun Lintian was an unabashed devil. Her entire body was now in complete panic, not daring to raise her eyes to look directly into Jun Lintian's cold and stern eyes, because she didn't understand how Jun Lintian always liked to break into her boudoir at night and was so reckless every time. originally thinking that last night was the end of her nightmare. Now that June Lintian was once again looking for her, Luo Xinu's heart was filled with fear. Is Miss Luo trying to drive this young lord away? Seeing this, June Lintian's face was calm as he inquired in a flat tone and gently wrapped Luo Xinyu in his arms, letting her petite body press against the top of his chest. While Luo Xinu did not put up any resistance, her entire body cowering in June Lintian's arms like a hurt deer, looking pathetic. Looking at Luo Xinu's shy appearance, June Lintian stretched out his other arm and wrapped it around her waist, confining Luo Xinu tightly in his arms. On the other hand, Luo Xinu obediently leaned in June Lintian's arms and did not struggle anymore. Her heartbeat accelerated, even her breathing became rapid, and her cheeks were covered with a pink halo. Miss Luo, don't you want to see this young master anymore? Seeing Luo Xinyue's reaction, June Lintian had a hand that cupped Luo Xinxin's small and delicate chin and stared at him with a cold gaze. The tone became low and hoarse, and there was a threatening tone in his voice. No, concubines don't have the guts. Luo Xinyue lowered her beautiful eyes and replied petulantly. There was nothing she could do to fight back now, especially against the demon in front of her. If you don't have that kind of guts, why are you avoiding this young lord again? The concubine is not hiding from you. Luo Xinu hurriedly defended herself, but her heart grew more and more apprehensive. Upon hearing this, June Lintian let out a cold snort and said with a grin at the corner of his mouth, Miss Luo, do you think that by pretending to be pitiful, you can escape from reality and allow you to get rid of the pain that this young lord has caused you? Hearing June Lintian's words, Luo Xinu's body stiffened slightly in fear. Then she shook her head vigorously. No, my concubine didn't think that way, nor did she dare to think that way. Oh, no? Seeing this, June Lintian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, then you tell this young lord that you have not stepped out of your boudoir for half a step during the daytime today until now, and that you have sealed all the windows of your room. What are you if not a thief? Speaking of this, June Lintian's eyes became sinister, as if he was a demon crawling out of hell. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at Luo Xinyue. Seeing this, Luo Xinyue immediately knelt down, her head buried low, with an extremely aggrieved look. Young lord, you've misunderstood my concubine. My concubine was just frightened by your actions last night, thinking to not let other people with good intentions take advantage of the situation. Her tone was filled with trepidation and her eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyes as if they were about to slide down. June Lintian ignored her and just looked at her condescendingly, a cold aura flickering under his eyes. Ha! June Lintian snorted, then slowly let go of Luo Xinyue and pushed her down on top of the bed, and with a flash of his body he landed on the edge of the bed and stood still, condescendingly looking down at Luo Xinyue on the bed whose clothes were half faded and whose skin was hidden. June Lintian's demeanor completely stunned Luo Xinu, trembling as she looked at him, her eyes wide open. Miss Luo, you don't have to be nervous, as long as you obediently cooperate with this young master. When this young master is tired of playing with you, you will be free. You, what do you mean by that? At those words, Luo Xinyue's heart jerked violently, and she looked up at him with some confusion. Literally. After hearing what June Lintian called literally, Luo Xinyue instantly turned pale and her pupils tightened. No, concubine don't follow you. Pop. Before Luo Xinu could finish her sentence, she was slapped hard by June Lintian. A greenish-purple five-finger mark quickly puffed up on her pale cheek, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and slid down her cheek. Miss Luo, this young master warns you, don't refuse to drink until you're forced to eat, or else this young master will never mind using a bit of strong-arm tactics to make you obedient. With that said, June Lintian took out a shadow-retaining jade from his bosom and injected it with spiritual energy. Immediately afterward, he injected spiritual energy into the staying shadow jade. Immediately afterward, a scene of fragrant images surfaced and was clearly displayed in front of the two. TSK. I didn't realize that the magnificent Luo family's eldest miss had such a flirtatious side. June Lintian admired while explaining with a big smile. This is the image that this young master recorded with the shadow-retaining jade just last night. If Miss Luo doesn't obey, this young master guarantees that you will become the laughingstock of the all-sky continent. June Lintian, you animal. You actually secretly used the shadow-retaining jade to record these unbearable images. You don't deserve to be the June family's young master. Seeing that she was intimately entwined with June Lintian in the picture, and that the other party had recorded her unclothed appearance, the appearance of being inside June Lintian, Luo Xinu was ashamed and anxious. She immediately wanted to take away the shadow-retaining jade from June Lintian's hands and destroy it completely. Ha ha ha, MS. Luo, what are you so excited about? Seeing this, June Lintian teasingly flirted. Do you think that destroying this will change things? It's impossible because this young lord has already made countless copies of them, and when the time comes, there will be many people taking them over to watch. So what? You'd better behave yourself. I'm sure you'll like it. After all, it's something personal that belongs only to you and me. You're despicable. Hearing what Junlin Tian said, Luo Xin cursed angrily. Chapter 84 Young Lord. Don't. Same to each other. Junlin Tian was not angry in the slightest. Instead he replied with a smile. Her fiancé, the Grand Emperor, had coveted his woman, Junlin Tian, so don't blame yourself for defiling his fiancé. Do unto others as they have done unto you. Although Luo Xinu's fiancé, the Grand Emperor, did not succeed, Junlin Tian did not care about that. There are ideas, and that has to be punished accordingly. What's more, this Luo Crescent Moon was one of the most important key figures in his next attempt to bring down the Grand Prince. Looking at Junlin Tian's expression, Luo Xinu only felt incomparably disgusted and nauseous. She really didn't understand how this man was always able to wear such a sickening smile that made people hate him so much, but there was nothing they could do about it. Suddenly, Junlin Tian stretched out his hand and pinched Luo Xinu's sharp neck, lifting her up, his eyes revealing a cruel color. What? Has Miss Luo forgotten those tactics of this young master last night? Luo Xinu was startled by Junlin Tian's sudden action. Her eyes widened and she screamed in panic. Young lord, please spare my concubine. Please spare my concubine. My concubine will never dare to disobey your orders again. Knowing that she couldn't stop him, Luo Xinu simply admitted her mistake. No matter what, as long as she was alive, even if it cost her anything, she was willing to at least survive. Wasn't she? What's more, her fiancé, the Grand Prince, had betrayed her first, and she had only been forced to perform those illicit acts with Junlin Tian. In the end, she should not have to bear the revenge, and now it is her turn to take a weak woman to bear just. Hearing these words of pleading for mercy from Luo Xinu, Junlin Tian indifferently hooked his lips and smiled. Afterwards, he loosened his grip on Luo Crescent's jade hand, stretched out his index finger to pick up Luo Crescent's delicate and fine chin, and asked with a smile rather than a laugh, "Are you sure that you won't dare to disobey this young master's orders again in the future?" Luo Xinyu nodded and hurriedly promised, "Yes, my concubine guarantees that she will never dare to disobey young lord's orders in the future." Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, then withdrew his fingers and laughed softly. "That's what makes you a good boy. Since you're so good, then sleep with this young master. This young master still expects you to give this young master a son as soon as possible." As the words fell, Junlin Tian slapped his hand heavily on Luo Xinu's arse. Seeing Luo Xinu's big ass, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly. With such a big ass, it looked like material for a son. TSK. It's a pity that the great prince hasn't even held his own fiancé's small hand, while he can recklessly with the great prince's fiancé first, that husband and wife thing. I don't know how the grand prince felt in his heart and what kind of expression was on his face when he learned about it. Caught off guard by the pain, Luo Xinyue couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Her eyes filled with tears, but she didn't dare to show any hint of displeasure. She knew that Junlin Tian was true to his word and would really kill her, even exterminate her entire clan and let her live forever. Junlin Tian's brutal tactics had been deeply experienced by her last night, so this was why she dared to be half disobedient. Even if she hated it in her heart, Luo Xinu could only grit her teeth and resign herself to the fact that Junlin Tian would do whatever he wanted to her body. "Give it to my young master, get down obediently." Looking at Luo Xinu's weak and yielding appearance, a touch of joy crossed Junlin Tian's eyes, but in an instant it was replaced by evil charm. His low and husky voice filled with a strong possessive desire. Listening to the male voice ringing in her ears and feeling Junlin Tian's rough movements, Luo Xinu only felt her head buzzing, her eyes reddening and tears rolling in her eyes, but she was slow to shed them because she didn't dare. She was afraid that if she angered Junlin Tian, she would die an even more miserable death. Woohoo! Forcing herself to endure the pain and humiliation, Luo Xinu cried and shook her head. Seeing this dainty, watering look on her face, Junlin Tian could not help but frown. "Miss Luo, why are you still crying? Is it possible that you are not willing to serve this young lord?" As the words fell, Junlin Tian reached out and slapped her arse again, saying in a threatening tone, "Don't force this young master to take the initiative. Oh, this young master doesn't have much patience. You don't want all of Great Zhou and even the entire Tianxian continent to know about your scandalous behavior, do you?" Hearing Junlin Tian's words, Luo Xinu could not help but tremble. "Oh, don't." Luo Xinyu shook her head and said with a sobbing voice, Concubine is willing to serve the young lord. Please be merciful to the young lord." "Well then, you serve this young lord." After saying that, he used his dragon whip to whip Luo Xinu's pretty face twice. Seeing the scene in front of her, Luo Xinyu was scared out of her wits and her body violently shrank back. "Young lord, my concubine's body is weak, I'm afraid." As Luo Xinu looked panicked, a playful smile surfaced at the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth. So what if the heroine is still obediently submitting to her own lustful authority and becoming a plaything in her own hands? With a scowl, he said, "Hurry up, ooh-hoo." Luo Xin Yu shed 2 lines of tears in aggravation. "I can't believe I'm being abused like this by a strange man." A scene like this, she never dreamed would happen to her someday, but she had to bear it. Seeing Luo Xin Yu shedding tears, Jun Lintian did not have a trace of guilt in his heart. Instead he had a sense of accomplishment. TSK. It's really worthy of being the future Grand Imperial Consort. The craftsmanship is just great. In the service of Crescent Moon Luo, young lord, you. Luo Xin Yu was stung inwardly by Jun Lintian's words. She glared fiercely at Jun Lintian but was rewarded with even more rampant laughter from Jun Lintian. "Ha ha, what's the matter? I'm not happy even if I praise you a few times? You don't really take yourself seriously, do you?" After saying that, Jun Lintian turned Luo Xin Yu's body around. "Ah, don't." The sharp pain of being trampled by Jun Lintian assaulted her entire body. Luo Xin Yu could not help but cry out. Hearing Luo Xin Yu shout, Jun Lintian's face was filled with excitement. That's right, he loves these dainty little white flowers. That's what a normal woman would say. Moreover, Luo Crescent's skin was smooth and delicate, with skin that was superior to snow, just as soft and smooth as good silk. TSK, saying no with your mouth, but is your body quite honest? Jun Lintian smacked Luo Xin Yu's arse heavily with his hand and said with an evil smile, I didn't." At those words, Luo Xinyue turned her head over, biting her red lips tightly and trying to restrain her deepest emotions. However, the petite body that kept leaning back had betrayed her heart. "Oh, you're just mouthy." Seeing this, Jun Lintian showed no mercy to his son and acted recklessly. As long as he could think of all sorts of tricks, all of them were actually verified here at Luo Xin Yu. "Don't you?" Sensing that Jun Lintian was impulsive, Luo Xin Yu turned her head over and prompted in a hurry. Chapter 85, "Give me a son." But before she could finish her sentence, Luo Xin Yu's eyes were filled with the color of despair. She was really going to be destroyed by Jun Lintian. At this rate, it would be strange not to be pregnant with Jun Lintian's child. Luo Xin Yu desperately struggled, wanting to separate from Jun Lintian, but how could Jun Lintian let her have her way? A pair of big hands deadlocked her willow waist, making her unable to move a single bit. Just when Luo Xin Yu thought that Jun Lintian would let go of her after a while is this ing human? Hey, you know this young master's methods, right? Seeing that Luo Xin Yu was dumbfounded by her actions, Jun Lintian's face revealed an evil smile. This is the price that Miss Luo should pay for what the Grand Imperial Prince should have done. Luo Xin Yu cursed angrily, but the tears couldn't stop flowing down. She really wanted to die, but if she dies, what about her parents? What about so many people up and down her Luo lineage? This little mouth of yours, you really owe it to yourself. But this young master likes this kind of character. As Jun Lintian spoke, he shamelessly continued to perform that conjugal act with Luo Xin Yu. The big hand kept slapping on Luo Xinyue's arse. For a while, the room was a charming sight. I don't know how long it took until Luo Xin Yu was deflated like an octopus on the bed, and only then did Jun Lintian stop. Luo Xinyue, with a pair of beautiful eyes covered in blood, her body shivering, her cheeks red, and her body covered in blue and purple hickeys, looked very wretched. What? Still not convinced? Looking at the wretched Luo Crescent Moon, Jun Lintian looked like he was having his way. "Humph, do you think I'll succumb to you? I, a member of the Luo family, will not admit defeat. I'd rather die than let you have your way." Although her body was no longer clean and had been taken by Jun Lintian's Yuanin, Luo Xin Yu still constantly consoled herself mentally that she had been forced to do so. She's just a victim. Hearing Luo Xin Yu's words, Jun Lintian snorted coldly, then took out his long-prepared shadow-retaining jade and sneered. Rather die. You are really a chaste woman. Since that's the case, then this young master would like to see. Once this young master spreads the wonderful scene from this shadow-retaining jade throughout the entire Tianxian continent, how many more people will believe if you, Miss Luo, are really that chaste? No, don't. Luo Xin Yu looked at Jun Lintian in horror. She did not dare to imagine that Jun Lintian would really pass these things on for others to see. She would not be able to show herself in the entire Tianxian continent with a proper face. The Grand Imperial Consort then would not even have to think about it. What an embarrassing situation her Luo family would be in. Seeing Luo Crescent Moon's terrified expression, Jun Lintian laughed coldly. He just loved conquering the stubborn woman in front of him, and the more he did, the more he wanted to conquer. No one had ever dared to refuse the woman he, Jun Lintian, wanted. It was a sign of his self-confidence in his own strength and his arrogance. Didn't you say that you would rather die than submit to this young lord? Fine. Then this young lord will fulfill you. With that, he was ready to get up and leave. spreading the images in the shadow retaining jade. Young lord, don't you? Seeing this, Luo Xianyu scrambled up and clung onto Junlin Tian's thighs with a death grip. Begging was written all over her face. The man in front of him was just too scary. Not only brutal, but also extremely confident and perverted. Simply more vicious than those devils crawling out of hell. However, she didn't want to be reduced to being the talk of the town after dinner even after she died. And she didn't want the Luo family to go into decline from then on. Seeing Luo Xianyu in this state, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth smiled even more. Ha! What? Weren't you quite tough just now? How come you know to beg this young master? Junlin Tian raised his eyebrows, seemingly enjoying this thrill of being chased by a woman begging for forgiveness as he reached out and pinched Luo Xianyu's chin. Teasingly, concubine is wrong. Young master, you are generous. Forgive the slave girl will never dare again. Oh. Luo Xinyue cried with rain. She knew that Junlin Tian could do what he said. She was now truly regretting why she had made a marriage contract with the Grand Prince in the first place, and why the Grand Prince had even messed with such a bogeyman as Junlin Tian. She hated herself for her stupidity, for her ignorance, for not recognizing this man's nasty ways sooner. If she had recognized the Grand Prince's ugly face earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have entered into a marriage contract with the Grand Prince, much less suffered this unwarranted disaster because of the Grand Prince, much less lost her chastity, and would not have left a handle in Junlin Tian's hands. It's fine if you want this young lord to spare you, but you must promise this young lord one thing. Hearing Luo Xianyu's voice begging for mercy, a look of satisfaction surfaced on Junlin Tian's face. Still, he asked with a feigned reserve and a few threats in his tone. As long as young lord is able to forgive Rise and Shine this time, my concubine will definitely agree to any conditions you have. Luo Xianyu spoke without thinking. She did not care what kind of request Junlin Tian came up with. She would agree to it because she knew that she had already lost this time. Instead of being destroyed, she would rather live for herself and her family once. Very well, this young lord likes smart women. You get up first. Thank you, young lord. Luo Crescent rose from the ground and straightened his clothes. Although she had been taken advantage of by Junlin Tian, she knew that her status was different. Although she was nominally the future Grand Imperial Consort, she had already been forcibly violated by Junlin Tian. Everything about her was already dirty and she was not qualified to negotiate with Junlin Tian at all. This young lord's request is simple. With that said, Junlin Tian pinched Luo Xianyu's delicate and compact chin. The corner of his mouth grinned, and he said with an evil smile, conceive this young lord's seed. Luo Xinyue froze. Her face instantly turned pale. A fragrant heart viciously seized pain. A strong sense of humiliation surging in her body. She had already been forcibly defiled by this bastard, Junlin Tian. Now that Junlin Tian wanted herself to give him a child, wasn't this humiliating her? What? Could it be that Miss Luo can't bear to give birth to this young lord? Junlin Tian said frivolously, the bottom of his eyes full of teasing colors. This young master advised Miss Luo to think clearly. Oh, you know the patience of this young master. Junlin Tian looked at Luo Xianyu as if he was a towering monarch overlooking a mole cricket. Concubine. Willing. In the end, the haughty prime minister's first granddaughter obediently submitted to Junlin Tian, the Grand Prince's residence. The Grand Emperor was wrapping his arms around the beautiful woman and kept making deep exchanges of life. Only he didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes right outside the window staring dead at the two's unashamed behavior. Chapter 86, The Grand Prince Caught in the Act of Adultery. This man was none other than Luo Crescent's father, Luo Zheng. He found an unfamiliar shadow-retaining jade on the desk in his study today, and being curious, he immediately injected his spiritual energy into that shadow-retaining jade. A scene of the Grand Prince entangled with the beautiful woman was instantly displayed before his eyes. As a man of letters, he was naturally furious at that time, but he sneaked into the Grand Prince's residence early tonight in order to find out if the man in this shadow-retaining jade was really the Grand Prince. Wanted to find out. He knew that if there was a first time for something like cheating, there was bound to be a second time. After all, dogs can't change their habits. Now that he saw the Grand Prince being frank with the beautiful woman and shamelessly doing those shameful things, his eyes flashed with monstrous anger. His own daughter is so excellent, so beautiful and attractive, or a yellow big girl. That point is not a million times better than this? This big prince is blind, or the brain was kicked by a donkey, even willing to do that with this beautiful woman. The beautiful woman seemed to have sensed the impulse of the Grand Imperial Prince and hurriedly turned her head to kindly remind him. She had worked so hard, all for the sole purpose of getting pregnant with the Grand Prince's child first and erecting her own position in the Grand Prince's heart. At those words, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned, and he slapped his hand heavily on the beautiful woman's arched buttocks. After receiving the Grand Imperial Prince's approval, the beautiful woman Mei Yan was so grateful. This Grand Prince is ready to have a bastard child outside. Uing play can. You really let the broken shoes to give birth to your son. This is simply against the ethical norms. What kind of thing is this? Great Prince, you're really cruel. How could you treat my family's crescent moon like this? She's only just reached adulthood. She's only betrothed to you. You're doing this. How does this make her Tesco marry you? Luo Zhang, his eyes scarlet of face, stared angrily at the two people in the room, murmuring continuously in his mind, Grand Imperial Prince, if we do this, will it make the Grand Imperial Consort sad? The beautiful woman's voice was so soft that it made the Grand Imperial Prince's bones tingle. He couldn't help but take the beautiful woman into his arms and kissed her a few times, smilingly saying, what's wrong with that? It's not like we're being a married couple openly and honestly. It's not like my father and mother's consort will oppose it, and they can't wait for this Shitsi to give birth to a little prince for them as soon as possible. But, after all, the Grand Imperial Concubine is your future wife, and you are so inconsiderate of the Grand Imperial Concubine's feelings. If she knew, would she? The beautiful woman pretended to look innocent and scared, and lowered her eyebrows. What are you afraid of? So what if she knows? Besides, she's still the Grand Imperial Consort. This prince hasn't even held her little hand. Wait until after the marriage. Her fate is up to this prince. What can she do to me? As he said that, the Grand Imperial Prince's face wore a wild and arrogant look. The beautiful woman sniffed and frowned slightly. She knew that the Grand Imperial Prince had always been unmanned, but she did not expect that she would be arrogant to this extent. However, as long as the Grand Prince was good to himself, it was fine, and the deaths of other women were none of her business. Although the Grand Imperial Concubine can't do anything to the Grand Imperial Prince, but the Grand Imperial Concubine is the Prime Minister's house's daughter. If this is spread out, it won't be good for the Grand Imperial Prince's reputation. Humph, they wouldn't dare. The Grand Imperial Prince said with a contemptuous smile. Why don't you dare? At those words, the beautiful woman asked with wide eyes, because in her mind, the Prime Minister's office is also considered a great force, stronger than the power of the Grand Prince. Because, a hint of sinister look appeared in the eyes of the Grand Prince, the corner of his mouth hooked. As long as they help this prince to seize the throne successfully, then at that time, when my father falls down, I am the 9 to 5 of this great Joe, on top of 10,000 people, and I want a Prime Minister to die. Isn't it a handful of pinch? Besides, do you think this prince is now afraid of her? A small Prime Minister's residence? This prince is only marrying Luo Xinu to gain the support of the Prime Minister's house. In the end, the Prime Minister's office is just a dog kept in the eyes of this prince. It's fine for them to be obedient, but if they flip out with this emperor does not recommend it, and let their Luo clan lineage completely disappear from the Tianxian continent. Hearing this, Luo Zhang outside the window shivered. He was aware of how the character of the Grand Prince was. He says it and does it. If her own daughter did not know how to behave, I'm afraid that the Grand Prince would really be unfavorable to her. Luo Zhang gritted his teeth and decided not to expose the Grand Prince for now and wait until there was an opportunity in the future. After all, he could help the Grand Prince succeed in taking over the throne and gain the honor of being the first meritocracy of the next imperial dynasty. When the time came, his Luo lineage went to the next level. Great Prince, don't forget, after what you promised your slave. The beautiful woman twisted her plump buttocks, smiled softly and charmingly and said, Hey, how can you forget something like that? Looking at the beautiful woman's tail wagging and praying for mercy, the Grand Imperial Prince smiled wickedly. Bitch, don't worry, since this Imperial Prince has promised to let you give birth to a son for this Imperial Prince, he definitely won't stop halfway, because he is the high and mighty Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, the future emperor of the Great Zhou above all others. What's wrong with letting your woman return his seed? In the eyes of these people of theirs, this Great Zhou dynasty was their Zhou families, and all the women of this Great Zhou dynasty should be on their knees, with their big asses up waiting for these imperial sons of theirs to pamper them. Listening to the tone of the Grand Imperial Prince filled with obscenities, the beautiful woman's delicate body trembled, but her charming eyes were like silk, and her voice daintily said, Great Prince, slave, besides slave's husband, you are the first man slave has served yet. She wasn't going to spill the beans about her affair with her own apprentice and with the crazy demon. Yell ha, really? At those words, the Grand Prince's eyes lit up as he stuck out his tongue and licked his somewhat dry lips. Of course it's true. The beautiful woman daintily pouted at the Grand Imperial Prince, allowing him to feel her full sincerity. He. Then you'll give this emperor a few more sons for that husband of yours to raise for this emperor. Seeing this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth hooked, revealing an evil smile. Seemingly sensing the Great Prince's impulse, the beautiful woman twisted her head and seductively reminded. The Grand Emperor nodded with a smug look on his face as he heavily slapped his arse. Who's there? Suddenly, there was a chortle from outside the house. Chapter 87 Young Master. I know I'm wrong, please have mercy on me. the Grand Prince immediately changed his face, and hurriedly pulled up the quilt on the side to cover himself and the spring light of the beautiful woman's delicate body. Then he threw on a robe of his own and made a dash for the door. Surprisingly, there was someone spying on the scene of him having fun with a beautiful woman. How could this make his face of the Grand Imperial Prince hang on? Opening the door of the room, he found that a number of guards standing outside the door were wearing armor and holding swords, and were carefully searching up outside. What's going on? Seeing this, the Grand Prince's brows knitted slightly as he drank in a cold voice. Reporting to the Great Prince, just now there was an assassin who broke in. After my subordinates and the others discovered it, they were ready to sneak up and apprehend the assassin. But the assassin seemed to have been alerted and immediately fled when he found my subordinates and the others. A guard clasped his fists and bowed, respectfully reporting, an assassin broke in? What kind of assassin? Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince was startled. He hadn't detected any suspicious aura when he was having sex with the beautiful woman just now. Could it be that his own guards had been negligent in taking precautions and let the assassin go? Reporting to the Great Prince, the assassin's figure is very strange, all dressed in black and masked. My subordinates and others have determined that the assassin is a man. Judging by the sound of his footsteps, the guard pondered for a moment and said, "It's a guy?" The Grand Prince furrowed his brows, a thick murderous aura flashing in his eyes. Who is it? My subordinate is incompetent and wasn't able to see the assassin's face clearly. That captain of the guards bowed his head in shame. Useless. The Grand Prince cursed angrily and waved his hand. Find this person. This prince will personally handle his interrogation. Yes, Grand Prince. That captain of the guards led the order and retreated with his men. What do you think? Returning to his room, the Grand Prince turned around, his eyes burning at the beautiful woman on the bed, and smiled evilly. Could it be your shrimp-headed male husband? No way. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman directly shook her head and said, that goon in my family, even if he were lent 10 guts, he would definitely not dare to break into the Grand Prince's residence to peep in. Hearing the beautiful woman say this, the Grand Emperor nodded. Grand Prince, that assassin may have been sent by the June family. The beautiful woman suddenly thought of something again, so she glared at Kazran's big-like eyes, gently covering her lips, and reminded. She knew that in recent times, there had been a lot of trouble between the June family's young lord, June Lintian, and the Grand Prince, so she guessed that the person who had just stood outside the window peeping at the scene of herself and the Grand Prince having a good time must be someone from the June family. After all, right now in this great Zhou dynasty, the only ones who dared to do so were the June family. She did not mind at all about the scene of herself having an affair with the Grand Prince if it was spread by that thief from the June family. After all, she wasn't a yellow girl, and once this kind of thing got out, it would only do her good, not half bad. You're right. The Grand Prince walked over to the bed and wrapped the beautiful woman into his arms as he smiled sarcastically. This prince will definitely not let the June family off the hook. He also suspected that the thieves outside just now were sent by June Lintian to spy on him. After all, the one who dared to go against his Grand Prince at this time was also June Lintian. Seeing this, the beautiful woman smiled charmingly, her soft little hand caressing the muscles on the chest of the Grand Imperial Prince, her voice enchanting. Then, Great Prince, slave will continue to sleep and serve you now, okay? Ha ha ha, good, this emperor wants it now. The Great Prince pushed down the beautiful woman and pounced on her with a monkey wrench. What the Grand Prince didn't know was that while he was preparing to find a way to take revenge on the June family, his own fiancée was at that moment being conquered by June Lintian. Countless seeds, all sown in the fertile soil of Luo Crescent. Luo Xinyue, who had already completely succumbed, at this point, only wished that time would pass earlier. She was already exhausted from the torture. TSK. I didn't realize that the Grand Imperial Consort's handiwork was really good. After giving Luo Xinyue's arse a heavy pat, June Lintian marveled. I just don't know how the Grand Prince would feel if he knew about this. Luo Xinyu's skin was fair and snowy, and being a cultivator of immortals, coupled with excellent maintenance, made June Lintian quite fond of her. Young lord, don't mention that sordid hypocrite to my concubine. Luo Xinu, who had been slapped, gritted her teeth and hated June Lintian in her heart, but she also had to put on a happy face, because she had to curry favor with June Lintian, because she knew the power of June Lintian in the Great Zhou dynasty. If she annoyed him, she was only afraid that her own family would not be able to protect her. All this disaster was brought to her by the Grand Prince. Compared to her hatred for June Lintian, she hated the Grand Prince even more. Ha ha ha, the Grand Prince is a hypocrite, but this young lord is a true villain. June Lintian snorted coldly, a sinister look flashing in his eyes as he said, this young lord, what he wants, has never failed to deliver. As June Lintian spoke, he placed his salty piggy hand on Luo Xinu's arse. Luo Xinu's heart thumped as she heard this, and she could not help but think of what June Lintian had once said to herself. If Miss Luo dares to betray this young lord, I'll make the entire clan of your Luo family completely disappear without a trace from the Tianxian continent. Thinking of this, Luo Xinyue couldn't help but shiver. The man in front of me is a devil. Why are you so ruthless and heartless at such a young age? Young lord, my concubine knows she is wrong. Please have mercy. Luo Xinyue couldn't help but beg for mercy, secretly screaming in her heart. How could she forget that she was just a first daughter of a Luo family? In front of Junlin Tian, even the mole crickets were more noble than her. How could she dare to resist? Where did you go wrong? Seeing Luo Crescent finally give in, Junlin Tian hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. What about the Grand Princess? It's still at your mercy to take it at random. Sow as much seed as you want. Concubine shouldn't have disobeyed you. Young lord, facing Junlin Tian's questioning, Luo Xinyue gritted her teeth and spoke the truth. Oh, it's good that you know. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded in satisfaction before he began to abuse Luo Xinyue again. Anyway, Luo Xinyue was not her own woman. Junlin Tian exchanged life with her without a trace of guilt in his heart. Instead he had a feeling of extreme pleasure. It was estimated that in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, only he, Junlin Tian, dared to bully the Grand Imperial Consort like this. He unlocked all those poses from the Little Blue Star movie on Luo Crescent Moon, one by one. Plus you don't need to bring a plastic bag, so you can't be too happy about that. Knock, knock. Just then there was a sharp knock on the door. Asterisk. Junlin Tian was in the middle of his impulse to unload when he heard this knocking on the door and was furious. It was worse than killing him. Who? Luo Xinyue sensed Junlin Tian's impulse, so she faintly uttered an inquiry. Chapter 88 Luo Xinyue's undercard. Crescent Moon opened the door. It's Daddy. Luo Zhang's urgent voice came from outside the door. Young lord, what should we do? Upon learning that it was her father, Luo Zhang, standing outside the house, Luo Xinyue turned her inquiring gaze towards Junlin Tian. Eat this completion pill, so that even a great emperor powerhouse can't tell that your Yuan-yin is gone. Seeing this, Junlin Tian frowned slightly and spoke out what was in his mind. Later, you can just talk to your father normally, and wait for this young lord's instructions for the rest. With that, he took out a red elixir from his pocket and handed it to Junlin Tian. Thanks, Luo Xinyue nodded. Looking at the precious completion dan in his hand, Luo Xinyue had a touching feeling deep in his heart. But Junlin Tian had thrown this precious completion pill to himself, which was enough to show that Junlin Tian was not as cold and heartless towards her as he appeared to be. She straightened her clothes and her face, then got up and prepared to unlock the door to her room. Right at this moment, when Luo Xinyue twisted her head to look at Junlin Tian on the bed, she was shocked to find that he had somehow disappeared. Although he did not know how Junlin Tian did it, Luo Xinyue also knew that it was not his place to ask. Crunch! Luo Crescent opened the door to the room. Luo Zhang hurriedly walked in from outside, closing the door to the room behind him before walking over to the table and sitting down. His gaze, sweeping through the house, finally landed on Luo Xinyue's face and said in a deep voice, Xinyue, do you know what father found out tonight? Hearing Luo Zhang's words, Luo Crescent's heart thumped, and the feeling of uneasiness intensified. Crescent Moon, tell father, is there some misunderstanding between you and the Grand Prince? Luo Zhang stared at Luo Crescent Moon, his eyes sharp as if he wanted to pierce through Luo Crescent Moon's soul. He also wondered if it was his daughter's falling out with the Grand Prince himself that caused the Grand Prince to be this despicable. Father, the child did not. Feeling her father's measuring gaze, Luo Xinyue directly shook her head and denied it. Luo Xinyue was once again somewhat grateful for the completion pill that Junlin Tian had given him. Otherwise the fact that she wasn't a virgin at this point would be revealed. Crescent Moon. Father found out that the Grand Prince even kept another woman outside behind our backs, and he even wanted that shameless human woman to give him a little prince. Seeing that the expression on his daughter's face was not half abnormal, Luo Zhang told the story of the unbearable scene he had seen tonight at the Grand Prince's residence. At those words, Luo Crescent Moon pretended to be shocked. Immediately afterward, Hyun sobbed, and 2 lines of aggrieved tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Junlin Tian, who had already used shadow to hide his figure, had to sigh at Luo Xinyue's acting skills when he saw her appearance. New Moon, don't cry. In this matter, father will make a decision for you. Seeing this, Luo Zhang hurriedly stretched out his right hand and patted Luo Xinyue's trembling shoulder. However, Luo Xinyue's tears flowed more and more violently. Seeing her father in this loving manner, Luo Xinyue was even more certain that her father was really good to her. Daddy! Luo Crescent huffed and cried out. New Moon, don't worry for now. Father will make the decision for you regarding your marriage to the Grand Prince. At worst, my Luo family does not want this life's glory and wealth, but will also make the Grand Prince's ugly face known to the world. Seeing Luo Xinyue in tears, Luo Zhan was really heartbroken. and he said comfortingly, "Father will go and tell your grandfather about all this, so that he can step in." "Daddy, don't." Before Luo Zhang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luo Xinu, who said with a tear-stained face, "Father, if you tell the truth about this matter now, I'm afraid that so many people up and down my Luo family will disappear from the Tianxian continent overnight." This was what Junlin Tian had just told her in a voice transmission, that she must stop her own father from jumping out and pointing at the Grand Imperial Prince right now. Otherwise no one could protect her Luo family at this time. In fact, Junlin Tian was just afraid that Luo Zhang would disrupt his plans. What? Could it be that father just stood by and watched the Grand Prince bully you like that? Not caring? Luo Zhang couldn't help but be angry at his words. "No daddy, that's not what my child meant." Seeing her father's anger, Luo Xinyue hurriedly explained, "Of course my daughter hates what the Grand Imperial Prince has done, but after all, my daughter has a marriage contract with the Grand Imperial Prince, plus my Luo family is even more powerless in front of the royal family of the Great Zhou, so I cannot choose to tear my face off with the Grand Imperial Prince at this time." Crescent, go on. After listening to Luo Crescent's words, Luo Zhang also calmed down a lot. He knew that Luo Crescent was thinking about him and the family. "My daughter has already thought of a wonderful trick that can completely bring down the Grand Prince, and it can make him voluntarily break the marriage contract with the child." Luo Xinu said with a smile. "What's the magic trick?" Hearing Luo Xinu's words, Luo Zhang immediately pursued the question. "Father, have you heard that a lot of gaps have arisen between the Jun family's young lord and the Grand Imperial Prince, and that the relationship between the two of them is like water and fire?" Luo Xinu looked at Luo Zhang with a smile and said, "This matter, father should know better than child, right? Not bad. This matter, my father has known for a long time." Hearing Luo Crescent's analysis, Luo Zhang nodded and said, "Crescent, what you mean is that we unite with the Jun family and deal with the Great Zhou imperial family together? This is an act of treason." Hearing this, Luo Zhang said with worry on his face. Luo Zhang belonged to a relatively conservative person, and seeing that Luo Xinu wanted to unite with the Jun family to deal with the royal family of the Great Zhou, his heart was certainly frightened. He stared up and down at Luo Xinu with a surprised face. This precious daughter of his, he didn't know when she came up with such a dangerous idea. Who didn't know in the Great Zhou that the Jun family held the military power of the entire Great Zhou, and the Great Zhou royal family hated to see the Jun family exterminated earlier. To join forces with the Jun family, wasn't that no different from seeking death? "Daddy, what are you fooling around with?" Seeing Luo Zhang sizing himself up, Luo Xinyue instantly rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think the Jun family can look at this amount of strength of our Luo family?" Crescent, so what do you mean? "Father, let's pretend we don't know anything about it for now and watch the Jun family and the royal family of the Great Zhou fight it out." Luo Crescent Moon put on a confident demeanor and said, "When the power of the royal family of the Great Zhou is pretty much consumed by the Jun family, we will then come forward and propose to break off the marriage contract with the Great Prince, but that is for the purpose of pulling in my Luo family, and the Emperor of the Zhou will have to agree to it. Although this method is good, but what if the Grand Prince is dead set against it?" Luo Zhang frowned and asked with some concern. "Don't worry about that, Daddy." Upon hearing this, Luo Crescent Moon said confidently, "I believe that the Jun family's people will not watch our Luo family perish without saving it." This was something she was very confident in. She was probably carrying Jun Lingtian's seed in her belly. Chapter 89, Please have mercy on my concubine. With her understanding of the Grand Princess's character, as long as her Yuan was given to Jun Lin Tian, and she only performed that conjugal act with Jun Lin Tian alone, the bloodline of the Jun family in her own belly, the Grand Princess would not care. She had figured that out before. Since she was no longer able to choose her own future destiny, she had to fight for her own, and indeed the entire family's, best interests. Didn't Jun Lin Tian want her to carry his child? She just frankly let Jun Lintian constantly inside her, pregnant with Jun Lintian's child. She didn't believe that Jun Lintian wouldn't recognize the child inside her belly. This was something that Luo Crescent was very confident in. Just because she can endure humiliation and sacrifice her marital happiness for the sake of her family doesn't mean that she can just let men bully her good. Jun Lin Tian did not know that while he was counting on Luo Xinu, the Grand Imperial Consort, he was also counted on by Luo Xinu. Even if Jun Lin Tian did not recognize it, it would be fine. But with the Great Princess's control over the whole of Kyoto, her own belly was positively pregnant with a child, and who the father of the child was, she would know as soon as she checked. Although Jun Lin Tian was a womanizing scum like the Grand Prince was a hypocritical hypocrite in plain sight, which was really sickening. Although Jun Lin Tian was also bad through and through, he never claimed to be a good person to the end. When he comes, he will directly take away your yuan, and keep on internalizing you, so that you will completely fall under his lustful power. If she could choose between the two, she would rather choose to be with a bad person like Jun Lin Tian. Previously, that small family's first daughter, Lu Ruyan, was said to have been taken in by Jun Lin Tian and forced to take a concubine. Ruyan Lu was 10,000 times more reluctant with her mouth at first. But what about now? The Lu family had gained a lot of resources because she had become the concubine of the Jun family's young master, and the family was on the verge of being ranked amongst the tiers of their Luo family. It can be said that one man gets a government position. Although her Luo family was also a big family, it was simply not enough in front of the Jun family. Now, the best ending for her is to carry Jun Lin Tian's seed, marry Jun Lin Tian with his son, and become Jun Lin Tian's woman in a bright and honorable way. This would be the best ending for her, for the entire Luo clan, and for the child in her womb. Crescent Moon, why are you so sure that the Jun family will help us? Seeing the confident expression that spread across his daughter's face, Luo Zhang had a few doubts in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Father, don't worry about this. My child naturally has something to fall back on." Luo Crescent sniffed and said with a faint smile. Of course she wouldn't tell Luo Zhang right now about the fact that she might have been pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child. Then father will tell your grandfather about it now, Luo Zhang said, and was about to turn around and leave to find Luo Wenshan. Father, don't tell grandpa about this for now. Luo Xinyue sniffed and immediately reminded. What kind of personality grandpa has? Father, you know, telling him now will only affect our plans. Luo Wenshan's character was upright, and once he was allowed to learn that the Grand Prince, okay. Hearing Luo Crescent say this, Luo Zhang also felt that his daughter's words had a few points of truth, so he nodded and said, "Then, father knows what to do." After Luo Zhang finished saying this, he turned around and left Luo Crescent's boudoir. His own daughter this has grown up. Some things naturally do not want to tell him as a father. Looking at Luo Zhang's departing back, the corner of Luo Crescent Moon's mouth curled slightly. Grand Prince, since you like that human woman and want her to give birth to a few little emperors for your son, then I won't blame my concubine for finally giving you a good game of crossing the river and breaking down the bridge. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured in a low voice. The great prince was unfaithful to her, and there was no need for her to keep any bull ***** chastity for him. Who is she? Luo Xinu? She was the first granddaughter of the prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Zhou dynasty. Behind him were countless pursuing disciples of the world. Now that such a great opportunity for revenge was in front of her, how could she not seize it? The fact that she could sacrifice her marital happiness for the sake of her family didn't mean that she, Luo Xinu, was a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. Great Prince, just wait, I'll make you pay dearly. Thinking about it, Luo Xinu sneered. What? Figured it out? Just then, Jun Lintian's teasing voice came from Luo Xinu's ears. It scared her and almost paralyzed her. Young lord, can you not scare the concubine like this? Luo Xinu patted her towering breasts and poutingly gave Jun Lintian a blank look and said, Hey, feeling Luo Xinu's pouting gaze. The corner of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he said with a smug look on his face. What? This young lord is just going to scare you. Why do you still have a problem with that? He said, giving her a heavy slap on her arse. Humph, ignore you. At those words, Luo Xinyue rolled her eyes straight, having a jade hand caressing her belly, saying, Young master, you just don't think about your concubine. You also have to think about the child in your concubine's belly. Saying that, Luo Xinyue's face revealed a shy look. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Crescent seemingly enlightened, Jun Lintian laughed brightly. He was so tickled that he couldn't help but get close to Luo Crescent's ear and said, Is the Grand Imperial concubine hinting at something to this young lord when she says something like that? He enjoyed conquering a woman as smart as Crescent Moon. Fiercely resisting at first, she finally recognized the reality and chose to succumb to his lechery. In the process, Jun Lin Tian felt an infinite feeling of conquest. His burning breath sprayed between Luo Crescent's ears, causing Luo Crescent's cheeks to blush. Pouting, Young master is really nasty. How dare you molest concubine? Like this. After saying that, Luo Xinyue stretched out her pink tongue and lightly licked her lips. That charming appearance was simply seductive. Seeing this, Jun Lin Tian's heart and mind swirled as he directly picked her up across his arms and walked in the direction of the bed. Young lord, what are you doing? I'm still carrying your child in my belly, Luo Xinyue hurriedly exclaimed. Instead of answering Luo Xinu's question, Jun Lin Tian directly blocked Luo Xinu's chattering little mouth with his lips. Luo Xinu was dazed by the kiss. Only feeling that her head was lacking in oxygen and her body was a little soft, she couldn't help but climb onto Jun Lin Tian's shoulders. Jun Lin Tian felt Luo Xinu's soft and boneless body and couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. He gently placed Luo Xinu on the bed and then bullied his way up. Then it was time for Luo Xinyue to perform the conjugal act. At this moment, Luo Crescent is not the same Luo Crescent who recognized death before. She feels that she has to live for herself. so she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Junlin Tian's neck, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "Please also have mercy on your concubine, young lord." Saying that, an ice-clear jade foot crossed above little Junlin Tian. Goblin. Watching Luo Xin tease him like this, Junlin Tian could no longer control the desire in his heart and retreated his robes as much as he could. Chapter 90 TSK. Young Master Jun has just returned from a brothel. This was followed by an in-depth live conversation with Crescent Moon without plastic bags. Luo Crescent only felt like he was being torn apart as intense pain hit his entire body. However, in order for her revenge plan to go forward, she gritted her teeth and held on without saying a word. Seeing how stubborn she was, Junlin Tian could not help but smile. So what if it's the fiancé of the Grand Prince? Still not at your own so to take. Half an hour later, inside or outside? Junlin Tian stared at Luo Xin with a burning gaze and a teasing face. Inside. Feeling Junlin Tian's impulse, Luo Crescent Moon didn't even think about it directly, spitting out her Judas tongue and winking her eyes like a silk road. The most important part of her revenge plan was to conceive Junlin's child and then use the Jun family's power to bring down the high and mighty Grand Prince. Good. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded in satisfaction, his pair of eyes getting hotter and hotter. The Grand Imperial concubine, who was so high and mighty in the eyes of others, was actually in front of him, pleading for her favors. This feeling of being a supervillain and doing whatever you want is really good. First there was Lu Ruyan, Xiao Ruoyu followed by Xian Linger and Luo Xinyue, which one was not a first-class great beauty in Tianxian continent. There were countless cultivators chasing after him, but in front of Junlin Tian, these high and mighty women still succumbed to his lustful authority. Even they are almost always pregnant with their own seed. Once he thought about this, Junlin Tian decided to stay here at Luo Xinu tonight. Feeling that Junlin Tian did not have a trace of fatigue, Luo Xinu secretly sighed. Why is this guy so tough? After that, she suddenly felt the spiritual energy within her body begin to boil. Her face was joyful, and she immediately meant that she was about to break through the bottleneck phenomenon. Junlin Tian also sensed it and the corner of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile as he separated from Luo Xinu after giving her a heavy slap on her arse. Young lord, you. Sensing Junlin Tian's intentions, Luo Xinyue frowned slightly and blankly glanced at Junlin Tian. It seemed to be blaming him for not continuing to communicate with himself about his life. She plugged the gap with her all-time jade hand to keep those things from draining away. After all, it was the key thing to her revenge plan. After doing all this, Luo Xinyue slowly closed her beautiful eyes, preparing to start breaking through and impacting the divine bridge realm. Seeing this, Junlin Tian looked at the charming beauty in front of him without haste. After half a moment, only then did Luo Xinu slowly open her beautiful eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she looked at Junlin Tian with a smug expression and said, "Thank you." Although she did not know why there was so much extra spiritual energy in her body, she thought that it should be related to Junlin Tian. The intelligent one seemed to have guessed that Junlin Tian was most likely the legendary male cultivator's hearth physique, the yin-yang sacred physique. After all, she had done nothing in the past 2 days, but only kept performing that conjugal act with Junlin Tian, which is what immortal cultivators often refer to as double cultivation. The only thing that could bring about such a fast breakthrough in their female cultivation was that legendary yin-yang sacred body. Thank me for what? Upon hearing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned as he pretended to be puzzled. Humph, the young lord is really cunning and still won't admit it. Luo Xinyue hummed as 2 red clouds appeared on her pretty face, and with her jade hand, she gently hammered on Junlin Tian's chest. She didn't expect Junlin Tian to be a brazen man who did it and still didn't admit it. Hey, Junlin Tian hemmed and hawed and said, "This young lord didn't do anything." Humph, young lord, you're the legendary yin-yang sacred body, aren't you? Seeing this, Luo Xinyue cupped Junlin Tian's chin with her jade hand and stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes half narrowed. You don't need to say it, my concubine is aware of it. My concubine is not stupid. She was the first granddaughter of the prime minister of the great Zhou dynasty, and she had been cultivated by her family since she was a child. She had read about the ancient yin-yang sacred body in an ancient book, plus the fact that she had performed conjugal acts with Junlin Tian so many times in the past 2 days. It became even more certain that Junlin Tian's physique was the Inferno Yang sacred body that was 1 in a million. Ouch! Seeing Luo Xinu's expression of such certainty, Junlin Tian also looked surprised and said, I didn't expect you to be this intelligent. How's that? Following this young lord to perform that conjugal act is not a disadvantage for you, is it? Humph, ignore you. Hearing Junlin Tian's flirtatious words, Luo Xinu immediately glared at him. You got a bargain. She clearly remembered that there was an important hint on the record in that ancient book. It was that when the female cultivator and the yin-yang sacred body were in dual cultivation, they had to let the yin-yang sacred body put those things inside, so that the dual cultivation would be the best. This also signified that Junlin Tian would definitely have many heirs in the future. Now, upon association, that Lu Ruyan, Xiao Ruoyu, as well as Xian Linger, probably all knew about this secret. Even Dong Huangcheng Shui, who had hooked up with Junlin Tian's Dong Huang clan, was probably aware of this unknown secret. As soon as she thought about this, Luo Xianyu felt that her position in Junlin Tian's heart was greatly threatened. She put her heart on the line and stared at Junlin Tian with winking eyes. "Young lord, are you still okay? Concubine still wants to." After saying that, she even used her jade foot and scratched above little Junlin Tian. Seeing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth twitched, not expecting Luo Xianyu to return to normal so quickly. Not only that, but also intensified his provocation of him. He smiled evilly. "What do you want? As long as this young master has it, all of it will be given to you, okay?" After saying that, Junlin Tian leaned down and blew his breath around Luo Xianyu's ear and kissed her gently. "Che, so what if it's the Jun family's young lord?" Seeing this, the corner of Luo Crescent Moon's mouth sketched out a smug smile, and secretly said in her heart, "Still not falling under this young lady's pomegranate skirt, and becoming this young lady's tool for rapidly raising her cultivation." Although she would at the same time pay the price of being pregnant with Junlin Tian's seed, these did not matter to her. What's more, if she were to give birth to a male child for the Jun family in advance, her status in the Jun family would only be higher, not lower. The two, each with their own weirdness, are counting on each other, unaware that they are being counted on by each other. However, Luo Xinyue definitely counted as a loss. The next day, Junlin Tian returned to the Jun family with a pair of panda eyes. However, there were two uninvited guests here early on. One was the Minister of Rights of the Xuanwu Empire, and the other was the 8th Prince of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom. When Junlin Tian looked up and saw the expressions on the two men's faces, he felt that these two goods had no good intentions. However, he was not one to be afraid of anything. After all, he had known that there would be such a day when he had plagued Xian Linger. "It was just that I didn't expect the 8th Prince of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom to intervene in this matter as well. I guess it was the old thing. The Zhou Emperor, who was trying to use this opportunity to make himself and the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom lose both of them. TSK. Which greenhouse did young Master Jun just come back from?" Chapter 91. Princess 19 is willing to be my young master's concubine. Seeing Junlin Tian's appearance, the 8th Prince of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom, Bone Child, could not help but reveal a mocking expression. Moreover, he had a finger pointing at Junlin Tian's pair of panda eyes. Upon hearing this move of Bone Setter, the corner of Jun Mengyao's mouth on the side rose slightly, knowing that this 8th Prince of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom would have a hard time next. After seeing the smile that appeared on Jun Mengyao's face, Bone Setter straightened his chest and raised his head high, feeling like I'm showing off in front of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a strong wind came at him and smacked him on his left side. There was a crunch. The right side of Bone's face suddenly swelled up. His cheeks were instantly burning with pain, and an odor of blood instantly filled the tip of his nose. "Asshole, who dares to hit this emperor?" Bone reached out with his right hand and wiped his face, realizing that his fingers were stained with a drop of bright red blood. Holy, bleeding? He stared at his palm with wide eyes, only to see that it was stained with In Hong's blood. Which bastard did this? Junlin Tian indifferently swept a glance at Abonde. It was this young lord who did it. "You." Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Bone Ruin was furious. "Is the 8th Prince of my Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom something you can just say and hit?" With that, he was about to unsheath his sword, prepare to strike to teach Junlin Tian a lesson. "You want to teach this young lord a lesson?" Unexpectedly, he saw Junlin Tian let out a cold laugh. "Oh, you don't weigh how many kilograms you have yourself? You, how dare you defy the majesty of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom?" Bone had angrily gripped the long sword in his hand. Seeing this, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth sketched out a playful smile, and then hastily moved in front of him with a swish. A kick to the gut sent him flying. Put! Only a sound of piercing flesh was heard, and Bone Setter directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell outside the courtyard. Cough cough cough. Bone Strike struggled to stand up and covered his stomach. His eyes looked viciously at Junlin Tian and said angrily, "Junlin Tian, you, what? Did the 8th Prince go out in the morning without brushing his teeth?" With that said, Junlin Tian took a step in front of Bone Setter and slapped him across the face. There was another pop. Half of Bone's face quickly swelled up, and his entire body slumped to the ground, crying out in pain. "You, if you dare to make a move against this prince, my father will never spare you." Bone growled angrily. His father was the strongest quasi-emperor of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom. His strength was unfathomable, and he was one of the few existences in the entire Southern Barbarian. As a result, Bone has always been arrogant and cocky on the outside. This time, he was informed by the Emperor of the Great Zhou that his own most adored Princess Xianlinger of the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess had been forcibly taken away by the Jun family's young lord. How could this make him sit still? It was never him who cuckolded other men. When was it his turn to be cuckolded by someone else? Not to mention Xianlinger was the woman he had his eye on, his forbidden domain. So he immediately brought people to the Great Zhou dynasty, wanting to feed Xianlinger justice. As a result, he did not expect that Jun Lin Tian would not fear him and even dare to beat him up in public. He gritted his teeth in hatred at the thought. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth sketched out a disdainful arc. Oh, this young lord is looking forward to how your father will be unforgiving? Does he also dare to come to this young lord's place to make a scene like you? After saying that, Jun Lin Tian didn't bother to pay any more attention to this bonesetter and directly walked towards the flower hall. Jun Lin Tian, you wait for me. Sooner or later, this emperor will find an opportunity to clean you up. Bonehead cursed and left while touching his face. A tooth had fallen on the ground. After walking to the flower hall, Jun Lintian had indifferent eyes sweeping a glance at the Minister of Ceremonies of the Xuanwu Empire. I have kept your emissary waiting for a long time. Just now, this young lord just made a move to teach a barking dog a lesson. I hope that your emissary will not mind. At those words, the expression on the face of the Minister of Rights, Wang Yu, stiffened, and his eyes flickered with a touch of displeasure. These words were clearly a warning to him. If he didn't speak properly, he would probably end up in the same way that the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom ended up, and would be fatally punched out of the Jun family. The young lord of the Jun family is joking. How could a foreign minister mind if young Lord Jun lectures a dog? He said with a leathery smile, but in his heart, he became more and more jealous of this Jun Lin Tian. For a young lord of a lineage to face the arrogant and domineering 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom and still be able to strike the 8th prince without any qualms, it showed that the Jun family's strength was even greater than the rumors had it, so he had to be careful how he dealt with it. Ha! Jun Lin Tian smiled faintly and did not say anything more. At this time, Jun Mangyao walked over to his side with a bowl of tea. Young lord, the tea that madam made for you is ready. Jun Lin Tian nodded his head, and after finishing the tea in one clean gulp, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, aha! When he looked at the 1,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus inside Jun Lin Tian's teacup just now, Wang Yu's face changed, but he quickly hid it. He was aware that this 1,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus was not something that ordinary people could afford to use. Even he had only seen it, and had never even been blessed enough to think of using it. It was the first time he had heard of someone like Jun Lin Tian who he could think of using every day. It seemed that the strength of this Jun family was not something he could imagine. Young Lord Jun, may the foreign minister speak to you about my family's 19 princesses? Wang Yu asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and said unhappily, Servant Wang, what is your high opinion? Our 19th princess is a direct descendant of our emperor. Her status is honored beyond compare, and this is something that I think the Jun family's young lord should know as well. Our Xuanwu Empire is on good terms with the Great Zhou dynasty. So, if it is convenient for young Lord Jun, could you allow the foreign minister to bring the 19th princess back to the Xuanwu Empire? Wang Yu's meaning was already very clear. The purpose of his visit to the Jun family was to bring Xianlinger back. Ha! Hearing these words, Jun Lindian couldn't help but smile. What if this young lord says no? Seeing Jun Lindian with such a tough attitude, Wang Yu was a bit guilty. Jun family young master, I know that your Jun family has a huge power, but my Xuanwu Empire is also considered the home of the 19th princess. If you do this, there is no way for me to go back and deliver. Wang Yu was very smart. He didn't want to be as brainless as Bonehead and couldn't see the situation. Knowing that in front of Jun Lin Tian, one could only come softly. Coming hard would only be asking for trouble. So he decided to go soft. He believed that with the relationship between the Xuanwu Empire and the Great Zhou dynasty, Jun Lindian should not make things too difficult for him. Ha! Delivery? Hearing Wang Yu's words, Jun Lindian coldly snorted. It's not that this young lord doesn't want to let Princess 19 go back. It's that Princess 19 is willing to be a concubine to this young lord and stay in my Jun family forever. What? At those words, Wang Yu froze, then his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 92 Husband. My concubine didn't. What's that supposed to mean? Princess 19 is willing to marry Jun Lin Tian as a concubine? That was the high and mighty Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess the 19th princess who was admired by 10,000 people. How dare you willingly serve Jun Lin Tian as a concubine? This is also darn ridiculous, right? Why? Isn't it okay? Seeing the stunned expression on Wang Yu's face, Jun Lindian glanced at him contemptuously and said in an unkind tone, No, I wouldn't dare. The young lord of the Jun family is wise and valiant. Absolutely magnificent. If Princess 19 could marry into the Jun family, it would simply be a blessing she would have cultivated in her 3 lifetimes. Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled with him. That won't do? At those words, Jun Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then, young Master Jun, look at Wang Yu fond, can you let me, on my way out, meet with Princess 19? Ugh. Upon hearing this, Jun Lindian let out a fake sigh and said, Servant Wang, it is not that this young lord is unwilling to allow you to meet with Princess 19. Rather, that girl Linger doesn't want to see anyone right now. After saying that, he took a letter from Jun Mengyao and handed it to Wang Yu. This is a letter from the 19th princess to her father and mother, and Squire Wang will know what the 19th princess means when he opens it. Oh. Wang Yu curiously took the epistle and carefully opened it. The handwriting on it is indeed that of the 19th princess. After carefully reading the letter through, Wang Yu's face was suddenly gloomy. The 19th princess, surprisingly, was really willing to stay in the Jun family and was willing to serve as Jun Lin Tian's concubine. Between the lines, too, and appearing to imply anything. Between the words, he placed himself in a low position. She, the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire, was willing to be Jun Lin Tian's concubine. This, how can he, Wang Yu, explain to the royal family of Xuanwu Empire? In this matter, if the king's servant takes this letter, he will be able to explain to the Xuanwu Empire's royal family, right? Jun Lin Tian looked at Wang Yu with a smirk. This was something he had prepared long ago in order to block the mouth of the Xuanwu Empire's royal family. After Xian Linger learned that she was pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child, her entire state of mind changed radically. At the moment, all she wanted to do was live for herself and the baby in her belly. That former high and mighty 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire had long since died, and now she was only a concubine of Jun Lintian, and would continue to perpetuate the lineage for the Jun family. Therefore, when Jun Mengyao asked her to write a family letter just now, she didn't hesitate to put her thoughts into words. The most high-minded woman will change her state of mind once she has her man and children. The great princess was like this, and so was Xian Linger. Hearing this, Wang Yu's face was a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Servant Wang doesn't need to hesitate any longer. Jun Lindian waved his sleeve and said, You go back and tell the emperor and empress of the Xuanwu Empire that this young lord will treat Princess 19 well, so that the two of them can rest assured. I'm sure they'll see their big grandchildren born in the near future. As the words fell, Jun Lin Tian turned around and left, leaving only the stupefied Wang Yu. Looking at Jun Lin Tian's back, Wang Yu's heart was broken. He had never dreamed that he had made 1,000 calculations before he came. But in the end, it was such a situation. He could only helplessly shake his head and sigh as he left the Jun family. After leaving the flower hall, Jun Lin Tian went to his room at the first opportunity. After laying down on his butt, it felt like he was crushing someone. It feels soft. Looking back, he realized that it was Ruyan Lu who was staring at himself with a pair of beautiful eyes. Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, Jun Lingtian's body stiffened violently for a moment, somewhat not daring to look directly at Lu Ruyan. Touching his nose, he smiled sarcastically and said, Ruyan, you're awake? Humph. Hearing Jun Lin Tian's question, Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and said, Why did you bother to come back today? Jun Lin Tian didn't know where he had been these past few days. Except for the 3 days of the wedding when he was constantly clearing his heat with himself, he almost never returned to the bridal chamber. Although, knowing that Jun Lin Tian was more than just his own woman, the thought of Jun Lin Tian being dominated by another woman for so many days, Ruyan Lu was upset in her heart just thinking about it. Oh, haven't you been busy these past few days? Seeing Lu Ruyan's look of jealousy, Jun Lindian laughed dryly and hurriedly explained. This young master just finished dealing with the trivial affairs of the family today, so he immediately came to look for my little Ruyan. Saying that, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Lu Ruyan's slender waist and softly said, Ruyan, have you missed your husband in the past few days? Concubine didn't think about husband. Ruyan Lu gave him a blank look and denied it. Really didn't think about it? Seeing this, the corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an evil smile. Husband doesn't believe in it. Let's give it a try. As he spoke, his hands began to roam restlessly over Lu Ruyan's delicate and slippery skin. Bugger, what are you doing? Noticing Jun Lingtian's movements, Lu Ruyan hurriedly grabbed his strange big hand and said in exasperation, Don't forget, we both still have things to do. What's more important than us rolling in bed as a couple? Jun Lin Tian hemmed and hawed and did not comply. Husband. Lu Ruyan's cheeks blushed, lightly biting her red lips. Husband, you wouldn't want to proclaim sex in the daytime, would you? Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, an evil smile surfaced on Jun Lingtian's face. Couldn't it be? No. Lu Ruyan hastily shook her head, her pretty face reddening. But how could Jun Lin Tian let her go, only to see his eyes looking deeply at her? His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, Ruyan, you must not challenge my husband's patience. At those words, Ruyan Lu's face turned even redder. Husband, concubine is not. It's not that. Ruyan Lu stammered, not knowing what to say. Which one is it if it doesn't mean that? Jun Lin Tian continued to flirt. Not if that's what it means anyway. Hearing his words, Lu Ruyan was so ashamed and angry that she simply closed her eyes and ignored Jun Lin Tian. Seeing this, Jun Lin Tian hemmed and hawed. With a smug look on his face, he put the key in the lock hole. TSK. The mouth says no, but the body is solid. Husband, concubine has no. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes and looked at Jun Lin Tian, who was staring at her with a burning gaze, her cheeks reddening. It was night, the Grand Prince's residence. Wang Yu, Bone, and the Grand Prince were sitting around a round table, their heads bowed as they plotted something. Grand Prince, this Jun Lin Tian is simply too detestable. He simply doesn't have us in his sights. Bone pointed to the palm prints on his face and said indignantly, I'm the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom. I'm considered a top power in the southern barbarians, and I've actually been insulted by Jun Lin Tian in such a manner. I'm afraid that if this matter were to be spread out, it would cause my southern barbarian ancient kingdom to be enraged. Chapter 93, The Grand Prince's Treacherous Scheme. With that, he looked up at the Grand Imperial Prince. Therefore, please also ask the Grand Imperial Prince to make sure to seek justice for us. Don't worry, Brother Bone. The Grand Prince glanced indifferently at Bone. This prince has always been true to his word, and since he has already promised you to take care of this matter, he will never go back on his word. That's fine. Hearing these words from the Grand Prince, Bonesetter was finally a little relieved. After all, if the Grand Prince really rejected his offer, then the Great Zhou dynasty would face the wrath of the entire southern barbarian ancient kingdom. But, the Grand Prince suddenly turned his words around. As you know, Brother Bonechild, the Jun family is so powerful that it is simply not something that we can easily shake. Does the Grand Prince mean for us to retreat? Hearing this, Bone's face instantly grimaced. This emperor is just going to take a beating from him for nothing? It's not that. Seeing the man-eating eyes of Bonesetter, the Grand Prince hastily waved his hand and said, the matter of dealing with Jun Lin Tian involves a wide range of issues. I am afraid that if we rashly attack, we will draw fire to ourselves. So, Grand Prince, what are you going to do? Upon hearing this, Bone suddenly perked up, his eyes looking expectantly at the Imperial Son. Since it's hard to shake Jun Lin Tian head-on, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned, revealing an evil smile as he said, then we'll count the women around Jun Lin Tian. Hey, I get it. Bonesetter brightened up and clapped his hands. This way, even if Jun Lin Tian knows about it afterward, he can't do anything about us. Who else is the woman that Jun Lin Tian has yet to marry outside the house? Tell me quickly and I'll bring someone to get the Emperor of Great Zhou to grant us a marriage. Seeing how quickly Boneset was on the hook, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth hooked and he replied with a smile. Dong Huang Qing Shui of the Dong royal clan. Dong Huang Qing Shui? Upon hearing this, Bone Snatcher's eyes flashed with a sinister color. This prince will go to the palace and let your father give an edict to give this woman to this prince. At that time, this emperor will toy with that little pussy brat Jun Lin Tian's woman in front of him. Speaking of this, the corner of Bonechild's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. As long as Dong Huang Qingxue falls into our hands, there will be no worry that Jun Lin Tian will not obediently submit. I'm counting on Brother Bone for this matter. After saying that, the Grand Prince picked up the wine cup on the table, and invited to Boneset. This prince toasts Brother Boneset, wishing us a happy cooperation. Have fun working together. With that said, the two tilted their heads back and drank from their glasses. Okay, I'll go first. After finishing his drink, Bone got up and led the men to leave first. After all, this is a matter that is easy to be quick and not easy to be late. Take care, Brother Bone. Seeing that Bone Tai left, a cold smile emerged from the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth, and a cold aura leaked out of his eyes. Hey, Jun Lin Tian, let's see how you can still fight with this emperor this time. On the other hand, Wang Yu on the side was surreptitiously sizing up the Grand Prince. Tonight's meeting had been made possible by his initiative. Although he had Xian Linger's handwritten letter in his hand, returning to the Xuanwu Empire at this time could also barely make it to the Xuanwu Empire's royal family. But he, who had always been arrogant, thought to himself that there must be some untold secrets. Only if Xian Linger said that she wanted to stay by Jun Lin Tian's side in front of his face would he believe it. Of course he knew that he couldn't appear on the front or that demon Jun Lin Tian would definitely not let him go. But Boneset's character would be better suited to charging ahead. So he persuaded Boneset to come with him to the Grand Prince's residence, which was in a state of hostility with Jun Lin Tian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Yu knew that the Grand Prince, who was Jun Lin Tian's nemesis, definitely knew Jun Lin Tian's soft underbelly better than they did. As expected, his guess was right on the money, and the Grand Prince immediately gave a rather impressive ploy. It could be said to hold the mouthpiece of Jun Lin Tian. Great Prince! Brilliant! Wang Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, if Bonesetter follows what you just did, Junlin Tian will definitely be in agony by then. Worthy of being the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, the first person who was most expected to succeed in taking over the throne. His heart is really deep. Such a vicious trick can be thought of. Servant Wang has flattered me. Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince humbly waved his hand and said, "This prince is just not used to Junlin Tian's arrogant and domineering character. What he did to your country's 19th princess, which this imperial prince has also heard about, can only be described with the word beast. Therefore, this prince feels that it would be most relieving to make him lose his reputation." Hearing these words, Wang Yu immediately chimed in. "That's a good point. A man like Junlin Tian is simply not worthy of our honorable Princess 19. Your Highness, it's just a pity that he has the powerful Jun family behind him to protect him, and we can't do anything about him." Speaking of this, a trace of worry suddenly appeared on Wang Yu's face. After all, if not for the power of the Jun family, how could he be allowed to be so reckless? Humph. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the Grand Prince let out a cold snort, his tone filled with rich hatred, and said, "This prince has a good idea. Servant Wang might as well listen to it." Oh, hearing the Grand Prince's words, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. The meaning in the Grand Prince's words was clearly reminding himself of something, that he had a way to save Princess 19 from Junlin Tian. It's not easy. Could it be that this Grand Prince had already grasped the handle of Junlin Tian? Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Please also show the Grand Prince?" Hearing this, the Grand Prince smiled faintly and said, "This prince has a way to help Squire Wang save the 19th princess." Saying that, an icy killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "This emperor has long looked at Junlin Tian with disdain. Only that he has not been able to find an excuse because of his father's and the Jun family's relationship between the ruler and the minister. Servant Wang, handwrite a letter along with the 19th princess's letter and have someone send it back quickly. In the letter, let it be said that Junlin Tian has placed the 19th princess under house arrest, and that he himself has not even seen the 19th princess' face, and that he hopes that your majesty will notify the entire Tianxian continent of the atrocities committed by the Jun family's young lord." What do you mean by that, Grand Prince? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion. Servant Wang should have heard of the allusion to 3 men make a tiger, right? The Grand Imperial Prince smiled wryly and did not say anything more. "Three's a crowd?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu seemed to think of something and his brows stretched as he said with a smirk on his face, "The Grand Prince is trying to completely stink up Junlin Tian's reputation." "Hey, that's just one of them." The Grand Imperial Prince hemmed and hawed, the corners of his mouth grinning as he said, "The most important thing, the Xuanwu Empire, and even the entire Tianxian continent, some of the high and pure people, will definitely join the army against Junlin Tian." Chapter 94 Royan. I'll deal with you when my young master comes back. Moreover, once this news spreads on a large scale, Junlin Tian will definitely suffer the scorn of the world. At that time, what face will he have to continue to detain the 19th princess? Hearing the Grand Prince's words, Wang Yu suddenly came to a realization. No wonder the Grand Prince was so certain. It turned out that in addition to arranging for Abon to engage Junlin Tian head-on, he was also preparing to instigate a wave of wind and waves in Tianxian continent. And this storm, naturally, was to completely stigmatize Junlin Tian's reputation. Wang Yu's eyes flashed as he said, "Worthy of being the Grand Prince. This kind of scheme is truly amazing." Wang Yu was not a fool and immediately realized the true purpose of the Grand Prince doing this. Doing so would allow the Grand Prince to rightfully stigmatize Junlin Tian's reputation without making Junlin Tian suspect himself, and he would also get the benefit of bringing Xianlinger back to the Xuanwu Empire as he wished. Seeing that Wang Yu understood, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth lifted into a smug smile as he said, "This prince is helping you. Squire Wang must remember this." Wang Yu slightly nodded his head to show that he understood and said, "Don't worry, Great Prince, my subordinate will definitely not be ungrateful." Squire Wang is indeed a refreshing person. Hearing this, the Grand Prince laughed and patted Wang Yu's shoulder and said, "This prince is not hiding anything from you. This prince just looks at Junlin Tian with displeasure and wishes to let be suppressed. So don't worry, this emperor will be on your side no matter what." Wang Yu was secretly delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and said, "Great Prince, feel free to rest assured that I, Wang, will do my best to pull Junlin Tian off the altar. Good luck with our partnership." Upon hearing this, the Grand Imperial Prince raised the wine cup on the table and invited each other. Have fun working together." Wang Yu also raised his glass and drank it down. Tonight, he had finally come to the right place. Otherwise, he would have to go back in disgrace with that letter from Xianlinger to hand in. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel that this Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty was really a smart person. Junlin Tian completely conquered Lu Ruyan after he had been entangled with her for a day and a night. It was already 3 rods past sunrise, and Junlin Tian still hadn't woken up. Lu Ruyan held Jun Lin Tian's key and placed it in her mouth. In his sleep, Jun Lin Tian Duns felt a wave of delight come over him as he instinctively pressed down on Lu Ruyan's head. Husband, you. By this sudden rise of Jun Lin Tian, Lu Ruyan was startled. Oh, Jun Lin Tian let out a murmur and closed his eyes tightly. He felt that happy feeling about to idle away. Ruyan Lu did not want to get rid of Jun Lin Tian's control, but it's obvious. At the moment, she couldn't escape. Jun Lin Tian suddenly woke up, his eyes scarlet as he stared at Lu Ruyan. Husband, you. Seeing this, Ruyan Lu was startled and her petite body couldn't help but cower for a moment. There is no reason not to eat the meat that is brought to your mouth. Jun Lin Tian lowered Lu Ruyan onto the bed, then took his key and put it in. With his hand, he heavily slapped on Lu Ruyan's arched buttocks, and said with an evil smile, the mouth says don't, but the body, however, is very honest. Husband, concubine did not. Upon hearing this, Ruyan Lu lightly bit her red lips and denied it. He. Then are you willing to give this young master a son? Jun Lin Tian heatedly laughed evilly. Of course, my concubine has always wanted to give birth to a Qilin child for my husband. Lu Ruyan said softly. Really? Jun Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Ruyan. Sure. Lu Ruyan tightly bit her red lips and softly said. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he said with an evil smile. Since that's the case, then this young lord will sow your seed now. Will you be willing to do so? Concubine. Yes. Ruyan Lu nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian laughed out loud and said. Worthy of being this young lord's woman. Husband, put it inside. Sensing Jun Lin Tian's impulses, Lu Ruyan hastily twisted her head and winkingly reminded him. She was going to be the mother of the Jun family's youngest, so how could she possibly let every opportunity go by? Especially now. There was Xian Linger, a formidable enemy, living over in the East Wing. It made her feel like her position was in jeopardy. For such reasonable requests, Jun Lin Tian would always fulfill the other party. Husband, are you still okay? Lu Ruyan's pair of beautiful eyes, burningly staring at Jun Lin Tian, seductively said. Concubine, still want. Knock. Just then, there was a sharp knock at the door. Who? Seeing that his good deed was disturbed, Jun Lin Tian said with some displeasure. Young lord, it's me. Immediately after that, Jun Mengyau's voice came in. Jun Lin Tian's brows furrowed as he said. Mengyao, at this time of the day, what is it that you have come to see this young lord for? It's Miss Dong Huang Qingxue of the Eastern royal family, here to pay a visit to young lord. Dong Huang Qingxue? Hearing Jun Mengyau's explanation, although Jun Lindian had doubts in his heart, he couldn't refuse, and could only pause for a moment before putting his hand into Lu Ruyan's muslin. Jun Lindian touched Lu Ruyan's proud figure and laughed evilly. Ruyan, when this young lord comes back, he will clean you up again. Lu Ruyan blushed and lowered her head with a hum before separating from Jun Lindian. Snap! The key was pulled out. Ruyan Lu's entire body hid under the covers, revealing two pretty faces. Young Lord Jun. Dong Huang Qingxue arrived outside Jun Lin Tian's compound and respectfully shouted. Jun Lin Tian nodded gently before walking in. Seeing that it was Dong Huang Qingxue who had arrived, Jun Lindian sensed the faint sadness hanging on her face and spoke. Miss Qingxue, this young lord wonders what you are here for. The always calm and cool Dong Huang Qingxue's look like this must mean that she had something important to find herself. Hearing Jun Lin Tian's words, Dong Huang Qingxue took a deep breath and calmly said. I have come to tell young lord something. What is it? Jun Lin Tian asked suspiciously. Early this morning, Eunuch Li, with a group of people, came to my East Royal Palace to announce that His Majesty has promised me to the 8th imperial son of the ancient kingdom of the southern barbarians. Bonya. However, I don't know him, much less want to marry him. Towards the end, Dong Huang Qingxue watered, tears in her beautiful eyes, constantly swirling. She was well at home and hadn't messed with anyone. The emperor of this great Zhou dynasty had even decreed that he had promised himself to the barbarian prince of the southern barbarian region as a concubine for no apparent reason, which she could not accept in any way. Under her father's hints, she came to seek help from Jun Lin Tian with the attitude of giving it a try. Bone? Upon hearing this, Jun Lin Tian was slightly stunned, and then his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, this thing that doesn't know how to die. Young lord, know the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom? Dong Huang Qingxue was a bit surprised. She had thought that she was going to meet her doom, but she hadn't thought that this Jun family's young master actually knew Bone Setter. This makes things much simpler. Chapter 95, My prince is waiting to marry Miss Qingxue. Humph. Not only do we know each other, we've dealt with each other. The corners of Jun Lin Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Seeing the icy expression on Jun Lin Tian's face, Dong Huang Qingxue's heart jumped violently. Some fear. Could it be that 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom had bullied Jun Lin Tian? However, the Jun family was so strong, And the 8th prince of this southern barbarian ancient kingdom was not in his right mind, so why would he dare to come and bully Junlin Tian? Isn't that the same as looking for death? Qing Xue, you don't have to worry either, that barbaric little brute, only that he was beaten up by this young master before. Seeing the astonished expression on Dong Huang Qing Xue's face, Junlin Tian smiled faintly and said, this one, seemingly rushing towards you, is really just demonstrating to this young lord. So, Qing Xue, this young lord will not sit idly by. As for the calculations in Bonesetter's heart, Junlin Tian's heart was clear. This bastard didn't know where he learned of the ambiguous relationship between himself and Dong Huang Qing Xue, so he came up with this trick to clamp down on himself. Dong Huang's family head, Dong Huang Wenchang, as the state master of the Great Zhou dynasty, was probably intimidated by the obscene authority of the Zhou emperor and did not dare to disobey the decree. But who is he? Junlin Tian? The young master of the first family of the Great Zhou dynasty, a family with a great emperor's guardian, and his father is in control of the military power of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Would he be afraid of that old thing, Emperor Zhou? Oh, however, since Bonesetter dares to do small tricks behind his back, then this young lord doesn't mind giving him a little bit of family discipline. Thank you, young lord. Hearing Junlin Tian's assurance, Dong Huang Qing Xue was a little surprised and excited at the same time, because she believed in Junlin Tian. After all, Junlin Tian's strength was there, and as long as she was able to obtain the blessing of the first family of the Great Zhou dynasty, even if Emperor Zhou asked her to marry Bonesetter, it would be impossible to realize. Qing Xue, you take this young lord forward to meet this little brute for a while. With a swish, Junlin Tian appeared beside Dong Huang Qing Xue and wrapped his right arm around her slender waist. The sudden situation caused Dong Huang Qing Xue to be stunned, but she quickly reacted. Her cheeks flushed as she tried to break free from Junlin Tian's bonds, but realized that she was unable to shake them in the slightest, and she could not help but feel a trace of resentment in her heart. Although she was now begging for Junlin Tian and she had a better impression of Junlin Tian, she was now a yellow girl. Besides, there was no marriage contract with Junlin Tian. How could he lighten himself up like this in public? Junlin Tian naturally noticed the change in Dong Huang Qing Xue's expression. The mind sneered. This Dong Huang Qing Xue's mind, he had already understood it himself a long time ago. However, Junlin Tian didn't care. This Dong Huang Qing Xue was really good looking, and, moreover, it was still a beauty that ranked in the top 10 of the Great Zhou dynasty, the heavenly Tao's sacred body, the future empress. How could Junlin Tian let go of such a person? Unless he's got his head caught in a door. Young lord, let's go. Seeing that Junlin Tian did not care about the gazes of the crowd in the slightest, Dong Huang Qing Xue's cheeks blushed as she softly said, Junlin Tian laughed and did not continue to tease Dong Huang Qing Xue, but instead led her out of the flower hall and headed outside. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor's mansion, outside the door, it was filled with soldiers and guards, and in the main hall, a rugged man wearing a tiger skin topcoat with a straight posture sat at the top. The man's features were rough and heroic, especially his eyes, which were as bright as the starry sky, giving off a deep and mysterious feeling. This person is the 8th prince of the ancient country of southern barbarians. Bone. On the chair beside him sat the chief of internal affairs of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yu Li. The two of them were drinking the finest century-old Westlake Longjing. On the side, Dong Huang Wenshan compensated with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Yu Li lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, and after putting down the cup, he laughed aloud and said, Brother Wenshan, congratulations, to be able to find such an outstanding granddaughter-in-law as the 8th prince. He also knew that there was an ambiguity between Dong Huang Qing Xue and Junlin Tian. Now that he saw that Junlin Tian, who had broken his hands, also have such a day, his heart couldn't be happier. Originally, this time to bring Bone to declare the decree can arrange a small eunuch on the line, but once he heard about Junlin Tian's woman, then he had to come personally. It was nothing more than to see Junlin Tian's woman being toyed with by Bonesetter so that he could relieve his heart's hatred. Yu Li, you're too kind. At those words, Dong Huang Wenshan smiled. Inside, he had already greeted Yu Li's ancestors for 10 generations. Who in this Great Zhou dynasty doesn't know that the southern barbarians belong to the land of bitter cold? Men are even more notorious for being domestically abusive. His granddaughter, if she really married Bone, then the future life will not be miserable? However, as the state master of the Great Zhou dynasty, he naturally had to honor the will of the Zhou emperor, or else it would be a great sin of disrespecting the will. The entire lineage of the Eastern emperor would face the great offense of copying and decapitation. So, after he heard Emperor Zhou's decree, he asked his son to sneak through the back door to get Junlin Tian to come and help. The wicked must be ruled by the wicked. He had heard that a few days ago, the Grand Prince had taken Yu Li, with the Zhou emperor's imperial decree, to the Jun family to claim the 19th princess of the Xuanwu Empire. Unfortunately, in the end, Eunuch Lee had his hands stomped off by June Lintian, and the Grand Prince received a few slaps from June Lintian, humiliating him once before he left the June family in disgrace. The current June family could be considered to be one of a kind. As for June Lintian, he naturally became the man of the hour in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. However, these thoughts, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of them in front of outsiders. State Master, where is Miss Qingxue? Ah Bone's eyes constantly scanning around, did not find the legendary beauty. Heart dissatisfaction. Are you guys not want to amuse this prince? Your Highness, the 8th prince, please calm down. Hearing Ah Bone's words, Donghuang Wenshan said with a smile on his face, Qingxue went out early in the morning, and my old husband had already sent people to search for her. I'm sure I'll be back in a little while. Donghuang Wenshan had long ago cursed more than just in his mind. This little brute. Surprisingly, he really doesn't know how to live. He dares to taint his own granddaughter. Once June Lintian arrives, let's see how long you can be arrogant. But in order not to avoid the suspicion of Eunuch Lee of Bone, he still said with a smile, "Humph, better hurry." Upon hearing this, Bone Snap snorted coldly with a lofty look. This emperor is waiting to cave in with Miss Qingxue. When he thought of Donghuang Qingxue being one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Zhou dynasty, a lustful light appeared on Bone Snake's face. Their southern barbarians belonged to the land of suffering, and the women were all tough, which is like the women on this side of the eastern wasteland. All of them are generally made of water. Not only was her skin as fine as satin, but also, her breasts were amazingly large and her ass was scary. Thinking of the extremely beautiful women that he had played with in the greenhouse a few days ago, Bonehead's body became a bit paralyzed. Chapter 96, Donghuang Qingxue's touched. Those S in the greenhouse are so much fun, that the legendary Donghuang Qingxue, one of the top 10 beauties of the Great Zhou dynasty, will surely be only good not bad. One must know that in these few days alone, he had played 10 ordinary women alive inside the greenhouses of the Great Zhou dynasty. I just don't know if Donghuang Qingxue is resistant to ing. At this time, he remembered the Grand Prince. It was worthy of being the Grand Prince. This kind of good thing even thought of him. A good foreign brother. Don't worry, Your Highness the 8th Prince. Miss Qingxue will be here soon. Seeing Ah Bone's anxious appearance, Eunuch Lee on the side also began to persuade. He knew Donghuang Wenshan's character very well, typically a smiling tiger, but in front of the family's interests, he would only choose to preserve the family and give up his own granddaughter. Therefore, in his eyes, Donghuang Qingxue would inevitably become the woman in Ah Bonya's crotch today. That's good. At that, Bone was all smiles. He seemed to have already seen the image of Donghuang Qingxue in his crotch, letting him bully him. Abusing the women of King's Landing would only bring him endless pleasure. Who which wants to marry this young lord's woman? Right at this moment, a voice that was cold to the core entered the ears of the crowd, only to see a black-clad June Lintian, who was straddling Donghuang Qingxue, striding in. His pair of dark eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Ah, it's you! Eunuch Lee stared at June Lintian with wide eyes, incredulously. What's this guy doing here? Shouldn't it be at June's house? Ha! Seeing this, June Lintian hooked his lips into a smile and snorted coldly. It is this young lord. You only need to tell me who wants to marry this young lord's woman? He said, word for word. The tone was flat, but it gave off a powerful sense of oppression. Eunuch Lee swallowed and said shakily, I don't know. No? June Lintian's sword brows raised, a cold aura exploding in his eyes as he said morosely, old castrate, are you sure you don't know? The old slave doesn't know. After saying that, Eunuch Lee turned around and was about to flee. He didn't want to get into trouble. He had a deep understanding of June Lintian's ruthless methods. It was just that he did not expect that June Lintian would appear in the Eastern royal family at this time. Originally thought of using the imperial decree to force Donghuang Wenshan to hand over Donghuang Qingxue, and then directly let Ah Bone beat strong on it. Afterwards, even if June Lintian knew about it, there was nothing he could do with him. But things didn't go according to his prior plans. Halfway through this demon killed it. The 36 stratagems are the best plan. Stop. Seeing Eunuch Lee trying to slip away, the corners of June Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he said in a cold voice. Hearing June Lintian's voice, Eunuch Lee's footsteps lurched and his face instantly turned pale. Cold sweat rustled down his forehead. He did not dare to move a single bit for fear of angering this devil. June Lintian. Last time, he had stomped on his hands hard and broke them. And this time, he didn't even imagine the consequences of disobeying June Lintian. June Lintian, don't be too arrogant. As soon as he grabbed Eunuch Lee's sleeve robe, Ah Bone droned in a deep voice. Eunuch Lee, don't be afraid. Isn't it just a young lord of a family? His voice was loud, as if it were soothing. Hearing the words of Ah Bone, Eunuch Lee's heart tightened. Pointing a trembling finger at the Ah Bone beside him, and gritting his teeth, he said, yes, the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom, Ah Bone. Since Bonehead was so unafraid of death, there was no need for himself to help him cover up. Hearing these words, Jun Lintian's face suddenly changed as his figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The corner of Jun Lintian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, a morose chill emanating from his gaze. You people are in arrears? When he finished, he reached out and grabbed Bone by the neck. Ah! Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. They did not expect that Jun Lintian would dare to pinch Bonesetter's neck in front of everyone. You should know that Bone is the 8th prince of the ancient country of southern barbarians. This time, when he came to the Great Zhou dynasty, he was representing the entire southern barbarian ancient kingdom. If this were to be killed by Jun Lintian, it would definitely trigger a war between the two countries. Jun family young master, you, even Dong Huangwanshan, who was on the side, was shocked into a cold sweat by Jun Lintian's action. He had seen powerful ones, but it was the first time he had seen one like Jun Lintian, who came up with a big move. If this was a mistake and pinched the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom, it was estimated that he, the Eastern royal family, would have to follow suit. Therefore, he wanted to speak out to stop Jun Lintian's impulse. However, he was stopped by Donghuang Qingxue with a look. Donghuang Qingxue had a very good understanding of Jun Lintian's character. Since he's doing this, he must have his reasons. If his own grandfather spoke out to stop it, he would instead provoke Jun Lin into displeasure. Jun Lintian, this imperial son has come to marry Donghuang Qingxue by the holy decree of your emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Being choked by Jun Lintian's throat, Bonesetter's breathing became more and more difficult and his entire face turned red as he opened his mouth with great difficulty. After saying that, he painstakingly took out the holy decree from his bosom and handed it to Jun Lintian. He cursed more than a few times in his mind. Damn it! Fortunately, he had carried it in his own bosom beforehand for the sake of contingency. After Eunuch Li had finished reading out the imperial decree, he just didn't expect that Jun Lintian would dare to strangle him in front of so many people. It's simply too reckless. Receiving the imperial decree, the corner of Jun Lintian's mouth rose slightly as he let out a cold smile. The imperial decree of the emperor of my Great Zhou dynasty? Nice! Upon hearing this, Bone Snatcher nodded. It is clearly written on this imperial decree that the Zhou emperor has decreed that Miss Donghuang Qingxue be betrothed to this imperial son. After saying that, he pointed at Donghuang Qingxue on the side. I think this young lady is Miss Donghuang Qingxue. You are now this prince's fiancée. Humph. Simply, with a force from Jun Lintian's left hand, the golden holy decree instantly turned into pieces. When the surrounding ones saw this scene, each one of them showed a stunned expression. This was the first time they had seen that someone had torn up the holy decree of the Great Zhou Emperor in public. This is nothing less than a rebellion. Does this Jun family young master still have the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty in his eyes? Is the sky about to change in Great Zhou? Even the always steady Dong Huangwanshan's face changed very ugly at this moment. He was, at the moment, somewhat confused as to what Jun Lintian meant by this. Thank you, Linten. Donghuang Qingxue, who was on the side, saw Jun Lintian defending himself so well. A warm current surged in her heart. She lowered her eyes and said softly. Jun Lintian did not hesitate to do it for her. And the crowd tore up the holy decree directly under Emperor Zhou himself. For her sake, he swore an oath to the entire Tianxian continent to be an enemy of the Great Zhou imperial family. She was also a woman, and it would be a lie if she wasn't touched by such a man who guarded her like a hero. After all, a man who could do such a thing was estimated to be the only one in the entire Tianxian continent. Jun Lintian, what do you mean by that? Seeing the imperial decree turned into pieces, Abonya's face instantly changed and said in shocked anger, by doing this, you are defying the imperial authority of the emperor of the Great Zhou. You are a sinner of the Great Zhou. Chapter 97 Lintian. Thank you, ha ha ha. The imperial might of the emperor of Great Zhou? Hearing Bonesetter's words, Jun Lintian smiled disdainfully and said, in the eyes of this young lord, this Great Zhou dynasty is nothing. This young lord is here today only to protect his woman. You, Bonehead exasperatedly said. He really didn't expect that this Jun Lintian would be so bold as to dare insult the Great Zhou royal family in such a manner. One must know that in the entire Great Zhou dynasty in the eastern wasteland side of the region was a powerful country in general. Moreover, the emperor of Great Zhou was also a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. Even his father was quite fearful of the Great Zhou emperor. You? Jun Lintian raised his hand and rewarded Ah Bone teacher with a big pussy tease. If you say one more word of nonsense, believe it or not this young lord will slaughter you in the first place. When he said that, the force in his hands became a little heavier. Bone's eyes began to roll and then threatened to fly out. Jun Lintian's actions caused everyone present to stare in shock. It was really hard for them to believe that Jun Lintian would actually make an enemy of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty and the southern barbarian ancient kingdom for the sake of a woman. Although, they did not have much of an impression of Jun Lintian. However, His actions just now were enough to say it all. Jun Lintian was the Jun family's youngest master, and his acting style was surprisingly ruthless and unconventional. Although Jun Lintian's character was flamboyant and domineering, he had his own principles. If he wanted to deal with someone, it would be absolutely thunderous, without any delay. At this moment, if a bone is no longer soft, then he doesn't mind killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey, and sending this rash person to see the Buddha. Ahem, ahem. Bone's cheeks turned red as he desperately shook his head, trying to push down the feeling in his head that he was about to suffocate. However, Jun Lintian's force was simply too terrifying, and even though his strength belonged to a powerful existence amongst the younger generation, he was still unable to resist. Lin Tian, forget it, kill him. The southern barbarian ancient kingdom side won't let you off easily. Dong Huangchang Shui, who was on the side, seeing that Jun Lin Tian really wanted to kill Bone Setter for her, hurriedly tugged on Jun Lin Tian's sleeve and softly persuaded him. I concede. Seeing that he was about to die of suffocation, Bone finally conceded and gave in. Seeing this, the corners of Jun Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly before he let go of his hand. Phew! Feeling the air coming from within his chest, Bone took a sharp breath and then panted heavily, as if he wanted to spit out all the bruises in his body. It feels good to be alive. Jun Lin Tian's actions made him fearful. He really didn't know that if Jun Lin Tian had really made a move to kill him just now, then at this moment he would probably have already reported to the King of Hell. Humph. Sweeping his cold eyes towards Bonesetter, Jun Lintian said in a gloomy tone, tell this young lord, who gave you this move behind your back? He's no cutie pie. How could a scripture-obsessed contraption like Bone come up with such a trick? Behind Bonehead, there must be a high person behind his back to support this. Upon hearing this, the crowd was silenced, not daring to say anything else. They seemed to have caught a whiff of a conspiracy against Jun Lin Tian. So everyone turned their gazes towards Bonechild, wanting to see just who it was that dared to covet the Jun family's young master and to scheme behind his back. Yes, Bone sniffing, face suddenly will be. The bottom of the eyes flashed a flash of panic in panic color, but finally gritted his teeth, said, it is the great prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Hearing that it was the grand prince, the crowd's expressions froze and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. The grand prince? They had never imagined that the grand prince, who was gentle, modest and kind as soon as they thought about it, was actually calculating behind Jun Lin Tian's back. Some people even suspect that their ears have misheard. The grand prince's power was immense and he was the best of the royal family. How could he possibly deal with his cousin? This thing, any way you look at it, smells fishy. Seeing the shocked look on the faces of the crowd, Bonehead couldn't help but curse a stupidity in his heart. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less. He couldn't even give up his own little life because he wanted to protect the grand prince. A dead friend, not a poor one. After thinking about it, he continued, I was compelled by that old bastard, Wang Yu, to go to the grand prince. And Wang Yu said that at this time now, only the grand prince might be able to come up with a way to help me find my way back. Wang Yu? Hearing that there was even Wang Yu behind him, Jun Lin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly as a cold aura appeared. He's not going to let it go this time. Since you guys want to play, then this young master will play with you properly this time. The corners of Jun Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly as he murmured in his heart. Jun Lin Tian's attitude made Bonesetter's heart rejoice. It looked like he had succeeded in wreaking havoc. As long as Jun Lin Tian did not focus his attention on him, he would not have to worry about his life. I know it's a bit abrupt to bring this out at this time, but there's really nothing else I can do, and I'm being forced by them. Speaking here, Bone paused and squeezed out a few crocodile tears from the corner of his eyes before continuing to cry. Young Master Jun Jia, please let me go. This time, it really has nothing to do with me. Bone's acting is nothing short of remarkable. His words were spoken with extreme sincerity, completely making it impossible to pick any faults. Even Dong Huang Wanshan, who was on the side, had to admit that what Bonesaw said was reasonable and very much like that. Can your words be taken seriously? Two icy gazes erupted from Jun Lin Tian's eyes, causing the crowd to resist trembling. At this time, they couldn't help but be thankful in their hearts that they hadn't done anything to offend Jun Lin Tian before, or else they would have been long gone from the world by now. 1,000. How dare I lie to you, young Master Jun? Bone's voice trembled, the tears still drying on his face. It was as if Jun Lintian was the cold demon that made his Han tremble with fear. Humph. Seeing this, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth hooked up into a brutal arc. Forgive you for not daring to do so. Get lost. Good. I'm rolling. Hearing this, Bonehead was like an amnesty, and hurriedly got up from the ground, lazily chanting and running outside. Looking at Abonya's wretched back, the corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth revealed a hint of an evil smile as he secretly said, Abonya, you coveted this young master's woman. Do you think that this young master will just let you off so easily? He. He withdrew his sight and turned to Dong Huang Qing Shui, who was at the side, saying, Qing Shui, stay well at home. If there is anything, tell this young lord directly through this transmission jade. With that, Jun Lindian took out a summoning jade from his bosom and handed it over. Lin Tian. Thank you. Chapter 98. Lin Tian. I will not let you down in this life. Receiving the transmission jade in Jun Lin Tian's hands, Dong Huang Cheng Shui's pretty face immediately turned scarlet, and her beautiful eyes were flooded with tears as she looked at Jun Lin Tian with complicated eyes, not knowing what was going through her mind. She had never imagined that she held such a heavy weight in Jun Lin Tian's heart. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with this young master? Jun Lin Tian rubbed Dong Huang Cheng Shui's head favorably and said, I still have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Jun Lin Tian turned around and left the inner hall, no longer caring about the people within the inner hall, and left the scene straight away. Looking at Jun Lin Tian's departing back, the crowd could not help but swallow their saliva, not daring to say anything more. Lin Tian, in this life, I will not fail you. It was not until Jun Lin Tian completely disappeared from sight that Dong Huang Qing Shui murmured. There was a resolute shine in her eyes. No matter what the cost, she would definitely marry Jun Lin Tian. Alas! Seeing this scene, Dong Huang Wenshan heaved a sigh. Father, what are you doing? Seeing his father sigh, Dong Huang Tannen frowned and asked in disbelief. This, hearing Dong Huang Tanning's inquiry, Dong Huang Wenshan hesitated for a moment and then said, Father, I still underestimated that Jun clan brat. That Jun clan brat, not only is his wrist ruthless, but his city is extremely deep. Through this incident today, he clearly sensed that Jun Lin Tian was the type of person who was decisive in killing and had dirty tactics. What underestimated that Jun family kid? Hearing Dong Huang Wenshan's words, Dong Huang Tanning became even more puzzled. Dong Huang Wenshan did not directly answer the duo's words, but instead asked in return, Will you, bone child, return alive to the southern barbarian ancient kingdom? Dong Huang Tanning and Dong Huang Mingyue glanced at each other before nodding and saying, Definitely. Didn't that Jun clan brat already release him? Stupid. Dong Huang Wencheng glared fiercely at Dong Huang Tanning and said, What kind of good person do you think that Jun clan brat is? With his character, wouldn't he let Abonia come back alive? He had long seen that Jun Lin Tian had released Bonesetter in public, but in fact, he would certainly not let Bonesetter leave the Great Zhou dynasty alive. Releasing Bonesetter in public was just a way to shut up the crowd as well as the long-winded mouths of the ancient country of southern barbarians. Father, what do you mean? Dong Huang Tannen seemed to realize something. That Jun clan brat, he will definitely send someone to ambush him halfway, and won't let Bonesetter return to the southern barbarian ancient kingdom alive. Dong Huang Wenshan looked like he had a good plan as he said in a deep voice. At that time, even if the southern barbarian ancient kingdom wanted to claim a claim, they wouldn't be able to find it on that Jun clan brat. Oh, it was at this moment that Dong Huang Tanning realized. However, a lot of cold sweat ran down the back of his spine. It was fortunate that Jun Lindian was his future son-in-law and not his enemy, or else he would have ended up not even knowing how he died. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and all of them, the waves of the past, have all died on the beach. Ah Bonda secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he looked at the looming capital of Great Zhou behind him. This time, he had completely escaped from hell. That brat Jun Lin Tian was simply not human. He did not follow the rules at all and flipped out when he said he would. Luckily, he had prepared for this. Otherwise, he would really have lost his life today. When he thought of what Jun Lin Tian had just said to him, he felt a pang of fear and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Damn, that Jun clan brat is really vicious this time. He even wants to pinch this emperor's neck off. But I, Bonesetter, am not that easy to defeat. He gritted his teeth and cursed hatefully, his eyes filled with ferocity. After I return to the southern barbarian ancient kingdom, today's shame will be returned 1,000-fold in the future. Yawn. It was at that moment that a sneeze came from the distance. Eastern Bonehead subconsciously turned his head to look. Just at this moment, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the black-robed old man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Dongfang Bonechild's pupils contracted violently. Startled. You, who are you? He subconsciously took a few steps back, staring warily at the black-robed old man in front of him, and snapped. He could sense that this black-robed old man was extraordinary. Ha ha, I've been ordered to stand guard here. The black-robed old man had a bashful look on his face as he looked at Dongfang Bonechild and said with a strange smile, I just didn't expect that I would actually let the old man really run into you. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, Dongfang Bonechild's pupils instantly shrunk, and a strong sense of uncertainty rose in the bottom of his heart. You, who the hell are you? Bonestrike stared nervously at the black-robed old man in front of him, forcing himself to calm down and asking in a stern voice. This person, he seemed to have never seen before, yet he had a sense of déjà vu. He could even smell a hint of danger from this man. It doesn't matter who the old man is, what's important is that you won't be able to escape back to the southern barbarian ancient kingdom. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, Dongfang Bonechild's pupils shrunk violently, and he swept a glance around in panic, fearing that this bizarre old man would suddenly turn on him. However, what he did not expect was that the black-robed old man did not make a move. "Oh, don't be nervous, I won't kill you for a while," the black-robed old man smiled faintly and said. "However, these men of yours will have to die now." With that, he raised his right hand and made a gentle grab at the void. In the next second, a majestic force suddenly exploded and shot straight into the sky. Bang bang bang, only dozens of muffled sounds could be heard, and Bonesetter's guards, all of them, were blown to powder. Seeing this bloody scene, Bone Down's body trembled and said, "You, what do you want to do? If you dare to mess around, our southern barbarian ancient kingdom will never let you go." Looking at Dongfang Bonechild's nervous appearance, the black-robed old man shook his head slightly and said disdainfully, "What do you think I want to do? Do you think you still have a choice?" Speaking here, the black-robed old man's gaze turned steeply cold as he said in a chilling voice, "Since you've killed all your men, it's up to you to cut your own throat." Hearing this, the pupils of the eastern bonesetter suddenly contracted, his eyes dribbling around, his mind quickly calculating how he should get out of the trap. This old man, he couldn't see through the cultivation, and he didn't dare to act rashly, but he wasn't willing to tie his hands. "Did the Grand Prince send you?" Thinking of this, he lifted his head, with an out-of-the-blue stance, and stared at the black-robed old man. "Since you're here to intercept me on the orders of the Grand Prince, then you can't kill me either." At this time, only the Grand Prince had a reason to kill him. The scene at the East Royal Palace was probably passed on by that eunuchly to the ears of the Grand Prince. That was why the Grand Prince had moved against him, wanting to kill him to free Junlin Tian. "Oh, why?" The black-robed old man frowned slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a teasing expression. Chapter 99, You've been cuckolded by them and you're still counting money for them. He wanted to see what would come out of this guy, the dog's mouth. Because I am the brother of the Grand Prince," Bone said with an air of entitlement. The black-robed old man sniffed, couldn't help but laugh out loud, said, really do not know shame. For what Bone did, in the dark, he has long been on all of this, and was clear about it. "I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen someone as shameless as Bonehead. Being an age than their own older than I don't know hundreds of years old said that they don't know the shame. Railing is the toughness of the heart of the East Bone, also can't help but be annoyed and angry. Can't wait to immediately pounce on him and fight for his life. He was His Royal Highness the 8th Prince of the Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom, the future of the high and mighty Southern Barbarian Ancient Kingdom. How dare this old man say that he has no shame? It's really outrageous. Ha!" Seeing Ah Bone's puffed up appearance, the black-robed old man once again let out a light laugh and said, "What? Did the old man say something wrong? However, don't worry about it. Old me is not a person who is addicted to killing either." Upon hearing this, Bonehead was dumbfounded. How could he not expect this old man to say this? "You've killed so many of my men, and you're still not a murderous man?" Seeing his dumbfounded look, the black-robed old man's mouth hooked as he teased, "Since you're the brother of the Grand Prince, I'll leave you with a cheap life." Hearing the words of the black-robed old man, Bonehead felt relieved in his heart, and said in his mind, "Although this old man is arrogant and domineering, he is at least a moral person. He is willing to let me have a dog's life. It is also much better than letting him break me into pieces." Just as he was secretly rejoicing in his heart, the black-robed old man directly waved his big hand, grabbed his collar, and flew toward the void. Seeing this scene, Ah Bone's pupils contracted violently, lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. His heart was beating fiercely, and his face became extremely ugly. He didn't know where the old man was taking him. Chinyu. Bonesetter struggled violently in his heart, but he was simply unable to get rid of the black-robed old man's confinement. Feeling the terrifying power pouring into his body, Bonehead's pupils contracted violently and his heart beat furiously. What kind of cultivation is this? How is it even more terrifying than the aura on one's own father? This. Just as he was frightened, the black-robed old man's speed suddenly steepened by a few points. As his speed grew faster and faster, Bone's heart lifted higher and higher with him, eventually hanging in his throat and eventually fainting. Half a quarter of an hour after the two left, a dozen black-clothed men appeared at the place where Bone had just stayed. Each of them had a fierce face and cold eyes, as if they were a group of devils crawling out of hell. The man at the head had a slim figure and looked to be several hundred years old, with a pair of dark and deep eyes that were like black holes, giving off a feeling of being bottomless. "Commander, they've gone far away." After placing his hand on the place where Bonehead had stood before to test it out, the man at the head of the group slightly raised his eyelids and indifferently said, "Well, the old man knows." With that, the man in black reached out and pointed in the direction where the black-robed elder and Bonesetter had disappeared, and commanded, "Keep chasing me." The man in black frowned, because he smelled a danger in the air. Upon hearing the commander's order, the dozen or so black-clothed men immediately transformed into a streak of shadows and swept off into the distance. At the same time, Junlin Tian appeared inside the private residence. Sitting on the upper seat, Junlin Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground and asked, "Your wife has been seldom coming back all these times, right? You should know the reason for that, right?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "Back to June family, young lord. Nu only knows that she went to the Grand Prince's side to help out. As for the rest, Nu doesn't know. Go help?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Junlin lifted his eyebrows and asked, "Then tell me, are you thinking of wanting to know the real situation?" That middle-aged man, frowning, pondered slightly for a moment, and returned, "Of course Nu wants to know." He had always had some questions about his wife, who rarely came back these days, but because of her toughness, he, an honest man, had never dared to ask. Now, seeing Junlin Tian appear in front of himself, he realized that he was afraid that there was something unseemly in this. Thinking about this, he was so excited that he couldn't wait to find out the answer. Upon hearing this, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he laughed. "Your wife, she was captured by the Grand Prince to be a lust-relieving maid." Hearing this news, that middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, as if the blood in his body instantly solidified, as if his body stiffened and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, his face full of sadness, and said, How could this? Didn't those people sent by the Grand Prince say that they were just asking his wife to go over and help?" "Ha!" Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with a shocked look, Junlin sneered and said disdainfully, "You are being cuckolded by the two of them, and you are still helping them to count their money, ah? Ha! No, this is absolutely impossible." Wan Dashan, desperately shaking his head, his face full of pain, said, "I believe my wife will never betray me. She, ha!" Hearing Wan Dashan's words, Junlin gave a disdainful smile and said in disbelief, "Anything can happen in this world. Don't go too far in believing in your wife, because you can never know if she is truly loving you. And, you mustn't forget that the Grand Prince is not a nice person. A lone man and woman in a room together, even if they're a log, something will happen." No. Wan Dashan shook his head, his face filled with trepidation. He couldn't believe that his beloved wife had done such a thing. She knew that she was very sensitive to this matter, but she still wanted to go to the Grand Imperial Prince. She simply didn't put herself in her eyes. Seeing him react in such a manner, a hint of disdain flashed in Junlin Tian's eyes as he said indifferently, "Since you are unwilling to believe it, then this young lord will show you a piece of evidence that will allow you to see this filthy world." With that said, Junlin flipped his wrist and took out a piece of crystal-clear jade that shimmered with colorful light. Retained shadow jade? Seeing this, Wan Dashan immediately recognized what the jade in Junlin Tian's hand was. "Keep your eyes open and take a good look at the stunning images inside." The corners of Junlin Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil arc as he said. The words just fell. A clear picture surfaced in front of the two. Only on the screen, a beautiful woman was in front of a young man, and the two of them, one in front of the other, were doing some kind of exercise. Chapter 100, Do you want to get back at them? In the picture, the two are in a very ambiguous position and can even be said to be very intimate. The expression on the American woman's face was as it had to be. The young man slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arched buttocks, and said with an evil smile, "Willing to serve this emperor, no?" At those words, the beautiful woman hurriedly twisted her head, her charming eyes like silk, said, "Concubine is willing." Hey! Seeing this, the young man in the picture had a smug look on his face. At this time, the beautiful woman licked her seductive red lips toward the young man, winking and smiling. "Great prince, concubine." Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the corners of the young man's mouth in the picture rose slightly, a smug look on his face. Although he was the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty with an unrivaled noble status, he still wanted women to willingly submit to him. Seeing the image in the remaining shadow jade was like a bolt from the blue for Wan Dashan. "Ah!" A mournful scream spread throughout the house, causing the entire house to tremble. Hearing this miserable cry from Wan Dashan, a cold aura flickered in Junlin Tian's eyes and the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. "Ah! Why are they doing this to me?" Wan Dashan's eyes reddened as he glared at the picture, the man and woman who were performing conjugal acts, and growled angrily. He looked mad for a moment, his fists clenched, tears slid down his cheeks, and his eyes were dull, unsure of what he was thinking. Ha ha. The original, turns out, ha. Wan Dashan laughed crazily, laughed, and suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed maniacally. The laughter filled the entire house, causing people to frown. Ha. After laughing for a long time, Wan Dashan suddenly stopped laughing and looked at June Lintian with dull eyes as he asked, "Do you think I've been blind all these years?" At those words, June Lintian sneered and said, "That's for sure." June Lintian glanced at him indifferently and said with mockery in his tone. The reason why he said those words was to deliberately irritate Wan Dashan, causing him to go into a complete rage. June Lintian realized from the first moment he entered that Wan Dashan was a man who could not be more honest. "You." Hearing June Lintian's words, Wan Dashan's face rose to a pig's liver color in anger. Seeing this, June Lintian continued to rub salt in Wan Dashan's wounds and said, "When Yushi is pregnant with the Grand Prince's child, do you think the Grand Prince will let her go? Don't think that just because the Grand Prince is of the royal lineage, you can bully others with your power. One day, I will definitely kill the Grand Prince and let him die without a burial place." Wan Dashan's every word was filled with intense resentment. Upon hearing this, June Lintian frowned slightly and said, "Killed the Grand Prince? Yes, kill the Grand Prince." Wan Dashan laughed with a hideous face. "Do you think that with you, you can still kill the Grand Prince? Even if you can kill it, do you think you can escape?" At those words, a touch of sarcasm appeared in June Lintian's eyes as he contemptuously said. June Lintian's words left Wan Dashan speechless. Yes, he really couldn't do it, because he couldn't resist at all. And, even if he resisted, what could he do? He simply couldn't beat the Grand Prince. And even if he put up a fight, it would just be a wasted life. "Don't you forget, I guess there's a child of the Grand Prince now." Seeing that Wan Dashan had remained silent, June Lintian continued to irritate him. As expected, upon hearing these words, Wan Dashan's entire body went into meltdown. This incident was like a slap in the face to him, slapping him hard in the face and knocking him out of his mind. He didn't want to recognize that reality. Yet, the facts were telling him that he had to admit it. Wan Dashan raised his head violently, his gaze flickering with intense hatred and tyrannical colors. It made him gag no matter what. "I will kill them." Wan Dashan gritted his teeth, his gaze flashing with an icy killing intent. Anum. Bang. Waste. June Lintian directly gave Wan Dashan a big pussy tease and said with a disdainful face, "Just with you yelling here? No wonder. With that kind of demeanor, no virtuous woman would want to be with you. How many pounds do you think you weigh? Do you think you're worthy of fighting with the Grand Imperial Prince? Do you think that with you, you will be able to retaliate against the Grand Imperial Prince? You really are too naive. Ha ha. This young master advises you to save your strength, or else this young master can't guarantee that you will be able to walk out of this house alive." Upon hearing this, Wan Dashan immediately trembled with anger. He knew that what June Lintian said was true. He was a waste of space, incapable of taking revenge. It was even difficult for him to even defend himself. But in his heart, there was still unwillingness, resentment, and a strong sense of humiliation. "Do you want to get back at them?" Seeing that the fire was almost baked, June Lintian smiled in a mysterious manner. "As long as you obediently listen to this young master can help you take revenge." "Oh, how can the young lord help me?" Upon hearing this, Wan Dashan's eyes lit up, and a flash of hopefulness surfaced in his eyes as he hurriedly pursued the question. The corner of June Lintian's mouth hooked up into an evil arc. "All that is needed is for you to tell the world all about what the Grand Prince has done. Then the Grand Prince will kill me." Wan Dashan was a bit hesitant. After all, in his opinion, the Grand Prince was simply a heavenly tree. Chapter 101, Now, you're my husband's man. Do you think that if you are a shrinking violet behind your back like this, the Grand Imperial Prince will let you go? June Lintian snorted and said with a look of contempt, "A man has to live to fight for himself sometimes. I don't suppose your wife has let you touch her in a long time?" "Rubbish, you are her husband. Performing conjugal acts is reasonable and legal." After saying that, the corner of June Lintian's mouth hung with a hint of a teasing smile. "Do you really want that to be pregnant with the Grand Prince's child?" After hearing June Lintian's words, Wan Dashan fell into silence for a long time. A moment later, a flash of determination surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. He took a deep breath and said in a single word, "Fine, I promise you, cooperate with young lord with all my might, and only ask young lord to help the slave, take revenge, murdering parents, taking wives and daughters." This kind of enemy was an undying grudge that doomed him to a certain death with the Grand Prince. Since there was no way back, he had no choice but to rise to the challenge and put his best foot forward. "Very good, now that's smart." Seeing this, June Lintian nodded in satisfaction and said as he walked outside, "This young lord will send an expert to secretly protect you. You have to follow this young lord's ways." Then, June Lintian turned his head towards Wan Dashan and smiled insidiously. "Whether you die or not depends on your destiny, but the Grand Imperial Prince will definitely die." At those words, Wan Dashan's body trembled violently, and a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. He saw a bloodthirsty, sinister and ruthless chill in June Lintian's eyes. This June family's young lord, he doesn't look like a good person either. However, since he could help him avenge himself, so what if he was evil? It's better than him not even having the courage to avenge his death and living in a lingering state, isn't it? Yes, young lord. Wan Dashin gritted his teeth. Junlin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Wan Dashin. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, sketching a playful arc. When your wife comes back, you can perform your husband's duties. Remember, don't let this get the better of you. A struggle flickered in Wan Dashin's eyes, but in the end, he agreed. Everything was his wife and the Grand Prince had wronged him. Since they did the first one, how about he does the 15th? As expected, there was a sound from outside the door, and I think it was his wife, who came back. When Wan Dashin turned around to look towards June Lintian, he realized that June Lintian had long disappeared into the main seat, leaving behind only the cup of tea on the table that was still steaming. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and murmured in a low murmur, "We're on different paths after all. You forced me to do all this." Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by the beautiful woman who walked in through the door. Looking at her husband's pale face, a touch of guilt crossed the heart of the beautiful woman. She walked forward and grabbed Wan Dashin's arm, softly asking, "Husband, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Why does your face look so bad?" "I'm fine." Wan Dashin shook his head and spoke bitterly. "It's just that I didn't sleep well last night." If he didn't know in advance that this person in front of him was having an affair with the Grand Prince, he might still be deceived by this expression of hers. Thinks his wife is so holy and stays true to her womanhood. Didn't sleep well? The beautiful woman's eyes widened in surprise, her face full of doubt. "Is it that you can't sleep because your concubine is not at home?" "Oh, I guess so." Wan Dashin pulled at the corner of his lips, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. "Husband, is there something on your mind?" Seeing this, the beautiful woman asked with a tight frown. "No." Upon hearing this, Wan Dashin hurriedly denied it. He remembered what June Lintian had explained to him when he was leaving, so he stared at the beautiful woman with scarlet eyes and said, "Mother, my father wants to perform that conjugal act with you." After saying that, without waiting for the beautiful woman to respond, he directly made a princess hug, picking up the beautiful woman from the waist and walking towards the bedroom. "Husband." Seeing this, the beautiful woman cried out and hurriedly reached out to encircle Wan Dashin's neck, saying shyly, "It's daytime now. Husband, don't be like this." She had just returned from the Grand Prince's place, and despite the cleansing, she was still worried that her husband would find out what was going on. Moreover, the Grand Prince had repeatedly instructed her not to perform that conjugal act with her husband in the future. You can only perform conjugal acts with the first prince alone. Once the Grand Prince knew that she was still having an affair with her husband, then it was expected that at that time, the Grand Prince would not recognize the identity of the child in her belly. After all, in this day and age, there is no paternity testing technology, so the hell knows who the father of the child in her belly is. You and I are husband and wife. It's only natural to perform that conjugal act, so what's the harm even if it's during the day? Wan Dashin's eyes were red and filled with blood. You dare to disobey your husband's order? Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman was so scared that her delicate body stiffened, and she hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Concubine knows it's wrong. Concubine won't dare to do it again. She saw a sinister killing intent in Wan Dashin's eyes. Wan Dashin said 1,000 words. Is her husband? At this time she did not dare to disobey him, although she had promised the Grand Prince, but now there was no Grand Prince's man. As long as she was not found out, it would be fine to think of performing conjugal acts with her husband a few times. Humph. Seeing the beautiful woman succumbed, Wan Dashin then satisfied with a cold snort, and then threw the beautiful woman on top of the bed, bullying up. He himself seeks his own wife to perform conjugal acts, and even the god of heaven would not dare to split him. Wan Dashin, at this moment, his eyes were scarlet red, only wanting to ruthlessly take revenge on the Grand Prince and his own wife. He put his own key right in. The young lord of the June family was indeed right. His own wife, who, on a regular basis, seemed so gentle, had really betrayed him. He frowned because of the ease of entry, and because of the strange smell he caught in the air. It's an odor that men know at first sniff. Asterisk. Seeing this, the corner of Wan Dashin's mouth revealed an evil smile, and he slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse. Husband, don't you? Seeing her honest husband suddenly become this violent, the beautiful woman had an indescribable feeling. Humph, if you dare to resist, believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Wan Dashin shouted angrily, his eyes covered in ferocity. Be well. Where did the beautiful woman dare to disobey Wan Dashin's order? She hurriedly shut her mouth. Ma'am, it's not like I haven't tried your body before. Why are you still squirming? Wan Dashin laughed sarcastically. Now, you are the one for my husband. Oh. At those words, the beautiful woman gave a cry and lowered her head with a scarlet face. Outside the window, a dark shadow, which was holding a shadow-retaining jade, recorded the unpleasant images of the two. Chapter 102, It's time to change the sky of Great Joe. Inside the house, the beautiful woman clearly felt that her husband, as if he had changed into a different person. The key was several times larger than usual. The feeling made her good though, but an inexplicable worry flooded deep in her heart that her husband's change seemed to be a discovery of something. If the adulterous relationship between herself and the Grand Prince were to be known to her honest husband, there was no telling what he would do. Thinking of this, a flash of worry appeared on the beautiful woman's face. All of this, Won Dashin did not see. He now only had one thought, and that was to ruthlessly punish the woman in front of him. In this way, to get back at the Grand Prince. You won't let me touch my own wife. Who the are you? With a wave of grief and anger, Won Dashin sort of completely let himself go and turned his grief into motivation. Husband, slow down. Seeing her husband's actions, a hint of worry appeared on the beautiful woman's face. It came so suddenly, so violently. It made her a little too much to carry, and she just felt a wave of dizziness in her head. Mistress, do you dislike me for not hitting you hard enough? The corner of Won Dashin's mouth grinned, coldly snorted, and slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse. No, husband, concubine is wrong. The beautiful woman lightly bit her red lips and said, asterisk. Don't you dislike old me for being ugly? Now I'll let you know. So what if I'm ugly? I'll still take you. Won Dashin let out a sardonic smile and roared, let you look down on my husband. Well, husband is so powerful. Hearing her husband's words, the beautiful woman hastened to curry favor and said, concubine will definitely serve her husband well in the future. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Won Dashin threw back his head and laughed. What about the Grand Prince? The woman you see is still at your mercy. Husband, don't. Sensing that Won Dashin was a bit impulsive, the beautiful woman's eyes widened and she turned her head over, reminding, she wouldn't dare let Won Dashin put those things inside. In that case, she couldn't even figure out for herself whose baby she was carrying. Hey, I want it. At those words, the corners of Won Dashin's mouth rose slightly. He certainly knew what his wife meant. Unfortunately, he's not the same guy anymore. He had understood perfectly what the hard-hearted was worried about. She wouldn't let her, but he wanted it that way. Seeing that there was no way to undo things, the beautiful woman's face suddenly turned pale, and a flash of fear appeared in her eyes. Bang. Won Dashin, without hesitation, slapped heavily on the beautiful woman's arse and smiled evilly. Later, let's continue. He was indeed getting old, and this was just one time, and he was exhausted. However, the anger in his heart still rubbed up. He wanted to ruthlessly retaliate against these two shameless dogs and men. Outside the house, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth revealed a wicked smile and said, TSK, it is worthy of being the woman that the Grand Prince has his eye on. This look, and the charm is really nothing to write home about. After saying that, he took the staying shadow jade into his arms. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jun Mengyao's mouth on the side skimmed as she looked at Jun Lintian with a disdainful expression, secretly saying in the bottom of her heart, you're so womanly, how come you're still interested in this Thai fox? Really, she, as a woman, certainly doesn't take off the idea of men. A wife is better than a concubine is better than a thief, and a thief is better than one who can't steal. Home flowers don't smell as good as wildflowers. Young lord, what should we do next? Jun Mengyao inquired in a low voice. He understood that Jun Lin Tian would definitely make a big move next. The sky of this Great Joe was probably about to change. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian glanced at Jun Mengyao, the corner of his mouth sketching a cold arc as he indifferently said, when they're finished, that's when we'll start moving. After saying that, he turned his gaze in the direction of the imperial city. Yes, young lord, Jun Mengyao nodded. At night, the moonlight was as bright as mercury, spilling onto the earth and reflecting a quiet color. At this moment, Dong Huang Wenshan's study was also unusually quiet. Young lord, I wonder what you came to see old man about tonight. Dong Huang Wenshan, sitting on a chair, looked at Jun Lintian, who was sitting opposite him, and inquired in a gentle tone. Although Jun Lintian was young, he was the most outstanding young powerhouse of the entire Great Joe, and even the entire Eastern Wasteland's younger generation. He was too far above his peers in terms of cultivation talent and mental means. At the same time, Jun Lin Tian was the young man he valued the most. This was also the reason why he had tried his best to facilitate his granddaughter's marriage to Jun Lin Tian. At those words, Jun Lin Tian glanced at Dong Huang Wenshan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly stood up. He walked over to the window and looked out at the night scene with a somewhat solemn expression. Young lord, you. Dong Huang Wenshan frowned slightly as he looked at Jun Lin Tian's back and queried, is it because of the Grand Prince? The matter of Jun Lin Tian being incompatible with the Grand Prince had long been spread throughout the entire Great Joe. However, none of them could guess what Jun Lin Tian's intentions were. After all, he was just an outsider, not the main character in the incident. Master of the state, it's been 10,000 years since the founding of my great Zhou dynasty, hasn't it? Instead of answering Dong Huangwenshan's question directly, Junlin Tian asked an irrelevant question. Yeah, 10,000 years old. Hearing these words, Dong Huangwenshan was first slightly stunned, and then nodded his head. However, he was even more puzzled in the back of his mind. What exactly was the purpose of this Junlin Tian? Could it be an attempt to subvert the imperial power of the great Zhou dynasty? Then, which country was this area before the Great Week? Junlin Tian turned around, a smirk on his face as he stared at Dong Huangwenshan with a burning gaze. He wanted to see what kind of attitude this old man, who was known as the first wise man of the great Zhou, would have towards his next move. Before the great Zhou dynasty, it was the great Xia. Dong Huangwenshan gave the correct answer without thinking. He was already very sure of Junlin Tian's intentions in coming to him today. As expected, it was just as he had predicted. I'm afraid that the sky of this great Zhou is about to change. State Master, I want to borrow your power. Junlin Tian ignored Dong Huangwenshan's thoughts and instead said straight away, you should have guessed who the high-ranking person behind the 8th prince of the southern barbaric ancient kingdom, Bonya, was in the morning, right? Upon hearing this, Dong Huangwenshan nodded, and after a moment of silence, he said, this old man, naturally, knows. He could naturally guess that the originator behind this was the Grand Imperial Prince. It was because right now in the Great Zhou dynasty, only the Grand Prince dared to level with Junlin Tian. Now that you know, do you think, Master of the State, that you should support me? Or, before the words were finished, Dong Huangwenshan interrupted. Old me naturally supports young lord. Young lord, feel free to command. He knew what Junlin Tian wanted to do, but he was happy to help Junlin Tian. None other. It's time for this great Zhou's sky to, well, change. Chapter 103, I will report the Grand Prince for defiling my wife. Good, very good. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian nodded in satisfaction, the smile at the corner of his mouth intensifying. Tomorrow there will be a person, knocking at the heavenly palace, sounding out his grievances, and at that time, I would also like to ask the State Master to come forward and do justice to that poor man. He was very satisfied with Dong Huangwenshan's attitude. With smart people to talk, is fast, no need to spend more words with them. Their own a look. The other side will understand what is the meaning of. Oh, this is what the old man should do. After hearing these words, a glint of gravity flashed across the eyes of the Eastern Emperor asked what? This Jun family's young lord and the great Zhou dynasty are going to tear each other apart tomorrow. Although he was curious about Junlin Tian's means tomorrow, he knew that he shouldn't ask more questions at this time. Good. Since that's the case, then, the State Master should get ready. Junlin Tian turned around, patted the non-existent dust on his buttocks and said with a smile on his face, this young lord will leave first. Old man, respectfully send off the young lord. Aha. Junlin Tian nodded and turned to walk out. Not long after he had left, the Donghuang Taining on the side looked at his father with puzzled eyes and said, Father, why did you agree to that Jun clan brat so easily? But he was well aware that once the Eastern royalty was involved in this strife, he would certainly risk being pulverized. After all, when huge forces fought amongst themselves, their clans that were in the vortex would be more or less implicated. What do you know? East Emperor Wenshan sniffed and glanced at him as he indifferently said, that Jun clan brat has given this heavenly opportunity to my East royal family. A heavenly opportunity? At those words, Eastern Emperor Tainin's brows furrowed in confusion. He really couldn't think of what kind of opportunity that Jun family brat had given him in the East royal family. All he saw in his eyes was a catastrophe in the heavens, and it was just a matter of making him, the East royal family, charge for his Jun family. The sky is about to change in this great Zhou. Donghuang Wenshan slowly closed his eyes, as if he was in some sort of contemplation. If that brat from the Jun family succeeds, then the royal family of the great Zhou will cease to exist. But, father, can that Jun clan boy really do it? Hearing Donghuang Wenshan's words, Donghuang Taining's face suddenly changed, and he said with an expression of not quite believing it, if it were anyone else, my father would not dare to jump to conclusions. But this kid from the Jun family will definitely be able to bring down the great Zhou dynasty. Towards the end, a cold sternness emerged on Donghuang Wenshan's face. You have to know that the Jun family has the presence of a great emperor-like figure. They want to subvert the great Zhou imperial family. Now they just need to find an excuse. Hearing Donghuang Wenshan's words, Donghuang Taining couldn't help but fall silent and lowered his head without a word. The great Zhou imperial family, for them, the Eastern royal family, was just too huge. Moreover, this time, they were also the Jun family's horsemen who were charging forward to target the great Zhou imperial family. You could really bury the whole family with it. But since his own father was so certain, he had nothing to say. You go get ready. Looking at Donghuang Taining's disoriented face, Donghuang Wenshan sighed and shook his head. Yes, Father. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtaining made a bow and bowed as he retreated. Ugh. Looking at Dong Huangtaining's back, Dong Huang Wenshan sighed. The son of his own is good at everything. He is just too cautious. I hope that after this matter of the Jun family boy, he can realize something and grow up. The next day, early morning, the sun shines on the earth, and a warm spring breeze blows on one's face, which feels extraordinarily comfortable. A middle-aged man in green clothes with a determined look on his face stepped to the Chaotian K located next to the main gate of the palace and walked towards it. Stand! Seeing this, a commander of the Forbidden Army immediately stopped him and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing here early in the morning?" "Back to you, my lord. I want to kowtow to this Chaotian K, and ask his holiness to clear my wrongdoing and do right by my little one." The man in green looked up with a strong voice. He squeezed his right hand in his bosom, for there was hidden the evidence that he would denounce the Grand Prince. "Are you sure you want to knock on this Chaotian K?" Upon hearing this, that Forbidden Army commander, the corner of his mouth grinned, revealing a teasing smile. "This Chaotian K has been standing here for 10,000 years, when it was still the founding emperor of the Great Zhou. Set up here is to allow the lowest class of people to voice their grievances used. Anyone who knocks to the heavenly palace shall not be stopped, but anyone who does so indiscriminately shall be punished by the death of his 9 clans. That's the rule. He has been the commander of the Forbidden Army here for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a person who is not afraid of death come to knock on this chanting K. I'm sure." At those words, the man in green nodded. After saying that, he picked up the drumsticks on the side and pounded them violently towards the Chaotian K. Knock! 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 One louder than the other. One louder than the other. The loud noise quickly attracted the eating crowds walking on the road, each with curious gazes towards this side. In a short while, quite a few onlookers had gathered. Who is this? So bold? He even dares to kowtow to the Chaotian K. That's right, it's a great offense to execute 9 clans. Is this man not crazy? The crowd murmured with surprise and disdain. Knock! 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 Wan Dashin continued to pound on the Chaotian K, his voice getting louder and louder, and in the midst of that loud bang, the originally quiet entrance to the palace gradually came to life. Who is it that knocks at the K? Right at this moment, above the void, an old and majestic voice appeared, and immediately, an invisible oppression spread down from above the void. Under the pressure of that majesty, all the people who were still clamoring were silenced. Don't dare speak out again. And that Wan Dashin also stopped tapping with a grave expression on his face and respectfully stood up straight, waiting for that one big brother's call. A moment later, a tall, majestic-looking old man floated down from above the void. With a flash of his body, he landed in front of the crowd. "Greetings, my lord." Seeing the old man, Wan Dashin and the others immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted. The old man nodded, his eyes falling on Wan Dashin. "I wonder what grievances you have, my lord. My name is Wan Dashin. I am an ordinary citizen of this capital, but some time ago, the Grand Prince even took my wife away and defiled her. I only ask that your lordship be able to investigate this matter clearly and do the right thing for me." Hearing the old man's inquiry, Wan Dashin said with an agitated expression. His face held red as if he was about to spurt blood in the next second. After listening to Wan Dashin, the old man stared at him with slightly narrowed eyes, as if he was judging the truth of his words. "Do you realize that you're falsely accusing the prince of being responsible for the 9 clans? It was only after a moment that the old man withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth icily to ask. Chapter 104, Unbridled. What kind of a thing are you to slander the Grand Prince? That's right, how could the Grand Prince? Such a modest character. Look at your wife's broken shoes. You're here to touch the porcelain, aren't you? How could the high and mighty prince look at your wife? You're living the dream, aren't you? How could a man like the Grand Prince play with your broken shoes?" The surrounding melon eaters, who also felt that Wan Dashin was a bit whimsical, couldn't help but mock. They felt that Wan Dashin was just blackmailing people and had no real evidence at all. "Shut the up, you guys." Hearing the cynicism of the people around him, Wan Dashin suddenly burst into a rage and yelled. His body trembled and his fists were clenched, obviously infuriated. "I am in no way talking nonsense. It's true at this point." Wan Dashin turned around and said with an angry face, as if he was deeply disgusted by the Grand Imperial Prince's behavior like this. With that said, he took out from his bosom that shadow-retaining jade that Jun Lintian had left for him and immediately injected it with his spiritual energy. A large curtain of light appeared in front of the crowd. On the light screen, a scene of the Grand Prince interacting with the beautiful woman in a friendly manner was being shown. Those unpleasant words between the two also reached the ears of the crowd. At this moment, the image of the Grand Prince in the hearts of the crowd was completely turned upside down, because the staying shadow jade couldn't be made half fake, which meant that the Grand Prince really wasn't as good as he seemed to be to them on a regular basis. A full-blown bully of wives and daughters, and letting other people's wives give him little royals. How is that different from Great Prince, what an outrage. The Grand Prince is simply a human-faced villain. I didn't expect that the character of this royal son of the great Zhou royal family would be this unpleasant. Seeing this, many people were filled with righteous indignation, and one after another, they were accusing the Grand Imperial Prince, and even the entire great Zhou imperial family. However, there were quite a few people who lamented how a man like Wang Dashan had married such an extremely beautiful woman like Xiang Meifu. Beautiful woman that skin is tender and slippery, blowing and breaking, body posture, charm remains, which men see will not be able to hold. Such a beautiful woman is willing to live with an ugly middle-aged man. Why is it so hard? Shedding their bodies out of thought. If they were the Grand Prince, facing such an extreme beauty like the beautiful woman, they would probably also choose to spend the night with the beautiful woman, and let the beautiful woman give them an heir. The beautiful woman was everything but a non-virgin, and they had a little too much of their own yellow face. Come with the old man. Seeing that the situation at the scene was already heading towards an out-of-control trend, the old man didn't delay, and immediately let out a deep cry, and with a shake of his body, he disappeared into thin air with Wang Dashan in tow. At this moment, in the hall of discussion of the Great Zhou dynasty, upon hearing the sound of the Chaotian K ringing out from outside the palace, Donghuang Wenshan and Donghuang Taining exchanged glances. The two knew that this was the Jun family sending people to start moving. Seeing that the morning court was coming to an end, East Emperor Wenshan stepped forward. Master of the state, is there something to be played? Looking at the Eastern Emperor Wenshan below, Emperor Zhou frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. Donghuang Wenshan is the #1 thinker of the Great Zhou, and his methods are profound. In front of such a person, Emperor Zhou also had to be slightly polite. Your Majesty, the old minister has just heard the Chaotian K, which has not been sounded for 1,000 years, being knocked at, and I think it must be a great injustice. So I ask your Majesty to look into the matter and return justice to the people. Donghuang Wenshan bowed with a righteous look. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhou raised his eyebrows, glanced at Eunuch Li on the side, and said with a faint smile, good, since it's a grievance, let's wait for a while for the next court. It just so happens that all the ministers are also there, so let's all comment on it. Zhou Huang was still blissfully unaware at this point that today's big melon would go to his own head. My emperor is wise. At those words, the crowd bowed in unison and loudly agreed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhou naturally grinned with a delighted smile at the corners of his mouth. Later on, as long as he dealt with this unjust case impartially, then his prestige among the civil and military officials would surely be able to rise by a large margin, and this would be the best opportunity for him. Soon, Wang Dashan was brought into the Hall of Council. Seeing the Zhou Emperor sitting on top of the dragon chair in the main hall, the one who bore a slight resemblance to the Grand Emperor, Wang Dashan was a little nervous in his heart. The one in front of him should be the Great Zhou Empire's state lord, Emperor Zhou, as well as the father of the great imperial prince. How could Wang Dashan not be afraid of such an existence? It's the Chaotian K you knocked on, isn't it? Emperor Zhou opened his mouth, glancing at Wang Dashan, who had fallen to his knees, and slowly opened his mouth to ask. Yes, it is none other than Herb Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan hurriedly nodded and replied respectfully. He no longer dared to raise his head to look at the Zhou Emperor, nor did he dare to glance at him in a casual manner for fear of angering him. What grievances you have, please tell them quickly, and I'll make it up to you. Emperor Zhou was full of smiles as he looked at Wang Dashan, who was kneeling on the ground, and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, the strawman's wife has been defiled many times by the Grand Imperial Prince, and the strawman has come here to denounce the Grand Imperial Prince. Seeing that the arrow had to be sent, Wang Dashan took a deep breath and said boldly, I still ask your Majesty to make a decision for me. As soon as Wang Dashan's words came out, the great hall was plunged into a deathly silence. This eating melon, it's even reached his Majesty here, denouncing his son in front of his old man. Was this middle-aged man's brain kicked by a donkey? Even if there was solid evidence, Emperor Zhou would not let him leave alive. This was a slap in the face of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. The smile on Emperor Zhou's face froze. This ungrateful pariah, even in front of the civil and military officials, to reveal his royal scandal, this is not looking for death. When he thought of this, Emperor Zhou's eyes instantly turned ice cold as killing opportunities surfaced. After seeing the look on Emperor Zhou's face, Donghuang Wenshan knew that it was time for him to make an appearance, or else this big show would not continue. He took a step forward and walked in front of Wang Dashan. Lifting his hand, he gave the other party a slap and angrily rebuked. How dare you? What kind of thing are you? Actually slandering the Grand Imperial Prince? I don't have. Seeing Donghuang Wenshan hit himself, Wang Dashan hurriedly reached out to cover his cheeks and cried out in aggravation. Your Majesty, the grass people did not slander the great prince. The grass people did see it, and also heard them, with their own ears. Enough. Upon hearing this, Donghuang Wenshan raised his foot and kicked at Wang Dashan's chest, coldly scolding, Bastard, Everything must be will evidence. His Majesty is the one who will reason the most. Wan Dashan had no defense and was directly kicked off by Dong Huang Wanshan. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp pain spread all over his body, so painful that he almost fainted. Struggling to get up from the ground, Wan Dashan looked at the gloating expressions of the surrounding civil and military officials and gritted his teeth. Since you guys want to see the evidence, then the grasshopper will let you see enough. With that said, he raised the shadow-retaining jade in his hand and injected it with spiritual energy. Chapter 105 Reasoning. The words of the old man are reason. An image appeared instantly in front of the crowd. The image was clearly the Grand Prince and the beautiful woman. At this point, the two are open and honest and are doing the things that couples do. The eldest prince even revealed a hint of evil smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Give birth to a little prince for this prince. Are you willing to do so?" he said, slapping his hand heavily on the beautiful woman's arse. "Of course my concubine is willing. My concubine will give a son to the Grand Prince so that my husband can raise a son for you." At those words, the beautiful woman twisted her head over and winked seductively. "Hey, that's good." Hearing the beautiful woman's words, a smug smile appeared on the Grand Prince's face, and with a grin at the corner of his mouth, he gave those things to the beautiful woman. Then, facilitating the separation of the beautiful woman, she fell aside and rested. "Great Prince, the concubine still wants to." The beautiful woman used a straight hand, blocking the exit, her beautiful eyes staring at the Grand Imperial Prince with a burning gaze, licking her red lips, seductively. "Yes." Seeing this, the Grand Prince climbed up and had another deep life exchange with the beautiful woman. The scene was clear as day, and the expressions on the faces of the two men fell into the eyes of the crowd without a trace. Seeing the scene on the screen, the faces of the ministers immediately showed a stunned look, which then turned into shock. How? Eastern Emperor Taishan exclaimed in shock, pointing at the two people in the picture and said in a trembling tone. He said this on purpose, in order to emphasize that what this big prince did was simply behavior. At this moment, he finally understood why his father was very appreciative of Junlin Tian. With this one tactic, it directly hit the Grand Prince's 7 inches. How is this possible? The two of them, the Grand Prince and the beautiful woman, had actually done something so unpleasant. Could it be that this is the Great Prince was all in disguise before? The truth is that it is a complete and total villain? At the thought of this, the ministers were horrified, and an inexplicable chill welled up in their hearts. If things were really like this, then this Grand Prince was too good at disguising himself, wasn't he? It's not enough to insult someone's wife and daughter. It's also enough to make someone's wife pregnant with her own seed and let her husband raise it. This ing with has and is different. This was to allow him to ascend to the throne of the crown prince. Then in the future, the Great Zhou dynasty would surely face the danger of extinction, and this ridiculous behavior was simply a naked slap in the face of the Great Zhou imperial family. Emperor Zhou, who was on top of the Great Hall, had long since changed his face again and again. The eldest prince even did this kind of hurtful thing. He usually is still for this son negligence observation. I'm afraid this farce is not going to end well this day. After all, the civil and military officials had all seen the unpleasant images. Moreover, the Great Zhou imperial clan also absolutely did not allow such things that corrupted the family's morals. If this matter were to be stirred up outside, I'm afraid that the entire Great Zhou dynasty would be disgraced by this matter. The best thing to do today is to find a way to keep this thing down. At that thought, he gave Prime Minister Luo Wenshan a look. Seeing this, Luo Wenshan knew that this was the time for him to make an appearance. After all, if this matter were to spread out, it would be extremely unfavorable for the reputation of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is against human decency for a prince to defile someone's wife and to make her carry his own seed for her husband to raise. Bastard! He stepped forward and pointed at Wan Dashan, who was kneeling on the ground, and angrily rebuked. Why are you slandering the Grand Prince of my Great Zhou dynasty? Hearing this questioning from Luo Wenshan, Wan Dashan instantly raised his head, his face full of indignation. This lord, I didn't slander the Grand Prince. You all saw the images in this staying shadow jade, as well as the shameless conversation between the two. With that, he raised the shadow-retaining jade high in the air and pointed at the picture. Looking at the image on the lingering jade, Luo Wenshan's face was slightly ugly. Yes, that is indeed what the Grand Prince did, but he wouldn't bother to admit it. Bold! Seeing this, Luo Wenshan suddenly burst into a rage, pointing at Wan Dashan and cursing. You spy! How dare you slander the Grand Imperial Prince with this fake staying shadow jade? Do you know the crime? As long as they, the ministers, do not recognize it, even if it is white, he can say it is black. What does this lord mean by that? It was clearly this Grand Prince who defiled my wife, yet you say I slandered him? Hearing these words, Wan Dashan's face sank as he asked rhetorically, is there not a reasonable place in this Great Zhou dynasty? After saying that, Wan Dashan swept through the faces of the civil and military officials present one by one with a face of indignation. The expressions on the faces of the ministers were a bit stiff, not knowing how to answer his words. Indeed, although the civil and military officials present all felt that what Wan Dashan said was reasonable, none of them stood up to speak for him. After all, the Grand Prince had done such degrading things to the royal face, so it was rumored that their faces would not be honored, and they might also anger the Zhou Emperor. Oh, be reasonable. The old man's words are reason. Luo Wenshan froze with a cold smile and glanced disdainfully at Wan Dashan. This pariah is simply ungrateful. How dare he pick up his son's sword in front of Emperor Zhou? He simply doesn't know how to die. You are nakedly harboring the Grand Imperial Prince. Upon hearing this, Wan Dashan's eyes widened violently as he pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Do you still have the Great Zhou laws in your eyes?" Bang! Luo Wenshan directly rewarded Wan Dashan with a big pussy tease, directly slapping him unconscious. Bah! Tell the law to me. Luo Wenshan pointed at Wan Dashan, who had fainted on the ground, and ordered the forbidden guards on the side. Come on, throw this pariah, who has slandered the Grand Prince, into the heavenly prison, and then after the 3 divisions have tried him, find out who is behind the accuser. Upon hearing this, 2 forbidden guards came forward, ready to drag Wan Dashan into the heavenly prison. Wait, it was, a voice rang in the ears of the crowd. The crowd followed the sound and it was none other than Eastern Emperor Tainin. They sized him up with puzzled gazes, wondering how the always prudent and conservative Dong Huang Taining, at this time, stood up to confront the Prime Minister for the sake of someone who had nothing to do with him. Isn't this the old man eating arsenic and looking for death? What do you mean by that, Imperial Emperor Dong Huang? Seeing this, Luo Wenshan also looked at him with a puzzled expression. Prime Minister Luo, this citizen, who denounced the Grand Prince for defiling his wife, and has the staying shadow jade as ironclad evidence. On what basis do you convict him of defiling the Grand Prince? Eastern Emperor Taining straightened his official robe and said with a righteous face, he that was the imperial historian of the royal historian's office, responsible for overseeing the Son of Heaven and the 100 officials. This Luo Wenshan, who is the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou and the head of the 100 officials, has gone so far as to call white black and black white in broad daylight. How could this be tolerated by him, who had always been upright? Seeing Dong Huang Taining stand up for a pariah and contradict himself to his face, Luo Wenshan's eyes flashed with a sinister color. It seems that today, he does not give some people, look at their own wrist. Civil and military officials and some people still think he this Prime Minister is a pose. Chapter 106, Your Highness, I can't do it anymore. Thinking about it, the corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of mocking arc and said, this official is a first-ranking Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Hall. Of course I have the power to finalize and conclude the case. After saying that, he looked at Eastern Emperor Tainin with a cold smile. This scion, he really dares to come forward. Does he really think that he, the Prime Minister, is just a decoration? Since you're asking for trouble, then I won't blame me for being ruthless. Humph. Luo Wenshan snorted coldly, looked to the forbidden guards on the side, and said coldly, what are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you do something? Hearing these words, the 2 forbidden guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wan Dashan. Seeing this, Eastern Emperor Tainin's face sank. This Luo Wenshan is really rampant. However, in his mind, Luo Wenshan's character was one that he had already figured out long ago. People like this who don't follow the rules are the ones he hates the most. Not only does he have his father's support behind him, he also has the support of the Jun family's young master. You're just a Prime Minister. I'm afraid of nothing. Off. Seeing this, Dong Huang Taining went out on a limb and rushed forward, just as he pushed away the 2 forbidden guards who were grabbing Wan Dashan. And right at this moment, a flash of viciousness flashed through Luo Wenshan's eyes. It seemed that this Dong Huang Taining was determined to have a hard time with him today. Could it be that this pariah is the East Royal behind this? It had always been rumored that the Eastern Royal family had been secretly supporting the second prince to become the crown prince of the Great Zhou. With such a good opportunity in front of him to bring down the Grand Prince, how could the Eastern Royal family let it go? Behind this must be that old bastard Dong Huang Wenshan, who only commands the whole situation. Yeah, that must be it. Imperial Emperor Dong Huang, how dare you? Figuring this out, Luo Wenshan's eyes revealed a flash of upchi as he pointed at Dong Huang Taining and angrily rebuked. How dare you obstruct the forbidden guards from enforcing the law? Are you plotting a rebellion? As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the entire court, all of them, landed on Eastern Emperor Taining. Dong Huang Taining is the 4th great imperial historian of the Great Zhou. Although his official position is not comparable to those of the prime ministers, but he has the real power of supervision. Together with the fact that his father was the state master of the dynasty, the power in the hands of father and son could be said to be not small. Once there is a rebellion, it will be a fatal blow to the entire Great Zhou as well. Luo Wenshan's words were spoken as if Dong Huang Taining was going to plot against him, and the deeper meaning of them could be imagined. the eyes of the remaining few ministers, as they looked at Eastern Emperor Tainan, also became complicated. They also didn't expect that this Dong Huang Taining, who usually looked noble and arrogant, would openly confront the prime minister and even obstruct the forbidden guards for the sake of a pariah. Some of these moves revealed an extremely unusual flavor. Ha ha ha. The prime minister is trying to force a pot on this imperial historian's head. Eastern Emperor Tainan raised his voice to the sky, his laughter filled with disdain and ridicule. At those words, Luo Wenshan's face became even more ugly. He hadn't expected that Dong Huang Taining would be so eloquent. However, he soon regained his composure and said indifferently, Eastern Imperial Magistrate, the evidence that this pariah is falsely accusing my Grand Prince is overwhelming. Do you still want to harbor him? Ha ha ha. This official has never seen someone as brazen as the Prime Minister. Dong Huang Taining's voice, steeply raised several times, showed the anger within him. This official is the Imperial Historian of the Imperial Historian's Office, overseeing the duties of the Son of Heaven and the 100 officials. My founding ancestor Emperor of the Great Zhou once set up this Chaotian K outside the palace, just to leave a final avenue for the underclass to redress their grievances. In the face of ironclad evidence, the Grand Imperial Prince clearly defiled someone's wife and should be punished accordingly. This is written clearly within my Great Zhou laws. And Prime Minister, as the head of the 100 officials, you have openly described the black as white, sided with the Grand Prince, and even sent this ill-fated people to the heavenly prison to be beaten into submission. What kind of defiance of the law is this? What qualifications do you still have to be the Prime Minister of Great Zhou? After hearing this statement from the Eastern Emperor Tainan, the gazes of the people in the Great Hall became shocked. This Dong Huang Taining did not know what gunpowder he ate today, which is determined to find with the Prime Minister hard steel in the end. No, he was trying to nakedly slap the face of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. This Dong Huang Taining, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He even wants to provoke the royal family of Great Zhou. This is simply looking for death. Thinking of this, many civil officials are secretly sighing. Dong Huang Taining this time, really seeking their own death. And at this moment, Luo Wenshan was shaking with anger. Dong Huang Taining was openly challenging his prime ministerial authority. How could he possibly tolerate Dong Huang Taining doing this? East Emperor Taining, this official sees that you are really looking for death. With that, Luo Wenshan lunged towards the Eastern Emperor Tainan. Looking at the charging Luo Wenshan, a look of mockery appeared on Dong Huang Taining's face. This Luo Wenshan, really worthy of being an old fox, seeing the tail of his fox, was caught out by himself, began to be annoyed, ready to take action against himself. Just when everyone thought that Dong Huang Taining would be given a fat beating by Luo Wenshan, a figure appeared in front of Eastern Emperor Tainan. This person was none other than the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty's Hussar General, Hu Dingyuan, the number 2 among the Great Zhou's military generals. Prime Minister, this is but the Hall of Council. Hu Dingyuan looked at the rushing Luo Wenshan expressionlessly and said in a deep voice. He was reminding Luo Wenshan that he couldn't use martial arts to oppress people here, or else he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Seeing this, Luo Wenshan frowned slightly as he looked at Hu Dingyuan, then Dong Huang Taining, and finally rested his gaze on Hu Dingyuan's chest, a grim look appearing on his face. Hu Dingyuan, the Great Zhou Hussar General, is extremely powerful. Although his strength was good, there was no way for him to fight against Hu Dingyuan. This was clear in Luo Wenshan's mind. Therefore, he simply couldn't choose to confront Hu Dingyuan head-on with a hard steel. Your Majesty, they bullied the old minister, and I ask you to make a decision for the old minister. Seeing that hard won't work, Luo Wenshan is ready to save the country with a curve, directly pulling down Zhou Huang, the big boss. Enough! The face of Emperor Zhou, who was on the dragon chair, became extremely ugly. There was a hint of majesty in his voice. Through the exchange of words between a few people just now, he seemed to see that there was a hint of what was going on. I'm afraid his good nephew is behind this. If he chooses to force this matter down today, what awaits him will be the pressure of the public opinion of the people of Pudong. At that time, the majesty of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty would be gone among the people at the bottom. What a poisonous scheme! Emperor Zhou murmured softly in his heart. Good nephew, but uncle is not the kind of man who protects his pups. Son, there is no more. You can have another one, but this Great Zhou's kingdom still have to be sat by uncle. With this in mind, he turned to Eunuch Li and said, bring someone to bring the Grand Prince into the hall of discussions, and face to face with the people who are complaining about this. Yes, your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Li led the way. At this moment, the Grand Prince's residence. Great Prince, my concubine can't do it anymore. Chapter 107, The Grand Prince. Concubine is wrong. Please forgive concubine. The beautiful woman cried out. She was covered in bruises and purple bruises, and her cheeks were covered in blue and purple bruises. Her long skirt had long been torn, and the skin on her body, even more so, was horribly whipped and dripping with blood. Yesterday, during the day, she was beaten to death by her own husband at home, and last night, she was called over by the Grand Emperor, but early this morning, for some unknown reason, the Grand Prince was like a different person, and began his cruel torture of her. Hearing the beautiful woman's plea for mercy, the Grand Imperial Prince, instead of stopping, slapped his hand heavily on her arched buttocks and said with a scowl, asterisk 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 asterisk, what qualifications do you have to beg for mercy? In the eyes of this prince, you are a lowly, Grand Prince. You. When the beautiful woman heard the Grand Imperial Prince's insults, she said with an aggrieved face, you can't insult my concubine like this, the child in my belly is your own flesh and blood. Humph, flesh and blood? The eldest prince snorted coldly and said disdainfully, you think this prince is a little cutie? Well, the beautiful woman in front of him was indeed seductive in her looks, and he himself was willing to let her carry his child in the first place, but things were far from what he thought they were. To do that kind of thing herself behind her back. If it is not that the shadow-retaining jade that he found at the foot of the door in the morning, he might have been deceived by this in his life. No, no. At those words, the beautiful woman's delicate body trembled. Her heart flustered for a while, but she quickly tried her best to cover it up, lightly biting her red lips, and said with a face of certainty, the child in my concubine's belly is yours. The child in her belly would be unknown to anyone in this world as long as she balked at the fact that it was the Grand Emperor's son. Ha ha ha. Bitch, don't you dare put on airs here. The big prince slapped his hand heavily on the beautiful woman's arched buttocks. The corner of his mouth grinned, teasingly saying, you really think that this prince is a little cutie? You. Hearing the words of the Grand Imperial Prince, the beautiful woman's face changed drastically. She had never expected the Grand Imperial Prince to say such words. How could the Grand Prince know that? You're talking nonsense. The baby in my belly is obviously yours. The beautiful woman turned her body, raised her beautiful eyes, and stared at the Grand Imperial Prince dead in the face. Grand Imperial Prince, do you not want to be responsible for the child in your concubine's belly? If, however, you don't want to be responsible, then you don't have to humiliate your concubine in this way. Bang. Seeing the beautiful woman's duck's mouth die hard, the great prince was so angry that he directly gave him a slap and angrily scolded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, look at what you've done. After saying that, the Grand Imperial Prince threw the shadow-retaining jade in front of the beautiful woman. Puzzled, the beautiful woman grabbed the shadow-retaining jade and then injected her spiritual energy. When he saw what was inside, he shuddered delicately. Things were exposed. Bang. The Grand Emperor slapped his hand on the beautiful woman's arched buttocks and said with a fierce face, asterisk 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 asterisk, what else do you have to say? Great Prince, concubine. The beautiful woman's face was as white as paper, and tears flowed down her stunningly beautiful face. What she was most worried about was something that still happened, never expecting the Grand Prince to know about it. Looking at the beautiful woman's crying, the great prince felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Then, grabbing the beautiful woman's hair, he said with a morose face, this emperor has been staring at you 3 times. You are this emperor's woman. That's what you do, right? Great Imperial Prince. Concubine is wrong. Please forgive concubine. The beautiful woman hugged the arm of the Grand Imperial Prince as she begged in pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Off. With a fling of his arm, the corner of his mouth lifted into a cruel smile and said, it's a bit of a shame to part with such a special creature. Concubine. Got it. At those words, the beautiful woman's petite body trembled, but she knew that there was nothing she could do about it. You'd be lucky to have a small life left for yourself now. As for the previous attempt to use the baby in her belly to get to the top, it looks like that's not going to happen. What are you doing frozen there? Seeing this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned and said with an evil smile, why don't you quickly come over to serve this prince? The concubine is here. The beautiful woman hurriedly crawled over and began to serve the Grand Emperor. Come on. As soon as he heard about it before, he still felt that he had been robbed of his own things by someone else. The heart is very sad, but now he figured it out. If you dare to retaliate against this prince will make you mute and unable to speak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A will always be a. Seeing this, the Grand Prince mocked with a smug expression. Knock knock knock. Just then there was a sharp knock at the door of the room. Chapter 108, You're just a dog of the June family. Who the? Upon hearing the knock on the door, the Grand Imperial Prince first froze, and then broke into a rage. Great Prince, my subordinate has something important to report. What is it? Say, the Grand Emperor roared impatiently. It's eunuch Li coming. It seems that His Majesty wants to find you, the Great Imperial Prince, to go to the Hall of Discussion. I heard that a pariah knocked on the Chaotianke and denounced you, the Great Imperial Prince, for defiling his wife. After listening to the guard's words, a flash of shade surfaced under the eyes of the Grand Prince, and he sneered, it's just a pariah. And you still need this prince to personally come out? In his eyes, he was just playing a married woman. It's not a big deal at all. When the guards outside the room heard this, they said with some anxiety, "But, Great Prince, this matter has gotten so big that I've heard that the Eastern royal family and even the June family are involved." The June family? At those words, the Grand Prince's body stagnated and his face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes narrowed slightly and he said with an evil smile, "It must be that little June Lin Tian." When he mentioned the June family, he instantly thought of that June Lintian who had gone against him 3 times. June Lintian, since you're seeking death yourself, then I won't blame this imperial prince. A cold aura shot out of the Grand Imperial Prince's eyes as he said morosely. With that, he stood up and looked at the beautiful woman. "Rest for a while, and later this prince will come back to clean you up." With that, he dressed and left. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, was paralyzed on the bed, her hands clasped tightly around her knees, and her cheeks were streaked with tears. This is really over. She did not realize that her husband, who was an honest basho, had knocked on the Chaotian K, and now the matter had become so serious that she had no face to go back. What am I going to do? She looked up at the ceiling and murmured. Snap! Suddenly, a crystal-clear droplet slid down her cheek and hit the soft pillowcase. She shed tears of regret. The Grand Prince followed uniquely and soon arrived in the Hall of Political Virtue. Wan Dashan, who had long since awakened from his lethargy, saw the Grand Imperial Prince and a thick murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He continuously kowtowed towards Emperor Zhou. "Your Majesty, just this Grand Imperial son defiled the strawman's wife. Please do something for the strawman." "Bastard, you're talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince's face changed and he sternly rebuked. This prince has always been law-abiding and self-restrained, and has never done anything against his conscience. What proof do you have that this emperor did it? Do you have any? Without words, it's a false accusation, but it's a great offense that will lead to the 9 clans. The straw man has. Hearing the great imperial duck's mouth die hard, Wan Dashan raised that shadow-retaining jade high in the air and injected it with spiritual energy at the first opportunity. In a blink of an eye, the unbearable image was once again displayed in front of the crowd. "What else do you have to say, Grand Prince?" Wan Dashan pointed at the image in front of him and questioned in a cold voice. "You." Looking at the image on the staying shadow jade, the Grand Prince was trembling with anger, and his face turned red. Which sneak shot is this? And it is surprising that he and the beautiful woman are performing conjugal affairs, and he is so clearly photographed. This is too much. Great Prince in front of hard evidence. Don't you dare to argue. Wang Dashan stared at the Grand Imperial Prince with a sad and angry face and said angrily, if it wasn't for the fact that the man in front of him, who had defiled his wife, was the Grand Prince of the lofty Great Zhou dynasty, he would have hated to go up and directly beat him to death. Hey! In the face of Wan Dashan's aggressive aura, the Grand Prince smiled coldly and said, just by virtue of this image you conclude that it was this prince who defiled your wife, isn't it? At those words, Wan Dashan frowned and asked in return, ha ha ha. The Grand Prince laughed wildly up to the sky. This prince is an honorable Grand Prince. How could he do something to defile someone else's wife and daughter? This is clearly your wife's initiative to seduce this prince. Do you see any expression on your wife's face of being forced by this prince? Listen to this. Your wife. She even took the initiative to ask this prince to internalize her, and even threatened to give this prince a son. What is your wife if not a Grand Prince? You. Wan Dashan didn't expect the Grand Prince to be so brazen, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He never thought that this great prince would be so shameless. This is lifting up his pants and denying it and shamefully backwards. How can there be such shameless people in this world? And a ing Grand Prince of a country. You what you? The Grand Prince snorted coldly and continued to berate. Bastard. This prince doesn't know where you guys got the shadow retaining jade from. How dare you take this crap to slander this prince? Today, this prince will let you know the price of slandering this prince. As the words fell, only to see the Grand Prince violently waving his long sleeves, a massive pressure instantly swept through the entire palace. Seeing this, Wan Dashan was instantly shocked, and was directly pressurized by the mighty pressure, which directly caused him to lie on the ground. He felt as if he was a dog lying on its back in front of the Grand Imperial Prince. Right at this moment, Eastern Emperor Taining stood in front of Wang Dashan and helped him remove the Great Imperial Prince's pressure. Grand Prince, you've gone a bit too far. Dong Huang Taining stared expressionlessly at the Grand Imperial Prince, his voice icy cold. All those good things you did yourself, and you still have the nerve to transfer them to a poor woman? The implication of his words is that the Great Prince, can you have a little pussy face? TSK. I didn't realize that the titular Eastern Emperor's royal secretary had become one of the June family's dogs. Seeing Dong Huang Taining stand up for a backgroundless pariah, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth grinned as he mocked. However, isn't this prince just playing with a married woman with no background, so it's even worth defending you in such a way? He, Great Prince, I think you've forgotten who you are. You're just an ordinary prince, and you're bound by the law in Great Zhou. Hearing these words, Donghuang Taining laughed back in anger. You old piker. Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince was trembling with anger, and said with a shadowy face, Speak up, your master. What conditions did he give you before he was willing to bring this matter to light? Ha! Hearing these words, Donghuang Taining couldn't help but laugh. This imperial historian can't understand what the Grand Prince is saying. Just kidding, that kid from the Jun family, that's taking you first, how could he let you go? He now had a very good understanding of Jun Lin Tian's character as well. One strike and the opponent is a certain death. Seeing that Donghuang Taining was even pretending to be confused, the Grand Imperial Prince's face turned green with anger. Old piker, you're less likely to pretend to be confused with this emperor. Aren't you the traitor of the Jun family? Grand Prince, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Donghuang Taining raised his eyebrows and retaliated in a nonchalant manner. The Prime Minister's faction all held this Grand Prince in high regard, but he simply looked at this kind of low-character prince. Seek death. Just then, a voice exploded in the Great Hall. Chapter 109, Take care of your wife for you. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see the Zhou Emperor on the dragon chair inly, with an iron color, and a killing chance revealed in his hawk-like eyes. You saw it, Royal Emperor Dong. You're a dog for the Jun family, and my father is angry. Seeing this, the corners of the Grand Prince's mouth rose slightly as he said with a smug look on his face, Why don't you obediently kneel down and apologize to my father? He's extraordinarily happy right now. He just loved to see Donghuang Taining kneeling at the soles of his father's feet, kowtowing and admitting his mistakes like a grandson. At that moment, he really felt noble. Ha! Eastern Emperor Taining sniffed but smiled contemptuously, coldly glancing at the Grand Prince before indifferently sweeping towards Emperor Zhou. He didn't believe that Emperor Zhou would be as brainless as the Grand Prince. Rebel son! Emperor Zhou stared at the Grand Prince with a fierce face, his voice filled with violent anger. You still kneel down and admit your mistake? Look at what you've done. You've disgraced the face of my great Zhou royal lineage. Ha! Upon hearing Emperor Zhou's angry rebuke, the Grand Imperial Prince's face was immediately stunned. A puzzled face stared at Emperor Zhou. He is a high and mighty prince, but he slept with a married woman. You want to trouble him for such a trivial matter? Father, this, just as the Grand Imperial Prince was about to explain, he only saw Emperor Zhou directly glaring at him, staring at him with a frosty face. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the others? What? The Grand Imperial Prince's face stiffened at those words. Get down on your knees and apologize to that pariah? He's the high and mighty Grand Prince. Make him apologize to that pariah? It's a pipe dream. Father, I don't know what father wants. The Grand Prince looked at Emperor Zhou with a shocked face and asked with an unbelievable expression. What do you mean? Emperor Zhou's face was frosty as he snorted coldly and said, It's literally about making amends and apologizing to others. Father, this matter is by no means as you see it. There must be a misunderstanding. The Grand Prince looked at Emperor Zhou and opened his mouth to explain. There is definitely a shocking conspiracy here. And, you're still sophomoric. Without waiting for the Grand Imperial Prince to finish speaking, the Zhou Emperor directly interrupted him and said with a look of anger, This matter is obviously true, and you still want to deny it? Do you want the entire Great Zhou royal family to follow and lose face? At those words, the Grand Prince's body trembled and he lowered his head in silence. Although he was the Grand Prince of Great Zhou, he didn't have much real power. If he angered Emperor Zhou, then there was a real possibility that he would be expelled from the capital. After all, he knew Emperor Zhou's character all too well. A typical flip-flopper. Thinking of this, the Grand Prince's heart was stifled for a while, but he didn't dare to refute the Zhou Emperor, and could only gnash his teeth and say, Father, my son knows his mistake, and will definitely admit his mistake to that pariah. After saying that, the Grand Prince then turned to Wan Dashan, bending over and arching his hand, with a very respectful and sincere attitude, saying, I'm sorry, this prince was wrong. Seeing this, everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cool air. The great prince, this is really softening. This was the first time they had ever seen a royal prince apologizing to a pariah. Ha! Seeing this, Eastern Emperor Taining couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This great prince is narrow-minded, and this kind of apology is just for show. How can it be sincere? Inevitably, afterward, he will double his revenge on the couple. Why are you laughing? Imperial Emperor Donghuang? Seeing Donghuang Taining shaking his head and sighing, the Grand Imperial Prince's face changed as he questioned. He apologized already. Why is this old piker still grasping at this matter? It's simply abominable. He is at least the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, so he is shameless? When this matter was over, he would definitely take revenge on this pariah. Wan Dashan, I just played with your wife a couple of times. Do you have to be so petty? He went so far as to knock on the Chaotian K to find his old man to sue the imperial court. When I go back, I will take good care of your wife for you, and I will make sure that she is pregnant with my son's seed, so that you, the wrongdoer, can raise a son for my son. My father is just asking this prince for an attitude in front of the civil and military officials now. You'll just wait for the wrath of this emperor a million times over. And you, Eastern royalty, wait for this emperor. You are willing to be one of Junlin Tian's dogs, right? Then I will not blame this emperor for the one who ascends to the great treasure to slaughter you. The Eastern Emperor clan, play all your ladies to death. This imperial historian is lamenting the fact that my great Zhou dynasty has produced a scummy prince like you. I don't know if I should say it's fortunate or unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Eastern Emperor Tainan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "What is the moral of this, Emperor Donghuang?" Seeing this, the Grand Prince's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a cold tone, "Nothing, just want to tell the Grand Prince a little. According to my great Zhou law, those who defile another person's wife and daughter, when immersed in a piggy bank can sink into a pond." At those words, Eastern Emperor Tainan disdainfully skimmed his lips and said with a righteous face, "How dare you?" Seeing that Donghuang Tanning dared to be so arrogant, a trace of viciousness flashed across the face of the Grand Prince, and his tone became even colder. "This prince is the Grand Prince of the great Zhou dynasty. Who dares to immerse this prince in a piggy bank and sink it in a pond? Do you think that by virtue of you being an old piker, you can move this prince? I, the great Zhou state, have a law that anyone who commits adultery shall be punished. This is the ancestral motto of the founding ancestor emperor of my great Zhou." Eastern Emperor Taining said with a calm demeanor. "What's more, the Grand Prince is only an ordinary prince, still within the defense of the constraints of the law. Therefore, the Grand Imperial Prince shall arrive to be punished by the laws of my great Zhou." How arrogant! Hearing the words of the Eastern Emperor Taining, the Grand Prince let out a cold laugh and said in a mocking tone, "Just by virtue of you being a royal historian, or a Jun family? Humph, just by you guys, you're not really qualified." With that, he pulled out a sign from his pocket. It was a token that was black in color, with a soaring golden dragon carved on it, lifelike, as if it were a living creature, emitting a faintly majestic aura. This was none other than the famous Iron Scroll of Freedom from Death of the Great Zhou dynasty. Seeing this Iron Scroll of Exemption, all the surrounding ministers fell to their knees. Greetings to the ancestral emperor. Inside the great hall, all the people bowed and saluted in unison to the death-free Iron Scroll in the hands of the Grand Imperial Prince. This Iron Scroll of Exemption was issued by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou to some of the founding ministers, and I heard that there were only 10 of them. Those who see the Iron Scroll of Freedom from Death are like seeing the founding father of the nation, the emperor. Seeing this scene, the Grand Prince's vanity was greatly satisfied. He coldly scanned the civil and military officials above the great hall, his eyes flashing with an incomparably triumphant light. Seeing this scene, the crowd lowered their heads. They also knew very well that there was no way to make things right today. No matter what, the great prince was holding the Iron Scroll of Freedom from Death, so he couldn't die today. The Grand Princess, along with the Jun family's young master, has come to pay her respects to your majesty. Just at this moment, the sound of a briefing from the Forbidden Guards came from outside the Great Hall. Chapter 110, The Iron Scroll of Freedom from Death is fake? At those words, everyone in the Great Hall raised their heads, revealing puzzled gazes. I wonder what the princess is doing here, and carrying the young master of the Jun family? Could it be that the Grand Princess and the young master of the Jun family came here for the matter of the Grand Prince defiling another man's wife and daughter? This thought surfaced in the hearts of the crowd, causing them all to look at each other with shocked faces. This is extremely likely. It looks like a shocker will follow. Shen. Hearing the sound of the pass outside, Emperor Zhou nodded his head with a slight frown on his brows and said, "Soon." The Grand Princess in a red dress walked in with style. Beside the Grand Princess, there was also a handsome and upright young man wearing a black robe. Seeing this youth, a touch of awe appeared on the faces of the many ministers in the Great Hall. The black-robed youth in front of him looked harmless, but his methods were extremely vicious and old-fashioned, and even these old foxes of theirs who had been crawling in the official field for decades were not his opponents. This son, as long as he doesn't fall in the middle, he will definitely be an existence that stands at the top of Tianxian continent in the future. Greetings, your majesty. The Grand Princess and Junlin Tian both bent down and bowed. Second sister, you and I haven't seen each other in a few years, I believe. Emperor Zhou sat on the dragon chair, looking down at the Grand Princess below. A warm smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, "Yes, your majesty, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you are still graceful and magnificent to look up to." Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess smiled back. She was not half as formal or raw in front of Emperor Zhou. On the contrary, because of her age, her beauty became brighter and brighter, and her whole person seemed like a budding peony flower, emitting a burst of charming fragrance. Second sister, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're still as eloquent as ever. Emperor Zhou let out a light laugh, and then turned his words around and said, since you have come to pay me a visit, I wonder what is so important. Your Majesty, this palace has indeed come to report important matters to your Majesty this time. Concerning the matter of the ancestor's death-free iron scroll, the Grand Princess said indifferently without any expression on her face. What? When these words came out, the crowd looked at the Grand Princess with stunned faces. This Grand Prince had just taken out the deathless iron scroll issued by his ancestor, and this Grand Princess had brought June Lintian along with her to state the matter of the deathless iron scroll. Is this Grand Princess not an immortal in the sky, who has already predicted that the Grand Prince will take out the iron scroll of freedom from death? If that's true, this is incredible, isn't it? Speculation continued in the minds of the crowd. After hearing the words of the Grand Princess, the Grand Prince's body visibly stalled, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to show off in front of his father. It hadn't occurred to me that the Grand Princess had directly moved the iron scroll of freedom from death. That's a real spoiler. However, the Grand Prince was not a reckless person, and he soon calmed down and said blandly, in that case, let's ask Auntie to speak frankly. Anyway, he had bought this iron scroll of immunity from death from a downtrodden family at a heavy price. It's in his hands now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. The Grand Princess ignored the Grand Prince and instead gazed at June Lintian, only to see June Lintian take a step earlier, pointing at the deathless iron fist in the hands of the Grand Prince teasingly saying, Grand Prince, what are you doing with a black brick in your hands? Black bricks? At those words, the Grand Prince froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha, June Lintian, don't talk nonsense there. What this prince has in his hand is an iron scroll of exemption from death issued by the ancestral emperor. The iron scroll of freedom from death? June Lintian walked up to the Grand Prince and said with a look of disdain, just this is still the iron scroll of freedom from death? Great Prince, your eyes are blind. With that said, a stone appeared in June Lintian's hand and shot straight towards the deathless iron scroll in the Grand Prince's hand. Bold. Seeing this, the Grand Imperial Prince was furious and loudly rebuked. Bang. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a crisp ringing sound, only to see that the originally good iron scroll of freedom from death in his hand was missing a corner, and the rest of it was covered with cracks. Seeing this, the pupils of the Grand Imperial Prince shrunk violently. The iron scroll of freedom from death in his hands was unexpectedly destroyed by June Lintian in public. Immediately, he became furious and said, June Lintian, how dare you destroy the iron scroll of exemption from death issued by the ancestral emperor? This is a great offense of executing all 9 clans. Rubbish. Is this the iron scroll of freedom from death you're talking about? June Lintian looked at the Grand Prince with a look of contempt and said, everyone knows that the ancestral emperor used a piece of heavenly meteorite iron to create 10 deathless iron scrolls back then. Do you think that if it's really the iron scroll of freedom from death in your hand, this young lord can shatter it with a single stone? Great Prince, not only did you defy the law of the land and defile another man's wife and daughter, but you also attempted to forge the ancestral emperor's iron scroll of exemption from death as a way to absolve yourself of the crime, which is a capital offense. After hearing June Lintian's words, the crowd in the Great Hall was in an uproar. This Grand Prince is also really something. How could he do such a confusing thing? Yes, that's good. It's hard for His Majesty to open his mouth if he wants to favor him. Alas, confused. It's all because of the red face. A crowd of ministers bowed their heads and murmured, June Lintian, you're talking nonsense. The Grand Prince's face turned red as he yelled. It was clear that the deathless iron scroll he had bought from that downtrodden family back then was made of meteoric iron and was exceptionally hard. Not at all this black brick in his hand. He couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. This young lord. Nonsense? Upon hearing the shout of the Grand Prince, the corner of June Lintian's mouth lifted as he sneered. This young lord is fortunate enough to have accidentally purchased an iron scroll of freedom from death from a downtrodden family. As for the iron scroll of freedom from death in your hand, whether it's a fake or not, we'll know once we try it. After saying that, he took out a black-colored deathless iron scroll from his bosom, tapped it lightly with his knuckles, buzz, only to see the deathless iron scroll in June Lintian's hand. It slightly trembled a little and emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were wide open with disbelief in their eyes. The Grand Imperial Prince's body couldn't help but tremble as well. This iron scroll of freedom from death was something he had spent a lot of money on and bought from that downtrodden family. This matter, apart from him and his father, the rest of the people did not know about it. How on earth did this June Lintian know about it? The deathless iron scroll in June Lintian's hand should have been stolen from him. When, exactly, did you steal this deathless iron scroll from this emperor? The Grand Imperial Prince, gritting his teeth, questioned. Steal? June Lintian snorted. The Grand Prince can eat indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Will this young lord go and do that thieving villainous deed? Besides, this young lord, again, doesn't know that you have the matter of the Iron Scroll of Immortality. You, the Grand Imperial Prince, was shivering with anger, a handsome face filled with irritation. Junlin Tian was right. People simply didn't know that he had the matter of the Iron Scroll of Immortality. So what was the point of stealing it? At this point, he was really speechless. Chapter 111, Shut up, you son of a. At this moment, the Grand Prince's face was pale. His lips couldn't help but tremble a little as his gaze went straight towards Emperor Zhou. None of the people present then dared to speak in favor of the Grand Imperial Prince. After all, in front of the ironic truth, they didn't dare to play hardball with Junlin Tian or they would have to be dragged down as well. He could only turn his gaze for help towards Emperor Zhou. Father, Junlin Tian, he's bloodthirsty. The iron coupon for exemption from death in my son's hand was originally real. Father, you know. However, the Grand Prince's words hadn't even finished. It was only to see that Emperor Zhou, who was sitting on the dragon chair, already had an iron face. Bang! Emperor Zhou violently slapped the handle of the dragon chair with his hand. Shut up, you rebellious son! His eyes glared at the Grand Imperial Prince with a deadly glare, as if carrying a thick warning. The matter has come to a head, no matter what the Grand Prince may argue, and he flat out couldn't help. As for this matter of the iron coupon for freedom from death, he himself was informed of it, so he could not say anything about it. The Grand Imperial Prince was startled by the angry look in Emperor Zhou's eyes, couldn't even help but take 2 steps back. Father, I am aware of my mistake. He also realized that he had said the wrong thing. If one shakes out all about the deathless ironclad ticket, the ultimate downfall, it was likely that he himself would be kicked out of the capital directly by his father. For a moment, he couldn't help but hang his head. At this juncture, it would be wrong for him to say any more. But how could Junlin Tian let him go? It's times like these. Isn't it all the more important to beat the crap out of the dog? Grand Prince, this one thing you did today is truly absurd. Only to see Junlin Tian sneer at the Grand Prince. Not only did you defile another man's wife, but you even took out a fake iron ticket of exemption from death to deceive the king. You're doing this. What's the difference between that and falsely passing on an imperial decree? What's more, it's still a fake transmission of the late emperor's imperial decree. Junlin Tian had a cold smile on his face as his gaze swept over the Grand Imperial Prince like cold ice. If you really fooled everyone present today with this fake iron ticket for exemption from death, where would the face of the founding ancestor of the great Zhou dynasty go? You say, what is your offense? His words hit home, directly causing the Grand Imperial Prince's body to shiver and his legs to soften. He was almost about to kneel on the ground. Done. The Grand Prince never expected that he would actually allow Junlin Tian to catch such a break. He had originally thought that his sleeping with that pariah's wife wasn't a big deal, so naturally he hadn't taken it to heart. But right now this death-free iron ticket was dropped by Junlin Tian. Wouldn't you become a bully and a criminal? Is it even the equivalent of having the founding fathers flogged out of their royal tombs? Fruity. After Junlin Tian spoke these words, the faces of everyone present couldn't help but change. A group of ministers were also talking about it. The Grand Prince is absurd to the extreme. How could he do such a treacherous thing? Yes, the great ancestor is alive in heaven, but he was taken out as a shield by a junior. It is indeed the shame of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. Compared to this matter, the Grand Prince being dragged off to be immersed in a piggy bank is considered cheap. Junlin Tian heard the murmurings of a group of ministers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Today, he was going to treat the Grand Prince as a falling dog and beat him severely. Emperor Zhou, who was sitting on the dragon chair, also had an extraordinarily complicated face at the moment. However, as the emperor, he had always been happy and angry, and it was impossible for others to guess what was going on in his mind. But at this moment, he could not help but glance towards Junlin Tian. Then, the gaze fell back on the Grand Prince. This punk, in this matter at hand, it was really not good for Zhou Huang to get involved, and he couldn't help but make a wink towards Luo Wenshan. Luo Wenshan naturally noticed what Emperor Zhou meant. However, in a whirlwind, a bitter smile could not help but appear on his face, although he also wanted to show his loyalty to Emperor Zhou at this time. But the person to face now was Junlin Tian, who present did not know that Junlin Tian, the young master of the Jun family, appeared harmless on the surface, but in reality it's a ruthless, dark and sinister goods. Now Junlin Tian had pitched the Grand Prince against him. Isn't he or she just rushing up to the other side and giving the other side his or her face? It was well known that Junlin Tian would definitely become the topmost existence in the Tianxian continent in the future. There was absolutely no good in messing with Junlin Tian himself. At that thought, Luo Wenshan couldn't help but lower his eyebrows and simply pretended that he didn't see Emperor Zhou's wink. Emperor Zhou froze at this point. You two-bit bastard, why are you wussing out now? Ahem! He hurriedly coughed twice. and his gaze went straight to Luo Wenshan. Luo Wenshan couldn't pretend he didn't hear it now. However, he just arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, pay attention to your dragon body. Don't be angry with these things and spoil your body." Emperor Zhou held back his anger and simply went down himself. Alright, this ends here. The Grand Prince has done so many wrong things. Immediately go back to reflect. Without my consent is not allowed to come out. He wanted to make light of the matter. This kind of thing is a royal scandal. It's okay to argue in the courtroom, but if it gets out, does the royal family still want to lose their face? Wan Dashan, who had been in the corner, was suddenly ashen at this moment. The chastisement of the Grand Prince is just to go back and reflect? Then what's he doing all this for? He himself even put out an image of his wife having metamorphosed with the Grand Prince. The real cuckold is dead on. As soon as he thought of this, Wan Dashan walked directly to the center of the courtroom. Then, with a flutter, he fell to his knees. His head was pounding like garlic and he was kowtowing on the ground. Bang! 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 The blood from his forehead quickly soaked a large portion of the ground. Your Majesty, Herborists plead for a heavy chastisement of the Grand Imperial Prince. He raped my wife. How can I live in this world? If not, I will kowtow to death in this courtroom. When the Grand Imperial Prince saw Wan Dashan's appearance, a fire went up in his heart even more. You shut the up. This emperor, waste like pariah. Even if you kowtow to death here, my father will not be able to punish this emperor. Really give you face? Be careful this prince kill you all. Emperor Zhou, who was sitting on the dragon chair, changed his face. He immediately drank. Shut up, you rebellious son. Why don't you hurry back? If the words spoken by the Grand Prince were to get out, the people will no longer have any obedience or respect for the royal family and will even rebel. Father, my son. The eldest prince was instantly on his head again, and he wanted to say something more. Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, Emperor Zhou immediately said angrily, Men, why don't you escort the great prince back? But just then, instead, the Grand Princess stepped forward and bent over to bow. Then, throwing his voice, he said, I implore your majesty to punish the Grand Prince severely. Give the people under the sky an explanation. If not, the royal family of Great Zhou will not have any semblance of prestige to speak of in the hearts of the people. The anger on Emperor Zhou's face could not be suppressed. Second sister, you. At this moment, however, he saw that Eastern Emperor Tynein also took a step forward. I, the humble minister, implore your majesty to punish the Grand Imperial Prince severely. Give an explanation to the Great Zhou law. It will also comfort the founding ancestors' spirit in heaven. Chapter 112 Concubine Yan wanted to take down Junlin Tian. Zhou Huang, right now, felt like he was being roasted on a stove by several people, neither up nor down. Moreover, in this matter, the Grand Prince was indeed at a disadvantage, and it was indeed justified to punish the Grand Prince. But to take this matter directly, according to sinking one's son in a pond, is too much. That's his oldest son. How can you be the same as those untouchables? That's just it. All of you stand down. In the end, he gritted his teeth, waved his sleeve, and ordered, Men, escort the Grand Prince into the heavenly prison first, and wait for a later date. When Emperor Zhou finished speaking, he left the hall of discussion with a look of indignation. Emperor Zhou quickly disappeared from sight. When the big guys saw this, Luo Wenshan and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Grand Prince's life was finally not in danger for the time being. In the Grand Hall, Jun Lindian stood in place, his eyes slightly narrowed, a dense cold light filling his eyes. This uncle of his was really not an oil lamp. In order to protect his own son's life, he even played the ploy of wiping oil from his feet. Humph, old thing, do you think you can muddle through like that? Looking at Emperor Zhou's back, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The Grand Prince was only his first goal. His ultimate goal was to subvert the entire Great Zhou royal family. Junlin Tian, you shall not die. The Grand Prince was being clamped down by two forbidden guards, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and roared at Junlin Tian. How could he not expect that at this time? No one would come forward to plead for him. Even the Prime Minister who had always looked favorably on him had turned a blind eye. All of this was behind the scenes by the Junlin Tian in front of him. Ding! The son of Qi, the Great Prince, is furious and has lost 50 points of Qi. The host has gained 50 points of villain value. Oh, the Grand Prince is barking again. At those words, the corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Junlin Tian, this Imperial Prince will make you pay a terrible price. The Grand Imperial Prince cursed angrily while being dragged outside by the two forbidden guards on the other side. The surrounding group of ministers, on the other hand, were shocked and did not know how to react for a while. The Grand Prince was really escorted to the heavenly prison. This was the first time in so many years that a royal prince had been escorted to the heavenly prison in Great Zhou. After the Grand Prince was taken away, The surrounding group of ministers slowly recovered their clarity. They kept looking at each other, carefully sizing up Jun Lin Tian with their eyes. All of this was orchestrated by this 20-year-old young master of the Jun family. And, by the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping there. A few are happy and a few are sad. Empress Josu Ruyun was overjoyed when she learned that the Grand Prince had been imprisoned. After inquiring that the mastermind behind all of this was Jun Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look. It seems that after she gave Jun Lin Tian a taste of sweetness that day, Jun Lin Tian also knew to sell out. Then if he was given more of a taste of the sweetness of his, he would probably fall under his garnet and charge for her. Thinking about it, she recalled that time when she had an in-depth exchange of feelings about her life with Jun Lin Tian. It's really brave. It's 100 times better than that old man, Emperor Zhou. She kind of missed that feeling. On the other hand, after learning that her eldest son had been sent down to the heavenly prison by Emperor Zhou, Consort Yen went to the imperial study room in a frenzy to find Emperor Zhou to plead for mercy. But he was mercilessly stopped by Eunuch Li. Say that King Chao doesn't want to see anyone right now. All this can make Yan Fei anxious. Rumor has it that the Grand Prince is going to be immersed in a piggy bank and sunk in a pond this time. She couldn't stand by and watch her oldest son get sunk in a pond like that. Eunuch Li, I beg you to be accommodating and let me see the emperor. Yan Fei was outside on her knees pleading. Eunuch Li shook his head expressionlessly and said, Noble Consort Yen, the emperor has already said that he won't see anyone. Concubine Yen sniffed and blanched. She knelt on the ground and cried out, Please, Eunuch Li, please let the slave girl go and see the emperor. Concubine Yen has something urgent to report. Eunuch Li sniffed. His face slightly slowed down, and said, Since noble consort Yen wants to see the emperor, then you should go back and wait first, and when the emperor is willing to see you, the old slave will send someone to let me know. When Yan Fei heard this, she quickly kowtowed and thanked her. Things had come to a head, and since he couldn't get through to Emperor Zhou, he would go to Jun Lin Tian. On ringing the bell, this crisis was all planned by Jun Lin Tian behind the scenes, so as long as they took down Jun Lin Tian, this crisis would naturally be resolved by stealth. She had inquired about it, but this person, Jun Lin Tian, had a fatal weakness, just too young, with a lot of fire and a taste for the female sex. And what's the best thing about her? That's the art of seduction. For the sake of her son's little life, she had no choice but to compromise. She had been serving that old man, Emperor Zhou, all these years and had yet to taste fresh meat, so it was just the right time to taste fresh meat. Someone, go and invite the Jun family's young lord to come to this consort's place. After thinking about it, Yan Fei twisted her water snake waist and walked into the bedchamber. Lying on the bed couch with a fawning face, crossing her legs and shouting at the outside, the little maid outside sniffed, and immediately respectfully replied yes, turned around and ran out of the bedchamber. Yan Fei touched her delicate pretty face, her eyes narrowed slightly and said, Jun Lin Tian, with my posture, I don't believe that I can't take you. Despite having given birth to 5 children for King Chao, she takes great care of herself, enjoy all kinds of delicacies from the sea, in order to keep the youthful appearance forever. Half an hour later, Jun Lin Tian was led over. Meet Lady Yan Fei. Jun Lin Tian was dressed in black robes. His demeanor was graceful and his temperament was extraordinary. He walked close to Consort Yen and rushed to Consort Yen to arch his hand and bow, politely greeting her. Young Master Jun, please sit down. Yan Fei reached out and gestured for him to sit down. Speaking in a kindly tone, Jun Lin Tian sat down, and with that, Concubine Yen commanded. This concubine and the Jun family's young lord have important matters to talk about within 100 meters radius. No one can approach. Yes, ma'am. The little maid sniffed, turned around, and went out the door, and closed the door of the room behind her. The door to the room closed, and the room fell silent. Yan Fei got off the bed and walked over to Jun Lin Tian. She raised her head and looked at Jun Lin Tian, smiling like a flower as she said, Young master of the Jun family, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless in your tactics, that my son would be defeated in your hands so easily. Concubine Yan said this while also throwing winks towards Jun Lin Tian. Not dare. When Jun Lin Tian heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face as he faintly refused. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine the Yan Fei was selling, he was a smart man and naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to mess with such a demonic. Although, Yan Fei did look beautiful. The skin is snowy and breakable, the eyebrows are like distant daisies, the lips are like peach blossoms, and the body is concave and convex, with curves exposed. It was just a pity that he, Jun Lin Tian, was never short of beautiful women around him, and for Yan Fei's seduction, Jun Lin Tian was not the least bit moved. When Yan Fei saw that Jun Lin Tian even looked like he was not getting any oil or salt, she could not help but be a little annoyed. She sat on her but on Jun Lin Tian's lap, a pair of jade hands actively wrapping around Jun Lin Tian's neck. Chapter 113 Young Master. Young Lord Jun, this consort has also heard of your great name. This consort knows that you have a lot of fire and prefer beautiful women. You can even look at an old woman like Xiao Ruoyu. Do you not put this consort in your eyes? As concubine Yen spoke, she could not help but throw a wink at Junlin Tian. Besides, this princess is much younger than her. She wrapped her jade hands around Junlin Tian's neck. Hiss! What a leprechaun! It had to be said that this Yen Fei's body was still very material. Convex where it should be convex and concave where it should be concave. Boing! Yen Fei let out a soft whimper. What a... Yen Fei spat in her mind. He thought to himself that he really hadn't performed that room thing for too long, and now his body was actually so sensitive. She hurriedly shook the distractions out of her mind. It was imperative to get Junlin Tian to spare his eldest son. Junlin Tian could naturally detect the change in expression on Yen Fei's face. At this time, however, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he pretended to be solemn and said, "What does the Empress mean by this? It's not good for us to be so close, is it? Please respect yourself. Your Highness, Junlin Tian." Seeing that Junlin Tian was still unmoved, Yen Fei also went out on a limb. She clenched her silver teeth as she undid her palace robe, and then, a pair of mountain peaks were displayed in front of Junlin Tian, a pair of heart-stoppingly charming eyes, more like staring straight at him. Junlin Tian, this concubine will not beat around the bush with you. I only have one request. You release the great prince. This consort is at your disposal tonight. Yen Fei's red lips were slightly open, but her tone was subconsciously commanding. Let this young lord release the grand prince? A cold aura flashed in Junlin Tian's eyes. In an icy tone, he said, "You're teaching me things?" A terrifying aura even erupted around him. This terrifying aura instantly caused Yen Fei's body to soften and fall into his arms. Her eyes were horrified and she hastened to explain. "Young master, I didn't mean that. I just said that. I hope young master can let me taste what it's like to be a woman. As for my son Ming Yuan, it's not too late to discuss it when it's over." Speaking of this, Yen Fei's tone became petulant again. Sure enough, it's still such a mature woman who knows how to hold a man. Seeing Junlin Tian's face easing up, Yen Fei continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Young lord, you also know that I am very much subject to indifference in the palace. Emperor Zhou has not favored me for a long time. Doesn't the young lord want to try what it's like to be the emperor's forbidden domain? And you get to put a green hat on Emperor Zhou. Isn't that nice?" Junlin Tian looked at the naked Yen Fei in front of him, couldn't help but lick his lips. Pop! One of his big hands hit Yen Fei's jutting ass hard. What a... Boing boing. Yen Fei was in pain, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she let out a delicate cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a... Junlin Tian must admit that as the emperor's harem consort, concubine Yan's posture was indeed good. No wonder she could make Emperor Zhou favor her for so long. He thought about it for a moment. There was no reason not to eat the meat that was brought to his door. Plus there's still a green hat for that old thing. Emperor Zhou. Of course Junlin Tian was delighted to see it. Since you've seduced this young master like this, how can this young master let you go? The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile, and he reached out to give Yen Fei's jutting ass a heavy slap again. Yen Fei also went out on a limb. Then it started wagging its tail again. May the young lord have mercy on. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian's mouth hooked up in a grin as he engaged in an in-depth exchange of life with Yen Fei. At this time, Yen Fei reached out to block again. She turned back and asked through clenched teeth, "Young master, then the matter of the great prince." A slight displeasure flashed across Junlin Tian's face. "Didn't you say, we'll discuss it after we're done? Now be my slave girl." After saying that, he revealed a wickedly treacherous smile. "Young lord, Junlin Tian didn't give a damn and continued to do as he pleased. Half an hour later, she seemed to sense something, hastily turning back to remind, "Young lord, you don't." But Yen Fei hadn't had time to finish her sentence. "Young lord, how can you?" She had a look of displeasure on her face. After all, she was only going to use her beauty to take down Junlin Tian, thus making him release the Grand Imperial Prince. But who is Junlin Tian? The supervillain of Tianxian continent. Seeing Yen Fei's movement, he directly slapped heavily on Yen Fei's arse to stop her. Junlin Tian sneered, "If you force it out, this young lord will leave now. As for what happens to the Grand Prince, you shouldn't blame this young lord for being ruthless." Yen Fei was surprised at the moment. Does this man need to rest at all? What's the use of thinking so much about yourself? It would be better to just lie flat. A young body is good. This little bad guy is much better than that old loser. Emperor Zhou. After a while, she couldn't help but remind again, "Young lord, you remember never to put." However, her words had just fallen. Ugh. Yen Fei frowned slightly and sighed softly, but in turn, she was somewhat used to it. Never mind. He can do whatever he wants. Concubine Yen did not believe that just these few times, she would be pregnant with Junlin Tian's child. I don't know how many hours have passed. Yan Fei just felt like her body was falling apart. Young lord, you. Her voice was trembling a little. Yan Fei can remember very clearly. This little bastard has performed conjugal acts with himself 8 times. If not for his own cultivation, I'm afraid I would have been dead already. Young master, want this consort to give you a performance? When he heard this question, he couldn't help but stop his movements, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a hint of playfulness. Oh, the show? Chapter 114, Poor Beautiful Woman, retaliated by the Great Prince. Slave, specializes in musical instruments. After Yan Fei finished speaking, she was afraid that Junlin Tian would refuse. She hurriedly said, slave will play a piece of music for young lord. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yan Fei's movements, Junlin Tian could not help but laugh. Then he scolded, what a? After doing this, Yan Fei was also really hard to bear. He was so weak that he lay on the bed like a dead fish. By now, it was dark outside. Junlin Tian didn't even realize that he had actually been in deep communication with Yan Fei for 5 or 6 hours. But it's true, the feeling of cuckolding that old thing, Emperor Zhou, was pretty cool. Seeing that it was getting late, Junlin Tian straightened his clothes and then prepared to leave. Seeing that Junlin Tian was about to leave, Yan Fei instantly had a jolt and sat up again from the bed. She didn't bother to cover her naked body with clothes anymore. Yan Concubine's eyes stared straight at Junlin Tian and admonished, young lord, the slaves have been serving you for a whole night. You must spare the Grand Prince. All this night, she felt like she had died and come back to life. After paying so much himself, Junlin Tian couldn't keep his word. Could he? Confronted by Yan Fei's question, Junlin Tian just nodded and did not reply. He's a villain who pulls off ruthlessness. Just because you've been slept with by this young lord a few times, you want this young lord to release the Grand Prince? Don't dream. Junlin Tian laughed evilly in his heart. The Grand Prince was definitely to be gotten rid of. As for the promise made to Yan Fei, it was even less of a promise. It's not like there's a third witness here. Besides, did this young lord say anything about releasing the Grand Prince? Junlin Tian did not say much as he left the place in a flash, almost in the blink of an eye. Late night, Wang Yu, the Minister of Rights of the Xuanwu Empire, arrived at the heavenly prison of the Great Zhou dynasty. He came here to visit the Grand Prince. After all, now that the Grand Prince was the one who wore the blame, even if Emperor Zhou wanted to protect him, he could only be temporarily locked up in the heavenly prison. And what one you didn't expect? Although the Grand Prince was in the heavenly prison, he was living in a luxurious suite. Although the outside also had a basalt iron fence, the inside was full of all kinds of furnishings, carved king-size bed and millennium yellow rosewood chairs. Other than the lack of freedom, there is hardly any difference from the outside. Wang Yu had just approached the prison where the Grand Prince was, when he heard a woozy sound coming from inside. Great Prince, spare the slave. Slave really? However, he saw a beautiful woman who was currently serving the Grand Imperial Prince inside. The two are doing a deep life exchange. Since the Grand Prince was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, he then simply had the beautiful woman brought over. Then, it began to vent its anger on the beautiful woman endlessly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If it wasn't for that waste of a husband of yours, how could this emperor be imprisoned in the heavenly prison? This emperor is going to knock you up right now. Let that punk of a husband of yours raise a son for this emperor, only to see that the Grand Prince's eyes were red, and one of his hands was deadlocked around the beautiful woman's neck. Wang Yu waited until the Grand Prince was done before showing up. After he flashed a paperwork to the jailer, the other side let him go decisively. After all, the jailer also understood what Emperor Zhou meant. The Grand Prince was only coming to them temporarily for a period of vacation. It must be served with good food and drink and must not be offended. Looking at the delicacies on the table next to the Grand Prince, Wang Yu was all in a flurry of emotion. This Grand Prince really is pivotal in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even if they were put in jail, it's amazing how comfortable you can be now. Not only is there wine and food, but there are even beauties to serve. Wang Yu couldn't help but take another look at the beautiful woman. Wang Yu, see the Great Prince. When the Grand Imperial Prince saw the visitor, he gave the beautiful woman a wink. The beautiful woman then immediately dressed him again. After taking out all his anger on the beautiful woman, the Grand Prince's face was also much better. He looked at Wang Yu. You came to find this emperor. I hope it's with good news. Wang Yu nodded and said, back to the Grand Prince. There is indeed good news. The emperor of the Xuanwu Empire has now proclaimed Junlin Tian's atrocities to the entire Tianxian continent. I think by tomorrow at the latest, it will spread throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the Grand Prince immediately snorted coldly. Good. This emperor will make him, Junlin Tian, lose his reputation. At that time, the entire Tianxian continent will target him. Even if his Jun family is powerful, can they go against the entire Tianxian continent? Wang Yu immediately offered a kiss of ass. The great imperial prince is wise. A smile piled up on his face. Jun Lin Tian has done so much evil, raping so many women and even robbing you, the Grand Imperial Prince, that he has become no different from a demonic cultivator. People like him are naturally punishable by everyone. The Grand Prince was so blown away. The heart is also a bit fluttering. You've done a good job. When this prince ascends to the throne, then you'll come to my great Zhou to be the prime minister. At this moment, he was even thinking about the scene where he ascended the throne, but he had completely forgotten that he was in the middle of a heavenly prison. Wan Yu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, great prince. However, he quickly put on a straight face again and said, by the way, your highness, do you have any news here about the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom? Bonya? I've sent out quite a few men to scout, but I haven't found Bonehead at all. Wan Yu also felt strange. As a matter of fact, Bonehead, as the 8th prince of the ancient country of southern barbarians, there should be quite a few guards around, but how did they suddenly disappear? The Grand Imperial Prince sniffed and frowned, but he also opened his mouth and said plainly, this emperor has not found Bonesetter either. He has no other enemies in Great Zhou other than Jun Lin Tian. That's why this emperor suspects that he has been captured by Jun Lin Tian now, though he already had a suspicion in his mind. But nay, there was no full proof, so he couldn't bring anyone to Jun's house to explore. After all, the Jun family was guarded by a great emperor. Even if more experts went in, there would be no return. Wan Yu hurriedly asked, Great Prince, then what should we do now? After some thought, the Grand Prince gave his ploy. In this way, you, however, spread the news of Bonechild's seizure by the Jun family back to the southern barbarian ancient kingdom. After all, he's also the 8th prince, and it's impossible for the southern barbarian ancient kingdom to sit back and do nothing. When the time comes, let the southern barbarian ancient kingdom put pressure on Great Zhou and force the Jun family to release him. Wan Yu also felt that it was feasible and couldn't help but nod. That's right, those people in the southern barbarian ancient kingdom don't have brains, only force. As long as they receive the news, they surely won't think much of it either, and will put pressure on Great Zhou at the first opportunity. It was good to bring a little trouble to the Jun family. Chapter 115 Abuse of a Beautiful Woman. Wan Yu asked again at this time with a lowered brow. Is there anything else your highness would like to leave to me to do? The Grand Emperor sneered and reached out to give the beautiful woman a heavy slap on her arse. Of course, this emperor has another plan. As he spoke, he fished a letter out of his pocket. Then he asked, do you know about the marriage of the young princess Zhou Qinghuan of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty? Wan Yu's eyes rolled as he pondered in his mind. Then, he suddenly realized. It is said that Princess Qinghuan was betrothed to the 9th prince of Great Qian when she was 16 years old. A wicked smile spread across the corners of the Grand Imperial Prince's mouth. Nice! This emperor has already written to the 9th prince of Great Qian in his correspondence that his fiancée Zhou Qinghuan and the young master of the Jun family are obviously having an adulterous affair as they are hooking up with each other. That's why I asked him to make sure to bring the welcoming party over early to welcome Qinghuan. As the Grand Prince spoke, the smile on his face became even more sinister. A large hand then worked its way back up the beautiful woman's body. He continued to open his mouth and sneered. If the 9th prince of Great Qian comes one step late, the one who waits to marry back will be a broken shoe. At that time, he'll have to taste the taste of wearing a cuckold as well. Humph, I don't believe that the 9th prince won't immediately come over and marry Zhou Qinghuan off. Even if he, Jun Lintian, has heavenly abilities, does he still dare to go and snatch someone from the Great Qian dynasty? Wan Yu was also listening carefully at the moment though, but out of the corner of his eye, he also looked towards the beautiful woman from time to time. That beautiful woman obviously had some bruises all over her body, and she didn't know how she was made out by the great prince? Seeing that the Grand Prince was silent, Wan Yu hurriedly said respectfully, the Grand Prince is wise. The Grand Prince seemed to have noticed Wan Yu's eyes, but it was only a light laugh. Afterward, he then said with a straight face, Wang Yu, you immediately send someone to deliver this letter, at the fastest speed possible, to the hands of the 9th Prince of Deqian. Wang Yu respectfully collected the letter and put it back into his arms. Please don't worry, Your Highness, I'll have someone do it right away. And at this time, the Grand Prince had finished his business, and his heart couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. His purpose was to keep Jun Lin Tian busy. Even if he couldn't directly destroy Jun Lin Tian, he still had to make his life uncomfortable. The Grand Prince sneered again. As for the content of the letter, it was that his mother consort, concubine Yan, happened to stumble upon Jun Lintian hooking up with Zhou Qinghuan in the palace gardens a few days ago, and then it was revealed to him. The Grand Prince also really did not expect that Zhou Qinghuan actually had such a relationship with Jun Lintian, and according to what mother consort had said, the relationship between the two was clearly different from that between Jun Lintian and other women. In his heart, he said, it seems that Jun Lintian, this is obviously deeply in love with Qinghuan. In that case, this prince will not let you live well, since Zhou Qinghuan had a marriage contract with the 9th Prince of Deqian. this matter could be used to discuss Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian, this emperor will also let you taste the taste of losing your woman. Don't you just love cuckolding people? This time, this cuckold is going to be on your head. In order to take revenge on Junlin Tian, the Grand Prince had tried everything he could think of. He wouldn't believe it. After using so many ploys myself, I still can't target you. Junlin Tian? Wang Yu listened to the Grand Prince's magnificent words. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and said appreciatively, Your Highness is truly brilliant. With these ploys, there is no fear that he, Junlin Tian, will not be disgusted. At the same time, he said in his mind, worthy of being the Grand Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, he could actually even think of such a bad idea. If these ploys are followed, it was enough to keep Junlin Tian's hands busy for a while. At that time, if there were any other means, Junlin Tian would definitely not be able to take care of himself. The Grand Prince also smiled, taking Wang Yu's horse's ass in stride. At this moment, he saw Wang Yu's eyes from the corner of his eyes looking towards the beautiful woman again. Then he reached out his hand and made a bad move on the peaks of the beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was abused in this way and could not help but clench her silver teeth in pain, yet she could only smile back and forth. After all, the only thing she had to rely on right now was the Grand Imperial Prince. If she offended the Grand Imperial Prince again, she really wouldn't have any good end. The Grand Emperor laughed and pushed the beautiful woman forward again. He looked at Wang Yu and said, What? Squire Wang is looking hot. Since you're helping this emperor, then this emperor allows you to play with this woman. At those words, Wang Yu hastily withdrew his gaze. He waved his hand repeatedly and said in fear, No, 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 this is your woman. Great Prince, how dare humble servant overstep his bounds? Just kidding, playing with the Grand Prince's woman, isn't that a death wish? But despite his words, he couldn't help but wipe the harumph from the corner of his mouth. It had to be said that the Grand Prince really did have a sharp eye, and this kind of charming mature woman could even be obtained by him. The Grand Prince also spoke up, Since you're not playing, forget it. This emperor will go over some more details with you. After the two talked about some details, Wang Yu then happily went to send people to set it up. Looking at Wang Yu's back as he turned to leave, the Grand Prince couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth. Humph, Junlin Tian, you, fighting with this imperial prince? You're still tender. Wait until he's out of this. It's when he leaves this heavenly prison. After saying that, the Grand Emperor turned to look at the beautiful woman. With an evil smile on his face, he said, having finished explaining the business, It's now time for you to give birth to a son for this emperor. That beautiful woman saw the lustful color in the eyes of the Grand Prince. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back as her legs went weak. Great Prince, slave really, in just half a day, she had been tortured so many times, even an iron body can't carry it. However, the Grand Prince's face turned cold and threatened. Hurry over and lie down, or else this prince will lock you up in this heavenly prison for the rest of your life. You are now this emperor's slave girl. You must do whatever this imperial prince wants you to do. When the beautiful woman heard these threatening words from the Grand Imperial Prince, her heart was immediately terrified. Being locked up in a heavenly prison for the rest of your life? At the moment, she could only be obedient and choose to submit. Turning back, she pretended to be pitiful and said, I still hope that the great prince will have mercy on the slave. The Grand Prince was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing her in this pathetic state, he couldn't help but curse angrily. What a! He went straight to undressing, followed by an in-depth life exchange with the beautiful woman. A moment later, he came down with a smug look on his face. Even so, the Grand Prince still felt that it was not enjoyable. His eyes flicked to notice the candle that was burning next to the prison cell, and then the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil smile afterward. The Grand Emperor slowly approached the beautiful woman while holding the candle in one hand. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's eyes widened in shock. Grand Prince, don't! Upon hearing this, the corner of the Grand Prince's mouth hooked with an evil smile. Don't? What don't? This emperor said that you are now this emperor's slave girl. Although her heart was unwilling, but thinking of the consequences of offending the Grand Imperial Prince, the beautiful woman could only do exactly as she was told. The beautiful woman's brows knitted and she let out a low cry of pain. Ah! The Grand Prince. Chapter 116, The Death List. The night is late, but screams came from time to time from inside the heavenly prison. The Grand Emperor threw the candle that had burned out in his hand to the side. What a? Her mouth says no, but her body is not very honest. There's that big reaction. Well, this emperor won't allow those things to go to waste. And when you're pregnant then, let that turtle husband of yours raise a son for this emperor. Instead, with this abuse from the party, it was as if the Grand Prince had opened a new door. Communicate about life in this way. It was as if it also gave him a different feeling. Those fires of anger that were originally in the heart of the Grand Prince had also been eliminated a lot at this moment. However, this is not enough. Only to see the Grand Prince looking around. not finding anything to take advantage of. He simply shouted toward the outside. Where's the jailer? Bring your whip over to this emperor. The beautiful woman had been tortured long ago. He heard the word whip, but he didn't know where he got the strength to get up all at once. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The beautiful woman immediately begged. The great prince begs you to spare the slave. The great imperial prince wants to play however he wants. My slave is willing to bear it, but that's absolutely not okay. The grand emperor was on a roll at the moment. Who cares what the beautiful woman is saying? Within moments, the jailer had handed over the whip. The cell head also smiled with a flattering face and said, Great prince, if you don't use it while it's still in your hand and feel its light, you can dip it in some more water to ensure that it sounds loud when you smoke it. The days on this side of the heavenly prison were already boring. These jailers had just listened to that beautiful woman's screams and only felt that they were countless times more pleasing to the ears than the voices of those on death row. Some of the bold ones even sneaked over to take a look. The grand emperor took the whip in his hand and waited. If it got wet, I was afraid that it would only whip the beautiful woman to death, and then I wouldn't be able to have any fun myself. Okay, you guys go back. He spoke towards the jailer, and then approached towards the beautiful woman with the whip. Grand prince, don't. The beautiful woman had a watering look on her face at the moment. Instead, the grand emperor simply lashed the whip up. Shut up. All you have to do now is to serve this emperor and then give this emperor a son. With those words, he kicked the beautiful woman to the ground again. Immediately afterward he stomped his foot hard on the beautiful woman's face, ravaging it with all his might. The grand prince's face was livid and he said viciously, You a slave girl, bitch, not qualified to discuss with this emperor. He then swung the whip. In the next few moments, the grand prince vented all the anger in his heart on the beautiful woman. *********************************** ing awesome. He liked this feeling of holding other people's lives in his hands too much. As long as he waited for him to ascend to the throne, which woman would he want to play then that he couldn't? The sound of the grand prince's maniacal laughter soon came from the heavenly prison. As time passes, the screams in the heavenly prison seem to be becoming fainter and fainter as well. Late night, the northern border of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the center army camp, Jun Haotian, the Great Zhou imperial dynasty's great general of Xinhua, was sitting upright on the main table inside the tent, having a sleepless night. At the moment, he was cupping a list in his hands. This was precisely a list that Jun Lin Tian had sent over some time ago, and all that was written on it were the names of men who would rebel against him. This list was exactly what Jun Lin Tian had seen from the original. Jun Lin Tian knew very well that if he wanted to continue to be the great villain of the Xin Tian continent, then he had to make sure that the Jun family was solid. That was why he had written down the entirety of the list that he had read, and had subsequently given it to his father, Jun Haotian. The purpose was for him to be careful to guard against these men mutinying in the army and seizing the camp late at night. At this moment, Jun Haotian's eyes stared straight at this list for a long time, unable to speak. Today, for some reason, half of the generals up here, with their cronies, had raided their own center tent in the middle of the night. If I hadn't known about this list ahead of time, I would have prepared for it beforehand. I'm afraid that at this point in time, I'm likely to be dead, and likewise, the military power of Great Zhou will once again fall into the hands of the Great Zhou royal family. Sessions, their Jun family, too, would be subject to endless retaliation from the Great Zhou imperial family. My son, Lin Tian, has truly extraordinary means. Jun Haotian sighed leisurely. He then looked to the names of the generals whose X's he had drawn. The eyes gradually became sad and angry. He had also investigated those who rebelled tonight, and all of them had been secretly bribed by Emperor Zhou, and some of them, all of them, were trained by him from the big-headed soldiers. But these people, in the end, still defected to Emperor Zhou and betrayed him. Jun Haotian has been a military man all his life, and at this moment, he is actually a bit saddened. That's just it. In the future, with my son, Lin Tian, taking over the Jun family, I'll be relieved. And at this point, looking at the remaining half, the list of generals who didn't participate tonight, Jun Haotian, however, grinned at the corners of his mouth and called the vice general in. All these people left on the list, you arrest and sneak off to be executed. He trusted this list from Jun Lin Tian. Also trusting Proteus, he wouldn't give him a fake name. The rest of these people just didn't rebel against him for the time being, but sooner or later they would all betray. Instead of being passive at that time, it would be better to take the initiative now. Not much longer. In one corner of the military formation's firing range, several generals, tied up, were escorted. This was followed by the lifting of the sack over his head, and at this moment, each of these generals looked at each other, all of them showing a stunned expression. Every general's heart was overwhelmed with fear. You know, you didn't do anything, but how could you be found out? Which leaked it anyway? A general had only just yelled out, but immediately afterward, the large sword behind him fell with it. Swish, rumble, a head rolled to the ground. Another flurry of hands and swords followed, and a corner of the schoolyard was dyed red with blood. Day 2. Just as Wan Yu had said, the rumor that the Jun family's young lord had kidnapped the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess had spread throughout the Tianxian continent, and all of the people on the Great Zhou dynasty side knew about it as well. Jun Lin Tian's move had undoubtedly angered many of the people. However, intimidated by the strength of the Jun family, not a single person dared to go to the Jun family to cause trouble. However, this long street in front of the Jun family's door was still filled with people. The crowd murmured, "Have you heard? The Jun family's young master actually kidnapped the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. My god, he's really not afraid to fight. I'm only afraid that the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire is going to be furious. At that time, I don't know if he will declare war on Great Zhou. How could he be afraid of going to war? It's not like the Jun family is so powerful that they would let Jun Lin Tian go to war. When the time comes for the Xuanwu Empire to come over and demand someone, I'll see if he, Jun Lin Tian, dares to top it or not. Don't drag us ordinary people down with you when the time comes." Chapter 117, the 9th Prince of Daqian wants to marry Princess Qingwan in advance. Jun's house, inside the flower hall. Listening to these remarks reported over by Jun Mengyao, Jun Lin Tian, however, just leisurely sipped his tea and then laughed. He was most disdainful of this kind of public opinion war. This stuff, he wasn't afraid of at all, because he doesn't care about these false reputations. Besides, as the supervillain of the Tianxian continent, he didn't need this thing called honor at all. Jun Lin Tian sneered in his heart. As long as he had absolute strength in his hands, these people who chew the cud can only talk behind their backs. I'm afraid, I wouldn't even dare to spit in front of the Jun family's front door, not to mention, making any move against his Jun family. At this moment, Jun Lintian also laughed. Mengyao, there is no need to bother about these rumors. Let them say it if they dare. The smile on his face then changed to a sneer as well. But if anyone really dares to come over and cause trouble, this young lord doesn't mind killing a chicken to make an example of him either. At those words, Jun Mengyao, however, was a bit tongue-tied. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young lord, I also heard something else. The 9th Prince of Great Qian seems to have received some kind of news. Now, the team that has been brought to welcome the bride has entered the boundaries of the Great Zhou and will bring people today at noon, wanting to marry Qingwan." Bang! The tea light in Jun Lin Tian's hand instantly turned into pieces. A terrifying aura even erupted around him. The eyes were tinted with a scarlet red. It was more full of solemnity. Jun Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone all carrying killing intent as he said morosely, "The 9th Prince of Daqian? Dare to come and rob this young lord?" Jun Mengyao, who was on the side, was somewhat intimidated by Jun Lin Tian's body aura at the moment. The reason why she hesitated to say anything just now was because she was afraid that the young lord would get angry over this. After all, that day in the palace, the young master treats Qingwan princess sister's tenderness. She can see clearly. Jun Mengyao hurriedly persuaded, "Young lord, don't be in a hurry. The 9th Prince of Daqian hasn't arrived at the palace yet." Upon hearing these words, Jun Lin Tian's aura then collected itself, but his face was still cold as ice. Because really, if we let the 9th Prince of Daqian really get his way and marry Qingwan, then Sister Qingwan will surely commit suicide. Jun Lin Tian would never allow such a thing to happen. He quickly had an idea, and when he got up, he said, "Mengyao, you go with this young master to the palace and fetch Sister Qingwan." Soon after, Jun Lin Tian took Jun Mengyao to the palace. Taking advantage of the fact that the 9th Prince of Great Qian had not arrived, he went directly to the harem and found Empress Su Ruyun, who was in charge of the harem. "The young lord of the Jun family is here?" Empress Su Ruyun heard the palace eunuch report that Jun Lintian had come and even got up directly from her bed to greet her at the door. "The other day when I was exchanging life with Jun Lin Tian, the little badass." The feeling of fulfillment was something she couldn't get out of her mind now, despite being inside this little bastard so many times, but she was still worried that she wouldn't be able to conceive. And in the last couple of days she had been thinking of ideas on how to seduce Jun Lintian again. As a result, Jun Lin Tian himself gave it to the door? As soon as she thought of this, Su Ruyun couldn't help but have some thoughts in that area. But when she saw that Jun Lintian was still accompanied by Jun Mengyao, her face suddenly became a little displeased. "Young master of the Jun family, what is it that you have come to see this palace for?" Jun Lin Tian swept an aggressive gaze at Su Ruyun. In particular, he lingered for a while between those plump legs. Afterwards, he smiled evilly and said, "Back to the Empress. The Jun family intends to host a banquet for Sister Qingwan at noon today, so this young lord has come over to greet her." When Su Ruyun heard this, she was a bit unhappy. "I thought you were coming to see the palace to exchange views on life, but it turned out to be for that unloved girl?" She rolled her eyes and said without a care in the world, Fine, you pick it up." Nowadays, Su Ruyun had her heart set on conceiving Junlin Tian's son. Then, push the son to that supreme throne. When the time comes, she will be at ease as her own empress dowager. So right now for these irrelevant things, she doesn't care. With the queen's consent, Jun Lintian then hurriedly brought Jun Mengyao to Zhou Qingwan's residence, only to see that at this moment, Zhou Qingwan was sitting in the courtyard, holding the summoning jade pendant in one hand and propping up her chin with one hand. Eyes stared straight at the door, as if they were missing someone, and in the next instant, after seeing Jun Lintian appear, Zhou Qingwan's eyes instantly lit up and her entire being became bright. Brother Lin Tian? She quickly ran to Jun Lin Tian and lowered her head again with a red face. The voice said weakly, Qingwan misses you. As Jun Lin Tian looked at Zhou Qingwan's well-behaved and adorable appearance, he also could not help but feel a tenderness permeate his heart. He reached out and rubbed Zhou Qingwan's hair. Brother, misses you too. To think that such a well-behaved Zhou Qingwan had such a tragic life in the original. Jun Lin Tian's heart was suddenly filled with killing intent. Those people, they deserve to die. But this killing intent, in front of Sister Qingwan, he would not show the slightest bit. Jun Lintian's voice was extremely gentle as he said, Sister Qingwan, my brother invited you to the Jun family for lunch at noon today and the Empress has agreed to go. Would you like to go? Really? Zhou Qingwan couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Of course Qingwan is willing, as long as she was able to accompany brother Lin Tian. No matter what she did, she was willing. After all, she was deeply in love with Jun Lin Tian. Jun Mengyao, who was at the side, looked at her own young master's affectionate appearance. For a time, there was actually some envy for Zhou Qingwan. Perhaps only Sister Qingwan could receive such tenderness from the young lord. Afterwards, Jun Lintian received Zhou Qingwan into the Jun family. In the meantime, Zhao Yuanbai, the ninth prince of Great Qian, also finally arrived at the Great Zhou Palace at noon. Emperor Zhou received Zhao Yuanbai at the Hall of Discussion. The ninth prince of Great Qian has come to meet me. What is the matter? Zhao Yuanbai looked calm on his face, but his heart was furious. If it wasn't for the Grand Prince of the Zhou dynasty sending himself a letter, I'm afraid I don't even know that I'm about to be cuckolded. However, right now in the Zhou dynasty's territory, Zhao Yuanbai naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He just bowed respectfully. Afterwards, he spoke extremely seriously. Yuanbai has admired Princess Qingwan for a long time, and today he has come in the hope that he will be able to welcome Princess Qingwan back to his country in advance. I hope your majesty will be gracious. Emperor Zhou first frowned at his words, but then, he heard Zhao Yuanbai continue. Yuanbai has already brought a generous bride price. I only ask for your majesty's favor. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and behind him there were ambassadors and palace guards, carrying up a dozen large boxes. The ambassadors opened the boxes one by one, all of which contained gold, silver and jewels of great value, as well as various elixirs. In order to be able to marry Zhou Qingwan as soon as possible, Zhao Yuanbai had also put in his blood. Emperor Zhou saw that Zhao Yuanbai was so sincere and had prepared so many bride price, and without any doubt, he spoke. In that case, then I shall oblige. Eunuch Li, go get Princess Qingwan. Eunuch Li hurriedly promised, but not a moment later, he returned with a pale face. Back to your majesty. Princess Qingwan was picked up by the Jun family's young lord earlier in the day. Chapter 118, the ninth prince of Dakian, wants to force his way into the Jun family to take Princess Qingwan away. Eunuch Li's old face was white at this time. There were even more beads of sweat on his creased forehead. He looked towards Emperor Zhou with terrified eyes, fearing that the emperor would transfer his anger onto him. Emperor Zhou's face also turned ugly at his words. Jun Lin Tian? How could he pick up Qingwan? After all, Zhao Yuanbai was still here, so he couldn't not give this face. Then, Emperor Zhou asked in an angry voice, Eunuch Li, you come and tell me, on what basis can he, Jun Lin Tian, pick up Qingwan from the harem? Eunuch Li's aged body could not help but tremble. Then, he immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, forgive me. The old slave also thought it was strange, and only when I went to ask the Empress Mother did I realize that it was Jun Lintian who had picked up Princess Qingwan on the pretext of a banquet. Eunuch Li knelt in fear in the hall of discussion, not daring to lift his head up in the slightest. In this matter, whether it was the ninth prince of the Great Qian dynasty or Empress Su Ruyun, he could not afford to offend, not to mention that murderous little member of the Jun family. That little man even dared to kill the palace guards, and broke his hand. Eunuch Li was only thinking of hurrying to find an excuse to slip out at this moment. His old bones couldn't afford to be tossed around any longer. But at this moment, Zhao Yuanbai snorted coldly and said, Your Majesty, Emperor Zhou, Jun Lin Tian has bullied people too much. On my way to the Zhou dynasty, I had already heard that Jun Lin Tian had kidnapped the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess. The way I see it today, he's not even feasting, he's kidnapping. If it wasn't for the fact that it's now in the land of the Zhou dynasty, Zhao Yuanbai had long since gone ballistic. How could he have imagined that his fiancée was actually received by Jun Lin Tian at his home? What's this about? Jun Lin Tian was trying to sew a green hat on his head. How could Zhao Yuanbai endure? Kidnapping is impossible. How could Jun Lin Tian have that ability to kidnap someone from my harem? Emperor Zhou naturally did not want to lose the face of the Zhou dynasty in front of Zhao Yuanbai, the ninth prince of Deqian, he said with a straight face. In my opinion, I think there is no doubt that it is a banquet, even if it's really a kidnapping. Emperor Zhou would never admit it either. Kidding aside, if other people knew, his harem could be let in and out at will like this, then on his head as the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, wouldn't it have been a green pasture already? However, Emperor Zhou didn't know that at all. He had 2 green hats on his head long ago, and it was all put on him by Jun Lin Tian alone. Zhao Yuanbai's heart had long been filled with anger at this point, but he also forced down his fire. And what does your majesty say should be done? This imperial prince has come to the Zhou dynasty to welcome the princess with so many bridegrooms, and so many people. If we don't even bring back a single figure, won't the world be ashamed of us? The envoys behind him were likewise filled with righteous indignation. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that this person, Jun Lin Tian, did no evil, they thought it was Emperor Zhou giving them the slip. At this moment, Emperor Zhou was also quite helpless. Faced with this situation, he couldn't let the forbidden guards go and snatch the people back. Could he? Doing that would only upset the Jun family. Knowing that the military power of the great Zhou was still in the hands of Jun Haotian, the Zhou emperor couldn't help but be afraid. Emperor Zhou thought for a moment and then spoke. In that case, Eunuch Li, at my behest, you will take the ninth prince of Great Xian to the Jun family to ask for someone. Eunuch Li heard this. The body shivered. Let him ask for someone? If he really went to the Jun family, he was only afraid that he would be beaten to death by Jun Lin Tian. Eunuch Li? Emperor Zhou's tone became even more somber. The old slave obeys the decree. Eunuch Li could only sigh in his heart. Afterwards, he brought Zhao Yuanbai and his group to the Jun family, outside the main gate of the Jun family residence. Looking at the heavy gate of the Jun family and the guards wearing armor and swords at the entrance, Eunuch Li couldn't help but gulp. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he bowed respectfully towards Zhao Yuanbai. Ninth prince, please, Eunuch Li thought to himself. Anyway, I'm not involved in asking for people, so let the two of you fight on your own. Zhao Yuanbai was not afraid of Jun Lin Tian. However, if he were to go up and speak in person, it would be a fall from grace instead. He gave a wink to He Huai, the minister of rights next to him. Squire Ho, you go and ask for someone. As soon as He Huai heard that this errand had landed on his head, he immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head. I obey. He then arrived at the Jun family's front door with his head held high. You guys, go inside and tell Jun Lin Tian to hurry up and send Princess Qingwan out. If you delay the auspicious day, humph, His Highness the Ninth Prince will definitely make you all suffer. However, He Huai hadn't finished his words. Me so. Then he only saw the two guards at the door unsheathe their swords. The cold light of the sword reflected on He Huai's face, causing him to subconsciously retreat 2 steps. He gulped. What are you? What are you doing? One of the guards said in a cold voice. What are you? Dare to call my Jun family's young lord by his name. If you keep clamoring here, don't blame us for being impolite. The two guards glanced at each other, not giving a damn about this so-called ninth prince of Deqian in front of them. The young master has already explained it long ago, but anyone who dares to come to the Jun family to ask for someone, don't give a good face. Are you kidding? Who is Jun Lin Tian? The one who belongs to him? Will he give it to someone else? No matter if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take anyone away from the Jun family. At this moment, Jun Lin Tian, who was having lunch with Zhou Qingwan, listening to the report coming from the guards, the corner of his mouth could not help but hook. I didn't expect that this Zhao Yuanbai would be so indolent. It's coming to my door now. He wanted to see just how far Zhao Yuanbai dared to go. Anyway, he was the one who married Zhou Qingwan in the original. Jun Lin Tian will definitely not let him have a good time, and it's best not to even leave a whole body. Afterward, he put away the killing intent in his heart. Smiling faintly towards Zhou Qingwan, he gently said, Sister Qingwan, don't worry. No matter who comes, I won't let them take you away. At this time, the street, a number of onlookers had already gathered. Where did these people come from? How dare they come to trouble the Jun family? I heard that it's the ninth prince of the Great Qian dynasty. It seems like he's here to ask for someone from the Jun family. TSK, there's a good show today, actually offending the Jun family's young lord. He really desires to live a long life. A ninth prince only, not the emperor of Deqian. The Jun family's young master even dared to kidnap the 19th princess of the Xianwu Empire. What can he do with a ninth prince? Zhao Yuanbai listened to the comments of the passers-by, almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood in anger. When had he, the ninth prince of Great Qian, been able to be looked down upon like this? No matter how powerful Jun Lin Tian was, he was still only the Jun family's regional young master. But he, Zhao Yuanbai, is the ninth prince of Deqian. With that thought, Zhao Yuanbai directly strides towards the Jun family's gate, and the two Jun family guards immediately drew their swords and stood guard in front of the gate like towers of iron. The Jun family residence. Please stop, Your Excellency. Zhao Yuanbai was on the verge of laughing with anger. How dare you guys stop this prince? Tell Jun Lindian to get his ass out here for this imperial prince. To dare to rob this imperial prince's woman. I think he's tired of living. Does he want Great Qian to start another war with Great Zhou? Chapter 119, The Jun Family Rebellion? Who knows? This threat from Zhao Yuanbai was not of any use. Instead, onlookers and passersby have been eating it up. Asterisk. The Jun family's young lord is awesome. Actually snatched the woman of the ninth prince of Great Qian? This can't be said nonsense. Who made this ninth prince of Deqian incapable of keeping a woman? At this moment, these passersby looked at Zhao Yuanbai's head as if they were all green. Zhao Yuanbai couldn't bear it. How could he, the ninth prince of Great Qian, let people treat him like a monkey? However, he is not a good person. Zhao Yuanbai was clear in his heart. He knew that Jun Lintian was trying to make him eat the door. He couldn't even enter the front door of the Jun family. How do you pick someone up? Not to mention the fact that he had been rejected by the Jun family despite his status as a royal son, which was undoubtedly a slap in his face. It is also a slap in the face of Deqian. On the side, Why couldn't help but come over and cautiously inquired, Your Highness, what do we do now? Zhao Yuanbai laughed coldly, already having an idea in his mind. Even if you, Jun Lintian, are ruthless, what can you do? Today, being insulted like this, with his fiancée being taken away by this young master of the Jun family, how could he not be angry? Zhao Yuanbai laughed coldly. Servant you're leading people to scream and curse at the Jun family's door. This imperial prince doesn't believe it. Does Jun Lintian not care about honor? Why looked at the few ferocious guards at the entrance of the Jun family, cannot help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Some for it, Your Highness. This is not good. Zhao Yuanbai glared at him with a ferocious gaze. Do whatever this emperor tells you to do. Could it be that you want this emperor to be made a fool of here? At these words, Why said in fear, Micro, I wouldn't dare. He then immediately turned around and called for a welcoming party. Listen all of you. Now all of you start cursing Jun Lintian here. Whoever makes the loudest noise will be heavily rewarded. Those ceremonial officers behind him couldn't help but come to their senses when they heard that. One by one, they all ripped out their voices and screamed curses. Jun Lintian, you are full of evil. You've done all the bad things. The young master of the Jun family has taken someone's fiancée. Heaven's wrath and man's grudge. You'll die a horrible death. The young master of the Jun family is a villain and a bully. However, this one stirred up a hornet's nest. The moment those passers-by on the sidelines saw this group of people, they actually didn't know what to expect and started cursing the Jun family. There was a flurry of ducking away towards the back. Just kidding, they don't want to get their asses kicked along with it. Thus, Zhao Yuanbai and his group and the crowd of onlookers. Instantly a vacuum belt separates them. Eunuch Li also didn't expect that Zhao Yuanbai would be so bold. He was just about to follow the crowd of onlookers and hide in the back. But to their surprise, a group of senior guards from the Jun family rushed directly towards them. A civil official from the Ministry of Rights was directly kicked out. The Jun clan guards' gazes were icy cold as they stared at Zhao Yuanbai and his party and said angrily, You guys are really tired of living. Even our young lord dares to curse. All hands on deck. Knock all the teeth out of these people's mouths. But anything less than one. None of you will stay in the Jun family. Gotcha. All of the guards were rubbing their fists, and when they caught one of them, they beat them up. After the beating, seeing that there were still teeth in the other party's mouth, he directly pulled them off with his hand hard. My teeth. Bang. Immediately after that, the Minister of Rights, was also knocked to the ground. As soon as Zhao Yuanbai saw the scene, his eyes were instantly filled with fear. He braced himself and posed himself as the ninth prince. Scolded angrily, You guys have such big dog guts. These are all my prince's people. How dare you guys make a move? Do you guys want Great Zhou and Great Qian to go to war? Who knows? The senior guards of the Jun family heard this. Instead, he snorted disdainfully. With that, he kicked Zhao Yuanbai out. I'm beating you barking dogs. Eunuch Li on the side had already looked dumbfounded. It's over. The Jun family actually beat up even the ninth prince. Great Zhou dynasty. This is going to change the sky. Eunuch Li just tried to escape to the back, but at that moment, the Jun family's guards directly grabbed him by the collar. The sandbagged fists at him straight to the ground. Eunuch Li's eyes blackened with pain, waving his hands and begging for mercy. No, it's none of this eunuch's business. This eunuch is just showing them the way. How dare you lead the way? The Jun family guards immediately added a kick, kicking Eunuch Li straight in the eye. You're a lead dog too. deserves a beating. Not a moment later, Zhao Yuanbai and all the people he brought with him, they all lay on the ground, wailing, alas, revolted. Your Jun family is going to revolt. Ah, my teeth. I give in. Please don't fight. Until this moment, it was only then that Zhao Yuanbai finally realized, he's met a real tough guy. Jun Lin Tian was truly not putting himself in his eyes. Zhao Yuanbai climbed up from the ground and touched the teeth in his mouth. There were no more than a few left. He immediately shouted angrily at Eunuch Li next to him. Eunuch Li, is this the hospitality of your great Zhou defense dynasty? Those crowds of onlookers looked at the footprints on Zhao Yuanbai's all-white clothes, especially when you hear him talking in a leaky voice. Both couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Alas, still really do not know the heights of heaven. Actually offended the Jun family. Look at that. A little beating, and you're not honest? The Jun family's young lord is still giving them face. They haven't even moved their swords. They can't fight and they still dare to scream and curse here. They don't mind the shame. Eunuch Li was afraid that he would receive another beating at this time. One could only lower his voice and say, Ninth Prince, this eunuch has said long ago that the Jun family does not know the heights of heaven and that it is already light enough for you to receive a beating for offending them so much. Zhao Yuanbai's heart was already burning with rage. He roared, his Jun family, no matter what, is just a lineage of your great Zhou dynasty. Could it be that the emperor of Great Zhou can't rule him? You hurry and lead the way. Follow me into the palace to meet the emperor. Today, Jun Lin Tian must give this emperor an explanation. Eunuch Li felt that he had received a beating for no reason. The heart was likewise filled with anger. This eunuch scolds you and you hit me. This eunuch doesn't scold you and you still hit me. Do you really think this eunuch is made of clay? He didn't hesitate and directly brought Zhao Yuanbai back to the palace. The Hall of Counselors. Emperor Zhou was currently discussing political matters with a group of courtiers, but he heard the eunuch underneath come to report. Your Majesty, the ninth prince of the Great Qian dynasty seeks an audience. Emperor Zhou was puzzled in his mind. If the ninth prince had received Qingluan, then it should have been the two of them seeking an audience together. Now there's only Zhao Yuanbai. Could it be that he didn't receive anyone? Could it be that Jun Lin Tian refused to release them? Emperor Zhou's face was instantly a little displeased. Declare him to come in. A few moments later, only the dirty Zhao Yuanbai and Eunuch Li walked in at the same time. Especially Eunuch Li. A handful of old bones at this time appeared to be even more trembling. What's going on here? Seeing this miserable appearance of the two, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Eunuch Li immediately wailed, Please, Your Majesty, do something. Not only did Jun Lin Tian refuse to release Princess Qingluan, he actually had us beaten up. The Jun family still dares to make a move against the ninth prince of the Great Qian dynasty. It's really too lawless. Zhao Yuanbai had the same furious look on his face, but it was a mouthful of leaky words. Great Zhou, the Jun family has even made a move against this prince. Is this a rebellion? Chapter 120 Dongguang Qingshui to marry Jun Lin Tian. Eunuch Li continued to add fuel to the fire at this point. He fell to his knees and wailed, Your Majesty, you must do right by us. The Jun family is lawless and doesn't give a damn about you. Your Majesty, if he dares to beat up the ninth prince of Deqian today, he might dare to come up to this hall of council tomorrow. Emperor Zhou saw that Zhao Yuanbai and Eunuch Li were actually beaten so miserably. For a moment the anger was so great that he was about to lash out on the spot. What a lawlessness! He, the Jun family, really doesn't have me in his sights. Prime Minister Luo Wenshan saw Zhao Yuanbai's miserable state at this moment. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but say yes. The fact that Jun Lin Tian actually dared to make a move against the ninth prince of Deqian really gave their royalist faction a good opportunity. Luo Wenshan's eyes rolled, and then, he stepped forward respectfully. Your Majesty, I thought that Jun Lin Tian should be arrested and questioned. Beating up the ninth prince of Great Qian, this matter is not trivial, and it is even highly likely to provoke a war between Great Zhou and Great Qian. If we don't let Jun Lin Tian thank the ninth prince for his sins, it will be difficult to dispel the anger in the heart of the Great Qian emperor. Again, this is a good opportunity. Isn't Jun Lin Tian the young master of the Jun family? Aren't you cocky? Right now, you're going to kowtow to the ninth prince of Great Qian in the hall of discussion and confess your sins. Emperor Zhou was already furious in his heart. Upon hearing this, he angrily slapped the table and drank. Where is Lu Qing, the commander of the Forbidden Army? The commander of the Forbidden Army. Lu Qing directly took a big step forward. As the commander of the Forbidden Army, he had the privilege of wearing armor to the temple and was exempt from kneeling. Lu Qing, dressed in brightly shining armor, stood in the center of the hall, and then with an arch of his hand, his voice was loud and clear. I am here. Emperor Zhou said in a cold voice, I order you to immediately arrest the Jun family's young master, Jun Lin Tian, to the hall of discussion for arraignment and questioning. If anyone dares to stand in the way, kill without pardon. He was also furious that Jun Lin Tian dared to take his own daughter out of the harem and refused to send her back. Wouldn't that be equivalent to the fact that Jun Lin Tian still dared to sleep in the palace at night and cuckold him? How could he bear this? As for Eastern Emperor Taining, who was standing at the bottom of the stage, his eyelids couldn't help but jump when he heard Emperor Zhou's order. Did Emperor Zhou want to completely tear his face off with the Jun family? Could it be that he was not afraid of the military power held in the hands of great General Jun Haotian? Or, is the Zhou Emperor leaning on something else? At this time, Lu Qing had already ended. Minister, obey the decree. After that, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Lu Qing, turned around and prepared to lead his men to bring Jun Lintian back. But just then, outside the Great Hall, however, an urgent voice suddenly came. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the border for 800 miles. Lu Qing's footsteps couldn't help but pause. He also wanted to hear what had happened at the border. And Emperor Zhou couldn't help but brighten up when he heard the urgent report from the border sent over. Did it mean that the thing he'd been thinking about all day and all night had come true? Emperor Zhou immediately proclaimed the man in. Then, with an expectant face, he asked toward the messenger soldier, "Who is this urgent report from?" The messenger soldier panted, Back to your Majesty. It was sent over by great General Jun Haotian." Jun Haotian? He's not even dead? A bad feeling surged through Emperor Zhou's heart. Just a few days ago, he asked Uniquely to quietly send a message to the border military camps to notify those generals that he had privately bribed. Let them do it quietly at night and see what happens. As long as the operation did not go wrong, he would be able to get rid of Jun Haotian without any problems. That was why Emperor Zhou dared to let Lu Qing lead his troops forward to capture Jun Lintian from the Jun family. Because once Jun Haotian died, the military power of the Great Zhou fell into his hands. When that time comes, will he still be unable to clean up the Jun family? But now, Jun Lin Tian had actually sent him an urgent 800-mile report. That also proved that Jun Lin Tian was still alive. Your Majesty, please take a look at. Eunuch Li obviously figured out what was going on. At this moment, he couldn't help but tremble as he handed the urgent report to Emperor Zhou. Looking at the border emergency report, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. Then, in that case, those military generals that he had bought with great difficulty in private, wouldn't you have been exposed and killed? Emperor Zhou stretched out his hand and took the sealed document from Eunuch Li's hand. Then, with an involuntary gulp, he opened the envelope. He simply swept a glance, but with just that glance, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Emperor Zhou's body stumbled and nearly fell off the top of the dragon chair. He sucked in his breath even more. Inside this urgent report was none other than Jun Haotian's aforementioned list of rebels. And in the list, it was clearly the names of all those privately bribed military generals of his own. I can't believe there wasn't even one leak. Even the hidden steak that was hidden inside the cooker was pulled out. Your Majesty, please also pay attention to your dragon body. Eunuch Li saw that Emperor Zhou was on the verge of being furious, so he hastened to support him. And Emperor Zhou looked at this urgent report and was speechless for a long time. He couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Eunuch Li. Before, to be on the safe side, Emperor Zhou, however, had only asked Eunuch Li to notify half of his men to move, while the remaining half continued to lurk. Even some of the people who might be exposed were ordered by him to be beheaded in advance, just to prevent the leakage of information. But this thing, how come it's still exposed? Emperor Zhou gritted his teeth and shook the seal into pieces. Surprisingly, there were a few drops of dried blood in one corner of the instrument. What does Jun Haotian mean by this? How dare you threaten me? But Emperor Zhou could only be impotent and furious at this point, because he couldn't do anything right now. He didn't know what means Jun Haotian had used to bring out all the other half of the dormant military generals. Emperor Zhou was also not at all sure which part of the process had gone wrong. For a while, his face was hard to see. He had been preparing for so long, just waiting for such an opportunity. But right now, he was recognized by Jun Haotian, and, in turn, taunted him. This also meant that Jun Haotian was on the defensive. This time, he would no longer be able to have a chance to take back the military power of the Great Zhou from Jun Haotian. Emperor Zhou could not help but curse angrily in his heart. Under the Great Hall, both father and son, Donghuang Wenshan and Donghuang Taining, couldn't help but glance at each other when they saw Emperor Zhou's extremely difficult expression. They were all smart people, and with Emperor Zhou's face looking so ugly, something big must have happened at the border. Moreover, it was still Emperor Zhou's people who had suffered. After all, how could a lord like Jun Haotian be so easily moved by Emperor Zhou's people? At this moment, Donghuang Taining felt that his father's choice to side with the Jun family was an extremely wise one. As long as they can be tied to the Jun family, then they, the Eastern Emperor clan, would also be able to gain a firm foothold in the Tianxian continent. Even, there is the possibility of going further. On the other hand, Donghuang Wenshan was thinking that in order to be able to stand on the same side as the Jun family at all times, It seemed like there was a need to marry their East royal family's only daughter, Dong Huangchang Shui, to Junlin Tian as soon as possible. At that point, the two families would be truly bound together. Chapter 121, Emperor Zhou's Calculations. In the Hall of Counselors, the royalist faction led by Prime Minister Luo Wenshan looked at each other in dismay. After seeing the expression on Emperor Zhou's face as if he had eaten a fly, their hearts were also in a state of great dismay. A minister beside him asked in a low voice toward Luo Wenshan, "Lord Prime Minister, what is going on? Why is His Majesty's face so ugly?" Luo Wenshan frowned and said in a low voice, "This minister doesn't know either, but I think it should be related to the Jun family. Perhaps it was His Majesty who wanted to get rid of Jun Haotian, only for things to not only fail to materialize, but to allow the Jun family to regain the upper hand. On the side of the border, other than the great general Jun Haotian, there wasn't much else." Several ministers beside him nodded their heads when they heard this. Perhaps so. It should only be what Jun Haotian has done to make His Majesty's face look this ugly. This time again, he has let his Jun family take advantage of him. It's truly detestable. What about the matter of Zhao Yuanbai, the 9th Prince of Deqian? Will Commander Lu still be able to bring people to the Jun family? It's not easy to say. It can only be decided by Your Majesty. Luo Wenshan and the others whispered some speculative words though, but in reality they know very well. His Majesty, now, should not dare to let Commander Lu lead people to the Jun family to ask for someone again. And Lu Cheng, the commander of the Forbidden Army standing at the entrance of the main hall, was also quite embarrassed at this time. He couldn't help but cough gently, then asked toward Emperor Zhou, "Your Majesty, do I still have to bring people to the Jun family?" After Lu Qing's words were spoken, all the ministers in the hall of discussion turned their gazes towards Emperor Zhou, and Emperor Zhou's face was even more ugly at this moment. Did the facepalm come so fast? Where does this make him lose face as an emperor? But at this point, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Emperor Zhou eased his face and spoke in an icy tone. "Forget it, it's not appropriate to send people to the Jun family to arrest them with such fanfare. Moreover, the arrest is still the son of the great general Jun Haotian. Really, has hurt the decency. This matter will be put off for the time being." Emperor Zhou felt his face burning even after he finished speaking. Just now, he had put up such a big fight to get Lu Qing to go to the Jun family to arrest them. But now, they are directly withdrawing their orders, undoubtedly slapping themselves in the face. Yes, Lu Qing was similarly embarrassed and could only respectfully arch his hand in response before returning to his position. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall of discussion was a bit dull, but the crowd in the room overlooked one person. That was Zhao Yuanbai, the 9th Prince of Great Qian. Zhao Yuanbai had just watched Zhou Huang's white and red face, and his heart was already irritated. "The last thing I heard was that Emperor Zhou was going to retract his order. The matter will have to be put on hold for the time being. Wait, this emperor has something to say." Zhao Yuanbai couldn't stand it anymore. "So you guys finished discussing things on your own? But who can come to consider the feelings of this emperor? This emperor's head is green now." When Zhao Yuanbai thought of this, he only felt that the anger in his chest was about to spurt out. He took a step forward and glared at Emperor Zhou, saying angrily, "Your Majesty, Emperor Zhou, is this the solution you gave? This emperor is so sincere, coming over to marry Princess Qingluan, and now not only have I not even seen anyone, but I've also been beaten up. This is how he, Junlin Tian, treats my honorable 9th Prince of Deqian. Is this the way you treat your guests in Great Zhou?" The more Zhao Yuanbai spoke, the angrier he felt, and he felt like he was going crazy. His own fiancée, who was now in the Jun family, still didn't know what exactly he had done with Junlin Tian. It was written very clearly inside the letter that the Grand Prince gave him. Junlin Tian and Princess Qingluan, they dared to hook up in the palace. Now that the two were on Junlin Tian's own turf, wouldn't everything be done? To know, Zhao Yuanbai hadn't even touched Zhou Qingluan's hand, and hadn't even seen his face a few times. "If you're late, you'll be marrying back a broken shoe." Hearing Zhao Yuanbai's words, Emperor Zhou only felt like he had been slapped in the face again. His face became more and more ugly, and he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "9th Prince, he, the Jun family, does things and cannot represent my great Zhou." But where did Zhao Yuanbai care about that now? With an unfavorable gaze, he said bluntly, "Then, Your Majesty of Great Zhou, at least give this imperial son an explanation. This emperor's fiancée can be in the Jun family right now. The devil knows what Jun Lintian has done to her? Maybe the two of them should and shouldn't have done it. Is this prince going to marry back a broken shoe?" Zhao Yuanbai couldn't stand it anymore and simply picked his words apart. If the Jun family refused to release him, then the marriage would end there. Not only can the two countries not be united in marriage, they may even go back to war over this matter. Zhao Yuanbai once again said in a conspiratorial manner, "I still ask His Majesty the Zhou Emperor to think twice. This imperial prince represents the face of Great Qian and will never marry a broken shoe back." Luo Wunshan, who was on the side, couldn't help but stand out. Afterward, he addressed Emperor Zhou. Your Majesty, I think that I should at least give the ninth prince an explanation. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would be extremely unfavorable to my great Zhou dynasty, and it would also cause shame. Zhou Huangs looked at Luo Wunshan and Zhao Yuanbai, who were standing on the stage, and his head was on the verge of smoking with anger. You're the only ones who can talk. Don't I want to teach Jun Lin Tian a lesson? Don't I want to get rid of the Jun family once and for all? But can I do it? It was important to realize that although Emperor Zhou had ascended to the throne, he had no military power in his hands, and as long as the Jun family controlled the military power of the Great Zhou for one day, there was not a single day that the Zhou Emperor could sleep soundly. At this time in the Great Hall, both Dong Huang Wenshan and Dong Huang Taining glanced at each other, then lowered their eyebrows and pressed on without getting involved in this matter. Say what you will, but if you could take action against the Jun family, why wait until now? The two of them would smile and go straight into the crowd to watch the action in silence. And just then, the anger in Emperor Zhou's heart had also almost reached the extreme, and he was definitely not willing to let the Jun family off the hook just like that. Therefore, he quickly came up with a way to be able to discuss Jun Haotian. Emperor Zhou turned his gaze to the angry Zhao Yuanbai. Then he spoke. Ninth Prince, this matter will end here for now, but you can rest assured that I will give you an explanation. When Zhao Yuanbai heard this, he didn't really believe it. Give an explanation? What explanation can you give? It's hard to believe that if you pick up Zhou Qingwan and marry this prince now, she won't be a broken shoe anymore? He was about to open his mouth when he heard Emperor Zhou slowly say again, Eunuchly, pass on my decree that a tournament will be held at the Heavenly Spirit Academy in 10 days. A trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in Emperor Zhou's eyes. He then said immediately afterward, this competition is to select the best geniuses of the Great Zhou dynasty, and this is also for the glory and future of my Great Zhou. Therefore, all the young masters and direct descendants of all the major lineages must attend. Of course, Emperor Zhou smiled faintly again. The cold sons and daughters of Great Zhou can also participate. His aim was to get Jun Lin Tian to come to the tournament as well, and as long as Jun Lin Tian dared to participate, Emperor Zhou would then secretly send someone to let him know what it means to have no eyes for swords. Chapter 122 Jun Lin Tian wants to interact with the Grand Prince's fiancée. Emperor Zhou's idea was simple. He wants to get all the lineages involved. In this way, if the Jun family did not participate, it would instead show that they were afraid and would be looked down upon by the other families. And the reason why he allowed the cold disciples to participate as well, the main purpose was to make it easier to arrange for a few assassins to go in. At that time, with a little bit of maneuvering, Emperor Zhou was confident that he could make Jun Lin Tian run into the assassin he had arranged in the ring. And above the ring, the swords are blind. No one can guarantee that something unexpected won't happen on stage. And as long as Emperor Zhou's own arranged assassins took on Jun Lin Tian, then, it would be possible to do it secretly and directly kill Jun Lin Tian. At that time, even if the Jun family wanted to investigate, as long as the killer bit the bullet and said it was an accidental slip, what could the Jun family do? Even if you have to pay for your life, the loss is only the life of an ordinary person. But Jun Haotian's only son was just gone. At the thought of this, Emperor Zhou only felt this brain of his tremble with excitement. He just couldn't believe that it didn't work. Even if he couldn't kill Jun Lin Tian directly, he could still waste him. It still managed to disgust Jun Haotian in the end. And at this time, Emperor Zhou wanted to make sure that this plan could be implemented without fail. Prime Minister Luo, Eunuchly, the two of you must make sure that the sons of the Great Zhou's lineage all have to participate. Also, the number of cold disciples can be slightly relaxed, as long as one has the strength. Our Heavenly Spirit Academy is also very supportive of cold disciples winning the championship. When Prime Minister Luo Wenshan heard Emperor Zhou's plan, his heart returned. Wasn't Jun Lintian the only son of the most powerful family in the Great Zhou, the Jun family? It seems that His Majesty is planning to think differently. Since he can't deal with Jun Haotian, then we can directly deal with his son, Jun Lin Tian. His Majesty is really not a master who can take a loss. Luo Wenshan's eyes rolled, and he immediately saluted respectfully. Minister, immediately set out to do it. Emperor Zhou continued to look at Eunuchly and said, Eunuchly, have the eunuchs deliver this decree to the Jun family? Alright, let's dismiss the dynasty. The ninth prince of Deqian stays for a while. Not a moment too soon. The other ministers in the council hall had already left, leaving only Emperor Zhou and Zhao Yuanbai. Emperor Zhou spoke directly. Ninth prince of Great Qian, I can't give you the person back now though, but since I promised to take the heat for you, I will do it. Zhao Yuanbai actually somewhat didn't quite understand. He couldn't help but frown and ask, what does His Majesty the Zhou Emperor mean when he talks about exiting? He only knew that just now. Emperor Zhou had said that he was organizing a tournament, and had never mentioned the Jun family at all. Emperor Zhou couldn't help but be a bit speechless in his heart. He had thought that Zhao Yuanbai was smart enough to understand what he had just done. But now, he realized that Zhao Yuanbai was simply a fool. Emperor Zhou simply said, "Don't worry about exactly how to get out of the gas. You stay in Dezhou for 10 days. You'll understand after 10 days. By his reckoning, anyway, 10 days later, it would be the time for Jun Lin Tian's death. Uniquely sent the emperor's decree to the Jun family in no time, but he really didn't dare to make contact with the Jun family. Then he just left the decree and left to fly away. This all made those guards of the Jun family ponder in secret. Wasn't it a bit too hard this morning? Why is this old eunuch scared like this? Inside the flower room, after receiving the emperor's decree, the corners of Jun Lin Tian's mouth could not help but hook up, but a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. The Heavenly Spirit Academy is holding a grand competition? All the disciples of the lineages are going to participate? What's this old routine? He wondered if this Emperor Zhou had been so furious by too many things lately that even his brain wasn't working well. Routines like this one were all schemes left over from Jun Lin Tian's play. But Emperor Zhou is still here having fun. Seeing this, Jun Mengyao, who was on the side, could not help but cast her gaze towards him. Her tone was somewhat solemn as she said, "Young lord, Emperor Zhou's temporary organization of such a tournament at the Heavenly Spirit Academy is clearly targeting you, and I have a feeling that it's very likely that he's trying to disadvantage the young lord in this tournament." She did not directly dissuade Jun Lin Tian, but instead opened her mouth and asked, "Young lord, do you want to go to this tournament?" To be honest, Jun Mengyao did not really want Jun Lin Tian to go to the competition. Instead, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth grinned as he smiled and said, "Why don't you go? Of course this young lord will go. Not only do I have to go, but I have to go with great fanfare. Doesn't he, Emperor Zhou, want to turn against this young lord? Then this young lord would like to see what kind of tactics he can use." Jun Mengyao couldn't help but let her little face fall when she heard Jun Lin Tian's words. Jun Lin Tian, on the other hand, comforted. "Mengyao, there's no need to worry. With just a mere Emperor Zhou, what can he do to this young lord?" He grunted again. "What's more, this young lord has never put him in his eyes. This time, the Heavenly Spirit Academy's tournament is still very important. And since all the other lineage disciples are going to participate, then this young lord must go as well. At least my Jun family is the #1 family in Great Zhou. If I, the young master of the Jun family, don't go, it's inevitable that I'll be chewed on behind my back by people with an axe to grind. And will also tarnish the Jun family's image." Jun Lin Tian did not care much about his image. However, as the Jun family was the #1 family in the Great Zhou, its external image was still very important, and he had to pay attention to that as well. Seeing this, Jun Mengyao no longer had the good sense to stop her. Whatever decision the young lord made, she would support it unconditionally. Of course, Jun Lin Tian was not stupid. He knew that Emperor Zhou would definitely find someone within these 10 days to assassinate himself at the grand competition, so it's quite important to find out who this killer is. Jun Lin Tian spoke towards Jun Mengyao. "Mengyao, tell the inner circle in the palace to keep an eye out. Let them find out which assassin will be coming against this young lord." Jun Mengyao immediately brightened up when she heard this. It's still the young master who's smart. If he finds out the identity of the killer in advance, wouldn't he be able to poison the other party in advance? Mengyao will do it right away. After Jun Mengyao left, Jun Lin Tian, however, still did not relax either. With these 10 days, he could completely engage in dual cultivation with his woman, thus raising his cultivation level. After all, he still had such a powerful yin-yang saint body. It's not a good idea to just waste your time. As for who to pick, Jun Lin Tian sat in his chair and thought carefully in his mind. Although he has so many women, this first candidate, the corner of Jun Lin Tian's mouth hooked into an evil smile. First pick. Of course, he had to go to the fiancé of the Grand Prince, Luo Xin. After all, the wife pays for the husband's sins. But before that, Jun Lin Tian still had to go to the heavenly prison to take a look at the situation of the Grand Imperial Prince. Later that night, Jun Lin Tian directly utilized the Shadow Divine technique to silently arrive at the heavenly prison. Chapter 123, Jun Lin Tian came to find Luo Xingyue. The golden finger dark shadow that Jun Lin Tian had mastered could be undetected by anyone. God sneaked into the heavenly prison without realizing it. At that moment, he had only just entered when he heard a woman scream, "Ah, great prince, spare my concubine." Hearing this voice, Su Chen instantly seemed to be somewhat familiar. Holding his breath, Jun Lin Tian arrived at the single room in the heavenly prison where the Grand Prince was. TSK. This great prince, when how to change so. As Jun Lin Tian looked at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but have a slight grin at the corner of his mouth and was staggered for a moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly took out the shadow retention jade to record this scene. Just then, and the beautiful woman let out a sudden scream. "Concubine begs you to spare the rising." The Grand Imperial Prince swallowed deeply when he heard the beautiful woman's pleas for mercy. It had to be said that this beautiful woman did know how to take a man's nature, knowing that men want to hear them beg for mercy the most. The beautiful woman had to do this to please herself. After all, her little life was now in her own hands. Ha ha ha. What a! Seeing this, the Grand Prince laughed out loud in excitement. The beautiful woman at this time, however, endured the pain, and said with a pleasing face, "Great Prince, spare my concubine. My concubine knows that I am wrong." Upon hearing this, the Grand Prince's eyes reddened with excitement, and it would be a lie to say that the entire person was not pleased. "Humph, from now on, whatever this prince wants you to do, you will do it, understand?" The Grand Emperor ordered with a grin at the corner of his mouth. My concubine listens to the Grand Imperial Prince in everything." At those words, the beautiful woman winks and nods her head in reply. Seeing this obedient and understanding of the beautiful woman, naturally made the Grand Prince even more pleased, laughing and spitting toward the beautiful woman. What a! And the beautiful woman couldn't help but raise her head at that moment, toward the Grand Imperial Prince. She cautiously and tentatively asked, "Your Highness, if my concubine is really pregnant with your child, you will let your concubine have the baby, won't you?" This was the thing that concerned the beautiful woman the most. She was so patient inside the heavenly prison, so pleasing to the Grand Prince. It was to be able to give birth to the Grand Prince's child one day, and at that point, she could mother her children, when she became a side consort of the Crown Prince. What was all this suffering now? Hearing the beautiful woman's question, the Grand Imperial Prince was rather impatient. "Come on, you've asked enough questions about this. Hasn't this Imperial Prince made it clear to you? When you are pregnant with this Imperial Prince's child give birth, you must remember that you will always be this emperor's." The beautiful woman's heart rejoiced when she heard this. She didn't care who raised this son, as long as the child was of the great prince's bloodline. "Your Highness, please rest assured that my concubine will always belong to the Grand Imperial Prince alone." As she said this, the beautiful woman began to seduce the Grand Imperial Prince again. "By the time you leave the heavenly prison, if your Highness remembers your concubine, you can still look for your concubine at any time, and you will only say, 'My concubine is willing to serve you for the rest of your life.'" The beautiful woman couldn't help but feel a pang of shyness as she spoke. Just then, though, she remembered something else. The beautiful woman opened her mouth and asked carefully, "Your Highness, the marriage contract between you and Miss Luo should have been voided by now, right? You must not abandon your slave girl for another woman." At the mention of Luo Crescent Moon, the Grand Prince's face instantly turned unpleasant. He said angrily, "Enough, don't mention that name in front of this prince. Regardless of whether the marriage contract is voided or not, it is impossible for this prince to look at her one more time, even if she is somewhat attractive. So what? Could she be better at pleasing men than you?" The Grand Prince was not willing to do so, even though his heart was also not willing to do so. But at this moment, he also felt that if he really married Luo Xinu, I'm afraid that Luo Xinu doesn't have any half-hearted love interest to speak of even in bed. Still, this beautiful woman was better, and could be used as a slave girl, completely satisfying his vanity. The beautiful woman was a little more relieved to hear this. "It is still your Highness who is the best. Concubine knew that your Highness would not abandon your slave girl." The Grand Prince, however, only smiled perfunctorily. Although his words were like that, Luo Xinyue, as Prime Minister Luo Wenshan's own granddaughter, if he was able to marry himself, then he would definitely be able to get Luo Wenshan's help. And this beautiful woman's mind was clear to the Grand Imperial Prince. It's nothing more than wanting to give him a son and then carry him to power. Unfortunately, the Grand Prince didn't eat this at all. A child born to a pariah woman is worthy of being his child? Oh, death is not even enough. Junlin Tian had also seen enough of the living spring palace. Then he put away the shadow-retaining jade and quietly left the heavenly prison. Afterwards, he once again performed the shadow god technique and sneaked into Luo Xinu's boudoir. At this moment, Luo Xinyue was sitting dumbfounded in front of the dressing table, her eyes staring blankly at herself in the mirror. One of her hands, too, couldn't help but press against the small of her back. The heart was complicated. Just before, in this boudoir, one had been inside Junlin Tian so many times, and the asshole wasn't even allowed to pick it out himself. What if you're really pregnant? Luo Crescent's heart could not help but feel a little worried. When the time came, how was he going to explain himself? Was she going to admit that she had conceived that child after being raped by Junlin Tian? Himself? Do you really want to succumb to Junlin Tian's lustful authority? Just at this moment, Luo Xinyue felt her body suddenly lighten and she was picked up by someone. Her face instantly turned white and she shouted lowly, "What kind of person?" Luo Xinyue couldn't sense this person's aura at all, and in her haste, she said angrily, "My husband is a great prince. You seek death." Chapter 124, Luo Xinu's decision. Luo Xinyue was terrified at this point. She thought someone else had broken into her boudoir. If that was the case, she would not let this person behind her get away with it, much less be upset to learn of it. However, when she turned her head and realized that the person behind her was Jun Lintian, she was relieved. Luo Xian blankly glanced at Jun Lintian and pouted. Hate you. Why are you sneaking around without any sound at all, scaring people to death? Jun Lintian said smilingly. Isn't this thinking of giving you a surprise? Saying that, he hugged Luo Xian a little tighter again, and a pair of hands lifted up her arched buttocks. Take advantage of it all at the same time. As for Luo Xian, at this moment, she was also somewhat moved by Jun Lintian's actions and could not help but lean her body towards the back. In fact, she'd thought about it pretty much just now. Jun Lintian was so capable and had a commitment to women. Why did he have to refuse? Anyway, Luo Xinyue couldn't decide her own fate. It would be better to just follow Jun Lintian. And besides, this was not a bad choice. The Jun family was still so powerful, and it would be of great benefit to her future development. Thinking of this, Luo Xianyu then directly turned her body around and sat face to face on Jun Lintian's lap. Her pretty face swished red. Jun Lintian, on the other hand, at this time took out the staying shadow jade from earlier. Then, with an evil smile on his face, he said, don't be in a hurry first. This young lord will show you a good thing first. Good stuff? What good stuff? Luo Xinyue couldn't help but say. After Jun Lintian injected his spiritual energy into the shadow retaining jade, the images inside gradually became clearer. Upon seeing what was inside, especially when the Grand Prince was abusing the beautiful woman with a whip and candles, Luo Xinyue was even more blushing, hurriedly covering her eyes. Young master, why are you showing me this kind of thing? Is it possible that the young master still needs to see this kind of thing to help him out? Although Jun Lintian had already shown her something similar before, she had only scanned it. Where would she look so closely now? Jun Lintian also did not want to defile Luo Xianyu's eyes, so he used his spiritual power to blur out the image, but the voice was clear as day. He spoke, hold your horses and listen to the back. Luo Crescent Moon was a bit more serious at this time, paying attention to the voice inside the shadow retaining jade. Soon she heard her name mentioned inside. Your Highness, the engagement between you and Ms. Luo should have been annulled by now, right? Enough, don't mention that name in front of this prince, even if she is somewhat attractive. So what? Could she be better at pleasing men than you? My concubine knew that your highness would not abandon your little slave girl. When Luo Xian heard this, her entire body was dying of anger. Her eyes were filled with frost, and if the grand prince was in front of her, she wanted to stab him with a sword. Asshole, how dare you call me A and compare me to that who's as good as anyone? Zhou Mingyuan the, better not let me see him again. Luo Crescent Moon was indeed going crazy with anger. Originally she felt that the grand prince wasn't that disgusting, but now it seemed that it was just a scum bastard, and at this time, her heart was even more determined to follow Jun Lintian and be Jun Lintian's woman. At this moment, seeing that Jun Lintian had already put away the staying shadow jade, Luo Xianyu certainly knew the purpose of Jun Lintian's arrival here. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned, and she couldn't help but start thinking in her mind. Since she had decided to follow Jun Lintian, it was inevitable that she would have to compare herself to those few other women. Just now in the staying jade, didn't the Grand Prince say that she didn't understand men and wouldn't be able to please them? Now, I'm going to show you how your fiancé pleases other men. Young lord, Luo Xinyue's red lips slightly opened, and she let out a nasal sound that was so seductive. Jun Lintian couldn't help but gulp when he heard this voice, and little Jun Lintian started to stand up. He didn't expect that Luo Xianyu had such a flirtatious side. At this moment, Luo Crescent Moon asked again with a soft and sticky voice. Young lord, you came to find Crescent Moon today because you want Crescent Moon to serve young lord, right? I wonder young lord, where would you like Crescent Moon to serve young lord? As she spoke, she also licked her rosy lips with her tongue, an action so seductive that it made Jun Lintian look straight. He laid his body back, then rested his hands behind his head and comfortably said, Crescent Moon, could you play a piece of music for this young lord? It was the first time Luo Xianyu had shown such a sultry side, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but blush her pretty face to the roots of her ears, but she bowed her head obediently. Young lord, is this okay? Jun Lintian was very satisfied. After all, it was Luo Xianyu's first time doing this, so she was very unskilled. But Jun Lintian was naturally not afraid with such a strong physical body and instead felt even more complacent. He directly took a cup of water that had already cooled down from the side, and then used his spiritual energy to freeze it into ice cubes. Then with an evil grin on his face, he said, Crescent Moon, come on, contain some ice to relieve the heat. Luo Xianyu instantly understood what Jun Lintian meant. At this time, her face was even more bashful, and her heart was even more ashamed. Moreover, Her own apparent identity was still the fiancé of the Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Mingyuan. But now, one is doing one's best to serve the great prince's most hated person, Junlin Tian. And naturally, Junlin Tian was not idle at this time. He didn't even expect Luo Crescent to be so proactive today, saying that he would give a tune to blow. At this time, Junlin Tian was not idle either. A pair of salty piggy hands were always at play. Luo Xinyue's face was red, and her eyes were even more charming. Young lord, concubine, coupled with Junlin Tian's constant badgering, Junlin Tian deliberately teased, he. No rush, slave wants young master. After Luo Xinyue finished speaking, she lowered her head even more bashfully, with a look of being at the mercy of the king. Since the beauty was already like this, Junlin Tian categorically had no reason to continue playing tricks. He directly stood up, and then he intercepted Luo Crescent Moon and picked her up, so that her back was facing him. At this moment, Luo Xinyue could already feel the intense aura of a man in Junlin Tian behind her. She couldn't help but turn back to Junlin Tian and said with winks, concubine, still hopes that young lord will have mercy. Young master, Crescent Moon will be your messing with you from now on. You can do whatever you want. It's okay. Chapter 125, Qingwan loves brother Lin Tian the most. Junlin Tian was already shocked at this point. He was truly surprised that today's Grand Imperial Consort was actually so proactive. Not only was she willing to blow musical notes, even, it was volunteered to ask for her within herself. At this moment, Junlin Tian's heart was already overwhelmed with complacency. Ha. Great prince, you too have your day. Not only have you been counted inside the heavenly prison by this young master, even your fiancé has turned her back on you. Your fiancé Luo Xinyue, who you think is as cold as an iceberg, is now having an in-depth exchange of life with this young master. Junlin Tian was smug in his heart, coupled with the fact that the yin-yang sacred body was also functioning. A state of cultivation had automatically begun within him. It's awesome. As expected, it was worthy of being the holy body that every male cultivator wanted. It was just too domineering. Junlin Tian and Luo Crescent Moon were deeply engaged in life exchanges, constantly rushing. Young lord, my concubine's entire body and mind are now yours. Young lord, Luo Crescent pressed on now, not wanting to think that much. Since she was going to follow Junlin Tian wholeheartedly and be his woman, she would just obey without fear. Especially since the young lord was also a yin-yang saint body, it was even more impossible for her to think. TSK, really didn't expect that the originally so noble Grand Imperial concubine would actually become like this now. Ha. Junlin Tian's heart was truly free-flowing, and he could not help but use words to describe Luo Xinyue at this moment. When Luo Xinyue heard this, her entire voice raised a few degrees. Concubines are always like that. Concubine is not the Grand Prince consort either. That Grand Prince, he hasn't even touched a single finger of his concubine. Concubine, I want to give the young lord a son. She had no shame at this point and only thought of completely capturing Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, followed by a rush of his body, and Luo Crescent seemed to sense it, leaning her body back. It seemed to want to be with Junlin Tian forever. A few moments later, Junlin Tian had given something to Luo Xinyue. Luo Crescent blushed and was even more delighted. She said shyly, young lord, concubine will definitely give you a son. Hey, that's good. Upon hearing this, Junlin Tian heatedly smiled and said, no need to be so troublesome. It's better for this young lord to do it himself. Luo Xinyue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Sure enough, the young lord was still the same as last time. The yin-yang sacred body was indeed exactly as described in the legend. A boon for their female cultivators, getting the Tao couple of the yin-yang sacred body. Then the female cultivators would be happy for the rest of their lives. Luo Xinyue sensed that Junlin Tian was starting to feel some urges again, and at this time, she could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. This is still human. She suddenly felt a little self-conscious in her heart. It seemed that she still needed to practice hard on her instrument-playing skills. None of it satisfied the young lord just now. It was because only after serving Junlin Tian and giving him an heir would her position in the Jun family be completely secure. And the other side. After Zhou Qingwan was received into the Jun family, Junlin Tian did not restrict any of her behavior. The entire Jun family, except for the most confidential places, Zhou Qingwan could walk around as she pleased. However, Zhou Qingwan had somehow managed to unintentionally befriend Xianlinger. The two have even become close friends who have nothing to say to each other. By this time, the night was late, and inside Xianlinger's room, Zhou Qingwan and Xianlinger were lying on the same bed, and that looked as if they were real sisters. The two were chatting away, almost without words. However, the topic that the two talked about the most was Junlin Tian. After all, the reason why Xianlinger remained in the Jun family was precisely because she might be pregnant with Junlin Tian's child. and she didn't want her child to be born without a father. But what Xianlinger was even more curious about was what kind of story would there be between Zhou Qingwan and Jun Lintian. Sister Qingwan, you said that you knew Jun Lintian when you were small. Can you tell us the story of your childhood? When Zhou Qingwan heard this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but hook up in happiness, and the corners of her eyes even curved into a crescent moon. Of course you can. When I was little I was still in the palace all the time. At that time brother Lin Tian kept running to the palace to find me to play. But when I was little, those royal brothers and sisters in the palace never loved to play with me, and sometimes they would intentionally tease me. But when brother Lin Tian found out, he always took the initiative to protect me. Once, 57 imperial brother deliberately tricked me to the pond and then pushed me down. When brother Lin Tian found out about this, he purposely got the Jun family's guards to take advantage of 57 imperial brothers' departure from the palace and threw him into the river, nearly drowning him at the time. Xianlinger, who was at the side, couldn't help but nod when she heard this matter. Such an approach was very much in line with the image of Jun Lin Tian in his mind. After all, Jun Lin Tian had been a lawless lord since he was a child. Just didn't realize that he dared to drown the prince when he was a child. And what else? Xianlinger also became interested and asked curiously. She couldn't help but be even more curious about those things that happened when Jun Lin Tian was a child. Zhou Qingwan was happy to talk about these things with Xianlinger, so he opened his mouth again and told Xianlinger all about Jun Lin Tian's situation from childhood to adulthood. However, these things had caused Xianlinger, who was on the side, to listen with astonishment. She was even more wide-eyed, not believing in the slightest that Jun Lin Tian was actually a great person in the eyes of Sister Qingwan, especially when he was small. Jun Lin Tian was willing to do anything childish in order to play with Zhou Qingwan, even when the two were playing hide-and-seek. Because Zhou Qingwan hadn't been able to find him, he hid directly inside the palace for a night, not driving a single movement. Xianlinger at this moment, in her heart, her image of Jun Lin Tian unexpectedly even generated a hint of doubt. What's this for? It was clear that Jun Lin Tian was a man who did nothing wrong, and he had obviously done such evil things to himself before, even with candles. But why was he so innocent and gentle in his treatment of Zhou Qingwan? Xianlinger even thought that Zhou Qingwan was lying to herself at this point, but as she looked at the expression on Sister Qingwan's face, it didn't look like she was lying at all. Not only does it not look like a lie, but even from Zhou Qingwan's words, Xianlinger was able to sense that Sister Qingwan seemed to have a special feeling towards Jun Lin Tian. Just now, she was able to hear that Zhou Qingwan had been very dependent on Jun Lin Tian a long time ago, and her heart was almost filled with only one person, Jun Lin Tian. The feeling has been completely that of love and affection between a man and a woman. Sister Qingwan, do you like Jun Lin Tian a lot? Xianlinger couldn't help but open her mouth and ask tentatively. However, Zhou Qingwan did not hide the color of love in her eyes. She said in an extremely serious tone, Qingwan likes brother Lin Tian the most. Chapter 126, Luo Crescent's defeated man. Xianlinger looked at Zhou Qingwan's undisguised affection. In her heart, she actually had some indescribable feelings. This was because Xianlinger had discovered that what was reflected in Zhou Qingwan's words and expression didn't seem to be like two lovers. All of this seemed to be just Zhou Qingwan's one-sided crush, especially with the story she had just recounted. Jun Lin Tian tended to act like a gentle and considerate big brother. It's not the kind of feeling that lovers have. Xianlinger couldn't help but ask again at this time, Qingwan, is there any more intimate behavior between you and Jun Lin Tian? At those words, Zhou Qingwan couldn't help but blush at this moment. It seemed that she also knew that there was no state between herself and brother Lin Tian that lovers should have. She shyly asked, does holding hands count? Hearing these words, the smile on Xianlinger's face was instantly stunned. She couldn't help but sigh darkly in her heart, and at the same time, she felt more than a little sympathetic towards Zhou Qingwan. We're all at the same end of the world. Why should we ever meet? One must know that Xianlinger was initially snatched by Jun Lin Tian to the Jun family, and that she had never thought of being liked by Jun Lin Tian from the very beginning. But now, Jun Lin Tian's attitude towards her was getting better and better. Not quite true affection, but certainly some care. All of this was not something that Xianlinger wanted in the beginning, but it's this one thing that should only be between lovers. But Zhou Qingwan, it's almost never available. After all, Jun Lin Tian currently did not have the slightest bit of male or female feelings towards Qingwan. But looking at Zhou Qingwan's innocent face, Xianlinger couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. She had some empathy for Zhou Qingwan, and in her heart, she was wondering if she should find an opportunity to help her sister Qingwan. If the two of them were allowed to develop like this, I'm afraid that if they developed a lifelong relationship, it would only be a brother-sister relationship. Xianlinger could not help but think that since Zhou Qingwan liked Jun Lin Tian so much, she could find an opportunity for them to have sex. Find a time to secretly send Zhou Qingwan to Jun Lin Tian's bed by herself and then let the two of them cook rice. At that time, Even if Junlin Tian still wanted to maintain the sibling relationship, it would be impossible, and he had to accept Qinghuan as his woman. Sister spirit? What's wrong? Seeing that Xianlinger was a bit stunned, Zhou Qinghuan still didn't understand what was going on in Xianlinger's heart. At this moment, he also asked towards Xianlinger with a well-behaved face. Xianlinger just smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm just thinking of finding an opportunity for you and brother Lin Tian to have more contact." She reached out her hand and gently patted Zhou Qinghuan's shoulder. Then it went on in the mind. Back when he had just been kidnapped by Jun Lintian to the Jun family, Jun Lintian had done a lot of very bad things to himself, but ever since she was pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child, his attitude towards herself had immediately changed. Don't look at Jun Lin Tian, who seemed to be cold and heartless from the outside, but in reality, he is a very responsible man. Xianlinger had a better understanding of Jun Lintian after all these days. Walking around within the Jun family, she knew that Jun Lin Tian cared extraordinarily about the women who truly belonged to him. He himself was still an exception, let alone Zhou Qinghuan. Of course, there was another very important reason why Xianlinger intended to help Zhou Qinghuan. She also has to compete for favor. After all, there were already quite a few women in Jun Lin Tian's life now, and there would definitely be more and more in the future. Although she was pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child, in the future, wouldn't other women give Jun Lin Tian children? In order to truly fight for more for her child, Xianlinger had to pull together a very reliable helper, and Zhou Qinghuan is most suitable. After all, Jun Lin Tian's feelings towards Zhou Qinghuan were not ordinary. If it was himself and Zhou Qinghuan who became sisters, it would definitely get more attention from Jun Lin Tian as well. This was what Xianlinger desperately wanted. Ever since she was pregnant with Jun Lin Tian's child, she had taken on a maternal mindset and started to do things for the child in her belly. Looking at Zhou Qinghuan, who was already asleep next to her, Xianlinger couldn't help but softly say, "Sister Qinghuan, sister will definitely help you." 3 days later, in Luo Xianyu's boudoir, on that large bed of pearly wood, Jun Lin Tian was sweating and hard at work. He was here for 3 days and 3 nights. Originally, Jun Lin Tian had planned to stay for just 1 night and then leave, but on the very first night, he sensed that his cultivation had loosened up a bit. Thus, it continued to play the role of the yin-yang sacred body. Just this morning, he had completely raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the Divine Bridge realm. In just 3 days, the cultivation level had risen so quickly. Jun Lin Tian could not help but say in his heart that the yin-yang sacred body was truly too powerful. At this rate, if he were to double cultivate with Lu Ruyan or Xianlinger for a few more days, he might even be able to ascend another realm. Young lord, give it to the concubine. Luo Xinyue had long lost her mind, and her mouth was even murmuring. Not a moment later, Jun Lin Tian had an impulse and once again gave all the stuff to Luo Xianyu. He then lay down next to him and rested peacefully. Although the yin-yang sacred body was bullish, Luo Xianyu was definitely continuing on. In the back, it was basically a solo performance by Jun Lin Tian himself. Young lord, is it finally over? Seeing this, Luo Crescent Moon had the happiness of being completely relieved. At this moment, she was also completely overwhelmed by Jun Lin Tian, though she was a bit bitter these days. However, a lot of benefits were gained. Just this morning, she and Jun Lin Tian broke through the realm at the same time, while she herself came to the 2nd level of the Divine Bridge realm. One must know that Luo Xinyue had already been stuck at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm for a long time, and his cultivation hadn't progressed an inch at all. How could she have known that dual cultivation with Jun Lin Tian could even make her cultivation soar? For a moment, she couldn't help but get a little addicted. At this rate, I'm afraid that it won't be long before her cultivation will already be able to catch up with quite a few heavenly prides. Seeing that Jun Lin Tian was about to leave, she even exhaled in his ear and said, "Young master, it's still early. Why don't we cultivate a few more times?" Luo Crescent spoke as he bullied his way up again. She wanted to quickly raise her cultivation and become one of those untouchable heavenly prides, and Jun Lintian's yin-yang sacred body was the best gas pedal for her. "Ha, still coming?" Jun Lintian, however, changed his face and hurriedly made a flash, utilizing his shadow divine skill, and directly left Luo Xianyu's boudoir. "Just kidding, even if it's a mountain of food, you'd get tired of eating that every day." Looking at Jun Lin Tian's back as he fled in a sorry state, Luo Xianyu could not help but smile charmingly. Still not under this girl. Chapter 127, The Strange Xianlinger. However, Jun Lin Tian's departure did make Luo Xianyu a little frustrated. During these 3 days, she and Jun Lintian were blended with water and milk, and it was hard to separate them from each other. After all, it takes time for love to grow. These past few days, after so many days, Luo Xianyu's feelings for Jun Lin Tian had grown deeper and deeper. Looking at the direction in which Jun Lin Tian disappeared, she couldn't help but stroke her belly with her right hand and murmured softly, "Humph, with your air in my belly, Let's see if you can still escape from this girl's clutches. Although, Luo Xanu and Junlin Tian had been deeply communicating about life for 3 days and 3 nights, it may seem like she's losing out, but she's not. High-end hunters often appear as prey to the masses, so for the past 2 days she's basically been in a state of denial, and also in order to let Junlin Tian experience the feeling of being above the rest with her. Luo Xinu had heard that a few days ago, Junlin Tian had single-handedly hatched a plan that had infuriated Emperor Zhou to death. At that time, in the hall of discussion, Emperor Zhou was almost spitting blood from anger. Moreover, Junlin Tian had stirred up the entire Great Zhou, especially at the border. The Jun family had a firmer grip on military power under Junlin Tian's arrangement. It wouldn't give Emperor Zhou half a chance to take it back. For such an excellent man, Luo Xinyue had actually been moved a long time ago. Only 2 days ago there was that little bit of pride in her heart, but the little bit of pride she had was gradually subjugated because of Junlin Tian's dominance. Of course, the fact that Junlin Tian had shown her the shadow-retaining jade was what made her completely return to her heart. If it wasn't for Junlin Tian, I'm afraid that Luo Xinyue is still being kept in the dark by the Grand Prince and doesn't even know that she has already been betrayed by the Grand Prince a long time ago, especially since the Grand Prince also scolded her and even compared her to that kind of cheap woman who was as good as a human being. It just made Luo Xinyue feel even more disgusted. Che, a district Grand Prince, how can he be compared to my husband? Luo Xinyue had already recognized Junlin Tian as her husband at this point. Compare that with the Grand Prince. Junlin Tian was simply far too good. Only such an excellent man is worthy of me. Luo Xinu. She licked her seductive red lips and said with a smug look on her face, after leaving the Prime Minister's residence. The second target that Junlin Tian thought of was Xianlinger, because Xianlinger was a 9 heavens immortal body. Dual cultivation with her would result in a faster rate of gaining cultivation for herself. With 7 days left, one still had to grab the speed to raise his cultivation. At that time, at the Heavenly Spirit Academy's tournament, it would also be possible to brighten up those people's dog's eyes. Junlin Tian had learned from Jun Mengyao before. Under Sister Qingwan's enlightenment, Xianlinger seemed to have accepted herself. To be honest, since he had treated Xianlinger that brutally last time, Junlin Tian felt some guilt in his heart. If Xianlinger really accepted herself, then she should also use a gentler way to dual cultivate with her. So, with the attitude of try and see, Junlin Tian returned to the Jun family, and using his shadow skill, he quietly tumbled through the window into Xianlinger's room in the east wing. By now, it was getting a little late. In order to prevent waking up the sleeping Xianlinger, Junlin Tian silently approached the bed, and on the bed, the petite figure in the bedding seemed to be sleeping soundly, her body rising and falling rather regularly with her breathing. Junlin Tian couldn't help but slow down his breathing and his face became a little more cozy. He'd pretty much burned off his impulses in the last few days with Luo Crescent, and he was more than happy to be gentle at this point. Junlin Tian quietly removed his clothes. Then he burrowed into the bedding again, and gently embraced Xianlinger on the couch from behind. His sudden movement directly scared the Xianlinger on the bed to the point that her body trembled. Ah! Junlin Tian clearly sensed that Xianlinger was startled, and hurriedly whispered comfortingly in her ear, "Don't be afraid, it's this young master." Then, he couldn't help but laugh out softly. "See how scared you are, even your voice has changed. Before, how could Xianlinger's voice be so sweet?" As expected, after hearing Junlin Tian's words, Xianlinger's petite body stopped trembling. Instead, he also pressed back even more meekly. Seeing this, Junlin Tian also looked smug. "You said you didn't want it on your lips before, but now you should also want this young lord, right? The body is quite honest," he said as he gently retreated the long skirt of Xianlinger. Then he took Xianlinger in his arms. "TSK, you haven't eaten properly these past few days, have you? Look at you. You're starving and thin." Junlin Tian remembered that Xianlinger's figure was still very voluptuous before. I guess she hasn't eaten much in the past few days because she's in a bad mood, so it's starved and slimmed down a bit. Even the parts that were upturned are starved and smaller. "Alright, Linger, turn around and look at this young lord." Junlin Tian still wanted to see the expression on Xianlinger's face, so he tried to reach out and turn her around. However, Xianlinger was obviously not happy, and even covered her face to death, not letting him see. "It's not the first time, why are you still so shy?" As Junlin Tian spoke, his salty hands had already begun to make mischief. Just for a moment, he clearly felt that Xianlinger's figure seemed to have significantly lost some weight. However, Junlin Tian didn't take it seriously. Xianlinger's girl's nature was also dead stubborn. Maybe she could really make a hunger strike move. It's not uncommon for people to starve themselves thin. Afterwards, he didn't care so much. He was going to perform the conjugal act with Xianlinger, but just then, he clearly felt a hindrance. At the same time, Xianlinger's delicate body trembled, and looking at her, she seemed to be a little worried, and a little scared, or perhaps, A little nervousness and excitement? June Lindian couldn't feel it. After all, Shanlinger had her face covered and had her mouth covered to death, and didn't make a single sound. Despite his doubts, he didn't care that much when the arrow was in the air. Thus, June Lin Tian continued to perform that conjugal act with Shanlinger. Well, Shanlinger really couldn't help but let out a gasp, but quickly covered her mouth again. June Lin Tian did not notice the difference. Seeing Shanlinger also did not have the slightest refusal. He grinned and whispered in Shanlinger's ear, "Linger, how is it? This young lord is still very powerful, right?" However, Shanlinger continued to cover her mouth and did not respond in the slightest, only twisting her arse a little. Hey, your mouth says no, but your body is pretty honest." Seeing this, June Lin Tian was even more smug. June Lin Tian then continued to perform that conjugal act with Shanlinger. However, in his heart, he was curious as to what tricks Shanlinger was up to today. And cover your face and mouth so you don't even make a sound. June Lin Tian couldn't help but be staggered. TSK. Didn't realize that Linger you kinda like to play some new tricks. Chapter 128 Don't leave. You must be responsible for Qingwan. Spirit, are you comfortable? June Lin Tian opened his mouth and asked towards Shanlinger. Shanlinger still covered her mouth and didn't say anything, but she twisted her arse a little. June Lin Tian was able to appreciate that today's Shanlinger was indeed different. It made him so happy. It's truly worthy of being the nine heavens' immortal body. It actually has this kind of effect. What was even more surprising to June Lin Tian was that although last time, he had taken away Shanlinger's Yuan Yin, but I don't know if it was the effect of the nine heavenly immortal body or something else. This time, the body of Shanlinger was more abundant in Yin. Could it be that this is also the effect of the nine heavenly immortal body? June Lin Tian could not help but secretly ponder. Could it be that the Yuan Yin of the nine heavens immortal body could still be recondensed? Just as he was pondering in his mind, he suddenly felt that Shanlinger's body moved a little, her legs together. Hiss! June Lin Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He then just felt his scalp go a little numb, but she was breathing badly because she had gagged her mouth and was gulping fresh air through her fingers. Linger, you've really opened this young lord's eyes today. June Lin Tian let out a long breath of relief and complimented. After not seeing you for a few days, you've turned into this appearance. A body as strong as mine can barely stand it, he said and tried to exit. After all, Shanlinger was starving and thin. I'm afraid her body wasn't too good, so she still had to let her rest for a while. But who knew that Shanlinger leaned back with her willow waist? Seeing this, June Lin Tiandu raised his eyebrows and flirted. TSK. I didn't realize that the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess was also such a woman. I can't believe you still don't want this young master to go out? Fine. This young lord will fulfill you. As June Lin Tian spoke, he took hold of Shanlinger's delicate little lotus bud that had only just revealed its sharp corners. He flirted while continuing to perform conjugal acts with Shanlinger again. Spirit, what's going on today? A few days' time without seeing this young lord. Your heart must miss it. Don't you want this young lord too? But Shanlinger still didn't answer his words. It just wiggled its arse a few times, as if prompting June Lin Tian to continue. Hey, Linger is still shy? It's already been so many times of deep communication with this young lord. Why are you still embarrassed? When June Lin Tian saw this scene, how could he refuse? Thus, he couldn't help but continue to have an in-depth exchange of life with Shanlinger. He was also surprised in his mind. Shanlinger's nine heavens immortal body was truly powerful. It's amazing how small and delicate it is now after being tossed around like that by herself last time. Moreover, Shanlinger also deliberately covered her face and didn't make a sound, which was really something else. It's rather like saying no with your mouth but being very honest with your body. TSK. Linger, you've really opened this young master's eyes to the heavens. Today is really a surprise for this young lord. He. June Lindian was thus in deep communication with Shanlinger. It had been exchanged for more than half an hour, and only then did he feel another rush. Since Shanlinger didn't refuse, then of course he was going to bury those things deep into the soil. Soon, he gave all those things to Shanlinger. Linger, come and let this young lord hug you. June Lin Tian gently took Shanlinger into his arms, giving her the reassurance she needed afterward. Being so obedient today, this young lord is satisfied. June Lindian looked at Shanlinger's bird-like demeanor and was very pleased in his heart. To make a woman behave like that is the greatest testament to a man. And just when June Lin Tian had a smug look on his face, the door to the room, however, was suddenly opened from outside. Crunch! Who? June Lin Tian first froze, then instantly became furious, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. A fire of anger burned continuously in his chest, and a terrifying aura lingered around him. This Nima, how could someone in the June family come to Shanlinger's room so late at night? Did I get cuckolded? ********. Whoever dares to cuckold me, I'm going to set you on your ass. just as Jun Lin Tian got up and was about to grab the man at the door. The next second, the door to the room was slammed shut, and at the doorway, there was Xianlinger's familiar voice. Only Xianlinger slowly walked towards the bedside while still saying, "Sister Qingwan, elder sister has cooked 1,000 mountain snow lotus soup for you. Come and try it." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, Jun Lin Tian was instantly confused. The one who came in from outside was Xianlinger? And who's that underneath him? Who did you just, yourself, put to sleep? Although Jun Lin Tian heard the words Qingwan sister, he also subconsciously ignored them in his mind. After all, it's simply not possible. At that moment he rolled over with a puzzled look on his face, but the person in the bed was turning his back. He broke the body of Xianlinger over, and in the next second, he froze on the spot. Qingwan, how come it's you? Jun Lin Tian only felt like his head was about to explode. What did you just do? He couldn't help but gulp, his hands shaking slightly, only to see that at this moment, Qingwan had a face full of tears, and although her face had already been blossomed with tears, she had a happy look in her eyes. Qingwan's heart was thrilled. At this point she was all excited to shed a few more tears. She's really so happy. Yourself has finally become Jun Lin Tian's woman. It's what she's always dreamed of. But Jun Lin Tian's brain was still buzzing at this moment as he looked towards Qingwan, just to see her there, with all those things of her own. And this moment, the genius of Jun Lin finally came back to his senses, knowing that he had made an irreversible mistake. He had always treated Qingwan as his sister, but now, he had done this to Qingwan. This was the first time that Jun Lin Tian felt incomparable regret, and deep guilt. At this point, he simply couldn't face this. He just wanted to get away from here. However, right at this moment, Xianlinger dashed over and directly grabbed Jun Lin Tian. Jun Lin Tian, you actually did this to Sister Qingwan. You must be responsible for her. Although Xianlinger had a face of righteous indignation, she was excited in her heart. Originally she had wanted to come up with a way to facilitate this on her own, but now she didn't need to. The two of them were just married by mistake. This would save a lot of troublesome things. One could not let Jun Lin Tian slip away at this time. At this time, Xianlinger was also afraid that Jun Lin Tian would escape from here, so she grabbed his arm tightly and said, "You are not allowed to leave. You must be responsible for Qingwan." Chapter 129 Brother Lin Tian. Qingwan will never part with you. When Xianlinger saw the look on Jun Lin Tian's face, it seemed that he wanted to leave this place. At this point, she couldn't help but be a little angry. After all, she felt in her heart that Jun Lin Tian was a very responsible man. He himself had been kidnapped to the Jun family before, although he was initially treated in a very brutal manner by Jun Lin Tian. But after that, Jun Lin Tian, after learning that she was pregnant with his child, hasn't there been a major turnaround in attitudes? How is it that when it comes to Sister Qingwan right now, Jun Lin Tian is squirming instead? Xianlinger was truly a bit hateful. Jun Lin Tian, at the loss of this girl, she still thought that you were very responsible. How come now after having sex with Sister Qingwan, you don't want to be responsible instead? Is that the kind of man you are? The attitude on her face also became serious as she pulled Zhou Qingwan next to her and said seriously towards Jun Lin Tian, "In short, you must be responsible for Qingwan. Otherwise, Sister Qingwan and I will never forgive you for the rest of our lives." However, at this moment, Jun Lin Tian's mood was still very complicated. The reason why he didn't want to turn his relationship with Qingwan into this, mostly because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. One must know that Jun Lin Tian had always treated Zhou Qingwan as his own biological sister. Jun Lin Tian knew he was a very bad person, but he would save his gentlest sigh for the people he cared about most in his family. Zhou Qingwan is the sister he cares about the most? Sister Qingwan, Jun Lin Tian could not help but sigh. At the moment it was even more difficult to know what to say. After all, he had taken away Zhou Qingwan's Yuan. What was the use of saying sorry again at a time like this? Zhou Qingwan's heart was also extraordinarily difficult at this time when she saw Jun Lin Tian's difficult expression. Brother Lin Tian, you don't have to be difficult. It's all Qingwan's fault. Qingwan should have let you know my identity in the very beginning. But Zhou Qingwan couldn't help but shed tears again even as she spoke at this moment. But, what can Qingwan do? Qingwan really good love you, Brother Lin Tian. At this point, she even wanted to take the fault on herself. After all, if she had made a sound in the beginning, Brother Lin Tian would definitely be able to detect that it was her, and there would be none of this back there. Zhou Qingwan said, and then reached out and pulled Xianlinger, and said timidly, "Ling sister, forget it, it's all my fault. I don't want to make it difficult for Brother Lin Tian." Even at this moment, Zhou Qingwan was heartbroken inside, but the kind-hearted her still did not want to make things difficult for Jun Lin Tian. After all, once this kind of thing spreads out, Brother Lin Tian will definitely endure a lot of criticism as well. Even little auntie, who had always loved brother Lin Tian, might chastise him. Zhou Qingwan didn't want to see this scene. However, Xianlinger did not comply, and at this moment, her eyes were tinged with a bit of anger. Jun Lin Tian, are you still a man? How you were so decisive and resolute when you treated me that way. Isn't it just that you can't get over that hurdle in your heart? But what's the point of that hurdle? Xianlinger didn't want Zhou Qingwan to suffer for the rest of her life. If Jun Lin Tian did not accept Zhou Qingwan, she would despise this man for the rest of her life. At this moment, she was even more persuasive. Your reputation in the Great Zhou has been stigmatized. Do you still care about these indifferent things? Even if your mother would chastise you, how cruel could she be? Besides, this world is full of strange things. Having heard these words from Xianlinger, Jun Lin Tian also gradually calmed down a lot in his heart. That's right. You know, this is a metaphysical world, and the so-called modern thinking simply doesn't happen to people with cultivation. Not to mention that Jun Lin Tian's own physique was even stronger. Not only was it the yin-yang sacred body, but it was also the chaotic god body. Moreover, Zhou Qingwan all had cultivation in her body. Even if she gave birth to her own child, it would only be strengthened by being stronger, and there could not be any defects at all. Not to mention, it's all happening now. Could it be that Jun Lin Tian could really escape? That would only break Zhou Qingwan's heart, and for the rest of his life, he would never truly forgive himself. As for those so-called reputations, as the #1 villain of the Tianxian continent, how could Jun Lin Tian care about that kind of thing? And her mother, Zhou Rulan, might even support herself. Have you thought this through or not? Seemingly sensing a slight shift in Jun Lin Tian's attitude, Xianlinger hurriedly pulled him again. As she spoke, she gave Jun Lin a quiet wink, signaling him to look towards Zhou Qingwan. Jun Lin Tian's gaze had become clear. At this moment, he also looked at Zhou Qingwan, but he saw that Zhou Qingwan's face was already full of tear stains, and that his eyes were clearly tinged with a strong sense of self-blame and disappointment. Zhou Qingwan originally thought that she would be able to become Jun Lin Tian's woman, but he didn't expect that brother Qingwan would be unwilling to accept himself. Jun Lin Tian also reacted instantly as he rushed over and hugged Zhou Qingwan tightly. He whispered soothingly in Zhou Qingwan's ear, "Sister Qingwan, just now it was brother's fault. Brother shouldn't have thought of not accepting you. Brother was just confused for a while. Now that brother has figured it out, I want you to be my woman. Sister Qingwan, do you promise?" Zhou Qingwan was first stunned after hearing Jun Lin Tian's words. Then, a burst of thick surprise instantly spread across his face. Really? Brother Lin Tian, are you serious? Can Qingwan really be your woman? She was like a helpless child, fearing that this gain would be another void. Even at this point, Zhou Qingwan didn't dare to confirm it. She certainly wouldn't blame Jun Lin Tian, much less hate him, but Zhou Qingwan would rather get hurt herself than make things difficult for brother Lin Tian. Seeing the look of trepidation and fear in Zhou Qingwan's eyes, Jun Lin Tian was even more distressed. His voice was a little choked. Of course it's true. As long as Sister Qingwan is willing, you are my woman. In his mind he could not wait to slap himself twice. He was so confused. Sister Qingwan loved him like that. How could one do anything to hurt her? At this moment, Jun Lin Tian could not help but hold Zhou Qingwan tighter. Even if the whole world didn't allow the two of them to be together, he would slaughter the whole world. And at this time, Zhou Qingwan also finally wept with joy. Of course Qingwan is willing. Qingwan is really happy. Qingwan has finally become brother Lin Tian's woman. Brother Lin Tian, Qingwan will never part with you. With deep tenderness in his eyes, Jun Lin Tian nodded heavily. Well, never separate. Chapter 130, Xianlinger's Inner Little Thoughts. Xianlinger looked at Jun Lin Tian and Zhou Qingwan, who were tightly embracing each other. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, the two of them had kind of stepped over a huge hurdle to get together. The fact that the two were able to love each other so much naturally made Xianlinger somewhat empathetic. Of course, she was more concerned about the fact that Zhou Qingwan had become Jun Lin Tian's woman since she had already become one. Then as Zhou Qingwan's good sister herself, she would naturally be on the same side in the future. As for Jun Lin Tian's other women, such as Lu Ruyan and Xiao Ruoyu and whatnot, they really weren't necessarily a match for the two of them. Even if you two are master and disciple, so what? Even if they were added together, they were not as deep as Jun Lin Tian's feelings for Zhou Qingwan. As long as she could firmly hold on to Jun Lin Tian, her position in the Jun family would not be low. Inside the room, Jun Lin Tian, on the other hand, kept hugging Zhou Qingwan and kept comforting her. It was only after a while that Zhou Qingwan finally stopped crying. At this moment, her eyes were already filled with affection when she looked at Jun Lin Tian again. She knew that from now on, she was brother Lin Tian's woman. Xianlinger saw that Zhou Qingwan's mood was already much better at this moment. Then he wanted to whisper something to Zhou Qingwan. Thus, Xianlinger spoke towards Jun Lin Tian. Alright, you're not needed here either. I still have to say something to Sister Qingwan. Junlin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did you forget to train you because you were so focused on comforting Sister Qingwan? He couldn't help but flirt. Linger, it seems that this young lord hasn't tempered you for too long, making you unable to distinguish between big and small kings, right? Hear the word conditioning. Linger couldn't help but blush, and even took a quiet step back. You, what are you saying? What conditioning? At this moment, her mind could not help but also recall the time when she had just arrived at the Jun family, the things that Junlin Tian did to himself. He not only insulted himself with words, he even used candles. It was as if that horrible feeling could still be recalled even now. With an evil smile on his face, Junlin Tian first glanced at Linger before placing his gaze on Zhou Qingwan. Sister Qingwan, now that you're already this young lord's woman, shouldn't we do something then? When Zhou Qingwan heard this, she immediately shrank her head like a little quail. Brother Lin Tian can do whatever he wants to Qingwan. Anything. After all, she was deeply in love with Junlin Tian. And no matter what Brother Lin Tian wanted to do to her, she was willing. Even, there was some vague anticipation. In the time before, Zhou Qingwan had been thinking that if Brother Lin Tian could treat himself like his woman, how good would that be? Qingwan is so good. Satisfied, Junlin Tian took Zhou Qingwan in his arms and kissed her again and again. Afterwards, he looked at Linger again and said playfully, Linger, you see that Sister Qingwan has said so. You, as a sister, have to make a statement, right? Linger originally had some resistance in her heart. However, once they thought about it, they would be sisters on the same side as Zhou Qingwan in the future. Qingwan is like this. Why are you still squirming? Linger hummed lightly and simply tilted her little face up. You can do whatever you want to this girl, but don't forget that this girl still has your flesh and blood in her belly. She did not believe that Junlin Tian would dare to treat himself in that rough manner now. Naturally, Junlin Tian would not do what he did before. He directly picked up Zhou Qingwan and Linger with one hand each, and then threw them on the big bed again. Ha 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 ha, here comes this young master. Junlin Tian had now thoroughly accepted Zhou Qingwan. He also wanted to keep Qingwan in the Jun family forever, so his heart was free of any other emotions. At this moment, he only thought of taking this opportunity to properly double cultivate with the two women. Junlin Tian jumped straight onto the large bed. After that, he retired the clothes on Linger's body. What are you in such a hurry for? Seeing this, Linger's pretty face was flushed red. Before, she would have been passively enduring what Junlin Tian did to her. There was no initiative at all. That's only the second time, right? But this big bad guy, Junlin Tian, was actually thinking of making himself serve him even now. Hey! The corner of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned as he laughed evilly. A moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Sister Qingwan, are you waiting for this young lord to come, or are you coming on your own? Zhou Qingwan instantly made another big red face. Me, myself, she said as she backed off the only piece of tool she had on. Junlin Tian looked at the shy appearance of such a simple girl like Zhou Qingwan and couldn't help but look straight in the eyes. When Zhou Qingwan and Junlin Tian exchanged their lives just now, she had covered her face the entire time. But after seeing it at the moment, she was more than a little surprised. Brother Lin Tian, this is also too exaggerated. Zhou Qingwan could not help but have her little face puffed up as she glared at Junlin Tian. This appearance was quite cute, and even more so, it caught Junlin Tian's attention. He had some thoughts at the moment. Then, without further ado, an in-depth exchange ensued. Just now, Junlin Tian had already exchanged lives with Zhou Qingwan. Now it was natural to take Linger's feelings into consideration. Linger was very shy, even though she had already made up her mind to serve Junlin Tian, but the little nagging feeling in his heart could never be unraveled. After all, she was the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, and it was inevitable that she would not be able to let go. But Junlin Tian naturally had his methods, so, he deliberately waited until Linger was happy and stopped. Seeing this, Linger muttered inside her mouth, What are you doing? Why did you stop? Junlin Tian, on the other hand, suddenly had another idea at this moment. He looked at the blushing Zhou Qingwan next to him, then spoke with an evil smile. Sister Qingwan, your sister Linger is in need of a little help right now. You go massage her. When Linger heard this, her eyes immediately widened and she almost sat up from the bed. She shook her head repeatedly towards Zhou Qingwan. No, Sister Qingwan, it won't work. Zhou Qingwan was naturally embarrassed, but she looked at Brother Lin Tian's expectant eyes. Even if she was shy, she couldn't let Brother Lin Tian down. How to massage? Zhou Qingwan asked with a small red face. Junlin Tian reached out and pointed at Linger's peaks. Flirting, naturally, it's massaged here. Linger, you don't want to wait for the baby to be born and yell about starving to death, do you? Chapter 131, Hey, this young master is the yin-yang sacred body. Sister Qingwan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. As Junlin Tian spoke, he did not forget to continue communicating with Xianlinger in depth about her life, and as soon as Junlin Tian makes his move, Xianlinger then pressed the possibility of speaking, and all of those words that she was originally going to say became intermittent words. Qingwan, no, can't ah. She really didn't expect Zhou Qingwan, who was originally supposed to be on the same side as herself. Now he had actually mutinied and had even teamed up with Junlin Tian to bully himself. Especially something like Junlin Tian letting Zhou Qingwan give herself a massage. It's just too shameful, right? Zhou Qingwan was also quite shy at this time, and even apologized in a good manner. Sister Linger, yes, I'm sorry. With that, she began to massage Xianlinger as requested by Junlin Tian. Young Lord, Qingwan, you guys. Xianlinger didn't even know what was going on inside her head at this point. Junlin Tian's key had originally locked her mind. Now that there was an additional Zhou Qingwan massaging her, she was even more ashamed at the moment. Young Lord, and at that moment, Junlin Tian gave all the things to Xianlinger. After a while, it was only then that Xianlinger finally came to her senses, and at this moment, she was so ashamed that she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was just so humiliating just now. She was actually like that with the two of them. Junlin Tian and Zhou Qingwan, working together. Xianlinger couldn't help but think about how humiliating she must have looked just now. At this moment, however, the three people seemed to have drawn much closer together. Xianlinger looked at Junlin Tian's key. It still looked like it was just a moment ago, and it hadn't gotten any smaller in the slightest. She had another idea and hastily winked at Junlin. Afterward, Xianlinger then coldly hummed twice and flirted towards Zhou Qingwan. Good for you, Sister Qingwan. Just now, you helped the young master bully me. Now, it's our turn to bully you, she said, but her movements were even faster than Junlin Tian's, directly putting Qingwan down on the bed. Young master, you quickly come. Concubine also want to bully back. Seeing this scene, Junlin Tian was naturally happy to see it. Anyway, no matter what, the ultimate beneficiary is yourself. Sister Linger, Qingwan was wrong. It was only then that Zhou Qingwan realized that she had just done that, clearly harming others and herself. But where could she break free? Junlin Tian directly engaged her in an in-depth exchange of life. Brother Lin Tian. Zhou Qingwan had just broken her body and now she was going to have a life exchange with Junlin Tian. Xianlinger, on the other hand, was also having revenge at this time. Her pair of white and tender jade hands just needed Zhou Qingwan's small lotus bud that was only showing its tip. Sister Linger, Qingwan is wrong. Zhou Qingwan's entire mind was lost in thought. She herself didn't know what she was saying, and as Junlin Tian looked at this fragrant scene in front of him, he only felt that he was indeed very happy. Xianlinger and Qingwan were both first-class beauties, and at this time, he was directly doubling his happiness. Sure enough, practicing together as a trio just felt better than dual practice. Not a moment later, Junlin Tian felt impulsive as he directly gave something to Qingwan. She was her own woman anyway, and there was no escaping the ultimate fate of carrying her own child. And Zhou Qingwan also sensed Junlin Tian's meaning at this time. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed a touch of smugness. She had finally realized the ideal she had longed for once again, becoming Junlin Tian's woman. At the same time, Junlin Tian was able to feel that Zhou Qingwan's gaze towards himself was filled with fondness within. Brother Lin Tian, Qingwan wants to give you children. For this kind of thing, Junlin Tian would naturally not refuse. And then, he stayed here for another 3 days and 3 nights, and likewise, communicated deeply with Zhou Qingwan and Xianlinger about life for 3 days and 3 nights. That afternoon, Junlin Tian was in deep conversation with Xianlinger about life. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was a bit violent, and the bottleneck of his cultivation was loosening at this moment. Xianlinger and Zhou Qingwan were still immersed in cultivation though, but at this moment, after feeling the arcane and mysterious aura on Junlin Tian's body, the two women could not help but be startled. Major is going to make a breakthrough? Brother Lin Tian, a powerful aura lingered around Junlin Tian's body, and the aura was filled with a rich spiritual might, and the auras around him were all converging towards him. His body, moreover, had slightly condensed into some white light, which made people not dare to look directly at him. Shasta. Junlin Tian abruptly opened his eyes as he lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The peak of the divine bridge realm. It truly deserved to be called the Nine Heavens' immortal body, to be able to bring so much help to oneself. It was really thanks to Xianlinger that one's cultivation could rise so rapidly. Of course, the most powerful thing was his own yin-yang saint body, to be able to upgrade day after day. This kind of good thing could only be achieved by one's own yin-yang sacred body. Seeing Zhou Qingwan who was lying in front of him, Junlin Tian then immediately converged the powerful aura around him. Xianlinger couldn't help but congratulate her at this moment. Congratulations on young lord's cultivation improvement. But at this moment, both women were a bit puzzled. This was because they clearly remembered that June Lintian was only at the 6th level of the Divine Bridge realm 3 days ago. How was it that after only 3 days, June Lintian's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm? Xianlinger and Zhou Qingluan also couldn't help but look internally at their cultivation levels. It was not what they expected. Even their own cultivation had slightly increased. But you have to realize that it's almost impossible to have such a degree of improvement in such a short period of time. Brother Lin Tian, how did your cultivation grow so rapidly? Zhou Qingluan's eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Xianlinger was even more dismayed. Young lord, how did you suddenly reach the peak of the Divine Bridge? And it seems that my cultivation and that of Sister Qingluan and I have also increased. What's going on here? Is it because of you? Now Xianlinger and Zhou Qingluan were both his own women. June Lin Tian had nothing to hide, so he told the truth. In fact, this young lord's physique is the yin-yang sacred body, so as long as one double cultivates, one's cultivation level can be raised, and it can also bring you benefits. If you double cultivate more often, your cultivation will increase more significantly. Xianlinger and Zhou Qingluan both had cultivation levels and had naturally heard of the yin-yang sacred body. After hearing June Lin Tian's words, both of their faces were filled with surprise and snickering at the same time. Zhou Qingluan said, "Is it really the yin-yang sacred body? No wonder my cultivation has grown." Xianlinger's heart, on the other hand, was filled with surprise. As the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, she placed great importance on cultivation. Originally, she had felt that cultivation was extraordinarily boring, but now that she knew that June Lintian was the legendary yin-yang sacred body, she was even more looking forward to dual cultivation with June Lintian. After all, they were kind of getting the baby. A male cultivator with this kind of heaven-defying physique was the best Dao partner that their female cultivators wanted. Chapter 132 June Lin Tian. June Lintian did not continue to stay inside Xianlinger's room. For him, although the yin-yang sacred body was powerful, if he kept cultivating like this, his cultivation was still slightly unstable. Besides, this kind of high-intensity double cultivation couldn't be sustained by the two women all the time. Well, at least they have to be allowed time to recuperate. After coming out of Xianlinger's room, June Lintian still had to prepare for the Heavenly Spirit Academy competition 3 days later. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Divine Bridge realm, it was barely enough. Not to mention he has so many gold fingers. And thinking of the golden finger, June Lin Tian remembered that there was still an experienced baby left to dispose of. That's the 8th prince of the ancient kingdom of southern barbarians, Bones. Ever since June Lin Tian's protector, June Prowler, kidnapped Bonesetter back, he had been locked up in the cold pool of the June family's dungeon. The corner of June Lin Tian's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. It's also time to harvest a wave of experience. At this moment, he first checked his system panel. Host, June Lin Tian. Identity, young master of the June family. Cultivation, peak divine bridge realm. Physique, chaotic divine body. Yin-yang sacred body. Cultivation technique, great desolate scripture. Mana, Xian Yuan sword. Xian Sha sword. Gold finger, Tong Tian Bao eyes. Big Dipper battle intent. Dark shadow. Villain value, 3150. June Lin Tian could not help but tsk his tongue for a while. The villain value was only 3150, which was really a bit less. I wonder how much villain value I can squeeze out of Bone later. Soon, June Lin Tian arrived at the June family dungeon, only to see that in the cold pool of the dungeon, the 8th prince of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom, Bonesetter, was firmly locked by a metaphysical iron chain. His entire body was soaked in the cold, frigid water, with only a head dangling above the surface. Hearing footsteps coming from outside, Bones couldn't help but raise his head. As soon as he saw that it was June Lintian, his eyes were instantly filled with anger and his pupils were scarlet. June Lin Tian, you scumbag, Bone growled angrily. Hurry up and release this emperor. Otherwise, your June family will absolutely suffer. How dare you imprison this emperor? My father will definitely not let you go. Don't forget that my father is a quasi-emperor. June Lin Tian couldn't even help but laugh as he listened to Bone's threats. He clapped his hands and applauded, then pulled out his ears. The 8th prince's essence is good. After being locked up for so long, his voice is still so loud. Bone is full of disdain. This area of cold water pool cannot help this prince. If it weren't for this Xian iron chain, this emperor would have rushed out and killed your June family without a single piece of armor left. June Lintian laughed coldly. Just with you, you also want to kill my June family without leaving a single piece of armor? This bonehead couldn't have been soaking inside the cold pool for too long that his brain got waterlogged, right? Even if he had a chance to escape from inside this dungeon. But as soon as he showed his face, he would be directly obliterated by the hidden experts of the June family. Junlin Tian just assumed that Bonesetter was out of his mind. At this moment, he smiled teasingly again and said, "Eighth Prince, aren't you curious about what this young lord has come over for? What are you doing here?" As soon as Bonesetter heard Junlin Tian's question, he couldn't help but be taken in as well. His gaze was filled with suspicion. Could it be that Junlin Tian was coming over to set himself free? Junlin Tian, however, smiled evilly at this moment and said, "This young lord came over here to tell you a piece of good news." "Good news? What good news?" Bonesetter was also energized at this time, his eyes staring straight at Junlin Tian. "Could it be that my southern barbarian ancient kingdom's army is pressing in and you had to release this imperial prince?" He thought about the fact that he had been missing for so many days. I think that the side of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom should have received the news as well, not to mention the fact that there was also the grand imperial prince who helped to air the news. And once the southern barbarian ancient kingdom's armies pressed in, the Great Zhou dynasty absolutely could not withstand the southern barbarian ancient kingdom's wrath. So even if the Jun family was more powerful in the Great Zhou dynasty, they had to release them. When Junlin Tian heard this, he could not help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's so funny. You don't really think you can get out of here, do you, Eighth Prince? Just don't worry, this young lord will definitely not give you this opportunity. The good news I want to tell you is that your favorite woman, Princess Xianlinger of the Xuanwu Empire's 19th princess, is now pregnant, and it's this young lord's seed." Bonesnake froze for a moment first when he heard Junlin Tian's words, but then, the whole person was like a beast that wanted to eat people, and with a face full of fierce, he shouted violently, Junlin Tian, what have you done to Linger? How dare you rob this imperial prince's woman? This imperial prince will kill you. Ding, the son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 200 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 200 points of villainous value. Hearing the prompting voice coming from his mind, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth could not help but hook up. 200 points is too little and not nearly enough. With a teasing smile on his face, he said, "What's wrong with the 8th prince? You should be happy. Don't you love Xianlinger the most? Then you should just let her find a better home, instead of marrying your beastly-faced punk brute." When Junlin Tian finished speaking, he laughed arrogantly again. At that moment, his hand also grabbed the sliver of braid on top of Bone's head and yanked it violently upward. Junlin Tian Bonesetter's eyes were on the verge of erupting with rage, and his face became even more hideous. Although there was extreme pain coming from his scalp, the pain was not as much as the pain in Bone's heart by 1 point. He was so in love with Xianlinger, and the reason why he came to the Great Zhou Empire was also for Xianlinger. But now, Junlin Tian had actually raped his most beloved woman and even made Xianlinger pregnant. His own woman was snatched away, causing even Bone to violently spurt out a mouthful of blood. Ding, the son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 100 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 100 points of villainous value. At this moment, however, Bonesaw took a few deep breaths and stabilized his mind. He then laughed coldly. "You think you'll be able to destroy this emperor's Dao heart just like that? You are delusional. Junlin Tian, I advise you to hurry up and release this emperor. Otherwise, once my southern barbarian ancient kingdom's army presses in, it will be your time to die, even if your Jun family is powerful. So what? My father, is a quasi-emperor cultivator." As soon as Junlin Tian heard this, a touch of mockery appeared in his eyes. "8th Prince, now that the outside world is rumored that you are just missing, who knows that you were captured by this young lord? You, the southern barbarian ancient kingdom, don't have any evidence, so how dare you press in with your army? What's more, would my Great Zhou be afraid of your southern barbarian ancient kingdom's expedition?" He even found it funny that this 8th prince was really confident. It was unlikely that the southern barbarian ancient kingdom would directly start another war with the Great Zhou dynasty just because of a speculation. Bone said furiously, "Humph, who says there is no evidence? The great prince of the Great Zhou dynasty is the evidence. With him reporting for my father will definitely send troops." Junlin Tian could not help but laugh out loud at this moment. "The Grand Prince is in the heavenly prison right now, and you're still thinking that he'll report for you? As a matter of fact, he already betrayed you a long time ago, and a part of your news was also betrayed by him." Chapter 133, Do you still dare to kill this prince? What? This can't be possible. How could the Grand Prince betray me? Bonesnake's eyes instantly widened in anger when he heard Junlin Tian's words. His face was filled with disbelief. There was even more anger in his heart. Burning. Ding, the son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 400 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 400 points of villainous value. The corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked up once more when he heard the prompting voice in his head. Originally he thought that Bonehead's Taoist heart was solid, but I didn't expect this barbarian to be such a waste. In one fell swoop, He contributed 400 villain points to himself. Junlin Tian grabbed Bonesetter's hair and lifted it upwards fiercely. He mocked, "Why is it impossible? You are nothing more than a dog that can be discarded at any time to the Grand Imperial Prince, and a dirt dog from the ancient country of the southern barbarians." Junlin Tian's words were like a steel needle that directly pierced into Bonesetter's heart. Although in his heart of hearts, Bone had believed that the southern barbarian ancient kingdom was the most powerful imperial dynasty in this world. But the other forces didn't even put the southern barbarian ancient kingdom in their eyes. And, always, they are referred to as barbarians. Bonechild was directly infuriated and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Put, Junlin Tian, how dare you call this imperial prince an earth dog? You shall not suffer a good death." Junlin Tian laughed all of a sudden as he stretched out one of his palms and slapped hard on Bonesetter's face. "Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the quick sword. 8th Prince, is it that you also think you're a barbarian hyena? Let me tell you, the Grand Imperial Prince doesn't even care about you." Bone had gone red with anger. He struggled against the arcane iron chains on his body, but even if he pushed as hard as he could, these chains could only slap the water inside the cold pool. Junlin Tian, I will kill you. The Grand Prince is my beloved family friend, a brother in arms and legs. How could he betray me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Junlin Tian, don't you dare stir up the relationship between me and the Grand Imperial Prince here. Bone's heart is almost broken. He was thinking that the eldest prince and himself are real brothers. If not for the fact that they were in different countries, the two would have had to bond sooner or later. But at this moment, once he heard Junlin Tian say this, he could not help but think back. He himself had already been captured by the Jun family for so long, but the Grand Prince's side had been slow to make any movement. He himself had been abandoned, if not betrayed. Is this what the Grand Prince calls brotherhood? Put Bone in the heart of the more he thought the more angry. At this time he was so angry that he sprayed a mouthful of blood. Ding! The son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 300 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 300 points of villainous value. Aha! Junlin Tian, Zhou Mingyuan, this emperor is going to kill you all. Bone growled with scarlet eyes. He kept gasping for air. At this moment, his Dao heart was close to collapsing, and the meridians all over his body were almost going against the flow. Junlin Tian could not help but laugh out loud. TSK TSK TSK, 8th Prince. This young lord didn't expect you to be such a waste. This young lord hasn't even said anything yet, and you're about to piss yourself off? If this young lord brought Xianlinger here and had her call me husband and master in front of you, would you still be furious? Junlin Tian, you, ding, the son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 300 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 300 points of villainous value. Hearing these words, Bonesetter, whose Dao heart was already on the verge of collapse, finally couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then, it doubled over and fainted. And naturally, Junlin Tian would not let him just sleep here comfortably. He grabbed Bone by the hair straight away, and then later pushed his head underwater. Growling dash. Cough cough. Before long, Bone woke up choking on the water. At this moment, his entire body was no longer as angry as it had been at the beginning, but instead, it was devoid of essence. He gritted his teeth and said breathlessly, Junlin Tian, you shall not die a good death. My southern barbarian ancient kingdom will not let you go. Junlin Tian however smiled and said, don't worry 8th Prince. I'm afraid that the news of your death won't reach the southern barbarian ancient kingdom for another few years. They will only think that you are missing, or going out to practice. Not to mention, you are ranked the oldest 8 inside the Imperial Prince, so it is estimated that no one cares if you die. This sentence, again, was like a sharp sword that poked at the 8th Prince's heart. It was true that he was not valued among the group of princes of the southern barbarian ancient kingdom. If he were to have a position like the Crown Prince, he would only be missing for a few hours before an expert would come looking for him. Ding, the son of Qi, Bonesetter's Taoist heart is loosened. 300 points of Qi are lost, and the host gains 300 points of villainous value. But at this point, Bone still had a stiff upper lip and said, do you really think that you are doing things seamlessly? Junlin Tian, sooner or later, you will eat your own words. If this emperor can hold out for a few days, and then find a way to leak out the news, there will definitely be southern barbarian experts who will come to the Jun family to kill you. However, upon hearing this, Junlin Tian was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Bonesetter. I'm sorry, 8th Prince, I'm afraid, you don't have that chance. Hearing this, Bone's eyes widened, his eyes filled with horror within them. What do you mean? Do you still dare to kill this emperor? In his opinion, Junlin Tian would not dare to kill himself even if he was bold. After all, Junlin Tian, as the young master of the Jun family of the Great Zhou dynasty, had to consider many things. If he killed himself, if something happened in the future, he would definitely have no way to account for it. If he was still alive, at least Junlin Tian would not have to pay with his life. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? The corner of Junlin Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Guess who was the last person to die inside this water prison? Bonehead was stunned at first. Then he said blankly, who? Junlin Tian smiled like a devil and said morosely, of course it's the Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince, Xian Feng. What? Xian Feng was killed by you? Bone's entire body was shocked and said, how dare you kill the Xuanwu Empire's 10th prince? Nice. Upon hearing this, the corners of Junlin Tian's mouth grinned as he nodded with a smile and said, it looks like you have already understood what will happen to you. Since you know such a secret, it is absolutely impossible for you to leave here alive. As Junlin Tian spoke, a large hand covered Bonesetter's heavenly aura. No, don't kill me, Junlin Tian. I beg you not to kill me. Bone's eyes had been filled with fear. He didn't want to die. Ding, the son of fortune. Bonesetter's Taoist heart collapsed, losing 300 points of fortune, and the host gained 300 points of villain value. Junlin Tian let out an evil laugh. The last 300 points of Bonesetter's chi luck value had already been squeezed clean by himself. There is no reason, then, for him to live in this world. The corners of Junlin Tian's mouth smiled sardonically as spiritual energy surged in his hands. Bang! In the next second, a crunching sound could only be heard from the inside of Bonehead's head. His brain was shattered alive by Junlin Tian with his spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of fortune, Bonesetter, and obtaining his golden finger, the eye of savagery. Chapter 134, Qingshuai also participated? That's not right. Something's wrong. From inside the dungeon of the Jun family, Junlin Tian's face was already full of smiles. It's cool. It's really cool. Originally, he thought that Bone was a man of iron bones, but he did not expect that the moral heart was actually so bad. Live and Let Live contributed 3,000 villain points to himself. Junlin Tian checked his system panel. Host, Junlin Tian. Identity, young master of the Jun family. Cultivation, peak divine bridge realm. Physique, chaotic divine body. Yin-yang sacred body. Cultivation technique, great desolate scripture. Mana, Xian Yuan sword. Xian Sha sword. Golden finger, Tong Tian treasure eye. Big Dipper battle intent. Dark shadow. Savage eye. Villain value, 6150. Savage eye, the host can see everything hidden in the shadows through this golden finger. Hey, good stuff. Really good stuff. Junlin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. His own shadow skill could already blend into the darkness and hide in the shadows. This savage eye, on the other hand, allowed one to detect everything that was hidden in the shadows. Together, the two have made themselves unbeatable in terms of concealment. It's just a pity that this Bonesetter's curiosity in the original novel isn't big enough, and it's only 3,000 points of chi value. Junlin Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. Hey, this villain value is only 6,150 now. What can it do? One must know that since the last time he saw the desolate ancient sacred body as an exchange option in the system mall, Junlin Tian just couldn't stop thinking about it and was very keen on it. But right now 6,000 out of 6,000 villain value is not enough to redeem. Junlin Tian could not help but hit on the others again. There is 5,000 at the Grand Prince. And by the way, there is another 3,000 at the 9th Prince of Great Qian. And these two, although Junlin Tian had thought of these two people, at this time, he was not able to do anything about it. At the moment, he could not lay a hand on these two himself. It was important to realize that although the Jun family was now in control of the military power of the Great Zhou, yet Emperor Zhou also controlled many forces in the court. If one killed the Grand Prince directly, it would be equivalent to tearing his face off with Emperor Zhou. Now that the Jun family was in control of the military, it wasn't enough to kill Emperor Zhou without bloodshed. It was the time when people were needed, and the Jun family couldn't afford to have too many people die. As for the 9th Prince of Great Qian, if he died in the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Qian Emperor would definitely send someone to investigate as well. Moreover, the 9th Prince, Zhao Yuanbai, was not like Bone. He still had quite a position in Deqian. If Zhao Yuanbai really died in Great Zhou, there might be a real possibility that it would directly provoke a war between Great Qian and Great Zhou. But right now, Jun Lintian's father, Jun Haotian, was still leading a large army to hold down the border. Once the two countries were at war, Jun Haotian would have to fight back, and more people would die then. It's a shame. Junlin Tian could only shake his head with a sigh. These two experienced babies could not move themselves right now. One had to wait until Zhao Yuanbai was on his way back to Deqian and had left the territory of Great Zhou before they could lay their hands on him. As for the words of the Grand Prince, he must also be completely brought down, so that he would lose the trust and regard of the Zhou Emperor. By then, if the Grand Prince was killed, even if Emperor Zhou was not happy in his heart, he would not be able to tear his face off with the Jun family. However, it's going to take a while. Jun Lin Tian counted the time. There were still more than 2 days before the Heavenly Spirit Academy competition. He simply didn't bother getting it, and directly allocated his time to Luo Xinyua's several girls. With 2 days left, it would be good to utilize dual cultivation to raise your cultivation a bit. 2 days later, it was finally time for the Heavenly Spirit Academy's official tournament. Jun Lin Tian brought a group of guards from the Jun family to the Heavenly Spirit Academy. At this time, the Heavenly Spirit Academy was packed with people and was exceptionally lively. Originally, there were quite a few students in the academy, and today, even more so, because of the competition, many people from families and ordinary people had come to watch the battle. However, after Jun Lin Tian walked to the competition venue, he spotted Emperor Zhou at the highest part of the stands. This old thing is here too? Seems to be taking this competition very seriously. Seeing this, Jun Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and could not help but ponder more in his heart. As for Emperor Zhou, who was at the highest part of the stands, he also caught a glimpse of Jun Lin Tian in the crowd. Sure enough, here it comes, he said in his mind, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked. But when he took a closer look at Jun Lin Tian, he realized that at that moment, Jun Lin Tian was looking at him with a teasing expression. There was some displeasure in Emperor Zhou's eyes. This Jun Lin Tian is increasingly not putting me in his sights? Naturally, Emperor Zhou did not want to lose out to Jun Lin Tian in terms of aura, so he tried to overwhelm him with his majestic gaze. The two just stared at each other for a few moments before Emperor Zhou, however, withdrew his gaze somewhat sheepishly. Today's arrangement was meant to be a dirty trick he was using, so he was also worried about the possible repercussions if things fell apart. After all, he had buried several pits for Jun Lin Tian in this grand competition, just waiting for Jun Lin Tian to jump into them. Right now, he absolutely could not be recognized by Jun Lin Tian. I don't know if the kid will be so lucky this time. Emperor Zhou narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart, if everything went well today, Jun Lin Tian would die on the field of this tournament, and even the Jun clan would not be able to pick any faults, and Jun Haotian will lose his only son. At that time, it would be unknown whether that brave and incomparable great general could carry the pain of such a bereavement. The military power of Great Zhou. I must get my hands on it. Emperor Zhou's heart perked up again. Jun Lin Tian took a few steps inside and happened to bump into Dong Huang Qingxue. Young Master Jun, you're here too. Although Dong Huang Qingxue had a slight favorable impression of Jun Lin Tian, she still maintained a faint detachment at this moment. After all, the relationship between the two hadn't been completely poked and prodded yet. Qingxue, you've gotten prettier after not seeing you for a few days. Jun Lin Tian smiled gently towards Dong Huang Qingxue. In front of Dong Huang Qingxue, he was still the graceful Jun family young master. When Dong Huang Qingxue heard this, her face couldn't help but blush a little, but she also blossomed into a sweet smile. She opened her mouth towards Jun Lin Tian and asked, Lin Tian, you will participate in the tournament, right? Be sure to cheer up. Jun Lin Tian joked. Don't worry, this young lord, as your future husband, will definitely not disgrace you. Who said you're my future husband? Dong Huang Qingxue's face turned even redder at his words, and she gave him a delicate blank look and said, really, the two of them haven't even gotten to the end of their marriage yet. How can they become future husbands? Still, hearing Jun Lin Tian say this, Dong Huang Qingxue's heartbeat could not help but thump faster. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Dong Huang Qingxue went to the East Royal family's location to watch the tournament. Jun Lin Tian, on the other hand, found a place on his own. Seeing that it's almost time, Elder Wan of the Sky Spirit Academy, who was the referee, came to the center of the ring. All of you, the hour has arrived. Now this elder announces that the Heavenly Spirit Academy competition will officially begin. Next, please invite the two contestants Anai Shiyang and Fang Chunhua to enter the ring. Jun Lin Tian could not help but shake his head. In the beginning, it was all ordinary martial arts between disciples of the world's families and disciples of cold families. There's really nothing to see, but in less than half a day, it was the turn for some disciples of the great lineages to enter the ring to compete. And just then, Jun Lin Tian saw that Dong Huang Qingxue had unexpectedly taken the field as well. Qingxue also participated? Nope, something's wrong.